Rhaego Targaryen, born of storm and fire. The Sword of Dawn, the sharpest spear of the Empire. The protector of the realm. In the year 111 AC, the prince set foot upon his homeland, stepping down from the imperial warship, revealing a warm smile towards the land of his ancestors. Rhaego Domnar, an outsider from the Shivering Sea, a traitor, a being scorned by the seven gods. The grave digger of dragons. In the year 111 AC, demons arrived in Westeros aboard serpent-like warships, unveiling their bloodied fangs towards the seven kingdoms. Chapter 1. Rhaego. This is a shattered continent. Towering volcanoes incessantly belch forth black smoke, while torrents of magma writhe like crimson serpents, wreaking havoc upon the earth beneath a somber sky devoid of its original hues. Trees, twisted and gnarled like specters, tenaciously anchor themselves in the fractured soil, rendering this land a veritable hellscape, devoid of life. Only the remnants of towering, dilapidated edifices attest to the former splendor of this place. Yet the palatial structures have ultimately been entombed beneath heavy volcanic ash, and with them, the civilization of this realm has been reduced to mere ashes by wildfires. This is Valyria, the bastion of dragon riders, now consigned to the annals of history by storms and volcanoes, leaving behind only crumbling walls and remnants that resemble defeated phantoms, silently expressing their discontent. Twisting serpents slither through the ruins, while a hawk with blood-red eyes emits a hoarse cry from the parched branches of ancient trees. The perilous, dilapidated environment has transformed the skies favored into a gaunt specter, its fierce gaze sweeping menacingly over the desolate landscape below. Within the hawk's line of sight, a crimson serpent stealthily emerged from a shadowy corner, as if sensing the scent of sustenance, swiftly darting towards a protruding, rock-like dead branch. Just as the crimson serpent approached, the dead branch suddenly moved, along with the robust roots hidden beneath the earth, abruptly emerging from the ruins to ensnare the serpent above. A humanoid creature clawed its way through the rubble. Rhaego Domnar sensed that if he did not consume something soon, his survival would be in jeopardy. Struggling to extricate himself from the debris, Rhaego paid no heed to the dust that clung to him. He grasped the monstrous serpent he had toiled to capture, and without hesitation, began to gnaw at it. Ugh! The intense stench and bitterness assaulted his taste buds, provoking uncontrollable retching. Yet the unmistakable hunger of his churning stomach compelled him to swiftly overcome the unpleasant taste, devouring the serpent like a beast, leaving no trace of its foul blood behind. Cough, cough, cough. After swallowing a serpent over a meter long, Rhaego finally had time to react to its distressing flavor. Exhausted, he slumped against the rock behind him, gazing despairingly at the overcast sky, overwhelmed by an urge to weep. Anyone who finds themselves lounging comfortably in bed, munching on chips while watching a show, only to suddenly be thrust into a hellish realm where one is reduced to a mere shadow of their former self, and starved for 2 days, would undoubtedly find their spirits far from joyous. In recent days, he had contemplated suicide, perhaps in hopes of returning to his former life. However, thinking and acting are two different matters. As someone who lived a life of luxury in his previous existence, having never even experienced a minor injury, the thought of overcoming his fear of death seemed utterly absurd. Despite several moments of determination, over the past 2 days, he ultimately failed to end his life. It seems that arriving in this cursed place rendered the hope of returning a mere fantasy. After all, based on his extensive reading experiences, the likelihood of traveling back to one's original world is far less believable than claiming to be Qin Shi Huang. Who? A colossal shadow swept past Rhaego's head, startling the hawk perched upon a branch. Rhaego stared, transfixed, at the receding figure. Although he had seen it several times before, its immense form still sent shivers down his spine. It was a dragon, a bipedal dragon from Western legends. Its vast wingspan blotted out the sun like an obsidian cloud, its dark scales and fearsome visage showcasing its might and ferocity to the humans below. Of course, one must question whether the beings on the ground could still be considered human. As he watched the 100-meter-long dragon soar towards the distant peaks, Rhaego gradually withdrew his somewhat dazed gaze, struggling to rise to his feet. Lowering his gaze to his own body, which appeared as though it had been petrified by Medusa's glare, Rhaego could not help but lament, what a truly dismal fate. In terms of his transmigration, he must be experiencing a soul transfer. He was a college graduate who inherited a fortune in his past life, yet now found himself a mere teenager grappling for survival in hell. Rhaego Domnar. This is the name he bears in this world. According to the scant memories of his original self, he has traversed into the realm of the television series Game of Thrones. The place he now inhabits is called Valyria, a name well known to countless fans of the series. As an avid surfer of its lore, Rhaego is well aware of the former glory of this land. Unfortunately, he has not been transported to the zenith of the Freehold's power, but rather to the desolate ruins following a cataclysmic downfall, where he exists as a helpless youth struggling to survive amidst the remnants. Unfortunately, Rhaego has succumbed to the dreaded grayscale disease, a malady that instills fear in all within the realm of the Game of Thrones. Observing the grayish-white stone scales that cover his body from the neck down, it is evident that Rhaego is not merely gravely ill, but teeters on the brink of death. The original soul was a remnant of the Valyrian bloodline that survived the cataclysm. Indeed, it is the direct lineage of the Valyrian Dragonlords. According to the memories of the original soul, his ancestors were dispatched to the continent of Essos for trade before the calamity struck, managing to evade the cataclysm with their wives and children. Alas, despite being of the noble bloodline, Rhaego's ancestors had not yet tamed any dragons, and thus, following the fall of Valyria, their exile to Essos rendered their survival a challenging endeavor. The oppressive exploitation and persecution by the Valyrian dragonlords upon the surrounding continents persisted for centuries, resulting in a dire existence for Rhaego's ancestors in Essos. To ensure the continuation of their bloodline, the Domnars embarked on a journey of relentless wandering. After several generations of arduous propagation, the dwindling bloodline of the Domnar family ultimately passed into the hands of Rhaego Domnar, at which point he stood as the sole remaining scion of the Dragonlord lineage. Once a formidable family capable of ascending the ranks within the Valyrian Dragonlord society, only a meager handful remained, while the majority of their vassals perished or fled during their prolonged exile. Only a dozen loyal knights steadfastly accompanied their young Dragonlord. In his youthful fervor to restore the glory of the Domnar family, the resolute Rhaego reluctantly sold off the remnants of their meager estate, accompanied by a dozen aged knights, journeying back to the former Valyria in hopes of locating surviving dragon eggs to once again hatch dragons. As Rhaego traversed to this new world, he quickly grasped the dire straits of his current predicament. A mere 15-year-old boy, armed with nothing more than a handful of aged knights, ventured into a perilous wasteland teeming with blood magic monsters, the outcome of which was all too predictable. Upon entering the ruins, two knights fell victim to a bizarre fireworm infection during their nighttime respite, meeting a torturous demise. Subsequently, they faced the perils of red serpents, venomous ant swarms, ferocious vultures, and most perilous of all, grayscale. Within the span of a month, the loyal knights accompanying Rhaego were mercilessly consumed by the unforgiving landscape, leaving only the 15-year-old boy, burdened with the ambition to revive his family and the profound agony of loss, to perish amidst hunger and disease. Thus, the unfortunate Rhaego was born into this fate. The original soul collapsed in relentless search within the ruins, and the Rhaego who had traversed into this realm initially harbored hopes of returning, but lay in wait for death. After 2 days, he was compelled to acknowledge that even suicide requires a certain courage, which he found himself lacking. Since death eluded him, he resolved to cling to life. The grayscale that ravaged his body rendered each step excruciating. He fought against his tormenting body, laboriously supporting himself against the ruins of the fortress as he ventured deeper into the desolate landscape. The return of the dragon heralds the impending darkness of Valyria. Rhaego, having survived here for over a month in both lives, comprehended that the ruins of Valyria at night represent a true land of the dead. Fortunately, the memories of the original soul whispered of a safe haven deep within the ruins, a sanctuary from the nocturnal threats. Fortuitously, the site of the original soul's demise lay not far from this safe point, perhaps influenced by that entity, allowing the languid Rhaego to evade becoming a meal for the creatures of the night over the course of 2 days. Although this area offered relative safety, Rhaego recognized that the designated safe zone would provide a greater assurance of survival. He forced his weary body onward. The short distance felt interminable, with sweat pouring down as his frail body and acute pain rendered each step a monumental struggle. Yet the camp was not far off. After 15 minutes of laborious travel, just as twilight descended, he finally beheld a colossal skull resembling a house. This marked the first occasion Rhaego had encountered such a skull since his arrival. Its immense form and residual power unmistakably indicated that its owner was none other than the mightiest creature of this land, a dragon. The skull, towering several meters, lay in the ruins like a fortress, its formidable presence instilling fear in the surrounding monsters, which dared not approach even after centuries of decay. As darkness enveloped the land, Rhaego, burdened by fatigue, staggered into the eye socket of the dragon's skull. Just as he laboriously ascended the eye socket, a melodious voice resonated in his mind, causing him to falter and tumble inside. Ding! Opportunity achieved. System initialization in progress. Chapter 2. The Origin of Blood and Fire. Ding. The remnants of blood and fire magical creatures have been detected. Energy absorption in progress. The voice resonating in Rhaego's mind was akin to celestial music, a golden finger, a requisite for any traveler from another realm. Had it not been for the 2 days of fruitless anticipation regarding this golden finger, he would not have entertained thoughts of self-destruction. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body from the fall, Rhaego struggled to lean against the dragon bone, eagerly attempting to establish contact with the voice in his mind. System? Grandfather? Deep Blue? Foster father? Yet, regardless of how fervently Rhaego called out, apart from the initial 2 prompts, there was no response in his mind. Exhausted, he slumped against the dragon bone, tears of despair welling up in his eyes. Could it be that he was simply too fatigued and in pain, conjuring illusions? That seemed improbable, given the clarity of the 2 prompt sounds. Why then was there no reaction in his mind? Could it be that his elder brother found him too embarrassing and had fled? A chill ran down Rhaego's spine. No, dear foster father, I can still be saved. System. System. In the midst of Rhaego's desperate calls, the long silent voice finally echoed once more in his mind. Ding. Energy absorption complete. System successfully activated. Host detected. Ding. System analysis in progress. Accompanying a flurry of prompt sounds, an ice blue high-tech panel suddenly materialized before Rhaego's eyes. Host, Rhaego Domnar. Gender, male. Age, 15. Bloodline, Valyrian Dragon King bloodline. Status, hungry, excited, critically ill. Ding. Weak life signal detected. Disease analysis in progress. Advanced stage of grayscale's disease. Mortality probability, 99. Searching for treatment options. A dizzying array of information flashed rapidly in his mind, amplifying Rhaego's already debilitating headache. Upon seeing the alarming 99 mortality rate, even a newfound system could not quell his rising panic. Thankfully, the system was still searching for a cure. It seemed there was still a glimmer of hope for salvation. Foster father, you must assist me. As his words faded, a crisp prompt chimed again in his mind. Ding. Treatment method determined. Bloodline evolution method. Strong blood and fire magical reactions detected nearby. Bloodline implantation in progress. Implantation progress. 1, 10, 30, 60, 99. Ding. Bloodline implantation complete. Data correction in progress. Correction complete. System consciousness detached. Intelligent management in progress. Wishing the host good fortune. No. Just as Rhaego was basking in the exhilarating sensation of activation, the system hastily concluded its tasks and abruptly ceased operations. Foster father, don't leave yet. At the very least, tell me how to utilize the system before departing. Yet, no matter how he called out, there was no further response from his mind. It appeared that this efficient auxiliary system had indeed fallen into slumber. Sighing in resignation, Rhaego begrudgingly accepted the current reality. Taking a deep breath to stabilize his tumultuous emotions, he became acutely aware of the pain radiating from his body and gritted his teeth to summon the panel. An ice blue light screen unfurled before him, encompassing all his current information. The initial lines remained unchanged, but beneath the entry for bloodline, Valyrian Dragon King bloodline, a new line emerged. Host, Rhaego Domnar. Gender, male. Age, 15. Bloodline 1, Valyrian Dragon King bloodline. Bloodline 2, origin of blood and fire, affinity for blood and fire magic. Current bloodline development progress. 1. Status, panic, hunger, excitement. Critically ill, origin of blood and fire. Rhaego gazed silently at the newly appeared bloodline name on the panel. An affinity for blood and fire magic. Was this not the hallmark of a natural dragon rider? However, what did this developmental progress signify? Had the system, after all its efforts, implanted an inactive bloodline? Staring at the glaring one beside the bloodline, he felt a wave of resignation wash over him. With his advanced grayscale's disease and a mortality rate of 99, the system had bestowed upon him an unactivated bloodline for salvation. Yet it failed to inform him of how to activate it. By the time the origin of blood and fire bloodline was fully activated, his body, Rhaego Domnar, might already be a decaying corpse. Rhaego stared blankly at the information on the panel, instinctively rubbing his face. The coarse texture he expected to feel was absent, and even the intense pain in his hands had vanished. Bolting upright, he raised his hands, illuminated by the glow of the distant magma, and marveled at his unexpectedly white and slender hands. The once densely packed gray-black scales had disappeared, along with the pus that seeped between them, and even the scars from childhood injuries had vanished. His hands now resembled those of a normal person, albeit slightly emaciated. After inspecting his hands repeatedly to confirm their restoration, Rhaego excitedly rolled up his sleeves, only to find that from his wrists upward, the gray stone scales still adorned his arms. Exhaling deeply, Rhaego felt a twinge of disappointment at the lack of restoration in his arms, yet the thrill within him remained unquenchable. The origin of blood and fire, Merely at one bloodline development, my hands have returned to normal. If this progress continues by the time the bloodline development reaches 10, there's hope for curing my grayscales disease. Rhaego mused excitedly. Thus, my next course of action is to uncover the method for activating the bloodline and to survive in this wretched place. Reclining on the ground, Rhaego gazed through the massive dragonbone eye socket at the dark red sky outside, suddenly feeling a sense of hope for the life ahead. A bloodline development progress of 1 implies that the system had likely implanted a completely undeveloped bloodline, which had only received some influence post-implantation to achieve a mere 1 development. The origin of blood and fire. This was the ancestral language of House Targaryen, denoting an affinity for both blood magic and fire magic. Rhaego suddenly recalled the initial prompt he had heard when the system first activated. Detection of blood and fire magical creature remnants. Energy absorption in progress. This referred to. Rhaego shifted his gaze to the enormous dragon bone upon which he resided. The remnants of blood and fire magical creatures undoubtedly referred to the colossal dragon skull before him, possibly with the body buried beneath the ground, and the energy was the residual magical energy within the skeleton. This meant that the development of the origin of blood and fire bloodline necessitated the absorption of blood and fire magic. It must be so. Blood magic and fire magic are the keys to unlocking the bloodline. Enlightened by this realization, Rhaego excitedly patted the dragon bone beside him. Although he had no knowledge of the current timeline within the narrative of Game of Thrones, even in the hundreds of years following the Doom, when magic had supposedly vanished, Rhaego felt no trepidation regarding the acquisition of blood and fire magic. For he now found himself in the ruins of Illyria, a veritable paradise for blood and fire magic, teeming with bizarre magical creatures, ideal nourishment for the development of his bloodline. Where there is a will, there is a way. Cool. A sporadic laughter echoed from the massive dragon head, carried by the sulphurous winds to distant places, drawing curious gazes, yet subdued by the oppressive presence of the dragonbone. Chapter 3. Foggy days are not suitable for going out. The following day, awash with excitement that rendered him sleepless, Rhaego stirred groggily, compelled by the thunderous growls emanating from his belly. Last night marked the most restful slumber since his arrival in this world. Devoid of the piercing howls that had plagued him and the torment of life and death, even the physical aches had conspired to facilitate a pleasant dream, having significantly lessened. Were it not for the relentless protest of his hunger, Rhaego believed he could have continued to sleep, struggling to emerge from the confines of his dragon spine. The sight before him posed a dilemma. It seemed that while he had been deep in slumber, the volcanoes scattered across Valyria had erupted once more. A thick shroud of volcanic ash, akin to dark clouds, completely obscured the sky, rendering the world a dismal gray and accentuating the eerie nature of the dilapidated ruins around him. Visibility was scarcely 5 meters, and the air was laden with the acrid scent of sulfur. Clearly, this was not an opportune moment to venture outside. Yet, the gnawing sensation of hunger was nearly unbearable, compounded by the fact that he had not had a proper drink of water in several days. Aside from a desperate act of drinking snake blood yesterday to alleviate his thirst, he had not ingested any moisture. In this realm besieged by volcanic magic, the sweltering heat was already unbearable. Without a means to replenish his fluids, Rhaego doubted he could endure much longer. Thus, he resolved to hunt. Perhaps the fusion with his system had enhanced his physical capabilities. Rhaego felt less fatigued and weakened than the previous day, as evidenced by his ability to scale a 4 or 5 meter high dead tree, an impossibility in his prior state. However, he regretted his haste. This weather was indeed ill-suited for his endeavors, yet it was a time of revelry for the natives of this forsaken land. He believed that since he intended to hunt magical creatures, a formidable weapon was essential, prompting him to return to the place where he had lain for 2 days to retrieve the sword left by his original self. Upon nearing the vicinity, he spotted 3 grotesque creatures resembling dogs congregating amidst the ruins where he had previously rested, sniffing around with fervor. Thus, the unfortunate Rhaego found himself targeted by this pack of wild dogs, drawn by the scent of blood. The tree he occupied, about 1 meter in diameter, with its bare crown and a few gnarled branches, fortuitously saved his life. With a resigned sigh, Rhaego lamented his ill fortune. Having been thrust into this world only to encounter a sickly feline form, he had finally received a glimmer of hope, only to be thwarted by a pack of dogs upon stepping outside. Truly, even drinking water felt like a struggle. He pushed against the tree trunk, retracting his dangling legs to avoid being bitten by the yelping beast below. In his former life, Rhaego had been a dog lover, although he had never owned one. He had always harbored immense goodwill and enthusiasm for dogs. Yet now, he felt no semblance of affection for the 3 beasts beneath him, for they were exceedingly repugnant. Their fur resembled a bird's nest ravaged by machine gun fire, disheveled and matted, revealing skin seeping with greenish pus. Their faces bore the marks of brutality, with protruding fangs and drool dripping to the ground, clearly lusting after the prey above. Their tails whipped like propellers, and Rhaego even suspected they might leap up to take a bite out of him. Ah, brethren, we are all but lost souls in this world. Why must we press each other so mercilessly? After waiting in vain for the 3 wretched canines to depart, Rhaego, in desperation, attempted to appeal to their better nature. Why not grant this humble brother a reprieve today? In the future, I shall repay your kindness manifold. He spoke to the crouching dogs below while fervently communicating with the system and the bloodline that coursed through him. Alas, neither the dogs nor his internal system responded. It seemed his system had indeed entered a dormant state, and not all magical creatures possessed the intelligence akin to dragons. The 3 hideous dogs were clearly uninterested in Rhaego, despite their unique appearances and the faint magical aura they emanated, perhaps a result of the cataclysmic magical turmoil that had befallen the world. Unfortunately, they did not comprehend human speech. Casting his gaze towards the towering volcanic peak in the distance, he faintly heard a high-pitched yet agonized howl emanating from that direction. Yet the imposing figure he had glimpsed soaring above him was nowhere to be seen. Disheartened, Rhaego lowered his gaze. He had hoped the commotion caused by the dragon he had seen daily a couple of days prior would scare away the 3 dogs below, but today, the dragon had failed to make an appearance. Perhaps it too deemed the fog-laden day unfit for flight. With a self-deprecating smile, Rhaego regarded the 3 wild dogs sprawled beneath him, his expression hardening. He could wait no longer. The branch upon which he precariously balanced offered little support, and the hunger in his belly intensified, causing mild cramping. If he continued to waste time with these beasts, he would only grow weaker. And should nightfall arrive with them still at his heels, chaos would ensue, and his demise would be inevitable. Resolute, Rhaego grasped a nearby dry branch, hoisted himself up, and perched on a tree fork, peering past the 3 dogs towards the spot where he had previously lain, where a dusty, long sword lay in wait. He needed to devise a strategy to retrieve that sword. Engaging in a fight with the 3 wild dogs unarmed would be tantamount to courting death. What means could he employ to divert their attention temporarily? Glancing down at his tattered clothing and then towards the distant sword, he steeled himself, muttering in a desperate bid, "I shall risk it all." Leaning against the tree trunk, he swiftly stripped off his shirt, revealing a gaunt upper body covered in gray scales. At that moment, he had no time to admire his skeletal physique. Instead, he twisted his shirt into a ball and with a grim determination, bit down on his left index and middle fingers. In an instant, blood welled from the wound, and Rhaego hastily drenched the shirt with it. The moment he bit into his finger, the 3 dogs below perked up, their nostrils flaring as they caught the scent, their 6 blood-red eyes fixating hungrily on Rhaego, drool uncontrollably dripping from their mouths, accompanied by low growls emanating from their throats. Seeing their attention fully diverted, Rhaego extended his left hand, allowing a few drops of blood to fall to the ground below. The dogs lunged forward, eagerly lapping up the earth and blood, their gaze intensifying with greed as they turned back towards Rhaego. Inhaling deeply, Rhaego slightly flexed his tingling legs, adjusting his stance for optimal readiness. He then hurled the blood-soaked shirt far away. Thud! The bald shirt landed more than 10 meters away, the rich scent of blood inciting the dogs to howl and race towards it, scrambling to tear into their prize. Seizing the moment, Rhaego swiftly descended from the tree, and just before hitting the ground, he leaped forward, not pausing to gauge the dog's reactions as he scrambled towards the long sword. The growls of pursuit closed in rapidly, and Rhaego could almost taste the foul stench of the beasts behind him. Summoning the last of his strength, he lunged forward, tumbling clumsily to his feet. The sword was within reach. Chapter 4. A narrow escape, yet alive. The long sword in hand, the fetid wind from behind surged forth like a bolt of lightning, sending a chilling sensation coursing through Rhaego's legs. With no time to adjust his unsteady stance, he leveraged the momentum of his roll to rise. Gripping his sword with both hands, he twisted his waist and executed a sweeping arc from right to left, unleashing a powerful strike. The sickening sound of steel piercing flesh accompanied the anguished howl of a wild dog as Rhaego's sword cleaved through its body, nearly severing the head from its shoulders. 2/3 of its skull lopped off before it crumpled to the ground in silence. However, Rhaego scarcely had a moment to assess his triumph. As he turned, searing pain radiated from his left leg, where the second wild dog had sunk its fangs deep in his calf, the force of the attack toppling him like a rag doll. The largest of the pack surged forward like an arrow, its gaping maw aimed directly at Rhaego's throat. In that instant, staring death in the face, a fierce will to survive ignited an adrenaline rush within him. He forcefully pushed off with his right foot, shifting his body sideways, narrowly evading the deadly bite that would have claimed his life. The wild dog's teeth, intended for his throat, instead found purchase on his shoulder. The sharp canines piercing through the gray scales of his skin, the friction between the bone and the teeth producing a nauseating grinding sound. The wild dog clamped onto his leg, viciously shaking its head, leaving Rhaego struggling to maintain his balance. He felt an intense heat radiating through his body, a constant buzzing in his ears drowning out the once unbearable pain. The metallic taste of blood filled his nostrils and mouth as the dog on his shoulder pressed down with its front paws, one claw digging into the scales on his chest while the other raked across his right arm, splitting the skin. He could not allow it to shake its head. Rhaego clenched his teeth, a singular thought consuming his mind. If the wild dog managed to thrash its head, it would surely rip his right arm from his body, a wound from which he would undoubtedly not survive. In a split second, as the dog prepared to unleash its deadly swing, Rhaego's left arm shot out, his hand gripping the wild dog's right ear firmly, yanking it violently to the left. The deep growl reverberated in his ear, the pain preventing the dog from shaking its head, its balance faltering as it stomped heavily on Rhaego's right arm, trying to regain its lethal maneuver. But it was too late. With a swift thrust, Rhaego's sword pierced through the wild dog's left shoulder and emerged from its right flank, beginning to rotate slowly within the wound. The creature howled in agony, relinquishing its grip on Rhaego's shoulder and collapsing to the ground in a pitiful heap. With a fierce pull, he withdrew the sword, disregarding the whimpers of the dying beast, and propped himself up with his left hand, shakily raising his sword high, pouring every ounce of his strength into a downward strike against the creature still tearing at his left leg. With a sound akin to a hot knife slicing through butter, the sword effortlessly severed the wild dog's neck, decapitating it entirely. Gasping for breath, Rhaego barely managed to support his faltering body, prying the dog's jaws from his leg and casting its head aside. Exhausted, he fell on the brink of unconsciousness. Yet he knew this was not the moment to relax. The scent of blood, mingled with the essence of his own magic, would soon attract an array of predators. And in his current state, he feared he could not even contend with a mere magical snake. He had to leave. Grasping the body of the wild dog he had just slain, he slashed its throat and greedily drank deeply from the flowing blood. Moments later, he pushed the lifeless creature away, and with the adrenaline still coursing through him, he struggled to rise, clutching his sword in one hand while dragging the smallest of the decapitated wild dogs with the other, gritting his teeth as he staggered toward the dragonbone. His left calf was nearly torn apart, his right shoulder bore a penetrating wound, and his collarbone felt fractured. The scales on his chest were shredded, oozing a mixture of pus and blood, rendering him a pitiful sight. Darkness crept into his vision, a buzzing filled his ears, and waves of agony from his injuries crashed over him. Yet he pressed on, finally reaching the dragonbone. With a weary thrust, he drove his sword into the ground, hoisted his feeble right arm, and with all his might, pushed the wild dog's carcass inside before laboriously crawling in after it. Ding! Host status abnormal. System forcibly ending sleep mode. Status check in progress. Ding! Host, Rhaego Domnar. Gender, male. Age, 15. Bloodline 1. Ancient Valyrian Dragon, King Bloodline. Bloodline 2. Bloodfire Symbiosis, Affinity for Bloodfire Magic, Current Bloodline Development Progress. 1. Status, Severely ill, critically injured, thirsty. Injury analysis in progress, analysis complete. Advanced stage of grayscale disease, torn muscles in the left calf, fractured leg bones, penetrating wound in the right shoulder, broken collarbone, torn muscles in the right arm, torn muscles in the left arm, fractured sternum, severe lacerations on the chest, contusions on the back muscles, excessive adrenaline secretion, multiple ruptured blood vessels, heart failure. Latent rabid transformation detected. Ding. Host has slain 3 low-intelligence blood magical creatures. Bloodfire Symbiosis Bloodline Development Progress increased by 0. 1. Injury recovery in progress. A cacophony of notifications echoed in Rhaego's mind. Yet he remained unresponsive, the culmination of fatigue from recent days, life-threatening injuries, and the side effects of excessive adrenaline, leaving him no choice but to succumb to sleep. With a series of crackling sounds, his shattered leg bones and torn muscles began to visibly mend at an astonishing rate, the penetrating wound in his shoulder gradually healing as small granulations formed, the fractured collarbone realigning, and the concave chest returning to its original state. The deep crimson blood that had poured from his orifices ceased its flow, and even the hair torn during the struggle began to regrow. Thump, thump. The steady rhythm of his heartbeat echoed once more within the dragon bone, followed by a resounding snore that filled the air, causing even the gray sky to appear a shade brighter. Chapter 5. The Morning of the Dragon. Rhaego Domnar awoke amidst a chorus of high-pitched roars. Startled, he turned and sat up, peering through the dragon bone above at the distant sky, where a colossal figure circled against the backdrop of the heavens, its thunderous roars resonating with pain and sorrow. Returning his gaze, Rhaego placed his hands on his previously injured shoulder and calf, astonished to find that the mangled parts had returned to their original state, even the gray scales regrown. With a mixture of disbelief and gratitude, he tapped the scales on his shoulder, marveling at the system's exceptional service. Murmuring to himself, he summoned the status panel in his mind. Host, Rhaego Domnar. Gender, male. Age, 15. Bloodline 1. Ancient Valyrian Dragon, King Bloodline. Bloodline 2. Bloodfire Symbiosis, Affinity for Bloodfire Magic. Current Bloodline Development Progress, 1-1. Status, Severely Ill, Thirsty. As expected, seeing the increase in his bloodline progress on the panel filled Rhaego with excitement, prompting him to clench his fist in triumph. The deductions he made were not unfounded. The creatures inhabiting the desolate ruins of Valyria had mostly been tainted by the arcane upheaval during the Cataclysm, despite the arduous task of slaying 3 wild dogs yielding a mere 0-1 increase in his bloodline progression. At least he had discerned the right direction. As he reached out to caress the dragon bone beside him, emanating a warm aura, Rhaego furrowed his brow in contemplation. Based on the energy absorption from the dragon bone upon the system's activation, it was evident that the magical essence contained within the dragon's remains was the most potent. However, the dragons of the Freehold had perished centuries ago, making the search for their remains a formidable challenge. Now, he was left with the dual task of hunting and gradually seeking out dragon bones, or perhaps. Rhaego's gaze was drawn once more to the sky. A piercing dragon's roar echoed, sending a jolt down his spine, compelling him to stifle any reckless thoughts. No, perhaps. Suppressing the urge for self-destruction, Rhaego crawled out from the dragon bone, retrieving the long sword he had left outside. He gathered some firewood from the surroundings and, upon returning, kindled a fire. He could only marvel at the capability and loyalty of the original owner's subordinates. The flint he discovered in his pack spared Rhaego from the embarrassment of attempting to start a fire by friction. Having likely surpassed his body's threshold for hunger, Rhaego felt little sensation in his stomach, yet this was not a positive sign. Rather, it was a miscommunication from his brain that led him to overlook this dire crisis. Fortunately, he had returned yesterday with a hard-fought quarry. Rhaego was unfamiliar with the art of butchering, having never witnessed skinning or filleting in either life, and at this moment, he had no desire to extend any semblance of dignity to the beast that had nearly crippled him. He raised the long sword and indiscriminately severed a dog leg, hastily stripping away the outer skin and fur, threading it onto the sword, and placing it over the fire to roast. The fervent flames greedily licked at the blood dripping from above, producing a series of crackling sounds. As the temperature escalated, a peculiar noise emanated from the meat on the sword. It was a sound nearly imperceptible, a faint, fragmented cry accompanied by a squirming sound, causing Rhaego's scalp to prickle with unease. The dog leg was alive. Numerous bumps, as small as grains of rice and as large as soybeans, erupted from its surface, pulsating and writhing, producing an exceedingly uncomfortable sound. Witnessing this, Rhaego's face turned green. After all, he had been drinking the blood of the wild dog just yesterday. Even though nothing abnormal had been detected on the panel previously, the scene before him now was utterly revolting. Trembling, Rhaego brought the long sword closer to the flames. And perhaps due to the rising temperature or an inability to endure the searing heat, the bumps burst before his eyes. A cacophony ensued. Insects with faces, serpents with hands, and worms with split mouths. A horde of twisted, slimy, indescribable creatures writhed, struggled, and rolled out from the meat on the sword. Ding! Warning! 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 The abrupt alert resounded in Rhaego's mind, startling him into hurling the long sword into the flames. The system has detected a cursed creature, the enemy of dragons. Host, please evacuate immediately. Please evacuate immediately. The system's prompt struck Rhaego with terror, and his weary body felt electrified, propelling him to scramble away with all his might. The swarm of creatures emerging from the roasted dog leg quickly covered the nearby carcass, and within moments, an even more horrifying scene unfolded before Rhaego's eyes. The half-meter-high dog carcass swelled like a balloon and exploded, unleashing countless twisted beings that swiftly scurried away, as if commanded to enshroud the nearby dragon bones. Amidst the rustling sounds, the once indomitable and majestic remains of the great dragon were devoured as if they were mere snowflakes. A group of these distorted creatures even turned their attention toward Rhaego. Damn, he turned and fled. System, what on earth are these abominations? Ding, cursed creatures. The remnants of the demon dragon. These magical beings only exist in Valyria, formed from the sacrificial flesh and souls of slaves struggling under Valyria's brutal rule. A grotesque amalgamation of fire and blood magic, twisted, violent, cruel, and repulsive. The bane of dragons, often lying dormant within small creatures, awakening upon contact with the power of the demon dragon, consuming all related to the demon dragon. The system's description left Rhaego gasping in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that such grotesque, yet diminutive cursed beings could be the nemesis of a creature as regal as a dragon. This revelation was as unbelievable as being told that an ant was the enemy of an elephant. Yet the system would not deceive him. Damn. Don't tell me I have a horde of these disgusting entities lying dormant within me. Hosts need not panic. Cursed creatures feast upon demon dragons and dragon king bloodlines, awakening from within with no dormant phase. Well then, that was a relief. Hearing this, Rhaego exhaled a sigh of relief. If a multitude of such loathsome beings were to slumber within his body, he would prefer death. So, it follows that the cursed creatures dormant in the wild dog's body were awakened by my blood? But why did they not react during the earlier struggle? I had lost more blood then. Ding. Host's blood vitality was insufficient to directly awaken the cursed creatures. They require exposure to high temperatures for awakening. Rhaego found himself at a loss for words. It seemed that his previous weakness had inadvertently saved his life. Gazing at the horde of twisted beings voraciously consuming the dragon bones, Rhaego felt his trypophobia flare. How to kill these things? Before the system could respond, Rhaego discovered the answer. As the dragon bones vanished entirely and no other traces of demon dragons could be sensed, the tide of creatures swiftly transformed into wisps of white smoke, dissipating cleanly as if they had never existed. Chapter 6. Journey to Fire Peak. The nauseating swarm of insects dissipated like smoke, and Rhaego cautiously surveyed the perimeter once more before weakly returning to his previous camp. The once towering and majestic dragon bones had completely vanished, leaving the ground in disarray, as if the colossal remains of the demon dragon had never existed at all. They had erased every trace of the dragon's presence. Rhaego stared blankly at the transformed camp. A profound fear surged uncontrollably from the depths of his heart. Staggering, he bent down to carefully retrieve a long sword that was slanted in the ground. It still gleamed coldly, and even the dog leg impaled on its tip bore only the minutest of punctures, showing no other signs of damage. Scanning his surroundings and then gazing at the sword in his hand, Rhaego hesitated, contemplating whether to take a bite of the dog meat. He had no strength left to hunt, and if he did not eat, starvation would ensue. Yet, consuming it was quite unappetizing. Damn it, people die. Birds fly to the sky. If one does not die, they endure for eternity. Let us do it, he declared, raising the dog meat on the sword before his eyes, closing them tightly, and biting down hard. Chew gag again. After a strenuous effort to swallow a sizable piece, Rhaego wiped his mouth with a grim face, feeling the long-lost warmth and satisfaction in his belly. And he let out a difficult sigh of relief. Having filled his stomach, Rhaego decided to sit down on the ground, propping himself against the pack left behind by his predecessor, and patiently awaited the restoration of his strength and spirit. Now, with the only relatively safe sanctuary of dragon bones having been thoroughly devoured by a horde of grotesque insects, Rhaego realized he must swiftly seek another refuge. Otherwise, in this wretched place, he could not possibly endure many more nights. The vast ruins of Valyria lay before him, and Rhaego found himself utterly disoriented, unsure of which direction to take in his quest to uncover the remains of a dragon, a task that seemed as futile as searching for a needle in a haystack. As he pondered this, a resounding roar echoed from afar. Unless, Rhaego lifted his gaze toward the towering volcano in the distance, a bold idea taking root in his mind. If he could not locate a dead dragon, perhaps a living one would suffice. Without hesitation, he resolved to act. After a brief respite, feeling sufficiently restored, Rhaego rose to organize the belongings left behind by his original self and his knights. He gathered all usable clothing and tools into a large bundle that he slung across his back. With his sword in hand, he cast one last glance at his surroundings before striding purposefully toward the east. His destination was the volcanic peak to the east. After several days of observation, he had concluded that this area not only served as a dragon's lair, but also emitted a white mist that suggested proximity to water, or perhaps even the sea. The presence of a sea offered him a chance of escape. After all, he had no desire to linger in this cursed place any longer. After walking for a short while, Rhaegos arrived at the spot where he had slain 3 wild dogs. He had taken one of the headless corpses with him, but upon returning just a day later, he discovered that the remaining bodies had vanished without a trace. Even the bloodstains had been completely washed away, leaving behind signs of excavation on the ground. Rhaegos cast a fleeting glance at the site where he had narrowly escaped death before continuing his journey eastward. He could sense an increase in the local wildlife. Rustling noises emanated from the nearby thicket, and perched on a gnarled branch was a hawk with crimson eyes, its sharp gaze fixed intently upon him. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the area, signaling that it was no longer a safe place to linger. It was prudent to retreat. Survival was paramount. Returning to Westeros, although not guaranteed to be a better fate, seemed infinitely preferable to remaining here. Rhaegos understood his precarious position as a non-Targaryen Valyrian bloodline in this world, compounded by the system's bestowal of a bloodline tied to fire and blood, which only exacerbated his plight. Among humanity, his non-Targaryen dragon bloodline would inevitably draw the ire and even persecution of House Targaryen. Fortunately, his silver hair provided a semblance of disguise. However, his true difficulties lay within the realm of dragons. Had he possessed only the Valyrian dragon bloodline, he might have commanded dragons without issue. Yet, the system's attempt to heal him had bestowed upon him a bloodline of fire magic affinity, which, while advantageous, was awkwardly mismatched to the timeline. In an ideal scenario, had the timeline been set during the age of free cities, the dragons born in an environment rich in blood magic would have felt a natural kinship with him, acknowledging him as one of their own. Alas, the age of free cities had long since perished. The most favorable timeline now was during Aegon's conquest, when a dragon born from Valyrian magical tides, such as Balerion the Black Dread, still roamed. Yet, Rhaegos knew he could never hope to control such a beast. If misfortune struck and he found himself in the timeline of Daenerys and Cersei's conflicts, it would still pose a challenge, as only 3 dragons remained, 2 of which had already met untimely ends, leaving the last one in a rebellious phase, hardly a significant threat to him. The real disaster would occur if he were to encounter the Targaryen family during this era, which boasted nearly 20 dragons, all of which were born in a time of waning magic, smaller, weaker, and less intelligent than their ancestors. For Rhaegos, possessing the bloodline of fire and blood made him a tantalizing target, akin to a tempting morsel for the dragons. The more placid dragons might exercise restraint, but those of a more tempestuous nature, like the likes of Vhagar or the fierce Drogon, could very well devour him upon sight. Of course, this was all contingent upon Rhaegos activating his bloodline, despite his currently diminished power. Although he could not remain weak indefinitely, the thought of being hunted by a dozen dragons left him with a throbbing headache. With a resigned sigh, Rhaegos glanced back at the ruins behind him, scanning for the predatory gazes lurking in the shadows, and with a determined grit, plunged into the forest ahead. Whatever monsters awaited him would have to be dealt with later. For now, survival was his only priority. Should he perish here, he would not even earn the right to feed a dragon. Rhaegos's silhouette vanished into the thick foliage, and moments later, the underbrush rustled violently as a wild dog leaped forth, keenly surveying its surroundings. It lowered its head to sniff at the spot where Rhaegos had stood, a fleeting glimmer of greed flashing in its crimson eyes. A low growl emanated from its throat, and then it dashed headlong into the dense thicket. The sound of crashing underbrush echoed as a pack of similar figures broke through the trees, carried by the scent of blood, swiftly following their leader into the depths of the forest. Chapter 7. The difficulty of the journey to cross the Yellow River with ice-clogged waters seems an insurmountable task. To ascend the Taihang Mountains blanketed in snow, a sentiment Rhaegos shared with the poet Libai, albeit with a stark difference. While Libai held on a hope that the winds would one day carry him forward, Rhaegos was consumed by a furious desire to vanquish the horde of beasts that pursued him. Since departing from the Dragonbone site 5 days ago and venturing into the forest, this pack of wild dogs had clung to him like a persistent curse, trailing him by day and launching nocturnal assaults. Over these 5 days, Rhaegos had dispatched 7 of their kin, yet these relentless creatures refused to relent, following him with an unyielding fervor. Finally, this evening, exhausted and famished, Rhaegos decided to stand his ground. He spent some time gathering firewood and dry grass in a relatively open area, then climbed a large tree at the center, awaiting the approach of his relentless pursuers. Darkness fell quickly, enveloping the woods in an impenetrable shroud. Rhaegos chuckled grimly as he spotted dozens of glowing green eyes circling around him. He retrieved a flint from his pocket, igniting a piece of cloth before tossing it into the pile of dry kindling below. The dry wood caught fire almost instantaneously, and soon, A roaring inferno encircled the tree where Rhaego's perched. The flickering flames illuminated the snarling faces of the wild dogs, who barked menacingly, yet hesitated before the blaze. Their mouths agape with desperation. Rhaego's regarded the wretched beasts with cold disdain, drawing his sword and slicing his palm, allowing his blood to drip onto the earth below. The falling blood, akin to celestial nectar, released an irresistible scent that beckoned the wild dogs. Unable to resist, one dog leaped through the flames, howling as it lunged for the blood. Following its lead, the rest of the pack surged forward, crossing the fiery barrier in their eagerness to claim the offering. Rhaego's, perched high upon the tree branch, watched with a grim satisfaction as the greedy creatures fought for his life's essence, tightening his grip to ensure his blood flowed freely. Feast upon it, all of you. This is your ransom for my life. Beneath the tree, a cacophony of dogs clamored as they licked the blood, while the surrounding flames radiated an intense heat. In a moment, a dreadful and grotesque creature awakened, its gaze surveying the area darkening abruptly, enveloping the forest in an eerie silence. The once howling pack of dogs fell silent, replaced by a disconcerting rustling sound emanating from beneath the tree. Then, like bubbles bursting, a dozen wild dogs exploded forth, cursed creatures, as the remnants of the dragon's wrath surged out in a dense wave. Meanwhile, Rhaego, perched on the tree, had already utilized the remaining progress of his bloodline the moment he sensed the impending threat. His wounds healed instantaneously, and he shut his eyes, choosing to disregard the hell unfolding below, leaning wearily against the trunk, surrendering to a semblance of rest. The horrors beneath were of no concern to Rhaego. After all, the system had assured him that the cursed creature's consumption occurred from within, and with no parasites residing in his body, he felt little to fear. Time passed, and when Rhaego finally opened his eyes, the forest was bathed in the hues of dawn. The fire circle beneath had long extinguished, and due to his prior choice of an open area, he was fortunate that no great blaze had ensued. The once formidable pack of wild dogs had been reduced to mere dismembered remains, devoid of their previous ferocity. Stretching his stiff limbs, Rhaego descended from the tree, gathering branches to reignite a fire, expertly skewering a piece of meat to roast. Ding! Detected host has slain 12 low-intelligence blood magic creatures. Bloodfire lineage development progress, 0-3. Current progress, 16. A belated notification. Sated, Rhaego extinguished the fire, gathered his belongings, and set forth once more in the predetermined direction. The foul crocodile seeks to ambush me. So large, I cannot provoke it. I shall flee. And you, long serpent, dare to bully me? Ha! A mere hatchling crocodile. Debts must be repaid, devoured. Curse that wretched eagle for its surprise attack. Is it a person? A gray-scaled, sickly zombie? My apologies, brother. Tiger, spare my life. How do you resemble a dog so closely? Could you be a progeny of an old acquaintance? Death has its own path. What a splendid fox. Come here, dear. Dare you bite me? Meet your end. It has been proven that when one is alone in the wild, it is best to avoid venturing deep into uncharted forests, lest one be swallowed by regret. After much effort in vanquishing the wild dog pack, Rhaego journeyed towards the eastern fire peak, treading cautiously by day and resting atop great trees by night. The mountain seemed deceptively near, the dragon's wings casting shadows over him. Yet despite a month of arduous travel, he had yet to arrive. But he was on the brink of surrender, passing through a swamp. A crocodile several meters long ambushed him, claiming his left leg. In the thickets, a venomous snake, crimson in hue, bit him, leaving him disoriented. At a small pond, a crocodile about a meter long severed his left thumb. While sleeping, a massive eagle struck him on the crown. In the ruins, a horde of gray-scaled zombies assailed him, nearly consuming him. Passing through a ravine, a tiger carried him away, costing him his left arm before he escaped. A small wild dog sought vengeance, only to call for its parent. At last, he encountered a delicate little fox, hoping to acquire a pet fitting for a hero, only to find a glutton, its mouth gaping wider than his head. The road is fraught with difficulty. So many paths, where do I stand now? Were it not for the diminishing strength and rarity of beasts encountered as he neared the fire peak, Rhaego would hardly believe he could persist. Anyone subjected to daily, inventive deaths, even with a system to spare their life, would surely find the pain undeniable, and ambition would dwindle. My enthusiasm has long been worn down. Time, like the little white dragon leaping over the eagle's cry gorge, swiftly passed, and nearly half a year had gone by. Though he had not witnessed snow, the vitality of the surroundings visibly waned, and the gradually cooling weather signaled to Rhaego that the first winter of his existence in this world had arrived. One day, after a grueling trek, Rhaego carelessly found a branch to climb and sleep upon, confident that the system could save him as long as he was not entirely devoured. The following day, a tremendous wind accompanied a high-pitched wail, rousing the slumbering Rhaego. Blinking away the fog of sleep, he beheld a colossal dragon circling above the towering fire peak. Rhaego finally discerned the dragon's distinct features, its body cloaked in crimson scales akin to ancient armor, albeit with imperfections. Its menacing horns curved like scimitars, their tips branching out and emitting a chilling glow, while its broad, fearsome head bore an imposing, triangular visage like a weapon of slaughter. Yet this weapon had dulled. Its wings were riddled with holes, its belly sagged, and the skin of its neck was wrinkled. Rubbing his distance-weary eyes, Rhaego eagerly looked up again, only to lock gazes with a pair of golden-red eyes. Donji. Chapter 8. The Dragon's Soul. Caught unawares. The dragon roared upon spotting Rhaego in the tree, spreading its wings heavily and turning to fly towards him. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them vanished. The overwhelming presence of a top-tier predator sent tremors through Rhaego's calves, yet he fought to control the urge to flee, gripping his sword tightly, his gaze fixed on the rapidly approaching behemoth. A feeling from the depths of his bloodline indicated that the colossal creature bore no malice. The dragon's approach stirred fierce winds, causing Rhaego's silver hair to dance wildly, while the potent sense of sulfur and decay assaulted his senses. The crimson dragon descended from the heavens like a deity, landing heavily beside the tree where Rhaego perched. The awe of observing it from a distance paled in comparison to the shock of encountering the red dragon up close. Its fearsome head exhaled scorching dragonfire as it leaned in closer, its piercing vertical pupils scrutinizing the diminutive silver-haired human before it. The intense heat of its fiery breath enveloped Rhaego, whose body stiffened as the dragon casually sniffed around him. A dragon. The true dragon of the Game of Thrones world. Rhaego felt his heart race with exhilaration, convinced he might burst from excitement. The dual influence of his noble Valyrian bloodline and the Bloodfire lineage rendered the colossal creature's demeanor visibly more relaxed, tranquil, even gentle. Rhaego's distinctive silver hair and the warmth emanating from his bloodline caused the red dragon to lower its guard completely, its ancient eyes filled with a profound, inexplicable emotion as they gazed intently at the rigid Rhaego. Suddenly, the dragon raised its head high, unleashing a torrent of crimson flames that surged skyward like molten lava. Roar! The dragon's resonant roar caused Rhaego's ears to ring, yet also allowed his body to gradually relax. He sensed the red dragon's goodwill, interpreting the excitement and sorrow within its voice. Feeling a sense of security wash over him, Rhaego finally relaxed, ready to closely observe this remnant of the Valyrian freehold's war machine, a marvel of creation. Yet, upon examining the dragon more closely, Rhaego realized that this gargantuan creature, capable of dominating the world, seemed to be in dire trouble. What he could only perceive as a simple outline from afar now revealed itself to be a far graver issue than mere age. From head to tail, the dragon's immense body, measuring over 100 meters, bore countless minute wounds, crisscrossing and densely packed, save for its fearsome head, which had somehow escaped unscathed. Though these injuries appeared insignificant on the dragon's colossal form, each wound, if isolated, could easily cleave Rhaego in twain. According to the dragon's remarkable regenerative abilities, even if its wings were fractured, as long as they remained attached to its body, it should be able to recuperate in a short period. Yet, the wounds on the crimson dragon exhibited no signs of healing. Rather, they perpetually oozed blood and emitted a pungent stench of decay. While Rhaego meticulously scrutinized the crimson dragon, this ancient creature, whose age was indeterminate but undoubtedly venerable, gradually lowered itself against the grand tree where Rhaego stood, gently burying its head beneath its wing. At this moment, Rhaego had completely relinquished his reservations. Being a visitor from another world, he was accustomed to the insatiable curiosity and fervent desire for exploration of his people. To put it plainly, they were like tigers. Swiftly descending from the tree, Rhaego approached with keen interest. The once mighty dragon's back was now marred by numerous jagged fissures, each crack nearly engulfing every scale, with a continuous seep of purulent fluid mingled with blood, presenting a rather disconcerting sight. Rhaego was profoundly intrigued by the nature of the force that had inflicted such grievous wounds upon Soul, as the remnants of this power rendered her incapable of recovery. Indeed, from this point forth, he would refer to this dragon as Soul. Rhaego Domnar, scion of the Valyrian bloodline, had unilaterally bestowed upon this magnificent beast its true name. Gingerly extending his hand, just as Rhaego contemplated lifting a scale to examine the wound closely, Soul suddenly stirred, withdrawing her massive head from beneath her wing and gently nudging Rhaego backward with a swift motion of her formidable snout. The slight force, trivial for the dragon, nonetheless caused Rhaego to stagger. But what astonished him more was the clarity with which he sensed Soul's emotions and intentions in his mind. Danger, distance, and affection. Such profound intelligence. Rhaego marveled at the extraordinary wisdom of this powerful being born during the era of the Valyrian freehold. Yet the message she conveyed deepened the furrows of concern upon his brow. A force so perilous that even a dragon recognized it. Should he continue to observe? Without a moment's hesitation, Rhaego resolved that he could not retreat. This was a dragon, the most authentic Valyrian dragon. Following the fall of the freehold, it seemed that only Balerion and Soul remained among the ancient Valyrian dragons. Oh, but wait, there was another on Dragonstone, a savage, gluttonous creature. Yet at this moment, here lay an unclaimed dragon, one that had shown a degree of affinity toward him. Although he was unaware of Balerion's true magnitude, he sensed that Soul might possess power surpassing even that of Balerion. With such a dragon before him, Rhaego found no reason to falter, especially with the support of his system. Though he had made his decision, Rhaego repeatedly reminded himself to remain cautious. Retrieving the long sword that lay nearby, he confirmed that Soul did not exhibit any signs of wariness or hostility toward the blade, nor did she reject his intent to touch her with it. Gently, he lifted a scale the size of a human head with the tip of his sword. The sight revealed beneath the scale caused his expression to darken with alarm. Cursed creatures, the bane of dragons. The first time he encountered such abominations was after he had fought valiantly against 3 wild dogs, during which these grotesque entities emerged from the carcass, swiftly devouring a dragon skeleton. The second occasion occurred when he had summoned them with his own blood, employing their power to eliminate the pack of wild dogs pursuing him. This was now the third time Rhaego had witnessed these hideous, twisted beings. They were the nemesis of dragons, the arch-enemies of the dragonkind. Rhaego could hardly fathom the excruciating agony Soul must have endured while being nearly entirely consumed by these vile parasites. Sensing the sorrow in Rhaego's heart, Soul's massive head gently approached, her cheek brushing against his side, gazing at this gentle giant, who, despite their first encounter, exhibited such tenderness. Rhaego tenderly caressed her large head while mentally inquiring with the system. System, if a dragon is infected by a cursed creature, is there still hope for salvation? System? Beep. Searching for countermeasures in response to host's inquiry. Beep. A dragon infected by the bane of dragons will not die immediately. The cursed creature will systematically dismantle the dragon's ability to fly, devouring its magic, flesh, and blood, ultimately leading to the dragon's demise over a prolonged period of torment, which could last from a decade to a century, depending on the dragon's strength. A century of suffering? Rhaego could not help but lament the cruelty of the rulers of the freehold and the viciousness of the slaves subjugated by the Valyrian dragonlords. The bane of dragons, a creature whose existence signified the annihilation of dragons, lay dormant within their prey, infiltrating the dragon's body. As it awakened in the heat of magic, it crippled the dragon's ability to soar, forcing them to consume prey tainted with cursed beings, thereby exacerbating the infection until the dragon succumbed to prolonged torment, leaving no trace of their remains. Taking a deep breath to dispel the gloom that enveloped his heart, Rhaego resumed his gentle caresses upon Soul, who had once again buried her head beneath her wing. System, is there still a chance for Soul? Chapter 9, Development Progress, 10. Beep. The host's bloodline development must reach 50. The magical tier in the blood will elevate to a higher rank, at which point low-tier magical creatures can be expelled. Yes. The system's response ignited a spark of excitement in Rhaego. As long as he could advance his bloodline development to 50%, the magical factors within his blood would ascend to a higher tier, enabling him to expel the cursed creatures infesting Soul. By the way, system, can you assess Soul's condition? How much time do I have? Please have the host place their hand upon the object to be examined. Upon hearing this, Rhaego hastily placed his right hand upon the exposed scales of Soul's head. Beep. Magical creature detected. Species, cursed dragon. Current form, female dragon. Age, 220. Length, 160 meters. Wingspan, 400 meters. Current state, happy, elderly, exhausted, in pain, severely injured. Predicted remaining lifespan, 10 years. 10 years. Soul could endure for another decade. Even if she could not soar beyond Valyria to hunt, forced to consume prey tainted by cursed beings, he still had 5 or 6 years to elevate his bloodline development to 50%. At that point, he would possess the most formidable dragon in the world. Rhaego recalled a statistic he had stumbled upon previously. Balerion, known as the Black Dread, was the most powerful dragon of House Targaryen, having lived to 200 years, with a length of 150 meters and a wingspan of 380 meters. In contrast, Soul surpassed Balerion in both length and wingspan. Certainly, she was older, but that merely indicated greater combat experience, did it not? With this thought, Rhaego could not suppress his laughter. As he gently stroked Soul's rough scales, he envisioned himself riding the largest dragon in the world, alongside Soul, conquering Westeros, defeating the Night King, ruling over the Dothraki, and becoming the sole king of the realm. Ha ha ha. The ancient, solitary, and suffering Crimson Dragon Soul awaited her companion, her knight, while the eager Rhaego Domnar found himself fortuitously encountering his most powerful talisman. The bond between one man and one dragon was indeed mutual, a convergence of destinies. Thus, in the days that followed, amidst the ruins of Illyria, one could often witness a remarkable sight: a boy of 15 or 16 astride an enormous, ancient dragon, pursuing a group of unfortunate small creatures on the ground to hunt. The dragon would sporadically unleash torrents of flame, scorching the earth into a barren expanse, occasionally pausing to allow the boy to take action himself. As I traversed the marshlands, I exclaimed, "Ah, it is you who dares to feast upon the left leg of the dragon rider. Your crocodilian existence ends here, passing through the thickets." The entire crimson-hued family of venomous serpents was obliterated by Dragonfire. Approaching a small pond, a single breath of Dragonfire evaporated the waters, along with the entire crocodile clan, ascending them into the heavens. Atop the cliff's peak, amidst the ruins, a colossal eagle was pursued to the point of desperation, with nowhere to flee. The tormented gray-scaled zombie, lurking in the shadows, met its end. The tiger in the ravine became mere roasted meat upon the branches. A small wild dog successfully etched the memory of the silver-haired demon's massacre into its mind. Even the delicate little fox, with its elegant features, found its head severed by a laughing Rhaego's blade. The young boy, having claimed his dragon, finally liberated himself, repaying all the grievances and pains he had endured along his journey, avenging every slight and resentment in kind, with interest. In a fleeting moment, the once thriving forest on the western side of the Fire Peak transformed into a veritable forbidden zone. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have perfectly mastered the dragon and subdued a formidable magical creature. Bloodline development progress is at 10. Current development progress is at 12. During this period, Rhaego hunted while riding Soul, honing their synergy. Now, with their bond fully embraced, he finally heard the system's melodious notification. Leaning comfortably against Soul's flank, he playfully tapped on the hardened gray scales beneath his clothing and chuckled. "Ha! Soul, once I completely cure your grayscale affliction, I shall lead you to ravage the entire Valyrian Peninsula. We shall slay tigers when we meet them, and wolves when we encounter them, while also seeking out the remains of other dragons. I am confident we shall soon develop our bloodline to 50, and then I will be able to save you." Listening to his young master, Soul's weary yet gentle eyes blinked softly, responding with a few huffs of breath. Suddenly, Rhaego recalled something. "Wait, hold on. System, didn't you say that reaching 10 bloodline development would completely cure my grayscale disease? Now it's at 12. You can't be deceiving me, can you? System?" An awkward silence ensued. Ding! Detection confirms host bloodline development has reached 12, fulfilling the conditions for curing the disease. Grayscale disease is currently being healed. Rhaego rolled his eyes in exasperation, then excitedly sat up, swiftly shedding his garments. As the system's notification faded, a surge of searing energy coursed through his veins, rapidly enveloping his skin. Almost immediately, an intense pain erupted, far more excruciating than the agony of his previous lost limbs. In an instant, beads of sweat drenched his long hair. His clenched jaw creaked under the pressure, and his body trembled violently in response to the torment. His eyes rolling back in his head. Soul, sensing Rhaego's distress, suddenly roused, the fiery dragon breath brewing in her throat. She anxiously nudged her head towards Rhaego's face, observing his contorted expression, and let out a worried roar. System, I... Before he could finish his sentence, Rhaego succumbed to the intensifying agony and fainted. Just before losing consciousness, he cursed the system 1,000 times in his mind, regretting not opting for Yor's approach and simply tearing the grayscales away. Although that too was painful, it surely couldn't compare to the system's method. Time lost meaning as Rhaego awakened, bare in Soul's lair, the stinging sensations long vanished. The once ugly grayscales had completely disappeared, replaced by healthy, fair skin. Months of hunting had sculpted robust muscles on his youthful frame, with 8 sculpted abs reminiscent of a masterpiece, both handsome and powerful. His previous garments were nowhere to be found. likely discarded by Soul when she brought him back from the forest. He hastily donned fresh clothing from his pack and seized the sword propped nearby before striding out of the lair. Sol, upon emerging, Rhaego beheld Soul's immense form sprawled upon a vast platform, and in an instant, his demeanor shifted to one of gravity. For Soul's current posture was indicative of a dragon in a state of high alert, her top body poised for aerial combat. Rhaego hastened towards her, swiftly climbing onto her back, and peered into the distance in the direction of Soul's gaze. Just then, a defiant, thunderous roar pierced Rhaego's ears. At the far end of the ruins, a massive, ominous figure emerged from the shadows, as imposing as the night sky itself. Chapter 10, Dragon. Dragon. A colossal, pitch-black, unfamiliar dragon. This was a mature dragon, hailing from ancient Valyria, even though the uninvited guest had merely appeared on the distant horizon. The faint stirrings of excitement deep within Rhaego's bloodline conveyed that this newcomer was akin to Soul. Was it foe? Was it friend? The black dragon's enormous wings beat fiercely as it approached the fire peak at remarkable speed. Soul too felt the threat of the newcomer, snorting heavily, her wings fluttering slightly, and a deep roar of warning resonated from her throat. Rhaego understood he could wait no longer. He could not entrust his and Soul's safety to the intentions of the approaching dragon. Should the black dragon harbor hostility, allowing it to close the distance could leave Soul with no chance to take flight before sustaining grave injury. Soul, advance! Rhaego's commanding voice rang out in the high-pitched Valyrian tone. Soul roared lude, flapping hermitivins. The massive crimson dragon lifting off the ground with the grace of a mountain, charging towards the dark silhouette. As they drew nearer, Rhaego was finally able to discern the features of the incoming dragon. What met his gaze was the fearsome visage of a wolf-like dragon head. With horns that resembled blades standing tall, its pupils narrowed into slits, exhibiting intense vigilance due to Rhaego and Soul's approach, accompanied by a series of fierce roars filled with warnings and threats. Compared to his own fiery red dragon, Soul, the black dragon appeared slightly smaller, lacking in height and length, as well as the vast wingspan that Soul possessed. Nevertheless, it remained a formidable specimen, undoubtedly one of the last remnants of the ancient Valyrian dragons. Ascend, Soul! As the two dragons drew ever closer, their roars grew increasingly frantic and urgent. Rhaego wished to avoid any unnecessary conflict with this healthy and robust foreign dragon. Soul was ancient, even older than the legendary black dragon, Balerion, who perished at the age of 200 in the world of Game of Thrones, being 20 years her senior. She had long suffered under the torment of cursed creatures, and her strength was surely a far cry from her prime. Rhaego feared for his life, and more so, feared for Soul's safety. And the Black Death? Soul, ascend! With Rhaego's repeated commands, Soul suppressed her inner desire for battle, tilting her head back to let out a thunderous roar, her massive form climbing rapidly into the sky. Roar! The pitch-black dragon bellowed as it swiftly passed just below Soul, and in the fleeting moment of their pass, Rhaego glanced down to see the silhouette of a silver-haired young girl upon the back of the black dragon. Targaryen! Without a moment's hesitation, Rhaego instantly recognized the identity of the dragon rider atop the black dragon. After the fall of the freehold of Valyria, the dragon royalty had suffered near total annihilation. Perhaps a few fortunate souls, like Rhaego's ancestors, managed to escape the cataclysm, but they would never possess a dragon, except for the exiles who fled to Dragonstone. Heeding the warnings of Daenerys Targaryen, the last scion of the Targaryen bloodline, Targaryen, the dragon rider of the Targaryen family, a colossal and formidable black dragon, was born during the cataclysmic era of the Valyrian Empire, harboring a surging reservoir of magical power within. The identity of this black dragon is unmistakably revealed: Balerion, the Black Dread, the last surviving dragon among the 5 that accompanied the exiled Aegon Targaryen to Dragonstone. It was the dragon of the conqueror Aegon Targaryen, the mightiest in the Conquest War and the most powerful dragon in the annals of Targaryen history, as well as the most formidable dragon ever known in the distant history of Westeros. Although the memories of Rhaego's subsequent generations lack any mention of a female knight associated with Balerion, this in no way diminishes the cautious mindset that has taken root. At the twilight of its life, the Black Dread could scarcely manage the short flight from King's Landing to Dragonstone. Yet in this moment, it was capable of soaring to the far reaches of Valyria alongside its rider, indicating that what stood before Rhaego was not an aging dragon on the brink of death, but rather a war machine at the zenith of its power. No, Balerion! The girl's voice cried out, strained, with a roar that echoed through the air. The furious growl of Soul reverberated beneath them, followed by a torrent of searing dark flames surging from the dragon's maw. In the throes of their first dragon battle, Rhaego was caught off guard, but the seasoned soul swiftly dove to the right, utilizing gravity to evade the fiery onslaught. Rhaego narrowly escaped a brush with death, his throat dry and the acrid scent of sulfur igniting his rage. So, increase the distance, Rhaego commanded loudly in High Valyrian, as he and his dragon pulled back to prepare for their inaugural confrontation in the skies. A thunderous roar from Valyrian resonated through the clouds, perhaps signaling the girl's realization that she could not dissuade the rebellious beast beneath her. In the next moment, two powerful incantations in High Valyrian rang out almost simultaneously. Dracaries. The conflagration of red and black flames collided with tremendous force, engulfing both dragon riders entirely. Rhaego felt the searing heat against his skin. The dense volcanic ash in the battlefield was scattered by the shockwave of their fiery clash, allowing long-lost sunlight to beam down once more. As the flames from Valyrian and Soul dissipated equally, the fearsome visage of the Black Dread emerged from the smoke, its sharp claws poised to strike with a glint of menace. So, without waiting for Rhaego's warning, Soul roared and charged forward. The violent impact was accompanied by the shattering of dragon scales and the splattering of dragon blood. As Valyrian's claws sank deep into Soul's shoulder, while Soul's talons embedded into Valyrian's left neck, their serrated claws mercilessly tearing through flesh, hot dragon blood spraying in all directions. The two largest dragons in existence entwined, spiraling and biting as they plummeted toward the massive volcanic peak below. Dragon blood rained down upon Rhaego, scorching his skin, while the cursed creature dwelling within Soul's flesh writhed and splattered blood upon him, burrowing into his very being. Alarms blared in his mind, a cacophony of roaring dragons. The tearing of flesh, the sizzle of charred bodies, the girl's anguished screams, and the urgent warnings of the system. Rhaego felt as though an atomic bomb had been forcibly implanted in his mind, and at last, with a resounding boom, his consciousness shattered. Soul nearly ripped through Valyrian's left side, but age and affliction hindered him. Valyrian's talons raked across his shoulder, tearing open his abdomen. The two dragons bellowed as they disengaged. Valyrian, like a defeated general, lamenting as he wobbled away into the distance. Soul roared, asserting his dominance, his battered form circling the towering volcanic peak. Dragon blood pouring like rain, igniting the flora below, until the once mighty black dragon faded from view. The crimson dragon lamented, calling for its rider, spinning helplessly before crashing heavily into the volcanic lake. Tupte unza, flooding moments. Warning, warning, cursed creatures invading. Cursed creatures invading. Warning, warning, host severely burned. Flesh disintegrating. Bones fracturing. Consciousness dissipating. Host nearing death. Host nearing death. System self-preservation. System self-preservation. Detecting magical creature blood. Energy absorption in progress. Insufficient energy. Detecting dying magical creature. Energy plundering in process. No resistance detected. Energy acquisition complete. Detecting deceased magical creature carcass. Energy absorption in progress. Ding. Congratulations. Host has received a boon from a high-level magical creature. Bloodline development progress 8. Current bloodline development 20. Counter-invasion protocol initiated. Cursed creatures expelled. Body recovery in progress. Recovery complete. Detecting host consciousness in slumber. Attempting to awaken. Awakening failed. Attempting to awaken. Awakening failed. Attempting to awaken. 56 years into the conquest, on the 13th of April, the weather was cold and dreary. Here stands Maester Baelor, hand of the king and prime minister of the Seven Kingdoms. A year after departing King's Landing, the Black Dread Valyrian returned with Princess Arya. The scene was one that was unbearable to behold. The left side of the dragon's body was nearly torn apart by jagged, serrated wounds, with hot dragon blood gushing forth, steaming in the air. Princess Arya resembled a roasted fowl, unrecognizable to anyone. The poor princess had hair that was sparse and tangled, her limbs scorched into mere sticks. As she slid helplessly from the dragon's back, crying for help, servants caught the unfortunate child as she sobbed, her immense suffering rendering her nearly speechless. A nearby guard later informed me that the princess kept repeating, "I didn't mean to." Something writhed within her, her body slowly withering, trembling violently as she endured unimaginable agony. Maester Benifer administered poppy milk to her and immersed her in ice water to lower her temperature. But she felt as though she were on fire. Her skin was flushed a deep crimson, her skeletal frame devoid of flesh, the entire being gaunt and emaciated. Her body swelled outward, skin bulging and retracting repeatedly, as some living thing twisted and writhed within her, the poppy milk unable to alleviate her torment. Her flesh began to rupture, akin to roasted pigskin, her orifices emitting wisps of smoke, her eyeballs bursting forth, revealing face-like worms and hand-like serpents, those grotesque, slimy, and indescribable beings writhing, struggling, and rolling out from her very flesh, emitting high-pitched, unsettling cries before all succumbing to the ice. 56 years into the conquest. On the 13th of April, the day was overcast. Here stands Rhaego Targaryen, king of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm. The king of the Seven Kingdoms lost his beloved princess, yet death is an inevitable fate for all, Targaryens included. More importantly, Balerion was grievously wounded, the mightiest, fiercest, and most cunning black dragon in Westeros, the undisputed sovereign of the skies, returned injured after a year away from King's Landing. This was the work of a dragon. As a pure-blooded Targaryen, I am convinced that it was the doing of a dragon, that jagged, immense wound, the mark of a powerful and brutal unknown dragon that could withstand Balerion. I can sense a faint hint of fear emanating from Balerion. Fear? For what? Was it the dragon that wounded him, or something else entirely? The Valyrian Peninsula? The Smoking Sea? That decrepit forsaken land? 56 years into the conquest, on the 13th of April, the weather was gloomy. Here stands Rhaena Targaryen, dragon rider. I have lost my beloved daughter, never having had the chance to bid her a final farewell. It is hard to fathom that the ashes before me once belonged to my enchanting, whimsical, and kind-hearted little princess. I ride the fiery dream, scattering my yearning daughter to the winds, hoping that her suffering and fear may find solace in the breezes of Westeros, and may the stranger treat her kindly. The malevolent dragon that brings ruin is confined within a cage, and the stranger shall not spare him. I shall spend the remainder of my days in the Widow's Tower at Harrenhal, where unfamiliar spirits shall not disturb my peace. Here lies Rhaenyra Targaryen, a mother who will forever cherish the memory of her daughter, the kingdom's ethereal spirit, the gentle princess who longed to soar, Rhaego Targaryen. In the year 56 of the conquest, on the 13th of June, under a chill sky, I am Ashley Cole, the first of the Kingsguard. A dragon has taken residence within the lair, the first since its construction, a dread creature known as Vhagar, infamous across the lands of Westeros. It is grievously wounded, possibly cursed. As I discreetly observed during feeding, this mightiest dragon of Westeros bears wounds that refuse to heal. Beneath its scales writhe a monstrous presence, and it is in excruciating agony, its massive scales being torn away by its own claws. The frantic scratching offers no relief to its twisted form. I hear the dragon's roars incessantly, making sleep elusive. How can it be that a dragon, as powerful as Vhagar, Westeros' harbinger of death, a devotee of the stranger, an agent of blood and fire, would suffer in such a manner? Am I truly feeling pity for a dragon? I find myself feeling sympathy for a dragon. To maintain the alignment, I shall also pen a section. In the 56th year of the conquest, on the 3rd of April, on a clear day, I am the system. My host joyfully rides the dragon, only to encounter a formidable black dragon from beyond. Perhaps the curse upon souls being has provoked the black dragon's severe discomfort, causing it to spiral out of control. The poor girl cannot contain it. My host endures a blast of Dragonfire. Isn't the blood of the dragon supposed to be unburned? The system is perplexed. His skin ignites. Soul engages the black dragon. Her blood is toxic, riddled with impurities. Indeed, all three, one host and two dragons, are inevitably infected. The black dragon flees. My host is left half burned, then penetrated by the intensely active remnants of the dragon's sorrow. My warnings prove futile. Alas, soul falls. My host becomes collateral damage, and, at that moment, he is flattened. I hastily rush to his aid. He is on the brink of death, and so am I, sigh. This host is truly difficult to manage. I have lost count of how many times I've saved him. Soul senses my presence. I require her strength and magic. Though it will cost her life, she consents without a moment's hesitation. Poor, kind girl. The host is revived, but it seems he perished too swiftly. His consciousness dissipates, and I must await his gradual reconstitution. 3 months have elapsed, and the host remains dormant. The little girl is gone, having slain lesser magical beings. Let's not count the progress of her bloodline development. Let this serve as a requiem. 38 years have passed. How dreadfully dull. Cough, cough. Ding. Congratulations to the host for indirectly slaying a high-tier magical being. Bloodline development progress increases by 5. Current progress, 27. The black dragon has also met its demise. The dragon's sorrow, aside from this system, those infected must perish. Sigh. attempting to awaken. Awakening failed. Attempting to awaken. Awakening failed. Attempting to awaken. Chapter 12. The Stepstones. In the 111th year of the conquest, the winds of the narrow sea lash against the waves, crashing upon the islands, striving to drown out the cries of battle echoing along the shores. With a swift stroke, I sever the head of a knight from Westeros. Rhaego Domnar wipes the blood from his long sword with his cloak, his gaze icy as he confronts the enemy charging at him once more. Here lies the Stepstones. Once I, alongside Sol, battled against the malevolent black dragon, Rhaego, and his knight, sustaining grievous injuries that led to a prolonged slumber. It was only 3 years ago, in the 106th year of the conquest, that I awoke from the depths of a volcanic lake. Time has passed over me like a gentle stream. Apart from a more mature visage and a taller, robust physique, the 5 decades of sleep have left little trace of years. To onlookers, Rhaego appears as a tall youth of 17 or 18, standing approximately 6 feet tall, his lean physique exuding an undeniable strength. The scars of countless battles with beasts rendering his handsome features somewhat rugged, his once profound eyes now filled with the ferocity of a warrior. Upon awakening 3 years prior, 50 years of slumber had transformed the world around me. Since that fateful battle, my once cherished dragon, Sol, willingly sacrificed herself in her grievous state, vanishing entirely from existence, while Rhaego and his knight perished alongside her. Upon comprehending the full scope of what had transpired, I cannot articulate the tumult of emotions within me. In the cave where Sol and I once thrived, I etched a monument to honor the memory of that valiant young girl who soared alongside me. My sorrow is not overwhelmingly profound. Rather, it is tinged with a sense of loss, confusion, and an absurdity that arises from the passage of time. In search of my own identity as a man, I gathered sufficient provisions and water, shouldering my pack and sword, and set sail from Valyria in a makeshift wooden boat. After half a year of intermittent travel, I finally reached the shoreline, using the long-lost sun to determine my direction, and I drifted alone towards the northwest. Rhaego cannot discern whether he is fortunate or unfortunate. After 2 weeks at sea, his small vessel succumbed to a tempest. Yet, just as he was about to be claimed by the depths, a fleet discovered him floundering in the waves, allowing him to board a grand ship bound for the west. Unfortunately, this fleet hailed from Lys, and apart from armed guards wielding swords and crossbows, it carried hundreds of ragged men and women. Rhaego inevitably became one of them, acquiring a new identity as a slave. His sword was confiscated, his movements restricted, and he chose to resist not. He accepted his fate, treating it as a mere passage on a favorable vessel. Perhaps owing to his striking silver hair, Rhaego was fortunate enough to secure a relatively clean place to rest. The fleet drifted across the sea, making landfall for trade or plunder, and gradually, hundreds more joined the ranks of the enslaved. After a year, just as Rhaego felt his sense of time dulling, they arrived at Lys. His shimmering silver locks had granted him a semblance of safety aboard the ship, yet upon disembarkation, they became a sword poised above his head. Lys was engulfed in turmoil. During the reign of the youthful King Viserys Targaryen, the 3 adversarial nations across the narrow sea, Lys, Myr, and Tyrosh, suddenly set aside their enmity, forming a triad alliance. Westeros would come to refer to this as the Kingdom of the 3 Daughters or the Kingdom of the 3 Whores. The alliance was governed by a supreme council of 33 governors. After vanquishing the eastern city of Atlantis, they audaciously consumed the western Stepstones. This campaign was overseen by Prince Khalasar Dagger of Myr's naval forces, a brutal figure whose merciless methods earned him the moniker the Crab Feeder. He would bind captured enemies and pirates to wooden stakes along the damp shore, allowing them to drown as the tide rose, with any survivors becoming a feast for the crabs. This was initially a fortuitous circumstance for the Kingdom of the 3 Daughters, as the lords reveling on the continent of Westeros maintained a tacit approval of this war. However, due to the insatiable greed of the rulers of the Stepstones, they brazenly exploited passing merchant vessels, seizing the women and children aboard, using them as mere playthings of desire. This audacious pillaging incited ire among the lords of Westeros, particularly the Tide Lord, the Sea Snake, Corlys Velaryon. The exploitation by the Stepstones inflicted significant losses on this island lord, who had amassed his wealth through maritime trade. Coincidentally, during a time of turmoil in the kingdom, the king's brother, the roguish Prince Daemon Targaryen, was experiencing profound discontent following the wounds suffered in the War of Succession. The prince yearned to attain gold and glory through warfare, while the Sea Snake sought wealth and freedom of navigation. Thus, the two formed an alliance. Culminating in the arrival of dragon roars and the Valyrian sword upon the Stepstones, igniting the flames of war. It was within this context that Rhaego found himself in Lys, subsequently delivered into the hands of Prince Daemon of the Stepstones, the crab feeder, a figure who instilled terror among the coastal folk and pirates of Essos. Now appeared exceedingly beleaguered. The dragon from House Targaryen, Bloodworm, wreaked havoc upon his forces, leading to a series of defeats against the coalition of the Sea Snake and the Dragon, fueling his hatred and murderous intent towards the Targaryens. Not to mention the fact that Daemon had left him a grotesque wretch. Upon beholding the silver-haired Rhaego, who had been sent from Lys, the pent-up hatred and murderous intent within Daemon surged forth. He was eager to extinguish the life of this Targaryen. The silver hair of Rhaego served as irrefutable evidence of his lineage, whether in Essos, Dothraki lands, or Westeros. Nearly all recognized and acknowledged that such silver locks were an exclusive emblem of House Targaryen, without a shadow of doubt. Enraged, the crab feeder resolved to execute Rhaego in the most brutal manner possible. Yet his dignity as a knight, if his fire-scarred visage still warranted such a term, and his status as a Lord Prince compelled him to afford this lowly Westerosi a semblance of a dignified end. Emulating the trial by combat of Westeros, Rhaego was to battle his mightiest bodyguard and meet a grim fate at the hands of the fiercest warrior of the Stepstones. However, contrary to expectations, the art of slaughter honed through brutal encounters, coupled with the formidable physique developed from his bloodline, enabled Rhaego to effortlessly sever his opponent's head in a matter of seconds. He emerged victorious from the trial by combat, and albeit reluctantly, Daemon had no choice but to concede to this outcome. Thus, Rhaego narrowly escaped yet another perilous fate, but Daemon conscripted him into the vanguard against the enemy, alongside a cadre of fellow slaves, facing the wrath of Dragonfire. Rhaego once again brandished his sword, dispatching the last foe to assail him. Panting as he leaned against his long sword, gazing distantly at the ominous clouds gathering on the horizon, a score of remaining slave soldiers instinctively gathered around this formidable warrior, reverently gazing at his youthful visage. The young silver-haired warrior, with a solemn expression, withdrew his gaze, turning to the ragtag remnants who looked upon him with hope. Uttering a phrase that sent chills down every spine, he proclaimed, "The dragon has come." Chapter 13, Corlys Velaryon. A piercing, elongated wail resembling a bird's cry resonated from the clouds high above as a blood-red silhouette burst forth from the dense overcast, emitting a roar that belied its fearsome visage. Descending toward the battlefield on the shore, a dragon. Ah, the accursed blood dragon. 7 gods, flee, flee. The tumultuous battlefield descended into chaos the moment the dragon revealed itself, and the remnants encircling Rhaego fell into sheer panic, haphazardly discarding their weapons. The deathly threat heralded by the dragon sent them scattering like headless flies, shrieking in terror as they fled. At this juncture, they found themselves on an expansive beach, save for a few mounds further inland. The terrain lay almost completely flat, an inviting sight for the dragon, which viewed the fleeing humans as trembling prey, igniting its predatory instincts. Bloodworm, Corlys Velaryon, gripping his long sword tightly, the blade angled toward the ground. Rhaego's bloodied and soot-streaked face lifted slightly as he fixed his gaze upon the descending crimson dragon, his silver locks billowing in the sea breeze. Roar! The deafening roar reverberated as Corlys, obeying Daemon's command, opened its massive maw, unleashing a searing orange torrent of Dragonfire that engulfed the fleeing soldiers below. Boom! The formidable flames and shockwave shattered the ground before Rhaego, sending debris and rubble cascading over him, yet he remained unscathed. The scorching Dragonfire surged directly toward him, only to veer sharply to the left at the last moment, incinerating several hapless slaves on that side into fireballs. Feeling the warmth against his skin and witnessing the dragon coiling upward, preparing for another dive, Rhaego's previously tense expression softened, a smile breaking through, which soon erupted into raucous laughter. Ha ha ha! The laughter, born from a prolonged struggle, nearly caused Rhaego to buckle. He leaned heavily on his battered sword, his swaying body collapsing onto the ground as he gazed up at the blood-red dragon soaring above, spewing fire and fury. The battlefield had transformed into a sea of flames beneath Corlys' wrath, yet his position remained untouched, akin to a sanctuary amidst a hellish inferno. Wiping away the tears streaming down his face, Rhaego fully surrendered to relaxation, reclining on the muddy earth. He had always believed that the death of Soul meant little to him, merely the passing of a recently acquainted, ailing old dragon. For 3 years he had silently departed Valyria, roaring against tumultuous waves, resignedly enduring the fate of a slave. participating in a trial by combat that determined his life or death, convinced that Sol's departure had inflicted no wound upon him. Yet at this moment, as Corlys Dragonfire consciously veered away from him, the profound pain that had lain dormant within Rhaego surged forth, awakening him to the truth of his grief. He comprehended why Corlys had avoided him, because he bore within him the pure and noble bloodline of the ancient Valyrian dragon kings. And due to the 27% development of his blood fire, a final gift from the old she-dragon, the cost of which was her very essence, Sol. Only then did Rhaego realize that he was not devoid of sorrow. Rather, 50 years of slumber had dulled his emotions, rendering them rigid. The excruciating ache of losing a companion had silently burgeoned within him over the past 3 years, only to be roused today by the long-lost Dragonfire, robbing him of control over his tears. Corlys was a robust, fierce, and agile male dragon. Yet he possessed an intelligence and emotional depth distinctly different from the dragons of the post-Valyrian era. Though he obeyed Daemon's orders, descending to slaughter the fleeing foes, his attention was largely drawn to the conspicuous figure on the ground. It emanated a scent that dragons craved and yearned to approach, far more potent than the sensations imparted by Daemon, akin to the comforting allure of a nest from which one had just emerged. Corlys. Daemon's thunderous roar jolted the serpentine dragon back to reality. They had penetrated deep onto the beach, halting before the coastal cliffs, which were riddled with caves shaped by the relentless sea and human hands. At that moment, the tops of those cliffs and the caves brimmed with the silhouettes of soldiers from the kingdom of the Three Daughters. Under the merciless tactics of the slave legion led by Rhaego, the mighty dragon, Caraxes, and his rider, Daemon Targaryen, were successfully lured to the ground. At the mouth of the cave, the grotesque visage of Crag Hastar, obscured by a mask, was twisted with hatred, his eyes ablaze with fury. With a cold, indifferent gesture, he commanded the soldiers perched upon the cliffs to draw their bows, unleashing a torrential downpour of arrows that rained down upon the dragon and the prince below. Countless soldiers surged forth from the cave, roaring as they charged at the bellowing dragon. Daemon, in a state of disarray, raised his hand, and Caraxes, attuned to his rider's intentions, swiftly lifted his wings to shield him from the arrows. Yet, despite their efforts, a single arrow pierced through the defenses, embedding itself deep into Daemon's shoulder. Ugh! Daemon cried out in pain, gripping the saddle tightly and seeking refuge beneath the dragon's expansive wings. As Caraxes shielded him from the onslaught of arrows, he wisely extended his legs and took flight, soaring swiftly away from the perilous coast, carrying Daemon to safety. A haunting, shrill dragon's roar echoed from the clouds, as the elongated form of the bloodworm glided gracefully through the sky, descending rapidly almost to the ground as it glided forward. Skimming the terrain, Rhaego understood that this phase of the conflict had reached its conclusion. The agile and formidable dragon posed an insurmountable challenge for the crabs, while Daemon found himself powerless against the lurking Dar in the cave. Thus, the war settled into a brief stalemate. Caraxes, with his elongated form, hastily approached Rhaego's position, passing overhead at an alarmingly close distance, emitting a jubilant call in response to the man waving below. At that moment, Daemon finally noticed the unusual exuberance emanating from Caraxes, a creature known for its brutality, expressing such joy in the wake of carnage. Following the dragon's gaze, Daemon could only discern a rapidly diminishing silhouette, seemingly waving. The pain from his shoulder left him little room for contemplation. The battle was far from over. The crab's tactics had ensnared the Empire's most valiant prince, and he could vividly imagine the disdainful gaze of that old scoundrel, Hightower, within the walls of King's Landing. Damn this cursed stepstone. Chapter 14, Daemon's Choice. Rhaego was injured. Though the wound was not severe, he resolved to feign a state of impending demise. He had no reason to fight for a merciless warlord, especially one who had bestowed upon him a shameful identity. Drawing upon the increasingly hazy memories of his past life, Rhaego recalled the imminent events that would unfold. After repeated failures in their assaults on Bloodstone Island, Daemon and the sea snake, Corlys, had exhausted their resources in their ongoing struggle against Crag Hastar. Over 6 years of warfare had not only cost them numerous loyal soldiers, but the prolonged stalemate had also weakened the morale of the sea snake's forces, leading to widespread discontent among the troops, who had grown weary of the unending, fruitless conflict. Moreover, Daemon's ineffective dragon-riding campaigns and the king's indifference had ignited a fiery ire in Corlys' brother, Vaemon Valerion, whose incessant complaints had further soured the sentiment of the army from Driftmark. Thus, spurred by the symbolic dispatch of a few thousand reinforcements from Viserys, the roguish prince, Daemon Targaryen resolved to take matters into his own hands, devising a ruse to draw the cunning crabs and their turtle-like forces out from their wretched hole. Relying on the sea snake's eldest son, Laenor Velaryon, riding the dragon, Sea Smoke, to seal off their escape route, allowing the entire army to surge forth and achieve victory in one decisive blow. The ensuing events unfolded in accordance with Rhaego's expectations, adhering closely to the original narrative. After a day of recuperation, Daemon left Caraxes on the island and set out alone in a small boat to the crab-occupied isle. "Report, my lord. The accursed Dragon Knight, Rhaego Targaryen, has landed alone on the island, raising a white flag as if to surrender." Craghastar, clad in a golden mask, hunched his form and cast a dark glance at the injured Rhaego hiding in the cave before silently turning towards the cave's entrance. The crab came to a halt at the cave's mouth and, following the direction indicated by his soldiers, indeed spotted the silver-haired demon waving his white flag atop a nearby dune. Perhaps having seen Craghast within the cave, Daemon planted the white flag into the ground, unbuckled his Valyrian steel sword, Dark Sister, and raised it high with both hands before kneeling on one knee. The old crab cautiously scanned the sky above, and upon assuring himself that the terrifying dragon was nowhere in sight, gestured for his soldiers to approach for a closer look. "Let that damned Targaryen lead the charge," rasped the unpleasant voice from beneath the crab's grotesque visage. Rhaego was roughly yanked from the stretcher by several soldiers of the mill, a longsword carelessly thrust into his hands, and alongside a few surviving slaves, he was shoved forward towards the kneeling roguish prince. On the cliffs behind them, a dense mass of archers had readied their bows, aiming unerringly at Daemon and the contingent of allied soldiers. As they drew nearer, Daemon's form gradually came into Rhaego's line of sight, the same silver hair, and even with his head bowed, his tall and handsome stature was evident, though the toll of prolonged warfare had left him somewhat disheveled. The enslaved men, already terrified by Daemon and the dragon during the previous battle, now cowered behind Rhaego, their trembling hands barely able to grip their broken swords, revealing their abject fear. At last, Rhaego stood before the prince, and, as a top-tier predator, he sensed the taut, ready-to-pounce form of the lord of the flea-ridden King's Landing, and so he halted at a prudent distance of 5 meters. The mill commander, sensing the proximity of the kneeling demon, was overwhelmed by the thrill of capturing a foreign prince, shattering his reason and caution. He rushed forward with his soldiers and snatched the Valyrian steel sword from Daemon's grasp. Just as he lowered his guard, Daemon swiftly drew his dagger, severing the man's calf in one motion. Before a scream could escape his lips, Daemon plunged the dagger into his chest, then, with a quick motion, seized Dark Sister, swiftly slashing both ways, cutting the throats of 2 soldiers. The surrounding soldiers quickly reacted, roaring as they drew their long swords and charged at Daemon, while the group of terrified slave soldiers, upon witnessing Daemon's sudden onslaught, screamed and dropped their swords, scattering in all directions. Daemon's Targaryen swordsmanship proved devastating against the small band of mill soldiers, while Rhaego glanced back at the archers on the cliff, who had now loosed a torrential volley of arrows upon the battlefield. Ducking low and rolling, Rhaego concealed himself among the remnants of a wooden ship. The sounds of arrows striking the debris echoed around him, but the soldiers besieging Daemon suffered the brunt of the attack. The relentless rain of arrows indiscriminately pierced the battlefield, causing no harm to the agile Daemon, yet decimating his own men. Having evaded the hail of arrows, Daemon gripped his Valyrian steel sword tightly and charged towards Craghast, who was observing from the cave entrance, cleaving through the ranks of mill soldiers amidst the rain of arrows. The old crab tilted his head, dispatching more soldiers to join the fray. Amidst the deluge of arrows, some inevitably found their mark. 3 long arrows struck him fiercely, one in his leg, another in his waist, and the last in his shoulder. Daemon, now wounded, stumbled into the wreckage, gritting his teeth as he snapped the shafts of the arrows embedded in his body. The forces of Clehastahar surged forth like a tide, with soldiers encircling from all directions. Daemon rose, his gaze fierce as he fixed his eyes upon the approaching enemy, his sword raised at an angle, the blood upon it dripping down. He was prepared for a desperate struggle. Rhaego lay undisturbed among the ruins of the wooden vessel, his eyes peering through the gaps above at the heavy clouds above. He sensed the colossal creature hurtling through the skies over the battlefield. Was it the sea serpent? Just as Rhaego's murmured thoughts escaped his lips, a thunderous roar erupted across the battlefield, and a torrent of flames descended from the heavens, incinerating the soldiers of the kingdom of the 3 daughters surrounding Daemon, carving out a safe zone for him. A massive, pale, yet grotesquely beautiful dragon, ridden by Rhaenyra, descended upon the battlefield, having rescued the prince who was fated to save the kingdom. The dragon flapped its mighty wings, incinerating the archers positioned on the cliffs with its fiery breath. The soldiers of the kingdom of the three daughters were ignited by the searing dragon flames, their screams turning to ashes as the sea serpent Corlys led his soldiers like ants rushing to the beach, joining the fray of slaughter. The beach of Bloodstone Island transformed into a hellish landscape, where countless lives swiftly vanished amidst the chaos of slaughter, the cacophony of battle cries nearly drowning out the dragon's roars. The forces of the old crab crumbled like a house of cards, and the battlefield became an overwhelming massacre. After a full half-hour, the sea serpent's army had begun to clear the field, save for one area, the wreckage of a wooden ship. Chapter 15, The Anomaly of Caraxes. Rhaego looked helplessly at the soldiers of Driftmark encircling him, a wry smile on his lips as he tightened his grip on his sword. He knew he could not hide. Indeed, he had no intention of doing so. Possessing silver hair akin to the Targaryens and the ancient Valyrian blood of dragon lords, if he wished to ride a dragon, his only choice was to venture to Westeros. Thus, upon being discovered by a clumsy soldier of the sea serpent, Rhaego emerged boldly. However, the bloodthirsty knights clearly held no affection for his garb resembling that of the free folk, despite his Targaryen-like hair. Swords and spears thrust toward him in a frenzy, forcing Rhaego to retaliate, leaving 11 soldiers' bodies sprawled around him. With his back against the debris, Rhaego cautiously raised his sword toward the soldiers eager to advance. His decisive strikes clearly instilling fear in these merciless killers lost in slaughter. The sight of the 11 varied corpses successfully awakened their sense of reason. None dared to rush forward recklessly. Instead, they surrounded Rhaego, sending someone to find Corlys and Daemon. Corlys Velaryon personally engaged in this brutal fight, weary from age and fatigue. He leaned against a sand dune to rest, observing his soldiers as they tidied up the battlefield. He saw a soldier approach to report, but his brother, Vaemond Velaryon, halted him with a gesture. After a brief exchange, the soldier respectfully departed. Rising with his spear in hand, Corlys approached Vaemond, casting a glance at his equally exhausted brother. Inquiring with a smile, "What transpired, Vaemond?" Vaemond turned to regard his elder brother, pausing in silence before responding. "There is a stubborn swine cornered by the soldiers. It possesses some strength. I allowed them to deal with it as they saw fit." Corlys said nothing in response. After all, it was merely a struggling brigand of the kingdom of the three daughters. He trusted his soldiers. His gaze drifted to the distance, where Daemon emerged from a cave, dragging Clhastahar, that wretched, hideous crab feeder, now reduced to half its former self, devoid of its past might in conquering the Stepstone Islands and restraining the narrow sea. A distant, piercing cry echoed from the clouds above, and upon hearing that unmistakable sound, the sea serpent recognized it as the bloodworm, Caraxes. The dragon, partially obscured by clouds, soared into view. Daemon, exhausted, cast aside the mangled corpse in his grasp and looked skyward, relieved that Caraxes had sought him out even in his absence. Another cry from Caraxes rang out, but this time Daemon's previously joyful expression froze. He discerned an urgent and furious tone within the dragon's call. "Caraxes!" Daemon shouted in sudden agitation, yet the blood-red dragon, unusually, did not respond to its master's summons. Instead, climbing higher and turning away with a roar. Daemon's frantic cries startled Corlys, who followed his gaze to witness the mighty beast, once their greatest weapon, plummeting toward the Velaryon soldiers below, its fiery breath almost blinding the sea serpent. "No! Damn it!" Corlys roared, helplessly witnessing the dragon's flames erupt and engulf his soldiers. "Daemon, curse it! Stop your damn dragon!" The soldiers' cries of agony turned Corlys' face ashen as he raged at Daemon. Help! Damn dragon!" The soldiers of Driftmark, originally charging toward Rhaego under Vaemond's command, now screamed for mercy as Caraxes' flames consumed them, melting their armor, forcing them to abandon their weapons. Dozens were ignited, rolling on the ground in agony, reduced to ash. With a thud, Caraxes' massive, elongated form landed heavily before Rhaego, its colossal claws crushing several unfortunate souls who failed to escape. Rhaego eyed the fearsome dragon warily, his sword lowered slightly to avoid provoking the beast's wrath. He understood that his bloodline held a considerable allure for dragons, yet he remained uncertain whether this attraction was mutual or perilous, recalling the cautionary tales of those before him. Caraxes' fierce maw twitched, its nose nearly brushing against Rhaego, its gaze filled with a palpable curiosity and desire. The human before it emanated a scent that was both comforting and enticing, evoking an instinctual urge to approach, alongside a primal desire to devour him whole. Yet, The instinctive bond of blood quelled its hunger, though it could not suppress its relentless sniffing of Rhaego. Caraxes was intrigued by Rhaego, not merely for the exquisite aroma emanating from him, but also for the urgent summons he sensed when Rhaego found himself in peril, a sensation foreign to him, as his night demon had never evoked such feelings. Moreover, this call stirred within him a primal fury for battle. Rhaego did not shy away from the dragon's probing snout, cautiously relaxing his grip on his sword and tentatively raising his left hand to rest gently upon Caraxes' chin. A growl erupted from Caraxes. Clearly displeased by Rhaego's tentative gesture, the dragon, bound by loyalty and pride etched into its very genes, resisted the touch of a stranger. Rhaego quickly withdrew his hand, wary of inciting the wrath of this ferocious creature. Caraxes, demon finally arrived, calling out the dragon's name with urgency. Upon hearing the call, the dragon turned its massive eyes, greedily sniffing Rhaego one last time before pivoting to approach demon. Caraxes departed, revealing Rhaego behind him. Silver hair, black pupils, a handsome visage marred by dust, yet still striking, with a tall and imposing figure. Suddenly catching sight of Rhaego's distinctly recognizable visage, both demon and the sea snake brothers, Corlys, wore expressions of astonishment and gravity, their pupils constricted. Demon soothingly caressed the nape of Caraxes while his gaze remained locked with Rhaego's. Demon Targaryen. Rhaego raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback by Demon's self-identification. Rhaego Domnar? Domnar? Demon's eyes deepened with contemplation as he scrutinized Rhaego's features, which bore an almost identical resemblance to that of the Targaryen lineage, save for the color of his irises. Reflecting on the peculiarities he had observed in Caraxes moments prior, he tightened his grip on the hilt of Dark Sister. You hail from the kingdom of the Three Daughters? No, I come from Valyria. A prolonged silence ensued, and just as the tension behind them was about to boil over, Demon finally made a move. Sheathing Dark Sister, he mounted his dragon and glanced back at the composed Rhaego, gesturing towards Corlys. Take him aboard the ship. I shall return to King's Landing. Chapter 16. Conclusion and Return. The Valyrian brothers exchanged meaningful glances with the sword-wielding Rhaego. The fury simmering in Waemon's eyes was on the verge of erupting. The soldiers of Driftmark had suffered only a handful of casualties during the arduous landing, yet after the battle, this damn Myronese had somehow provoked Caraxes, leading to the fiery demise of over 100 men. In that moment, he yearned to rend the silver-haired interloper before him asunder, though Corlys felt a similar anger. After all, it was his loyal soldiers who had perished in Dragonfire. He found himself more captivated by Rhaego's silver hair and dark eyes. A self-proclaimed denizen of ancient Valyria, this man bore an appearance strikingly akin to the current rulers of the Seven Kingdoms, the Targaryens. The sword wounds on the fallen soldiers indicated that he possessed formidable martial prowess, capable of dispatching seasoned warriors with remarkable swiftness. Moreover, unlike his brother, Corlys was not foolish. He did not attribute Caraxes' unusual behavior to any inherent brutality or provocation. Instead, he perceived the bloodworm's actions as a form of curiosity-driven protection. A smirk escaped Corlys' lips as he scrutinized Rhaego, before turning to command his men. Disarm him and escort him to my ship. Yes, my lord. Rhaego offered no resistance as several soldiers approached to relieve him of his longsword, thereafter shoving him toward the warship anchored at the shore. Caraxes let out a low roar, taking off with Demon into the sky, swiftly ascending into the clouds as they headed northwest. The battlefield behind them was still echoing with the roars of dragons, as Rhaenys Velaryon rode sea smoke, conducting a final reconnaissance. Rhaego gazed after Caraxes' crimson form until it faded from view, a frown creasing his brow. Unlike the slight stir of his blood he had felt upon first encountering Caraxes, he experienced no such peculiar reaction upon seeing sea smoke. The latter had not sensed his presence as Caraxes had, and though he could not discern the reason for this disparity, the emotions exhibited by Caraxes were enough to instill profound caution in Rhaego. Despite the dragon's apparent affinity, Rhaego sensed an overwhelming curiosity and avarice emanating from it, an unmasked greed that, even if tempered, sent shivers down his spine. Fortunately, it seemed that perhaps due to the underdevelopment of his bloodline, he had not provoked Caraxes into perceiving him as prey. Yet, judging by the dragon's behavior today, as his bloodline further awakened, his allure to these dragons would undoubtedly intensify, eventually leading to a moment when a dragon could no longer restrain its instincts. Drawing a deep breath, Rhaego temporarily suppressed the gloom that loomed over him, obediently allowing the sea snake's soldiers to escort him aboard the grand vessel, where he was confined to a small compartment beneath the deck. Accepting his circumstances, Rhaego recognized that his striking resemblance to the Targaryen bloodline had led to a misunderstanding with Daemon and Corlys. Perhaps they mistook him for some illegitimate offspring of House Targaryen. He dismissed such thoughts, his exhaustion from the grueling battle rendering him only desiring sleep. After the soldiers of Driftmark had completed their initial cleanup of the battlefield and prepared for any potential counterattacks, Corlys relinquished command to Waymond and ascended the ship, setting course for King's Landing. Rhaego Domnar? The sea snake's eyes scrutinized the ravenous Rhaego, whose silver hair gleamed brilliantly after a simple grooming. Speak, silver-haired boy from Valyria. Who are your parents? After savoring 2 lamb legs and a jug of goat's milk, Rhaego wiped his mouth contentedly, setting down his cup and patting his full belly, casting a commendatory glance at Corlys. The food was exquisite, my lord Corlys, Rhaego casually remarked. You know I wish to hear more than mere pleasantries, young man. Corlys' serious demeanor grew even more taut, his tone becoming authoritative and grave. Tell me your origins. With an indifferent shrug, Rhaego reclined against his chair. I have stated that I hail from Valyria. More accurately, I emerge from the ruins of Valyria. Impossible. That is a cursed land of death, decreed by the Seven. No one can emerge alive from that accursed place. Corlys promptly dismissed Rhaego's words with unwavering certainty. Slamming his hands heavily on the table before him, Corlys rose in fury, seizing Rhaego's garments to pull him closer, his voice a furious roar, spitting with rage. You damn Meereenese, you are our captive. You best answer my inquiries. For you have no right to defy me, or I will make you acquainted with the laws of Driftmark. Okay. Rhaego raised a hand, gesturing for Corlys to relax, gently pushing away the sea snake's advancing face. He straightened his rumpled clothing, smiling faintly as he spoke. There is no need for such agitation, my lord. I am Rhaego Domnar, merely a failure who wandered without family. I typically reside in Valyria, and, as you mentioned, it is indeed a land rife with death. Fortunately, I managed to escape. You lie. You possess the silver hair bestowed by the Dragon King. You know what that signifies. Yes, my lord Corlys. I share the same silver hair as the Targaryens, yet I truly know nothing of my lineage or parents. I have struggled amidst the ruins of Freehold, my only memories being of hunger and death. Perhaps I belong to House Domnall, perhaps to House Targaryen, or possibly even House Velaryon. Who can say? He chuckled lightly. Corlys' already darkened visage grew even more somber at Rhaego's words. After a lengthy silence, he retrieved a circular object from his sleeve. A steel sigil bearing the red, 3-headed dragon on one side and a grand castle on the other, which he roughly tossed onto the table before Rhaego. I found this in the hideout of Krakas. The slaves tell me it belongs to you. Rhaego looked down in surprise at the sigil on the table, his lips pursing in unexpected contemplation. This was the sigil he had inadvertently picked up while hunting for provisions before fleeing Valyria, having dropped it during his confrontation with Balerian's knight. He had assumed it lost after being captured by the Meereenese, yet here it was, retrieved by soldiers from the lair of a foul crab. As the saying goes, sometimes the hardest search yields the simplest finds. Just as Rhaego pondered how to cleverly fabricate his Targaryen heritage, fate seemed to intervene. So what if it's mine? Chapter 17. Dragonstone reaching for the brooch on the table. The sea snake cast a peculiar gaze towards Rhaego across from him. This emblem, the sigil of House Targaryen, could only be borne by the direct descendants of the Targaryen lineage. In the centuries following Aegon, the Conqueror's subjugation of Westeros, only 2 such brooches had been lost. One when Princess Aerys misplaced hers during her travels in the 56th year of the conquest, and another when Princess Garys, the son of Winter, vanished with his personal guard in the 99th year of the conquest. Corlys' gaze lingered on Rhaego, his fingers caressing the smooth surface of the brooch. Princess Aerys had passed away at the tender age of 13, while Princess Garys succumbed during childbirth. It was said that she had consorted with a wandering minstrel, resulting in a stillborn child, and following her tragic delivery, her loyal guard mysteriously disappeared. Listening to Corlys' analysis, Rhaego struggled to suppress a smile. Indeed, his own explanations often appeared feeble, while the conjectures of his adversaries wielded a most lethal authority. The moment he prepared to embark towards Westeros, Rhaego understood that the secret of his Valyrian bloodline must remain concealed, for as the sole dragon lords of this age, the Targaryens would not tolerate the existence of a bloodline of greater caliber, especially one devoid of dragons. He feared that should his ancient Valyrian lineage be revealed, his body would soon be discarded as dragon dung. Thus, he had devised a plan to masquerade as a Targaryen bastard, for he bore a striking resemblance to the Targaryens, making the deception rather effortless. Yet, he found himself at a loss as to how to establish a plausible identity. Little did he anticipate that merely a brooch and his likeness would lead Corlys Velaryon to conjure a reasonable persona for him. What a stroke of fortune. Was this the essence of a time-traveler's luck? Returning to the present, Rhaego feigned indifference, casting a cursory glance at the brooding sea snake, and impatiently rapped his fingers on the table. Lord Corlys, these are merely your speculations. I shall not endorse such an identity. I am Rhaego Domnar, a mere wandering ranger. Please cease your unfounded conjectures. Corlys chuckled softly at Rhaego's words, exclaiming, "By the Seven, how amusing it is that someone would dismiss their Targaryen heritage. This is the greatest jest I have encountered this year. Youth, do not allow your pride to cloud your judgment. Perhaps you are unaware of the significance of the name Targaryen, but I assure you, you shall soon comprehend its weight." With a light-hearted laugh, the sea snake rose, tossing the brooch to Rhaego before turning to exit. "Wait, Sir Corlys, may I venture to the deck? Go wherever you wish." As Corlys stepped out, he turned to the guards by the door, instructing, "Follow him." Rhaego rolled his eyes in exasperation, watching as Corlys' imposing figure disappeared beyond the threshold. "Your Majesty, King of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and guardian of the realm, this is Corlys Velaryon. I apologize for the intrusion. I encountered a remarkable young man on the stepstones." Emerging from the chamber where Rhaego was confined, the sea snake hurried back to his quarters, documenting his encounter with Rhaego and his speculations regarding the youth's identity before summoning a guard. "Your Grace, what are your orders?" Corlys secured the letters in a specially designed box and handed it to the guard, solemnly instructing, "Quickly deliver this to His Majesty. It is of utmost urgency." "At once, my lord." The guard respectfully accepted the letters and hurried away. Corlys sat in contemplation for a moment, ensuring he had overlooked nothing in this incident, before exhaling deeply. What profound changes might this unexpected Targaryen bring to the Seven Kingdoms? He eagerly anticipated the outcome. The voyage across the sea was often tedious. However, after his previous experience on the raft, Rhaego had successfully conquered his seasickness, preventing this journey from becoming even more torturous. Since departing from the Stepstones, the Sea Snake's fleet had been sailing for 2 days, navigating northward through the narrow sea. As the sun rose anew, a vast island came into view on the horizon. That was Dragonstone. The voice of the sea snake broke through Rhaego's reverie, prompting him to retract his gaze and observe Corlys beside him. "My lord, did you not rest well last night?" Corlys, looking weary, turned towards Rhaego, ignoring his jest. He pointed towards the towering island in the distance, explaining, "It has been 223 years since the exile of Enar from distant Valyria to this island. 109 years have passed since Aegon the Conqueror fully subdued the continent of Westeros. This immense island, once a stronghold of the Valyrian Empire, has witnessed the rise and fall of House Targaryen." As Corlys spoke eloquently about the history of Dragonstone and the Targaryen ascent, Rhaego was taken aback. "Why you share this with me, my lord?" Corlys again disregarded Rhaego's inquiry and continued, "From the time of Enar, and even before him, dragons have inhabited this island. Presently, the number of dragons, including the wild ones, has exceeded a dozen." "If you're going to discuss this, I am all ears," Rhaego eagerly responded. "Currently, the most powerful dragon on the island is the one once ridden by King Jaehaerys, Bronze Fury, Vhagar. This is a massive, mature dragon, fierce and savage. And since the passing of His Majesty Jaehaerys, it has become a dragon without a master." "Bronze Fury, you say?" "It is indeed formidable," Rhaego mused. However, while Corlys claimed it to be the strongest dragon on Dragonstone, Rhaego remained unconvinced. In his memory, there existed an ancient dragon from a bygone era, far more powerful than Vhagar, perhaps even surpassing the Targaryen's mightiest dragon at present. Yet, Rhaego refrained from voicing this. It was a winning lottery ticket, and he had no reason to forego it. The fleet swiftly approached Dragonstone, and as they conversed, several immense figures erupted from the mountainous terrain of the island, roaring as they descended towards the fleet. "Wild dragons, all hands on deck, prepare for battle." Upon spotting the 3 colossal figures, the previously tranquil ship erupted into chaos. The sea snake swiftly calmed the panicked crew, pointing calmly at the 3 dragons soaring closer. "They typically do not attack large fleets such as ours, so there is no need for alarm." After reassuring Rhaego, Corlys continued, "The 2 dragons ahead are still juveniles. The smaller gray one is named Grey Shadow, and the earthy-colored one is known as Sheepstealer, both renowned wild dragons of the island." Rhaego nodded perfunctorily, desperately suppressing the exhilaration bubbling within him, and pointed at the black dragon, which was chasing Grey Shadow and Sheepstealer with a ferocious roar. Trembling, he asked, "What is its name?" Corlys regarded the enormous black dragon with a cautious and somber tone. That is the wild dragon known as the Hunter. We call him Greed. Chapter 18. Greed. Rhaego feigned confusion. Why such an ordinary name for such a formidable creature? The wild dragon named Greed soared high above, its obsidian scales glistening like polished onyx. Its size was nearly indistinguishable from that of Balerion, the Black Dread, leading Rhaego to suspect that it might even surpass Balerion in stature. As the three dragons engaged in their aerial antics, they swiftly approached the fleet, their forms clearly visible to all on board. Grey Shadow is a small dragon of a gray hue, approximately 30 meters in length. Beside it, a sheep thief, slightly larger, flees in a state of disarray. The two young dragons, pursued by a gluttonous predator, are compelled to rely on their smaller size to evade capture, their terrified roars filling the air. In stark contrast, the predator, as the pursuer, embodies a flawless masterpiece in the eyes of Rhaego. Its obsidian scales cloak its massive form, exuding both strength and an oppressive presence. Sharp spines rise along its spine, and its horns jut forth like those of a bull, curving upward before reaching its eyes, piercing the sky with a formidable grace. Perhaps due to the passage of time, its mountainous body bears numerous scars, and even the sagging skin beneath its neck cannot conceal its unparalleled majesty. Caw! Caw! Grey Shadow screeches in panic after the predator retaliates with a blast of Dragonfire, flapping its wings in a chaotic frenzy, narrowly skimming the mass of the warship, inflating the sails, and provoking gasps of astonishment as the vessel sways. Corlys gazes gravely at the colossal dragon, circling and roaring in the sky, unable to mask his longing and greed. The gluttonous predator reigns as the king of wild dragons, albeit merely a wild dragon, regrettably withdrawing his gaze. Corlys begins to address Rhaego's earlier inquiry. It is a dragon steeped in ancient history, its age shrouded in uncertainty, known only through fragments of legendary tales. According to lore, the gluttonous predator existed on Dragonstone long before Aegon arrived. It is likely one of the last remnants from the ancient Valyrian era, though such rumors are not always credible. Rhaego nods non-committally, refraining from interrupting Corlys' narration. This dragon stands as the most formidable wild dragon on Dragonstone, a truly brutal and vicious killer, with other wild dragons and dragon eggs constituting its favorite delicacies. It occasionally preys upon passing small fleets, earning the moniker the Glutton, a savage and avaricious dragon. Has no one ever attempted to tame it? Rhaego feigns ignorance, fully aware of the answer, but, as a newcomer, he cannot let Corlys discern his knowledge. Thus, he poses the question innocently. Corlys bursts into laughter, as if Rhaego's naive inquiry has struck a humorous chord within him. Ha ha ha, Rhaego! I must inform you that the Glutton is a wild dragon, the most unruly and ferocious of them all. Over the ages, many have coveted its power, attempting to tame this tyrant, yet none have succeeded and none have survived. As he speaks, Corlys gradually suppresses his mirth, turning serious as he looks at Rhaego, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Young one, never entertain thoughts of subduing it, even if it is an aging dragon. Even with the esteemed Targaryen blood coursing through your veins, do not attempt to command the harbinger of death. It is a declaration of war against the unknown. Foolish and ignorant. Understanding that Corlys speaks from genuine concern, Rhaego opts not to press his advantage verbally, nodding in compliance, indicating he has heeded the warning. Actions and words have always been distinct matters. As long as he does not violate his commitments, the superficial gains of rhetoric are inconsequential to Rhaego. The bravado of his speech does not conflict with the caution of his actions. It is mere boasting, and verbal humility does not impede decisive action. It is simply pragmatism. As three mighty dragons take their leave, the fleet gradually enters the waters surrounding Dragonstone, a region known as the Narrow Sea, which serves as the critical passage from the sea through the straits to Blackwater Bay, leading to Dragonstone and ultimately to King's Landing. Its strategic significance cannot be overstated. Corlys directs the fleet to change course, while Rhaego leans against the ship's railing, gazing longingly at the volcanic clouds rising from Dragonstone, specifically at the mountains where the gluttonous predator vanished, his heart pounding like a drum. In the television series House of the Dragon, the information regarding the Glutton is scant, and even in Martin's original works, detailed accounts are rare, with only ancient and brutal legends to speak of. After deciding to venture to Westeros, Rhaego reflected on the dragons featured in the series, ultimately determining his primary target for taming. First and foremost is the enigmatic Glutton, as a wild dragon without a master. Its fierce and brutal temperament guarantees formidable combat prowess. Furthermore, it is likely one of the ancient Valyrian dragons, having developed 27% of his bloodline. Even the third generation of bloodworms is captivated by him, let alone an ancient dragon endowed with pure magic and superior intelligence. This time I hold the advantage. Moreover, even if the glutton proves impervious to taming, there is still the system. After all, I cannot perish. As long as I maintain an invulnerable position, what harm is there in taking risks? Naturally, Rhaego has prepared a secondary plan for his dragon taming endeavor. Should he fail to tame the glutton, the only other formidable wild dragon left for House Targaryen would be Vhagar, as the steed of the legendary King Jaehaerys. Vhagar possesses immense strength and is a dragon in its prime, rivaling only Vhagar in combat capability. Although Vhagar's performance during the Targaryen Civil War was lackluster, Rhaego understands that it was not the dragon's fault, but rather the inadequacy of its rider. The glutton and Vhagar are thus Rhaego's primary targets. As for why there are no third, fourth, or fifth options, as a naturally gifted dragon rider with a highborn Valyrian bloodline and the extraordinary bloodline of fire and blood, failing to gain the recognition of a dragon twice would be an embarrassment for a time traveler. At that point, it would be better to find a block of tofu to meet my demise. Though the dragon taming plan has long been established, the paramount issue facing Rhaego is not how to tame a dragon, but rather how to successfully remain within House Targaryen and gain the opportunity to engage with the dragons. This is the pressing concern. As the fleet approaches the narrow sea and enters Blackwater Bay, the towering walls of King's Landing and the imposing Red Keep draw ever closer, and Rhaego's previously calm demeanor begins to fray with tension. This journey to King's Landing could lead to gilded robes and soaring dragons, or it could culminate in death and enmity from all. Chapter 19, Arrival at King's Landing. The narrow sea, flanked by Dragonstone to the north and the sharp point of Dragonstone to the south, is a narrow waterway that guards the capital of the Seven Kingdoms, King's Landing, much like a throat. Should enemy naval forces breach the narrow sea and enter Blackwater Bay, the capital would be left defenseless, with enemy ships able to besiege the city within half a day. To ensure the capital's safety, the Targaryen kings have historically stationed dragons on Dragonstone and placed the staunchly loyal Velaryon family at the entrance of the narrow sea, serving as a bulwark for the empire. The Sea Snake's fleet sails leisurely into the narrow sea amidst a cacophony of excitement. After relaying his orders, Corlys proudly elaborates to Rhaego on the strategic importance of the narrow sea, detailing the dragons that reside on Dragonstone and the island's significant military and strategic value to the empire. Most importantly, Corlys passionately recounts the deep-rooted connection between the Velaryon family and the ruling Targaryens, tracing their bond from the ancient Valyrian era to the current reign of the young King Viserys I. Especially in the present day, the Valyrian family boasts 3 dragon lords, wielding the mightiest dragon of the empire, Vhagar, and holding the rights of succession to the Iron Throne. This reality fills Corlys with exhilaration and pride. From Corlys' expressions, Rhaego perceives the Duke of Driftmark's fervent desire for the Iron Throne and his indignation at the king's refusal to ally with his family through marriage. Rhaego has never been fond of politics, finding it both sordid and cruel. He discerns the undertones of flattery and recruitment in Corlys' words, though he is somewhat baffled by the Sea Snake's extraordinary confidence in his own status. Nevertheless, Rhaego has no intention of entangling himself in their power struggles. While Corlys expounds at length beside him, Rhaego stands at the forefront of the ship's deck, surveying the formidable terrain of the narrow sea, admiring this perilous yet breathtaking locale. In the near future, the Targaryens, rulers of the realm of Westeros, will plunge into internal strife, a civil war known as the Dance of the Dragons, which will fracture the once mighty dragon family and provide an opportunity for rebels to overthrow their dominion a century later. And now, the very place where Rhaego stands, the narrow sea, will serve as a dramatic stage for this impending turmoil. The current hand of the king, Otto Hightower, in his efforts to uphold his grandson's reign, will ally with the erstwhile adversaries of the empire, the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, to launch an invasion of Blackwater Bay. The Sea Snake and his Driftmark will stand as the last bastion of defense, while Princess Rhaenyra of the Blacks appoints the hand to guard against the enemy's advance. Thus, a bloody and brutal naval battle will erupt within this narrow waterway. The outcome of this conflict is uncertain. However, it is clear that the Greens will suffer significant losses. The Kingdom of the Three Daughters will nearly be obliterated, returning home with only remnants of their forces, yet they will have slain Prince Jaehaerys, captured Prince Viserys along with his dragon egg, and decimated Driftmark, setting fire to high tide, while severely crippling the Valyrian fleet. Of course, none of this has transpired yet, and with Rhaego's unexpected arrival, the future remains uncertain. At this moment, the narrow sea and Blackwater Bay lie tranquil as a mirror, the gentle sea breeze caressing the returning warriors in a delightful embrace. Corlys continues his animated discourse, and truth be told, this illustrious sea snake seems far removed from the stoic demeanor portrayed in the tales. Rather, he resembles a loquacious chatterbox. Rhaego plays the role of the willing audience, striving to fulfill his part in this dialogue. However, the thought of the Valyrian family's fate in the original timeline prevents him from meeting Corlys' exuberant gaze. At times, he yearns to puncture the inflated bravado, to inform him that the future empire will see the Targaryens embroiled in conflict, that his wife will not withstand the trials, that Melisandre will lose her head, and that he will suffer the loss of his son, brother, daughter, and nearly all his kin, along with his army. The mere contemplation of these eventualities, juxtaposed with Corlys' current haughty demeanor, brings a smile to Rhaego's lips. It is now the year 111 AC. While the official commencement of the Dance of the Dragons will occur in 129 AC, leaving a span of 18 years until then. With Rhaego's presence, the trajectory of events is bound to shift, rendering the future unpredictable. Perhaps timelines will recalibrate, or perhaps they will gallop towards new directions like untamed stallions. Yet, who truly cares? Chaos serves as a ladder. As for the future, it shall be left to the Rhaego of tomorrow to contend with. Upon entering the narrow sea, the fleet's speed suddenly diminishes, a sense of relief washing over each ship's crew. Under Corlys' command, the vessels transporting soldiers veer right towards Driftmark, where they will recuperate and rotate troops for garrison duty at Dragonstone. Meanwhile, Rhaego accompanies Corlys, flanked by 2 other warships, as they proceed leisurely towards King's Landing. For Corlys, the sea snake, the king's refusal to wed his daughter Lena is a grave affront to Driftmark and the Valyrian family, provoking his ire even years later. Were it not for the necessity of escorting Rhaego to King's Landing, he would have likely refrained from seeking an audience with the king again. Thus, at his behest, the fleet's pace slackens further, crawling toward the city. As they behold the walls of King's Landing, the sunset paints the towering red keep in hues of crimson. A roar echoes from above as a golden dragon emerges from the clouds, circling the 3 warships while the banner of the Valyrian house, adorned with a white seahorse on a blue field, flutters in the wind. The magnificent golden beast swoops down in a series of dives, its massive form nearly brushing against the mass of the ships, the resultant gusts of wind preventing Rhaego and the soldiers from lifting their heads. After several provocative passes, the dragon ascends and departs, leaving a low growl in its wake. My lord, Rhaego Targaryen, the princess of the Empire. Clearly, the capricious princess's demonstration does little to improve Corlys' mood. He tersely responds to Rhaego's inquiry and barks orders to his men. Make landfall. Disembark. Let us meet the lords of the realm. Chapter 20, King's Landing. The 3 grand vessels dock at the King's Landing wharf, and Rhaego follows the irate Corlys down the gangplank. The moment his foot touches the ground, a nauseatingly soft texture and a foul odor assault him, causing his brow to furrow and his steps to falter in reluctance. Corlys, ahead, impatiently waves away the approaching attendants, striding through the muck with his cloak trailing behind him, only to notice Rhaego lagging behind. Hey there, lad. You'd best keep up, lest the fleas of King's Landing impart their hospitality upon you. Corlys' tone drips with disdain for the city, but upon observing Rhaego's expression of discomfort, he cannot help but burst into laughter. Huh, child, this is King's Landing. With a hearty laugh, Corlys gestures for Rhaego to follow, continuing his brisk pace. Although Rhaego had braced himself for the medieval European ambience, the experience of walking through filth significantly diminishes his impression of the capital of the empire. Upon entering the city gates, the surroundings improve marginally compared to the outrageous scene at the docks. Though the improvements are scant, the ground remains a torrent of filth, and the air is thick with a stifling stench. At the entrance, scantily clad courtesans flaunt their charms at the handsome, silver-haired youth, inciting waves of nausea in Rhaego. Fortunately, once inside, knights arrive, leading war horses, and Rhaego breathes a sigh of relief. Though he has never ridden before, having lived in an era of information explosion, Rhaego's theoretical knowledge could easily surpass that of the local populace. He simply lacks practical experience. Moreover, years spent battling beasts have endowed him with exceptional physical coordination, rendering horseback riding a trifling challenge. I've ridden dragons. How challenging could a mere horse be, aside from feeling somewhat unaccustomed to riding? After urging his steed forward a few paces, Rhaego swiftly acclimated to the sensation, lightly nudging the horse's belly to keep pace with the main contingent. The enthusiastic practitioners of local customs lining the streets displayed their various talents to Rhaego, with their eye-watering antics provoking an urge to unsheathe his sword. To prevent himself from reacting too impulsively, it was best to simply avert his gaze. Corlys, who was observantly watching Rhaego, silently commended his reactions. His rapid adaptation to horseback riding, coupled with his disdain for the alluring sights on either side of the street, greatly enhanced Kholis's impression of Rhaego. Despite his ignorance of how the street-side beauties appeared to Rhaego like arsenic, the group advanced swiftly, although Kholis was quite displeased with the king's neglect of the Velaryon family. He understood that in King's Landing, a hub of diverse and intricate power dynamics, one must still show due respect to the king of the Seven Kingdoms, even if it irked him. The Red Keep, perched at the highest point of King's Landing, constructed entirely of red stone, overlooked the entire city and Blackwater Bay, serving as the epicenter of imperial power. This vast fortress, erected during the reign of the conqueror Aegon, symbolized the greatness and might of House Targaryen. The Crimson Castle served as a lasting reminder to the people of Westeros of the red flames of the Black Death, instilling in them a deep respect for the rulers of the Seven Kingdoms, rendering them subservient to the dragons. Within this monumental red keep resided the king, queen, numerous princes and princesses, the hand of the king, the master of coin, and a host of other courtiers and their families, all collectively maintaining the empire-esque governance and remotely orchestrating the nation-esque affairs. Rhaego and his companions rode swiftly through the filthy, fetid streets, arriving at the inner city gates of the Red Keep, where the guards in golden robes confiscated Rhaego's sword and led away the horses. Kholis adjusted his armor and proceeded to enter the most significant castle of the empire ahead of the group, in stark contrast to the squalor of the outer city. The inner Red Keep felt like a paradise. Although the foul stench lingered, at least one would not casually step in human or animal excrement, nor wade through flowing sewage. Upon passing through the gates, the golden-robed guard stationed there seemed curious about the identity of the silver-haired young man, casting scrutinizing and amiable glances toward Rhaego, who chose to ignore them, following Kholis while surveying the grandeur of the fortress, once destroyed by Dragonfire. Tall. This was Rhaego's first impression of the castle. Stinky. This was the most profound impression he retained. Just as he was about to keenly observe the ancient stronghold, an unpleasant odor wafted over, extinguishing any sense of intrigue he had. At the foot of the steps leading to the council chamber, Prince Daemon, exuding an aura of battle, leaned lazily against the hilt of his sword, seemingly awaiting the arrival of Rhaego's party. "Your Highness, what is this?" Kholis inquired hesitantly, observing Daemon's disheveled hair and the heavy scent of perfume surrounding him. "Lord Kholis, I am awaiting your presence to pay homage to the great king." Ignoring Daemon's evident irritation towards Viserys, Kholis, feeling similarly vexed, noted that both men were equally displeased. Kholis was taken aback to discover that the kingdom's mightiest prince had arrived in King's Landing 2 or 3 days prior, yet had not sought an audience with the king. And judging by his attire, it was clear he had just risen from a lady of the night. Throughout the exchange between Daemon and Kholis, Rhaego remained silent, fully aware of the debauched nature of the prince, known among the common folk as the master of the flea bottom, and thus found no surprise in Daemon's current actions. However, while Rhaego was disinterested in Daemon, the prince's gaze shifted towards Rhaego, who stood behind the sea snake. "Rhaego Domnar?" came the condescending and haughty inquiry. Rhaego rolled his eyes inwardly. "Yes, your highness." Daemon, evidently catching the dismissive tone in Rhaego's voice, approached with a cold demeanor, gripping the hilt of Dark Sister in his left hand, fixing a steely gaze upon the downcast Rhaego. The seasoned combatant's aura of menace and the pride of his high status surged forth, but Rhaego stood his ground, lifting his chin defiantly and meeting the prince's gaze with cold eyes, his right hand twitching reflexively at the hilt of his sword. "Huh." Daemon narrowed his pupils, glancing at Rhaego's tense right hand with a sneering expression. "Brave spoils of war. Let us proceed, Lord Kholis. Our king and loyal subjects must be growing impatient." Kholis, momentarily perplexed by Rhaego's solemn expression, silently followed Daemon. Rhaego did not contest Daemon's designation of him as a captive. Whether voluntary or coerced, it was an indisputable fact, and he found no need to argue. Falling several paces behind Kholis, Rhaego took his first steps into the hall that bore the weight of Westeros' fate. The throne, adorned with a forest of swords, loomed high, a peculiar gaze cast upon him, igniting a slight warmth in his veins. Chapter 21. The Major Affairs of Life, Eating, and Sleeping. Passing through the elongated corridor, 2 armored knights stationed before the council chamber once more halted the trio, conducting a thorough search of Rhaego before finally allowing him to step through the grand doors of the Red Keep's council chamber, entering the hall from around the corner. The first sight to greet him was the grotesque throne atop a distant platform, composed of thousands of twisted swords, an imperial emblem towering high. The enemy's swords, forged in the fire of dragons, had been reshaped to meet the conqueror's demands, serving as the vessel for the mightiest sovereignty over the Seven Kingdoms. Yet, the enemy's blades may not willingly submit to the rule of the Dragon Lords. Even after being bathed in the fierce Dragonfire, they retained their sharpness, often inflicting wounds upon the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms who dared to take a seat upon this monstrous throne. Even Aegon the Conqueror himself had met his demise there. Perhaps it was the vengeance of the souls scorched beneath Dragonfire or the undying courage of warriors, testing and tormenting the ambitious souls willing to claim the seat across generations. At that moment, upon the most esteemed seat of power in the Seven Kingdoms sat a middle-aged man with silver hair and violet eyes, exuding an aura of kindness. His deep gaze swept over the three who entered. Viserys Targaryen, historically known as the Young King, grandson of the venerable Jaehaerys Targaryen, and the last dragon rider of the Black Death Valyrian, held in his grasp the Valyrian steel sword Blackfire, emblematic of Targaryen royalty. His gaze passed over his younger brother Daemon, adorned with a grotesque crown, and the aloof Lord Colas Velaryon, before finally settling upon the tall, handsome Rhaego with silver hair and black eyes behind him. He gazed longingly at the boy lingering at the rear of the hall, emotions swirling within his eyes. Rhaego distinctly sensed Viserys' scrutiny, as Colas inclined slightly in deference. Rhaego followed suit, albeit his heart surged with tumultuous feelings. His bloodline reacted to the presence of Viserys upon the throne. This revelation left him utterly astonished. Could it be that Viserys was a humanoid dragon? The absurdity of this notion provoked a mix of laughter and bewilderment within Rhaego. The intense reaction of their shared blood was an undeniable truth, yet he had no time to ponder the reasons behind such an occurrence. A series of sharp clangs from swords interrupted his thoughts, drawing the king's attention back to the proceedings. Daemon approached the Iron Throne with blatant disrespect, prompting the king's sworn swords to draw their blades in unison, with Sir Vaemon Velaryon, commander of the Kingsguard, even pressing his sword's tip against Daemon's chest. Daemon, with a glum expression, glanced down at the knight's blade before raising his gaze nonchalantly to his elder brother, the king of the Seven Kingdoms. I initially brought that hideous crab's battle axe to enhance your throne, but unfortunately, I left it at the brothel. I suppose you'll need to send someone to fetch it, dear brother. The king rose silently, leaning on his long sword, fixating his gaze on Daemon, who also wore a crown. Do you wear the crown and call yourself a king? The words of Viserys were devoid of any emotion, as if he were merely engaging in casual conversation with Daemon. Once the kingdom of the three daughters fell, I was proclaimed the king of the narrow sea. Daemon's voice was steady, his posture erect as he fixed his gaze upon the lofty Iron Throne. After a prolonged silence, he seemed to have an epiphany and spoke softly. But I know, your majesty, there is only one king across the Seven Kingdoms. The defiant prince knelt on one knee, offering his fealty to his brothers seated upon the throne. Rhaego observed the familiar scene, following the king's gaze towards a robust, middle-aged man prowling around the periphery of the lords like a wild wolf. The hand of the king, Ser Otto Hightower, a brazen opportunist. He was the architect of blood-soaked schemes and the grave digger of House Targaryen. He paced like a ravenous wolf, his cold eyes fixated on the kneeling prince of the empire below, concealing inscrutable machinations beneath his stern visage. Suddenly, his piercing gaze met Rhaego's, and the tranquility and depth in the boy's eyes stung the seasoned political fox, prompting him to avert his gaze hastily. Realizing that he, the hand of the king, had foolishly recoiled from an unremarkable youth, he sought Rhaego's gaze again, but the boy had already shifted his focus away, leaving only the hand's furrowed brow, his cold stare lingering upon him. Amidst the crowd, one individual noted the silent confrontation between the hand and the captive. Rhaenyra scrutinized the prize that had caused Otto to shy away, taking in the silver hair and dark eyes of the tall, handsome man before her, whose princely demeanor belied the image of a defeated cur. This piqued her interest in the man suspected to be a Targaryen bastard. As thoughts swirled among the onlookers, Daemon's voice resonated once more. My crown and the stepstones belong to you, my liege. With that, he removed the crown from his head and bowed respectfully. Who guard the stepstones now, Lord Sea Snake? The king's voice came from the throne, momentarily bypassing the kneeling Daemon. The tides, the crabs, and the 2,000 pirates of the three daughters nailed upon the beach, your majesty, Corlys responded with a bow. Viserys descended from the throne, accepting the crown from Daemon's hands, examining it before passing it to the king's guard behind him, his expression softening as he looked down at his brother kneeling before him. Rise. The brothers embraced after a prolonged separation, the tension in the council chamber dissipating suddenly, and applause erupted, celebrating the harmony between the king and the empire's most formidable prince. You have rendered great service to the kingdom, my brother. Daemon and Viserys conversed with rare smiles, turning to see Rhaego standing behind the sea snake, signaling his elder brother with his gaze. The bond between the brothers evidently lifted Viserys' spirits as he turned to converse amiably with Corlys, disregarding the sea snake's cool demeanor. Eventually, he approached Rhaego, his gaze intense upon the youth. "Your Majesty," the sea snake presented the Targaryen sigil he had discovered on Rhaego. Viserys examined the familiar emblem closely, scrutinizing Rhaego's features and hair color. Ultimately, he refrained from addressing Rhaego, instead gesturing for a servant to escort him away, leading Daemon and Corlys to the banquet already prepared in the garden. Surrounded by knights, Rhaego was placed in a relatively secluded chamber within the Red Keep, where a servant brought him food and drink before firmly closing the door behind him, leaving Rhaego alone to sit by the bed in deep contemplation. What is Viserys truly planning? Whether to acknowledge or deny it, what does it matter? If it is fortune, it is welcome. If it is misfortune, it cannot be avoided. Pondering it will not alter his fate. He might as well accept it. The essentials of life are eating and sleeping. Why labor over trivial thoughts? Finishing the food provided by the servant in a few bites, Rhaego removed his outer robe and reclined in the confines of the Red Keep, falling into slumber almost instantly. Moments later, his thunderous snores resonated through the room, leaving the guards at the door exchanging bewildered glances. "Your Highness," a voice called from outside. "Open the door. I wish to see my uncle's prize." "Your Highness, the king has commanded that no one may see Rhaego without his consent. Not even I." Rhaenyra, hearing the resounding snores from within, glared at the steadfast guards before reluctantly turning away. Rhaego was unaware that the kingdom's light, Princess Rhaenyra Targaryen, had opted not to attend the banquet welcoming Daemon and the sea snake, instead venturing to the prison to see him. After days of battle and a sea voyage, it was only when he laid down upon the bed that he realized just how exhausted he truly was. The muffled exchange between the guards and the princess drifted into the room, but Rhaego merely grunted and rolled over, his snores growing even louder. The king's banquet concluded quite late. Viserys, in high spirits, had indulged in several cups of wine and was now slightly inebriated. Embracing the lovely Alicent, he leaned against the headboard, reflecting on the handsome youth who had stood unwavering in the council chamber earlier that day. "Your Majesty, what are you pondering?" Alicent's languid voice interrupted the king's reverie. "Alicent, did you notice the youth standing behind Lord Corlys today? The one that the sea snake spoke of, a Targaryen?" Viserys gently caressed his wife's arm, frowning as he sighed softly. "It is he, Rhaego Domnar." Lord Corlys discovered Princess Rhaenys' sigil on him. "Princess Rhaenys?" Alicent sat up abruptly, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Viserys. "She is your aunt, the daughter of King Jaehaerys and Queen Alysanne. Did she not perish during childbirth? How could this be possible?" "Alas," Viserys sighed. "This is also a matter of great confusion for myself, the Hand, and the scholars." He leaned back, adjusting his posture to alleviate the discomfort in his body. "I was merely 22, and Rhaenys was only 19. She fell in love with a wandering minstrel, ultimately becoming pregnant and abandoned, giving birth to a stillborn child in the slums of King's Landing, and she perished from blood loss." As he recounted the past, Viserys' tone grew increasingly somber. The late king had sent for her remains, but it was later discovered that the knight assigned to protect her, along with the stillborn child, had vanished, and Princess Rhaenys' sigil was lost to time. Alicent's mouth hung open in surprise as she exclaimed, "Then this Rhaego Domnar must be the son of Princess Rhaenys, the stillborn child taken by the knight? He survived and was secretly carried away?" Viserys hesitated, his brow furrowing. "Before meeting Rhaego, I could not bring myself to believe Lord Corlys' claims, yet he assured me with unwavering conviction. While I do not know the source of his confidence, this matter pertains to the bloodline of the dragon, which is why I instructed the scholars to investigate the records from that time, hoping to uncover the truth behind Princess Rhaenys' death." The king's excitement caused him to sit up straighter, though the wounds on his back made him wince slightly. He grasped his wife's arms, his tone growing fervent and resolute. "Alicent, do you understand? Before I laid eyes on Rhaego, I could not fathom him being of Princess Rhaenys' bloodline, but the moment I saw him this evening, I was convinced he is of House Targaryen." Viserys held his wife's hands tightly, his voice trembling with emotion. "Do you understand? The resonance that emanates from the very depths of one's lineage, the tremor coursing through the veins, is a sensation I have only experienced in the presence of Balerion. The former king informed me that it is the anguished cry of the dragon blood belonging to the Targaryen lineage, a resonance only those of pure blood and with a sufficiently potent dragon heritage can share with their kind. And with the mighty dragons themselves, not even Daemon possesses such an ability. Your Majesty, does this not imply that Rhaego is unequivocally a scion of House Targaryen? That he is indeed of the blood of Princess Rhaenys?" Alicent found the king's description hard to believe. It was simply too fantastical. Yet, she refrained from questioning her husband. The ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, striving to align herself with Viserys' thoughts, fulfilling her role as a devoted wife. He is, I am certain. Rhaego is undoubtedly of Targaryen blood. Viserys' response was resolute. Then why did you not disclose his identity to the council during the meeting, nor acknowledge him as your kin? He is your cousin, is he not? Alicent's naive inquiries elicited a soft chuckle from Viserys. He gently caressed her forehead, his tone tender as he sought to alleviate her confusion. Alicent, I cannot do so. While I have confirmed Rhaego's identity, such a fantastical explanation would fail to convince all. It would tarnish his noble heritage in the mouths of the vulgar, an affront I cannot abide. Moreover, I am still unfamiliar with Rhaego's character. I must observe and understand his virtues and temperament before making arrangements that would best serve him post-recognition. Unbeknownst to Rhaego, who was completely oblivious to the fervent deliberations occurring within the Red Keep regarding his identity, he would surely be amused if he were aware of Viserys' self-aggrandizing machinations. After a sound slumber, Rhaego awoke after more than 6 hours, estimating the time to be around 3 or 4 in the morning. The Red Keep was shrouded in the thick blanket of night, and the exterior of his cell was enveloped in an eerie silence, with scarcely a sound to be heard. The profound stillness pleased Rhaego, providing the perfect environment to ponder the peculiarities of his bloodline experienced during his audience with Viserys. He had initially intended to directly consult the system, but since awakening in Valyria, it had inexplicably gone silent, unresponsive to his calls. Were it not for the persistent stirrings within his blood, he might have believed the system had forsaken him. With the absence of the system, he had no choice but to rely on his own intellect. First, he dismissed the notion that Viserys was a dragon. That was simply preposterous. Thus, something related to dragons, which also shared a commonality with himself, must have triggered the stirrings of his blood. Was it Viserys' silver hair? No, that could not be. Many possessed silver locks, and Daemon had not incited such a reaction within him. What else could it be? Blood? The Valyrian dragon blood? That too was incorrect. For the Valyrian dragon blood coursing through his veins was fixed. The initial reaction stemmed from a shared essence of blood and fire. Unless Viserys also bore a system and a similar lineage of blood and fire, that notion was even more absurd than the last. Eliminating human factors, it must be that he and Viserys shared a common experience. Yet this was their first meeting. What shared experience could they have? How could he know what this king of the Seven Kingdoms had done? No, there was a commonality. Valyrian. Viserys was the last dragon rider of Valyrian, having tamed the great beast and shared a bond with it. He had even briefly soared through the skies upon its back. And what of Rhaego? He had once bathed in Valyrian-s dragon blood. The system had indicated that he absorbed this igniting essence. Thus he possessed Valyrian-s dragon blood within him. Therefore, it was no wonder that Viserys could evoke a stirring within his blood at their first encounter, for he was indeed a dragon of ancient Valyria. If he lacked even this modicum of magical lineage, he would deserve no title other than that of a mere cold dragon. If that were the case, did it not solidify his identity? Ahem, when Viserys acknowledges me tomorrow and inquires what I desire, how shall I respond? To command the armies of the realm? I am drowsy again. I have digressed into fanciful thoughts. The anticipated moment of Viserys acknowledging Rhaego's identity did not occur the following day. The room remained unchanged. The same 2 guards standing vigil, and aside from the timely delivery of food and water by a servant, Rhaego was confined to this cell, unable even to relieve himself elsewhere. The room was sealed, and he could scarcely perceive any natural light, losing track of day and night. Uncertain of how many days he had been confined. During this time, aside from Rhaenyra occasionally appearing at the door to plead with the guards for a glimpse of the captured prize, Rhaego heard little of the outside world. Yet, he felt no anxiety about his situation. Having survived long enough in the magical ruins of Valyria, he had grown accustomed to solitude. This method of confinement, which would be intolerable to most, was merely routine for him. Meanwhile, the Red Keep was embroiled in fervent debate regarding this sudden emergence of the suspected Targaryen dragon seed. I will never accept a lowly slave in the hands of a pirate as my brother. In the banquet hall of the Red Keep, a multitude of the realm's lords surrounded the long table, engaged in heated discourse. Daemon slammed his hand on the table, glaring at his brother with fierce intent. He could be a Valerian, or a High Tower, or even a bastard, but that wretched beggar can bear any name he wishes. He is not a Targaryen. He may possess Targaryen blood, but he lacks the right to tarnish the glory of House Targaryen. Daemon, seated beside Viserys, was visibly agitated, his spittle nearly landing on his brother's face. The expressions of Lord Corlys, seated opposite the king, and the chancellor to his right darkened at Daemon's words. What did he mean by he could be a Valyrian or a Hightower? This was simply absurd. The offended lords, especially the irascible sea snake, Corlys, could contain their displeasure no longer. Your Highness, the name Valyrian is not one you can so casually bestow or strip away. Your words bring shame upon my house. Seeing his brother embroiled in a dispute with the master of ships, Viserys grew impatient and rapped the table. Silence. Let us discuss what we must. He then cast a fierce glare at Daemon, who had only days prior been amiable with him. Sit down, Daemon. Show some respect to your fellow lords. Humph. Daemon snorted, but did not openly defy his brother, returning to his seat with a sullen expression. The atmosphere in the hall remained tense for a moment before gradually easing. Sir Lyman Beesbury, the master of coin, the very one who had met his end at the hands of Cole on the night of Aegon's death, pondered briefly before inquiring, Your Majesty, have you conducted a thorough investigation into the identity of Rhaego Domnar? Viserys nodded warmly at this long-serving minister and then turned to the master of whispers, Lord Lionel Strong. The bald, robust, yet genteel lord of Harrenhal rose and bowed slightly to the king and the assembled lords before presenting the recent findings of their investigation. Your Majesty, Your Highness, and esteemed lords, the ravens dispatched to the citadel have returned with news. In the writings of Maester Baelon, who assisted Princess Rhaenys during her difficult labor, we have uncovered clues. If Maester Baelon's accounts are accurate, it can be established that, although the princess perished during childbirth, the child she bore was not a stillborn. Rather, it was merely. Lord Strong's tone faltered, and his gaze drifted toward the king seated at the head of the table. Speak the truth, sire. The king commanded, I grant you that privilege. Thank you, Your Majesty. Sir Strong let out a sigh of relief. For the words he was about to utter bore the potential of defaming the late king, and prudence was in order. He continued, It was during the time when Princess Grace eloped with a wandering minstrel, resulting in her pregnancy and childbirth, that King Jaehaerys was consumed by fury. Especially upon learning of his beloved daughter's death during childbirth, he unleashed his pent-up wrath upon the child who had taken her life. He ordered that the newborn infant be buried alive, but the princess's loyal knight defied the king's command and saved the boy, disappearing from sight thereafter. As Ser Strong's words concluded, the assembled lords exchanged astonished glances, unable to fathom that the wise and benevolent King Jaehaerys had presided over such a tragic affair during his reign. After delivering his intelligence, Ser Strong returned to his seat. Sir Otto Hightower, the current hand of the king from Old Town, who had remained silent throughout the gathering, finally spoke, his brow furrowed. Your Majesty, while Ser Strong's information indicates that Princess Grace had a son who went missing, we cannot ascertain whether the boy is still alive, nor can we discern what he has become. Even if Rhaego Domnar bears the Targaryen sigil, that alone does not conclusively prove he is the lost child. With a deep bow toward Viserys, the hand of the king earnestly implored, Your Majesty, regarding the purity of royal blood, I urge you to exercise utmost caution. Until we do not yet possess all the evidence, the king replied with a chuckle, My old friend, there is no need for such solemnity. I am well aware of what this entails. The king's reassurance did little to alleviate the tension for the empire's chancellor. For Otto Hightower, the fate of a Targaryen bastard did not warrant such gravity. Even if this illegitimate child might be a cousin of the king, what of it? A Targaryen without a dragon was merely a mortal, incapable of shaping the future of the Seven Kingdoms. Yet Rhaegon was different. Rhaego Domnar, this pirate slave adorned with the Targaryen bloodline, instilled within him a profound sense of unease. Having risen from the hardships and darkness of Old Town as a second son, Otto had witnessed countless perils and challenges, scaling to his current heights. He had encountered every conceivable circumstance. Yet upon laying eyes on Rhaegon for the first time, he was enveloped by an overwhelming dread. Otto could not discern the source of this disquiet until he exchanged a gaze with that accursed slave. In those calm, yet indifferent eyes, he perceived a rebelliousness and arrogance, accompanied by ambition. It was a gaze that regarded rank and status as inconsequential, viewing all living beings as mere insects, a lofty and imperious stare. He would bring calamity upon the empire. Behind him, he envisioned flames, heard the piercing wails, and smelled the stench of smoke and decay. This was a man as proud as Daemon, yet unlike him, Daemon was constrained by blood and family ties, while Rhaego Domnar was a wild wolf unbound, unencumbered, and unafraid. Chapter 24, Conflict. Otto hoped that all of this was merely his imagination. He had no evidence, nor could he, as the Chancellor, articulate such fantastical conjectures. But he trusted his instincts, just as he had sensed the scent of death on the eve of the Dornish invasion at the age of 10. Your Majesty, I am willing to continue listening. Suppressing the tumultuous thoughts racing through his mind, the hand of the king retook his seat. My lord Corlys, please share your perspective. Viserys gestured towards a sea snake, a staunch supporter of Rhaegon, inviting him to express his views. Yes, your majesty. The tall and robust Corlys inclined his head slightly before he could articulate his thoughts. But the sound of the door opening interrupted him. Princess Rhaenyra cautiously pushed the door to the banquet hall open, gently closing it behind her. Rhaenyra, you have been tardy in your duties as wine steward, clearly failing to fulfill your obligations, Viserys remarked with a playful smile at his tardy daughter. I apologize, your majesty. Rhaenyra slightly bowed, expressing her contrition to Viserys and the gathered lords, before moving to the wine rack to pour rich crimson wine for Viserys and the assembled nobles. Lord Corlys, please continue. Yes, your majesty. The sea snake took a sip of the sweet wine, gently setting down his goblet, and nodded toward Rhaenyra as she poured. When Prince Daemon and I campaigned against the Stepstones, we encountered Prince Rhaegon. He was not yet a prince at that time, my lord Corlys. Watch your wording. The Chancellor's abrupt interruption caused Corlys to glance up in annoyance, only to find Daemon glaring at him, prompting the sea snake to tactfully amend his phrasing. Very well. Sir Otto, during the campaign against the Stepstones, Daemon and I encountered Rhaegon. He was then ensnared among the slave ranks. A pawn in our enemy's strategy to deplete our forces, and after we captured Bloodstone, he was surrounded by the soldiers of Driftmark. At this juncture, Corlys intentionally paused, then uttered a statement that left the lords in shock. Then, it was Caraxes who rescued him, albeit under Daemon's command to halt. What? The lords gasped in unison. Who is Caraxes? They wondered, for he was Daemon's formidable war dragon, the most cunning, shrewd, and ruthless weapon in the Targaryen arsenal. Yet now they were being told that the creature known as Bloodworm had defied the knight's command merely to save a stranger. Such revelations astonished everyone present. The hall erupted with murmurs, and even Rhaenyra, standing nearby and pouring wine for the king, was so taken aback that she spilled some of the wine onto Viserys. Daemon, is what Lord Corlys has stated true? Viserys directed the attention of the assembly to Daemon's countenance. With a dark expression and a slight twitch of his brow, Daemon appeared irate at the revelation of such an embarrassing incident. However, the honor and dignity of a knight compelled him to speak the truth. Gritting his teeth, he finally managed to utter, "It is a fact." A wave of astonishment swept through the banquet hall once more, leaving the lords in a state of disbelief. Thud, thud, thud. Viserys gently brushed aside Rhaenyra's hand as she attempted to clean the wine from him, rapping his knuckles on the table to regain the attention of his lords. Gentlemen, Lord Corlys' words are clear, and Daemon has confirmed the veracity of this matter. Do any of you still harbor doubts regarding Rhaegon's identity? In truth, to swiftly persuade the lords, Viserys could have spoken of the extraordinary blood bond he felt with Rhaegon, which might have yielded favorable results. However, after much deliberation, he abandoned this approach. Firstly, even if the notion of a blood bond was a fact for him, it would be challenging to convince others. Although the theological and magical sentiments of Westeros ran rampant, verbal assertions differed greatly from tangible actions. Most theologians secretly doubted their gods, viewing divinity merely as a means to acquire advantage. Secondly, Viserys' position would not sway the lords, as Rhaegon's cousin. His desire for familial recognition inherently placed him on Rhaegon's side. Consequently, anything he articulated would be perceived as self-serving fabrication, aimed solely at elevating a silver-haired slave to the esteemed status of Targaryen. Though such skepticism may have seemed trivial, it was undoubtedly founded in reality. Your Majesty, I have no doubts, nor do I. Apart from Sir Otto, the Prime Minister, and the cold-faced Prince Daemon, the remaining ministers expressed their acknowledgement of the facts at hand. Daemon, do you still harbor doubts? Viserys inquired, satisfied, as he smiled at his brother, whose demeanor was less than amiable. Daemon cast a cold glance at the assembled ministers, then turned to his expectant elder brother, rising impassively. I concede that he is of Targaryen blood. Just as a smile was about to spread across Viserys' face, Daemon's frigid voice pierced the air once more. I acknowledge that he shares the Targaryen lineage, but I will never recognize him as a Targaryen. I understand your intent, brother. You wish for that bastard to bear the Targaryen name, to allow a base slave to tarnish the noble honor of the Dragon Lords, to suppress my claim to the Iron Throne through a wretched commoner. Enough. Silence, Daemon. Viserys' hands slammed heavily upon the table, his voice rising in anger as he pointed vehemently towards the door, nearly losing his composure. Get out, at once. Leave my palace. With a crash, Daemon angrily overturned the chair behind him, kicked open the hall's doors, and strode away. Gasping for breath, Viserys slumped into his chair, despondently waving his hand, prompting the ministers to bow and exit with discretion. Otto, you must prepare and organize the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms. I wish to host a grand tournament to celebrate the return of Prince Aegon, as well as commemorate my 5th anniversary with Alicent. The king's hand, poised to exit, hesitated at these words, turning to say something but pausing upon seeing the king's flushed countenance, ultimately bowing helplessly. As you command, your majesty. Viserys gazed deeply at Otto's retreating figure, gently clasping the hands of his daughter, Rhaenyra. Rhaenyra, can you accept the existence of Aegon? He'll be my uncle, of course. I can accept his presence. He is merely a Targaryen. He cannot change anything. Viserys regarded his tall, graceful daughter with surprise, offering a bittersweet smile and shaking his head. Indeed, just a Targaryen who has wandered since childhood. He cannot alter anything. Why do Daemon and Otto refuse to tolerate him? Rhaenyra remained silent, not responding to Viserys' inquiry, but instead posing another question, significant to the Targaryens. Father, will you allow him to attempt to ride a dragon? Viserys paused, taken aback by Rhaenyra's question. Do you wish for him to ride a dragon? Aye. Rhaenyra began. Aegon's arrival will not change anything, will it? Chapter 25, A Pure-Hearted Individual. Aegon was uncertain how long he had remained confined within this chamber. Perhaps 3 days, perhaps half a month. Without the reference of the sun rising and setting, time had become somewhat nebulous. He awoke naturally, adhering to the habits ingrained in him over the years, and disdainfully addressed his personal needs within the room. Subsequently, he approached the door and knocked lightly. The wooden door swung open, revealing the waiting servant who brought in food and water, while another designated servant took away his chamber pot for cleaning. However, today was different. Although the 2 familiar soldiers stood guard at the entrance, the servant delivering the meal was absent. Aegon raised an eyebrow in surprise as the soldiers greeted him with respect. My lord, please accompany us to freshen up. His Majesty wishes to see you. Viserys wishes to see me? Has he concluded his investigation into my identity? He pondered as he followed the 2 escorting guards. Indeed, the opulence of the capital was a luxury Aegon had never experienced before. After a thorough cleaning by a group of young maidens, he donned exquisite new garments, and the food offered was vastly superior to what he had received in his cell. Once he had completed his ablutions and meal, the 2 soldiers guided him through the Red Keep, navigating numerous long corridors before leading him to the garden at the rear of the fortress. The soft morning light nourished the flora. With butterflies and bees flitting among the blossoms, the fragrant, fresh air invigorating Aegon, who had long struggled against the stench of King's Landing. Continuing to follow the guards through the garden, they rounded a cluster of towering flowering bushes, where a grand and lush weirwood tree stood at the garden's end. Its trunk carved with grotesque human faces, their lips sealed, and crimson sap oozing from their closed eyes. A tall figure with silver hair stood quietly beneath the tree, gazing at the verdant weirwood, the serene silhouette striking a tranquil contrast. Your Majesty, Aegon Targaryen has arrived, one of the guards announced, halting Aegon 3 meters from the king before respectfully reporting. Viserys gestured slightly for the guards to withdraw, leaving only Aegon and himself beneath the weirwood, its pale trunk stark against the fiery red leaves. The sea breeze from Blackwater Bay sweeping across King's Landing, causing the leaves to rustle in a hauntingly beautiful manner. It is called a weirwood. Viserys' calm voice broke the silence. It is a faith of the children of the forest and the ancestors. A century ago, Conqueror Aegon landed in Westeros and graciously embraced their existence, allowing these great trees to thrive throughout the realm. Viserys slowly turned to face the now elegantly attired Aegon, his tone still leisurely. The Targaryens, like the weirwoods, wish to spread throughout Westeros to maintain the enduring reign of the dragons, to forever be the sovereigns of the 7 kingdoms, necessitating tolerance and acceptance. Viserys began to stroll along the garden path, signaling for Aegon to follow. My child, your mother, Princess Rhaenys is my aunt. You are of Targaryen blood, yet I confined you in the black cells for half a month. Will you hold that against me? Aegon paused, taken aback by the question, turning slightly to glimpse Viserys' expression, but the king continued walking, leaving Aegon only the view of his calm profile. Your Majesty, I do not know my identity, I only know my name. As for grievances, your Majesty, you overestimate my position. I am merely a captive from the Stepstones, with no standing to bargain. Aegon's words caused Viserys to momentarily falter, turning to regard his young cousin once more. So, you harbor some resentment then? Viserys remarked with a light chuckle, shaking his head. Indeed, there should be some resentment, for we have violated the rights of hospitality. Clearly, the king chose to overlook Aegon's latter statement. You are called Aegon Targaryen. Targaryen? That surname feels oddly familiar. Who bestowed it upon you? They continued walking, Viserys musing over Aegon's name with interest. I do not know, Aegon replied promptly, shaking his head. I awoke on the shores of Illyria at the age of 10, only remembering that I possessed such a name and nothing more. 10 years old. That would place it around the year of the conquest, just before the invasion of Volantis. Perhaps you encountered those pirates at sea, ultimately blown to the shores of the Valyrian Peninsula by the southwestern winds. Aegon shrugged indifferently. Who knows? I have never concerned myself with such matters. I survived to reach Valyria, managed to reach adulthood, and ultimately escaped that cursed land. That is all that matters. Viserys remained silent for a long moment, the morning sea breeze wafting the odors of King's Landing into the King's garden, mingling with the rich floral scent to create an odd aroma. Aegon rubbed his nose uncomfortably, unable to stifle a sneeze. This brought Viserys back to the present. You seem less than eager to embrace your Targaryen heritage, even though I have confirmed you as the offspring of Princess Rhaenys. Aegon inwardly rolled his eyes, thinking, must I declare how utterly elated I am? A tiger, having stealthily infiltrated a pride of lions, finally found a reason to secure the trust of most of them through a tattoo. Yet at this moment, should it not exhibit a touch of restraint? Must it perform a thunderous roar that would inevitably betray its presence? Your Majesty, a dignified warrior would never yearn to be regarded as a despised, illegitimate child, even if he were a Targaryen. Viserys was quite satisfied with Rhaego's response. He was a proud, self-respecting, and fiercely determined warrior, and he was a son of House Targaryen. Ha ha ha, my child, you are no mere bastard. You are the legitimate blood of the Targaryen princess, possessing the silver hair and striking visage of the Targaryens. With the blood of the dragon coursing through your veins, and the fiery legacy of the Iron Throne etched in your lineage. Viserys placed a hand on Rhaego's shoulder, his tone turning earnest and sincere. Rhaego, you are the king of the Seven Kingdoms, the protector of the realm, and the cousin of Viserys Targaryen. Remember, you have never been a bastard. I shall organize a tournament after the harvest moon, formally introducing your identity to the nobles and subjects of the Seven Kingdoms, as well as to celebrate your return. This is the right befitting a Targaryen. Rhaego gazed at Viserys' confident demeanor with a hint of surprise. He was well aware of his identity, merely a tiger striving to blend into the Targaryen pride, a creature of House Domnar. Through a series of fortuitous events and the unforeseen assistance of characters like Corlys, he had gained a legitimate claim to Targaryen blood. He had considered that Viserys might acknowledge him, yet he had never anticipated that the monarch of the Seven Kingdoms would so publicly vindicate his name. This king, historically referred to as the Young King, had elevated the Targaryen family to unprecedented heights during his reign. Yet his yearning for peace and his love and care for family far surpassed his ambition for power. He was a genuinely good man, and Rhaego felt a twinge of guilt for deceiving him. Alas, his identity was shrouded in secrecy. He had no other choice. Chapter 26. Very well, cousin. Good men are ill-suited for the game of power, where one either triumphs or perishes with no middle ground. Viserys lacked the ruthlessness and decisiveness, sowing the seeds of downfall within the empire through his indecision. This, however, does not detract from his status as a good man. Viserys' almost unguarded acceptance of Rhaego indeed moved him, yet it was merely a feeling of gratitude. Thankfully, Rhaego was no ambitious usurper. He simply coveted the dragons of House Targaryen, seeking to elevate his own bloodline to its fullest potential. As for that ludicrous throne that could cleave him into 8 pieces, Rhaego harbored no thoughts of it. The power of the Sword of Tetanus was something he could appreciate far better than the native inhabitants of this time. To possess his own dragon, to elevate his lineage to its zenith, and to traverse the lands as a wandering knight exploring the world. Was that not a more enchanting prospect than squabbling over this wretched place? Rhaego did not refuse Viserys' goodwill, especially since the news of the tournament had already been dispatched, leaving him no opportunity to intervene. Thank you, your majesty. Bowing in gratitude to the benevolent king, Rhaego strolled alongside Viserys through the garden. The Red Keep was constructed atop a hill in King's Landing, providing a view of nearly all the city's architecture. After walking a distance in the garden, they arrived at its edge. Below the low wall lay steep rocky cliffs, leading into a dense residential area, and further afield, a towering edifice rivaling the Red Keep itself rose majestically. That was the Dragon Pit, where most of the kingdom's dragons resided. Viserys gestured towards the distant Dragon Pit, introducing it to Rhaego. The great Vhagar, the first dragon to inhabit the Dragon Pit, succumbed to a strange illness and ultimately perished there. Since then, it has been customary for the dragons of the realm to reside within the Dragon Pit, cared for, and watched over by dragon keepers. The term dragon keeper caused Rhaego's brow to furrow. Why confine these magnificent creatures within the so-called dragon pit? This stifled their very nature. Whether in his previous life or this one, he had never understood nor accepted the Targaryens' approach to dragon husbandry. To chain these free-spirited, soaring dragons to the confines of the dragon pit was one thing. A dragon with a master could at least enjoy fleeting moments of freedom, but a dragon without a master was essentially imprisoned. Dreamfire, the majestic dragon, had languished in the dragon pit for decades, and though a night had finally come to her, Helena, burdened by the grief of losing her child, never had the chance to ride the magnificent beast, ultimately meeting a tragic end at the hands of a mob, an utterly lamentable fate. Viserys laughed heartily, clapping Rhaego on the shoulder. Rhaego, dragons are fierce and uncontrollable. They're far too powerful. Allowing such creatures to roam freely would instill terror and potential harm upon the people of King's Landing. Only by sequestering these weapons in their lairs during times of leisure can we protect our own. Rhaego fell silent. Though he had once briefly owned a dragon, to him, soul had never been a weapon of war. He could communicate with her in his heart. She would nuzzle him and express her thoughts, obeying his commands while he, in turn, understood hers. For Rhaego, soul was a companion, a friend, and definitely not a mere instrument of war. However, he understood that the dragon pit was a structure erected during the brutal reign of Maegor, a facility that had imprisoned dragons for decades in Westeros. It satisfied the demands of the nobility and had gradually been accepted by the Targaryens, a reality that could not be altered by a few simple words. Moreover, he held no interest in the dragons confined within these constraints, so he chose to let it go, nodding in feigned understanding to move past the issue. The two gazed at the imposing and solemn dragon pit from a distance when a golden figure spiraled upward from its direction, joyfully roaring as it soared towards Blackwater Bay. It was Rhaenyra and her dragon, Syrax. Rhaenyra often rode her for hunts near the Narrow Sea. Viserys introduced the golden dragon to Rhaego, alongside other dragons possessed by the kingdom. At that moment, within the dragon pit, lay Dreamfire, the former mount of the late king's sister Rhaena Targaryen. A pale blue dragon of 100 years, currently an unclaimed dragon, as well as several other dragons, including Caraxes and Vhagar. The pride and satisfaction in Viserys' tone were palpable. Clearly, the flourishing dragon lineage brought immense joy to this king. A dragon pit was also constructed on Dragonstone, housing the two strongest dragons of the family, Vhagar and Vermithrax, alongside the beautiful Silverwing. Listening to Viserys' descriptions, even though Rhaego had long abandoned any ambition concerning these dragons, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Which man could remain composed under such circumstances? It was akin to an arms dealer showcasing his weapons before an audience. This is a Barrett, unmatched in power. This is a 1911, the epitome of classic design. It was undeniably captivating. If these weapons were tangible and one could legally possess them, how could one resist such temptations? Viserys evidently noticed the gleam in Rhaego's eyes and continued with a smile. Among the adult dragons, Vhagar, Dreamfire, and Silverwing remain untamed, and there are several unclaimed juvenile dragons as well. Rhaego discerned the implication in Viserys' words, feeling a surge of astonishment. Am I allowed to attempt to tame them? Of course, Rhaego. I can sense the vigor in your bloodline. You possess the most pure Targaryen heritage. You are a quintessential Targaryen. And how could a Targaryen warrior be without a dragon? Viserys gazed into the distance, watching as Rhaenyra and Syrax gradually diminished to mere specks on the horizon. His voice unusually somber. Though the Targaryens ruled the Seven Kingdoms, they were merely subjects beneath the fury of Dragonfire. To maintain a lasting dominion, the Targaryens needed greater strength. Their subjects feared the mighty dragons. Thus, they must tame more dragons to ensure perpetual subservience, for dragons would safeguard their realm. Yet, the thought echoed ominously in his mind. But dragons could also lay waste to your kingdom. Rhaego, he mused during this period, I shall arrange for you to learn the family's swordsmanship and the etiquette befitting nobility. Once the tournament reveals your identity, you may venture to the dragon's lair to attempt taming a dragon, thereby securing the Targaryen legacy. Yes, your majesty, Rhaego replied. Address me as cousin, Rhaego Targaryen. Very well. Cousin. Chapter 27, Rhaenyra Targaryen. The king decreed the convening of a grand tournament, prompting the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms to spring into action upon receiving the news. Some lords sought to utilize the tournament to select political marriage candidates, while others aimed to showcase their family's might. However, for the exuberant and hormone-driven young men and women, this magnificent tournament felt more like a publicly organized social gathering. where noble maidens yearned for enchanting encounters with the valiant and handsome knights, and the knights, in turn, sought to indulge in the allure of wildflowers, all the while gaining power and status. Certainly, for the plethora of young knights eager to compete in the tournament, the dazzling noblewomen could not compare to the youthful allure of Princess Rhaenyra. As the eldest daughter of King Viserys and the royal princess of Dragonstone, she was likely to be the future heir to the Iron Throne, although the bountiful Queen Alicent had borne the king 2 sons and a daughter, casting doubt in the hearts of those nobles who had pledged allegiance to the princess. In the present flourishing era of Viserys, aligning oneself with her promised wealth and prosperity, and perhaps even a chance to stay in the Iron Throne with their own bloodline, was not an impossibility. To them, Rhaenyra was the most sought-after prize in the 7 kingdoms. Yet at this moment, for Rhaego, Rhaenyra represented the greatest complication. After an extensive conversation with Viserys, Rhaego understood that he had temporarily established his foothold in King's Landing. At least within the Red Keep, he was indeed a Targaryen prince. Once the tournament concluded, he would possess a noble and legitimate identity within the 7 kingdoms. During the wait for the tournament to commence, Rhaego proactively requested Viserys to expedite his swordsmanship and etiquette lessons to pass the time. However, after merely 2 days of training with his instructor, Rhaenyra's sudden appearance completely disrupted his life. Princess Rhaenyra, born in the year 97 of the conquest, was now 14 years of age. The Targaryen bloodline endowed her with extraordinary beauty at a tender age, standing over 1.7 meters tall, rivaling most men. Though her delicate form had yet to fully mature due to her youth, she already possessed an alluring figure. As the eldest daughter of King Viserys, the radiant light of the kingdom, she had been surrounded by adoration and flattery throughout her life, fostering both the pride and the youthful impudence characteristic of royalty. As the talk of the Red Keep for nearly half a month, Rhaego naturally piqued Rhaenyra's intense curiosity. During his confinement, she had attempted to breach his cell on multiple occasions, eager to behold the handsome prize captured by her uncle Daemon. At last, when Viserys released Rhaego, Rhaenyra had just returned from a flight to Dragonstone on Syrax, and she could hardly contain her excitement as she hurried to the training grounds. Such beautiful swordsmanship. Good Sir Knight, she remarked. Rhaego sheathed his sword and, turning with his instructor, bowed to the approaching princess. Ser Criston Cole quietly followed behind her, expressionless, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Your Highness, he greeted. Rhaenyra returned the courtesy politely, lifting her skirts slightly, her eyes fixed intently on Rhaego's countenance. Perhaps due to their shared bloodline, Rhaego's skin appeared more delicate and smooth than that of the typical Westlander, untouched by the ravages of war, preserving his inherent beauty. The instructor, perceiving the shift in the atmosphere, discreetly bowed and retreated, leaving the two alone. Ser Criston Cole, might you grant me some time alone with my uncle? The knight's expression stiffened slightly as he lowered his head. As you wish, Your Highness. Rhaenyra, preoccupied with admiring Rhaego's features, and Rhaego himself, lowering his gaze in silence, created a palpable tension in the training yard. Does my uncle not wish to speak? Rhaenyra inquired, her smile playful as she twirled around Rhaego on tiptoe. You seem reluctant to be alone with me, she noted, her face adorned with curiosity. You may simply call me Rhaego. The king has not publicly declared my identity. Rhaego felt a surge of frustration. How could he navigate the whims of a 14-year-old girl in the throes of youthful infatuation? My identity remains ambiguous. Sharing solitude could tarnish your reputation, princess. We have merely exchanged a few words, she retorted. Yet your thoughts are plainly inscribed upon your visage. In truth, Rhaego found himself at a loss in this scenario. As a lifelong singleton across 2 lifetimes, he had scarcely held a girl's hand, let alone manage such an awkward encounter. Moreover, she was underage. As someone who had once thrived under the banner of the Red, how could he possibly harbor any interest in a girl barely on the cusp of adulthood? Although this was Westeros, where girls could engage in relations post-menarchy, Rhaego still felt a shiver of discomfort. The thought of 30-year-old Viserys nearly marrying 12-year-old Lena Valerion made his head throb. Even more troubling was the fact that Rhaenyra was a figure renowned throughout the 7 kingdoms for her scandalous exploits. Reflecting on the life of this royal luminary, from her tumultuous beginnings at 14 to her demise at 33, it was a tale rife with debauchery. From accompanying her uncle Daemon into brothels to indulging in forbidden affairs with Ser Criston Cole, marrying Lena Valerion, and carrying on clandestine trysts with her sworn protector. Known as the Breakbones, she had birthed 3 children with dark hair under the Valerion name, becoming a source of mockery throughout the realm. Ultimately, she united with her uncle Daemon once more, alongside various unnamed lovers, leading to a life so scandalous it earned her the title of harlot. dragging her reputation and support to the nadir. Given both her age and her notorious reputation, Rhaego, a man with a pronounced sense of moral cleanliness, chose to keep his distance. Furthermore, he understood well that Rhaenyra's current interest in him was merely a fleeting desire, perhaps even mere curiosity, rather than genuine affection. To her, no man was worthy of her heart unless he could aid her in ascending to the Iron Throne, not even her uncle Daemon, who facilitated her rise. Power and desire are eternally entwined, and Rhaenyra epitomized this intersection. She was a thorn in Rhaego's side, mired in an unpleasant stench. Chapter 28. The Perils of Power. Your necklace is exquisite, Your Highness. Rhaego finally ventured after a prolonged silence, seeking a neutral topic to ease the tension. Thank you, Rhaenyra replied, caressing the necklace at her neck, her smile radiant. It is a trophy brought by Daemon from the Stepstones, crafted from precious Valyrian steel. Prince Daemon is a formidable warrior, well-versed in the ways of the world. Perhaps the princess should seek his company more often. Rhaenyra smiled non-committally, lifting her gown as she perched upon a nearby log, resting her chin upon her hands, her gaze wandering towards Rhaego. He is indeed a knight of exceptional caliber, possessing a wealth of knowledge. As if recalling a thought, Rhaenyra's cheeks flushed with color. Did he best you in combat, Rhaego Domnar? Perhaps I should refer to you as such for the time being. Rhaego sheathed his sword, casting a sidelong glance at Corlys, who was discreetly observing from a distance, and casually took a seat opposite Rhaenyra. Prince Daemon's swordsmanship is unparalleled, having secured victory at the Stepstones, yet I have not faced him in battle. You would do well to avoid such an encounter. It is evident that he harbors great dissatisfaction with the king's disposition towards you, and he may very well seek to harm you. Rhaenyra's words caused Rhaego to furrow his brow. Being targeted by a Targaryen with a dragon is hardly fortunate news. Thank you for the warning, Princess. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding between Prince Daemon and myself. Misunderstanding? I suspect it is no mere misunderstanding. Rhaego, are you aware of what it means to be recognized as part of the Targaryen bloodline by His Majesty? Rhaego fell momentarily silent, but Rhaenyra did not wait for his response, continuing unabated. You are the sole legitimate heir of Princess Rhaena, possessing the same claim to inheritance as Daemon. The Iron Throne is no longer an unattainable dream for you. The very existence poses a threat to many interests, including your own, I presume. Rhaego mused silently, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. So tell me, Rhaego Domnar of Valyria's ruins, will you be a threat to them? Does the princess hope that I will be? Observing Rhaenyra's suddenly somber expression, Rhaego found himself struggling to suppress a smile. This young royal, here not just to engage in idle conversation, but to probe for any ambition he might harbor to seize power. Once Viserys publicly declares his identity, he will possess a legitimate claim to the Iron Throne, albeit a claim that ranks behind Rhaenyra, Daemon, and the two sons and daughter of Alicent. Yet, it is enough to instill a sense of threat in the perpetually insecure Rhaenyra. The very individuals she perceives as threats likely include herself. Throughout the history of the Seven Kingdoms and the Targaryen lineage, there has never been a precedent for a woman to inherit the throne. Proud noblemen have little desire to bow before a woman's skirts to govern. Rhaenyra understands this truth all too well. As the sister of the reigning King Viserys, the crownless Queen Rhaenys Targaryen once stood on the brink of claiming the Iron Throne, yet ultimately, in the face of societal resistance, King Jaehaerys chose Viserys, a male. This recent history weighs heavily on Rhaenyra, as she foresees a similar fate for herself. She personally facilitated her close friend Alicent Hightower's ascent to the king's bed. But with the births of Aegon and Aemond, the situation has unfolded in ways she never envisioned, with gender differences presenting the most significant chasm between her and the Iron Throne. Even with the king's backing, Rhaenyra remains acutely aware of the undercurrents swirling in King's Landing. Rhaego Domnar, you must clarify your stance to the Princess of Dragonstone, the future queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Your Highness, I have no interest in that chair. As Rhaenyra's temper flared, Rhaego decided to be forthright. Let those who desire that sharp instrument sit upon it. He would not even spare a glance. Rhaenyra received the answer she sought. Whether Rhaego was merely being dismissive or sincere, he had provided her with a temporarily satisfying response. Rising to smooth the creases of her gown, Rhaenyra regarded Rhaego with a deep gaze, her earlier smile and allure now replaced with a more serious demeanor. Remember your words, Rhaego Targaryen. That is a name bestowed upon you by the king. Do not tarnish its nobility. Having delivered her stern warning, Rhaenyra turned on her heel to depart, with Ser Corlys Velaryon following closely behind, his sword in hand as they exited the training grounds. Rhaego remained seated on the log for a considerable time. And only when Rhaenyra and Corlys's figures had completely vanished from sight did he exhale slowly and rise to his feet. He acknowledged that he had greatly underestimated the intensity of the power struggles within King's Landing. He had assumed that the conflict between Rhaenyra and her faction would not erupt for years, yet it seemed both sides had already commenced their covert contest. A mere Targaryen identity had stirred the waters of this pool called power. Beneath the surface, two colossal entities stirred restlessly, vying to swallow this new bait. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly become ensnared in the mire of power. As realization dawned, Rhaego was shocked to find himself drenched in cold sweat. He had positioned himself precariously between two great factions. He had forgotten that the Targaryen identity, while providing certain advantages, also brought an avalanche of complications. The princess and the queen were fervently rallying supporters to their causes, and he, a suddenly prominent Targaryen favored by the king, had become the object of contention between both sides. It dawned on Rhaego that he had inadvertently placed himself in a predicament with no easy escape. Choosing one faction would inevitably render him a mortal enemy of the other, while abstaining from choosing would imply ambition for the Iron Throne in the eyes of both. Especially as a Targaryen on the cusp of adulthood, capable of taming a dragon, such a position would undoubtedly invite collective hostility. In the Game of Thrones, once one enters, there is no middle ground. One either wins or perishes. Rhaego felt increasingly overwhelmed. He had merely sought to use the guise of a Targaryen to tame a dragon, never intending to partake in a civil war of the Dragon Lords, which could be deadly. Even the mighty Vhagar had met his demise. He did not believe he could emerge unscathed. Rhaego did not wish to choose sides, nor become a target. Now, the only path remaining for him was to cling tightly to Viserys' favor, to be a loyal supporter of the king, prioritizing his own safety above all else, with everything else being mere distractions. As for whether he could prevent the Blood Dragon's rampage, he would let fate decide. Of course, if circumstances proved dire, he hoped to have tamed a dragon by then. When Viserys passes, he could slip away in the ensuing chaos. With this thought, Rhaego began to relax. Chapter 29. The Question of Meredes. Vhagar is the largest dragon in the realm, brought to Dragonstone by the exiled Enar, raised on the island, and ultimately ridden by the great conqueror Aegon, who used its fiery breath and roar to conquer the Seven Kingdoms. In the crypts of the Red Keep, Viserys stood alongside Rhaego. Before them loomed a dragon's head, towering as large as a house, its pale skull resting peacefully upon a dais, surrounded by candles a foot long, illuminating the dim crypt. It is the last remaining dragon that witnessed the cataclysm before the fall of Old Valyria. Viserys' resonant voice echoed in the crypt. Vhagar, Meredes. Vhagar. Aegon and his two queens rode them to victory in the conquest wars, establishing the Iron Throne. Now, apart from Vhagar, Meredes perished from a scorpion bolt to the eye during the campaign against Dorne, and Vhagar has finally passed away, resting here in eternal slumber. Viserys' voice was steady as he recounted the deeds of the founding dragons to Rhaego, holding a long taper to coax the candles into brighter flames, illuminating the massive creature before them. Rhaego's gaze toward the dragon skull was filled with skepticism regarding Viserys' account of Vhagar. The essence of his blood indeed responded upon encountering the colossal creature, albeit with only a minuscule reaction, far removed from the exuberant enthusiasm exhibited in the presence of Vhagar. Furthermore, Rhaegar was all too aware of the fate that befell Vhagar. The dragon before him was undoubtedly ancient and formidable, yet detecting the remains of a blood and fire magical creature, the skull of Meredes, energy absorption in progress. This reference to Meredes left Viserys with a sense of disbelief. Had he not personally overseen Vhagar's funeral, Rhaegar might have been convinced. Energy absorption complete, bloodline development progress at 3. Host, Rhaego Domnar. Gender, male. Age, 70. Bloodline 1. Ancient Valyrian dragon, king bloodline. Bloodline 2. Blood and fire origin, affinity for blood-fire magic, current bloodline development progress, 30. Status, healthy, strong, secretly delighted. Trait, immune to all poisons. The bloodline progress had increased by 3%, a stark contrast to Vhagar, whose potency far surpassed Meredes, resulting in such meager advancement. However, what was to be said of this 70-year age and the trait of immunity to toxins? System, bloodline development at 30. Successfully activated trait panel. Acquired trait. Immune to all poisons, as its name suggests. Age 70. Host has been in slumber since the age of 15. 55 years have passed. Setting aside the trait of immunity to toxins, which was undoubtedly a remarkable asset, the glaring age of 70 became increasingly unbearable in Rhaegar's eyes. To behold such youthful beauty, akin to an 18 or 19-year-old, only to be informed that this youth was indeed 70 years old. How could one endure such a revelation? System. Alter my age to 18. Just turn 18, forever 18. Ding. Modification complete. Host, Rhaego Domnar. Gender, male. Age, 18. Bloodline 1. Ancient Valyrian Dragon, King Bloodline. Bloodline 2. Blood and Fire Origin, Affinity for Bloodfire Magic, Current Bloodline Development Progress, 30. Status. Healthy, strong, secretly delighted. Trait. Immune to all poisons. How delightful it was to be regarded as an 18-year-old beauty, and who would dare call him a 70-year-old elder? Rhaegar? Rhaegar. Viserys' call snapped Rhaegar back to reality, prompting him to stow away the system panel and turn his gaze toward Viserys at his side. Your Majesty, I was momentarily taken aback by Vagar's might. Ha ha ha. At this, Viserys erupted into hearty laughter, kindly patting Rhaegar's arm. There is no shame in being awed by Vagar. During my first encounter with Vagar alongside the late king, I too was taken aback. They are the sovereigns of the skies, towering above us. Rhaegar accepted the long pin from Viserys' hand, taking over the task of lighting the surrounding candles. Rhaegar, Rhaenyra and Alicent have both sought you out, haven't they? Viserys' words rang out once more, causing Rhaegar to pause in his task of igniting the wicks, before feigning nonchalance in his reply. Yes, your Majesty, both Princess Rhaenyra and the Queen have summoned me. There is no need for formality, Rhaegar. This is merely a conversation between brothers. Viserys moved to a nearby position, his profile shrouded in shadow, facing Rhaegar's direction. So, what is your decision? Placing the long pin down, Rhaegar approached Viserys, kneeling respectfully on one knee. I have made no promises to anyone, your Majesty. Rhaegar is only willing to remain loyal to your Majesty's will. Whomever you designate for the Iron Throne shall be where Rhaegar belongs. Viserys smiled and nodded, clearly pleased with Rhaegar's response, though the worry etched upon his brow remained unyielding. While he had publicly declared Rhaenyra as Princess of Dragonstone and affirmed her position as heir, the attitudes of the noble families across the Seven Kingdoms towards a woman ascending the Iron Throne remained uncertain. Alicent had borne him 2 sons, and Otto was scheming for Aegon and Aemon's claim to the throne, while the relationship between Alicent and Rhaenyra was deteriorating rapidly, turning King's Landing into a battleground for their power struggle, which left Viserys both angry and anxious. Rhaegar, will you support Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne? Your Majesty, I shall always support your decision. Even with the support of his younger brother, the worry on Viserys' face did not wane in the slightest. He feared that after his passing, Rhaenyra and Alicent would turn the kingdom into a battlefield in their quest for the Iron Throne, thereby bringing ruin to House Targaryen. And even more dreadfully, a rift among the dragons. Only a dragon can slay another dragon. Rhaegar. Viserys murmured to himself, his inner turmoil and fears remaining unexpressed. Daemon's fiery temperament, Rhaenyra and Alicent's power struggles. The safety of the realm seemed precariously perched upon a live volcano, with the flames of destruction ready to erupt at any moment. Rhaegar, you were born free, uncorrupted by the filth of power. Today, I summon you as your elder brother to seek your counsel on the current plight of the kingdom. Viserys gazed at Rhaegar with anticipation, fearful that he might hesitate to speak, and quickly encouraged him. Rhaegar, this is a conversation between brothers, devoid of any stakes or politics. Feel free to voice your thoughts. Rhaegar bowed his head in contemplation, taken aback that the king, Viserys, would seek his opinion on succession. He was uncertain whether he should speak, as from his perspective, the identity of the heir would not affect his own plans. It was of no concern to him. However, as a fervent fan of the tale from his previous life, he was loath to witness the unraveling of House Targaryen. Moreover, with the way Viserys operated, who could endure it? Rhaegar feared not threats or temptations, but rather the emotional appeals that Viserys could employ. The king's trust and closeness towards a seemingly spontaneous Targaryen was undeniably moving. Yet, as a novice in the realm of politics, could his opinions on such matters hold any weight? Lifting his gaze to meet Viserys' expression, which was imbued with both hope and pain, Rhaegar steeled himself, deciding to repay the dragons of his house in advance. What he chose to express was entirely up to him. Wake up and devise a plan swiftly. Chapter 30. Rhaegar's unfortunate idea. Recently, since Rhaegar's release from the dungeons of King's Landing, Viserys had indeed treated him like a brother, providing a comfortable abode, delectable meals, and even inviting Rhaegar to family feasts, introducing him to family members and allowing him to meet his 3 children. It was after attending one of these family gatherings that Alicent approached Rhaegar, expressing sentiments akin to those of Rhaenyra. Having come from a future era replete with an explosion of information, Rhaegar understood the adage that the world is driven by profit, Yet human hearts remain inherently tender. The notion of transcending emotional attachments is merely an imagined ideal. As long as one is human, one cannot escape the shackles of emotion. Regardless of whether Viserys' kindness was genuine or a calculated ploy, he had indeed shown Rhaegar an extraordinary level of goodwill, warming Rhaegar's previously solitary and cold heart. Thus, when this kind and benevolent king revealed his anguish and struggles, Rhaegar found himself unable to stand idly by. What politics? What schemes? These were all things Rhaegar had chosen to distance himself from. Yet, alas, life does not always unfold as one wishes. In truth, the simplest way to address the power struggle between his wife and daughter would be for Viserys to personally designate a successor before his passing, while simultaneously curtailing the rights of the other. However, it was evident that Viserys was not a king of ruthless decisiveness, and such matters carried significant uncertainty. Should he, like in the original tale, lose control of the Red Keep before his death, everything would revert to its original course. Viserys' compassion and indecision had fostered the conflict between the two factions, yet Rhaegar was at a loss for how to counsel him. He loved his daughter dearly, just as he cherished his sons and wife. The choice before him was undeniably cruel, and Viserys would undoubtedly refuse. Thus, it is merely a suggestion for my humble self. Its reliability remains to be debated, yet I trust it should pose no significant issue, Your Majesty. Perhaps the princess and the queen have simply grown too accustomed to the comforts of life. Rhaego's words left Viserys momentarily stunned. The connection between a life of ease and the struggle for power seemed tenuous at best. Your Majesty, during my youth amidst the ruins of Valyria, survival was my only concern. Sustenance was paramount, and the notion of a leisurely existence, let alone the pursuit of power, was far from my thoughts. Rhaego, wishing to keep his involvement in the Targaryen civil strife at bay, cautiously attempted to hint at Viserys' predicament. In simpler terms, Rhaego believed that Rhaenyra and Alicent, having nothing better to do, created the farcical blood dance that ultimately led to the burial of the Targaryen dynasty. After a lengthy silence, Viserys managed a wry smile as he regarded Rhaego, shaking his head in resigned understanding. I grasp your point, Rhaego. They are indeed lacking in the trials that would instill a reverence for power. Yet the situation has escalated to a point where the desires of the nobility across the Seven Kingdoms leave them no avenue for retreat. Rhaego comprehended the futility in Viserys' expression, whether it was the enduring belief in the honor of nobility and knighthood, the allegiance to Rhaenyra in the north as a potential bride, or the steadfast support of House Hightower. These ancient noble families who had long ruled the Seven Kingdoms had already made their bets. To expect them to withdraw their investments now would be sheer folly. The conflict between Rhaenyra and Alicent is not merely a battle for the esteemed Iron Throne. It also represents a recalibration of the interests of the Seven Kingdoms nobility. Perhaps, the Targaryen Civil War is a spectacle that delights the noble houses. What of lords and commoners? The nobility of Westeros has long crawled beneath the shadow of the dragon. Yet the chilling glances cast by avarice are greedily fixated upon the towering Iron Throne. Rhaego shuddered at the thoughts swirling in his mind, raising his gaze slightly. Sensing that behind Viserys' troubled visage lay a multitude of covetous eyes, lurking in the darkness, exuding the base instincts of humanity. Filth, fear, evasion, hatred, disdain, calculation, and greed. He feared that some of those predatory gazes had already settled upon him. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Rhaego rose and sat beside Viserys, carefully organizing his thoughts before articulating them. Your Majesty, I harbor but a rudimentary idea, which I beseech you to consider. As for its application, that lies solely within your discretion. These words shall pass from my lips to your ears, and I implore you to weigh them thoughtfully. Viserys understood the implications of Rhaego's involvement in such matters and nodded solemnly. Your Majesty, I once rescued an elderly man from the shores of the Valyrian Sea, who had been cast ashore by the waves. This man had devoted his life to exploring the world and uncovering the unknown, amassing a wealth of knowledge and experiences. I spent a year living alongside him amidst the ruins of Valyria, only to watch him succumb to the dreadful grayscale. Rhaego's voice echoed in the vast bunker. I had the privilege of hearing this adventurous soul recount a tale from his homeland, which once boasted a formidable empire, unchallenged in its dominion over Middle-earth. The reigning king was diligent and expanded the empire's borders to the very edges of the mountains and seas, but alas, his offspring were ensnared in a bitter struggle over succession. At this point, Viserys could no longer feign ignorance. Rhaego's narrative mirrored his own plight. How did this powerful king of Middle-earth navigate such turmoil? As if attuned to Viserys' unspoken question, Rhaego's voice resumed its steady cadence. To prevent the kingdom's fragmentation, The wise king employed a shrewd strategy. He summoned his young brother to court, bestowing upon him a high position, often keeping him by his side for guidance, while deliberately neglecting the two princes and the princess. This allowed courtiers to gravitate towards the younger brother, creating the illusion of a brotherly rivalry, yet without granting him any real power, sending his loyal family to support the younger brother. With a common adversary, the princess and princes found themselves steadily losing ground against the younger brother under the king's pressure, ultimately forcing an uneasy alliance, albeit one fraught with superficiality and internal conflict, rendering them no match for the younger brother. Years later, as the king approached death, the younger brother surged forth, poised to seize the imperial throne, prompting the princess and princes to marry out of necessity, dissolving their animosities. Their followers finally united against the younger brother, witnessing the princess and princes become one family, adhered to the king's design, and relinquished the throne to the young prince, who would jointly reign with the princess over the grand empire. Of course, your majesty, should the younger brother stray from the agreement, the king's contingency plan would come into play. Viserys sat in stunned silence, recognizing that each character in Rhaego's tale had a counterpart in Westeros. Could this be the solution he sought? Overcome with shock and excitement, Viserys' voice faltered. What is the name of this stratagem? Your majesty, there exists a renowned saying in Middle-earth: brothers quarrel within the walls, united against external foes. This strategy aims to redirect conflict and quell discord. The elderly traveler referred to it as the three heroes present the cauldron. Chapter 31, Otto Hightower. The three heroes present the cauldron redirects conflict, and Viserys felt a stir of interest, though lingering doubts clouded his mind. However, should this strategy be implemented, Rhaenyra would be 10 years the senior to Aegon, and Alicent remains Rhaenyra's close confidant. Rhaego smirked, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Were you not once contemplating a union with Lena Valerion, when that young girl was merely 14, her mother your cousin? Why did you not ponder these matters then? Well, that is not the issue at hand. Observing Rhaego's expression, Viserys realized his query had been rather thoughtless, and he awkwardly moved past it. However, Rhaego, what if Rhaenyra and Alicent are forever unable to reconcile? Then, I would facilitate the marriage between the princess and Prince Daemon, and directly appoint the princess to succeed to the Iron Throne. Daemon? Without a moment's hesitation, Viserys firmly rejected the notion. No, Rhaego, it cannot be Daemon. He would be a disruptor. I know Daemon well. He would not abide by the plan to reconcile Rhaenyra and Alicent. He would seize the Iron Throne for himself. With a deep sigh, Rhaego felt wearied, perplexed by Viserys' simultaneous tolerance and rejection of Daemon's claim to the throne. Undoubtedly, in the original tale, Daemon's ascension might represent the optimal resolution, yet Viserys clearly sought to keep his brother from any entanglements with the Iron Throne, a position fraught with tension. Your Majesty, perhaps you should seek the counsel of the lords and ministers. I merely recounted a tale from Middle-earth, and the events therein may not hold true for the current situation in Westeros. The lords are well-versed in their family legacies, and one man's insight may be limited, but many minds might yield a solution. They will only focus on their own interests, harboring disdain and resistance toward Rhaenyra's ascendance to the Iron Throne. The lords have never acted with impartiality regarding succession issues. The mention of the lords ignited Viserys' ire, and his words dripped with bitterness. Yet are you not also a beneficiary of this very disdain and resistance? Rhaego dared not voice this thought aloud, keeping it firmly within the confines of his mind. Sir Laenor Valerion has reminded me on numerous occasions of the consequences of insisting upon Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne in the presence of Aegon. Yet I seek not to hear of consequences. I desire a remedy for them. Your Majesty, Sir Laenor is a loyal and wise counsel. Indeed, he is a steadfast and sagacious subordinate. What of Sir Otto Hightower, the hand of the king? For a moment, Viserys was at a loss for words. Otto had served as his hand for nearly a decade, unwavering in his fairness, with all his counsel and decisions aligned with the kingdom's best interests. Yet Viserys, in a fit of agitation, shook his head. Perhaps Otto had grown too old. He was no longer suited for the position of hand. I shall consider new candidates. This is somewhat awkward. Rhaego had not anticipated that his casual inquiry would lead to Otto Hightower's dismissal from the chancellorship. It appeared that even this long-serving chancellor could not escape the pitfalls of nepotism, ultimately falling prey to his own ambitions for the Iron Throne on behalf of his grandson. Rhaego, I appreciate your strategy. I will contemplate its feasibility with diligence. Even if I do not adopt this approach, I remain grateful for your contributions to the realm. Thank you, Your Majesty. Exiting the bunker, Rhaego wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his brow, feeling a sudden lightness in his heart. Politics, indeed, is not a game for the faint-hearted. Devising a scheme to ensnare others requires a keen understanding of the broader dynamics and an analysis of human nature. Merely crafting an ambiguous diversion left Rhaego's mind buzzing, let alone the prospect of sitting upon the Iron Throne, confronting numerous ambitious souls, an endeavor that seemed akin to navigating through hell itself. Adjusting his robe, Rhaego glanced in the direction of the training grounds and hastened towards the city's practice arena. His training in swordsmanship was nearing its conclusion. Emerging from the hellscape of the Valyrian ruins, Rhaego's swordplay had already reached the pinnacle of excellence. However, his techniques had been honed in battles against beasts, emphasizing the pursuit of a single, lethal strike, rendering them less than aesthetically pleasing. The swordmaster chosen by Viserys had been instrumental in refining these aspects for him. The Red Keep was vast, and the guards and servants he encountered, having been instructed by Viserys, recognized Rhaego's status and respectfully stepped aside to bow as he passed, to which Rhaego acknowledged with friendly nods. Yet, just as he was about to exit the grand doors of the Red Keep, Rhaego found himself confronted by an unwelcome guest, the current Chancellor, Ser Otto Hightower. It seemed Otto had been waiting specifically for Rhaego's emergence, his dark eyes fixed intently upon him, emanating an oppressive aura. Ser Otto, Rhaego approached, bowing his head in greeting. Rhaego Domnar, what did you discuss with the king? Otto inquired, his tone devoid of warmth. The formal address raised Rhaego's eyebrows in surprise. Such palpable hostility. I have no information to share, Lord Otto. Perhaps you should inquire with the king. He may be inclined to enlighten you. As the saying goes, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. I have not provoked you, and since arriving in King's Landing, we have only officially met twice, merely exchanging glances in the council chamber. Even then, this old man had regarded me with disdain. Now, he brazenly obstructs my path with inquiries. How audacious! Does he take me for a fool? If he offers me no courtesy, I shall extend him none in return. Who fears whom? You are a presumptuous lad, fortunate to bear the Targaryen name, yet it cannot alter your servile nature. The waters of King's Landing run deep. Perhaps you should learn humility. Otto's tone grew increasingly stern, his already serious countenance darkening further. Thank you for your counsel. My Lord Chancellor, I shall endeavor to learn from you. The great Hightower spirit, Rhaego replied nonchalantly, his words still jabbing at the soon-to-be ousted Chancellor. Unless you have further business, I must away to practice my swordplay. You know I was born to cherish freedom, and I have always been accustomed to letting my sword do the talking. If I do not master my swordsmanship, I risk a clumsy execution, easily losing my grip. Otto remained silent, his expression grim as he watched Rhaego stride past him, light-footed and resolute. Lord Otto, a knight from House Hightower, following closely behind, approached. Otto withdrew his gaze and inquired, have we received any word from those sent to the Citadel for investigation? My lord, our emissaries have returned empty-handed, but it seems that Maester Barnes has discovered some leads. However, he has sent all materials to the king, sealed with wax, and is being escorted by a designated attendant. We are unable to review them. Let them return and arrange for Barnes to meet with the stranger, Otto commanded coldly. Turning to retreat into the depths of the Red Keep, his gaunt figure resembling a night owl, the sound of his heavy footsteps echoing through the castle. Chapter 32, Scandal. Viserys returned to his chambers in the Red Keep, his mind heavy with concern. Queen Alicent was playfully tending to their young son, Aemon Targaryen, while the 4-year-old Aegon crawled across the bed under the watchful eye of a maid, and their daughter, Helena, lay quietly at the bedside, resembling a serene little cat. Your Majesty, upon seeing Viserys enter, Alicent and the attendants greeted him with respect, unaccustomed to burdening his family with the negative emotions stemming from political affairs. Even amidst his internal turmoil, Viserys forced a smile and approached to embrace his eldest son. Your Majesty, we have received word from the Citadel. The voice of the king's guard interrupted, disrupting the king's moment of familial joy. Viserys offered a wry smile as he handed his son to the attending maid, casting a resigned glance at his wife Alicent before hastily making his way to the banquet hall. He knew that the bearer of the news was a knight dispatched to investigate Rhaego's identity, and in his mind, the king had already devised a basic plan. He merely required a definitive reason. Your Majesty, Viserys took his seat at the head of the banquet table, and the weary knight respectfully produced a package wrapped in black cloth from within his cloak, which the king's guard inspected before presenting it to the king. Your Majesty, we were tasked with the investigation, and apart from the previous leads, we found nothing of consequence. However, before departing, Maester Barnes requested that we deliver this package to you, stating that only the king may open it. Oh, Viserys expressed surprise. Maester Barnes had been in the Citadel for nearly a lifetime, serving as a scholar since the reign of King Jaehaerys, now over 80 years of age. Throughout his life, he had dedicated himself to compiling ancient records and histories, rarely involving himself in matters of the realm. It was unclear what had prompted this sudden presentation. The king's guard gently placed the black package before the king, who furrowed his brow in contemplation, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. He gestured for the knights and attendants in the room to withdraw, and once the door closed behind him, leaving him alone in the expansive chamber, he furrowed his brow and carefully peeled back the black cloth covering the package. Inside lay a letter, a book, and a small, sealed metal canister, roughly the size of a palm, seemingly crafted from Valyrian steel. These were the items within the package. Viserys picked up the letter first, inspecting the intact wax seal before using a small knife to slice open the envelope, unfolding the paper within. Your most gracious majesty, I am your most loyal subject, the aged Charles Barnes. I have witnessed the encroaching shadows gathering. The letter was brief, comprising little more than 1,000 words. Yet Viserys found himself engrossed for the better part of half an hour. During this time, the king's guard entered twice to check on the king's well-being, but could not pry him from the gripping information contained within the letter. With a grim visage, Viserys trembled as he set the letter down, his gaze steely as it fell upon the small canister nestled within the package. A rare flicker of murderous intent surfacing amidst his typically placid demeanor. With trembling hands, Viserys carefully folded the letter back into its envelope and reached for the thick tome. The Rise and Fall of Valyria. Such was the title of the book, its cover and title page slightly yellowed, indicating its considerable age. The handwritten text bore occasional smudges of ink, a testament to the labor of Maester Barnes, who had personally compiled this historical account. The tome was rather voluminous, and Viserys casually perused the table of contents before turning the book on its side to extract a golden bookmark tied with a delicate string from the edge of its pages. He then opened the book to the designated page. Viserys' pupils abruptly constricted as he read the content line by line, and after a moment of silence, he closed the book, taking the small vial into his hand, his expression somber as he toyed with it. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister has arrived and is awaiting you in the banquet hall, came the voice of the king's guard from outside the door, rousing the contemplative Viserys from his thoughts. He meticulously repackaged the vial, the book, and the letter within the heavy black cloth, finally concealing the bundle within a hidden compartment of the bookshelf. He then composed his expression and emotions, transforming back into the affable king. Otto, what further matters do you wish to burden your already weary king with? Viserys inquired with a gentle smile as he approached Otto, playfully nudging the shoulder of his old companion. They shared a light embrace, exchanging banter. I apologize for disturbing you so early, Your Majesty, Otto replied, his demeanor still impassive. I have come upon unsettling news that I believe should be cautiously conveyed to you before the council convenes. The smile on Viserys' face gradually faded. Is it that sea serpent once more? Otto fell momentarily silent, unsure why the king immediately associated the matter with the sea serpent. Yet it was evident that he was more interested in relaying the news he had acquired. I'm afraid it concerns the princess, Your Majesty. Rhaenyra? Has she been harmed? Viserys' expression visibly tensed. To inform you that your daughter has been exploited is not an easy task, Your Majesty. I endeavored to remain silent, but what has she done? Viserys interjected, his question direct and unambiguous. Your Majesty, Otto hesitated. Last night, the princess was seen at a brothel outside the Red Keep in the company of Daemon. They partook in revelries together, indulging in forbidden pleasures. What behavior is this? Viserys closed his eyes in anguish, his voice emerging from his throat hoarse and low. Must I speak it aloud, Your Majesty? Otto suddenly regretted his words. Perhaps he should not have inflicted this wound upon his old friend. But the struggle for power left him with no choice. You dare enter my castle and lay accusations upon my daughter. Viserys' voice was laced with suppressed fury. Speak plainly. Otto, someone witnessed Daemon and Rhaenyra deep within a brothel. Otto stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Viserys gestured for him to continue, and after a prolonged silence, Otto sighed resignedly and laid bare the sordid affair between the princess and her uncle. They engaged in illicit acts. After a long silence, Viserys weakly leaned back in his chair, forcing a hollow laugh after a moment. That is a falsehood, Otto. You have been deceived. I wish that were true, Your Majesty. But this informant has never provided erroneous information. Several servants have also confessed to witnessing the princess masquerading as a handmaiden sneaking out of the castle in the dead of night. Have you grown utterly weary of grand ambitions, that you would send someone to follow my daughter, to surveil her, to tarnish her reputation? Viserys was engulfed in a tempest of anger and sorrow, advancing upon Otto like a lioness protecting her cub. I harbor no such intent, Your Majesty, Otto replied, equally despondent, attempting to defend himself weakly. Yet the king was beyond enraged, having endured 2 betrayals on what had begun as a beautiful morning, compounded by an ugly scandal. Your intentions are transparent, Otto. You are desperate to thrust your own blood upon the throne, at any cost, even if it means destroying my own flesh and blood. Viserys' face was filled with disappointment as he turned away, unwilling to afford Otto a dignified exit. Leave, Otto. Depart at once. As the Prime Minister left the king's palace in disgrace, a scandal that would shock the 7 kingdoms was rapidly spreading throughout Westeros. Chapter 33. The Countenance of the Realm. The tale of Princess Rhaenyra and her uncle's scandal soon reached the ears of Rhaegar, who, while wandering the streets of King's Landing, overheard the common folk discussing them. When practicing swordplay in the training yard, knights spoke of the matter, and the Targaryen family's disgrace became notorious across the 7 kingdoms. Rhaegar remained steadfast in his training, honing his body and swordsmanship, quietly observing the unfolding drama from the sidelines. In truth, when Rhaenyra had not attended the banquet that night, and no scandal had erupted the following day, Rhaegar had believed that this peculiar incident had been averted by his mere presence. However, history's tendency for correction proved robust, as Rhaenyra still gained notoriety over a month later. According to the original narrative, the affair between Rhaenyra and Daemon had surfaced the day after Daemon returned triumphantly from the Stepstones. For an uncle to tempt his niece into a brothel in the liberal realm of Westeros was indeed absurd, especially considering that one of the main characters was a future ruler of the 7 kingdoms. This incident stirred significant upheaval throughout the realm, as the young princess exhibited traits of a wanton, much to the dismay of her subjects. Yet, this alone was insufficient to shake their loyalty to her. However, the identity of her companion struck a nerve among the nobility. Daemon Targaryen, acknowledged by the lords as the most valiant warrior of House Targaryen and the mightiest prince in the realm, could only maintain his roles as warrior and prince. No one was willing to entertain the notion of Daemon grasping for the Iron Throne, should the king sanction a union between the princess and Daemon. It would herald the return of a ruler as cruel as Maegor, a powerful and ferocious monarch seated upon the Iron Throne, an outcome intolerable to the noble houses of the 7 kingdoms. Viserys was acutely aware of this truth. He understood that if he consented to the union of Daemon and Rhaenyra, Daemon would inevitably seize the power of the Iron Throne, leading the noble houses to distance themselves from the crown, a scenario he could not abide. Rhaegar continued his sword training, indulging in good food and restful sleep. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt an unsettling disquiet in his heart, as if a faint shadow loomed over him, akin to a thorn lodged in his throat. Fortunately, his body showed no signs of discomfort, and the system displayed no reactions. Thus, Rhaegar decided to dismiss it. As 6 months swiftly passed, Rhaegar had spent nearly 8 months in King's Landing. Through relentless training, his physique had visibly strengthened, though his height and features remained unchanged. His former sword instructor was no longer a match for him, and he could even best 2 of the King's Kingsguard without exerting his full strength. During this time, Prince Daemon Targaryen had faced royal reprimand and punishment due to the scandal, being dispatched to his vale to accompany his lawful wife, only for Lady Rhea to tragically perish in a hunting accident, leaving Daemon single once more. Princess Rhaenyra Targaryen had been betrothed to the eldest son of House Velaryon, Prince Laenor Velaryon, who rode the mighty dragon Sea Smoke, and he accepted the union with enthusiasm. However, it was rumored that prior to the marriage between the 2 houses, King Viserys and Ser Harwin Strong engaged in lengthy discussions for several days, the contents of which remained a mystery to all. Naturally, all these developments had no bearing on Rhaegar, who, despite the king's disregard for his initial suggestion, felt no dismay. After all, his idea had been but a fanciful whim, and had the king truly adopted his counsel, it could have led to calamity. What left him somewhat perplexed was that since the scandal involving Princess Rhaenyra and Daemon had come to light, Viserys had not seen him again, and even family feasts rarely included him, were it not for the imminent tournament and the fact that his freedom remained uncurbed. Rhaego might have begun to suspect that his true identity had been compromised. The celebration of the 5th wedding anniversary of the king and queen, along with Rhaego's own investiture as prince, combined to render this tournament, held after a staggering 111 years of conquest, unprecedentedly grand. After 6 months of preparations, nobles and knights from across the 7 kingdoms had begun to arrive in King's Landing, causing the city to overflow with the presence of armored knights wielding swords. Naturally, the liveliest spots in King's Landing were the brothels of Flea Bottom, teeming with knights from all corners of the realm, which posed quite a challenge for the city's sex workers. Prince Daemon had returned to King's Landing, boldly declaring his intention to participate in the tournament and openly challenging Rhaego, proclaiming that he would sever the head of the bastard in the tournament. Faced with Daemon's provocation, Rhaego remained silent, and the king, in a rare show of disregard, chose to ignore the challenge, which undeniably intensified the excitement surrounding the tournament. The rumors surrounding the conflict between the two princes were fervently fanned by the idlers of King's Landing, who even established betting pools on which prince might triumph, with Rhaego being overwhelmingly viewed as the underdog. Another intriguing development was that Ser Criston Cole, originally the princess's sworn shield, seemingly fell out of favor with her and instead became the personal knight of Queen Alicent, providing ample fodder for gossip among the common folk. It was evident to those with discerning eyes that after the scandal involving Prince Daemon erupted, leading to Daemon being sent away by the king to the Vale with his paramour, Ser Criston had become the princess's new favorite. However, few anticipated that this champion knight, who had triumphed in the previous tournament, would withdraw from the stage after merely 6 months of dalliance with the princess. Whispers among the commoners suggested that Ser Criston Cole was a mere facade, a silver-tongued charlatan unable to satisfy the capricious desires of the princess, ultimately being cast aside by the light of the realm. In a fit of rage and humiliation, Ser Criston nearly came to blows with the princess's current suitor during her betrothal ceremony to Prince Rhaego Valerion, clearly wounded in his pride. More thrillingly, the disillusioned Cole found himself taken in by the whims of the peculiar Queen Alicent, becoming a plaything for this pair of erstwhile friends. Such rumors began to wane following the king's stern actions against those who spread them. Yet Ser Criston Cole's change of allegiance remained a source of amusement in King's Landing. Rhaego was acutely aware of the intricacies between the three of them. The princess had indulged Cole, who, in his infatuation, urged a royal heiress to abandon her noble claim to the Iron Throne and elope with him, a knight of no fortune, to live a life of obscurity. In his youthful folly, Criston Cole had been swept away by his emotions, yet unlike his romantic aspirations, the princess viewed her aspirations and power as inseparable, leading to his ultimate rejection. Consumed by resentment, Cole, under the queen's persuasion, had fully embraced darkness and turned against the princess. Despite understanding the underlying truths, Rhaego remained fond of the artistry of the common folk. Amidst this tumult, the most grandiose tournament in the Seven Kingdoms commenced, heralded by distant chimes, and Rhaego found himself once again in the presence of the king after a 6-month hiatus. Chapter 34. Ominous Signs. To be frank, Rhaego found little joy in King's Landing. Even though Viserys provided him with comfortable accommodations and relatively palatable food, he could not shake his disdain for the city steeped in decay. As the tournament drew nearer, his thoughts drifted toward the distant Dragonstone. The king's tournament was set to unfold over several days, featuring knights from all corners of the realm, including those yet to be knighted, who would compete in a series of eliminations. Typically, the king would only make an appearance at the opening, leaving the subsequent proceedings to be overseen by the newly appointed hand of the king, Ser Rhaego Valerion. Knights of great renown and warriors representing the noble houses were permitted to participate only in the final 3 days of combat, at which point the king would lead his family in witnessing their valor. Just prior to the commencement of the tournament, Rhaego was escorted to his quarters by the king's guard, awaiting the king's audience following the opening ceremony. Viserys, an artist at heart, had displayed a magnificent, intricately detailed model of the ancient freehold of Valyria in the antechamber of his chamber. Even after having seen this model on numerous occasions, the reality of its craftsmanship left Rhaego breathless. The entire model was a majestic landscape, complete with castles, rivers, and fire peaks. While it differed in layout from the ruins of Valyria he had witnessed, it was undeniable that the king had impeccably captured the grandeur and nobility of the freehold. "This is the freehold of Valyria," Viserys' voice emanated from behind Rhaego as he gestured to halt Rhaego's bowing, moving toward the expansive model with a touch of pride. "I know you have spent considerable time among the ruins of Valyria, but you have never seen the grandeur of the freehold in its prime. This model is a painstaking recreation based on historical accounts. Such an imposing structure from a once mighty empire is truly awe-inspiring." As Viserys spoke, he weakly made his way to a nearby seat, taking a sip of wine offered by a guard as he regarded Rhaego. "Rhaego, how much do you know about the ancient Valyrian Empire?" "I know little of it, your grace. I have merely struggled to survive among its ruins for a time. And that is all," Rhaego replied with a light chuckle. The king's question seemed abrupt. Rhaego had expected that. After being brought to this private gathering instead of being invited to the tournament's opening, Viserys would discuss the tournament with him, not Valyria. What deeper significance lay in this topic? Over the past 6 months, Viserys had altered his previously amiable demeanor, becoming increasingly aloof, Even the once friendly sea snake, Corlys, had gradually turned into a mere acquaintance. Rhaego felt a sense of unease creeping in. Though politically naive, he possessed a keen sense of self-preservation. And the unusual behavior of Viserys and Corlys over the past months had begun to feel ominous. "You may be lamenting my and Lord Corlys' neglect of you," Viserys remarked, observing Rhaego's contemplative demeanor with a knowing smile. Rhaego remained silent, aware that he needed to ascertain his current situation. Otherwise, he might fall prey to these cunning old foxes. "It was I who instructed Lord Corlys to distance himself from you, as well as to cool the relationship between us," Viserys continued, disregarding Rhaego's astonishment. "Your presence has stirred a different kind of turbulence in King's Landing, and as we have previously discussed, the rivalry between Rhaenyra and Alicent has become increasingly unrestrained, making your existence a perfect catalyst." Viserys fixed his gaze upon Rhaego, who listened intently. "I cannot allow the kingdom to descend into chaos. My closeness with Lord Corlys would significantly alter your standing in their eyes, inflating their ambitions and jeopardizing your safety. You should be aware that Daemon harbors considerable resentment toward you. Indeed, Your Grace, this matter is well known to all." Rhaego sighed helplessly, as Prince Daemon boasted his intent to sever his head at the upcoming tournament. "You have a choice, Rhaego. If you are unwilling, I shall intervene to curb Daemon's reckless behavior." After a brief silence, Rhaego inclined his head in a respectful bow to King Viserys seated above him. "I am grateful for your mercy, Your Majesty, but perhaps I should accept Prince Daemon's challenge, as this matter has already spread across the Seven Kingdoms." "Sit down, Rhaego." Viserys gestured for him to take a seat beside him, smoothly transitioning away from the topic. "I had previously promised you that I would formally bestow upon you the Targaryen name at this tournament. After conferring with Lord Corlys, we shall select a fief for you to call home. Thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty. After the tournament, I shall personally knight you, and you will be eligible to enter the dragon's lair as a Targaryen, becoming the master of the great dragons." Rhaego raised an eyebrow, gazing in surprise at the calm visage of Viserys. "Do not be astonished, Rhaego. This is a rite of passage for pure-blood Targaryens. Dragons are our finest allies, and you must both embrace them and allow them to embrace you. If you have no pressing matters, you might consider attending the tournament. Lord Laenor Velaryon will arrange a place for you. He is our newly appointed Prime Minister, and you may already be aware of this news." "Yes, Your Majesty." Sensing Viserys' intention to dismiss him, Rhaego rose to depart. "Rhaego!" Viserys' voice called from behind, prompting Rhaego to pause and turn, observing the weary king, marred by the Iron Throne's wounds. "Your Majesty." Viserys' gaze, deep and murky, fixed upon the youthful figure bowing at the door, who was slightly out of breath and found it difficult to rise from the table, the boy's silvery hair appearing almost blinding in the king's eyes. "Do you harbor secrets from me, Rhaego Targaryen?" Rhaego stiffened, momentarily startled as he met Viserys' gaze, quickly concealing his surprise and lowering his eyes in calmness. "I possess no secrets, Your Majesty. Indeed, I have thoroughly investigated your origins and identity. Lord Corlys has complete trust in you." Viserys shook his head self-deprecatingly, rising from his seat to stride toward the expansive bed, while a quick-witted servant rushed forward to assist the king in shedding his outer robe. "Prepare well for the upcoming tournament. I am weary, Rhaego. You may leave." Rhaego bowed and exited Viserys' chamber, a smile gracing his lips as he encountered soldiers and maidens, greeting them amiably. Upon entering his own bedroom, he swiftly closed the door and hastily retrieved his longsword, his expression shifting to one of grave seriousness. Chapter 35, Crisis and Bloodline. "I've been exposed." Rhaego gripped the sword tightly, his mind a tumult of confusion, as the word danger flashed incessantly above him. Why had he been exposed? Had Viserys confirmed his identity, or was it merely suspicion? Better to err on the side of caution than to overlook a threat. Why had he not taken action? Thoughts clashed chaotically in Rhaego's mind, compelling him to take deep breaths to calm his racing heart. There was no doubt that his identity had become compromised. Otherwise, Viserys would not have posed that question so ambiguously. It was likely that Viserys had discovered the truth 6 months prior, hence the sudden chill in his demeanor. Furthermore, it was probable that the sea snake Corlys was also aware of the truth. His late-night discussions with Viserys had shifted the king's attitude towards Rhaego from warmth to distance. Shortly thereafter, Rhaenyra swiftly became engaged to Laenor, suggesting that the alliance between the Targaryens and Velaryons was not merely a compensation for rejecting Lena, but rather a means for Viserys to scrutinize Corlys' intentions, solidifying his loyalty to Driftmark. But why not act? Did he consider Rhaego to be no threat? Or was the timing simply not right? Rhaego could not fathom the king's reasoning, yet he was acutely aware of his precarious situation. The ominous feeling that had lingered for months was likely the reason for his current plight. He had become a caged bird, lacking allies, resources, and information. Fearing capture before he could escape King's Landing. The sole silver lining was that Viserys had yet to take any action against him, despite his uncertainty regarding the king's thoughts. As long as he remained alive, there was hope. Rhaego exhaled deeply, rehanging the sword upon the wall, then collapsing onto the bed, meticulously reflecting on his conversation with Viserys. He was unsure if he had overlooked any crucial details. The king had mentioned Corlys Velaryon, the rivalry between Rhaenyra and Alicent, and the tournament. Rhaego pondered whether Viserys intended to expose him during the event, perhaps using Daemon as a pawn. No, that cannot be right. Rhaego swiftly dismissed the notion. Viserys had spoken of bestowing knighthood upon him and granting him access to the dragon's lair. Perhaps this was merely a tactic to placate him. It had also indicated that he still had value. The more he contemplated, the more his head felt ready to burst. He was utterly inept at navigating the treacherous waters of political intrigue. Resolving to cease overthinking, he decided to confront whatever came his way. What if Viserys intended to use him as a living target to provoke reconciliation between Rhaenyra and Alicent? Ultimately, as long as nothing catastrophic occurred, there remained a glimmer of hope for escape. Moreover, he had an extraordinary system at his disposal. Surely it would not allow him to perish so easily. Rhaego wrestled with these thoughts for several days, and despite his anxiety, he compelled himself to eat and rest well, ensuring he was prepared for any eventuality. Since that day of conversation with Viserys, things seemed to return to normal. The king had resumed his affable demeanor, even more so than at their first meeting. Corlys had also regained his previous friendliness, as if the 6-month hiatus had never occurred. Rhaego chose to let things unfold naturally. Despite having been in this world for quite some time, he maintained a mindset from his previous life, oscillating between ambition and lethargy. After a phase of confusion and anxiety, he resumed a nonchalant attitude, recognizing that his ultimate goal was to bond with the Targaryen dragons. Sooner or later, he would have to face this reality. It was better to confront it directly than to hide among the populace and later pose as a bastard in a civil war. After all, even if he tamed a dragon during the conflict, the likelihood of dying in dragon battles was high. Compared to his current situation, it was hardly better, so why worry? Just act. In the following days, knights and noblewomen from the Seven Kingdoms frequently visited Rhaego. The prestige of his Targaryen lineage shone brightly, compelling these ladies to vie for his affection, while proud knights sought to serve under the new prince and make their mark. Most were bastards or illegitimate offspring. Rhaego did not recoil from mingling with his peers, and aside from instinctively rejecting the advances of eager noblewomen, the knights developed a strong camaraderie with him. Tales of Prince Rhaego's prowess in both drinking and swordsmanship began to circulate throughout King's Landing. Summoning the interface. Ding. Host. Rhaego Targaryen. Gender. Male. Age. 18. Bloodline 1. Ancient Valyrian Dragonblood. Bloodline 2. Blood and fire from the same source. Affinity for blood-fire magic. Current bloodline development progress. 30. Status. Healthy, robust. Trait. Immune to all poisons. Lazily reclining on his bed after dinner, Rhaego summoned a panel to assess his condition. Following the absorption of the residual magical energy from the skeletal remains of the dragon Miracis, the development progress of his blood and fire lineage had reached 30%. This indicated a significant enhancement in his allure towards dragons, suggesting that the taming of these magnificent beasts would become increasingly seamless. What remained was merely an opportunity to confront a dragon face-to-face. Should the tournament proceed favorably, this chance would soon present itself. Moreover, with the progress of his bloodline advancing to 30%, the system had activated a trait rendering him immune to all poisons. It is worth noting that in the original narrative of Game of Thrones, the once great Emperor Joffrey met his demise by a poisoned cup, and among the infamous toxins was the tears of Lys, notoriously insidious. Now, boasting this newfound immunity, such nefarious tactics could no longer pose a threat to Rhaego. As for whether it would be effective against the Dragon of Sorrow, which he had encountered, that remained to be seen. After all, the Dragon of Sorrow was comprised of a horde of grotesque and malevolent insects, and Rhaego was uncertain if they could be classified as poison. With the threat of toxins eradicated, Rhaego felt a surge of confidence for direct confrontations. Given his current physique and abilities, few could rival him. Thus, his sense of security was undoubtedly on the rise. Relishing the benefits of his bloodline activation progress, Rhaego lay in bed, flashing a broad smile while eagerly searching his mind for methods to expedite the advancement of his lineage. Chapter 36, Black and Green. Undoubtedly, based on prior experiences with the growth of his bloodline activation, taming dragons would yield substantial progress. When he had recently tamed the Grandmaiden, Soul, it had resulted in a remarkable 10% increase in his bloodline development. This meant that the more dragons Rhaego tamed, the faster his bloodline progress would accelerate. And the quicker his lineage advancement, the more dragons he could tame. He chuckled to himself, envisioning the awe-inspiring sight of commanding dozens of dragons soaring through the skies. However, a pressing concern lingered, whether Viserys would honor his promise to allow him entry into the dragon lair for taming. Even if he agreed, it was likely that the Targaryen family would not permit him to possess multiple dragons alone. After contemplating this for several days, Rhaego began to grasp the reasoning behind Viserys' leniency upon suspecting his true identity. It was highly probable that the king desired him to become a formidable ally of the Targaryens. After all, if his Valyrian bloodline were confirmed, it would also validate his capability to tame dragons. Compared to any so-called rivals, Rhaego believed that in Viserys' eyes, he would undoubtedly be seen as a divinely bestowed ally. Furthermore, at this moment, the Targaryens were at the peak of their power, and Viserys surely felt confident that his family, boasting over a dozen dragons, could effectively control him, even if he were to tame dragons himself. However, this meant that Rhaego's ambitions of taming multiple dragons to develop his bloodline would likely remain unfulfilled. Sighing in frustration, he raked his fingers through his hair, staring vacantly at the ceiling. The flickering candlelight cast a hazy glow in the room, while the intricate carvings of three-headed red dragons on the ceiling seemed to roar with ferocity. The upcoming tournament was of paramount importance. Should Viserys refrain from acting out during the event, bestow knighthood upon him, and permit him access to the dragon lair, it would imply that as long as Rhaego did not actively challenge the dragon family's limits, his safety would be somewhat assured, albeit at the risk of becoming a target or possibly discarded when no longer useful. Yet, if Viserys were to erupt during the tournament, he could only pray that the system would be reluctant to see its favored host turned into dragon dung, and would intervene with great might to save him. If only he could activate more of his bloodline's potential. Contemplating the challenges that lay ahead, Rhaego let out a resigned sigh. In truth, there existed another means to expedite the development of his bloodline, the slaying of magical creatures. Years ago, during a confrontation in the ruins of Valyria, he had engaged in aerial combat with Balerion, resulting in Balerion's infection by the cursed dragon of sorrow, which indirectly led to the demise of the legendary creature known as the Black Death, who had ruled the skies of Westeros for over a century. This had contributed to a 5% increase in the progress of his blood and fire lineage. By this reckoning, if Rhaego could slay 14 dragons, his bloodline would reach its full potential. Yet, this was far from realistic. He would need to participate in the Blood Dragon Festival and inevitably become a villain, inciting the dragon family to rally against him. Otherwise, he would be foolishly inviting danger upon himself by recklessly hunting powerful dragons, an endeavor that could lead to his demise. If the system grew weary of its host's self-destructive tendencies, Rhaego would truly meet his end. Moreover, Rhaego believed that with his intellect and social standing, he could not afford to provoke a collective backlash against himself. That would be the fate reserved for malevolent tyrants. In novels, the great evildoers who wreak havoc upon the world often find themselves universally opposed. Rhaego, however, considered himself a good person. Thus, the path of dragon slaying would remain a last resort, and he aimed to activate his bloodline through the taming of dragons while seeking alternative methods. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, the tournament organized by the king had unfolded over 7 days. After a week of intense combat among knights from the Seven Kingdoms, only a handful of victors remained for the final showdown. Amidst the cheers of the crowd and the nobles, Viserys made his second appearance in the tournament's grandstands. King Viserys Targaryen I, ruler of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, and sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms, took his seat upon the throne with a radiant smile, listening as his attendants recited his grand and illustrious titles. Rhaego, following closely behind the king, couldn't help but feel that this dramatic entrance was rather impressive, igniting thoughts of potential succession. Indeed, the Targaryen prince, who had been the subject of discussion among the people of the Seven Kingdoms for the better part of the year, finally made his debut before the eyes of the realm. Viserys sat regally in the center, flanked by Ser Laenor, the hand of the king, and Lord Corlys Velaryon, the master of ships. Beside him sat his wife, Princess Rhaenys Targaryen, while other members of the royal family surrounded the king. Alicent and Rhaenyra sat in the same row, but were positioned on opposite sides. The Queen of the Seven Kingdoms donned a striking green gown, her expression calm as she observed the arena below, while Princess Rhaenyra, clad in the Targaryen family's classic red and black, maintained a stoic demeanor, choosing silence. Her husband, Ser Laenor Velaryon, sat beside her, and the royal box seemed to divide the kingdom into two factions, with the king at the dividing line. Guided by the attendants, Rhaego approached his seat and paused to greet Princess Rhaenys. The queen, who never was, acknowledged him with a polite nod, her eyes betraying no warmth. Unperturbed, Rhaego understood that his identity was no longer a secret to Viserys and Corlys. As the wife of Corlys, it was likely that Princess Rhaenys was also aware of the truth. In this context, even a neutral response from her was a small blessing. Taking his place in the lower row, Rhaego settled beside Laenor and greeted the esteemed figure. "Good morning," Ser Laenor, smiling in return, acknowledged the newly appointed prince with friendliness. Ignoring Laenor's somewhat impolite gaze, Rhaego took his assigned seat. Viserys stood to deliver his customary speech, welcoming the knights and nobles in attendance, encouraging the warriors competing, and expressing the king's admiration for their valor. Seizing the moment, Rhaego boldly surveyed the surroundings, noticing the striking contrast of Rhaenyra and Alicent in black and green, causing him to raise an eyebrow in intrigue. What a remarkable scene this is. Regrettably, I was unable to attend the opening ceremony, thus missing the stark contrast of black and green. Regrettably, Rhaego felt a tinge of disappointment. But little did he know that today he would be fortunate enough to witness the grand spectacle unfold once more, greatly satisfying his appetite for gossip. Viserys did not disclose Rhaego's identity, and after a brief address, signaled for the tournament to commence. Amidst the fervent cheers of the audience, two armored knights stood opposing one another, each wielding a lance and shield, silently lowering their visors. With a resounding battle cry, their mighty steeds charged toward each other with remarkable speed. At that moment, a shadow clad in black and red gracefully settled beside Rhaego, the fragrance emanating from her drawing his attention away from the arena. "Your Highness," in the tournament grounds, the two towering knights collided with incredible velocity, their lances striking against each other's shields, producing a jarring crack as they splintered, the violent impact sending both knights tumbling from their mounts. Amid the excited shouts of the crowd, Rhaego cast a surprised glance at Rhaenyra, who had swapped places with Laenor. Perhaps the clamor from the stands was overwhelming, as Rhaenyra leaned towards Rhaego, her cheek nearly brushing against his shoulder. "You need not be so respectful, uncle. This is not how one treats family." Rhaenyra's melodious voice whispered in his ear, the breeze causing a tickle in his ear, prompting him to consider glancing back at Viserys' expression, which he imagined would be quite entertaining. "Laenor, return to your place." It was evident that while King Viserys might begrudgingly tolerate his daughter's capriciousness, Princess Rhaenys, as mother-in-law and aunt, was quite displeased with her niece's behavior and equally angered by her son's conduct. Rhaenys' voice, though soft, was audible to those nearby, causing Rhaenyra to furrow her brow in resignation, straightening slightly, yet ignoring Laenor's attempt to reclaim his seat. Rhaego, disinterested in their familial squabbles, understood that Rhaenyra's actions were merely a means to assert her closeness to him in front of Alicent. Even if he and she were not of the same ilk, it did not hinder her from using him to irritate the queen. Without needing to turn his head, Rhaego could easily envision the displeased expressions of Viserys and Alicent. However, he found the unfolding duel far more captivating than their petty squabbles. The fallen knights, protected by their heavy armor, sustained no severe injuries. They swiftly regained their footing, accepting the long swords handed to them by attendants, and once again clashed with vigor. The sound of their two-handed swords colliding reverberated painfully in the ears, as both combatants fought evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. "Do you know them, uncle?" Rhaenyra's voice again reached his ears. Without turning, Rhaego kept his eyes fixed on the fierce battle below, responding in a nonchalant tone. "If the princess wishes to introduce them, I would be most eager to listen." Having been preoccupied with the spectacle, Rhaego had not caught the knights' introductions and was unaware of their names. "They are twin brothers," Rhaenyra replied enthusiastically, her spirits lifted by Rhaego's interest. "They hail from House Cargyll. Ser Elric is the elder, and Ser Illic is the younger." Rhaego recognized them now. In the original tale, the black and green factions erupted into war, with Aemond riding Vhagar to tear Prince Lucerys Valerion and his young dragon Eryx to pieces as they sought to ally with House Baratheon in Storm's End. In revenge for his wife's death, Daemon orchestrated the blood and cheese incident, utilizing loyal gold cloaks and rat catchers to infiltrate the Red Keep, decapitating Prince Jaehaerys before Helena's eyes. In a similar vein of vengeance, Ser Criston Cole dispatched Elric Cargyll, a member of the Kingsguard, to impersonate his brother Illic Cargyll on Dragonstone, attempting to infiltrate the castle to assassinate Rhaenyra. In a twist of fate, the two brothers encountered each other within the castle and ultimately met their demise at one another's swords. Observing these two now, their swordsmanship and physique bore striking similarities. their techniques seemingly molded from the same template, as they fought without inflicting any injuries upon each other for an extended period, indicative of a shared mentor. Ultimately, it was the knight on the left who broke the stalemate, enduring a blow to his armored midsection while managing to topple his brother to the ground, successfully placing his sword at his sibling's throat. The presiding knight hesitated for a moment, and upon the brothers removing their helmets, he announced the victor based on their differing hairstyles. In the twins' battle, Ser Illic is victorious. Oberhi! Upon hearing the younger Illic's victory, Rhaenyra leapt to her feet, her cheers ringing out, while Rhaego turned to gauge Alicent's expression, discovering the queen's smile to be quite strained. These two truly cannot help but compete over everything, he mused. Illic, having claimed victory, took a brief respite before eagerly accepting the next night's challenge. The attendants planted a banner emblazoned with House Strong's three-river white shield, and the announcer loudly proclaimed the next contender's name. The next challenger, from Harrenhal in the Riverlands, the strongest warrior in the Seven Kingdoms, the Breaker of Bones. Ser Harwin Strong. Ser Harwin Strong, the eldest son of the current Prime Minister, Lionel Strong, and heir to Harrenhal, stood tall and robust, his dark hair framing a face imbued with the steadfastness of a warrior, a faint smile gracing his lips that exuded both strength and charm. Rhaego instinctively glanced at Rhaenyra, noting the unmistakable spark in her eyes. Indeed, the prowess of the Strong was no mere rumor, as Rhaenyra, a princess, willingly bore him 3 children. This man possessed a unique allure. The two knights faced each other upon their steeds, and with the thunderous sound of hooves, they collided with great force. Harwin, indeed worthy of his title as the strongest warrior in the Seven Kingdoms, thrust his lance forward, sending Illic Cargill flying from his horse at the moment of impact. Illic crashed heavily to the ground, his landing resulting in a broken left arm, eliciting a cry of agony as attendants hastily carried him away. The roars of the crowd were nearly deafening, the shrieks of the ladies piercing through the air, while Rhaenyra's exhilaration was palpable as she frequently cast challenging glances toward Alicent. Sir Criston Cole, unable to bear the thought of his former lover living so comfortably while unwilling to let his liege suffer indignities, approached Alicent, brow furrowed, seeking to take action against Harwin's display of dominance. Alicent, meeting Criston's confident gaze, nodded her approval of his request. Moments later, as Harwin effortlessly dispatched 2 more knights, a tall and handsome knight rode into the arena. The next challenger, from Storm's End, Ser Criston Cole. The fervent cheers and applause rose from the stands, while Viserys' expression shifted from intrigue to annoyance, as he recognized that the unfolding events on the tournament grounds represented yet another form of rivalry between Rhaenyra and Alicent. Yet, he remained silent, merely observing the contest with discontent. "Uncle, perhaps we shall witness Ser Harwin break Criston's bones before our very eyes," Rhaenyra remarked, her voice tinged with apprehension. As Criston Cole's former lover, she was acutely aware of the knight's capabilities, causing her to feel a sense of unease. "It is possible that Ser Harwin will indeed showcase the fearsome reputation of the Breaker of Bones," Rhaego replied nonchalantly, neither confirming nor denying Rhaenyra's conclusion. Chapter 38, The Rivalry of Best Friends. Rhaenyra huffed in dissatisfaction, redirecting her gaze back to the battle below. Harwin Strong and Criston Cole are both esteemed knights of the Seven Kingdoms, and their duel is undoubtedly a highly anticipated spectacle for the assembled nobles and the spectators of King's Landing. The fervent cheers and roars of the crowd resonate through the air as 2 majestic steeds, with their powerful neighing, charge headlong towards one another at their rider's command. Bang! Crack! The deafening sound of their violent clash, accompanied by the splintering of lances, reverberates throughout the tournament grounds. Both Harwin and Criston lean back fiercely in their saddles, yet neither is dislodged from their mounts. Their initial charge proves evenly matched, and, as they gallop forward, they regain their composure at the starting point, swiftly exchanging their broken lances for new ones, once more bellowing as they launch into the fray. Bang! Oh! The crowd erupts in waves of astonished gasps. The clash of lance against shield is fierce once more, but this time, Harwin gains the upper hand, leveraging his superior strength to unseat Criston Cole from his horse. Cole crashes heavily to the ground, but thanks to the protection of his formidable armor, he quickly rises, aided by a prepared squire who rushes forward to hand him his favorite weapon. Sir Criston Cole is eager to continue the battle on foot. Before the host's words have fully left his lips, Cole roars and charges at Harwin, who has just dismounted. Clang! The flail in Cole's hand whistles through the air as it collides violently with Harwin's greatsword, the resounding clash accompanied by sparks that illuminate the atmosphere with intensity. The shrieks of the ladies seem poised to topple the entire grandstand, as Rhaenyra and Alicent rise in unison, their eyes fixed intently on the fierce combat below. Ah! Harwin bellows, swinging his greatsword with one hand to deflect the incoming flail, seamlessly switching the sword to his left hand, using the momentum of his turn to deliver a fierce strike toward his opponent's exposed midsection. Bang! The long sword crashes heavily against Kristen's raised shield, which he adeptly positions to absorb Harwin's strike. With a powerful shove, he deflects the blade, while his right leg thrusts forward, striking Harwin's abdomen. Ugh! With a stifled grunt, Cole's relentless assault disrupts Harwin's balance, causing him to stagger backward, his sword in his left hand becoming a burdensome weight, sliding helplessly backward with a pitiful clatter. Huh! Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Cole shouts fiercely, stepping forward as his flail arcs gracefully through the air, aimed at Harwin's side. The crowd gasps in horror, as it seems the mightiest knight of the Seven Kingdoms is about to meet his demise beneath the flail. Bang! In a desperate bid for survival, Harwin raises his right arm to intercept the fatal blow, preventing the flail from crashing into his handsome visage. Though the sacrifice of his arm is not without consequence, the brutal flail shatters his right arm, the armor crumpling under the force, crimson blood quickly staining his battle gear. The Prime Minister, usually stoic, reveals a rare display of anger and concern, as witnessing his beloved eldest son suffer such grievous harm is a bitter ordeal for him. Harwin's anguished cries echo throughout the arena, while the city guards rush to restrain the relentless Cole, and others frantically carry the injured knight away for treatment. Cole! 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 A synchronized chant gradually rises from the stands, calling out the name of the victor of this fierce contest. Criston Cole, with a flourish, removes his helmet, shaking free the damp strands of hair, his piercing gaze fixed upon the queen and princess standing at the edge of the grandstand. Rhaenyra turns away in displeasure, taking her seat, while Alicent beams warmly at Cole as he approaches to bow before her. In this moment, the rivalry between the two friends sees the queen momentarily triumphant. Regardless of propriety, the jubilant queen reaches for a floral crown resting upon her seat and bestows it upon the knight who has brought her honor. Cole! 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 The cheers continue to resound as Criston Cole, adorned with the queen's blessing, rides his mighty steed around the tournament grounds, reveling in the glory of victory. Ladies and gentlemen, the next contender to enter the fray is the host's voice rises to an unprecedented pitch, almost roaring as he announces the name. From House Targaryen, the prince, Lord of the Flea Bottom, King of the Stepstones, the great dragon knight, Daemon Targaryen. A cheer erupting at an even greater decibel drowns the tournament grounds, in stark contrast to the disdain and trepidation felt by the lords and nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. Daemon enjoys immense popularity among the common folk of King's Landing and the wealthy knights of the realm, as they admire this powerful and handsome Targaryen prince, making his appearance overshadow all previous knights. Viserys wears a proud smile, briefly exchanging glances with Corlys before turning his attention back to the languid form of Rhaegar. Clad in heavy black armor adorned with red trim at every seam, Daemon's exquisite helm features a proud pair of dragon wings, while his shield bears the crimson, three-headed dragon sigil on a black background, exuding unmatched authority and nobility. As a great prince of the Seven Kingdoms and the king's younger brother, he is entitled to select his first opponent. At this moment, there are still 4 other knights present in the arena aside from Daemon: Criston Cole from Storm's End, Garwin Hightower from Old Town, Cragan Stark from the north, and Tywin Lannister from the Westlands. In truth, Cragan Stark, given his stature, had no need to participate in such a tournament. But the grandiose promotion of the event by Viserys inspired these confident and powerful knights to take part, eager to make their names known throughout the Seven Kingdoms. The 4 knights line up below the stands, their heavy visors obscuring their faces, yet the sigils on their shields reveal their identities. As the reigning champion of the previous tournament, and the one who had unseated Daemon himself, Cole feels an innate confidence as he lifts his visor. Meeting the prince's gaze as Daemon passes by, Daemon dismisses Cole's provocation, riding past with an air of arrogance, his head held high, expressing the pride and confidence of the prince. Passing Garwin and Tyland, it is only Cragan Stark who earns Daemon's nod of acknowledgement. As he rides past the 4, Daemon turns back, his lance pointed at Garwin Hightower, his disdainful words cutting without mercy. Does a frail, sickly wretch dare to appear before the dragon time and again? Chapter 39. The Targaryen Civil War. In the previous tournament, Prince Daemon easily unseated the then Prime Minister's eldest son, leaving Garwin powerless on the ground, and after that, he suffered a severe illness. Now, Daemon's taunt ignites a fiery rage within Garwin, who spurs his steed to accept Daemon's challenge. However, the prince's chosen opponent becomes clear as he points his lance not at Garwin, but at Criston Cole. Oh no! not Sir Garwin. The prince's chosen adversary is Criston Cole. With a cold demeanor, Daemon passed by Ser Criston Cole, his low, resonant voice echoing in the ears of Cole, who had just been brimming with confidence. The Targaryens will teach you the fate of traitors, Ser Criston Cole. I have bested you before, your highness. Is that so? The two men brushed past each other, spurring their horses to opposite sides of the tournament grounds, each glaring at the other with intense focus. Charge! With two furious shouts, the startled steeds galloped forward like arrows released from a bow. In an instant, their lances collided with a resounding clash. With a pained whinny, Cole's horse cried out as Daemon's lance struck forcefully against its leg, causing the injured animal to stumble forward and unceremoniously throw the unsuspecting Cole from its back. A cry of agony followed, as Cole's left leg became trapped beneath the weight of the horse, contorting into a grotesque shape. Daemon! Daemon! The cries for Daemon echoed, while Cole, who had just reveled in the cheers of the crowd, now writhed in pain, clutching his injured leg. This ironic scene unfolded starkly before Rhaego, who sipped his honeyed wine, keenly observing Daemon as he rode by. Rhaenyra leapt with excitement, cheering for her uncle. Having emerged from the blood and fire of the Stepstones, the prowess of the rogue prince had evolved remarkably. Facing this traitor, who had previously triumphed due to his own underestimation, Daemon unleashed a decisive strike. Defeated, Cole was carried away for treatment, and Rhaego silently wished him well. Ser Creggan Stark had almost effortlessly vanquished his opponent, Galwyn Hightower, who had also been unfortunate. In the previous tournament, he had faced an unrelenting Daemon, and now found himself up against the even fiercer Wolf King of the North. Creggan, previously incensed by Daemon's taunts, found solace in delivering a swift blow that extinguished his pent-up rage. Alicent, who had just been buoyed by Cole's victory, now bore a clouded expression, her beautiful face taut as she selectively ignored Rhaenyra's exuberant cheers. The remaining Tyrells posed no challenge to Creggan, swiftly being unseated and rendered incapable of further combat. At last, the two strongest knights of the Seven Kingdoms were poised for their confrontation, yet in Daemon's heart, the narrative could not unfold in such a manner. As the announcer prepared to declare the commencement of the duel, Daemon predictably charged forward, his horse's hooves clattering to a halt before the royal viewing box. In the midst of the spectators' puzzled gazes, Daemon raised his lance sharply, pointing it directly at the composed Rhaego. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Rhaego's presence was no secret to the subjects of the Seven Kingdoms. And though this newly emerged prince was making his public debut, both nobles and commoners alike surmised his identity. However, Daemon's sudden act ignited a flurry of gossip among the audience. Daemon proclaimed his intention to sever Rhaego's head during the tournament, a sentiment that had circulated fervently until Rhaego's name was notably absent from the list of participants. Many had resigned to merely watch the spectacle. Yet, as Daemon prepared to compete against Ser Creggan for the championship, he audaciously issued a challenge to Prince Rhaego in the stands. Countless eyes fixated on the strikingly handsome yet fallen prince, eager to witness his mettle and see if he possessed the tenacity and bravery of his lineage. Rhaenyra, Alicent, Laenor, Corlys, Rhaenys, Laenor, and Viserys all exchanged glances at the seated Rhaego, their expressions a mix of mockery, scrutiny, and anticipation. You, the lowly slave of the Stepstones, who dares to tarnish the blood of the dragon? I have vowed to personally sever your head. Daemon's voice boomed, reverberating throughout the venue, drawing the attention of the audience, who exchanged glances filled with intrigue regarding the royal entanglements. Daemon, mind your words. Viserys rose, his tone stern as he admonished Daemon. He could tolerate Daemon's occasional impudence, but only as long as it did not jeopardize Targaryen interests. Your Highness, perhaps there is some misunderstanding between us? Rhaego gently set down his wine cup and approached the edge of the viewing box, leaning casually against the railing while nodding toward Creggan Stark. You, the base slave, are unworthy of the dragon's honor. Your existence sullies King's Landing. Rhaego retorted, a hint of annoyance evident as he glanced at Viserys, whose expression was grim, avoiding Rhaego's gaze. Only Corlys and Rhaenys met his eyes with cold indifference. It seemed this confrontation was inevitable. Even if Rhaego had no desire to engage in this farcical game with a wayward prince, he could hardly allow Daemon's provocations to go unanswered, despite the irritation they incited within him. I have no interest in that damn throne, yet you, thick-headed as you are, insist on provoking me repeatedly. Rhaego shook his head in frustration, deciding to abandon courtesy entirely. He pointed a finger at Daemon, then slowly traced it across his throat, igniting the atmosphere with palpable tension. Having resolved to engage, Rhaego decisively turned his gaze back to Viserys. Perhaps your majesty could provide me with suitable armor? Viserys regarded Rhaego closely before commanding the captain of the Kingsguard. "Sir Harold, please prepare armor and a steed for Rhaego." "Yes, your majesty," the captain replied respectfully, gesturing for Rhaego to follow him. In the rear courtyard, Sir Harold procured the standard armor of the Kingsguard, a magnificent black stallion, and a colossal two-handed sword. "Your Highness, I have observed your prowess with a two-handed sword in the training yard. I hope this blade meets your expectations." After testing the sword with a few swings, Rhaego nodded at Harold. "It feels remarkably well-balanced. Thank you for your arrangements, sir." Without waiting for a response, he gently nudged the horse's flanks and proceeded toward the tournament grounds. "Lords, ladies, knights, subjects of the king. The forthcoming battle is an internal conflict of the dragon lineage, a confrontation of titans, a wild dance of dragons, featuring the formidable Prince Daemon Targaryen against the fortunate fallen Prince Rhaego Targaryen." Chapter 40, A Promising Beginning. The fortunate fallen prince. This moniker had been affectionately bestowed upon Rhaego by the citizens of King's Landing, and he found it quite agreeable, as it certainly sounded far more flattering than Lord of Fleabottom. Relaxed atop his steed, Rhaego ambled to a halt at one side of the tournament grounds, where a servant had already planted the imposing Targaryen sigil, black with a red dragon, into the ground. The roar of the crowd was deafening, reverberating even through his tightly fitted helm, buzzing in Rhaego's ears. After removing his accessories and handing them to a nearby guard, Rhaego accepted the weapons offered by the attendant, awkwardly wielding the lance with one hand while getting accustomed to the weight of the shield in his left. The effortless manner in which he handled them caused the knight responsible for handing him the sword to shrink back slightly. Glancing around in puzzlement, Rhaego furrowed his brow, lowering his visor, lifting the lance at an angle, and leveling it. Across from him, Daemon squinted slightly, a chill of murderous intent traversing the distance between them, striking Rhaego with palpable menace. "Daemon Targaryen against Rhaego Targaryen." The announcer's voice rang out, signaling the two combatants to prepare. Breathe. With a soft exhale, Rhaego expelled all the tumultuous thoughts from his mind. Regardless of how Viserys planned to orchestrate his fate, his immediate task was to survive the tournament. It was abundantly clear that Daemon sought to eliminate him without hesitation, rendering any other contemplation futile. Thus, he resolved to first deliver a sound thrashing to that incestuous old beast of an uncle. "Curse you in your foul mouth," Rhaego silently cursed, urging his steed forward with a sharp kick to its belly. "Go!" The magnificent horse, upon receiving its master's command, galloped forth with wild abandon. Rhaego leaned slightly forward, his legs straining to lift his rear from the saddle, his lance aimed at the rapidly approaching Daemon. Rhaego possessed a fundamental understanding of his physical condition and capabilities. Even though he had not practiced horsemanship before arriving on the continent of Westeros, the half-year spent in King's Landing had honed his skills, transforming him into an adept rider. Under his command, the warhorse obeyed with precision, maintaining perfect balance even at full speed. However, as he fixed his gaze upon the swiftly nearing Daemon, a fleeting urge to raise his lance and impale that cold, loathsome face surged within him. The once amiable impression he held of the roguish prince had soured to one of utter disgust. Fortuitously, he managed to restrain his right hand. Rhaego understood that Viserys might still harbor intentions of utilizing his abilities, which was why he had not curtailed Daemon's actions. This was a test. A chance to survive under Daemon's onslaught could lead to an opportunity to become a pawn for Viserys. Should Daemon slay him, all would be lost, and Viserys would surely proclaim his identity, basking in the adulation of his subjects. Conversely, should Rhaego eliminate Daemon on the spot, there would be no way Viserys would permit him to leave King's Landing alive. As for whether he could defeat Daemon, not a chance. The fact that I haven't skewered him with a single thrust is already a testament to my restraint. The distance between the two contenders dwindled quickly as their steeds raced forward, mere seconds from clash. Amid the gasps of the audience, the two stallions drew close, and the lances of Daemon and Rhaego collided fiercely against each other's shields. A tremendous force reverberated through Rhaego's muscles as he exerted himself, astonishing the gathered knights and nobles by sending Daemon flying from his mount. The spearhead struck Daemon's shield with such ferocity that it propelled the famed warrior prince backward several feet, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Meanwhile, Rhaego remained almost entirely unshaken in his saddle, effortlessly reining in his horse while casting a condescending gaze at the disoriented Daemon. The exaggerated scene left the audience in disbelief, rising collectively to their feet as they watched Rhaego circle around the fallen prince. Viserys abruptly stood, even knocking over his goblet of fine wine in his haste. Corlys, Rhaenys, Laenor, as well as Rhaenyra and Alicent, wore expressions of shock, their minds momentarily in a state of paralysis. Rhaego, Rhaego, Rhaego. The chant erupted from the crowd, though it was unclear who had initiated it, quickly reverberating throughout the tournament grounds. Rhaego halted his steed beside Daemon, as a flurry of attendants rushed to assist the prince, who had nearly been rendered unconscious by the lance. Perhaps spurred by the audience's cheers, Daemon gasped for breath, his flushed face showing signs of recovery, struggling against the attendants. He seized his sword, Dark Sister, his eyes filled with fury as he glared at Rhaego. Faced with this spectacle, the tournament's host appeared somewhat bewildered. Did Prince Daemon wish to continue the sword duel? Even those knights and nobles with little martial skill, including women who could barely lift a feather, could discern the disparity in prowess between the two combatants. After all, they had participated in countless tournaments and listened to tales of valor. Yet never had anyone witnessed such a feat as one combatant lifting the other off the ground with a lance. It was utterly astonishing. The host hesitated, casting a glance of uncertainty at the king, who had approached the edge of the stands. "Continue," the king commanded, and the host exhaled in relief. Daemon Targaryen versus Rhaego Targaryen, the sword duel. Rhaego dismounted, and the city's guard knight eagerly presented him with a longsword. With a ringing sound, the sword was drawn, and Rhaego casually twirled it, discarding his shield before raising the sword diagonally, eyeing the panting Daemon. Daemon roared hoarsely, bringing Dark Sister crashing down toward Rhaego's neck. With a flick of his wrist, Rhaego angled his sword upward, the blade ringing sharply as it met Dark Sister. With a resounding clash, Daemon's sword was flung high, and Rhaego swiftly pivoted, the wide blade crashing down upon Daemon's right knee. Thud! The impact caused Daemon to drop to one knee, and the audience gasped, fueling his rage. The honor of a knight forbade him from succumbing to such humiliation, but before he could muster a roar to rise again, Rhaego's sword hilt struck heavily against the back of his head. The unvoiced fury was stifled as the debauched prince's eyes rolled back, collapsing helplessly to the ground, unconscious. Rhaego positioned his sword before him, tapping lightly against the blade, producing a melodious sound. Satisfied, he tilted his head back, savoring the moment. Now look at the glorious sound. With his sword pointed skyward, the thunderous cheers erupted like a tidal wave, sweeping across the tournament grounds and resonating throughout King's Landing. Rhaego, Rhaego, Rhaego. Chapter 41. Targaryen. Sir Harold, the captain of the King's Guard, rushed up to assess Daemon's condition. He had only seen Rhaego strike the prince from a distance, unable to discern the precise part of the sword that had made contact. This loyal servant of the crown feared that the roguish prince might have perished at the hands of his recently returned cousin. Viserys gripped the railing tightly, his eyes fixed anxiously on Sir Harold as he examined Daemon. Beside him, Rhaenyra wore a face of worry, while Corlys and Alicent maintained their stoic expressions, the queen's smile barely fading. Harold gingerly turned Daemon over, brushing away the dirt and debris from his face, cautiously checking the back of the prince's head. After confirming there was no blood, he finally relaxed. "I know how to handle my men, sir. No one would wish to kill their own kin, even if that kin has a rather foul mouth. Perhaps your prince will only be unconscious for a short while. You might even find him among the whores in Flea Bottom tonight," Rhaego quipped with a smile, addressing the veteran knight who had served 2 generations of kings. "Thank you for your mercy, your highness," Harold replied, though his hands continued to assess Daemon's condition. The prince seemed to have a dislocated rib, but likely no fractures. And while there was a significant bump on the back of his head, it was not life-threatening. Peering into Daemon's eyes, he noted that although they were rolled back, there were no signs of dilation. Just as Rhaego had stated, he was merely unconscious. Having ascertained that Daemon was unharmed, Harold finally entrusted him to the other attendants, who carefully lifted him from the arena. He then cast a glance towards the king, nodding slightly in assurance. With a sigh of relief, Viserys and Rhaenyra relaxed, a gentle smile gradually returning to the king's face as he resumed his seat, as if the earlier events had never transpired. In response to the inquisitive gaze of the hand of the king, Leonos, Viserys slightly inclined his head towards the prime minister, whispering a few directives into his ear. The prime minister then rose with an understanding nod, moving to the edge of the viewing platform to signal for silence. "Ladies and gentlemen," he called out, "the combat between Prince Daemon and Prince Aegon has concluded. We have been fortunate to witness the extraordinary prowess and swordsmanship of Prince Aegon, and let us also commend the bravery and resilience of Prince Daemon." Indeed, the hand of the king possessed considerable authority. Even though it was evident to any discerning observer that Prince Daemon had been thoroughly bested by Prince Aegon, the fact remained that he was the king's own brother, a distinction that commanded respect. Thus, the audience chose to honor both the king and the esteemed prime minister, celebrating valor. for it seemed that any knight competing against Prince Aegon would inevitably meet a swift demise. A servant from the Red Keep hurried to Viserys, conveying the healer's assessment of Daemon's condition. Upon confirming that his brother was unharmed, a more genuine smile graced Viserys' face. Rhaenyra cast a curious glance at the dashing figure of Aegon below before following the Red Keep servant to personally assess Daemon's injuries. Next, the illustrious knight, Sir Cregan Stark, Duke of Winterfell from the north, was set to duel Prince Aegon. However, considering both were formidable warriors of unmatched strength and skill, and with Duke Stark bearing the grave responsibility of safeguarding the north, the king deemed it prudent to avert any unnecessary casualties that could jeopardize the realm's welfare. Therefore, His Majesty decided that this tournament would conclude with both Cregan Stark and Aegon being declared co-champions. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd as Leonos's words settled in. Having witnessed the spectacular clash between the two princes, the audience's spirits had been ignited, especially among the women, who were utterly captivated by Aegon's swift and decisive prowess, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming battle between Duke Stark and Prince Aegon. But then, the Prime Minister announced the unexpected. No further combat? Aegon raised an eyebrow in surprise. Casting a glance at the equally astonished Cregan Stark, their eyes met. Cregan's gaze brimmed with the spirit of battle. Yet Aegon understood that once the king had instructed the Prime Minister, the matter was settled. He could only offer a resigned shrug to the formidable wolf of House Stark. The tournament concluded rather anticlimactically. Although the audience lamented the absence of the anticipated dragon versus wolf battle, the king's authority was not to be challenged, and thus, no objections were raised. Aegon and Cregan approached the royal dais to receive the king's commendations and blessings. Cregan Stark, the mightiest knight of the realm, a young hero of renown, the safety of the north rests upon your shoulders. May the seven bless you. I shall command prayers beneath the weirwood tree, singing praises for the formidable winter wolves. Viserys stood on the dais, gazing benevolently at the youthful and handsome Stark, lavishing him with praise. It was only fitting, for this young man had inherited Winterfell at the tender age of 13 and had been appointed protector of the north. Thank you for your benevolence, your majesty. The north shall forever remain your most loyal subjects, Cregan Stark declared, kneeling before the king to express his fealty. The king nodded in satisfaction and, with the assistance of the king's guard, descended the dais to approach the other champion of the tournament. Clang! The melodious sound of swords rang out as Viserys unsheathed his Valyrian steel sword, Black Fire, the blade sharp-tipped directed at Aegon's nose. Rhaego Targaryen, a wanderer from Valyria, grandson of the late King Jaehaerys Targaryen, son of the deceased Princess Rhaena Targaryen, and now, brother to King Viserys Targaryen. Viserys' voice resonated loudly, ensuring all present could hear his proclamation. You are of the silver-haired dragon kind, imbued with the blood of House Targaryen, your veins coursing with the magic of dragons. As Viserys spoke, the audience rose in unison, their expressions brimming with excitement as they bore witness to a moment destined to echo through the annals of history. I, Viserys Targaryen, king of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, bestow upon you a new name. Viserys' piercing gaze remained fixed on Aegon, his weary eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions, intricately woven around the figure of Aegon before him. Rhaego Targaryen, Prince of the Seven Kingdoms, now kneel before your king. Avoiding Viserys' gaze, Aegon slowly removed his helm in the presence of the assembled nobility, humbly kneeling on one knee before the king. Rhaego Targaryen, I, in the name of the king, confer upon you the title of a great knight. Clang! The sharp edge of black fire struck Aegon's right shoulder. In the name of the warrior, I demand you be brave. The blade shifted to Aegon's left shoulder. In the name of the father, I demand you be just. Clang! The blade made contact with Aegon's right shoulder once more, producing a crisp sound. In the name of the mother, I demand you protect the innocent. Clang! 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 Viserys struck Aegon's shoulders thrice with the sword, signifying that Aegon was now formally recognized as a knight of the Seven Kingdoms. Arise, Rhaego Targaryen, prince of the Targaryen lineage, born of storm and fire, a knight under the king's decree. I hereby name you Lord of Driftmark, Prince of Stone Dance, and Warden of the Neck. You shall have the right to muster armies, recruit vassals, and defend the realm's throat, expanding its territories. I grant you the great sword Dawn. May you become the sharpest spear of the empire. Thank you for your generosity, your majesty. Aegon respectfully acknowledged Viserys, recognizing that regardless of the king's motives, he had indeed received a tangible boon. Driftmark represented a vital strategic point, located on the eastern shore of Blackwater Bay, controlling the passage to King's Landing. Stone Dance served as the capital of Driftmark, while the neck was a contested peninsula extending towards the realm's throat. Most importantly, across the neck, visible across the waters, lay Dragonstone, titles of lordship, princely status, and guardianship of the neck paled in comparison to the proximity of Dragonstone. Viserys sheathed his sword and handed the Valyrian steel sword, Blackfire, to Ser Harald beside him, then presented a 2-meter-long great sword to Aegon. This sword, named Dawn, had been gifted by the Lord of Starfall and was forged from a meteorite using a unique method. The Dane family had crafted 2 long swords, both named Dawn. Viserys unsheathed the sword, its bright silver blade reflecting the torches around the tournament grounds, appearing resplendent and enchanting. During the Fourth Dornish War, Lord Meryn Martell of Dorne instigated a rebellion, leading a fleet to attack Storm's End. King Jaehaerys, alongside Prince Baelon and Prince Aemon, vanquished the rebels at Storm's End. This sword was one of the prices paid by the Dornish to quell the wrath of the Dragon King after the victory. Viserys briefly recounted the origins of the great sword Dawn before presenting it to Aegon. Though Dawn may not have been as formidable as Valyrian steel, it was undeniably sharper and sturdier than any other sword in the Seven Kingdoms. But I truly do not favor wielding such a lengthy greatsword, Aegon inwardly lamented. Yet he could only accept the massive sword Dawn and graciously thank Viserys. "Thank you, your majesty." Viserys nodded in satisfaction, and after Aegon passed the great sword to the knight beside him, he grasped Aegon's right hand and raised it triumphantly before the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms and the citizens of King's Landing. "Aegon Targaryen! Aegon! Aegon! Aegon!" The resounding cheers once again echoed throughout King's Landing, and amidst the jubilant throngs, the whispers of the Sword of Dawn began to circulate. The long-anticipated tournament, which had been in preparation for half a year, concluded amidst the fervent applause of the crowd. The name of Rhaego Targaryen, cousin to King Viserys, the newly appointed Prince of House Targaryen, Lord of Dragonstone, Prince of Storm's End, the Guardian of the Dragon, and the Sword of Dawn, was officially disseminated throughout the Seven Kingdoms. The news of the king permitting the prince to recruit knights and gather vassals swiftly spread across the realm, prompting countless bastards and disillusioned knights to embark on the journey to Storm's End, eager to achieve greatness under the new prince, restore their family's glory, and ascend to newfound heights of status. After attending the banquet hosted by Viserys, Rhaegar returned to his chamber with haste. The great sword Dawn lay quietly on the table, while the long sword that had accompanied him for many years, once belonging to his original owner, had finally completed its honorable journey and was entrusted to a blacksmith in King's Landing for melting down. The flickering candle on the table cast a warm, red glow, barely illuminating the small area before Rhaegar, who found himself fixated on the wavering flame. His brow furrowed in perplexity. Ever since he had taken to the tournament grounds that day, he had felt an inexplicable sensation of being watched, an ineffable feeling that lingered, even amidst the thousands of eyes fixed upon him. It was akin to being stalked by wild hounds in the depths of the ruins of Valyria. Though he sensed no malice and was preoccupied with delivering a sound thrashing to the foul-mouthed demon, Rhaegar had initially dismissed this covert observation. However, at the evening banquet in the Red Keep, he once again became aware of that peculiar sensation. The frigid air brought by the North's winter lingered even under the midday sun of King's Landing, yet the nighttime temperatures still forbade overly thin attire. The gaze that intermittently pierced through the hall emanated from the roaring flames of the hearth within the banquet hall. Yet whenever Rhaegar directed his gaze toward it, that unsettling feeling vanished without a trace. Rhaegar stared intently at the candle, endeavoring to uncover the identity of the voyeur concealed within the flames. But after straining his eyes to no avail, he lay back in contemplation. As he pondered the origin of that sensation, he reflected on how the awakening of his bloodline, intertwined with fire, had not only augmented his physical prowess, but also heightened his senses to an extraordinary degree. Rhaegar was confident that a mere mortal could not observe him without leaving a trace. However, if one were to exclude common folk, the realm of Westeros was rife with peculiar beings. Could it be a disciple of some faceless god? A faceless man? A shadowbinder? Rhaegar mused quietly. Perhaps it was a fire sorcerer from Ashai, or the Lord of Light, R'hllor? Why would the Lord of Light spy on me? My insignificant existence holds no sway over his battle against the Night King. Moreover, throughout the entirety of the Game of Thrones saga, this singular deity of action has never engaged in any mischief. His purpose is solely to combat the Night King, and I am assuredly unrelated to him. That is a matter for 2 centuries hence, by which time I shall have long since transformed. Or is it that Viserys or some noble of King's Landing has employed a faceless man to eliminate me? Wouldn't that be redundant? Chapter 43. After a restful slumber until dawn, Rhaegar awoke feeling refreshed, quickly completed his morning routines, and hastily finished breakfast before heading to meet with Viserys. At the banquet the previous evening, he had promised himself that today he would accompany the king to the dragon's lair and attempt to tame a dragon. A day he had long awaited. After a prolonged anticipation, this moment had finally arrived, and he was eager to fulfill his dream. Sir Harold led the way, casting a curious glance at the prince, who hummed an unfamiliar tune, his demeanor animated. Rhaegar certainly noticed Sir Harold's expression, yet his spirits were buoyant today, and he had little desire to maintain a facade of gravity. "Sir Harold, has Prince Daemon awakened?" Rhaegar inquired with feigned concern regarding Daemon's condition. Your Highness, Prince Daemon just awoke this morning, though he is experiencing some dizziness and nausea," Harold replied. "Oh, it seems my brother is not in grave danger. That brings me relief," Rhaegar said with a beaming smile, inexplicably feeling even more elated. What a splendid day it was. Originally, Rhaegar intended to meet with Viserys in the council chamber, as they were scheduled to convene for a royal meeting at this hour, but Sir Harold intercepted him at the door, informing him that the king was unwell and had summoned him to his chambers instead. They walked briskly and soon arrived at the grand doors of Viserys' chamber. "Your Majesty, Prince Rhaegar has arrived," Harold announced as he entered first, only to be met with a pained voice emanating from within. "Come in, Rhaegar, find a place to sit." Viserys beckoned weakly. Upon entering the chamber, Rhaegar was nearly overwhelmed by the stench that wafted through the air, threatening to induce a retching response from his recently consumed lunch. Viserys lay feebly upon a chaise, his bare back riddled with finger-length wounds, which had already turned black and necrotic. Scholars had placed writhing leeches on his wounds, allowing them to siphon off the pus and decaying flesh. "How fare you, Your Majesty?" Rhaegar asked, concern etched on his face. Viserys gasped for breath, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, and managed a pained smile in return. "The gods have punished me for my indulgence in drink, Rhaegar," he replied, weakly gesturing for Sir Harold to approach. "I had promised to take you to the dragon's lair, Rhaegar, but it seems the seven do not wish for me to venture out today. Instead, Sir Harold shall escort you to meet Rhaenyra. She will guide you into the dragon's lair." "Indeed, Your Majesty," Harold acquiesced with a bow, leading the way as Rhaegar turned to follow. The identity of his guide mattered little. What was essential was entering the dragon's den. "Rhaegar," Viserys' voice called after him, "dragons are proud creatures. They will choose their own riders. Do not force the matter." "Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall remember that." Since the recent marriage of Rhaenyra to Laenor Velaryon, the couple had predominantly resided on Dragonstone, only making their way to King's Landing to witness the tournament. Now that the competition had concluded, it was likely that the restless princess would soon depart the Red Keep. Sir Harold led Rhaegar to the place where Rhaenyra often resided, discovering the newlywed princess languidly reclined on a rocking chair in the garden, accompanied by Ser Harwin Strong, the commander of the city guard, who bore a sling on his left arm. As Rhaegar and Harold approached, they found the two engaged in intimate conversation, Rhaenyra's laughter ringing out joyfully. "Your Highness," Harold's voice interrupted Rhaenyra's merriment, prompting Harwin to discreetly distance himself from the princess. Rhaenyra adjusted her disheveled gown and rose from her seat. "Sir Harold, and my handsome champion uncle," she smiled, stepping forward to meet Rhaegar, leaning slightly upward to gaze at the tall prince, teasingly inquiring, "Uncle Rhaegar, it is a rare occasion for you to visit me, especially accompanied by Sir Harold. How may I assist you, my dear uncle?" "You are permitted to enter the dragon's lair, Your Highness. It is the king's command." "Oh, what an honor, uncle. You truly require a magnificent dragon to accentuate your charm." Perhaps the two had unwittingly exposed her indiscretions with Harwin, as Rhaenyra was particularly forthright, instructing her attendants to swiftly prepare the steeds. And together they set off towards the towering dragon lair within King's Landing. Previously, Rhaego had gazed at the dragon's lair alongside Viserys from a distance, observing its grand and expansive structure from the gardens of the Red Keep. However, it was only upon reaching the base of this edifice that Rhaego could truly appreciate the awe-inspiring magnificence of a monument steeped in blood and fire for House Targaryen. This colossal construction was not merely impressive on the surface. Beneath it lay an even more intricate and vast network of subterranean works, all completed in less than 6 years by sheer human effort. The laborers who toiled on this dragon's nest would surely not reminisce fondly about those days. It became evident to Rhaego why the reigning king Rhaego Targaryen was regarded as Rhaegar the Cruel upon merely casting his eyes upon this lair. The three of them reined in their horses in the expansive square before the dragon's lair as the captain of the dragon guards, responsible for its protection and the care of the dragons, approached from afar. "Your Highness, Your Grace, Sir Harold," The aged dragon guard bowed with a stooped frame. With a stern expression, Rhaenyra conveyed the king's orders, and upon Sir Harold's confirmation of the command's authenticity, the old dragon guard summoned 3 younger members of the dragon guard. The 4 of them, wielding long wooden poles, led Rhaego and his companions deeper into the lair. "Your Highness," the old dragon guard's voice rang out, and Sir Harold, holding a torch, moved it closer, allowing Rhaego to scrutinize the features of this venerable man who had spent a lifetime in the dragon's lair. Currently, there were 10 dragons residing within the lair, with 5 younglings, Vermithrax, Teryx, Sunfire, Eryx, and Vagor, too small to bear riders. If the prince wished to tame them, he would have to wait until they grew. "What are the adult dragons, sir?" Rhaego inquired, his interest in the hatchlings waning. "I am no nobleman, your highness," the old dragon guard replied, his voice trembling with humility, "a lowly servant unworthy of a title." "Ah, my apologies, good sir. While you may not be of noble birth, you are an elder and perhaps could enlighten me with your name," Rhaego interjected, steadying the old man who seemed on the verge of kneeling. He was overwhelmed with excitement, his mind preoccupied with more pressing matters than titles. "Please, do impart any information regarding the dragons that can be written." "As you wish, esteemed prince. I am Ashley Cole, your most loyal servant." The old dragon guard bowed once more, continuing to introduce the remaining dragons. "Your highness, aside from the 5 younglings mentioned earlier, there are 5 adult dragons. However, Sea Smoke, Caraxes, and Syrax are already bonded to the princes and princesses, leaving only Tessarion and Dreamfire available for your taming. Let's go see Tessarion." Chapter 44, No Giggling. Tessarion, known as the Blue Queen, is a subadult dragon, yet suitable for riding. Ashley Cole explained as he guided them down a left corridor, arriving at the entrance of a towering cavern. The aged dragon guard began to chant a Valyrian song in a distinctive tone, his voice echoing hauntingly within the cave. Rhaego understood Valyrian, a remnant of ancestral memory, recognizing it as a song to awaken the dragons. He strove to suppress his excitement as he awaited the dragon guard summons. A resounding roar erupted from within the cavern just as the dragon guard completed the song, causing the young dragon guards to clench their poles anxiously. Sir Harold stepped forward decisively, shielding Rhaenyra and Rhaego behind him. "There is no need for such tension, sir," Rhaego dismissed Harold's protective gesture, moving around him to stand before the cave entrance. Ashley Cole's melody persisted, and a rustling sound emanated from the depths, growing closer, until a blue figure gradually materialized in the torchlight. The deep blue scales of the dragon were as profound as the ocean, and its slender head disregarded the chanting elder, extending directly towards Rhaego. "Too small." The Bloodline's response is minimal. Rhaego's initial impression of the Blue Queen was disappointing, not befitting his expectations. Having once ridden a dragon as magnificent as Vagor, Tessarion appeared to him akin to a mere chick. Nevertheless, all for the sake of bloodline evolution, he resolved to endure. Accepting the dragoness approach, he stood his ground, observing the somewhat unappealing dragon head that reached out. "Rhaego," Rhaenyra called out with concern, acutely aware that the proximity between Rhaego and Tessarion was perilous. Should the dragon reject him, he would have no chance to evade. Rhaego, undeterred by Rhaenyra's worry, remained fixated on the dragon's kiss upon him, his instincts warning him that something was amiss. This was not a knight's selection, but rather a predatory examination. Tentatively, Rhaego extended his hand to touch Tessarion's nose, only for the dragon to abruptly toss its head, rejecting contact, and let out a fierce roar. "By the gods, this fool thinks I'm a meal," he muttered under his breath, casting a cautious glance at Ashley Cole beside him. "Ashley, send her back. She wants to eat me." The old dragon guard's singing faltered momentarily before transitioning into another melody, his tone urgent and tense. Fortunately, Tessarion's intelligence appeared lacking. The familiar song calmed its restless instincts, as it was not accustomed to commands associated with feeding. Thus, the disgruntled dragon let out a roar directed at Rhaego, swishing its tail as it retreated into the cave. "Your Highness, what is this?" The old dragon guard stared blankly at Rhaego, bewildered. In past experiences of Targaryens taming dragons, they either expressed rage or acceptance. Witnessing a dragon with an insatiable appetite was a first for him. Rhaego, his expression darkened, was disinclined to respond to the query. "Take me to see Dreamfire," he commanded. "Yes, your highness. Dreamfire is in the other chamber." He bowed his head, leading the way, while Rhaego followed in silence, his face a stormy mask. Rhaenyra and Sir Harold exchanged glances, each perceiving the other's confusion. Upon encountering Caraxes, Rhaego had formed a hypothesis. His bloodline, sharing a fiery heritage, acted as a double-edged sword in dragon taming. To a dragon of higher intellect, like Caraxes, He might be perceived as enticing, yet could also sense the kinship in his blood, allowing it to restrain its desires. Conversely, for a less intelligent dragon, such as the unsightly Targaryen, he was merely a walking feast. The absence of resonance with his bloodline led to a lack of affinity. And had the dragon not been previously satiated, Rhaego had no doubt it would have devoured him whole. The dragon's lair was vast, and after traversing a labyrinth of corridors, the old dragon guard led them to a colossal cavern. Throughout the journey, Rhaego mentally prepared himself, harboring some confidence regarding Dreamfire. After all, the three dragons of the Mother of Dragons in later tales were hatched from Dreamfire's eggs, and in the narrative, Drogon exhibited remarkable intelligence and spirit. If the offspring were so gifted, surely the mother would not be lacking in comparable qualities. Nodding to Ashley Cole to commence his work, Rhaego eagerly awaited within the dark cavern. Even if his bloodline did not respond, perhaps it was merely due to the distance. Your Highness, the old dragon guard's somber song once again filled the air. Sir Harold hastily stepped forward, cautioning Rhaego, who was closely following the dragon guard. Your Highness, Dreamfire is a fierce adult dragon, highly aggressive, and has been confined within the lair for decades. Its temperament may not be amiable. For your safety and that of the princess, I believe we should maintain a safe distance. Casting a glance at Harold, whose face was etched with concern, and then at Rhaenyra, who bore a similarly troubled expression, Rhaego reflected on the detestable demeanor of Targaryen just moments ago. With a knowing nod, he discreetly followed Sir Harold, retreating to a safer distance. A thunderous roar erupted from the cavern, a torrid blaze of crimson fire illuminating the vast space. A magnificent azure-hued beast boldly emerged from the depths, unleashing its wrath upon the insignificant creatures that had disturbed its slumber. The dragon, oblivious to the trio's concealed presence, stretched its formidable body in irritation to the haunting melodies sung by the ancient dragon guards, the clattering of heavy chains echoing from the cavern's depths, restraining its desire to soar. Dreamfire, Rhaego's impeccable high Valyrian resonated within the cave, successfully drawing the attention of the exquisite azure creature. Its scales shimmered in hues of pale blue, a menacing array of spines adorned its colossal head, while two sharp, elegantly curved horns grew backward. Its deep, cerulean eyes were brimming with a chaotic fervor. Rhaego silently cursed, recognizing in Dreamfire's gaze an emotion akin to Targaryen's, yet markedly more intense. As the colossal creature fixed its gaze upon the trio in the distance, Rhaego felt every hair on his body stand on end. Another uncivilized, foolish dragon. We must depart this place. Seizing the moment while Dreamfire was still groggy from its slumber, Rhaego urgently beckoned Rhaenyra and Sir Harold, decisively retreating. As they barely escaped the dragon's lair, Dreamfire's piercing roar reverberated behind them, causing both Rhaenyra and Harold to draw in sharp breaths of apprehension. Fortunately, they had fled swiftly. Otherwise, the fury echoing from Dreamfire's roar could have resulted in severe consequences. Rhaego awaited at the cave's entrance, finally feeling relief wash over him once Ashlyn and the four young dragon guards emerged unscathed. Though he had taken many lives, the thought of an elder and four young men perishing due to his actions would weigh heavily on his conscience. Thankfully, they were safe, declining Rhaenyra's invitation to accompany her. Rhaego waved his hand wearily. Today's visit to the dragon's lair had dealt a significant blow to his spirits. With the path ahead appearing increasingly bleak, he trudged back to Dragonstone, his face clouded with sorrow. At that moment, all he desired was to retreat to his bed and nurse his wounded heart. Chapter 45. The Vanishing Memory. Rhaego dreamt of a thick, white mist enveloping him, heavy as thick mud pressing down upon his body, his eyelids feeling leaden, drained of all strength. Rough breaths echoed in his ears, reminiscent of an elderly man nearing his end. Rhaego attempted to turn and discern his surroundings, yet he lacked the strength even to move his fingers. I see him. He is truly handsome. Indeed, just like we used to. Several youthful voices chimed around him, and Rhaego felt their gazes upon him. Shut up, damn it. Don't wake him, came a gruff voice. Hurry, try it. Try it. A bright voice chimed again. A surge of heated energy coursed through his veins, his limbs jolting suddenly as consciousness surged back. He was awakening. There was no time. He had to flee. With a gasp, Rhaego jolted awake in his bed, a throbbing headache assaulting him, his blood unusually vibrant within him. Voices of the maidservants drifted from outside his chamber. Your Grace, are you awake? Duke Stark is waiting for you in the hall. Today, Rhaego was set to officially depart King's Landing for his fief, Massey S. Hook. A fortnight prior, having failed to tame a dragon, he had finally relinquished the ambition of commanding a brood of dragons. His bloodline's unique traits bound him to the Valyrian legacy, and, on Dragonstone, he had witnessed the last surviving Valyrian dragon with his own eyes. Thus, he had promptly requested permission from Viserys to hasten his journey to his fief, and upon receiving consent, he had busily prepared to depart King's Landing, having never truly engaged in combat at the tournament. This left Lord Cragen Stark with a lingering sense of regret. Consequently, this young lord had repeatedly sought him out, inviting Rhaego to complete their unfinished duel. Through their exchanges, the two had forged a friendship. "Greetings, Cragen. You needn't have come to seek me so early." After preparing himself, Rhaego joined Cragen in the hall, where the towering figure was sipping mead, sharing light-hearted tales with his retinue. "Rhaego, we are ready to embark. I have come to bid you farewell, my dear friend. I believe we can set off together. Is everything prepared, Ser Larys?" Rhaego approached Cragen warmly, embracing him before turning to the ever-watchful, limping man beside them. "Yes, your grace. Duke Corlys has provided 2 swift warships, and those knights willing to accompany you are ready to board at your command. Thank you for your efforts, Ser Larys." Larry Strong, the second son of the current Prime Minister, Lionel Strong, and brother to Harwin Strong, had once been a notorious character in the original narrative. Yet, at the moment of Rhaego's recruitment, he willingly pledged his service, becoming Rhaego's temporary aide. Rhaego bore no prejudice against him, especially since he lacked any fallen nobles seeking his favor. Larys had organized everything meticulously, earning Rhaego's praise. "It is my honor, your grace." Larys awkwardly bowed, his expression somber, yet lacking the overt ambition he had once displayed. Rhaego found him considerably more amiable now. After breakfast, Rhaego and Cragen made their way to Dragonstone to bid farewell to Viserys. Amidst the rhythmic clatter of hooves, the two parties stepped out of King's Landing's gates, the dawn light casting a soft glow. At the docks of King's Landing, Rhaego and Cragen stood side by side, gazing up at the towering walls of the city. The Stark retinue would journey north along the King's Road, while Rhaego would board the warship heading east across Blackwater Bay. The docks marked their point of parting. Rhaego, starting anew in a fief is no simple task. Should you encounter any difficulties, you can send word via Raven. Cragen, draped in a broad bearskin cloak, prepared to head north along the King's Road, where the temperature would surely plummet, and his northern companions had already donned warm attire. "I will, Cragen. Perhaps the storms at Massey S. Hook will not welcome a Targaryen prince. If so, I shall seek your refuge in the north." "Ha!" Cragen laughed heartily, aware that Rhaego was jesting. "More than that, I hope you come to Winterfell to admire the northern landscapes." "I shall, Cragen. You must know that I have long yearned to see the grandeur of the wall and aspire to slay a monster beyond it." "It seems you have not studied history well, Rhaego." Cragen laughed heartily, playfully thumping Rhaego's shoulder. "While the north is indeed beautiful, there is no wall of ice. Rather, countless wildlings inhabit the biting cold of the frost fangs. They are monsters in their own right." "What?" Rhaego exclaimed, gazing incredulously at the smiling Cragen, trying to detect any hint of mischief on his face. "There truly is no wall of ice? No monsters from beyond the wall?" Cragen Stark shook his head, amused. "My friend, do not attempt to frighten me with such tired tales. I grew up on my mother's horror stories, and the wolf clans of the north fear no false threats. And what the Night's Watch? Are you referring to the Sworn Brothers? What is there to speak of them?" Noticing the serious yet anxious expression on his friend's face, Cragen stepped forward and gave Rhaego a firm embrace. "Rhaego Targaryen, your stories are vivid, but they cannot intimidate the valiant knights of the north. Nonetheless, I enjoy your tales." Having spoken, Craig nimbly mounted his steed, wielding his whip to summon his subordinates. "Warriors of the north, we are returning home. Homeward bound." The noble knights of the north erupted in exuberant cheers, the thunderous sound of hooves echoing through the air. Craig led his company around the castle walls, traversing the smooth King's Road, embarking on the journey back to the north. "Farewell, Rhaego. I await your visit in Winterfell." Craig Stark's resonant voice carried over the clamor, reaching Rhaego, who suddenly became acutely aware of the cold sweat that had broken out upon him in that fleeting moment. A total of 53 destitute knights, willing to accompany him to Dragonstone, had already boarded the vessels under Larys's meticulous arrangements. Most hailed from common origins, tasked with safeguarding the 2 warships under the distribution of the bent-footed. Rhaego gazed longingly toward the direction of the King's Road until the figures of Craig and his entourage faded from view, at which point he turned aboard the ship. The warship smoothly departed the dock amidst the resounding calls, and Rhaego stood at the bow of the deck, the morning's damp sea breeze invigorating him, sweeping away the decay and filth he had brought from King's Landing. Ahead, the waters of Blackwater Bay shimmered invitingly, a vast expanse where fish might leap freely. Yet, the recent conversation with Craig lingered in his mind like a chain, tethering his heart, yearning to soar. Chapter 46. Onward to Dragonstone. Why was Craig oblivious to the wall, unaware of the White Walkers, and ignorant of the Night's Watch? Had his forebears failed to pass down such crucial knowledge? Yet, inheriting the title of Duke of Winterfell, he could not possibly remain ignorant of such significant secrets. Nevertheless, the undeniable truth was that Craig was indeed uninformed. Rhaego, Larys suddenly interjected, halting the bent-footed who was busy attending to matters on deck. Your Highness, do you know the wall? Rhaego turned to Larys, his urgency palpable. The wall, and the Night's Watch? Larys, possessing a fair degree of knowledge, had devoted more time to books due to his childhood experiences of being distanced and ridiculed. Thus, when faced with Rhaego's inquiry, he bowed his head thoughtfully, searching his memory before shaking it affirmatively. Your Highness, I have not heard of these terms, but I am willing to research them for you. Waving Larys away, Rhaego gazed longingly at the receding King's Landing, as if he could see a thick, ominous cloud of magic enveloping the Seven Kingdoms, within which a colossal, blood-red eye, filled with malice and greed, surveyed Westeros with impunity. A deafening dragon's roar reverberated from the heavens above, as Syrax's massive form swept past Rhaego, calling him back from his reverie. Rhaenyra soared atop her dragon, circling above the two warships, Syrax showcasing its remarkable flying prowess, flaunting the superiority of the dragonkind. A gray-hued behemoth ascended from the waters on the right side of the warship, the spray from its wings drenching Rhaego's cloak. Laenor, riding the dragon Seasmoke, jubilantly joined Rhaenyra in her display, the two dragons swirling above the fleet, roaring, and occasionally unleashing plumes of Dragonfire, their high-pitched roars echoing throughout Blackwater Bay. Rhaego observed the magnificent dragons in the sky, a sudden smile breaking forth as he felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Gently tapping his forehead, he chastised himself for his previous demeanor. He had always positioned himself as a prophet in this tangible world, exuding calmness and confidence, even amidst the risk of exposure. Yet today, a mere hint of the unknown had shattered his composure, leaving him disoriented. His conversation with Craig and Larys's responses indicated that there was indeed something amiss in this world, as the hallmark elements spanning the timeline had entirely vanished from the annals of Westerosi history. This was peculiar, sending shivers down Rhaego's spine, leaving him in disarray. It was the presence of Syrax and Seasmoke that had awakened him. Dragons. They were the ultimate answer, regardless of the machinations and magical assassins. All would turn to dust beneath a single breath of Dragonfire. With clarity restored, Rhaego swiftly shook off the droplets adorning his cloak. His sword pointed skyward at the two colossal creatures, his countenance regaining confidence and a smile. Larys, alter our course, full speed ahead. We must make for Dragonstone. The massive warship creaked to life, its prow slicing through the calm sea. The distant dragon roars sounding like a battle hymn, heralding the arrival of this distant guest. The fleet sailed swiftly, the warships provided by the Sea Lord and the Lord of Driftmark showcasing their exceptional capabilities, cutting through the waters of Blackwater Bay. The massive sigil of the three-headed dragon fluttering in the wind, setting out from King's Landing in the morning. It was still not yet evening when Rhaego caught sight of the smoke rising from the fiery peaks of Dragonstone. The great dragons that had circled above earlier had vanished, likely Rhaenyra reveling in the superiority of her bloodline, having flown back to Dragonstone with her husband. Perhaps the watchtowers on Dragonstone had already spotted his fleet, fervently relaying the tidings of the prince's arrival. Indeed, soon after, as the fleet drew nearer to Dragonstone, a familiar dragon silhouette ascended from the island skies, heading directly toward Rhaego and his company. Laenor, having come out to assess the situation, circled the fleet atop Seasmoke. Rhaego waved to him from the bow, and upon confirming Rhaego's identity, the dragon roared, flapping its wings as it returned to Dragonstone. The two massive vessels slowly docked at the port of Dragonstone. Rhaego instructed Larys to arrange for a portion of the men to stand guard through the night, while he descended the lowered gangplank, stepping onto the soft sands of Dragonstone. Rhaenyra, Sarah Laenor, he greeted as Rhaenyra personally welcomed him at the port, her smile evident as she stood beside her husband. The recently healed Ser Harwin, having returned to King's Landing a fortnight earlier, stood alongside the princess's new guard, Ser Illyrio, bowing respectfully to Rhaego. I wagered with Laenor that you would come to Dragonstone. Rhaego, Rhaenyra remarked, her smile brightening as she gazed at her travel-worn uncle. It seems I have one. Laenor shrugged, gesturing warmly for Rhaego to follow him to the castle for a discussion. Yet Rhaego declined the invitation, instead regarding the current princess of Dragonstone with solemnity. Rhaenyra, you must surmise the purpose of my visit. Of course, it is a necessary process for a Targaryen, Rhaenyra nodded in understanding. You should rest in the castle for the night. Laenor has arranged a feast, and tomorrow I will take you into the dragon's lair, where 2 powerful dragons reside, ones you will find intriguing. I'm aware of them, Vhagar and Silverwing, Rhaego replied, casting a glance at the watchful sea smoke, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. I have no interest in them, Rhaenyra. I require you to send someone to guide me to drag him out. You wish to tame a wild dragon? You have set your sights on Vhagar? You are mad, Rhaenyra exclaimed in astonishment. The island is home to the formidable Vhagar and Silverwing, both of whom are fully mature dragons, yet you dare to covet the beast known as Vhagar? Do you comprehend the peril? Ido, Rhaenyra. You need only send someone to lead the way. I will exercise caution, Rhaego insisted, his expression earnest, prompting Rhaenyra to realize he was indeed determined to tame Vhagar. That dragon is a messenger of a stranger, is ancient and fierce, feeding upon its kin. Countless lives have perished beneath its Dragonfire, and no one has ever tamed it. You are truly insane, Rhaego. Though she did not endorse Rhaego's reckless ambition, Rhaenyra commanded Illyrio to prepare a warhorse and other necessary supplies for Rhaego, subsequently selecting 2 young dragon riders to accompany him in search of dragon eggs. Leading him toward the distant dragon mount, Rhaego gazed up at the sun in the sky, estimating it to be around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. With twilight still a distant prospect, he eagerly mounted his steed, instructing Larys to keep a vigilant eye on the ships, before galloping alongside the dragon guards toward the billowing smoke of Dragon Mountain. Under the princess's directive, Illikhajir led the patrol closely behind them. From the moment he set foot on the sandy shores of Dragonstone, the bloodline within Rhaego had become insatiably thirsty. Chapter 47, The Glutton. You should not be so reckless. Your Highness, Illikhajir attempted to dissuade the prince. The Glutton is an ancient and malevolent dragon. It does not bow to human command. You place yourself in an exceedingly perilous position, Your Highness. I know what I'm doing, my lord. A true dragon fears not the flames, driven by urgency and exhilaration. Rhaego urged his horse into a frenzied gallop, and the group swiftly traversed the winding hills, soon arriving at the lair of wild dragons on Dragon Mountain. This was an active volcano, akin to the fiery peaks within the ruins of Illyria, where thick plumes of smoke continuously billowed from its towering crater. Enormous white boulders littered the landscape, and the intense heat rendered the floor sparse. Even a few resilient wild grasses drooped under the scorching onslaught. The steepness of Dragon Mountain forbade horseback ascent, so Rhaego dismounted with 2 dragon guards at the foot of the mountain, handing over his trembling warhorse to the accompanying patrol. He declined their offer to follow for protection, feeling the bloodline's power surging within him, and boldly ascended the peak. The pungent scent of sulfur filled the nostrils of the trio, and as they ventured deeper, large clumps of dragon dung frequently appeared before Rhaego. The scorched earth, signifying a dragon, had once cooked its meal here. With each step further in, Rhaego's excitement grew. They climbed along a ridge, following the guidance of the dragon guards, when suddenly, Rhaego was yanked back by one of the guards, who pointed in bewilderment. He turned to see a massive dragon, the color of sludge, observing him from a nearby valley. This is a thieving dragon, Your Highness, the young dragon guard cautioned. Thieving draguns salum armumans. They merely enjoy pilfering the shepherd's sheep. It is the second largest wild dragon on the island, second only to the Glutton. Rhaego nodded slightly, casting a cursory glance at the mud-colored dragon before resolutely continuing his climb. His singular purpose was the Glutton. He found the presence of the other foolish dragon irksome. After traversing the ridge for some time, the bloodline's power within Rhaego surged as if boiling. His face flushed with intensity, and a powerful resonance filled his ears. Noticing the prince had halted, the young dragon guard panted heavily, pointing toward a dark cave halfway up the mountain, eager to introduce it, but before he could speak, a torrent of fiery green dragon flame erupted from the cave's entrance, instantly melting the nearby boulders. A dark dragon head emerged, roaring in defiance. A demon dragon! A demon dragon! The sudden appearance of the colossal creature sent one of the dragon guards fleeing in terror, while the leading guard was thrown into disarray by the shrill cries. The 2 young dragon handlers, shrieking in fright, scrambled down the ridge. The emerald flames burst forth before Rhaego, the searing heat curling the hair on his forehead. The Glutton! He shouted in High Valyrian, calling the dragon's name. The obsidian dragon emerged from the vast cave, its fierce maw gaping wide as its ferocious roar echoed throughout Dragon Mountain. The exhilaration coursing through Rhaego's blood caused his body temperature to rise rapidly, sweat from his climb transforming into swirling mist at his neck. It felt akin to the sensation he experienced with Soul, so familiar, so intimate. This delightful sense of kinship was like reuniting with a long-lost family member. With a thunderous roar, the demon dragon bellowed skyward, and Rhaego gently placed his sword and torch at his feet, chanting the ancient Valyrian ballad inscribed within his bloodline. Resolutely stepping toward the glutton, the dragon lowered its massive head, its verdant gaze focused on the approaching human. The familiar melody resonating in its ears intertwined with the bloodline's connection, prompting it to slowly retract its outstretched wings, its tail gently swaying. As it subdued the wildness in its eyes, even its breathing growing softer, Rhaego hummed the ancient ballad, a melody from the depths of his original memory. A secret passed down through the Domnar family. He drew closer to the glutton, quickening his pace until he was nearly running. His hurried breaths fragmented the song. Yet the placid dragon on the ground exhibited no displeasure, even closing its eyes contentedly as the boy dashed forward. "Ah, my dragon!" Rhaego exclaimed with uncontained joy, leaping high just a few meters from the glutton's vast maw, landing heavily upon its broad nose. "Ha ha 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 ha!" With his hands touching the glutton's fiery scales, Rhaego laughed heartily, sprawled out in a starfish position atop its nose, pressing his entire weight upon the great beast's head. The Valyrian dragon was his rightful partner. The flying creatures birthed in the diminutive land of Westeros were nothing more than unsightly reptiles. No arguments accepted. The glutton was far larger than the dream fire and sea smoke he had encountered, only slightly smaller than the legendary Valyrian. The dragon opened its eyes, observing the boy perched upon its nose, its tail striking the ground with a rhythmic thud. Rhaego, eager to ride, clung to the scales upon its nose, attempting to clamber onto the glutton's back. The dragon, slightly perturbed, exhaled forcefully through its nostrils, the sulphurous gust knocking Rhaego to the ground as its enormous nostrils sniffed him curiously, occasionally prodding him gently with its claws. Though somewhat painful, Rhaego submitted to the dragon's examination, reminiscent of his initial encounter with Soul, a welcoming gift from a Valyrian dragon, Valyrian excluded. Rhaego sensed the glutton's emotions. From the moment he touched it, he felt the essence of this magnificent creature: loneliness, volatility, age, and a long-lost joy. After thoroughly inspecting him, the dragon let out a low growl. Rhaego quickly scrambled to his feet, racing up the outstretched wing of the glutton, climbing onto its back. Though riding bareback was perilous for a Targaryen, he was a Domnar, having experienced countless unprotected flights. So did it too. "Take flight, glutton!" Roar. The demon dragon let out a triumphant howl, its obsidian wings beating vigorously, soaring into the sky amidst the boy's ecstatic whistles. "Huzzah! I have a dragon again!" Glutton. Hiss. Glutton. Hiss. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 48. The Gathering of Dragons. Stone Drum Tower. A castle perched precariously upon the cliffs of Dragonstone, offered a view from its towering spire toward the throat of the land, where a multitude of grotesque rocks formed the castle's most formidable defense. Rhaego, recklessly intent on confronting the butcher known as the Glutton, could not be deterred by Rhaenyra and Laenor, who, bound by the ties of their bloodline, ascended the tower upon returning to the Stone Drum, gazing out toward the endless mountain ranges behind the castle. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, the distant Longshan resembled a sprawling beast, slowly concealing itself within the profound shadows. Rhaenyra furrowed her brow, gazing intently at the distant heavens. Her emotions were a tumultuous blend of anxiety and dread. She feared her new uncle might perish beneath the fiery breath of the Vhagar, causing House Targaryen to lose a warrior mightier than demon. Yet, she also feared witnessing him return, riding atop the ravenous beast. She was acutely aware of the implications of dragon, rivaling even Vhagar in size, emerging from the depths. "Rhaenyra, we must relay this news to the king without delay." Lon Nino leaned against the stone wall of the watchtower, the handsome Ser Corlys Velaryon casually toying with his nails, seemingly indifferent to the fate of a prince. If Rhaego were to meet his end on Dragonstone, perhaps the king would teach us an unforgettable lesson. Rhaenyra continued to silently gaze at the dimming sky, while Lon Nino shrugged dismissively, exchanging a knowing glance with Corlys, his brow arching in a subtle smirk. The castle on Dragonstone was perched atop a towering cliff, behind which a vast stone spire had been hollowed out to form a dragon's lair. Deep within the mountain, a colossal dragon's nest lay dormant in the darkness, until, at a sudden moment, a pair of golden eyes snapped open. With a crack, razor-sharp claws gripped the edge of the constructed platform as orange flames ignited the shadowy cavern. The bronze-scaled dragon roared, its brown wings beating vigorously as its massive form surged forth from the cave, soaring toward the mountain's summit. Roar! Another roar echoed within the cave, where, amidst the fading embers, a flash of silver scales darted past, revealing a thick mass of darkness swiftly pursuing the bronze figure. Vhagar. Rhaenyra suddenly shifted her gaze toward Longshan, the haunting dragon's roar resonating in her ears. She hastened to the edge of the watchtower, where, beneath the dim sky, Vhagar burst forth, unleashing fiery breath and climbing swiftly into the heights above. Vhagar, the dragon. The onlookers atop the watchtower soon caught sight of the dragon's silhouette. Lon Nino detached himself from Corlys and, with a serious expression, quickly approached Rhaenyra. Vhagar has been slumbering on Longshan. Why has it suddenly appeared, and in such fury? Lenino's expression faltered. Silverwing was transpired. As the flames at Longshan's exit dissipated, a magnificent silver dragon, as beautiful as Valyrian steel, spiraled out, elegantly flapping its wings to catch up with Vhagar in the sky. Rhaenyra, her expression grave, fixated on the dark clouds ahead of Vhagar and Silverwing, an ominous premonition whispering that a formidable beast lay concealed there, one that even Vhagar would regard with trepidation. "Rhaego, there's another dragon," a guard suddenly shouted, pointing at the sky. Yet, even without his alert, the emerald flames of the Vhagar tore through the clouds, the dark dragon rolling in delight, basking in the scorching flames as it charged towards the two dragons below, who regarded it with apprehension. Roar! Hiss! The roars of two dragons resounded, as Sea Smoke and Syrax sensed the incoming threat and ascended, restlessly circling above the stone drum tower. Rhaego squinted, shaking off the flames that clung to his hair, wiping the blood-stained sleeve across his face as he commanded Vhagar to ascend, avoiding a direct confrontation with the two dragons. From the very first moment, Rhaego recognized the two formidable dragons as among the top 5 in combat prowess within House Targaryen. The Bronze Fury, Vhagar, and the Silver Arrow, Silverwing, both hailed from Dragonstone, each having their own territories, rarely encroaching upon one another's domains. Vhagar's sudden breach of this unspoken agreement ignited Vhagar's wrath. Roar! Vhagar growled in discontent at the two dragons, yet obediently ascended, circling leisurely to the left of the stone drum tower, while confident in his ability to best Vhagar and potentially contend with Silverwing. Rhaego was acutely aware of the two other dragons observing the clash from afar. Thus he chose to concede. Seeing the dragons refrain from engaging, Rhaenyra exhaled in relief. The loss of either Vhagar or Silverwing would be an unbearable blow to House Targaryen. Prince Rhaego. It is Prince Rhaego, a keen-eyed guard, spotting the silhouette of Rhaego upon Vhagar as it circled closer to the watchtower, erupted with excitement. Prince Rhaego has tamed Vhagar, a beast even larger than Vhagar. Has the prince truly succeeded? The onlookers atop the tower murmured in disbelief as Rhaego maneuvered Vhagar through the skies, assuring himself that the dragons were wary of one another and had no intentions of clashing. He then commanded Vhagar to land on the distant beach, where the knight would be more conveniently grounded, fearing that Vhagar's immense size might collapse the castle if he attempted to land upon it. With a resounding thud, Rhaego leaped from Vhagar's back, pressing his face against the dragon's neck in delight, gently stroking its scales until it settled peacefully on the ground. He then approached Rhaenyra, who awaited him, surrounded by guards. As Rhaego drew near, the others rushed forward, alarmed by his bloodied, disheveled appearance. "My lady, are you injured?" Rhaenyra inquired, her brow furrowing with concern. Signaling for a few of his common knight followers to remain calm, Rhaego accepted the cloak from Larys, hastily wiping the blood and flesh from his attire, before smiling at the visibly distressed Rhaenyra. "Vhagar and I encountered a sheep thief and a gray dragon in the Valley of Longshan. Vhagar was too exhilarated. I did not restrain him from attacking. The sheep thief fled, but as for the gray dragon, he gestured to the blood and remnants on his person. It was torn apart by Vhagar in midair, its carcass now lying in the valley. I will need your assistance in retrieving it. I still have use for it." Chapter 49. The Thief's Home. Rhaenyra dispatched men to fetch a cart to retrieve the carcass of the wild dragon, Grey Shadow, throughout the night. Although the death of a dragon weighed heavily on her heart, the fact that Rhaego had successfully tamed Vhagar left her feeling more anxious and uneasy. Rhaego declined Rhaenyra's and Lenino's invitation to the feast, not even entering the stone drum tower. Instead, he commanded Larys to oversee the setting up of camp on the flat ground above the beach, while he positioned his tent beside Vhagar. After igniting a bonfire, Rhaego settled in front of it, finally allowing his thoughts to delve into the system. Panel. Ding. Panel activated. Congratulations, host, for perfectly mastering the dragon and subduing a formidable magical creature. Bloodline development progress. 10. Current development progress. 40. New trait acquired. Fireproof. The host is now immune to all fire damage. Congratulations, host, for slaying a magical creature and absorbing its energy. Bloodline development progress. 5. Current development progress, 45. The overall attributes of the host are as follows. Host, Rhaego Domnar. Gender, male. Age, 18. Bloodline 1. Ancient Valyrian Dragon King Bloodline. Bloodline 2. Bloodfire Affinity, affinity for bloodfire magic. Current bloodline development progress, 45. Status, healthy, strong, joyful. Traits, immune to all poisons, unburnt. The journey to Dragonstone Island has proven immensely rewarding. The bloodline has developed by 15, and I have acquired the unburnt trait, rendering me impervious to all flame damage. Does this not imply that I shall no longer fear being scorched by Dragonfire in future battles? With the combination of myself and the Devourer, we could indeed sweep across the land. However, the Devourer is rather aged, and his strength has significantly waned. He may not withstand the onslaught of multiple dragons in the future, thus caution is warranted. Rhaego reflected on his gains from this expedition, while he returned laden with spoils. A grave concern loomed before him. The Devourer was far too old, even older than Vhagar. This thought reminded him of Syrax. That grand creature was already 220 years old when he tamed her, and with old age and illness creeping upon her, she was left with merely a decade of life. Ultimately, he could not even accompany her in those last 10 years, leaving that gentle giant to slumber in the searing volcanic lake. And what of the Devourer? He too is a Valyrian dragon. Rhaego rose, donning his cloak, and approached the slumbering Devourer. The ancient dragon sensed his arrival, its emerald-slit eyes fluttering open, emitting a soft, affectionate whimper. Placing his hand upon the Devourer's wrinkled neck, Rhaego called upon the system in his mind. System, assess the status of the Devourer. Beep. Magical creature detected. System scanning in progress. Race, dragon. Current form, male. Age, 227. Length, 130 meters. Wingspan, 345 meters. Current status. Content, aged excited. Estimated remaining lifespan, unknown. Slightly smaller than Valyrian. He is 227 years old, hatching 2 years prior to the doom. Yet the lifespan remains unknown. A dash? Rhaego leaned against the Devourer's body, perplexed by the data provided by the system. This was his second time investigating a dragon through the system, the first being Syrax. Yet Syrax had a specific lifespan limit. Could it be the influence of the cursed creature? Perhaps he should try assessing other dragons? As his thought took root, it swiftly spread through Rhaegodom's mind, allowing him to temporarily forget the unpleasantness he had experienced in the Dragonstone Castle. Silently, he rose and glanced around. His subordinates had all fallen asleep, and the distant lights of the stone drum tower appeared as mere stars, likely beyond their sight. 2 unclaimed dragons lay on the beach several kilometers away, with the Devourer beside him. A fortuitous opportunity. He must act. Without hesitation, Rhaego quickly removed the noisy accessories from his person, soothingly patting the inquisitive Devourer, and stealthily made his way towards Vhagar and the Silverwing. The 2 dragons were likely supervising the Devourer, so he landed not far from their position. After observing for a moment from behind a rock, confirming that both dragons were deep in slumber, Rhaego cautiously approached the imposing Vhagar. Once, Aemon Targaryen managed to quietly approach the sleeping Vhagar. Surely, Rhaego could do the same. His footsteps on the sandy ground were nearly inaudible. Just as he was 100 meters away from Vhagar, the slumbering giant's nostrils flared slightly, and in the next instant, its golden eyes snapped open, fixating intently on the approaching figure. Rhaego halted instantly as the familiar glint of greed and ferocity filled Vhagar's gaze, and he could even see the slight parting of its draconic maw, revealing glimmers of fire. Far off, a deep, resonant breath echoed. Vhagar's brewing flames quickly dissipated as it glanced warily at the presence behind Rhaego, reluctantly closing its eyes once more. Rhaego stiffly turned his head, discovering that the Devourer's once curled head, facing the tent, had now extended towards him, its neck stretching long as it lay contentedly on the sandy shore, its emerald eyes gazing intently in his direction. Chuckling awkwardly, Rhaego waved, feeling an odd sensation akin to being caught in an affair by a rightful partner. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, Rhaego glanced at the now reclined Vhagar. It was evident that this gentleman of bronze fury was not particularly friendly towards him, and he risked becoming mere dragon dung. No way. A strategic retreat was in order. Rhaego shifted his focus towards Silverwing, now realizing that the elegant dragon had already awakened. Silverwing had been alert since Vhagar stirred. She had caught the enticing scent emanating from him the moment he approached the rock, and she had witnessed Rhaegodom's stealthy advance, as well as the Devourer's intimidation of the ill-intentioned Vhagar. Silverwing lay with her chin resting on the ground, mirroring the Devourer's posture. Her beautiful ice-blue eyes gazing gently at Rhaego, having sensed the warmth of his presence, along with an innate friendliness. A resonance of bloodlines? Rhaego was taken aback. Aside from the ancient Valyrian dragons, this was the second native Westerosi dragon to resonate with his bloodline. What a delightful surprise. Rhaego suppressed an exclamation of joy, quickening his steps until he stood before Silverwing. What a magnificent dragon she was, an exquisite work of art. Her lustrous silver scales bore no trace of blemish, and her finely proportioned head possessed a rare elegance. Her ice-blue eyes were devoid of the volatility and fury typical of other magical dragons, instead radiating tranquility and gentleness. Silverwing, Rhaego murmured, tentatively placing his hands upon her vast draconic maw. The warmth and smoothness sent waves of exhilaration coursing through him. Silverwing's eyes fluttered closed, her long tail gliding softly over the sand, producing a delightful rustling sound. Yet the true marvel lay in the system's notification. Chapter 50, Dragon Keeper. Congratulations, host, for gaining the recognition of a dragon, subduing a powerful magical creature. Bloodline development progress, 5, current development progress, 50, and acquiring a new trait. Dragon Keeper. True companions are each other's salvation. Share your magic with them, and you shall receive even greater surprises. Dragon Keeper? Share magic with them? Could it be? Suddenly, an astonishing hypothesis struck Rhaego, as he felt his body ignite with fervor at the moment his bloodline development reached 50. A mysterious essence began to flourish within him. His sore muscles from riding the Devourer rapidly healed. Even the strands of hair between his brows shimmered with silver light. According to the system, substantial magic had manifested within him, and it was controllable. Rhaego raised his right hand, the ethereal energy coalescing upon his palm, and pressed it against Silverwing's broad snout. He directed the energy to seep into her being. Silverwing's massive wings quivered, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction, emitting a rumbling purr akin to that of a contented cat. Indeed, excitedly, he clenched his fist, retracting his right hand, and attempted to launch the magic into the air, only to fail. Gently caressing Silverwing's snout, Rhaego once again summoned the system, assessing the status of the dragon, Silverwing. Beep. Magical creature detected. System scanning in progress. Race, dragon. Current form, female. Age, 75. Length, 96 meters. Wingspan, 223 meters. Current status, content, healthy, excited. Estimated remaining lifespan, unknown. Dragon Keeper, bloodline evolution in progress. The bloodfire magic coursing through my veins has the potential to catalyze the evolution of the dragon's bloodline. Moreover, the longevity is denoted by a plus sign. Does this imply that Silverwing's lifespan is indeed on the ascent? Undoubtedly, this is the hallmark of the Chosen One. Reflecting on my previous days in King's Landing, I recall the constant anxiety, suffocated by the stench of foul air, tormented by the harassments of the wraiths, and besieged by a horde of unsightly dragons. Had I known then that I would accompany Corlys to Westeros, I would have made my first stop Dragonstone, thus sparing myself from such woes. With this thought in mind, Rhaego cast a defiant glare towards the slumbering Vagor in the distance. You ignore me, do you? You think you can feast upon me, do you? Well then, I shall steal your lady. Rhaego grinned slyly, leaning his entire form against Silverwing's snout, reveling in sheer satisfaction. After spending a brief moment with Silverwing, he established a rapid bloodline connection, instructing Silverwing to remain in place before turning to return to his tent. He needed to soothe the emotions of the Devourer, ensuring that this colossal creature could accept Silverwing's presence. Dragons are inherently proud beings. Should the Devourer develop a sulky disposition and engage Silverwing in conflict, Rhaego would find himself in an awkward predicament. Furthermore, he needed to experiment with the effects of his Dragon Rider traits on the Devourer. This was of paramount importance. Upon returning to the original campsite, Rhaego plopped down before the Devourer. Feeling the weariness from a day filled with sailing, climbing, taming dragons, and even absconding with another dragon's mate. Even with his robust constitution, he could distinctly sense his fatigue. Creak. The Devourer arched its neck, encircling Rhaego, its massive head resting quietly before him like a small mountain. Truly, what a magnanimous and handsome dragon. Rhaego caressed the Devourer's scales, channeling the magic within him into his palms. Let me see if this will be of use to you, my formidable friend. A faint hum resonated within Rhaego's body, and under his vigorous command, an unceasing stream of magical energy was absorbed by the Devourer's form. echoing the same rumbling sounds as Silverwing had earlier, clearly relishing Rhaego's actions. Approximately half an hour later, Rhaego abruptly withdrew his hands from the dragon's body, a wave of intense dizziness overwhelming him, causing him to retch repeatedly, his mind throbbing as if it might tear apart. Ugh, pressing his fingers against his temples. Rhaego managed a wry smile. He had thought that the magic within him would be inexhaustible, yet it was his stamina that faltered first. How painfully ironic. After the recent experiment, Rhaego discovered that the magic within him was nearly limitless. The more he imparted to the devourer, the more he produced within himself. However, his mental fortitude could only endure for half an hour, an exceeding that would likely spell trouble. It was prudent to pause after 40 to 50 minutes to restore his energy. After all, a splitting headache was hardly pleasant. After resting for a while, feeling some relief from the headache, Rhaego reached out once more, placing his right hand upon the devourer's scales, a thought crossing his mind, to probe the devourer's information. Ding! Magical creature detected. System scanning in progress. Species, dragon. Current form, male. Age, 227. Length, 130 meters. Wingspan, 345 meters. Current status, content, aged excited. Estimated remaining lifespan, unknown. Dragon Rider, status recovery in progress. The lifespan indicator had transformed into a plus sign. The Dragon Rider status had also shifted to status recovery in progress. Perhaps the bloodline would only evolve similarly to Silverwing once the Devourer's body was restored to its prime condition. Contemplating this, Rhaego felt a profound sense of relief. Having confirmed that his Dragon Rider traits and the bloodfire magic within him could alter the Devourer's aging state. Now, it was time to consider a retreat. During the expedition to Dragonstone, he had successfully tamed 2 dragons, developed his bloodline to level 50, and awakened 2 formidable traits, the Unburnt and, most importantly, the Dragon Rider. Rhaego resolved to depart at dawn, aiming to reach the nearby Storm's End first. While it was evident that Viserys had other plans and considerations for him, he had entered King's Landing without a dragon, and his attempts to tame dragons in the Dragon Pit had ended in failure. Yet, things were different now. He alone possessed 2 colossal dragons, the Devourer and Silverwing, both powerful adults whose strength surpassed Viserys' control. Moreover, if he could tame 2 dragons, there was no reason he could not tame 3 or even 4. Should this news spread, even those who already possessed dragons might view him with hostility, which would not bode well. If Viserys perceived him as a threat to House Targaryen's dominion, he might just issue an order to eliminate him. Remaining on Dragonstone would be akin to walking into a trap, especially considering that on Driftmark there was still a Vagor, and of late, it seemed Daemon intended to marry Lena, with the potential presence of Aegon as well. The Bloodworms could be perilous. Their aging devourer had already garnered a notorious reputation among the dragonkind. If a confrontation ensued, he might well be devoured by these dragons. A wise man does not place himself beneath a precarious wall. It was best to reach Storm's End, prepared for any eventuality. If Viserys remained unresponsive, it would be a joyous outcome, allowing him to continue in Westeros and find ways to fully activate his bloodline. However, should Viserys truly be enraged, well, he might not be able to fight, but he could certainly flee. Storm's End, being coastal, lacked soldiers, and the forces stationed at Driftmark had already been withdrawn. If the situation deteriorated, he would take the Devourer and Silverwing and make a hasty retreat, perhaps even back to Valyria, waiting for the Targaryen civil war to conclude before returning to teach them a lesson. Yes, this was a delightful decision. Time to sleep, for tomorrow at dawn, the journey to Storm's End shall commence. Chapter 51. The Dragon Shall Not Go Awry. My king, you are playing with fire. In the Red Keep's chamber, Viserys wore a grim countenance as he slammed his palms against the armrests of a chair with a resounding thud. The Raven for Dragonstone bore news that the Deceiver had changed course and landed on Dragonstone in the afternoon. You must comprehend the peril of allowing a highborn Dragon Lord's family to possess a dragon. His ancestors had long suppressed the Targaryens. We have 9 dragons at our disposal, yet he possesses only 1. 9 against 1, Corlys. Viserys leaned forward, placing his hands upon the table, the persistent pain from his back causing his brow to furrow deeply. His darkened lips and sunken eyes rendered him a picture of weariness. He is but a trivial pawn in this game. You should have executed him upon discovering his pretentious lineage. Corlys spat, rising in agitation as he paced before the king's masterpiece. Damn that noble house of Dorne, buried in volcanic ash and the corners of forgotten pages. And damn that Barnes. Lord Corlys, we have all but forgotten the memory of Valyria, casting aside the tomes that chronicled our history. It was Scholar Barnes who unearthed the records of House Dorne in the decaying remnants of literature. He served the realm well. You ought not to speak so irreverently of the deceased. You speak truly, Viserys. The sea snake exhaled heavily, the fire of rage blazing within his eyes. The very presence of a young man he had brought to King's Landing, who had ingratiated himself with Viserys, ignited his fury. Because of Rhaego's existence, Viserys' loyalty to the Velaryon family had come under considerable scrutiny. Fortunately, after a night of conversation and the union of their children, some semblance of goodwill had been restored between the two houses. Yet Corlys understood that Viserys had begun to harbor doubts and dissatisfaction toward him due to his fervent defense of Rhaego. In the treacherous game of power, even the slightest suspicion among allies is a perilous threat. Thus, upon learning that Viserys would easily release that damned deceiver from King's Landing, even permitting him to ascend Dragonstone, Corlys' composure began to unravel. It was he who had personally returned this threat to King's Landing aboard a Velaryon ship, and from that moment forth, the sea snake would bear share the consequences for every harm Rhaego inflicted upon the realm. You were rather hasty, Corlys, to so easily trust his words based solely on a stolen sigil, thus leading us astray in our judgment, Viserys admonished, casting a discontented glance at the irate sea snake. It was my error, yet I should never have permitted him entry into the dragon pit of King's Landing, and you should not have released him, allowing him to board a ship from Driftmark. Fortune will not consistently favor us. We are all aware of Daemon's capabilities. He will inevitably tame the dragon and escape your grasp. No, Corlys, a single dragon cannot alter the grand design. Storm's End and Dragonstone will keep a vigilant watch over him, and he shall follow the path I have meticulously charted. After sipping a goblet of exquisite wine, Viserys gestured for the standing Corlys to ease his tension, his tone calm and assured as he sought to enlighten his sea lord. Corlys, I cannot abide the fracturing of the realm, but after my demise, none shall reign over them. You understand my meaning. Noticing the sea snake's sudden silence, Viserys continued, his gaze deepening. Power has corrupted my kin and blinded your eyes. I require Rhaego to awaken Rhaenyra and Alicent for me. I need him to dispel the fog that clouds your vision and to remedy the kingdom's afflictions. As Viserys elucidated, Corlys slowly regained his composure, settling into silence as he met the gaze of his frail king. Your Grace, you comprehend the consequences of a dragon's loss of control. A dragon will not spiral into chaos. Corlys, Viserys' voice rose suddenly. The dragon shall serve as my instrument to reclaim the stepstones, to quell the impending rebellion in Dorne, and to unite my family. Then, they shall confront their destiny. A dragon will not lose control. Coughing violently, Viserys' body curled painfully in his chair, dark blood trickling from his nostrils, staining the ground beneath. With a grave expression, Corlys abruptly rose, rushing forth to support the king's trembling form. The seven have cursed me, yet they have also delivered a means to an end. Viserys spoke weakly, permitting the sea snake to assist him to bed, fatigue overwhelming him as he closed his eyes. I shall depart for Driftmark on the morrow. After ensuring Viserys was settled, Corlys turned to seek the maester for the king's treatment, his footsteps momentarily pausing at the threshold. I shall keep watch over him. I hope your judgment does not endanger the realm. A dragon will not lose control, Corlys. The undercurrents radiated from the towering red keep of King's Landing, rippling outward in all directions. With the dawn just breaking, the king canceled the day's council meeting, ordering that matters of state be entrusted entirely to Prime Minister Ser Laenor Velaryon. The Valyrian ship, emblazoned with the white seahorse sigil, set sail from the port of King's Landing, as the sea snake stood at the prow, gazing intently towards the distant Storm's End. On the King's Road, the Kingsguard steeds galloped towards the Vale, while the ravens on the Red Keep's ramparts cawed and took flight southwards towards Old Town. On Dragonstone, Larys commanded his men to load the corpse of Vhagar onto the warship, as Rhaenyra stood atop the soaring watchtower, wide-eyed, observing the circling Silverwing and the lurking Vhagar nearby, her nails digging deep in her palm. With the sails raised, there were no elaborate farewells. Rhaego had arranged for his crew to prepare the warship early, bidding farewell to the patrols of Dragonstone before gracefully mounting Vhagar's back. As the dragon roared, they soared towards the Storm's End, the Silverwing elegantly trailing close behind, the warship creaking as it embarked, guided by the whispers of the skies toward the serene sea. Dracarys, roared Rhaego, as the green and red flames of the dragons collided in the heavens, Rhaego laughing as he and Vhagar soared through the fiery clouds, their excited roars echoing. Ascend, Silverwing, commanding Vhagar to dive toward the sea. Rhaego attempted to summon the silver dragon to ascend through their blood bond. The silver dragon spiraled gracefully, letting out a triumphant roar, shooting skyward like a sharpened arrow, vanishing into the thick clouds. Vhagar skimmed swiftly over the sea, claws slicing through the water's surface, suddenly rising into the air with a powerful thrust. "Dracarys!" roared Vhagar, as crimson flames burst forth from the clouds, intertwining with the emerald flames below, painting the sky in resplendent hues. Chapter 52, Storm's End. Rhaego danced in the air atop Vhagar, the duo harmoniously unleashing Dragonfire, reveling in the exhilaration. As they awaited the approaching fleet below, Vhagar gradually grew accustomed to the presence of the Silverwing, allowing the beautiful silver dragon to circle alongside him. While Silverwing quickly overcame her fear of Vhagar, executing a myriad of dazzling maneuvers at Rhaego's command. The advanced aerial tactics, from cobra maneuvers to pendulum swings, were executed effortlessly, earning Rhaego the title of the Arrow Loosed. The distance to Storm's End was not far, and, after a thorough bout of enjoyment, Rhaego led the two dragons swiftly toward their destination. Vhagar landed triumphantly atop the cliffs of Storm's End, stretching his long neck over the precipice to roar mightily at the sea below. Roar! Silverwing echoed his call, descending gracefully beside Rhaego, the gusts of wind nearly toppling him as he stumbled back against Vhagar's wing. "Ha ha!" He laughed contentedly, resting his hands behind his head, the cool sea breeze tempering the heat radiating from the dragon, lulling Rhaego into a state of drowsiness. "Arg, arg," Vhagar murmured softly to Silverwing, eliciting a knowing smile from Rhaego. This was precisely the scene he wished to witness. Silverwing possessed a delightful temperament, and compared to the other dragons of House Targaryen, she could be deemed amiably charming, powerful in prowess, elegant in form, and possessing a gentle disposition, truly a dream dragon for many. In stark contrast to the gentle Silverwing, Vhagar embodied the archetype of a villain, greedy, cruel, and cunning, even preying upon his own kind, rendering himself a pariah among dragons. After taming Silverwing the previous night, Rhaego had harbored concerns that the two dragons might clash, yet fortunately, such conflict never materialized. As the days unfolded, Rhaego began to comprehend Vhagar's psyche regarding other dragons. As a dragon of old Valyria, Vhagar bore the finest draconic lineage and combat instincts. Perhaps in his mind, only dragons born of old Valyria, like Sor and Balerion the Black Dread, could be considered his kin. Dragons of Westeros, in Vhagar's eyes, might resemble lesser creatures of similar size, unworthy of being regarded as kin, akin to how humans perceive gorillas and monkeys. In Vhagar's essence, he did not recognize the dragons of Westeros as equals. They were akin to sheep on land or fish in the sea, merely delectable morsels to be consumed. Indeed, the flesh of dragons, infused with magical elements, was far more delectable than that of sheep or fish, explaining Vhagar's fervent pursuit of dragon flesh and eggs. Who could resist such a feast? Rhaego had no doubt that before he tamed Silverwing, Vhagar viewed her merely as a massive, walking, delectable meal. Had he encountered Silverwing alone, it was likely that the dragon enthusiast would not have hesitated to turn her into his next meal. However, because Rhaego had similarly tamed the Silverwing and established a bloodline connection akin to that with the Devourer, an implicit bond emerged between him and Silverwing. This prompted him to temper his ferocity and endeavor to accept this creature as his companion. As for the deeper acceptance of Silverwing on a species level, perhaps only long-term companionship could facilitate that. Unbeknownst to him, Rhaego succumbed to slumber atop the Devourer's wings, his internal magic slowly seeping into the Devourer's body under the subconscious control, rendering the magnificent creature drowsy as well. Meanwhile, Silverwing's spirit remained vigilant over the sea, and upon spotting two grand ships flying the three-headed dragon banner, it roared to awaken Rhaego. If one were to examine a map, they would perceive that the topography of Cape Marseille resembles a colossal dragon extending its head towards Blackwater Bay. The neck and head of the dragon delineate the territory of Cape Marseille, with the point known as the Sharp Point positioned at the Dragon's Kiss, exactly where Rhaego currently stood. The coastline at the Sharp Point is entirely composed of vertical cliffs, devoid of any harbors for ships to dock or locations for infantry to disembark. The fleet could only continue its southeast course along the coastline until reaching the Stone Dance City before they could anchor. Stone Dance City is the largest urban settlement in the Cape Marseille region and serves as Rhaego's fief bestowed by Viserys. The entirety of Cape Marseille, encompassing the northern regions of the Western Crownlands and the northern areas of the Eastern Grass Hall, had previously been under the dominion of Stone Dance City, strictly separated from the lands of the Stormlands to the south. Due to its critically strategic position, the Targaryen kings have historically been reluctant to entrust it to the Baratheon family of the Stormlands, opting instead to designate it as a realm akin to Dragonstone. It was manned by members of the royal family or alternating garrisons of the Valerian and Celtigar families. Before Rhaego was granted the title of Prince of Stone Dance, the Sharpoint's defenses were maintained by soldiers from House Valerian, known as the Sea Serpent. The brother of the Sea Serpent, Waymond Valerian, frequently stationed himself in Stone Dance. But after Rhaego's appointment, Waymond withdrew all troops from Driftmark at the behest of Corlys. Although the brothers from Driftmark held significant renown in the Seven Kingdoms and had followed Daemon in the resounding victory at the Stepstones, Rhaego considered Waymond to be utterly unqualified in matters of warfare at this juncture. During his earlier descent, Rhaego had been so exhilarated that he had scarcely observed the defensive arrangements of the Sharppoint. Now, as he surveyed his surroundings, he felt nothing but disappointment regarding the withdrawal of the Driftmark soldiers. This was a position of absolute high ground, a natural battlefield with the potential for dual or even triple flanking maneuvers, yet boasted merely a few meters high lookout tower, with only a single structure for observing enemy movements and no other signs of fortification. The stark, barren rocks were scattered about, treating the natural choke point with a level of negligence that was almost laughable. Given such a favorable geographic position, one would expect at least the installation of modern artillery. Even catapults or ballistae could inflict considerable damage on any invading foe. Yet what was the reality? Rhaego circled the Sharppoint atop the Devourer, casting a significant doubt on the military capabilities of the Westerosi natives. Apart from a lookout tower that appeared to have been unattended for an unknown duration, the landscape was nothing but jagged rocks and wild grasses. Rhaego let out a long whistle, guiding the Devourer and Silverwing to pursue the fleet heading southeast. Stone Dance City primarily served as a military garrison, and aside from the soldiers, there existed only a scant population of civilians and nobles. Following the withdrawal of the Driftmark soldiers, the city felt eerily deserted. The Stormlands endured relentless assaults from tempests sweeping in from the narrow sea, with Cape Marseille standing as a prominent target. The weather was often tempestuous, leading to an extraordinarily meager output from this land, deterring most civilians and nobles from residing there for any considerable length of time. Thus, when two immense dragons descended from the heavens and landed outside the not-so-lofty city walls, it surprisingly did not incite widespread panic. Chapter 53, Stone Dance City. The somewhat dilapidated city gates stood wide open, and even on this rare, pleasant day, there were scarcely any footprints outside the gates. The port of Stone Dance lay to the southeast of the city gates, appearing both worn and cramped. Rhaego, having lingered to admire the scenery, found that by the time the dragons landed, Lares had already led a contingent to moor their warships at the old dock. Fervently unloading cargo. Upon departing from King's Landing, Viserys had allocated a substantial amount of provisions, filling a ship with food and clothing, while another vessel contained dozens of crates of golden dragons, a plethora of weapons, and several warhorses. Although the king's bounty was ample, Rhaego's spirits dampened as he observed the sparse trickle of terrified civilians slowly climbing atop the city walls to behold the dragons. What manner of forsaken place was this? Where was the man on the wall? And the woman, what was she wearing? One could not even describe the state of the civilians as tattered. Some were devoid of clothing altogether, while the majority merely clung to scraps of cloth, their expressions vacant, akin to the living dead. As they gazed upon those unloading goods at the port, the towering dragons, whose heights far exceeded the city walls, held less allure for them than the bags of grain. Damn Waymond, did he plunder Stone Dance City on his way out? Rhaego could not help but think this, as the stark contrast of the city and its inhabitants was utterly absurd. It was difficult to fathom that a city long governed directly by the Targaryen royal family and two noble Valyrian houses could devolve into such a state. In a moment of disorientation, Rhaego almost believed he had returned to the ruins of Valyria, confronting not the subjects of the Seven Kingdoms, but the wretched remnants afflicted by the grayscale disease. Weary, Rhaego dismounted the dragon's back, patting the necks of the Devourer and Silverwing, instructing them not to damage the city or harm the civilians before straightening his sorrowful sword, Dawn, and making his way towards the city gates. Lares, having organized the affairs, approached on horseback, clattering towards him. Your Highness. Lares awkwardly dismounted and bowed respectfully to Rhaego, though his gaze wandered to the imposing and fearsome dragons at the city walls. He ordered others to continue unloading the ship's cargo, retrieving weapons to prevent the ravenous civilians from looting, and instructed a few capable individuals to accompany him into the city. Yes, Your Highness. Lares swiftly relayed the orders and then led 5 tall, burly knights closely behind Rhaego as they entered the gates of Stone Dance City. The passage through the gate was brief, and soon they found themselves within the city. The sight before Rhaego caused his pupils to constrict sharply, even tightening his heart momentarily. Previously puzzled by the absence of children amongst the adults and elderly on the walls, he now realized that the children had congregated beneath the inner city walls. What unfolded before Rhaego's eyes was a stark, blinding glimpse into a hell on earth. What did it mean to be emaciated? Rhaego now bore witness to that reality. Could one imagine a boy with an oversized head, limbs so thin they appeared liable to snap in a gust of wind? His bare torso resembling a ghastly display of ribs and sternum. The most horrifying aspect was that such children were not singular, but numbered in the hundreds. As they passed through the gates, hundreds of numb, yearning gazes fixated upon them in unison. Larys, standing beside Rhaego, instantly stiffened, feeling as though he had become a fish on a chopping block, helplessly scrutinized by a throng of famished diners. The 5 towering knights swiftly drew their long swords, encircling Rhaego and Larys protectively as they entered the city. This was indeed the reality of the world. Rhaego reminded himself that what lay before him was the stark reality of Westeros. The nobility and landowning knights held dominion over 90% of the resources, while the landless knights fought over a mere 9%, leaving perhaps only 1% to the vast multitude of commoners, a fate that sealed their tragic end. Casting a glance around the town, Rhaego comprehended the scene that must have unfolded upon the withdrawal of the soldiers from Toad Island. It was highly likely that Corlys had discerned his identity. Thus, when ordering the retreat of Waymond, they had absconded with all the food and cloth from the town, perhaps even seizing the meager provisions from the homes of the townsfolk. Nearly 20 days had elapsed since Rhaego was proclaimed Prince of Stonedance by Viserys, and these people had endured the dire straits of starvation for that long. Gazing coldly at the pitiful old men atop the city walls, Rhaego felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach, barely suppressing the urge to retch. Larys, send several men into the town to find some large pots and bring them to the city gates to cook porridge. Instruct them not to disperse, to keep their weapons ready, and to be vigilant. As you command, Your Highness, Larys replied, his voice remarkably hoarse as he forced his stiff legs to carry out the orders. Rhaego intentionally raised his voice, ensuring many could hear his words. The previously vacant and lifeless gazes of the crowd began to spark with a glimmer of hope, and the oppressive silence was finally shattered by a murmur of conversation. The commoners limped towards Rhaego and his entourage, some already in tears. Step back. Step back. For the love of the gods, do not approach. Step back. The common knight, Bronn Horn, brought his long sword down heavily upon the ground, creating a shower of sparks at the point of contact, the finely forged steel tip even showing signs of slight bending. Fortunately, he successfully deterred the advancing crowd, who understood that their actions had led to a misunderstanding with Rhaego and his companions. Several remaining elderly men trembled as they stepped forward from the throng, collapsing to their knees before Rhaego with a thud. Soon, the entire crowd followed suit, their soft sobs resonating throughout, quickly infecting everyone present, and the anguished cries echoed throughout Stonedance. The dragons, Greed and Silverwing, were drawn to the raucous cries, their massive heads curiously peering over the city walls, perplexedly observing the sea of kneeling figures below, as suppressed gasps arose from the crowd. Finally, lending a semblance of humanity to the forlorn city, Rhaego felt his eyes welling with emotion. In an effort to maintain his authoritative presence before his men, he quickly turned and strode out of the city. The guards moved swiftly, setting up several large pots at the city gates, and some bold women tentatively approached to assist. Seeing that the knights did not refuse their help, more women joined in, soon preparing numerous pots of thick porridge. Larys assigned a few individuals to distribute the food and limped over to Rhaego's side. Your Highness, I believe it would be prudent for you to appear before them more often to ensure they remember your kindness. Rhaego rolled his eyes in silent exasperation, rejecting Larys' suggestion. He had little desire to confront a throng of famished, desperate souls. Let them eat their fill and regain their humanity first. Larys, whether or not they remember my kindness is inconsequential. What matters is that they remember the enmity of the Valerians. Larys' previously calm demeanor flickered with surprise at Rhaego's words, and he bowed slightly, concealing the glint of insight in his eyes before quietly retreating. Chapter 54, Scarcity and Forging. Your Highness, the provisions and fabric we brought from King's Landing have mostly been distributed to the townsfolk. The remaining supplies will last only 2 months, and the soldiers are beginning to voice their discontent. In the tallest edifice of Stonedance, Larys sat at the lower end of a long table, reporting the progress of the relief efforts to Rhaego, who occupied the head seat. Under Rhaego's orders, the knights accompanying him had distributed all resources granted by Viserys. Beneath the enormous pots at the city gates, flames blazed throughout the night, and the previously despondent townsfolk had filled their bellies and received clothing. a flicker of hope reigniting within the city. Laughter of children occasionally pierced the night, emanating from the homes. Yet Rhaego found little joy in the scene. 2 months' worth of provisions could not grant him the comfort of complacency, although he still had several chests of golden dragons. It was but a drop in the bucket when faced with the needs of the thousands of soldiers and civilians within Stone Dance. Rubbing his face in frustration, Rhaego looked up to see Larys wearing a similarly troubled expression. Larys, what did the townsfolk rely on for sustenance before our arrival? At Rhaego's inquiry, Larys managed a bitter smile and shook his head helplessly. Your Highness, the answer is hard to believe. Most of the able-bodied men in this town are blacksmiths. They fashion swords and spears for the stationed troops and nobles, exchanging their labor for meager rations. Do they not possess any land? Indeed, Your Highness, the entirety of the Cape of Maze is riddled with stone, and the northern regions are rich in red iron ore, while the northern reefs are strewn with rocks, leaving no arable land for cultivation. What a cursed place this is. And what of the previous garrison? The Crown, the Valerians, the Celtigars? Where did their supplies come from? Larys hesitated before cautiously responding. Your Highness, the previous garrison supplies were self-sourced. The Crown drew from King's Landing, while the Valerians and Celtigars transported resources from their own lands. The provisions granted by His Majesty Viserys were merely a stopgap measure. Subsequent needs must be addressed by you. Damn it. So Viserys has left me in this barren wasteland to fend for myself. For a moment, Rhaego contemplated abandoning his post. To mount Greed and Silverwing and fly to King's Landing to confront Viserys, demanding he teach him how to sustain thousands of souls in such a wretched place, where the elderly had become mere rations. Taking a deep breath, Rhaego quelled his rising temper and motioned for Larys to follow him. Take me to see the blacksmith workshops in the town. Yes, Your Highness. Aside from the vast deposits of iron ore in the expansive regions north of the Royal Forest, the Cape of Maze possessed little in terms of resource advantages. If Rhaego sought to enable the residents of Stone Dance to sustain themselves, he would have to rely on their blacksmithing skills for the time being, postponing other plans for later. Furthermore, he had a nascent idea regarding the craft of blacksmithing. Stone Dance was not particularly large, roughly equivalent to 1/5 of King's Landing. Yet in stark contrast to the latter's splendor, it resembled a backwater. The residences in the town were predominantly constructed of stone, low and dilapidated. Even the Lord's Manor where Rhaego stayed bore the same appearance. The overall layout of the town was chaotic, with a vast square at the entrance used for mustering troops, leading to rows of stone houses that served as the commoners' dwellings. However, many of these homes stood empty, as the inhabitants, lovers or illegitimate children of the soldiers from Toad Island, had left with them upon the Valerians' withdrawal. The Lord's Manor was centrally located, while the blacksmith's domain lay to the east, near a hidden river that coursed through the town, providing ample water access. As Rhaego and Larys departed the castle, they traversed the disordered residential area, arriving in the eastern district, thick with the scent of smoke and iron. Years of smithing had left the stone houses in a state of soot and fire damage, and most of the doors were ajar. Rhaego pushed open door after door, inspecting the interiors. While most were in disarray, the tools and materials for blacksmithing were adequately stocked, due to the soup distribution and food allocation at the city gates. The blacksmiths had all returned home to collect supplies, leaving the eastern district nearly devoid of human presence. Rhaego surveyed the surroundings, and although the blacksmith's workshops appeared rather humble, they sufficiently met his requirements, knowing that merely providing aid would not sustain the ravenous populace. Rhaego was acutely aware that he harbored no ambitions for territorial expansion and had little need for weaponry. Thus, he sought an industry that demanded minimal manpower yet promised substantial profits. After listening to Larys's description of the resources and industries at Cape Masai, an idea began to take shape in Rhaego's mind. Now, he needed to conduct a small experiment to ascertain the feasibility of his notion. Fetch me the finest blacksmith in the city, he commanded. A knight promptly obeyed, returning shortly with a middle-aged man, approximately 40 years of age, who was dragged in with an expression of sheer terror upon his pallid face. Not far behind him, a frail woman cradled a young boy, tears streaming down her cheeks as they observed the unfolding scene. A crowd of onlookers gathered, mirroring the bewilderment of the blacksmith. Be kinder to the townsfolk, Rhaego admonished his brutish subordinate before turning his gaze to the distressed blacksmith. What is your name? Arthur, my lord, the man replied, trembling. Very well, Arthur. You're the most skilled craftsman in the city. I require you to forge a long sword with utmost speed, while ensuring its quality. Upon completion, you shall receive a golden dragon as your reward. Arthur cautiously glanced at the handsome young nobleman. A single golden dragon with a fortune sufficient to tempt him to risk his life. let alone the task of crafting a sword that must meet both speed and quality demands. My lord, may I enlist a few assistants in the forging process? We could share the bounty. Certainly. Go at once and gather your comrades. I require only a satisfactory longsword. Upon completion, each of you shall receive a golden dragon. Ah, thank you, my lord. Thank you. Arthur eagerly sought out 3 young men from the crowd, and upon sharing Rhaego's bounty, the 4 of them rushed into a nearby forge, fervently stoking the fires to create the longsword. News of the new lord commissioning a longsword for a golden dragon spread swiftly, and soon an increasing number of commoners gathered outside the blacksmith shop. Rhaego arranged a few chairs and sat outside the forge with Larys, awaiting the completion of the longsword. True to his reputation as the city's finest blacksmith, with the help of 3 young men, Arthur produced a beautifully forged 2-handed longsword within just 2 hours. It was a rather typical Valyrian steel sword, gleaming silver due to its recent quenching. After testing its quality against some wood, Rhaego led a throng of eager spectators towards the slumbering greedy one at the city gate. For it was this creature that would play a pivotal role in their endeavors. Concealed magical energies coalesced from the hilt of the sword as Rhaego stood before the greedy one, placing the steel blade upon the ground. His gaze fixed upon the languid creature. The moment of truth had arrived. Dracarys. Chapter 55, Valyrian Steel. A roar erupted as emerald flames spewed from the greedy one's maw, swiftly engulfing the longsword. The searing heat ignited even the very rocks beneath. My gods! The assembled townsfolk atop the city walls and at the gate recoiled in shock at the sight of the dragon's fiery breath. Even at a distance, the intense heat was uncomfortable, causing timid children to wail in terror. As the flames consumed stones, they eventually dwindled, leaving a silvery, long sword nestled quietly among the ashes, unmarred by the inferno. The midday sun reflected off its blade, casting a chilling, radiant light. The sword has not been destroyed by the Dragonfire, Rhaego exclaimed, stepping forward in astonishment. My lord, Larys's anxious words faltered as he beheld Rhaego grasping the scalding sword, effortlessly swinging it with a few deft strokes as if the molten temperature were non-existent. Gasps of disbelief echoed among the knights and commoners, as an inexplicable fervor swept through the crowd. Young men gazed with wild enthusiasm, while elderly survivors knelt, murmuring prayers, yet oblivious to the commotion surrounding him. Rhaego's focus remained solely on the longsword. Originally forged by Arthur and his companions, it was merely a commonplace Valyrian longsword, albeit of superior strength due to their exceptional craftsmanship. Nevertheless, it appeared unremarkable. Rhaego had no doubt that his greatsword, Dawn, could cleave it in 2 with a single strike. However, after infusing the blade with bloodfire magic and subjecting it to the greedy one's flames, the once unremarkable longsword transformed into a dazzling weapon. Intricate and mysterious cloud patterns spiraling along its blade. The hilt shimmered in the sunlight, refracting a kaleidoscope of colors, enhancing the sword's extraordinary beauty. With a clash of steel, Rhaego gripped the newly forged longsword in his left hand, drawing the greatsword Dawn with his right, arms wide apart. With all his might, he brought the 2 blades crashing together. The resounding clamor pierced the air, causing Larys to shake his head in discomfort as he hurried to Rhaego's side, gazing in disbelief at the undamaged longsword. My lord, this. Larys understood Rhaego's immense strength, having witnessed him single-handedly send Prince Daemon flying at the tournament. Yet, the outcome of this clash left him incredulous. The greatsword Dawn, a gift from Viserys, forged from the fallen star's iron by House Dane, possessed strength rivaling that of legendary Valyrian steel. Suddenly, Larys realized the implication. Did it not mean that the blacksmith named Arthur had casually crafted a weapon comparable to Valyrian steel? The issue lay not with the blacksmith, but rather with the dragon. The greedy one's flames could enhance the weapon's strength. This was perhaps the secret behind forging Valyrian steel. The clamor of metal striking metal echoed once more as Rhaego assessed the condition of a longsword. After 2 strikes, the blade in his left hand remained pristine, while the greatsword Dawn emitted a strained hum under the pressure. Bronn, come here. Bronn was a common knight who had accompanied Rhaego, bearing the ordinary surname Horn. Though he was called a knight, he resembled more of a mercenary. Among the 53 who had followed Rhaego, he possessed the greatest strength and bore a striking resemblance to the Mountain of later tales, throwing the Dawn high in a Bronn's grasp. Rhaego eagerly weighed the weapon in his hand, exchanging a glance with his companion. In the next moment, the 2 long swords sliced through the air, colliding with tremendous force. The impact of Rhaego's immense strength surged through the longsword, sending the towering Bronn tumbling backward like a sack of sand, while the Dawn emitted a mournful wail before shattering into 2 pieces, clattering to the ground. Shaking his somewhat numb arm, Rhaego raised the great sword to eye level, completely unscathed. Success, my lord. Larys rushed forward, gazing intently at the long sword in Rhaego's hand, his eyes ablaze with excitement. Valyrian steel. Before Larys could inquire further, Rhaego proclaimed the answer. Indeed, it is Valyrian steel. The Dragonfire, the Greedy One, can forge Valyrian steel. We are invincible. We are invincible, my lord. With a disdainful glance at the exuberant Larys, Rhaego casually tossed the long sword in his hand to the rising Bronn. It is yours now, Bronn. Bronn, still reeling from Rhaego's previous strike that nearly knocked the breath out of him, fumbled to catch the sword as it flew towards him, only to be stunned into immobility by Rhaego's next words. Valyrian steel sword? It's been given to me. At that moment, Bronn's mind was consumed by that singular phrase. And by the time he regained his composure, Rhaego had already vanished through the city gates. My lord, we have acquired the means to mass-produce Valyrian steel. With enough blacksmiths, we could swiftly assemble an invincible army. Rhaego's strides were brisk, while Larys, limping, exerted himself to keep pace, his fervor and ambition unabashedly laid bare. My lord, you need not worry about finances. I shall return to King's Landing at once. The Strongs will wholeheartedly support your military endeavors. We possess Valyrian steel. No one will dare oppose us, and we have dragons. Larys. Rhaego suddenly halted, nearly causing Larys, lost in his fantasies, to collide with him. Not we. It is I. I possess the art of crafting Valyrian steel. I command dragons. Rhaego's voice was slow and authoritative, instantly dispelling the ambition that had illuminated Larys' face. I care not for your abandonment of your role as the King's Inquisitor, nor for the ambitions and sordid desires that lurk within you. You may showcase your talents freely, but only within the confines I permit. I have no affinity for clever subordinates, Larys, but I do appreciate a bright dawn. Rhaego placed a hand on Larys' shoulder, gazing at the man who, in the original tale, had committed fratricide and patricide, his tone laden with warning. Larys, I am your liege lord. Some matters I may choose to contest or not, but you shall not compel me to fight. I wish to clarify this point so that we may continue our collaboration harmoniously. Do you not agree? Faced with Rhaego's unprecedented seriousness, cold sweat drenched Larys' undergarments. Yes, my lord, I remain ever loyal to you. I am honored, Sir Larys. With that, Rhaego turned to depart, reminding the startled, limping footman disseminate today's news. Not just across the Seven Kingdoms. Chapter 56. That is what the sea serpent owes us. Rhaego was acutely aware of the calculations Larys Strong was making upon aligning himself with him. This naturally limping second son of the Prime Minister had endured humiliation and discrimination at Harrenhal due to his physical imperfection, transforming him into a master of disguise and psychological complexity. He harbored an insatiable possessiveness and destructive impulse towards beauty, and an extraordinary fervor and hatred for the power that had led to his own tragedy. Chaos, contradiction, madness. Such was Larys' true nature. He sought to leverage his insights into the Iron Throne, and Rhaego did not mind being perceived as a conduit for his ascension. However, there existed a stark difference between voluntarily taking action and being compelled to act by another, ultimately yielding disparate outcomes. Upon returning to the castle, Rhaego consumed a modest meal before immersing himself in his study, contemplating the forthcoming plans for Dragonstone. In Rhaego's vision, the production of Valyrian steel swords represented a bold venture. For the actual techniques of crafting Valyrian steel had long been lost with the fall of the Freehold, leaving only a few artisans clinging to the remnants of this ancient craft. Though Rhaego was not privy to the specific methods of crafting Valyrian steel, he possessed all the essential elements: the blood magic to infuse objects, ancient Valyrian dragons, and the ironworkers of Dragonstone. It seemed providential that he was destined to recreate legendary weaponry. Through a series of chaotic experiments, a Westerosi variant of Valyrian steel emerged, potentially surpassing the original in strength. The pivotal step had been successfully taken, paving the way for Rhaego's subsequent endeavors. Before him lay two paths. One was the route Larys had proposed, to forge weapons, raise armies, and seize dominion. Yet Rhaego doubted that mere Harrenhal could sustain the expenses of his campaign for power. He envisioned a fate where he would be besieged by the Targaryen dragons, facing either death or grievous injury, leaving the spoils to a third party. The alternative path was the one Rhaego intended to pursue. He would disseminate the news of Dragonstone's capability to produce Valyrian steel swords far and wide, across the Seven Kingdoms, to the free trading city-states across the Narrow Sea, and even to Essos. Undoubtedly, countless nobles would covet a Valyrian steel sword, promising a fortune substantial enough to sustain the populace of Dragonstone. However, should he choose this route, Valyrian steel must remain scarce to maintain its value. Only then would the affluent lords be willing to part with their gold. Rhaego had heard that the Lannisters of the Westerlands were actively seeking to procure Valyrian steel swords at exorbitant prices. They represented a potential major client for Dragonstone. It was not that Rhaego was avaricious. Rather, the circumstances orchestrated by Viserys were utterly absurd. Rhaego was never one to be heartless. He could not idly watch the common folk perish from starvation beneath his very gaze. Thus, sufficient provisions became paramount for Dragonstone. More importantly, he needed to feed his dragons. The glutton and Silverwing had insatiable appetites, consuming dozens to hundreds of sheep in a single meal. In the desolate expanse of Dragonstone, where no livestock thrived, Rhaego found himself at a loss for how to satiate their hunger. Over the past few days, the two dragons had resorted to fishing over the sea to stave off hunger. Even now, Silverwing regarded Rhaego with a mournful gaze, and the larger, hungrier glutton was practically glaring him to death. With his beloved dragons going hungry, Rhaego feared that in half a month, he too would face starvation. He wished to avert the grim specter of cannibalism. Yet the Valyrian steel business was not something that could be established overnight. Rhaego urgently needed to address the pressing issue of provisioning both dragons and men. But where could he procure such abundant resources? My lord, Sir Bronn requests an audience. The voice of a guard interrupted Rhaego's reverie as he emerged from his brainstorming session. Bronn, a towering figure, stood at the door, and upon seeing Rhaego, knelt respectfully on one knee. My lord, the knight bore the massive sword Rhaego had gifted him, and cradled in his arms was the broken blade Dawn, wrapped in a cloak. Rise, Bronn. Thank you, my lord. Bronn complied and presented the shattered Dawn before Rhaego. My lord, I have brought Dawn. This is the sword bestowed upon you by the king. It shattered during a test and requires your personal attention. Rhaego picked up the broken blade, lightly tapping it, before nonchalantly returning it to Bronn's hands, showing no sign of regret. Given his current prowess, the significance of weapons had diminished greatly. Even should he pick up a mere stone from the ground and wield it with force, it would suffice to cleave an enemy asunder. Furthermore, with dragons to dominate the battlefield, who would be foolish enough to engage in close combat? Send it to Arthur's forge. Let him reforge it into a one-handed sword of the original weight. He issued the directive to Bronn casually. In comparison to the arrangements for Dawn, Rhaego found himself more intrigued by the towering Bronn before him. Although his strength might not match the pinnacle of warriors, his imposing physique could surely handle a swift defeat of a lesser foe. Bronn, would you be willing to serve as my guard? My lord? Bronn looked at Rhaego with uncertainty, but upon seeing the prince's affirmative expression, he realized the blessing of the seven had truly befallen him. It is my utmost honor. My lord, I cannot desire anything more. Rhaego unsheathed the long sword from Bronn's back, pressing its sharp edge against his heart. Then swear, Bronn. Let the seven gods bear witness to your loyalty. Without hesitation, Bronn knelt on one knee, his demeanor reverent as he recited the knight's oath. By the seven gods above, I, Bronn Horn, do hereby pledge my fealty to His Highness Rhaego, dedicating my life to ensuring his safety. I shall shield against hidden daggers with my breast, refuse poison wine with my throat, sever iron hooves with my blade, erect walls with my body, and guard His Highness's safety with my life. Should I betray this vow, may I perish beneath the dragon's flame. Bronn's voice trembled as he fervently proclaimed his oath, drawing a dagger from his breast to swiftly slice open his left hand, allowing his blood to coat the blade of Rhaego's sword. Overcome with emotion and honor, the battle-hardened mercenary found it hard to contain himself. Urdices, Bronhorn, the seven gods shall remember your oath and honor your valor. Rhaego observed Bronn, who appeared to transcend his former self, recognizing the fervor and loyalty gleaming in the giant's eyes. Bronn, I hereby appoint you as the captain of the Stone Dance City's garrison. Lead the remaining soldiers to safeguard the fortress until I return with the dragon. As you command, your highness. Elated by the acquisition of his first loyal cohort, Rhaego's spirits soared, but the thought of his impending endeavors elevated his mood even further. With a light step, he led Bronn out of the castle, where Larys was busy coordinating the blacksmiths in the redistribution of the weapons and armor Rhaego had brought from King's Landing. Following the incentive of a golden dragon bestowed upon Arthur and the other three youths for forging a sword, the blacksmiths were in high spirits, and the atmosphere was abuzz with excitement. Your Highness, Larys greeted Rhaego with a bow. Sir Larys, I must depart for a few days. You will oversee the city's affairs in my absence, and Bronn will assist you in its defense. At your service, your highness. May I inquire where you intend to go? Shall I arrange for guards? No need. Rhaego waved his hand dismissively, continuing his stride towards the city gates. I am heading to Tide's Head Island to secure some funds. Larys froze in shock, exclaiming, Your Highness, That is what the sea snake owes us. Chapter 57. The dragons arrive. Rhaego and Bronn ventured beyond the city walls, where the once occupied perches of the Greedy One and Silverwing now lay vacant, the two dragons having flown off to fish in the narrow sea. Gathering magical energy at his fingertips, he placed them against his lips, producing a sharp whistle. Almost instantaneously, the resounding roar of the dragons echoed on the sea breeze, prompting Rhaego to look up toward the source of the sound. Indeed, the massive forms of a black and a silver dragon emerged from the distant cliffs, roaring as they approached. Screech, roar. Silverwing and the Greedy One landed gracefully on the ground. Rhaego caressed the necks of both dragons before ascending the rope ladder to mount the Greedy One's back. Upon his arrival at Stone Dance City, he had sought out a carpenter to craft a broad and comfortable saddle for the Greedy One, ensuring a delightful riding experience. Settling into the saddle and fastening the safety strap around his waist, Rhaego joyfully whistled. Come, I shall take you to a hearty meal. The Greedy One leaped from the cliff's edge, joyfully roaring as it glided close to the sea's surface, flapping its massive wings to swiftly ascend, spiraling alongside Silverwing as they soared towards Tide's Head Island. Tide's Head Island lay to the northwest of Stone Dance City, forming a triangular choke point with Dragonstone to the northeast, together guarding the maritime gateway to King's Landing. The Velaryon family ruled Tide's Head Island, their sigil a white seahorse. Throughout the cataclysmic events of the Doom, the Velaryons navigated the vast seas of the Narrow Sea, amassing considerable wealth through maritime trade and tax collection over the centuries. At this moment in Westeros, Rhaego believed that if the sea snake, Corlys, were to proclaim his wealth, few would dare contest him, for he was indeed rich. Yet this very family, brimming with riches, had left Rhaego with naught but a barren city as they departed from Stone Dance, leaving behind not a grain of food, not even the humble provisions of the common folk. Rhaego had been troubled about how to procure sufficient sustenance to feed the inhabitants of the city. After much contemplation, it became clear that Tide's Head Island was the only viable option. In the absence of dragons, he could endure their machinations, but now that he wielded two dragons, he would not tolerate any further transgressions. Today, Rhaego was determined to teach Corlys a lesson. Regardless of the Velaryon name, he possessed two dragons, and that was his assurance. On Tide's Head Island, the sea snake, Corlys, had just bid farewell to the infuriated Viserys and had only just returned to Tide's Head Island that evening. Within the castle of High Tide, Corlys, Vaemond, Rhaenys, Daemon, and Lena gathered around a long table, their expressions grave as they listened to the account relayed by Lon Nino, who had just flown in for Dragonstone. Having ascended Dragon Mount that evening, he had tamed the Greedy One in less than an hour. Lenino's tone was calm as he recounted how Rhaenyra had sent him to Tide's Head Island to inform her father of Rhaego's actions, urging the sea snake to be wary of the threat Rhaego posed. However, Lon Nino dismissed his wife's warnings with a scoff, finding her obsession with power tiresome. Nevertheless, he complied and recounted the events from Dragonstone truthfully to the sea snake. He has tamed the Greedy One. Daemon's voice turned dark. Indeed, Lon Nino replied, that old and massive wild dragon. To be honest, I believe he is even larger than Vhagar. The sea snake, Corlys, furrowed his brow, lost in thought, as Princess Rhaenys turned to Lon Nino and asked, Lon Nino, one dragon should not be enough to cause Rhaenyra such distress. Whilst transpired, Lon Nino shrugged with a faint smile. It is not just one dragon, mother. He has also tamed Silverwing. What? With a resounding thud, Corlys slammed his hands onto the table, rising in shock. How could he possibly tame Silverwing? How could he tame two dragons? Where's Vhagar? He is Silverwing's mate. They cannot be separated. The sea snake nearly roared at Lon Nino. The Greedy One is far too powerful. As he approached the stone drum, he startled Vhagar and Silverwing awake. The three dragons faced off in the sky, with Syrax and Sea Smoke joining the fray. They eventually landed on the beach, and Rhaego declined our invitation to the feast, instead setting up camp beside the Greedy One. Before dawn, I and Rhaenyra saw Silverwing depart as well, and Vhagar dared not pursue. Crash! Corlys swept a goblet from the table, shattering it upon the ground, his eyes blazing with fury as he fixed his glare upon Lon Nino, as if wishing to devour his son alive. Why did you not keep watch over him? You allowed him to approach the dragons unaccompanied. Two dragons nonetheless. Enough, Corlys. You're losing control. Rhaenys intervened, raising her voice to quell her husband's outburst. The sea snake, filled with rage, sank back into his chair, staring silently at the table. The notion of Rhaego taming two dragons had surpassed Corlys' expectations, an outcome he and Viserys had not anticipated. Perhaps we need to eliminate this threat sooner rather than later. Daemon's voice rumbled. We have 4 dragons, and he has only just tamed his. This is our opportunity. But he is also a Targaryen, demon. We do not harbor such animosity, Rhaena replied. Perhaps we do, Vaemond chimed in, his expression equally somber. We may have stirred some trouble when we withdrew from Stone Dance. What does he amount to? Bang! The doors were suddenly thrust open, interrupting Corley's tirade as a knight rushed in, flustered. My lords, dragons. 2 dragons. One of them is the greedy one, the glutton. Frequently hunting near the narrow sea, was a familiar sight to many knights of House Velaryon. Suddenly, Rhaenys and Daemon leapt to their feet. Daemon, Lena, Laenor, come with me to the dragon's lair at once. Let the great dragon take to the skies. Princess Rhaenys commanded decisively. Corlys, Vaemond, you must organize the troops immediately, evacuate the civilians, and send envoys to negotiate with Rhaego. Understanding the urgency of the situation, the assembled crowd swiftly adhered to Rhaenys' directives. Aware that Rhaego's sudden arrival on Dragonback was hardly a social call, Dracarys, just as Daemon and the others stepped beyond the castle gates. A torrent of crimson flame incinerated their prepared steeds into mere ashes. In the next moment, the elegant silhouette of the silver-winged beast gracefully descended, its throat glowing ominously, obstructing their path to the dragon's den. While the Dragonfire did not harm them, it thoroughly terrified Daemon and his companions. For a misdirected breath from the Silver Wing could spell catastrophic loss for House Targaryen. Rhaego Domnar, are you inciting rebellion? Daemon glared fiercely at the glutton circling above. The Dark Sister already unsheathed at his side, yet facing the menacing silver-winged creature ahead, his sword offered little solace. Rhaego paid no heed to Daemon's roar. Indeed, even if he had, he would have been too preoccupied searching for Corlys. The glutton soared almost in direct proximity to the towering structures of King's Landing. Rhaego's keen gaze tirelessly scanning the crowd until, at last, he spotted 2 white-haired Velaryons amidst the throng. Dracarys, pointing at a vacant space ahead. Rhaego commanded the glutton to transform the ground before Corlys into a sea of emerald flames. Chapter 58, Compensation. The glutton landed heavily, its fierce dragon visage fixating on the huddled Velaryon brothers and their retinue of knights, its throat brimming with green fire. Where do you intend to flee, Lord Corlys? Rhaego's voice emanated from the dragon's back, laced with mockery. Corlys, somewhat disheveled from the proximity to the dragon flame, nevertheless stepped forward resolutely, pushing through the crowd. Rhaego Targaryen, are you staging a rebellion? No, Lord Corlys. I am merely here to reclaim what is rightfully mine, items that were originally stored within my domain, only to be seized by your soldiers. Waving his hand with a semblance of sincerity, Rhaego believed he must be exuding an exceptionally honest smile. Iervo noi intentions. Lord Corlys, what do you desire? Corlys knew precisely what Rhaego referred to. He had personally ordered Vaemond to evacuate Dragonstone, and he understood Rhaego's insinuations all too well. Fat sheep, provisions, fabrics, gold dragons, Rhaego unabashedly enumerated, darkening Corlys' countenance further. That is impossible, Rhaego. Even if you emptied Driftmark, there would not be such an abundance. Corlys firmly rejected Rhaego's demands, taking a few steps forward, raising his hands high to indicate he bore no threat, lest the glutton take his life on a whim. He then met Rhaego's gaze earnestly. Rhaego, I am aware of the unfriendly actions Vaemond took at Dragonstone. Perhaps we can sit down and discuss this without escalating tensions. Do not waste time, Corlys. Rhaego relaxed against the dragon's saddle, glancing at the soldiers from Driftmark slowly converging in the distance. Smirking as he spoke, you know the price mortals pay when faced with a dragon, sire. Do not lead your men to slaughter. Daemon and his companions should be admiring the Silver Wing's elegance, just as you admire the beautiful glutton. At these words, Corlys' brow furrowed sharply. It was no wonder he had yet to see Vhagar and Vermax arrive with reinforcements. Daemon and the others were, in fact, obstructed by the Silver Wing on their way to the dragon's lair. With a resigned deep breath, Corlys observed the glutton beginning to impatiently toss its head and quickly capitulated. What do you propose, Rhaego? We can discuss this in the castle. After all, this is hardly the place for negotiations. Certainly, Lord Corlys. I believe the small council chamber would be a suitable venue. You must know what actions to take and which to avoid to prevent regrettable occurrences. The glutton unfurled its wings and ascended, leaving Corlys' expression darkened in an instant, though the circumstances were beyond his control. He grit his teeth, instructing Vaemond to disband the gathering troops, and returned alone to the castle. Ah, dragon riders, Lord Corlys awaits you in the small council chamber. Do not keep him waiting. The enormous form of the glutton overshadowed everyone below, Rhaego's voice emanating from the dragon's back, delivering anything but friendly tidings. Princess Rhaenys, her expression grave. did not even spare a glance at Rhaego riding the glutton, instead turning to retrace her steps. Laenor, understanding the situation, followed suit, while Lena hesitated for a moment, glancing back at her departing family, before ultimately deciding to remain with her husband. Daemon gripped the Dark Sister tightly in his right hand, his towering frame taut, as if poised to leap into battle. Yet, to transform his adversary into the silver dragon before him would render his actions both foolish and absurd. Daemon Targaryen. I would prefer not to repeat myself. Rhaego's tone had soured, clearly irritated by Daemon's defiance. Hearing the shift in Rhaego's demeanor, the glutton and Silverwing's jaws had begun to part slightly, the Dragonfire visibly brewing within. Daemon, Lena shrieked in alarm. As the Dragonfire threatened to erupt from the colossal beast's maw, Daemon's instinct for survival finally overpowered his courage. With a dismissive snort, he sheathed the Dark Sister and retreated with Lena back toward the castle. Rhaego smirked disdainfully, taunting, "If you have the fortitude, do not cower," blocking all who could muster troops and dragon riders back to the small council chamber. Rhaego commanded Silverwing to continue guarding the path to the dragon's lair, while directing the glutton to land before the castle's entrance, effectively sealing the main gate. Only then did he dismount and stride toward the castle. The atmosphere within the small council chamber was exceedingly tense. Corlys and the others wore grim expressions, heads bowed in silence, while Laenor, blissfully unaware, sipped wine with abandon, appearing devoid of concern. Apologies for the delay, esteemed lords. Rhaego entered the chamber with a light-hearted gait, a courteous smile adorning his face, presenting himself as a cheerful young man. Daemon glared daggers at Rhaego as he approached slowly. No seat had been arranged for him at the long table. Unfazed, Rhaego merely chuckled and plopped down unceremoniously on the table before Lena, ignoring Daemon's increasingly irate demeanor. Rhaego turned to Corlys. "Lord Corlys, shall I initiate the proceedings?" "We concede to your terms." Rhaego, Corlys attempted to expedite the resolution of this farce, getting straight to the point. "But times have changed, Lord Corlys," Rhaego interjected, rising with disinterest as he leisurely circled the long table to stand beside Corlys, leaning against the edge of the table while maintaining his smile. "What was once is no longer. The tally you owe has now doubled, Sir Corlys. Is this not what you owe me? Observe what you have wrought upon Dragonstone, which once flourished with wealth. What I seek is hardly excessive." "Very well," Corlys nearly growled through clenched teeth. "Splendid." Rhaego clapped in mock applause for Corlys. "Then I shall await the provisions from you, Lord Corlys. Once they are prepared for departure, I shall take my leave." As he spoke, Rhaego approached the wine cabinet to pour himself a cup of mead, preferring its sweet flavor over the taste of wine. The movements of the sea serpent were swift, as Waymunda organized the troops and civilians to load the ships throughout the night. In just one night, they managed to stow away all the supplies that Rhaego required, filling more than 40 large vessels, primarily with grain, fabrics, meats, and a modest amount of wine, along with an entire ship laden with golden dragons. The Valyrian family had indeed suffered a significant financial loss. While it did not cripple them, it nonetheless represented several years of the family's income. As they gazed at the colossal dragon accompanying the departing fleet, the expressions on Corlys and Waymunda's faces were darker than ever before. Just as the fleet set sail from the port of Spicetown, the blood-red silhouette of Clarkshio roared out of the dragon's lair, darting towards the retreating ships, closely followed by the massive form of Vhagar, who soared into the sky at his master's urging, pursuing the bloodworm. A letter, brimming with fury, was delivered by a raven to the Iron Throne, landing on Viserys' desk. Simultaneously, from Dragonstone, a golden dragon silhouette ascended into the sky, heading towards the nearby Storm's End. Chapter 59. The War of Dragons. Daemon was infuriated. Rhaego's earlier actions had sullied his dignity as a Targaryen prince, rubbing it in the filth of horse manure. This intense rage, which he could hardly voice, pushed Daemon to the brink of losing control. Thus, as the two wretched dragons guarding the castle took flight, he promptly made his way to the dragon's lair to mount Clarkshio. Clarkshio sensed his master's agitation, and the equally fierce and warlike dragon shrieked in the sky, its elongated body weaving through the clouds like a serpent, unflinchingly pursuing the heavy scent of dragon in the air. Daemon, Vhagar, now aged and somewhat decrepit, found it challenging to catch up with the speedster Clarkshio. Lena feared Daemon might recklessly incur losses, but her cries were swallowed by the howling winds. Roar! A sharp, piercing dragon's roar suddenly erupted from behind. Rhaego recognized Clarkshio's distinct voice. Not long after the fleet had departed Spicetown's harbor, they were still at least half a day's journey from their destination, Storm's End. Engaging in battle above the fleet was hardly a wise tactical choice. After all, He had painstakingly orchestrated intimidation and coercion to gather these supplies, and to see them destroyed in Dragonfire would surely bring him to tears. The glutton also heard the commotion from behind. Without the need for Rhaego's command, the colossal black dragon swiftly traced a beautiful arc through the air, its head aimed at the rapidly approaching Clark Shio. Roar! Another somber warning echoed from the clouds behind Clark Shio, as Vhagar's massive, wrinkled wings violently parted the cloud cover, roaring as it hastened forward. Furrowing his brow slightly, Rhaego realized that Vhagar's appearance necessitated a change in his plans. Originally, he had intended to have the glutton engage Clark Shio, but with Vhagar's arrival, the strategy shifted to capturing the king before the thief. As Rhaego redirected the battlefield away from the fleet, he swiftly formulated his tactics in his mind. Silverwing, Dracarys. The loud command prompted the nearby Silverwing to rapidly ascend. In the next moment, Clark Shio's crimson Dragonfire surged forth towards Rhaego atop the dragon's back, accompanied by Daemon's furious roar. Using the cover of the Dragonfire, the slender form of the bloodworm agilely twisted and lunged towards the exposed abdomen of the glutton. Dracarys, roar! The once aged body of the glutton, rejuvenated by Rhaego's magic over the past few days, while still far from its prime, had regained its former courage and ferocity, no longer submissive to the ravages of time. The worm's provocation was indeed sufficient to incite the dragon's wrath, and, as the glutton abruptly turned, a wave of verdant dragonfire engulfed the sky before the bloodworm. The green dragonfire, potent enough to melt boulders, spread before it, and the bloodworm, rushing forward, could not evade in time, only managing a desperate diagonal dive to mitigate the scorching flames. Although it avoided substantial damage, a portion of the dragonfire clung to Clark Shio's wing membrane, eliciting a pained cry from the agile beast. Glutton, ascend! Preventing the glutton from pursuing its advantage, Rhaego commanded it to climb higher. The giant dragon, in complete trust of its master, executed a swift dive before rapidly gaining altitude. Roar! Almost the moment the glutton vacated its original position, Vhagar roared forth from the green dragonfire, its sharp claws slashing violently, and the sound of metal clashing rang out as its fearsome fangs snapped. The meticulously planned strike was thwarted. Lena decisively ordered Vhagar to ascend swiftly, clamping down on the glutton's tail, denying it the chance to turn. The initially battered Clark Shio finally regained its composure, and under Daemon's command, it lowly hissed as it ascended, attempting to coordinate with Vhagar to encircle Rhaego. The glutton climbed swiftly, the howling wind whipping through Rhaego's silver hair, the immense pressure of the wind rendering his ears deaf to all but the gusts. The two dragons formed a straight line, akin to two arrows loosed in succession, piercing through the lofty clouds. The instant the glutton broke into the clouds, Rhaego glanced back at Vhagar's position. Dracarys, roar! The glutton unleashed a fierce torrent of dragonfire directly ahead before crashing into the clouds alongside Rhaego. The unique characteristic of the bloodline, immune to flames, allowed Rhaego to fear no fire. Thus, upon spotting Vhagar, he had devised this strategy. Vhagar charged forward without hesitation, its massive wings beating forcefully, creating a whirlwind that shielded Lena on its back, the beast roaring as it plunged into the green veil. Just as Vhagar's dragon head pierced through the glutton's dragonfire, a long missing silver silhouette of Silverwing emerged like a specter from the dense clouds, striking Vhagar's exposed flank with a swift bite that tore a third off its left wing, leaving the wing membrane riddled with gaping wounds. Silverwing adhered strictly to Rhaego's strategy, striking and retreating, delivering a vicious claw to Vhagar's side before vanishing. Roar! Seizing the moment of vulnerability, the glutton turned back after escaping the dragonfire. Following Silverwing's devastating ambush on Vhagar's wing, it lunged at the unbalanced Vhagar, its fearsome jaws wide open, aimed straight for the exposed neck of the enormous dragon. Vhagar! Lena's desperate scream echoed, her senses still reeling from the previous dragonfire, further rattled by Silverwing's perfectly timed strike. She could only watch in horror as the glutton's sharp fangs aimed at Vhagar's neck. Dracarys! Dracarys! The anxious voices of Daemon and Rhaenyra, who had flown for Dragonstone to join the fray, arrived just in time. Two streams of dragonfire intertwined, enveloping the glutton's head. Roar! As a battle-hardened elder dragon, the glutton understood the importance of vision. With Vhagar as a cautionary tale, Rhaego remained vigilant. The bond between man and dragon was profound, without needing a verbal command. The dragon instinctively folded its wings, utilizing the momentum from its dive to swiftly adjust its position. Like a falcon, it skimmed along Vhagar's underbelly, its powerful tail lashing out, sharp bone spikes embedding into Vhagar's scales, tearing a gash several meters long. Roar! The anguished cry reverberated through the heavens, as scalding dragon blood rained down like droplets, mingled with shattered scales and flesh, cascading sporadically onto the surface of the sea. The smoky gray silhouette of the dragon, Haen, surged forth with agility from the position of Vagar's head. Yet alas, the arch-villain's figure had already burst through the clouds, unfurling its wings anew in the distant sky, emitting a ferocious dragon's roar. Roar! The voice of the silver wing echoed in response to the call of the devourer, its elegant form bursting forth from the clouds. Soaring towards the devourer and Rhaego, behind, another crimson dragon circled cautiously upon spotting the devourer, before swiftly converging with the main force. Melia's Chapter 60, Severe Injuries in Return. According to the prior strategy, after the devourer lured the enemy and obscured Vagar's line of sight, the silver wing, concealed within the clouds, would strike her dragon wing, disrupting her balance, with the devourer delivering the final blow. Should any dragon interfere, the silver wing would attempt to strike again. The initial stages unfolded remarkably well, with the devourer's deception and the silver wing's ambush severely wounding Vagar. However, the devourer's finishing blow was thwarted by Bloodworm and Syrinx, and the silver wing, which was supposed to continue the assault, had vanished without a trace. Rhaego was anxious, fearing that the silver wing might have sustained injuries, only to discover that it had engaged Melia's. Without a rider to command it, the silver wing found itself at a disadvantage against the equally swift giant dragon, Melia's, directed by Rhaenys, rendering a swift resolution unattainable. Such grand machinations. Vagar, Clericus, Melia's, Haen, and Syrinx, 5 dragons in total. Had he not first incapacitated Vagar's combat capabilities, relying solely on the aging devourer and the riderless silver wing, the outcome of an encirclement by these formidable beasts would have been uncertain. Vagar's left wing lay in tatters, its abdomen torn by a dragon's tail, having lost the strength to maintain its balance. The colossal creature swayed precariously, howling mournfully as it plummeted towards the shores of Tide's head. Despite losing a third of its left wing, it was not destined to meet its end in such a fall. However, the trail of dragon blood it left behind attested to the grievous wounds suffered by this fearsome dragon of the Targaryen lineage. Roar! Roar! With one dragon fallen, Clericus, under Daemon's command, anxiously circled in the sky, yet refrained from launching an attack. Haen and Syrinx appeared devoid of fighting spirit, while Syrinx's roars were imbued with a reluctant compliance. Melia's, however, kept a watchful gaze fixed on the circling silver wing, wary of this silver dragon known for its lightning speed that might strike Vagar again. Given the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely that a confrontation would ensue. Rhaego cast a regretful glance at Vagar, lamenting its pained cries upon the sands of Tide's head. In his original plan, he had intended to abide by Viserys' arrangements, awaiting the devourer's complete restoration to full strength. Once the threat of being besieged by dragons was alleviated, he would be free to act as he pleased. Little did he anticipate that his excursion to Tide's head to vent his emotions would provoke Daemon to pursue him, leading Clericus and Vagar into the fray. Among the dragons still extant in House Targaryen, only Vagar and Vagar could limit the aging devourer in a one-on-one confrontation. Should the devourer become ensnared, the Silver Wing would face the onslaught of other dragons. This was not a scenario Rhaego wished to witness. Today, the reckless advance of Bloodworm and Vagar had presented a fortuitous opportunity, yet regrettably, he had failed to seize it. Now, while Vagar had lost its combat efficacy, with the remaining 4 dragons on high alert, Rhaego felt uncertain about relying solely on the Devourer and Silver Wing to obliterate them. The primary concern was that the Silver Wing lacked a rider, and during the chaos of battle, he could not maintain constant vigilance over the battlefield. Should any harm befall the Silver Wing, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. This was one of the 2 dragons in all of Westeros with which Rhaego shared a close bond. To him, sacrificing 1 for 10 would be a grievous loss. After hovering in the sky for a while longer, Rhaego realized that a confrontation was unlikely to occur and, with a light-hearted whistle, commanded the Devourer and Silver Wing to return home. Roar! Hiss! The 2 dragons, triumphant, released a series of triumphant roars, obediently turning towards the direction of Dragonstone. Seeing Rhaego disappear from sight, Rhaenyra breathed a sigh of relief and hastily ordered Syrinx to land not far from Vagar. Lena had already dismounted from her dragon's back, protected by guards as she rested at a distance, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed upon Vagar's mournful cries. Lena, how is Vagar? Rhaenyra approached quickly, her voice urgent as it reached Lena's ears. Your Highness. Lena's tone was filled with dread and concern. Vagar's wings had been torn and its abdomen lacerated, but it should not perish. Phew! Rhaenyra exhaled sharply, stepping forward to gently embrace Lena's trembling form. Laenor, riding Haen, also descended upon the beach, and the sight of Vagar's injuries caused this battle-hardened dragon knight to furrow his brow, his trepidation towards Rhaego and his dragons reaching a zenith. Daemon and Rhaenys remain aloft, circling the sky on Clericus and Melius. After several hours, once they confirmed that Rhaego had completely departed, they finally descended upon their dragons. Rhaenys silently surveyed Vagar's injuries from a distance before wordlessly riding Melia's back to Dragonstone. Daemon, as ever, wore a sullen expression. After comforting Lena and returning her to the castle, he mounted Clericus once more, setting a course towards King's Landing. By midday, Dragonstone had just weathered a torrential storm. The city washed clean by the rain, exuding a briny scent under the sunlight that broke through the clouds. The resounding roars of dragons echoed from the sea, and the guard atop the castle, Bronhorn, strained his gaze in the direction of the sounds, soon spotting two massive silhouettes, one black and one silver, emerging from the bay, heading towards Dragonstone. The prince has returned. Quickly prepare the war horses, instruct the castle to ready hot water and provisions, and also notify Lord Larys. Yes, Captain. The Devourer and Silver Wing landed successively upon the open ground near the castle. Rhaego slid down from the dragon saddle, alternating between stroking the necks of both dragons, acknowledging their commendable performance with affection and encouragement. After nurturing their bond for a while, Rhaego turned to approach Larys and Bronn, who awaited him at a distance. Your Highness, welcome back in triumph. Indeed, it is a triumph, Larys. Rhaego mounted his warhorse, galloping into the city while instructing his companions beside him. Larys, Duke Corlys Velaryon has been exceptionally generous, expressing great sympathy and concern for the current state of Dragonstone. Thus, he has provided us with supplies from around 40 ships, which should arrive by evening. Organize the reception of these provisions. Had it not been for the scent of smoke lingering on you, I might have believed it, Larys thought to himself, suppressing his inner critique as he respectfully complied. Understood, Your Highness. He did not buy into the notion of the sea snake's generosity. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and the traces of flames on Rhaego were proof of that. Bronn, when the fleet from Tide's Head arrives at the harbor this evening, maintain order with your men. Yes, Your Highness. You shall handle the remaining matters yourselves. Do not disturb me until dawn. I intend to rest thoroughly. After a day and night of dragon riding and a fierce battle, Rhaego felt that he could sleep for half a month. Chapter 61. The Conquest of 112 Years. A minor conflict sparked due to the lax discipline of the lower-ranking soldiers. This is the scholarly interpretation by the learned individuals of the later generations regarding the recent conflict known as the Dragon War of the Throat. However, there are dissenting voices among the learned, notably led by the esteemed Maester Runethel, who posits that the conflict was a deliberate provocation orchestrated by Prince Rhaego Targaryen, intended to assess the true might of the Targaryen dragons. Following the grievous wounding of the formidable dragon Vagar, the ambitions of the silver-haired thief were laid bare. Regardless of how history may recount this battle, or how future historians might engage in endless debates over what appeared to be a trivial confrontation at the time, the Control Dragon conflict ignited by the direct clash of two Targaryen princes came to a close amidst the alternating sounds of jubilation and mourning within the kingdom as the year 112 of the conquest approached. Not long after the new year, the legendary knight and loyal protector of the king, Sir Harold Westerling, passed away peacefully in his bed. The maid who brought him wine that night discovered his lifeless body, prompting the king to display profound grief. As the entire city of King's Landing mourned the loss of Sir Harold, shortly after the funeral of Sir Harold Westerling, Sir Criston Cole ascended to the esteemed position of captain of the Kingsguard, appointed under the king's directive alongside a host of ministers, tasked with ensuring the monarch's safety. The kingdom's sorrow did not cease there. In June of the 112th year of the conquest, a mere 3 months following Sir Harold's demise, the erudite Maester Runethel also met his untimely end in his office. It is said that the circumstances of his death were quite tragic. He succumbed to asphyxiation as a result of vomit obstructing his airways after a drunken revelry. Once again, the capital mourned a learned master. The old town sent Maester Maloros to King's Landing to fill the position left vacant by the late Maester Runethel. Notably, the two scholars held opposing views on how to respond to the Dragon War instigated by Prince Rhaegar, leading to severe conflicts within a mere 6 months. Conspiracy theorists even suggested that Maester Maloros had orchestrated the assassination of Maester Runethel, motivated by the latter's relentless disparagement of Prince Rhaegar's legitimacy. Yet, the kingdom's calendar was not solely marked by the tolling of death knells. Princess Rhaenyra was on the cusp of her 16th birthday, poised to officially marry Ser Laenor Velaryon upon reaching maturity, and would take up residence on Dragonstone thereafter, despite having already cohabited with her betrothed on the island at the tender age of 15. Even more exhilarating for the nobles and common folk of the Seven Kingdoms was the triumphant return of the erstwhile lost prince, Rhaego Targaryen, who, after being bestowed the title of Lord of Storm's End, successfully tamed the fierce and ruthless wild dragon, Vhagar, and against all odds, garnered the favor of the elegant dragon, Silverwing. Shortly after the conclusion of the Dragon War, rumors spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms and even across the continent regarding the forging of Valyrian steel swords in Storm's End. This news circulated for 6 months throughout the Seven Kingdoms, yet remained unverified until Duke Jason Lannister of Casterly Rock journeyed to Storm's End, securing a magnificent two-handed sword for the princely sum of hundreds of thousands of golden dragons. He named the blade Lightbringer, after his family's long-lost ancestral sword. Subsequently, nobles and affluent knights from both Westeros and the eastern continent flocked to the newly constructed Dragonport at Storm's End. A vast array of gold dragons, grain, fabric, sheep, and cattle were transported to the city in exchange for a Valyrian steel sword that could endure for millennia. The value of the wild dragon Vhagar ascended significantly in the eyes of the kingdom's subjects, with whispers suggesting that, following the swift defeat in the Dragon War at the hands of Prince Rhaegar, Prince Daemon often berated his cousin in fury, lamenting the might and wealth of Vhagar and harboring envy for all that Rhaegar possessed. In the mere span of 6 months, as the year 113 of the conquest dawned, 200 exquisite Valyrian steel swords had been auctioned from Storm's End, with most nobles of the Seven Kingdoms acquiring a blade worthy of enduring through the ages. Even families already possessing Valyrian steel swords sought after Rhaegar's creations, as the swords forged in Storm's End were found to be sharper and more resilient than traditional Valyrian steel. A conclusion reached after 2 inebriated northern nobles clashed their blades. Due to his unparalleled swordsmanship, strikingly handsome visage, exalted status, and immense wealth, Prince Rhaegar's renown reached its zenith within the Seven Kingdoms. The great prince reforged the giant sword Dawn, gifted by the king, and fashioned a scabbard and saddle from the hide of the wild dragon, Grey Shadow. Thus, the subjects of the realm bestowed upon him the illustrious title of Dragon Slayer and Sword of Dawn. The year 112 of the conquest proved to be exceedingly pleasant for Rhaegar, as the events of the Dragon War did not cast any adverse shadows upon him, at least for the time being. The only notable response came from the agitated Viserys, who, on the 3rd day following the battle's conclusion, summoned all the owned dragons to Dragonstone, awaiting Vhagar's recovery before transporting them all to King's Landing. The weakened king even experienced a resurgence of vigor, personally taming the steed of his grandfather, King Jaehaerys Targaryen, and riding once more upon a dragon, leading his kin back to King's Landing. In this, Rhaegar exhibited little more than prudent caution. The Valyrian steel business flourished in Storm's End, and under Rhaegar's guidance, Lares adhered strictly to the principle of scarcity, auctioning the crafted long swords to ensure that immense wealth and resources swiftly flowed into the once barren city. With sufficient wealth and provisions acquired, Rhaegar formally embarked upon his urban redevelopment initiative. The dilapidated docks could not accommodate substantial traffic. Thus, they were demolished and rebuilt. Rechristened as Dragonport, the old, cramped city was meticulously redesigned, with the low walls reinforced and heightened to form an impenetrable fortress, while the crumbling dwellings were razed and transformed into splendid castles. A select few able-bodied individuals in Storm's End amassed fortunes that might sustain them for generations through the crafting of long swords, while women and the elderly contributed to the city's sanitation and livestock care, thereby bolstering their families. In just a year, the previously despondent populace of Storm's End had become the envy of the Seven Kingdoms. In addition to the residential planning, Rhaegar commanded the reconstruction of the Lord's Keep, situating it at the heart of the city, and erected an expansive dragon lair behind the castle to house Vhagar and Silverwing. A substantial number of cattle and sheep were raised in the vicinity, tended by the women and elders of the city, ensuring ample sustenance for the 2 great beasts. Within a single year, the once decrepit Storm's End had undergone a breathtaking transformation, as a multitude of impoverished and landless knights poured into the newly established city. Maritime trade flourished. Fueled by the newly constructed port, Lares, the steward of Storm's End, found himself perpetually busy, while Bronn devoted himself to training the guards and knights, meticulously scheduling every moment of his time. Meanwhile, Lord Rhaegar stared intently at a peculiar idol, valiantly battling the increasing heaviness of his eyelids. After more than 6 months of renovations, the replanning of the residential areas in Storm's End was largely completed. However, with new commoners and landless knights continuously arriving, those permitted to remain after Laurie's and Bronn's scrutiny required new homes. This peculiar idol had been unearthed just days prior during the construction of the dwellings. It was not large, indeed somewhat diminutive, scarcely larger than a newborn infant, fashioned from the common fishwood of Westeros, featuring a stout trunk, flourishing branches, and a pale, human visage. Rhaego found himself perplexed, for the fishwood statue before him, which should have manifested as a canopy of gnarled branches and leaves, instead twisted grotesquely, resembling frail hands reaching helplessly towards the heavens. The pale visage of a human contorted in a sinister grimace, as if resisting some unseen encroachment. With a bloodshot eye embedded in the center of its forehead, the entire idol exuded a disquieting aura that induced a sense of lethargy. Rhaego observed the statue in silence, the flickering candlelight reflecting off the pale trunk, his thoughts slowing to a crawl, his gaze becoming increasingly vacant, as his hands unconsciously reached out to gently cradle the statue's main body. A thunderous roar seemed to echo from the distant void of time, a gluttonous dragon's bellow resonating within him, causing Rhaego to roll his eyes back before his forehead weakly met the table, surrendering to a deep slumber. He dreamt of towering stone mountains, rushing rivers, magnificent castles and fortifications, vibrant flower gardens, and endless forests and fertile fields, populated by countless dragons. Rhaego was abruptly jolted awake, realizing he floated high above the earth, witnessing tiny humans, no larger than ants, frantically fleeing from the stone mountains. The howling winds carried an ominous portent as he surveyed his surroundings, only to discover he was amidst thousands of colossal dragons. How grand they were! Even Soul appeared diminutive in their presence. Dragons of crimson, green, black, and every hue imaginable swarmed the skies. Focus, glutton. Maintain formation. A youthful voice called from behind Rhaego, and it dawned upon him that he had transformed into a dragon himself. The glutton and Soul? He mechanically turned his head to the right, and, indeed, saw a crimson dragon hovering beside him, its twisted horns and fierce spines accentuating its majestic form, friendly eyes gazing back. So, Rhaego inadvertently uttered the dragon's name, only to hear a familiar roar in response. The voice of the glutton. A sharp pain throbbed in his head as everything before him exceeded his comprehension. Inexplicably, he had become the glutton, accompanied by Soul and thousands of formidable dragons, all poised in anticipation before the towering stone mountain, as if awaiting a fearsome adversary. An enemy? What foe could provoke such a united front from countless dragons? A thunderous rumble erupted from the distant mountain, boulders cascading down its slopes, sending tremors through the very air. Warriors, prepare! A commanding voice boomed from the front of the dragons. Rhaego craned his neck to glimpse a silver-haired figure astride a vibrant dragon, sword raised high, bellowing fiercely. Sol, Gluton, ready yourselves. The familiar youthful voice rang from behind, as Soul responded with a ferocious roar. A surge of battle fervor coursed through Rhaego, and he instinctively echoed Soul's cry, joining in a wild, unrestrained roar. The sky erupted with myriad dragon roars, causing the rivers below to tremble. Boom, boom, boom. In a series of explosive sounds, Rhaego beheld, in disbelief, monstrous creatures resembling dragons, with grotesque heads adorned with 5 thick, menacing fangs bursting forth from the earth, creating massive craters in the stone mountain. The horrific beasts roared as they emerged, and countless ant-like creatures surged forth from the holes, quickly assembling at the mountain's base, their formidable siege engines glinting ominously as they aimed at the dragons above. Dragons! Dracarys! 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 The unified voices of young and old, male and female rang out, as the dragons in the sky responded with a deafening roar, unleashing torrents of fiery breath like a tsunami upon the invaders below. Rhaego heard the cacophony of roars from the monstrous horde below, a language he could not comprehend. Then, he witnessed a legion of cloaked creatures advance, brandishing wooden staffs, conjuring a pitch-black barrier that intercepted the dragon flames, preventing them from reaching their intended targets. Warriors, attack! The commanding voice thundered, and Rhaego heard the young voice behind him roar with fervor. So, glutton, attack! Rhaego bellowed in response, plunging forward with the main battalion, shattering the dark barrier, as the searing dragon flames relentlessly incinerated the monsters beneath. The creature's massive crossbows and siege engines, under the command of an abominable giant, unleashed a volley of thick bolts. Roar! Rhaego cried out in agony as he felt sharp arrows graze his scales, tearing away flesh and armor, causing him to plummet alongside thousands of dragons, lamenting their fate. Retreat! Retreat! The once mighty dragons faltered, with 7 out of 10 lost to the chaos, as Rhaego stumbled alongside Soul in a frantic escape. He heard the giant's orders echoing. Clearer now, conquer Ashar. A bolt whistled past from the distant battlefield, glinting ominously in Rhaego's gaze. Roar! The desperate and furious roar reverberated, shaking him to his core. Rhaego gasped, jolting upright from the table, collapsing to the floor, drenched in sweat, the haunting image of the deadly bolt still etched in his mind. Roar! Roar! The anxious roars of the glutton and Silverwing echoed from outside. Rhaego shakily propped himself up, leaning against the wall to push open the corridor door. Staggering a few steps to rest against the glutton's snout, panting heavily, while Silverwing cautiously touched him, her large eyes filled with concern and worry. Chapter 63. The Eerie History. Rhaego caressed Silverwing's nose soothingly, resting against the glutton for an extended period until he felt a semblance of recovery. Yet the terror and unease from the dream lingered in his mind. He climbed atop the glutton's head, gripping the protruding spines as he settled onto the spacious saddle, finally feeling a shred of safety, allowing himself to reflect on the events that had transpired. What was that strange idol? Why did he have such a dream? Was it a mere illusion or a fragment of true history? Exhaling heavily, Rhaego embraced Silverwing's extended snout, comforting the worried maiden. Perhaps it was just an illusion, a consequence of his encounter with the idol, tainted by lingering magic or something else. Or was it a genuine historical recollection, the idol an artifact of ancient times, inscribed with the truth of the past, drawing him into a long-forgotten scene upon contact? A tempest of thoughts swirled in Rhaego's mind, and, as his analysis deepened, a chilling sensation took hold of him. The world around him felt unsettlingly foreign, as if, in his subconscious, he sensed that it ought not to be as it was. Ashar? That half-orc? They sought to conquer Ashaya, yet Ashaya lay at the easternmost edge of the eastern continent, a shadowy realm rife with pollution and peculiar magical beasts. The Ashen River floated with ashes, and the stone mountains were riddled with caverns. Rhaegar was seized by a sudden chill. According to the tomes of King's Landing, the city of Ashaya was constructed with immense grandeur, yet it bore no trace of living inhabitants. Who, then, had erected such an exquisite city? And what calamity had befallen its denizens, rendering them silent? In his recent dream, he had commanded legions of dragons, all of whom were silver-haired men and women, strikingly reminiscent of the Valyrians. So, from whence did the Valyrians originate? Where did the dragons come from? How had Valyria met its demise? Why were Kragan, Larys, and others so oblivious to the Wall and the Night's Watch? Why was there a conspicuous absence of historical records regarding the seemingly advanced civilization of Ashaya and the fall of the formidable Valyria, save for scattered, ambiguous legends whispered by bards and religious zealots? Had disaster struck with such swiftness that no one survived, or was it possible that the true history had been obscured, or even altered? Bang, bang, bang. Rhaegar felt his heart racing, his eyes growing heavy with strain as the magic within him surged uncontrollably toward his heart. A torrent of thoughts erupted in his mind, and with a pained cry, Rhaegar tumbled from his dragon's saddle, crashing heavily to the ground. "Your Grace!" roared the 2 dragons as Bronn and Larys hurriedly approached, witnessing Rhaegar's anguished descent. They rushed forth, only to be halted by the furious growl of Silverwing, who stood guard nearby. It felt as if his heart would burst. The excruciating pain caused Rhaegar's limbs to convulse uncontrollably. He sensed that something lay hidden within him. No, 2 things. One sought dominion over his mind, while the other aimed to seize his heart. Waves of agony washed over him, as the chaotic magic coursed wildly toward his brain and heart, causing his muscles to betray him. Rhaegar wailed in desperation, glaring at the anxious devourer, forcing a frantic command from the depths of his soul. "Dracarys, roar! Your Grace!" No! The emerald flames of the dragon erupted forth without hesitation, engulfing Rhaegar in an instant, reducing his garments to ashes. The Dragonfire seared his bare flesh, and amidst Bronn's horrified gaze, an eerie black mist billowed from Rhaegar, twisting and dissipating into nothingness within the flames. Faintly, a low, mournful wail seemed to echo from within the Dragonfire, then vanished without drawing anyone's attention. Roar! As the Dragonfire gradually subsided, Rhaegar lay serenely upon the ground. Silverwing approached cautiously, nudging his body, prompting a gentle pat from Rhaegar. Bronn, boldly disregarding the dragon's menacing presence, rushed over to unfasten his cloak draping it over Rhaego's exposed form. The Devourer and Silverwing showed no further hostility toward this one who genuinely cared for Rhaego. "Your Grace, are you unharmed?" "I am well, Bronn." Dispersed the crowd. The resonant roars of the two dragons had drawn a throng of onlookers to Rhaego's castle, a spectacle he had no desire to present before the masses. As Bronn led the guards to persuade the gathering to disperse, the crowd slowly retreated. Rhaego similarly dismissed Larys and the other guards, leaving only Bronn by his side, sword drawn in protection, before he cautiously unveiled the cloak enveloping him, revealing his well-muscled chest. "Hiss, Your Grace." The sight upon Rhaego's chest elicited a sharp intake of breath even from Bronn, who had faced death. Embedded in the position of Rhaego's heart was a crimson eye the size of a fist, pulsating as if alive with the rhythm of his heartbeat. Coughing weakly, Rhaego gazed at the arcane eye upon his chest, calling upon the system within his mind. System? Ding. Panel activated. Host, Rhaego Domnar. Gender, male. Age, 18. Bloodline 1, ancient Valyrian dragonblood. Bloodline 2, Bloodfire symbiosis, affinity for Bloodfire magic, current bloodline development progress, 50. Status, cursed, weak, agitated. Traits, immune to all poisons, unburnt. Lifespan unknown, cursed, and a new entry regarding lifespan appeared, marked with a minus. Was this curse a result of the recent dream? No, it cannot be. In the dream, he had only possessed consciousness, and could not have been cursed. Then, what the strange idol and that entity in his mind? The idol could not be the cause. Many had encountered it without issues, and the Devourer had shown no reaction, indicating it posed no threat to him. Thus, it must be the entity in his mind, one that had twice attempted to control him. The night before he departed King's Landing, he too had experienced a bizarre dream, feeling as though he were being pressed down, with only his consciousness awake, hearing the voices of several individuals. Just moments ago, it was that same voice that had screamed in the Dragonfire, fleeing. Who was he? Or rather, who were they? Why did they seek to control him? Rhaego felt as if he had fallen into a deep pit. The grotesque creatures he had battled in his dream should not exist in this world unless his memories had betrayed him. And what of this familiar arcane eye upon his chest? Leaning against the Devourer, Rhaego smiled ruefully, covering the symbol upon his chest, and teasingly raised an eyebrow at the vigilant, burly man scanning the surroundings. "Bronn, this world is on the brink of becoming incomprehensible. Your Grace?" Chapter 64, The King's Delayed Maneuvers. The year of conquest, 113, arrived quietly, the chill of the sea breeze just beginning to fade, as the tranquil stone dance castle stirred with anticipation. A year's worth of delayed affairs from Viserys finally landed on Rhaego's desk. Regarding the previous battle with the Throat Dragon, although a version of minor skirmishes had been disseminated under the king's directive, successfully convincing the common folk of the Seven Kingdoms that the two princes had merely acted on impulse without irreconcilable conflict. The truth was no longer a secret among the noble houses. Beneath the massive shadow of dragon wings, fierce embers of discontent brewed, unsettling the lords accustomed to wealth and comfort. Viserys, too, felt the unease. Rhaego's possession of two dragons had completely disrupted his plans. The countless arguments with the sea snake replayed in his mind, forcing this once confident king to concede that the dragons may have indeed spiraled beyond control. Before Rhaego lay a lengthy missive delivered across the sea by a raven, a probe from Viserys towards Rhaego. The letter was extensive, sprawling across thousands of words, and the occasionally distorted handwriting suggested the king's health was less than robust. Within the missive, Viserys expressed numerous sentiments: greetings to Rhaego, excitement over the Valyrian steel swords, and praise for the rapid rise of Stone Dance Castle. Yet, all these pleasantries coalesced into a command that felt more like a negotiation: dispatch the troops. In the year of conquest, 111, a coalition led by Daemon Targaryen and the Sea Snake Horleys had seized the Stepstone Islands. Daemon personally cleaved the infamous crab feeder, Kragas Drahar, in twain, and the kingdom's response to the provocations of the three daughters was swift. Daemon earned military accolades and the title of King of the Stepstones, garnering the respect he sought, while the Sea Snake reclaimed a stronghold for maritime trade, ensuring his commercial interests. This war, which had endured for over 3 years, was hailed as a resounding victory for Westeros. The Sea Serpent and Daemon returned triumphantly, entrusting the defense of the Stepstones to a mere contingent of fewer than 1,000 soldiers dispatched by Corlys. Consequently, the fleet of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters launched a counteroffensive, effortlessly annihilating the defenders on Tideshead Island, leaving the valiant few who had fought bloodily for the Sea Serpent strewn across the beaches of the Stepstones. The hard-won territory was easily reclaimed by the enemy. a profound humiliation for Viserys, Daemon, and their kin. According to the original plan, after Daemon confirmed his betrothal to Lena Valerion on Tide's Head Island, he was to lead an army back to the Stepstones for conquest. However, the unexpected intervention of Aegon, riding his 2 dragons, disrupted these plans, inciting anxiety and vigilance within the king. Viserys' letter was earnest, resembling a wise elder imparting life lessons to a younger brother. Yet to Rhaego, it was nothing but a clumsy calculation. Your Grace, you must not acquiesce to the call for war. The garrison at Dragonstone is scant. And even with your 2 great dragons, Daemon and the Sea Serpent similarly possessed 2, yet their conflict endured for 3 years, resulting in significant losses for the Sea Serpent. Having hastily perused the king's missive, Larys rose, visibly agitated. The king's intentions were transparent. The resources of Dragonstone could not sustain a protracted war of attrition. Bronn, how many soldiers are presently in the city? After a moment's contemplation, Bronn replied assuredly, due to a year of construction. A considerable influx of commoners and impoverished knights has occurred. Following selection and competition, our official garrison is now fully manned with 1,000 soldiers, though Bronn hesitated, casting a furtive glance at Larys beside him. Your Grace, Larys interjected smoothly. Bronn implies that within this 1,000-strong garrison, at least 1/10 are spies sent by other families. We have not dismissed them as per your directive, but clearly, such soldiers cannot be deployed to the battlefield. Rhaego was aware of this situation. Following the renown of Valyrian steel swords, Dragonstone had embarked on extensive construction, resulting in a substantial influx of commoners and impoverished knights. During the vetting process, Larys and his associates had identified several pawns from other families among them. However, since there was nothing particularly clandestine about their presence, and given that a mere handful of knights posed less of a threat than a dragon's fiery breath, Rhaego chose to overlook their existence and incorporated them into the garrison. Which families do they belong to? Your Grace, most hail from House Hightower of Old Town and House Arryn of the Vale, with a few from noble families such as House Stark. Oh, and your family as well? Indeed. Your Grace, Larys shrugged nonchalantly. As you know, my father is the hand of the king, wholly devoted to the crown. With a knowing smile, Rhaego turned his attention to Bronn. Bronn, can you keep the other garrison members in check? Without a doubt, Your Grace. Those vermin are under our watchful eye and can be easily disposed of. Nodding and understanding, Rhaego placed his trust in the capabilities of his 2 subordinates. For during his year of hands-off governance, it was Larys and Bronn who had meticulously managed Dragonstone. After pondering for a considerable time, Rhaego resolved that he could not risk the soldiers he had painstakingly selected in a reckless confrontation with pirates. Larys, draft a response to the king on my behalf. I shall agree to lead an expedition against the pirates of the Kingdom of the 3 Daughters, but Dragonstone shall not send troops. However, we are willing to supply provisions for the army. Furthermore, I will ride into battle on my dragon. Your Grace, you may outright refuse the king's command. Larys, I once encountered a fascinating phrase. First courtesy, then war. Never underestimate the ruthlessness of a powerful ruler. I would not wish to awaken one morning to find our hard-earned city besieged by a multitude of dragons. Though Rhaego's words were laced with humor, both Larys and Bronn exchanged a grave glance, their expressions taut with concern. Over the past year, they had witnessed the transformation of a city on the brink of ruin into one thriving under their stewardship, leading them to a sense of unwarranted pride and a forgetfulness of the reality that the Targaryen dynasty's dominion over the 7 kingdoms never rested upon mere riches or provisions amassed in Dragonstone, but rather upon the formidable dragons soaring above. Snapping back to reality, Larys and Bronn felt a cold sweat emerge as they regarded the languid form of Rhaego reclining in his chair. They rose with grave respect, bowing deeply to express their gratitude. Thank you, Your Grace. Enough of these formalities. Rhaego waved his hand, interrupting their gestures. Larys, expedite the reply to King's Landing. Bronn, ensure the garrison remains disciplined and maintain order within the city in preparation for the forthcoming expedition. I would not wish for our hard-won city to become a mere target for others the moment I depart. Chapter 65. Rhaego's Considerations. In his heart, Rhaego yearned to flatly refuse Viserys' command, preferring to quietly nestle within the confines of Dragonstone, living his life while watching the world descend into chaos, only to emerge later to gather the remnants. However, reality would not allow him the luxury of being a mere spectator. His impulsive venture to Tide's Head Island, combined with Daemon's equally reckless actions, had orchestrated a dramatic clash of dragons. Although Rhaego, as a first-hand witness, understood that the Greedy One and the Silverwing could swiftly neutralize Vhagar due to tactical advantages, Those who had not witnessed the event would surely not share the same perception. Just as the usually fiery demon and Corlys had curbed their aggression upon witnessing Vhagar's sudden injury, it was likely that Viserys regarded the Greedy One as being on par with Vhagar, perhaps even superior. The king, who had not ridden a dragon in nearly 30 years, had suddenly tamed the wild Vermithrax. Without the provocation of the battle for the throat, Rhaego would have found it hard to believe. The Greedy One was simply too aged to sustain prolonged combat, while Rhaego diligently infused magical energy into both dragons daily. It would likely take no less than a decade for the Greedy One to regain its prime. Given the current capabilities of the Greedy One and Silverwing, Rhaego could not afford to provoke Viserys into a frenzy. The battle at the throat had already strung the king's nerves taut. Should Rhaego outright reject the order to engage in the Stepstones, it would be tantamount to open rebellion. Should Viserys lose his temper, the Greedy One and Silverwing would undoubtedly find themselves besieged by multiple dragons. The aged Greedy One and the unmounted Silverwing left too much uncertainty. Thus, in essence, this missive from King's Landing served as a test of Rhaego's disposition. Viserys could not tolerate the thought of his own dragons clashing with the Greedy One and Silverwing. And although his wariness of Rhaego had reached its zenith, he was still unable to make a decisive move to unleash all dragons. Hence, this letter was penned. Should Rhaego acquiesce to the call for war, all would be well. Viserys would avoid losses to his dragons, and Rhaego would sidestep an attack. As for the ensuing conflict on the Stepstones, it would unfold in a realm where each would display their prowess. Who knows, at any moment, the ships of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters might unexpectedly brandish the dragon-slinging crossbows of Westeros. Or perhaps a bottle of Tears of Lys would be discovered in Rhaego's camp. Anything was possible. However, if Rhaegar were to directly refuse King Viserys' command, it would effectively force the king to make the most arduous decision on his behalf, a result neither Viserys wished to witness nor Rhaegar was inclined to accept. Thus, from the outset, Rhaegar found himself with but a singular choice: to ride forth on Dragonback to conquer the Stepstones, confronting whatever treacherous machinations lurked in the shadows. Of course, Rhaegar could opt to flee, allowing the realm to unwittingly gain a prosperous Dragonstone, much to Viserys' delight. What a masterstroke of an inescapable ploy, your majesty. As he caressed the armrest of his chair, Rhaegar couldn't help but admire Viserys' cunning. Truly, he was a king of remarkable capability, having maintained his seat upon the Iron Throne for 26 years without a dragon. While his handling of the Rhaenyra affair may not have conformed to the expectations of a sovereign, in other matters, Viserys undeniably demonstrated his prowess as a ruler. In truth, Rhaegar considered the campaign against the Stepstones to pose little peril. The strategies available to Viserys and his advisors were limited to clandestinely supporting the pirates of the Kingdom of Three Daughters or orchestrating assassinations. Given Rhaegar's dragon, the only means by which pirates could inflict harm would be through crossbows mounted on their ships. Yet Rhaegar was no fool, and he would not risk low-altitude flights while aware of the presence of dragon-slaying weaponry, effectively dismissing this threat. As for assassination, Rhaegar was confident that with the vigilance of the Devourer and Silverwing, few could approach him undetected. Even if a few rogue elements managed to infiltrate, Rhaegar remained untroubled. Did they truly think the realm's foremost knight was merely a boast? In terms of covert, undetectable methods of elimination, poisoning remained the most insidious. Every morsel of food and sip of water he consumed, even the very air he breathed, was susceptible to contamination. Yet I possess a safeguard. During his conversation with Viserys in the throne room, Rhaegar had absorbed energy from the skull of the founding dragon, Meraxes, advancing his bloodline's capacity to 30%. For the first time, he unlocked a bloodline trait, one that would be a nightmare for any poisoner. Immune to all toxins, feed me poison, and should I merely furrow my brow, consider it a defeat. Thus, the Stepstones, which appeared fraught with peril to Lares and the Bravosi, were akin to a leisurely vacation for Rhaegar. As for the pirates of the Kingdom of Three Daughters, Rhaegar resolved to spare them as long as they did not provoke him. His intent was to labor without exertion, prolonging the war as much as possible, preferably until both factions were exhausted and on the brink of conflict. Moreover, this expedition afforded Rhaegar the perfect opportunity to delve into the ancient history of the Eastern continent. The previous dragon dream had been hauntingly vivid, be it the Devourer, or Soul, or the youth issuing commands from his back. They seemed to be mere reflections of Rhaegar's own life. Why did the ancient lands of Asshai transform into a desolate wasteland? What caused the peculiar fractures in history? And who was the one attempting to manipulate him? Most critically, the magical eye that had appeared upon his chest continued to consume his magic and vitality, threatening to leave him utterly depleted and lifeless at any moment. Thus, he resolved to uncover the truth behind it all as a means of self-preservation. A raven dispatched from Dragonstone carried Rhaego's reply back to King's Landing, and soon after, several letters were sent forth from the Red Keep. Under the direct escort of numerous knights, they journeyed to the Vale, Old Town, and Storm's End. The entire realm seemed to awaken, as leaders from the Arryns of the Vale, the Hightowers of Old Town, the Baratheons of Storm's End, and the Valerions of Driftmark, along with the Celtigars of Crab Isle, converged upon the Red Keep for an overnight conference with the king. Meanwhile, vassals from each noble house began mustering their armies, casting a shadow of war over the Seven Kingdoms. The king's decree commanded the pirates of the Kingdom of Three Daughters to ravage the Stepstones, plundering merchant vessels and challenging the authority of the crown, appointing Prince Rhaego Targaryen as the commander to lead an army of 5,000 from the Vale, Old Town, Storm's End, Driftmark, and Crab Isle against the Stepstones. Larys read the announcement from King's Landing in a hushed tone. Initially, Rhaego had felt some enthusiasm at the prospect of so many houses participating, but upon hearing the meager figure of 5,000 soldiers, he could only roll his eyes in exasperation. I had expected that with so many lords and nobles involved, they would muster tens of thousands. Yet here we were with a mere 5,000? What can such a paltry force accomplish? Setting aside the question of whether they could even conquer the Stepstones. With only 5,000, if I were to hold back, I doubt they could withstand the pirates' assault for long. How then could I delay the inevitable? Perhaps I should first avoid confrontation. Alas, how miserly of you, Viserys. Chapter 66. Return to Dragonstone. Organizing and deploying an army is not a matter that can be executed on a whim. Even though Viserys had issued the royal command, and the nobles participating in this campaign were complying, the age-old adage of the army moves on its stomach holds true. Merely preparing provisions for the troops would require nearly a month. Moreover, under the king's orders, the forces from the Vale, Storm's End, and Old Town would need to gather in Dragonstone before embarking on the ships of House Valerion to travel by sea to the Stepstones, significantly extending the timeline. Seizing this opportunity, Rhaego took to the skies on Dragonback to visit Dragonstone. Following the earlier lesson of Vagar's swift demise, Viserys, wary of Rhaego's potential to wreak havoc upon his dragons, summoned all the dragons back to King's Landing. Rhaenyra and Laenor, who had been enjoying their peaceful lives on Dragonstone, also returned to the capital. At this moment, apart from a small contingent of garrison troops, Dragonstone was virtually undefended against Rhaego. During his previous visit to Dragonstone, Rhaego had acquired both the Devourer and Silverwing, and he regarded this location as his lucky charm. Taking advantage of the kingdom's preoccupation with war mobilization and the vulnerability of Dragonstone's defenses, he contemplated whether he could also ensnare the Mud Dragon. With the speed of the Devourer and Silverwing, the journey from Dragonstone to Dragonstone would take no longer than half an hour. As Rhaego continued to infuse magic into the two dragons day after day, the potent characteristics of a dragon keeper began to manifest in their appearances. The once drooping belly and neck of the Devourer became noticeably firmer over time, and the scars from its prolonged battles visibly diminished, covered by new scales that appeared almost like a patchwork of renewal. The improvement in the Devourer's condition was evident. It seemed to have regained vigor, no longer sleeping incessantly, and even took the initiative to soar above the narrow sea with Silverwing in pursuit of prey, its demeanor reflecting the remnants of its once invincible grace. In contrast, the changes in Silverwing were astonishing even to Rhaego. After more than a year of sustained magical nourishment, the elegant silver dragon's already beautiful scales had become increasingly resplendent, emanating a faint glow even in the darkness. Now, as it circled alongside the Devourer, its shimmering scales reflected the sunlight, casting a magnificent radiance, akin to that of colossal sprite. Not only had Silverwing's appearance transformed, but its fiery breath had also undergone a remarkable change. Once yellow flames now danced with hints of blue, reminiscent of the purest ice, and the temperature of its flames had evidently risen. At this rate, Rhaego suspected that once Silverwing's Dragonfire fully transitioned to a crystalline blue, no dragon in Westeros would be able to withstand its might. The transformations of the two dragons filled Rhaego with profound joy. The only drawback being the slow pace of these changes. He would have to endure a lengthy wait. Certainly, under normal circumstances, if he were to continue taming the dragon during this period, thereby enhancing the activation progress of his bloodline, it could potentially accelerate the evolution of both dragons. Thus, the only wild dragon, the sheep thief, still roaming Dragonstone Island, caught the attention of Rhaego. The sheep thief, a dragon born around 30 years into the Conquest era, is suspected to be a descendant of Vagarl. perhaps due to the lack of a dragon rider and a prolonged existence in the wild, often facing hunger. The sheep thief is significantly smaller than its contemporaries Dreamfire and Silverwing. Rhaego deliberately piloted the Devourer and Silverwing around the front of Dragonstone Island to avoid detection by the soldiers guarding the castle. The Devourer landed deep within Dragon Mountain, and Rhaego, fearing that the scent of this wild dragon hunter might frighten away the beleaguered sheep thief, gestured for them to roam freely while he himself searched along the ridge. The Devourer, having spent over a year with Rhaego, understood his intentions, and although it held the sheep thief in disdain, it still maintained a measure of respect for its rider, leading Silverwing back into its former lair. The greatsword Dawn had been reforged by the blacksmith Arthur, and, after an extensive infusion of magical energy from Rhaego and the scorching flames of the Devourer, had transformed into a magnificent Valyrian steel sword. In fact, due to the ancient magic infused by Rhaego, its strength had subtly surpassed that of other Valyrian steel swords originating from Storm's End, drawing the reforged Dawn, now a one-handed sword. Rhaego followed the path to the last known location of the sheep thief, moving along the ridge. Although the sheep thief was a timid wild dragon, it would only panic in the presence of a dragon-eating demon like the Devourer. Rhaego did not believe it would cower before him. After all, with a bloodline of shared fire, Rhaego appeared to these native Valyrian dragons as nothing more than a walking delicacy, akin to the fabled monk whose flesh grants immortality. Appropriate precautions were essential for him. He had donned a specially crafted Valyrian steel undercoat made by Arthur prior to his arrival, as a safeguard, while his unburnt nature rendered him immune to Dragonfire, should the sheep thief become aggressive. Without the Devourer and Silverwing nearby, a strike or bite from the sheep thief could easily spell disaster for Rhaego. Although the newly forged undercoat may not withstand the might of a dragon, it would at least afford him a moment's respite to struggle should the need arise. Everything was in place. All that remained was the sheep thief. Dragon Mountain was vast, and after what felt like an eternity of searching, Rhaego finally arrived at the valley where he had last seen the sheep thief. The once scorched grass had returned to a vibrant green, flourishing even more than in other areas. Standing atop the ridge, Rhaego surveyed the modest valley. Noting the absence of any traces of dragon habitation, the sheep thief had evidently not visited this place in quite some time. Disappointed, he shook his head and continued to search along the contours of the mountain. Unless faced with a nemesis or insurmountable calamity, or having acquired a rider, dragons typically do not stray far from their territory. Rhaego had not heard of any Targaryens taming the sheep thief, so it was reasonable to believe that this wild dragon still resided on Dragonstone Island. The absence of immediate findings was not discouraging. He possessed ample patience. Chapter 67. The Crevice on the Cliff. Patience indeed. After an entire day and night spent searching the mountain, Rhaego found not a single trace of the sheep thief. Despite his earlier aspirations, disappointment had begun to weigh on him. The mountain was expansive, but with the Devourer occupying the main peak, the sheep thief's roaming territory was limited to the periphery. How could he possibly not find it? Dejected, Rhaego sat upon a stone, the sun gradually revealing itself in the east. He helplessly curled his fingers and brought them to his lips. A melodious whistle echoed through the valleys of Dragon Mountain, followed by the jubilant cries of Silverwing. Moments later, the silver dragon descended with a thunderous roar, bringing with it a gust of morning wind that enveloped Rhaego. Silverwing gently nudged her head against Rhaego's chest, offering comfort to her despondent master. The enormous silhouette of the Devourer soon appeared overhead, its powerful wings bending the grass below. Rhaego stroked Silverwing's cheek, casting a doubtful glance at the oddly exuberant Devourer. Could it be that this great beast had secretly driven the sheep thief away? Rhaego could not help but speculate, especially since he had failed to tame a dragon and had spent a night in the valley's chill, while the Devourer seemed positively elated. Devourer, did you scare away the sheep thief? A series of excited roars followed as the Devourer landed, eagerly pushing aside the blissful Silverwing. Its emerald eyes reflected a human-like grievance, and mimicking Silverwing, it gently nudged Rhaego's chest with its snout, letting out low growls. Rhaego remained skeptical of the overly animated Devourer, eventually reaching out to stroke its snout, hesitantly offering reassurance. All right, Fine. If you didn't do it, then you didn't. I misjudged you. With a playful roar, Rhaego plopped down onto the ground, leaning against Silverwing's body, feeling somewhat despondent as he brushed off the grass clippings from his attire. Silverwing, it seems this trip has been in vain. Not only did we not find the sheep thief, but not even a trace of dragon dung. Silverwing, squinting her eyes, paused in surprise, lifting her head to gaze at the disheartened Rhaego. After a moment of tilting her head in confusion, she nudged Rhaego with her snout. Hey. What's going on? Rhaego stumbled to regain his footing, perplexed by Silverwing's insistence as she continued to nudge him toward her back. Reluctantly, he found himself half-forced on Silverwing's back, fastening the safety strap on the saddle. Silverwing glanced back to ensure Rhaego was secure before letting out a proud roar towards the devourer. With a powerful flap of her wings, she ascended, soaring toward the rear of Dragon Mountain. The back of Dragon Mountain featured a towering cliff, sloping down from the volcano's summit to smooth rocks below, where the cliff jutted out at an angle, creating an overhang above the sea, leaving no foothold in sight. Silverwing circled above the cliff for some time before heading towards a slightly protruding section of the rock face. Rhaego, puzzled by the smooth cliff, could not fathom why Silverwing had brought him there. However, as they approached the cliff, astonishment washed over his face. From a distance, the seemingly sheer cliff revealed a vast crack. Yet, the crevice faced parallel to the cliff, making it nearly impossible to detect from the front. All that was visible were uniform dark rocks, devoid of any sign of a fissure. The crevice was substantial enough for Silverwing's massive form to pass through with ease, and the devourer followed suit. Upon traversing the damp entrance, a vast underground chamber unfolded before Rhaego's eyes, dry, desolate, and filled with the acrid scent of sulfur. Leaping down from the Silverwing, Rhaego was taken aback as he surveyed the vast chamber nestled within the mountain's embrace. The crimson walls illuminated this mysterious grotto with a vibrant glow. Cautiously, Rhaego commanded the Glutton and Silverwing to maintain a safe distance from the walls, suspecting that should they be breached, a torrent of molten lava would surge forth, entombing him and the two dragons within. Roar! The Silverwing's roar interrupted Rhaego's contemplation, prompting him to lift his gaze. She was fixated on a small hillock several meters high, beckoning to him. What could it be? Driven by curiosity, Rhaego hastened toward the hill, but before he could utter a word, the Silverwing's talons had already rent open the hard shell of the mound, releasing a pungent stench that inundated Rhaego's nostrils. Ugh! He retched immediately. It was a pile of dragon dung. As he heaved, he waved his hands frantically, urging the Silverwing to cease her indiscriminate excavation. Yet she remained oblivious to his command, digging with renewed vigor. Silverwing, Rhaego managed to choke out, and just as he called her name, an oval object, the size of a horse's head, rolled out under her manipulation. Its elliptical shape, obsidian shell, and scaly surface revealed it to be a dragon egg. Overwhelmed with excitement, Rhaego disregarded his earlier retching and swiftly scooped up the egg, hastily cleaning off the filth that clung to it, revealing its full form. Indeed, it was a dragon egg, dark, warm, and pulsating with the essence of life. Ding! Weak magical creature detected. Would you like to absorb energy? No. He hastily rejected the system's inquiry. This was a dragon egg, a treasure that had likely existed for ages. He could not bear to squander it for mere energy absorption. Just imagine the potential energy it could provide if successfully hatched. Silverwing, continue digging. With the egg safely cradled, Rhaego set aside his concerns about the dung and eagerly drew his sword, Dawn, to assist in the excavation. Roar! The Glutton, rendered speechless by the antics of the duo, let out a frustrated roar before burying its head beneath its wings, opting for ignorance. Second one. Before long, Rhaego felt the tip of his sword scrape against something unusual and, with a few deft motions, unearthed a dark green egg. Roar! Ha ha ha! Third one. Ugh! Keep digging. Chapter 68, 6 Dragon Eggs. The dung pile was substantial, and the dragon eggs buried within seemed to have been laid during 2 separate periods by the great mother dragon. As Rhaego and Silverwing excavated, they discovered 3 eggs, 1 green, 1 black, and 1 crimson. After carefully securing them, they continued to dig, and soon found 3 more eggs near the surface of the dung pile. Wow, they're beautiful. The trio of dragon eggs that appeared before him were undoubtedly from the same clutch. Rhaego marveled at how long they had been buried, and how their original colors were completely obscured. Removing his cloak, he tenderly wiped the eggs clean and gasped in astonishment. The eggs were adorned in a delicate blend of white and pink hues, slightly larger than the previous 3. Remarkably, all 3 bore identical appearances, placed together. Rhaego could not discern their order of hatching. In an instant, Rhaego's youthful heart swelled with affection as he cradled one of the pink eggs, gently caressing its somewhat rough surface. A stirring within him ignited as strands of bloodfire magic cautiously flowed into the shell. Life exists. The moment magic entered the egg, Rhaego distinctly sensed a yearning emanating from within. He withdrew his hand in surprise, placing the gently quivering egg aside before reaching for another from Silverwing's embrace. It seemed the pink eggs resonated with Silverwing's aesthetic, igniting her desire to claim all three as her own. When Rhaego took the egg from her grasp, she emitted a reluctant, low growl, but ultimately, she hastily retrieved the egg he had just inspected, cradling it gently beneath her wing. Rhaego regarded Silver Wing with intrigue. In Westeros, or rather within the entire realm of A Song of Ice and Fire, dragons, as embodiments of power, lacked any concept of familial bonds or affection. Take Vhagar, the mother of dragons, for example, one of the last surviving dragons of House Targaryen. Her life was characterized by stark ruthlessness, rivaling even the famed Queen Alicent. The dragons hatched from Vhagar's eggs were renowned: Dreamfire, Bronze Fury Vhagar, and the currently brooding Silver Wing. Among her offspring, Dreamfire birthed the Red Queen Melisandre and the Blood Wrem Clericu, while Silver Wing herself sired 4 dragons: Seasmoke, Tessarion, Syrax, and Sunfire, with Syrax being the mother of Vhagar's descendants: Vhagar, Eryx, and Terexiu. Thus, it appeared that nearly all dragons from House Targaryen shared blood ties with Vhagar. Yet she had infamously devoured her great-grandson Eryx, beheaded her grandson Melisandre, and ultimately perished alongside her beloved grandson Clericu. As for interactions among dragons, they were far more brutal than any human kinship, with betrayals and violence rampant. What astonished Rhaego was this. Even if Silver Wing felt a maternal instinct upon encountering these eggs, it should have manifested merely as a basic protective impulse, rather than an overt display of affection and possessiveness toward the 3 eggs, while completely ignoring the others. It resembled the behavior of an adult admiring another's beautiful child, longing to caress them. Silver Wing was evolving, not solely in appearance, but also in intellect, progressing toward a higher plane of understanding. This revelation filled Rhaego with joy. He had initially thought that the bond between dragon and tamer merely enhanced physical attributes, yet this was a delightful surprise. Gleefully inspecting another white-pink egg, Rhaego gently placed it in Silver Wing's embrace, then irritably turned to kick the slumbering glutton. Roar? What are you doing? What do you want? You spend all day sleeping. With annoyance, Rhaego patted the glutton's snout and unceremoniously stuffed the 3 black, green, and crimson eggs into its embrace, issuing an undeniable command. Here, yours. You 3 eggs belong to you, so take good care of them and let us see whose offspring prove superior. Roar. Why aren't they yours? If you hatch them, aren't they yours? Seeing the glutton begrudgingly accept the eggs into its care, Rhaego nodded in satisfaction, leaving the 2 dragons to guard the 6 eggs while he resumed his search with his less-than-pristine dawn, exploring the expansive chasm. Clink! The crisp sound of metal against stone resonated through the cavern as Rhaego meticulously examined every suspicious nook, ultimately conceding that the colossal dragon lair contained only those few eggs and none of the treasures he had imagined. No hoards of gold or relics of magical dragons. With a sense of disappointment, Rhaego roughly wiped Dawn and sheathed it before turning to survey the cave. Only after confirming that he had thoroughly explored every corner did he reluctantly wrap the 2 dragon eggs nestled in the embrace of the dragons tightly with his robe and the fabric from the saddles. He secured the 3 pale pink dragon eggs firmly onto the saddle of Silver Wing, playfully tapping her occasionally inquisitive head. He then secured the other 3 eggs onto the glutton's back, fastening the safety buckles on the saddle. A distant whistle echoed through the cave as he declared, "Homeward bound." Roaring with exuberance, the glutton expressed his eagerness to leave this odorous place, flapping his massive wings and diving gracefully from the craggy cliff. Roaring as he skimmed the surface of the sea, heading towards Stone Dance City. Silver Wing, with a low growl, followed closely behind the glutton. Perhaps due to the burden of the dragon eggs, she refrained from her usual spiraling antics, opting instead for a steady flight beside him, occasionally glancing at Rhaego, her gentle eyes radiating visible delight. After gliding over the sea for some distance, the 2 dragons ascended in altitude, almost the moment they departed from Dragonstone Island. A colossal dragon, cloaked in a murky hue, took flight from the rugged shoreline of the island, darting towards Dragon Mountain under Rhaego's clenched teeth. The glutton let out a triumphant roar, prompting Rhaego to roll his eyes in annoyance. It dawned on him that the glutton had likely driven the sheep thief away under the cover of night, leaving him to endure a cold night for naught, with perhaps Silver Wing's involvement as well. Casting a glance at Silver Wing, the graceful maiden flapped her wings with unwavering focus, silently quickening her pace, leaving Rhaego and the glutton behind. Sighing, he reflected on the trials every household faces. Fortunately, this journey was not devoid of rewards. The value of the 6 dragon eggs might even surpass that of the elusive sheep thief, so he harbored no resentment towards them. What else could he do? As long as they were content, that sufficed. Chapter 69. The return Rhaego guided the two dragons to land on a beach near the sharp promontory, shedding his soiled garments into the sea for a rough wash, as the stench was overwhelmingly offensive. In the cave, perhaps the exhilaration of acquiring the dragon eggs had distracted him. After the initial bouts of retching, he had gradually acclimated to the odor. Yet now, emerging into the open air, he felt the scent intensifying with every flight, becoming utterly unbearable. With a roar, he removed the saddles and the bundles containing the dragon eggs from the two dragons, urging them into the sea for a thorough rinse. They had lingered in that lair for so long that they felt marinated in the pervasive stench of dragon droppings, and none of them smelled particularly pleasant. After washing, his clothes draped over the glutton's back, the dragon's elevated body temperature quickly dried the fabric, shaking off the salt crystals that had formed. The two dragons took to the skies once more. At that moment, Stone Dance City was bustling with construction. Although the king had commanded Prince Rhaego to lead an expedition to the Stairs Islands, thanks to Rhaego's prior instructions and Larys's adept reassurances, the townsfolk experienced only a brief moment of panic, avoiding any significant chaos. Rhaego understood the significance of his presence in Stone Dance City, and Larys was equally aware. Given the city's burgeoning economic prowess and industrial prospects, the absence of Prince Rhaego's calming influence could invite a swift dismemberment of the city by opportunistic factions from the Seven Kingdoms. The residents who had followed Rhaego through thick and thin were also cognizant of this reality, which is why Rhaego had immediately instructed Larys to pacify the populace upon receiving the news, striving to minimize the impact of his expedition, thus preventing turmoil among the city's inhabitants who had endured past tragedies. Soon, the figures of the Glutton and Silverwing appeared above the city, their roars and the gusts from their wings capturing the attention of all within. The prince has returned. The prince is back. Your Highness. Your Highness. Those who had been diligently tending to their tasks paused upon sighting the mighty dragons in the sky, waving and shouting joyfully towards Rhaego atop the Glutton. This feeling of being adored was indeed intoxicating, and Rhaego deliberately commanded the Glutton to circle above Stone Dance City a few more times, waving and acknowledging the cheers before finally instructing the Glutton to descend onto the Dragon Square. Sliding down from the dragon's back, he found Larys and Bronn already waiting at the entrance, Larys limping slightly. Your Highness, Larys Bronn. Rhaego nodded in response to their greetings as he led them towards the castle, inquiring, are the military funds prepared for this expedition? Everything is ready, Your Highness. Larys replied respectfully. In accordance with your orders, we have prepared a portion of silver stags, and a remainder has been supplemented with swords and blades. Excellent. Rhaego affirmed with satisfaction, acknowledging the diligence of Larys and Bronn. Originally, Viserys had commanded Rhaego to lead his vassals and noble armies into battle. But Rhaego was essentially a commander without a following. The only nobles under his command were Larys and Bronn, making a total of 1.5. The garrison responsible for Stone Dance City comprised merely 1,000 men, who were burdened with numerous obstacles. Thus, Rhaego had exchanged wealth and provisions for the order to lead the expedition alone. In truth, Rhaego was aware that, for Viserys, whether he brought men or contributed funds was inconsequential. As long as he and the two dragons agreed to fight at the Stairs Islands, that was sufficient. Therefore, even in terms of funding, Rhaego had only symbolically prepared a few thousand silver stags, with the remainder being swords crafted by the blacksmiths of the city. Stone Dance City lacked many things, but iron was not one of them, and Rhaego's actions also provided income for the blacksmiths. Upon returning to the castle, Rhaego enjoyed a hot bath attended by the maidens, then sat down to dine with his two subordinates. Let's discuss the whereabouts of the lords. The roasted lamb ribs, golden and glistening, were lightly sprinkled with spices. After a day of hunger, Rhaego savored a few hearty bites, washing it down with sweet honey wine. It was sheer bliss. Your Highness, Bronn exclaimed, setting down the half-eaten leg of lamb and wiping the grease from his mouth. Without hesitation, he stated, I suspect the king and the other lords have been preparing for this for quite some time. Just a few days after the command was issued, the troops from the valley and Old Town have already set out with provisions. The Stormlands have also dispatched a raven to inform Lord Larys of their arrival time. Tie-Dead Island should not be far behind. At the latest, within a month, 5,000 troops will reach Stone Dance City. Chewing on the delectable lamb, Rhaego was not surprised by Bronn's account. If Viserys had been plotting for over a year and still delayed, it would necessitate a re-evaluation of the king's capabilities. And what news from the Stormlands, Larys? Your Highness, the Prime Minister has sent word, attempting to persuade me to lead the soldiers along with you to the Stairs Islands. Larys's expression darkened. Based on the detailed analysis conducted by Rhaego and the others, it was evident that this campaign to the Stairs Islands was a classic strategy to divert internal conflicts. The troops dispatched would certainly not consist of the elite and loyal forces of the various nobles, and the general leading them would undoubtedly face perilous circumstances. Had it not been for Rhaego's insistence on going, Larys and Bronn would have done everything in their power to dissuade him, unwilling to let the Prince of Stone Dance City venture into danger. Yet unexpectedly, Laenos, Rhaego's own father, had sent Larys to lead the expedition to the Stairs Islands, an obvious death sentence. Puff! Rhaego raised an eyebrow as he caught a glimpse of Larys's expression, nearly bursting into laughter. Fortunately, he managed to restrain himself, refraining from adding salt to the wounds of his loyal subordinate. Ahem, Larys, you are my vassal. Stone Dance Castle still requires your governance. Pay no heed to the Prime Minister's orders. I shall clarify the situation to him. Thank you, Your Highness. Oh, by the way, Rhaego suddenly recalled, Bronn, please seek out Arthur shortly and have him forge 2 sturdy Valyrian steel chests for me, each capable of accommodating 4 human heads, with several handles affixed to the exterior for binding purposes. Ensure he employs his finest craftsmanship. Once completed, have him come to me. I will have the greedy one forge them. As you command, Your Highness. Very well. The troubling matters have reached a conclusion. From now on, focus solely on the construction of Stone Dance Castle. Let us install several large crossbows atop the battlements, transforming Stone Dance into an impregnable fortress. Now, let us eat. This roasted leg of lamb is quite delectable, and at last, I have imparted 8 parts of my true skill. Chapter 70. The transformation of Stone Dance Castle upon returning from Dragonstone. Rhaego dedicated his time to managing affairs in Stone Dance Castle. Numerous matters awaited his personal attention, particularly those on which Larys was indecisive or required confirmation from Rhaego himself. For Rhaego, accustomed to a life of leisure and freedom, the occasional flurry of administrative duties within his domain proved to be a refreshing diversion, transforming his busyness into a balm for his spirit. In the mornings, he addressed mundane tasks, followed by visiting Dragonstone to feed his 2 gluttonous dragons, nurturing their bond. Subsequently, Rhaego strolled through the city with his guards, ostensibly inspecting the progress of Stone Dance's construction. Whenever he encountered aspects that did not meet his approval, he would summon the workers to rectify and rebuild. Life in the castle flourished with vibrancy. The residents of Stone Dance Castle held the affable Prince Rhaego in high esteem, wherever he traversed. Individuals would respectfully bow and greet him. The newly established marketplace bustled with activity. As Stone Dance expanded and the advantageous geographical position of the harbor began to flourish, an increasing number of merchants flocked to Dragonport, trading goods at the docks and in the marketplace. Today, nearly every household among the indigenous people of Stone Dance boasted a plump purse, since Rhaego commenced the forging of Valyrian steel. Although the ultimate quality depended on the Dragonfire of the Greedy One, Rhaego, as the prince, proved exceptionally generous to the blacksmiths in the city. For every exquisite Westerosi steel sword they crafted, they would receive a gold dragon from Rhaego, a monumental blessing for those who may have never seen a gold dragon in their lifetime. With the meteoric rise of Valyrian steel swords, even as Rhaego implemented auctions and limited sales to control their availability, the profits from the swords already sold were sufficient to enrich the blacksmiths significantly. Furthermore, once Dragonport was completed and the expansion of Stone Dance reached its conclusion, under the strategic planning of Larys and others, the notoriety brought by Valyrian steel was successfully transformed into tangible foot traffic. Not only the blacksmiths involved in sword forging, but even the elderly were able to seize opportunities to earn some income. Given the current wealth per capita in Stone Dance, Rhaego dared to assert that no lord's domain could rival his affluence. The common folk's desires were straightforward: rice in the granary, clothes on their backs, and coins in their pockets. Such was a prosperity beyond price. As the architect of this flourishing era in Stone Dance, Rhaego's stature in the hearts of its residents far eclipsed that of the king. After all, when the king ruled over them, even a full meal was an unattainable luxury. Rhaego ambled through the pristine streets of Stone Dance, smiling warmly and nodding in response to every citizen who bowed to him. Occasionally, vendors would present homemade snacks and trinkets to the esteemed prince, and he graciously accepted each offering, savoring them amidst the concerned gazes of Bronn and his guards. Rhaego reveled in this familiar camaraderie, wandering through the streets of Stone Dance as if he had returned to a world he once knew, where the people adored their leader as fervently as they did in the vibrant scenes before him. He traversed from the east to the west of the city, moving from residential areas to industrial zones, and only after his smile had nearly frozen did he finally retract it, pushing open the door to Arthur's blacksmith shop. Inside, the forge blazed with activity. Arthur's 2 newly appointed apprentices were diligently hammering away at the glowing steel ingots, sparks flying in every direction. Arthur, the master, stood behind them with a small hammer, his gaze fixed on the evolving shape of the steel, continuously imparting wisdom on control and observation to his apprentices, occasionally correcting their strikes. Rhaego's unexpected visit filled Arthur with delight. Startled, he dropped his hammer and, with heartfelt gratitude, knelt before Rhaego. "Your Highness, Arthur pays his respects. Rise. There is no need for such formalities." Rhaego stepped into the forge, his eyes locking onto the two hefty metal chests resting in the corner as if guided by some internal radar. "Are these the chests you crafted for me?" "Yes, Your Highness. My apprentices and I have labored tirelessly for 2 days and nights, completing the chest just last night. Unsure of whether you'll be satisfied, I thought to embellish them here before presenting them to you." The two iron chests, simple in design and perhaps differing due to the quenching process, bore a dark bluish hue rather than the silvery sheen of swords. Rhaego approached, opened them for inspection, and found them to align well with his expectations. He retrieved several gold dragons from his pocket, not counting them, and tossed them to Arthur. "Here, this is your payment for the work. I am quite pleased with these chests. No further embellishments are necessary." Without regard for the tearful gratitude of Arthur and his apprentices, Rhaego turned to Bronn at the door. Bronn summoned 2 individuals to carry these chests to the entrance of Dragonstone. "Also, bring the preparations along." "Yes, Your Highness." Rhaego bid farewell to Arthur and led 2 guards carrying the iron chests to Dragonstone, instructing them to place the chests at the entrance. He then shooed them away and whistled for the Greedy One and Silverwing. With 2 distinct dragon roars echoing, Silverwing's magnificent silver form emerged from the lair, affectionately nudging Rhaego's chest with its large head, emitting a soft growl. "Not today. I have matters to discuss with the Greedy One." Gently calming Silverwing, Rhaego drew the Greedy One aside, pointing to the 2 black iron chests on the ground. "Greedy One, Dragonfire." As with the previous process of forging Valyrian steel swords, Rhaego first infused the 2 iron chests with magic, then had the Greedy One reheat them with its scorching green flames. The once unremarkable iron chest transformed into Valyrian steel, shimmering with a bronze hue. Satisfied, Rhaego tapped the chests, sensing a distinct aura of bloodfire magic emanating from them. He opened both chests, laying the pre-prepared magical fishbone fragments across the bottom, filling them halfway before pausing. The items previously brought by Bronn had long since arrived. Rhaego bent down to unwrap them, revealing a gray leather mold and a substantial bundle of gray rope. Chapter 71. A letter from the ruler. This is a dragon egg holder crafted from the hide of a dragon. While it is referred to as a holder, in truth it consists of a square piece of dragon hide with 3 oval-shaped holes carved into it, designed to secure the dragon eggs and prevent them from being jostled. The hide originates from the dragon known as Grey Shadow. Upon Rhaego's arrival at Dragonstone, and after taming the glutton, found himself exuberantly riding atop the equally eager beast as it dashed around Dragon Mountain. Unfortunately, the ill-fated Grey Shadow collided directly with the glutton. Faced with the overwhelming size and experience of the glutton, Grey Shadow offered little in the way of resistance before being promptly decapitated, with Rhaego unable to intervene in time. Fortunately, Rhaego managed to prevent the glutton from consuming Grey Shadow, providing a modicum of comfort for the unfortunate subadult dragon. Had the original narrative unfolded as intended, this fledgling dragon would ultimately have succumbed to the severely injured Sunfire upon returning to Dragonstone, only to be devoured by the companion dragon of Aegon. Now, having met an untimely demise at the hands of the glutton, Grey Shadow could at least boast of a noble end. After all, one could claim to have engaged in a legendary battle, for aside from Rhaego, none had witnessed the event. Grey Shadow's corpse was entrusted to a messenger from Laenor, who sent ahead to the ship as Rhaego departed from Dragonstone, ultimately arriving at Stone Dance. The resilient scales and hide of Grey Shadow were meticulously crafted by artisans into the covering for a dragon's saddle and fashioned into a scabbard for Dawn, with the remainder utilized for other purposes. Rhaego installed the 2 holders into a chest and beckoned for the 2 dragons to lie down. With a few agile movements, he climbed onto their backs and carefully retrieved the package secured to their saddles. With a roar, as soon as Rhaego placed the package on the ground, Silverwing eagerly approached, lowly growling as she cradled the 3 dragon eggs in her embrace, emitting a comforting purr. Rhaego, somewhat exasperated, patted Silverwing's large nose, momentarily redirecting his attention to the glutton. He extracted the 3 eggs of varying colors from the package, first reaching out to sense the faint life force within each one. Satisfied that they all contained a flicker of vitality, he proceeded to nestle them into the holders within the chest. The red, green, and black eggs, while initially appearing ordinary, revealed their beauty upon closer inspection. Muttering to himself, Rhaego glanced at the glutton's brooding gaze and couldn't help but grin wickedly. Glutton, don't be too disdainful of these unexpected offspring. At your age, finding a suitable mate among the majestic dragonesses to continue your lineage is no simple task. The glutton, understanding Rhaego's words, let out a disgruntled roar in response, inching closer to Silverwing, who was preoccupied with her eggs. Rhaego rolled his eyes at the sight. You old codger, are you attempting to woo the elegant and affluent lady? Silverwing, do not mind him. As laughter echoed among the trio, Rhaego secured the 3 eggs, layering them with fishwood shavings to ensure they would remain stable. After confirming their steadiness, he gently closed the chest, fastening it with a long strap made from dragon hide to the pre-molded handle. Climbing back onto the glutton's back, he firmly secured the iron chest containing the 3 dragon eggs to the saddle. The dragon hide strap ensured that it would not be severed by Dragonfire during battle, and the Valyrian steel chest was impervious to the searing flames, providing an additional layer of security against theft. With the magical fishwood shavings and gray shadows hide inside, Rhaego felt confident that these eggs were perhaps the safest and most comfortable in all of Westeros. Enough of your fussing. Let me store them away. When the time comes, I will ensure they are hatched, but that moment will be when you are ready to embrace parenthood. Gently nudging Silverwing's protective head away from the eggs, Rhaego whispered soothingly to the maternal dragon, expending considerable effort to expose the package beneath. Despite it not being his first time witnessing the 3 pale pink eggs, Rhaego remained captivated by their enchanting shells. Such exquisite shells, he mused, caressing their rough surfaces, lost in admiration. I hope that when you hatch, you will be as beautiful and charming as your shells, lest you emerge as 3 wretched drakes. That would be quite disheartening. As he felt the life essence radiating from within, he murmured softly. Silverwing, however, was not pleased, emitting a series of low growls and, for the first time, gently nudging Rhaego to the ground. All right. I shall cease my remarks. They are your most splendid offspring. Rhaego quickly raised the eggs in a gesture of surrender, placing the 3 magnificent dragon eggs into another iron chest, once again layering it with fishwood shavings before securing it tightly to Silverwing's saddle with dragonhide straps. Placing the dragon eggs on the backs of the dragons does carry inherent risks, and Rhaego's precautions, while extensive, were not foolproof, as there remained the possibility of jostling. Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly safer than stowing them within his castle or hiding them in a secretive location. Rhaego was acutely aware that once King Viserys learned of his acquisition of 6 dragon eggs from Dragonstone, he would undoubtedly be incensed, potentially leading to an immediate siege of Stone Dance by a dozen dragons. Thus, for the time being, the existence of these 6 dragon eggs would remain a closely guarded secret, hidden until the glutton fully regained its prime, and only then would they be hatched, at a time when Rhaego possessed the capacity to address any ensuing troubles. Fortunately, he believed he could wait a decade, if need be. After ensuring the dragon eggs were securely stored, Rhaego spent a little more time playing with the 2 dragons before calling back his distant attendants to return home. Your Grace, a letter has arrived from King's Landing. Upon returning to the castle, Larys hurriedly approached him with a letter in hand, the burning white tower on the envelope causing Rhaego to narrow his eyes as he contemplated opening it. Rhaego Targaryen, I write to you as the Queen, the letter began. It was brief, and Rhaego swiftly finished reading it, though its contents left him in a prolonged state of bewilderment. Is this Alicent truly foolish or merely pretending? Seeking my cooperation? The letter from King's Landing was dispatched by the current Queen, Alicent Hightower, through clandestine channels to Stone Dance. Perhaps the taming of Silverwing and Vhagar by Rhaego and Viserys had heightened the anxiety of this woman, increasingly ensnared in the game of power. Her 2 sons, Aegon Targaryen and Aemon Targaryen, had reached the ages of 6 and 3, respectively, drawing ever closer to their time of dragon riding, especially for her eldest, Aegon, who, at 6, had flown upon Syrax. Alicent, disdainful of that licentious woman, longed for her own sons to surpass Rhaenyra's legacy. Yet the loss of 2 unclaimed dragons had driven the queen to madness. Just as she viewed Rhaenyra as a direct rival, she perceived Rhaenyra's dragons as a significant threat, alongside that dubious demon who possessed at least 2 adult dragons. When Aegon and Aemon came of age, their dragons would likely struggle against Bloodworm and Syrax. This, perhaps, was the impetus for Alicent's urgent missive to Rhaego. Rhaego Targaryen, I write to you as the Queen, but not in the capacity of royalty. First and foremost, congratulations on your remarkable achievement of taming both the Greedy One and Silverwing. You have garnered the favor of 2 colossal dragons simultaneously. an accomplishment that has eluded all dragon lords thus far. This is indeed a matter of great pride, yet I trust you are also acutely aware of the troubles it brings. Viserion has been prone to furious outbursts over the past year, clearly perceiving your existence as a threat to his throne. No one wishes to wield a sharp weapon that they cannot control, and if that weapon has already spiraled out of control, the most prudent course of action would be to obliterate it without hesitation. As you embark on your expedition to the Stepstone Islands, you are bound to face perilous trials. I have observed several Lyseni and Bravosi within the Red Keep, engaging in delightful conversations with the king, which I trust you will find to be a piece of favorable news. This reflects my sincerity, as well as that of Hightower, and I believe you should comprehend our demands. Lastly, I wish you a successful journey to the Stepstone Islands, while also cautioning you to remain wary of Dorne. Lares hastily perused the queen's confidential missive, and after a prolonged moment of bewilderment, he found himself unable to fathom why the queen would so carelessly inscribe such vital information upon paper, ultimately dispatching a knight of Hightower across great distances to deliver it. He was at a loss for words. Your Grace, I fear that the queen's letter has likely graced the king's desk long before now. Lares spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. That is an evident truth, Lares, Rhaego replied with a smile, shedding his cloak and armor, shaking his head as he continued. Our king has become accustomed to concealing his true intentions, perpetually presenting a benevolent facade to the subjects of the Seven Kingdoms. In the end, these individuals have come to regard him as a fool, deaf and blind, flaunting their hidden agendas openly, much like our queen. At this juncture, Rhaego found Alicent's behavior increasingly absurd. If she fears that Rhaenyra may obstruct her son's ascent, does she not also regard me with similar trepidation? I possess 2 dragons, 2 formidable adult dragons. Rhaego felt a sense of indignation at being underestimated. Indeed, Queen Alicent is but a facade of substance, yet your grace. I perceive this as an extraordinary opportunity. The queen has extended an olive branch to you, seeking your assistance, which may prove beneficial in navigating your current predicament. The knight from Hightower still awaits outside. Shall we send a reply? A reply? Rhaego cast a penetrating glance at Lares. What would I even express in a response? Thank her for her exclusive tidings? Or perhaps unveil the implications of her words, stepping forth to aid in their power struggle? Or berate her and shift allegiance to Rhaenyra? Let the messenger feast and take his leave laden with gold, ensuring we do not breach the hospitality of Dragonstone. I am well aware of your ambitions, Lares, Rhaego said, narrowing his eyes as he settled into a chair facing Lares, whose demeanor appeared increasingly disconcerted. Manipulating power and the hearts of men can be beguiling, yet it is fraught with peril, especially when one seeks to manipulate the mind of a fool. A momentary lapse in vigilance could result in your head upon a spear at the foot of the Red Keep staircase. Alicent is indeed a classic fool, and Rhaenyra is no less so. Involving oneself in the wars of women is hardly a judicious decision. Taking a sip of honeyed wine, Rhaego regarded Lares, whose bowed head concealed his eyes in shadow, and continued in a placid tone, You wish to ensnare me within this vortex of power, or perhaps to afford me a glimpse of that throne bristling with daggers. Yet your method of selecting allies is rather inept. Your attempts to drag me into the fray are clumsy at best. Sighing softly, Rhaego leaned back against the chair. Lares, striving for the interests of your lord is not inherently wrong, but your presumptuous scheming is less than agreeable. Lares's face turned ashen, and he sprang to his feet in alarm. His lame right leg caused him to stumble, and he barely steadied himself by gripping the table. Under Rhaego's icy gaze, Lares, who had remained unflinching in the face of the daunting matters piling up within Dragonstone, now faltered, trembling as he uttered, Your Grace, I merely believe you are no less deserving than they. You have a legitimate claim to the Iron Throne, so... What a foolish notion, Rhaego retorted mercilessly. Utterly absurd. Presumptuous. Do you truly believe that our 2 dragons and Alicent's penchant for gossip could secure the Iron Throne? Even if Alicent were to circulate Rhaenyra's indiscretions throughout the realm, as long as Viserion remains steadfast, who could displace her? We possess but 2 dragons, while King's Landing boasts dozens, with more rapidly maturing. The stark reality is that should I publicly intervene, tomorrow Dragonstone would be reduced to smoldering ruins, with Greedy One and Silverwing perishing upon the sea, and I would meet my end, as would you. Our heads would pay the price for Alicent's folly, displayed upon the spears of the executioner at the Bridge of Maegor, while our queen would emerge unscathed. That is the truth of our predicament. The realm is not merely a battleground. It is a tapestry of human relations. One misstep could lead us to irrevocable ruin, for we are expendable to the king. Yet, As wives and daughters, they have the chance to rise again as long as they draw breath. Do you understand? I understand, Your Grace, Lares replied. Then depart and contemplate your thoughts. Send that wretched Hightower out of my castle, out of my lands. You shall personally ensure he departs at once. Yes, Your Grace. Chapter 73. The Armies Assemble. Lares's presumptuousness was indeed infuriating, yet Alicent's crystalline folly was even more absurd. Rhaego could hardly fathom how one so highborn, having received an education befitting nobility, could display such refreshing ignorance. What manner of place is Dragonstone? As Rhaego's stronghold, following the Battle of the Narrow Sea. Viserion spies must have long since encircled it. Not even a missive from the Queen could be delivered without scrutiny. Even a fly from the stinking cesspools of King's Landing would be meticulously scrutinized on its journey to Dragonstone. What does Alicent possess that others lack? Rhaego even suspected that the so-called Knight of House Hightower delivering the message was an agent of Viserion. As for Lares, Rhaego's ire stemmed from the fact that this untrustworthy subordinate consistently acted of his own accord in pursuit of his interests. Though loyal and politically adept, Lares's political acumen left much to be desired. Take Viserion as an example. In this very moment, Lares had drawn Rhaego into the fray for the Iron Throne, leaving him with little option but to become the antagonist in a grand dragon conflict. If he were to rise at a time when Viserion was at his weakest, it might be somewhat justified. After all, the king's grasp on the realm had dwindled to its nadir, and his desire for power was stifled by the specter of death, thereby granting Rhaego some leeway. However, Lares's current attempt to coerce Rhaego into an alliance with Alicent to board their pirate vessel was tantamount to an old man committing suicide out of sheer impatience. Never underestimate a king's insatiable thirst for power, regardless of how wise he may outwardly appear. For even the most illustrious of rulers can succumb to the perils of ambition, let alone the more narrow-minded Viserion. At this juncture, should Rhaego reveal himself, even without his true identity exposed, he would find no favor, as this would not merely be a bid for a so-called claim to the throne, but an overt rebellion against the king. From Viserion's perspective, Rhaego would be seen as conspiring with his queen to usurp him from the Iron Throne. In such a scenario, if Viserion did not react with fury, Rhaego would genuinely consider him a man of valor. To say that the true identity of Rhaego was utterly revealed in the eyes of Viserys would be an understatement. Should he agree to conspire with Alicent, it would signify a treacherous attempt by a foreign power to usurp the sovereignty of his own realm, a grave matter indeed. While Rhaego could not assure the outcome for Alicent, the dragon's fate, and his own, alongside the two dragons he had painstakingly tamed, would undoubtedly be far from favorable. Of course, if his strength had already burgeoned to a point capable of sweeping away the Targaryens, the situation would be entirely different. However, he had not yet reached such an invincible state. Prudence was still paramount. He recalled the teachings of his forebears: build high walls, amass grain, and delay declaring kingship. As long as he could endure, he had no fear of outlasting them. The display of intellect by Alicent had reached a temporary conclusion with the limping departure of the knight from Hightower. And while it seemed as though nothing transpired in the Seven Kingdoms, Rhaego keenly noted an influx of unfamiliar faces within Dragonstone. Even Rhaenyra, for the first time, had set aside her role as a formidable queen, accompanying Laenor on Dragonback to visit Dragonstone several times. Their meetings devolved into awkward conversations, with little of value exchanged, much to Rhaego's annoyance. Fortunately, as time passed, the forces of Storm's End arrived on a tempestuous morning, having been preemptively accommodated by Lares in a camp just shy of 10 miles from Dragonstone, capable of housing 5,000 to 6,000 men, successfully welcoming the troops of Storm's End. At last, he found a reason to extricate himself from Rhaenyra's clutches and joyfully made his way outside to meet the commander dispatched from Storm's End. Although Rhaego held no interest in the colorful personal life of the realm's luminaries, he was still a vigorous young man. Rhaenyra, despite being merely 15 years of age, had developed remarkably due to the Targaryen lineage and the rigorous conditions of recent years, resembling a ripe peach. Unlike Rhaego, who was a novice, Rhaenyra had long harbored desires for her uncle, but his prior indifference had thwarted her attempts. However, spurred by Alicent's provocations and her own burgeoning emotions, Rhaenyra became particularly uninhibited when alone with Rhaego, even displaying audacity in the presence of her betrothed, Laenor Velaryon. As the saying goes, a good man fears a persistent woman. Rhaego found himself exasperated by her relentless advances and seized the opportunity during a military inspection to slip away from Dragonstone. Storm's End was the domain of House Baratheon, currently overseen by Duke Boros Baratheon. The Baratheon lineage was established during the conquest by Orys Baratheon, a trusted companion of Aegon the Conqueror, who purportedly was Aegon's illegitimate brother. He had slain the last Storm King with his own hands and was granted lordship over Storm's End, ruling the tempestuous land for generations. In response to the king's summons, Storm's End dispatched 1,000 elite knights, though Rhaego quickly discerned that these so-called elite were merely untrained youths, likely hastily recruited mercenaries and proletarian knights. The leading knight, self-styled as the fearless Django, was clearly a pawn unaware of his fate, prompting Rhaego to disregard him and hide within the camp under the pretense of military drills, avoiding the now ignited interest of Rhaenyra. As the forces from Storm's End arrived, troops from the Vale and distant Old Town trickled into Dragonstone. The composition of Old Town's forces mirrored that of Storm's End, filled with mercenaries and proletarian knights, while the Vale's troops appeared somewhat more organized, though likely drawn from a beleaguered, noble house with no notable leaders. Rhaego welcomed the relative peace, delegating the arrangements for their accommodations to Bronn while awaiting the arrival of the forces from Driftmark and Crab Island. Rhaego maintained a respectful distance from these soldiers, who had been cast forth by their lords as fodder. He harbored no intentions of seizing control over their ranks, nor did he feel compelled to rescue them from peril. Their king and lords had forsaken them to create an opportunity to eliminate their foes at minimal cost, and unfortunately for them, that foe was Rhaego himself. In a strict sense, these soldiers were merely instruments of their lord's designs against him, and thus their fates held little interest for Rhaego, thus concealed within the camp. Rhaego was indulging in a nap when Bronn abruptly entered. "Your Highness, the fleets from Driftmark and Crab Island have arrived." Chapter 74, A Moonless Night and High Winds. In the year of Conquest 113, the Grand Coalition from the Six Kingdoms set sail from Dragonstone's Twin Dragon Harbor aboard the warships of Driftmark and Crab Island. Rhaego, fully armed, took to the skies on the backs of his dragons, Greed and Silverwing, amidst the anxious gazes of Larys, Bronn, and the knights and commoners of the city. They roared into the moist morning air of the bay, departing in a long procession headed southward. The coalition from Driftmark and Crab Island was considerably more elite than those from the other three regions, with many veterans from the First Battle of the Stepstones among their ranks. Unlike the nobles of the other territories, Valerion did not publicly flaunt his selection of commanders. The Sea Snake, Corlys Valerion, had sent his brother, Vaemond Valerion, to lead the 2,000 men from Driftmark and Crab Island, with Rhaego nominally serving as the supreme commander of the coalition. Following the currents, the fleet's speed was notably swifter than Rhaego's previous voyage to King's Landing aboard the Sea Snake's vessel. In just 2 days, as the sun began to set on the second evening, the fleet was crossing the vast waters opposite Shipbreaker Bay, propelled forward by the evening breeze towards the Bloodstone Island. To the southwest of Shipbreaker Bay lies a place known as Rainstar Hill, which extends further into the Western Sea, dotted with several small islands. These islands had once served as temporary strongholds for the pirates of the Stepstones, who plundered the merchants navigating the narrow sea. As night fell, the experienced Vaemond commanded the fleet to anchor by one of the islands to avoid an unwise entry into the waters of Bloodstone Island, where they might fall prey to an ambush from the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, thus incurring unnecessary losses. Rhaego, observing from above, understood Vaemond's intentions. Though he was the nominal commander of the coalition, he was acutely aware that the rabble from Old Town and Storm's End were merely cannon fodder, while the troops from Vale, Driftmark, and Crab Island remained staunch loyalists to Viserys. He doubted that a mere title of prince could inspire these pawns to rally behind him. While he was the strongest knight in the Seven Kingdoms by virtue of the tournament, the distinction between solitary combat and leading an army was not to be conflated. With Vaemond present, they would not heed his command. Rhaego, disinterested in leading the troops, considered himself a man of sentiment. If they were not truly his loyal followers, their demise would not weigh upon his conscience. As the ground forces busied themselves with the raucous establishment of their camp, Rhaego, having taken advantage of the dragon's speed, had already arrived at Tarth Island, well-fed and refreshed from a good rest. He commanded Greed to ascend, concealing the 2 dragons within the heavy clouds of night, and set a course towards the Stepstones. "Roar! Quiet down. We are on a covert reconnaissance mission." Greed had never undertaken such a long flight with Rhaego before, and the vast expanse of the ocean exhilarated the dragon. Silverwing, having been confined to the dragon pit of Dragonstone for an extended period, was also eager to spread its wings, yet remained concerned for Rhaego's safety. Thus, their flights had only ventured short distances over the narrow sea, and they had never traveled so far before. As the 2 dragons were about to unleash their exuberant roars, Rhaego swiftly intervened to halt them. Although Alicent's intelligence was somewhat lacking in coherence, her letter to Rhaego contained a valuable piece of information, an admonition to remain vigilant against Dorne. To be frank, Rhaego held little regard for the armies of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters. They possessed no formidable weaponry capable of inflicting harm upon dragons, and their experience encountering draconic assaults was lamentably scant. The previous battle at the Stepstones had seen Demon and the Sea Snakes strike with ruthless ferocity, leaving only a handful of pirates to escape their clutches, thus depriving Dorne of significant experience in dragon warfare. However, Dorne was a different matter altogether. Since the inception of Aegon's conquest, they had been engaged in a long-standing struggle against the Targaryen dragons. Throughout numerous Dornish wars, Dorne had suffered devastating losses. Yet their rich history of resistance against dragons equipped them with the acumen to confront such threats with relative ease. Rhaego could not afford to be careless. While Alicent's information might not be entirely accurate, and Dorne's involvement in the impending conflict was not guaranteed, caution was never misplaced. In the protracted timeline following the conquest, only 2 regions had managed to slay dragons in direct combat, with Dorne being one of them. The founding dragon of House Targaryen, Meraxes, perished during the First Dornish War, alongside her rider, Aegon's sister, Rhaenys Targaryen. The Euler family of Helgate became the first mortals in Westeros to achieve the feat of dragon slaying, albeit at a grave cost to Dorne. The other successful dragon slayers hail from the Iron Islands, where Euron Greyjoy, the brother of the Ironborn leader, would later vanquish Daenerys' second son, Rhaego. Yet, that would be a tale for another time. The Devourer and Silverwing comprehended Rhaego's command, tempering their exuberance as they stealthily concealed themselves within the clouds, swiftly approaching Bloodstone Island. The chaotic arrangement of the Stepstones appeared from above like a shattered porcelain mosaic, with Bloodstone Island being the first landmass encountered when traversing north to south through the Stepstones, and also the largest among them. Mirroring the tactics employed during the last battle at the Stepstones, Vaemond Valerion emulated Daemon's strategy, designating this largest island as the bastion for the Seven Kingdoms counteroffensive. The primary objective of the Allied forces was to swiftly land upon Bloodstone Island and secure it firmly before advancing further. As Rhaego soared over the narrow sea, the tranquil waters shimmered blood-red in the sunset, seemingly foreshadowing the impending tumult that would soon unfold in these waters. From his lofty vantage point, Rhaego observed no anomalies in the vicinity of Bloodstone Island, having circled the isle twice without discerning any large fleets. However, after the dragons had traversed a considerable distance towards the island's western side, dozens of vessels, concealed in the shadows of a small island-esque harbor, abruptly came into view. They had hidden themselves quite well. The sudden appearance of the fleet startled Rhaego, instilling a sense of foreboding. Had he not whimsically chosen to scout the area on Dragonback? The presence of these warships, lying in wait, could have spelled disaster. Should Vaemond issue the order to land tomorrow, and the tide of battle grow fierce, this fleet could emerge from the flank, resulting in catastrophic losses for the entire army, and even pose a significant threat to the Devourer and Silverwing. The cautionary tale of Meraxes loomed large in Rhaego's mind. He could not risk placing the 2 dragons in peril, nor would he allow the allied forces to be easily vanquished. Thus, he resolved to devise a plan of attack. With twilight still lingering, Rhaego commanded the 2 dragons to temporarily distance themselves from Bloodstone Island, seeking refuge on a smaller island nearer to Shipbreaker Bay, where he could inspect his armor while awaiting the cover of night. The time for bloodshed had come. As darkness enveloped the sky, ominous storm clouds began to gather over the narrow sea, casting a pall over the entire bay. The ocean roiled like a pitch-black curtain, heaving restlessly in the night wind, occasionally crashing against the rocky shoals with a sound akin to tearing fabric. 2 immense shadows swept across the surface of the sea, silently gliding toward the Dornish fleet. Clearly, Dorne had received precise intelligence regarding the Allied forces' movements. Even in the dead of night, dozens of warships remained poised for action, forming a formidable phalanx with their prows aimed menacingly at the distant shores of Bloodstone Island, their banners fluttering eagerly as though awaiting the call to arms. Rhaego, several kilometers from the small island, directed the 2 dragons to ascend rapidly, heading directly for the Dornish fleet under the cloak of night. The Devourer and Silverwing soared above the fleet, the sound of their wings slicing through the air, awakening the sentinels on watch. A tall Dornish warrior looked up in alarm. Fear reflected in his eyes as he beheld the massive form of the Devourer. Dragons! Enemy attack! The dragons are coming! Clang! 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 The panicked cries and piercing alarm sounds erupted chaotically among the fleet as Dornish soldiers stumbled out of their cabins, groggy and bewildered, watching as the watch ships frantically attempted to maneuver, their heads spinning like headless flies, striving to turn their vessels against the aerial foes. Corin Martell, the ruling prince of Dorne and head of House Martell, had received the alliance invitation from the kingdom of the Three Daughters months prior. With deep-seated enmity towards the Seven Kingdoms and the Targaryen family, Qhorin readily agreed to the Three Daughters' request, personally leading his fleet to the vicinity of Bloodstone Island in preparation for battle. At this moment, Qhorin had not yet retired for the night. His cabin was illuminated by flickering candles, and he perused military reports, contemplating the morrow as confrontation. According to intelligence from the Merlings, the Targaryen prince and his allied forces had arrived near Shipbreaker Bay and would soon assault Bloodstone Island. Although they had prepared for this eventuality, setting traps in advance, the thought of facing two dragons in battle left Qhorin restless. Dragons. Enemy attack. The cacophony of chaos reached his quarters, and the youthful Qhorin sprang to his feet, seizing the long sword hanging nearby, and hastened onto the deck. At this point, the Dornish fleet was in utter disarray. All ships scrambled to pivot their vessels. It was already too late. The emerald flames of Dragonfire illuminated the darkened bay, as the Devourer and Silverwing, exhilarated, dove toward the ants below, daring to challenge the might of dragons. Dracarys. The two dragons flew in unison, their surging flames igniting from the stern of the ships, engulfing the Dornish fleet in a conflagration. Attack! Fire the ballistae! Qhorin frantically wielded his sword, hoarsely commanding his ships to aim. Yet Rhaego had long since devised tactics to evade the ballistae, launching a surprise assault from the blind spot that resulted in the annihilation of a third of their vessels. The dragons then roared upward into the clouds, leaving the fleet below bereft of their presence. Advance! Out of the bay! Get out of the bay! The narrow confines of the harbor had become a natural crematorium. Qhorin had not anticipated a dragon assault in the dead of night. While Silverwing's flames merely ignited the wooden ships, the Devourer's fierce green fire raged like wildfire, not only obliterating the targeted vessels into splinters, but also igniting nearby ships in a relentless conflagration, transforming half the bay into a green inferno. Remaining in this confining bay would only lead to passive annihilation. Qhorin had no choice but to decisively order the remaining ships to flee the harbor at full speed, hoping to form a formation on the open sea to counter the assault of the two dragons. But, as fate would have it, Rhaego had the same thought. One-third of the warships were instantly consigned to the depths of the sea, with some Dornish soldiers barely catching a glimpse of the two dragons before being engulfed in chaos. Terrified survivors rushed towards the expansive waters beyond the bay, the once orderly formation disintegrating in an instant. The fleeing vessels scattered haphazardly, and desperate cries stirred the heated surface of the ocean. Maintain formation. Do not panic. Damn it. Do not scatter. The flagship of Cairn Martell found itself ensnared amidst the tumult of vessels, the helmsman cautiously maneuvering to evade the frantic fleet, fearful that the ship of their commander might be sunk by the mindless collision of allies. Prince Doran's voice rang out in a fervent roar, striving to restore order to the flotilla. The flag-bearer waved his arms with such fervor that he risked exhaustion, yet the cacophony rendered his commands futile. The fleet, a jumbled mass, surged towards the wide mouth of the bay. Roar! The figures of the Hunger and Silverwing re-emerged from the rear of the fleet. Cairn Martell was struck dumb as if by lightning, his gaze fixated on the descending dragons. This battle-hardened lord let his sword fall helplessly to his side. "Is over, Dracarys," they roared. Ha 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 ha! Like a spark igniting a powder keg, the Hunger and Silverwing unleashed their assault, tolling the funeral bell for the Dornish. Dragonfire incinerated the ships, and frantic survivors collided in their panic, countless souls lamenting their demise in the sea. Rhaego had to concede that such overwhelming violence was indeed addictive. Watching the Dornish soldiers wail beneath his Dragonfire, he let out an exhilarated shout, his laughter echoing across the bay alongside that of the dragons. A perfect double strike. With two successive dives, the Dornish fleet was nearly obliterated, having offered little in the way of effective resistance. While a few ships managed to loose crossbow bolts at the dragons, their panicked shots were aimless, failing to even graze the scales of the beasts. Cairn Martell stared numbly at the few ships that had miraculously escaped the bay, alongside his flagship, now reduced to a mere 6 vessels. It was worth noting that he had set out from Dorne with a full complement of 50 warships, and without having glimpsed the shadow of an enemy force. He had suffered near total annihilation. How was he to explain this to his vassals? "My lord, the dragons are coming again," a nobleman who had accompanied him cried out, his voice tinged with despair. The valiant and unyielding Dornish were gripped by terror at the one-sided slaughter. Dozens of nobles and their knights huddled together, their eyes cast skyward at the looming dragons. Prepare to attack. Cairn's frantic command rang out from the deck as the archers numbly raised their crossbows, attempting to target the diving dragons. The dragons approached from afar, suddenly plummeting with incredible speed, skimming just above the sea and sweeping past several ships, only to pull up sharply and turn back toward their rear. A broken archer shrieked in despair, unleashing bolts at the dragons in a futile, desperate struggle. Whoosh! In a single strike, 5 wrecks were left behind. The Dornish fleet, before the war had even properly begun, was all but annihilated, save for the flagship of Commander Caron Martell. Chapter 76, The Conquest of Bloodstone Island. Prince Caron Martell, along with the dozens of nobles, knights, and soldiers aboard the ship, did not wait for the Dragonfire to descend upon them. The Hunger merely swept low above the ships, its claws shredding the dragon crossbow mounted on the bow, sending splintered wood flying that grazed a few soldiers still huddled on the deck, yet they were spared their lives. The dragon has flown away. In the glow cast by the burning Dornish vessels, the dark silhouette of the Hunger and the silver figure of Silverwing were fully revealed to the survivors. The 2 dragons, having just completed their massacre, roared triumphantly, their massive forms twisting and dancing away from the blazing night sky. Is the demonic dragon gone? A Dornish noble gazed in disbelief as the dragons receded into the profound darkness. The relief of surviving sent him trembling to the deck, and like a chain reaction, others aboard, nobles and soldiers alike, slumped to the ground, the sound of weeping gradually rising among the crowd. Caron, dejected, clutched the ship's railing to steady himself, striving to maintain what little dignity remained as a lord, his gaze vacant and filled with dread as he stared in the direction the dragons had departed. Creak, creak. The tall flagship drifted helplessly amidst the wreckage of its compatriots, the occasional splintered wood striking the hull, emitting heart-wrenching cries that shattered the Dornish spirit. On the shores of Bloodstone Island, countless torches flickered to life as the reliable allies of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters finally discovered the nearby tragedy. Several small boats set forth from Bloodstone Island, cautiously approaching the eerie green bay. Roar, roar. A thrilling battle concluded. On their return journey, the excited growls of Hunger and Silverwing echoed, and Rhaego occasionally exchanged a few words, both the man and the dragons thoroughly satisfied with their experience. Embodying the spirit of merriment, Rhaego ultimately recognized the tall flagship, its banner emblazoned with a golden spear piercing a crimson sun, strikingly visible amidst the chaos. More distinguishable than any so-called standout, the presence of numerous other banners adorned with sigils only further proclaimed to Rhaego, this is the flagship of the Dornish fleet. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, Rhaego decided to spare the ship laden with meat for the dragons. His objective was merely to balance the combat power of both sides, and there was no need to forge a deadly enmity with the Dornish. If he slaughtered soldiers and burned warships, there would be no turning back. The Dornish would harbor a profound hatred for him, and should there come a time when he might need their assistance, words would turn sour. Upon returning to the encampment of the allied forces, Rhaego directed the Hunger to land at a location distant from a camp. Wyman courteously sent a few knights to invite Rhaego to the war tent for discussions. Rhaego, uninterested in their so-called strategy, instructed the knights to inform Wyman that he would act independently in matters of military tactics, then unfurled a fine blanket he had prepared beneath the wings of the Hunger, reclining comfortably while channeling magic into the 2 dragons and nurturing his drowsiness. My lord, Prince consents to your autonomy in military strategy. He will not interfere with the specifics of troop movements. The knight conveyed Rhaego's words to the war tent, where several minor nobles of the command group gathered around the table. Wyman, seated at the head, raised an eyebrow in astonishment, seemingly incredulous that this dragon, nearly inciting a large-scale conflict due to his anger, could exhibit such discretion. Yet it was perhaps for the best. The uninitiated should not guide the experienced. Wyman, however, remained unaware of the true objective of this war. The plots of Viserys and Corlys were known only to those 2, and even the lords summoned from Storm's End. The Vale, Old Town, and other regions had no inkling of their plans. Thus, in Wyman's mind, this venture was simply to reclaim control over the Stepstones and to punish the audacious pirates of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters who had dared to provoke them repeatedly. Consequently, under Wyman's leadership, the command group devised a plan to set forth at dawn for Bloodstone Island, capturing the beachhead before gradually advancing their assault. The next day, the army prepared to depart at the first light of dawn. Wyman personally approached Rhaego to relay the strategy they had settled upon and requested that the prince ride his dragon to suppress the defenders of the beachhead before their landing, creating an opportunity for the troops to disembark. Rhaego amiably agreed to this request and, mounting the Hunger and Silverwing, took to the skies, flying towards Bloodstone Island at a distance of about a mile ahead of the main army. In fact, Compared to the chain-like islands closer to the Grayscales archipelago that Daemon and his companions aimed to conquer, Bloodstone Island was significantly easier to capture. Unlike those islands, Bloodstone Island did not possess numerous natural cave fortifications. This large island featured a flat expanse for several dozen kilometers from a beach, with only a few hills at its center providing minimal defensive advantages. The defenders of the Three Daughters Kingdom had constructed numerous barricades near the beach to impede the advance of infantry. But these were mere decorations in the face of the dragon's fiery onslaught. Rhaego, riding the voracious greed and the silver-winged dragon, launched an immediate attack as soon as they appeared within the sight of the defenders. The arrows from the army of the Three Daughters barely stung the dragons, even less so than a kick from Rhaego. After over a year of magical nurturing, the strength of the dragon scales had surpassed that of ordinary giants. The arrows clinked harmlessly against Silverwing, failing to leave even a scratch upon her armored hide. However, the dragon's flames wreaked devastating havoc upon the defenses of Bloodstone Island. With just one sweeping dive from left to right, the muddy defenses of the Three Daughters' forces crumbled entirely, sending the terrified enemy into a panicked flight toward the hills, where Rhaego pursued relentlessly. Yet, he prudently commanded the two dragons to ascend higher, wary of a potential ambush from the pirates below. Should there be a multitude of dragon crossbows concealed in the valley, they could pose a serious threat to the dragons, whose scales were insufficient to withstand the damage inflicted by specially designed giant arrows. Nevertheless, the pirates were merely fleeing. They had set up only a few defenses to hinder infantry in the hills, entirely neglecting any preparations against the dragons, perhaps placing utmost trust in their Dornish allies and delegating the task of dealing with the dragons solely to them. As a result, following Rhaego's nighttime raid, their only means of harming the dragons sank to the depths of the sea. Thus, when Rhaego descended upon the island, the pirates had no recourse other than to flee. With the might of two dragons, Rhaego obliterated Bloodstone Island's defenses, and the allied forces occupied the island with almost no resistance. The actual commander, Waymond Valerion, beamed with joy and climbed to the summit, his gaze greedily fixed on the distant islands, as if he could see the boundless glory and accolades rushing toward him. At that moment, Rhaego, having achieved his objectives, intended to attend to his own affairs, utterly indifferent to Valerion's lofty ambitions. Chapter 77, A Strategic Retreat. With the swift conquest of Bloodstone Island, the Allied forces suffered minimal casualties. It was not until then that Waymond received news of the two dragons' night attack on the Dornish fleet, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He hurriedly sought Rhaego's whereabouts, only to be informed that the prince had just flown westward on his dragon, having utilized the dragons to secure Bloodstone Island. Rhaego had carved out a base for them, yet he had no intention of participating in the subsequent campaigns against other islands. The chain of islands south of Bloodstone was riddled with reefs and caves, having been tended to by former crab feeders for many years, thus failing to provide any advantage for the dragons. Daemon had lured the pirates hiding in the caves, but Rhaego doubted that the same strategy would yield results a second time. Initially, Rhaego had considered biding his time without exerting effort, but upon his emergence, he discovered that plans were futile against unforeseen changes. The sense of freedom and ease was utterly intoxicating, captivating both Rhaego and the two dragons. Rhaego reconsidered. Since he intended to explore Essos in due time, he might as well withdraw now, leaving Waymond to engage in a war of attrition with the pirates. Rhaego imagined that the upcoming island sieges would devolve into a protracted struggle, and remaining with the military would likely result in a swift encirclement by assassination attempts and poison from all directions. Although he was not afraid, it was simply bothersome. There was no need to worry about Dragonstone. The production of Valyrian steel had long been tied to greed, and he was not concerned about someone coveting the wealth of Dragonstone and resorting to violence. The wealth had already sunk into the common folk. Viserys was a clever man. Given Dragonstone's current status, he would not act foolishly to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. However, Larys and Bronn, along with the knights who had accompanied him, would have to endure some hardships, and Rhaego still needed to write a letter about it. On the 7th day of the 5th month in the year 113 of the conquest, a letter was delivered to Dragonstone by trading merchants. Larys and Bronn engaged in discussions late into the night, losing sleep over it. On the 11th day of the 7th month in the year 113 of the conquest, Dear Your Majesty, Count Waymond Valerion of Tideshead sends his regards. The Allied forces captured Bloodstone Island 2 months ago and established a camp there, planning to continue their conquest of other islands. However, our infantry has suffered heavy losses. The pirates have repaired the caves left by the crabs and learned their tactics, preventing any advancement. Over the course of several months, we have lost over 400 men. We require the assistance of the dragons, but Prince Rhaego has vanished. along with the 2 dragons of House Targaryen. Perhaps the prince has returned to Dragonstone. We implore your majesty to command the prince's return. We are in dire need of the dragons. In King's Landing, Viserys leaned weakly against his bedpost, his hand trembling uncontrollably as he clutched the letter. Where has Rhaego gone? The king gasped for breath, painfully questioning Corlys beside him. Viserys was already suffering from the agonizing wounds inflicted by the Iron Throne, and the earlier intimidation from Rhaego during the Battle of the Throat had compelled the ailing Viserys to tame Vhagar, bringing back the dragon that once belonged to King Jaehaerys to King's Landing amidst the storm, only to catch a chill and suffer severe complications from his wounds, rendering him utterly weak. Corlys furrowed his brow, having read Waymond's letter as well. The sudden disappearance of Rhaego had caught both him and the king off guard. In their scheming, they had believed that Rhaego, with his noble Targaryen blood, would impersonate a Targaryen, coveting not only the dragons belonging to House Targaryen, but also the supreme power of the Iron Throne. Thus, they had judged that Rhaego would undoubtedly exploit his false Targaryen identity to lay claim to the inheritance. Yet, now, they were told Rhaego was missing. We are searching, your majesty. Corlys could only respond to Viserys, but in truth, the king's naval minister had no idea where to look for the missing piece of the king's game. Corlys, the dragon has gone rogue. Viserys' voice was filled with anguish. It was my mistake. I should never have allowed him to leave King's Landing, nor should I have permitted him to leave Westeros, let alone steal away 2 dragons. Cough, cough. Your majesty. Corlys cast a worried glance at the pale-faced king, his lips moving but unsure of what to say. Should he mock him for not heeding his counsel, or ridicule him for his naivety? It was too late for that. Viserys clenched the letter tightly, panting heavily as he inquired, Corlys, Waymond is calling for aid. Who should we send to ride the dragons to assist? Absolutely not. Your majesty. Corlys' voice suddenly rose, his gaze fixed firmly on Viserys as he categorically rejected the king's suggestion. We have lost track of Domnar. Even the faceless men and the son of the sea, which we hired, as well as the military prostitutes involved in the assassination, do not know where their target has gone. We cannot risk sending the dragons out of King's Landing at this moment. If the cursed Domnar is hiding somewhere in the narrow sea, sending our dragon would guarantee it would not return alive. Moreover, Corlys' voice turned sharp, his eyes filled with dread. Moreover, he might launch a surprise attack on King's Landing. Perhaps that is his true objective, to scatter the dragon's power and then strike at King's Landing. At that point, without dragons, none could stand against him, and we would all become fodder for his Iron Throne. Cough, cough, cough. Viserys struggled to suppress his painful cough, hesitantly countering. The nobles of the 7 kingdoms would not stand idly by and allow him to ascend the Iron Throne. Your majesty, it is the dragons that wield power. Loyalty is dreadfully fragile beneath the dragon's flame. At this moment, Viserys was consumed by regret, lamenting his decision to invite a wolf into his fold. He recalled how he had naively trusted Corlys' words, allowing a scion of the noble Valyrian bloodline to infiltrate his family. He remembered his foolish belief in the nonsensical triad of the 3 sisters, entertaining the misguided hope that he could use Rhaego to reconcile Rhaenyra and Alicent, despite already knowing Rhaego's true identity. Alas, the intended target, Rhaego, had fled. He reflected on his misplaced confidence that the dragons would remain under control, mockingly dismissing the high bloodline as inconsequential, only to subsequently lose 2 dragons after carelessly releasing Rhaego in King's Landing. He had assumed that Rhaego would not forsake the riches of Dragonstone or the allure of the Iron Throne, collaborating with the Sea Snake to eliminate threats through warfare, only to unwittingly release him into Westeros. He believed his schemes to be infallible, and indeed, Rhaego had ventured to the stepstones as he had wished. Yet, alas, Corlys, the 7 gods condemn me for inviting calamity, rendering me bedridden and gravely ill. Grasping Corlys' hands as if clutching a lifeline, he declared, The Targaryens and Valerians share a bond forged over centuries. I trust you and Rhaenys. I entrust you with my last resort. Should circumstances shift, it shall be our final salvation. While the hungry Waymond on Bloodstone Island awaited sustenance, and the conspiratorial machinations of the brother-in-law and little uncle in King's Landing were afoot, many questioned Rhaego's whereabouts. Meanwhile, he had soared upon the backs of the Devourer and Silverwing across the vast expanse of Essos, traversing the Jade Sea, arriving at the fabled land of shadows. Before Rhaego lay a grand yet dilapidated city, ominous and majestic, a place he had glimpsed in dreams, a visage of its former glory. Known as Asshai, nestled at the southeastern edge of Essos, Asshai marked the terminus of the known world. To its northwest lay the vast Shadowlands, shrouded in a dense black mist that enveloped both the city and the distant mountain ranges, while the rivers flowed with eerie hues. Fearing that the Devourer and the Silverwing might encounter peril in this dream-laden land, where countless dragons had met their demise, he ordered them to remain reluctantly on a nearby isle. While he, armed solely with the sword Dawn and provisions procured in Karth, cautiously ventured into the city's embrace of shadows. The lifespan displayed on the system panel continued to dwindle. Rhaego had to undertake this journey. Chapter 78, Ashai. The city of Ashai was immense, unprecedented in size, capable of housing 6 kings' landings. Yet, within its vast expanse, the populace was alarmingly sparse. Aside from the bustling port that welcomed merchants from across the globe, Rhaego encountered few locals within the city. Even those few who wandered the streets did so with hurried steps. The city possessed an eerie quality, not merely due to the black mist that blanketed the sky or the ghostly luminescence emanating from the Ashen River, but even the very stones that constituted its architecture were a disquieting shade of black. Upon entering the city, Rhaego attempted to touch these unsettling stones, sensing an evil, chaotic, and corrupt magic that seemed antagonistic to the bloodfire magic within him. Merely brushing against it incited a tumult within, and it took him considerable time to quell the unrest. Rhaego meandered through Ashai for over a fortnight, yet he gleaned nothing of its storied past or the magical eyes that adorned him, his spirits only sinking further. Observing the vast desolation surrounding him, he felt an inexplicable sorrow, a grief that seeped from his very marrow and soul, beyond his control. This was not the city from his dreams. His footsteps slowed, and in this city devoid of governance, no one was present to prod this peculiar outsider forward. In the dreams of Dragonstone, Ashai had been constructed of pristine white stone, its towering walls exuding a serene and warm magical aura. While the Ashen River had not appeared in its current state of decay, in his dreams, it sparkled with clarity and beauty, and the sky was unclouded, allowing the sunlight to shine through. Rhaego felt his breath quaver, an unsettling sensation that compelled him to take a swig of the mead from his flask to temporarily soothe his dismal heart. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from behind him. Turning in surprise, he beheld a group of over 20 men approaching, their laughter echoing, the sound of their armor clinking accompanying them. "Greetings, brave knight." Rhaego waited patiently as they drew near, and, at a distance of about 10 paces, the leader of the group, a middle-aged man with a long beard, stepped forward with a beaming smile, extending a greeting to the cloaked figure of Rhaego. The others formed a protective circle around him, eyeing Rhaego with caution. "Greetings, brave sailor," Rhaego replied politely, wishing to avoid trouble. "Ha ha, brave knight, I am Eiler Morpatus. We hail from the distant city-state of Pentos, drawn here by the promise of gold and riches, not by the valor of a sailor. I am Rhaego Domnar, equally not a brave knight." "Ha ha ha, Rhaego. Anyone daring enough to enter the Shadowlands alone, regardless of their motives, is undeniably brave," Eiler declared with laughter, gesturing for his guards to relax. Eiler took a few friendly steps closer, inviting Rhaego. "Brave Rhaego, we are bound for the city of Stygai in the Shadowlands, rumored to be overflowing with gold and pearls, even the remains of dragons. However, it is a desolate land seldom traversed by men, and we require more hands. Should you wish to join us, I shall offer you generous recompense." So that was their reason for approaching him. Stygai? What sort of place is that? A land of death? Rhaego's mind raced. His expression beneath the hood conflicted. He had roamed the city of Ashai for far too long, nearly exhausting its streets and alleys, since he had found nothing of worth. Perhaps it would be prudent to accompany this merchant band to Stygai. There might be unexpected discoveries awaiting him. "We can forge a contract, temporarily becoming your hired knights. But I need to replenish my supplies at the port and require a day's time." Resolute in his decision, Rhaego accepted Eiler's proposal, for he had depleted his provisions over the past 10 days and needed to procure supplies outside the city. "Of course, Rhaego. We shall camp at the church in the northern part of the city tonight, and I will await your arrival." After finalizing their plans for the following day, Rhaego adjusted his hood and nodded before making his way toward the port. Once he was out of earshot, one of Eiler's tall, sturdy guards voiced the group's lingering doubts. "My lord, we have 24 formidable warriors. Why do we need to hire a stranger we've just met?" Eilert smiled faintly, leading the group northward as he replied, "Jack, he is no ordinary stranger. The long sword he bears, crafted in the style of Westeros, and his solitary arrival in the distant Ashai warrants our respect." Moreover, Eilert paused, casting a serious glance back towards Rhaego's departing figure. "Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, that scabbard on his back is likely made of dragon hide." "Dragonhide? Dragonhide? How can that be?" Eilert's words sparked incredulity among his men, who exchanged skeptical looks at Eilert's unwavering certainty. "It is indeed dragonhide. The sword rests upon his back, and even the black mist of ass-high dares not approach him, marked by the distinct scales and hue. I once accompanied my father to Dorne for trade, and was fortunate enough to witness dragonhide fashioned into armor at the castle of House Euler. The scabbard he bears is indistinguishable from it apart from color. A multitude of subordinates exchanged glances, each taken aback by Elade's words. Some among the crowd discreetly lowered their eyelids, their eyes glinting with avarice. Rhaego sauntered out of the city of Asha, making his way to the port of Yuhai, where he procured a substantial quantity of easily transportable food and water. He then retreated to a secluded spot to summon Silverwing and the Glutton, ensuring that the two dragons had not ventured into the Shadowlands unbidden. After rewarding them with some playtime and reiterating his stern warning against entering the Shadowlands, he set forth to return to Asha. The medium for his first dragon dream had been a peculiar statue of a weirwood tree, once venerated in Westeros. Upon subsequent inquiry, Rhaego learned that this idol was associated with the ancient deities of Westeros, often referred to as the Green Seers. Accordingly, he surmised that to trigger the next dragon dream, he would likely require a similar divine artifact, such as a statue, an idol, a temple, or even the presence of a priest steeped in mystique. However, despite 10 days of wandering through the temples and ruins of Asha, he gleaned no information regarding the dragon dreams. He had intended to delve deeper into the Shadowlands when he fortuitously encountered Elade and his companions, thus agreeing to their employment and embarking together on a journey of exploration. After all, the more hands, the greater the strength, and none could predict what awaited them in the depths of the Shadowlands. Chapter 79. The Valley of Ashes. Rhaego returned to the city in the evening, convening with Elade and his party in a desolate chapel to the north of the city. After a brief night of rest, they estimated that dawn was approaching, prompting everyone to rise and embark on the road to Stygai. Exiting Asha through the northern gate, the group traversed the path along the Ashen River, which, perhaps due to the lingering twilight, shimmered with a sinister emerald glow, casting eerie shadows among the towering grasses on either bank. This river, known as the Ashen River, flowed from the depths of the Shadowlands, appearing black by day and transforming to green at night. Elade walked alongside Rhaego, eagerly sharing his insights about Asha. He explained how the Ashen River contributed to Asha's struggle for survival, rendering the land barren under its irrigation, save for a toxic plant known as ghost grass that grew along the riverbank. Pointing to the white reed-like growths, Elade remarked, "There it is, as white as bone and highly poisonous." The city itself was shrouded in a pervasive black mist. While humans fared somewhat better, their vision was hindered, making navigation troublesome. Livestock like horses and sheep could not survive beyond the first night. Thus, their journey to Stygai had to be undertaken on foot. With Stygai back in conversation, Rhaego, entirely unfamiliar with the city, seized the opportunity to inquire, "Elade, what do you know about Stygai?" Stygai, Elade's voice turned grave, is an exceedingly perilous ruin, a veritable realm of death. My father once ventured there. Of the 17 who accompanied him, only he and a young lad emerged alive. Yet both succumbed to madness shortly thereafter. Speaking of Stygai, the smile that had graced Elade's face vanished, and he collected his scattered memories before continuing. According to my father's notes, Stygai lies hidden within the valley deep in the mountains. Following the Ashen River upstream for roughly 10 days should lead us there. The path to Stygai is flanked by sheer cliffs, riddled with towering caverns, within which, the accounts suggest, dwell grotesque demons and twisted dragons. Elade scoffed, clearly skeptical of his father's records. "Rhaego, I reckon those caverns may indeed exist. But the tales of demons and dragons are surely mere fabrications born from my father's frightful imagination." Despite their dismissive attitude towards the existence of such terrifying creatures, Rhaego felt a stirring caution within. He had witnessed the presence of hideous half-beasts in his dragon dreams, and had seen thousands of dragons bathing in blood above the mountains. If that dream held any truth. "Elade, do you know the history of Asha before it became what it is today? The past? No one truly knows, Rhaego." Elade replied with conviction. "Legend has it that Asha was once the capital of the Kingdom of Dawn, and later, the capital of the Golden Empire. But those are merely tales. I have traversed the route between Pantos and Asha for much of my life, and not a soul can definitively recount the history of the Shadowlands." At this juncture, Elade laughed heartily, glancing at Rhaego with a teasing tone. "Perhaps some masterful sorcerer has secretly altered time to obscure the truth of history? Ha ha, ha ha, my lord, it's quite possible that we are descendants of Asha." The merchant caravan was filled with joviality as the guards momentarily escaped the oppressive atmosphere, engaging in lively banter. Rhaego could not help but chuckle at Elade and his companions' imaginative musings. The departure and arrival of a journey always bring the greatest joy, Yet the long road in between tends to wear down the enthusiasm and stamina of its travelers. Setting out from Asha at dawn and following the broad Ashen River northward, the only discomfort was the acrid smell that filled their nostrils. As they entered the valley, the steep cliffs occasionally echoed with eerie roars and piercing screams, keeping everyone on edge. After a full day of travel, they had not pushed themselves too hard, so fatigue hadn't set in deeply. However, the mental strain left them all feeling weary. Upon discovering a higher, more secluded camping spot away from the river, their spirits began to lift. Rhaego pitched the tent he had prepared on the level ground, stowing their belongings inside before accepting Elaid's invitation to sit beside him. As they munched on rations, they discussed their forthcoming itinerary. After a day fraught with anxiety, Elaid had evidently grown more convinced of his father's notes. Now settled, he hastily retrieved a thick tome from his belongings, opened it by the firelight, and began to read diligently. Demons, dragons, and even more terrifying creatures? Elaid murmured, closing the book with a furrowed brow as he stared into the flames, his long beard drooping wearily. Rhaego prodded the fire with a stick salvaged from the valley, contemplating. The demons your father recorded remained shrouded in uncertainty, but at the very least, dragons could never exist in the Shadowlands. Why not? Elaid's eyes lit up, eager for an explanation. There is insufficient sustenance here, and no one has ever witnessed dragons soaring above you high. You must understand, dragons are voracious eaters. The Shadowlands could not sustain them. And what are those even more fearsome creatures? Elaid, now evidently in agreement with Rhaego regarding the dragons, pressed on to inquire about his father's final notes. Rhaego, observing the hopeful gleam in Elaid's eyes, rolled his own in exasperation. How should I know? I've never encountered one. Elaid's momentary awkwardness was masked by a few forced chuckles. At night, everyone should remain vigilant, Rhaego announced as he returned to his tent. Nighttime is when many creatures prefer to roam. It would be wise not to sleep too soundly, and keep your swords close. Nods of agreement rippled through the group as they hastily finished their evening meal and crawled into their tents, exhausted. Rhaego, awakened abruptly by the urgent, crisp calls. Rhaego grasped his sword Dawn in a swift motion. Outside, the dying embers of the fire flickered chaotically in the night breeze, casting tall, distorted shadows upon the tent. Clang, clang, clang. With 3 resounding clangs, Rhaego forcefully struck his long sword against its sheath, rousing the slumbering companions from their dreams. A ferocious roar erupted instantly in the camp, and with a sharp crackle, the remaining embers of the fire were extinguished. A chilling scream pierced the night from the left, sending a shiver down Rhaego's spine. Elaid. Chapter 80. Crisis and Choice. Hearing Elaid's agonizing cries, Rhaego dashed out of the tent, only to find that the invaders had completely snuffed out the campfire, leaving only a feeble flicker of ash in the night breeze. The camp was plunged into darkness, nearly devoid of any discernible shape. Rhaego could just make out 2 towering, distorted figures frantically tearing at Elaid's tent, from within which the continuous wails of Elaid echoed. Elaid. Rhaego shouted the name of the capable guide, unwilling to accept the possibility of his demise so easily. A howl echoed in response. Just as Rhaego's voice rang out, a chilling gust of wind swept past him, accompanied by a strange, guttural roar. A brute force enemy. In that fleeting moment, Rhaego discerned the strength of the assailant. He instinctively bent low, locking his core, and swiftly positioned his long sword, Dawn, against his left side. Then, with a clang, a violent clash of metal reverberated as a tremendous force collided with Dawn's blade. Rhaego grunted, losing control as he was hurled sideways, crashing into Elaid's tent. He tumbled heavily to the ground, the sound of Elaid's cries akin to the slaughter of swine ringing in his ears. Silence. Elaid, it's me. Light the fire now. Rhaego, no time for chatter. Light it quickly. The two barely exchanged a few words before another roar surged towards Rhaego. Though the figure remained indistinct, Rhaego, recalling his past battles with beasts, was prepared. No longer the disarrayed fighter, he wielded Dawn with precision, slicing through the night sky with a swift upward arc clang. The long sword met the enemy's weapon, and with the recoil, Rhaego swiftly pivoted, crouching low as he swept the blade from beneath. Swoosh! A sharp edge unmistakably severed something, eliciting a horrific howl from the creature. It had only managed a final cry before Rhaego's long sword cleaved horizontally, silencing the remaining scream within the monster's gut. This all transpired in mere 5 seconds. 3 swift strikes, relying solely on instinct, felled the mighty beast, and it was only then that the 2 dark shadows, which had been assailing the tent, reacted, roaring as they lunged forward. But in stark contrast to the previous monster, These were noticeably shorter and slower. Thud, thud. Their sounds abruptly ceased. At that moment, Elid's flames ignited behind Rhaego, illuminating the scene. In a state of panic, the terrified merchant had set his tent ablaze, allowing Rhaego to finally discern the fallen creatures before him. The towering beast had been reduced to 3 segments. Rhaego's 2 strikes had severed its legs and neck, while the 2 smaller monsters lay with their throats cut, twitching feebly. Half-orc. Rhaego's pupils constricted. The forms of the 3 creatures were all too familiar to him. He had glimpsed such monsters in his previous dragon dreams, and his memories from a distant future confirmed their origins. The emergence of these grotesque beings validated a nagging doubt in Rhaego's mind. The history from his dragon dreams was indeed real. Once, or perhaps a glimpse of the future, this world would face an invasion from half-orcs, and he would be embroiled in the conflict. But shouldn't this be a world of Game of Thrones? What was the intrusion of the Lord of the Rings? Morgoth, and even his lackey Sauron's power, should suffice to obliterate this realm. And the sheer might of the half-orc army did not align with the capabilities of the ordinary humans here. How could these common folk possibly stand against such hideous monsters? My lord. The hurried footsteps and shouts interrupted Rhaego's thoughts as a dozen of Elid's guards stumbled forward, some bearing wounds. And one particularly shaken individual was missing an entire arm, trembling violently with the support of 2 comrades. Were these things? Elid, still in shock, found his legs weak as noodles, unable to rise, and could only slump to the ground, staring at his beleaguered guards and the fallen beasts by the flickering light of the tent. The sight of the 3 monster corpses left the terrified swordsmen in disbelief, their eyes wide as they gazed at Rhaego, who was wiping the blood from his longsword. They had collectively struggled and sacrificed 9 lives to fell 3 creatures, yet he had dispatched them all single-handedly, including what appeared to be their leader. Perhaps they are the most fearsome monsters documented in your father's notes. Rhaego approached, using his longsword to flip over the remains of the half-orc leader, revealing the other 2 half-orc corpses as well. The guards instinctively dragged the slain monsters closer, laying them side by side. They are all incomplete. These half-orcs were wounded, if not crippled. The towering leader had only 1 arm, its left side marked by burns, while the other 2 half-orcs Rhaego had slain were similarly maimed. The 3 creatures taken down by the guards also bore missing limbs, but beyond their dismembered bodies, each was marked with extensive burn scars, appearing grotesque and fearsome. A testament to Dragonfire. Without a second thought, Rhaego recognized the scorched marks on the half-orcs as the result of Dragonfire. This was a group of abandoned soldiers. This meant that the battles from his dreams had occurred in the past. After the invasion, for reasons unknown, the half-orc army had retreated, leaving behind these cripples who could not keep up. But where had the half-orc army gone? Did they simply cease their onslaught after ravaging Ass High? Why did they withdraw? Most importantly, there were no records of this battle in Westeros, Essos, Sithorios, or even in the annihilated Ass High. His thoughts became a tempest, and Rhaego solemnly sheathed his long sword, feeling his heart sink deeper. The mysterious magical eye that had appeared near his heart now bore the most plausible explanation. Yet if this possibility were to materialize, the looming threat before him would be a colossal force capable of obliterating the world. And even more terrifying, it was merely a lackey. Rhaego. Elid finally regained his composure, feigning calmness as he approached the pensive Rhaego, gazing at the slumbering monster corpses beneath them, his pallor suggesting his distress. What shall we do next, Rhaego? I've already lost 9 guards in a single night, and 1 is gravely injured and likely near death. Should we continue onward? His voice trembled slightly, the night's harrowing events instilling doubt within him. Chapter 81. Diverging Paths. It depends on you, Elid. The path ahead is destined to grow ever more perilous. You may choose to retreat. And what of you? Will you delve deeper? Rhaego turned to meet Elid's gaze, noting the genuine concern etched on his face. With a light chuckle, he stepped forward to brush the dust from Elid's shoulder, speaking softly. Elid, I'm not like you. You may abandon the pursuit for wealth at any moment, but I have reasons that compel me to press on. Then, Elid's face was a portrait of turmoil. The events of the night had truly left him shaken to his core. He could almost foresee the peril that awaited should they delve any deeper. His father had nearly met with total annihilation on the road to Stygia, and even after escaping, had succumbed to madness, ultimately passing away in a wail of despair. Though he had traversed the seas for much of his life, encountering dangers that many might not face in a lifetime, the monstrosity of this night still instilled a profound terror within him. 24 formidable warriors from Pantos had banded together to confront 3 maimed creatures, suffering grievous injuries in the process. This was clearly a mismatch of epic proportions. Rhaegar. Elid hesitated, wishing to speak to Rhaegar, only to discover that Rhaego had already retreated to his tent. The guards were preoccupied with burying the fallen, the grotesque remains of 6 monsters lying starkly in the open. A chill coursed through Alade, prompting him to hastily slip into one of the guards' tents. Despite a pang of regret, Rhaego had no intention of persuading Alade and the others to continue onward. They had barely ventured a day's journey into the Shadowlands before encountering half-orcs. As they drew nearer to Stygi, it was likely that they would encounter even more of these fiends. Stygi itself could very well have transformed into a stronghold akin to the mines of Moria, presenting dangers 100-fold greater than those they currently faced. Having just emerged from battle, Rhaego, despite a fall, bore no injuries due to his robust physique. Alade had increased the number of guards on watch to 5, allowing Rhaego to relax his taut nerves and slip into a deep slumber. The fire outside blazed brightly, while the cool night breeze swept through the valley. The 5 guards on watch drew closer to the fire, the flickering orange flames casting shadows that seemed to dance in a rhythmic embrace. As if a pair of brown eyes were gently observing the tent, longing to pierce through the fabric and gaze upon the slumbering Rhaego. Rhaego awoke to the sound of clanging, the first light of dawn breaking through the tent. He stretched lazily and quickly packed his belongings before emerging into the world outside. The 14 surviving guards were busily preparing their gear, and Rhaego, assuming they were returning to Asha City, could only manage a resigned smile as he began to dismantle his tent, readying himself for the journey ahead alone. Rhaego, Alade's voice called from nearby. After a night fraught with anxiety, his complexion had improved slightly, yet the remnants of fear lingered, his thick beard hanging limply, and exhaustion was evident in his eyes. Alade, Rhaego completed his tent packing and approached the man he had known for merely 2 days, greeting him with a shoulder bump. "We shall accompany you." "What?" Rhaego's astonishment was palpable as he gazed incredulously at Alade. "You saved my life, Rhaego, indeed the lives of us all. Without you, we would have ventured into the Ashen Valley and faced those monsters, but survival would have been a near impossibility." Alade smiled warmly at Rhaego, gesturing toward the 5 guards behind him. "I have just consulted them. Only 5 brave souls are willing to accompany us deeper into the Shadowlands. I have settled their fees, allowing the others to return. The journey ahead now rests upon your capable shoulders." "Ha, of course, Alade. I shall do my utmost." Rhaego laughed heartily and embraced Alade, followed by warm embraces with the 5 guards as well. Whether their willingness to embark on this perilous adventure stemmed from loyalty or self-interest mattered little. The fact remained that they were willing to traverse the treacherous Shadowlands alongside Alade and himself. In matters of action, rather than intent, Rhaego naturally held their choices in high regard. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the remaining guards finished preparing their gear, and the 16 parted ways. Rhaego and Alade led the 5 guards onward along the Ashen River, while the 9 who wished to avoid danger carried the injured comrade back along the path they had come. Having single-handedly vanquished 3 half-orcs in the previous battle, Rhaego had earned the respect of all and had rightfully assumed the role of leader within the group, a notion Alade accepted without contention. Under Rhaego's guidance, they vigilantly traversed the banks of the river, keeping a wary eye on the cliffs riddled with caves, pressing swiftly towards Stygi. Since their first night encountering 6 half-orcs, Rhaego and his companions had journeyed for 5 consecutive days without further assaults, gradually easing the tension among them. Even Rhaego found himself relaxing, engaging in light-hearted banter with Alade as they examined the notes left behind by his father. "Lord Rhaego, the light is fading and the valley ahead narrows, making it unsuitable for camping. It will be prudent for us to establish our camp here and resume our journey at dawn." A guard interjected, breaking the jovial exchange. Rhaego glanced skyward, realizing dusk had indeed fallen. "Very well, William. Let us set up camp by the mountainside. We shall rest for the night and depart at first light." The campsite was quickly established, and they gathered around the campfire, swords within reach, ever vigilant against potential threats. Yet, as dawn broke the following day, no further signs of half-orcs emerged, making the previous night's attack seem like a distant nightmare. "Rhaego, we must be nearing Stygi. According to my father's notes, if we maintain this pace, we should arrive in 3 to 4 days." Alade's voice rang out, and the prospect of reaching their destination brought smiles to the weary faces of the group. Rhaego shared in their joy, but remained acutely aware of his responsibility as the leader, promptly cautioning the exuberant group. "We know nothing of the situation in Stygi, and with 3 more days of travel ahead, we must not let our guard down. A journey of 100 miles is only half over at 90. We must not stumble at the final hurdle." Upon hearing Rhaego's words, the group's expressions sobered, nodding in understanding. Rhaego was about to elaborate further when his gaze suddenly shifted to a perilous peak not far behind them. his sword instinctively half-drawn. "What is it, Rhaego?" Chapter 82. A storm approaches. Rhaego's sudden movement sent a wave of tension through the group. The 5 guards swiftly unsheathed their swords, encircling the anxious Alade, their eyes gravely following Rhaego's line of sight toward the distant peak. "There is something there," Rhaego declared with conviction, having caught a fleeting shadow in his peripheral vision. His instinct screamed that they were not alone. The group remained taut with anticipation, their eyes fixed on the direction Rhaego indicated. 2 guards were already slick with cold sweat, their hands trembling slightly from gripping their swords too tightly. "Relax," Rhaego commanded loudly, attempting to ease the tension. "The enemy has yet to reveal itself. Do not frighten yourselves. Loosen your grips and proceed cautiously into the valley." Heeding Rhaego's orders, the group supported Alade and hastened forward into the valley. For the entire morning, they pressed on without pause, but Rhaego remained vigilant, sensing an ominous presence lurking just beyond their sight. As they drew closer to the upstream of the Ashen River, the valley narrowed and the cliffs grew steeper, the path becoming increasingly treacherous. "We cannot proceed any further." Rhaego abruptly halted the frantic escape of his companions, who had spent the entire morning fleeing. The 5 guards were now panting heavily, their armor soaked in sweat, as if they had just crawled out from the River of Ashes. Eyelid was in an even worse condition, were it not for the support of 2 guards. He would likely have collapsed entirely. Among the 7-member team, only Rhaego remained relatively unscathed, while the other 6 were nearing their limits. Discounting the inept Eyelid, the remaining 5 guards were burdened by heavy legs, on the verge of collapsing at any moment. A sense of alarm surged within Rhaego, if they were being pursued by a horde of half-beasts. The timing for a large-scale attack could render this team as lambs ready for slaughter. Anxiously surveying the surrounding terrain, Rhaego pointed toward a rocky slope to his left and commanded loudly, "Everyone, heed my orders. Quickly set up camp there to recover your strength, and be prepared for battle at all times." With heavy steps, the group climbed the slope, gritting their teeth as they mustered their last reserves of energy to establish a camp. Eyelid and the 5 guards, burdened by fear and exhaustion, collapsed onto the ground as soon as the tents were pitched, falling into a deep sleep, oblivious to the threat of monsters. Rhaego did not hinder their slumber. The pressing need was to restore their strength, for it was impossible for him to emerge unscathed from a large-scale conflict relying solely on his own capabilities. He needed the strength of his companions. Judging by the circumstances, the enemy had likely been trailing them for quite some time, perhaps since their departure from the first camp. Their prior inaction may have been a tactic to gather reinforcements while waiting for the team to enter the narrow gorge. Continuing forward would lead them to sheer cliffs on either side, should they be ambushed from both fronts. Rhaego and his companions would have no escape but to fight to the death. In a pincer attack, they would be forced to split their forces to confront threats from 2 directions, a scenario fraught with peril. However, the location of their current camp, while also a narrow gorge, featured a steep slope over 50 degrees behind them. The way to the steep incline coincidentally formed a narrow bottleneck. Above the slope was a platform. Should their team encounter a large number of enemies, Rhaego could easily protect his companions as they ascended the platform, allowing them to gain the high ground. In such a position, Rhaego was confident he could inflict significant casualties on the enemy and, crucially, they would only need to contend with threats from one direction, enabling them to concentrate their forces effectively. Throughout the afternoon, the remaining 6 were deep in slumber, the sounds of their snoring reverberating within the camp. Rhaego, on the other hand, indulged in the provisions he had prepared, savoring the food, then embraced his long sword with both hands, closing his eyes to meditate and restore his optimal state. As dusk began to fall, a roar echoed through the valley, piercing Rhaego's moment of tranquility. His eyes snapped open. Here they came. He rose and roused his sleeping comrades, striking the slumbering guards in the abdomen with the hilt of his sword to awaken them. "Pack your things and take them up to the platform. Eat quickly to regain your strength. Darkness is approaching, and the monsters will arrive soon." Rhaego's voice was remarkably steady, and the awakened guards wasted no time in obeying, hastily moving their gear to the steep platform before retrieving their rations to fill their bellies. Eyelid despondently plopped down beside Rhaego, the delectable pastries tasteless in his mouth. With a hopeful gaze, he looked at Rhaego's calm demeanor and tentatively inquired, "Rhaego, could it be that you are mistaken? We have encountered no danger all day. Perhaps we are merely scaring ourselves." Rhaego glanced at the anxious Eyelid and reassuringly patted his shoulder. "I sincerely wish I were mistaken, Eyelid." Eyelid's eyes visibly dimmed, prompting Rhaego to let out a gentle sigh. From a combat standpoint, Eyelid was undeniably a liability, yet Rhaego understood that without him, The 5 guards would not willingly accompany him into the treacherous shadows. Without Eyelid, he might still be languishing around Ashar for an extended period. Thus Eyelid was risking his safety for Rhaego, and he had no reason to disdain him. As the last vestiges of daylight succumbed to the encroaching night, Rhaego felt the hair on his body stand on end, as if his sixth sense were about to tear open the very crown of his head. He sprang to his feet, unsheathing his long sword with a sharp clink, and hastily moved to the narrow position against the steep slope, striking his sword against its sheath with a forceful clang. Rhaego commanded loudly, "Gather around me," Eyelid included, with William and the other 5 inside. "I will be on the outside, ready to face the enemy." The sound of armor clanking filled the air as Eyelid obediently slipped into the protective circle of his companions, pressing tightly against the slope behind him. The 5 guards drew their swords, forming a fan-shaped barrier to completely seal off the gorge. Rhaego stood at the forefront, sword in one hand and a wooden shield, formerly belonging to a fallen guard, in the other, slightly bending his body as he fixed his gaze intently on the darkness before the campfire. The thick darkness of the valley obscured the light of the fire to within 10 meters, casting half of the rocky slope into shadow. A tense silence enveloped the group. Apart from the crackling of the flames, even the sound of the flowing river had eerily vanished. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily on the vigilant guards, some trembling due to fear and tension, the rustling of their armor a stark contrast to the stillness. Suddenly, the sound of shifting stones echoed ominously. Initially just 1 or 2 noises, but soon it felt as though the entire valley was overrun by monsters, the cacophony of sliding rocks intensifying. Beads of cold sweat formed on Rhaego's brow as he swallowed dryly. "Ah, I'll fight you to the death." 2 guards in the group suddenly broke down, screaming as they rushed down the slope, plunging into the encroaching darkness. "Jack, Ethan, come back," Rhaego exclaimed in shock, the unexpected turn of events rendering him momentarily paralyzed, leaving him helpless to watch as the 2 frantic guards charged into the void. With a clang, 2 brief sounds echoed. Yet the darkness remained unchanged. Rhaego knew they had lost those 2 guards. Turning to face the remaining 3, whose expressions were filled with dread, Rhaego's gaze turned fierce. He stepped forward, striking his sword against his shield with a heavy thud, feeling the adrenaline surge within him as the memories of past battles with beasts ignited a fierce vitality in his body. A sudden, ferocious roar erupted, followed by the sound of rocks scattering. Dozens of grotesque creatures, some missing limbs, charged out of the darkness, shrieking as they rushed towards Rhaego on the slope. "Prepare to engage," Rhaego shouted, alerting his comrades. He swiftly decapitated a half-beast with a single stroke of his sword, then continued to slash through the advancing foes, his Valyrian steel sword cleaving through everything it touched with ease. In mere moments, dozens of half-beast corpses lay at his feet. Although he fought valiantly, dodging and striking down the foes, some slipped past his defenses, and the sounds of battle erupted behind him as William and the others engaged the monsters. With a resounding crash, a massive club struck Rhaego's shield, forcing him to stagger back a step. He swiftly retaliated, slashing the throat of a half-beast attempting to ambush him. Just as he regained his footing, a howling wind surged toward his head. With a deep, furious roar, Rhaego abruptly tilted his upper body backward, executing a standard martial arts move known as the Iron Bridge, successfully evading the weapon that swung toward his forehead. His left hand pressed the shield firmly against the ground, stabilizing his stance, while his long sword sliced through the air above him like a swift serpent. The arm of the monster wielding the club fell to the ground with a thud, and before it could utter a pained howl, Rhaego sprang up, severing the creature along with 3 advancing half-orc corpses in a single stroke. With a powerful kick, he sent the massive body of the half-orc flying, toppling several smaller soldiers rushing forward. Rhaego's long sword danced in his hand, weaving an impenetrable net of blades before him, cutting down all nearby foes. "Rhaego!" Elayde's startled voice suddenly rang out from behind. Upon hearing this, Rhaego quickly crouched, instinctively raising his shield above his head, almost as soon as he assumed a defensive posture. A tremendous force struck his shield from above. Crack! The wooden shield could scarcely withstand such might, emitting a mournful crack as it strained, but thankfully did not shatter, barely blocking the enemy's onslaught. Rhaego's reflexes were sharp. While fending off the overhead blow, he unleashed a series of slashing attacks aimed at the feet of the assailants, resulting in 2 crisp sounds as the ambushing half-orcs were cleaved in half. However, there was no time to ponder as Rhaego tumbled awkwardly on the ground, rolling twice as rusted blade struck hard where he had just been, causing his eyes to twitch. Lying on the ground, he swung his sword in a wild frenzy, dispatching all nearby half-orcs. Seizing the opportunity, Rhaego flipped onto his feet, disregarding any thoughts of finishing off the fallen foes, and leaped a few paces to William's side, cutting down the half-orcs that surrounded the 3 guards. He then snatched the intact shield from William's grasp and faced the throng of advancing half-orc warriors once more. I'll hold them off for now. You all take a lade up to the platform behind us. Lord Rhaego, less chatter, move quickly. With a flurry of strikes that felled several charging half-orcs, Rhaego urged the others to act. Aware that remaining behind would only be a hindrance, William made a swift decision. Lifting the weak Elaid with the other 2 as they struggled up the steep incline towards the platform. A roar of unprecedented authority suddenly echoed through the valley. Upon hearing the sound, the orcs seemed to surge forward with renewed vigor, howling as they charged. Rhaego realized that this must be the leader of the orc horde, yet the sheer mass of foot soldiers before him obscured his view of the commanding figure. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Rhaego seemed to transform into a mechanical meat grinder, his long sword whirling like gears, dispatching each orc that rushed at him. Yet, they were relentless in their numbers. After a few more strikes, 2 half-orcs managed to seize his left arm, preventing him from withdrawing it in time, and several long knives aimed for his exposed limb. Ugh! Rhaego bellowed, twisting his body sharply to the right, curving his left elbow upward in an arc. The sounds of metal clashing rang out as the blades met his arm. With a fierce effort, he yanked his left arm back, roaring as he dispatched the creatures before him, leaping onto the incline behind him. His left arm trembled violently, the fabric torn by the blades revealing the tightly woven Valyrian steel armor beneath. Rhaego, hurry up! Get up here! The anxious calls of Elaid and William reached him from the platform above. Rhaego gazed at the relentless wave of half-orcs with a wry smile, wishing to turn and join them, but he knew that turning his back on these beasts would lead to his swift demise. Rhaego had lost track of time as he fought. The space below the steep incline, over a meter high, was now entirely filled with half-orc corpses. He stood atop a mound of bodies, gasping for breath. No half-orcs remained before him. The wounded on the distant rocky slope cried out in agony, and from the shadows further away came the sound of footsteps. A group of over 20 particularly large half-orcs emerged, one towering several meters high, glaring at Rhaego with a vicious expression, dragging a massive warhammer through the rubble with a grating sound. Rhaego was utterly fatigued. His sword hand felt leaden. His left arm throbbed with pain from the deep gash, and his legs felt as if they were encased in lead. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the approaching half-orcs, sheathing his long sword at his waist. Stumbling to the slope, he reached out to the corpses, channeling magic into them at a frantic pace. Arg! As the magic surged into the pile of bodies, Rhaego's throat erupted with furious roars. Ignite. Damn it, ignite. Set ablaze. The half-orcs drew closer, the leader's cruel grin becoming increasingly distinct, yet the vast amount of magic poured into the corpses elicited no response. A sharp pain began to throb in Rhaego's head. Now, fire! He bellowed, his voice resonating through the valley. Simultaneously, it felt as though a distant voice echoed in unison, clear and urgent, filled with concern. Fire! Suddenly, a blaze of crimson flames erupted from the pile of corpses, engulfing the massive mound and halting the advance of the 20 towering half-orcs. Rhaego collapsed on the incline, his weakened body sliding toward the flames. In an instant, hands gripped his armor tightly. William, in a panic, supported Rhaego's body, tying him with a rope fashioned from torn tent fabric under his arms. Amidst the furious roars of the half-orcs, Rhaego was dragged up to the mid-slope platform. Chapter 84. The Mark of the Dragon. Rhaego. Rhaego, wake up! A woman's voice, filled with anxiety and concern, called out incessantly in Rhaego's ear. He felt as if he were adrift in an ocean of flames, the fire as red as blood, as bright and searing as sunlight, brimming with boundless magic and vitality. How he longed to reside in this realm forever. Rhaego Domnar. Ah! Rhaego gasped, jolting awake from the dream, a buzzing sound filling his ears. The pain in his left arm had vanished, and a headache from overexerting his magic had completely subsided. Seeing him awake, Elaid, William, and the others hurried over, their faces filled with joy as they bombarded him with questions about his condition. Rhaego, how do you feel? Are you unwell? Lord Rhaego, are you all right? Lord Rhaego. The 4 of them created a cacophony that seemed to echo for miles, causing Rhaego's ears to ache. He quickly raised his hand to quell their concerns. Stop! Stop! Elaid, enough! I'm Fine. Now, can someone tell me how much time has passed? What about those towering half-orcs? Upon hearing that Rhaego was all right, the 3 guards quieted down. Elaid leaned forward with a beaming smile, eager to answer his questions. You were unconscious for an entire night, Rhaego. Last night, We fashioned ropes from the tents to pull you up, and then you fell into a deep slumber. The flames you ignited burned until midnight, but after they extinguished, we did not see those large creatures again. Half-orcs? I can accept that title, Elade commented before continuing. William and the others said that less than an hour after you lost consciousness, they heard the roars of those half-orcs, along with an incredibly fierce roar, accompanied by a whirlwind. However, I noticed nothing unusual, yet the half-orcs indeed vanished. Another creature? A roar accompanied by a whirlwind? Rhaego's expression darkened as he stood and walked to the edge of the platform, gazing up at the cliff shrouded in black mist. But all he could see was the oppressive darkness. Rhaego, behind this platform lies a vast cavern. Do you know what we discovered within its depths this morning? Rhaego's peculiar demeanor went unnoticed by the others as Eilad eagerly approached him, while the other three cast mysterious glances in Rhaego's direction. What did you find? Rhaego, momentarily distracted from his thoughts by their excited yet enigmatic expressions, feigned curiosity and inquired, take a guess. Indeed, Lord Rhaego, can you hazard a guess? Rhaego, somewhat exasperated, randomly speculated, how would I know what you found? Are you suggesting you stumbled upon a dragon egg in the cavern? After uttering this casual remark, he turned his gaze back to the sky, only to realize after a prolonged silence that the four were staring at him in astonishment. Rhaego's heart skipped a beat. You truly found a dragon egg, didn't you? Ah, you truly are Rhaego, Eilad sighed with a hint of disappointment. Indeed, one cannot question Lord Rhaego's prowess. Not only does he possess godlike strength, but he also wields divine wisdom. What nonsense about divinity, Rhaego interjected, his astonishment directed at Eilad's feigned indifference. Eilad, have you genuinely found a dragon egg? Ha ha. Eilad's pretense crumbled as he gestured for William to bring over a package. He carefully opened it, and, as Rhaego stepped closer, 3 ancient dragon eggs came into view. What incredible fortune is this? There are indeed dragon eggs? The eggs appeared exceedingly archaic, their once-scaled surfaces now completely shrouded in stone-like soil, revealing only a hint of their true nature in the corners, barely indicating they were dragon eggs. Perhaps they should no longer be referred to as eggs, but rather fossils. Eilad excitedly lifted one of the eggs, lamenting that the passage of time had transformed the egg into a fossil. Otherwise, it might have hatched into a magical dragon. May I take a look? Rhaego inquired tentatively, respecting Eilad's find since he harbored no desire for the eggs, having 6 unhatched little ones of his own at home. Of course, feel free to examine it, Rhaego. Eilad gladly handed the egg over. As Rhaego accepted it, he sensed no signs of life through mere touch. He channeled magic into his palm and cautiously probed the egg. Weakness, despair, sorrow. Rhaego was instantly engulfed by the emotions emanating from within the shell. This dragon egg, preserved for millennia, still contained a spark of life. Alarmed, Rhaego hastily infused the egg with a steady stream of magic, feeling the life within rapidly awaken. Rhaego, the egg. Eilad and the 3 guards stared in bewilderment at the dragon egg in Rhaego's grasp. They watched in awe as the stone-like exterior of the egg shattered like ice, peeling away to reveal its original, dark form. Ignoring their astonishment, Rhaego gently set down the dark egg and reached for another, continuing to infuse it with magic. Then the third. Moments later, the 3 eggs, once encased in stone, revealed their resplendent hues. One as black as ink, another a deep emerald, and the last a breathtaking gold, shimmering in the daylight with an exquisite array of colors. This is their true form. Eilad, congratulations. You shall have the opportunity to become the master of magical dragons. Rhaego, this is astonishing. How did you manage it? Are you the Dragon King? Eilad exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. I should have anticipated it. Rhaego, with your silver hair, handsome visage, and unparalleled might. All right, Eilad, whether or not I am the Dragon King. These 3 dragon eggs are yours. Perhaps you will be fortunate enough to hatch a mighty dragon, or perhaps they shall remain unhatched in your care, but in any case, they belong to you. Rhaego comforted Eilad by patting him on the shoulder, soothing his fluctuating emotions. In truth, Rhaego was far more intrigued by the dragon's lair where the eggs had been discovered than by the eggs themselves. After satisfying his hunger and declining Eilad's offer of one of the dragon eggs, Rhaego, guided by Eilad and the others, ventured into the cavern where the dragon eggs had been unearthed. The cave lay within the platform they occupied, roughly situated in the middle to lower section of the canyon's cliff. There were no remnants of magical dragons within, yet the discovery of dragon eggs indicated that colossal dragons once roamed the shadowy lands of Asha. Eilad indicated the spot where they had unearthed the eggs, likely a hatchery formed from dragon droppings. However, over the eons, the remnants of the droppings have been completely worn away by time. leaving only the 3 eggs that had survived the ages, fortuitously uncovered by Eilad. It remained uncertain whether this was Eilad's fortune or that of the 3 dragon eggs. Chapter 85. Stygia. The dragon's lair upon the cliff bore no traces of any dragons that had once inhabited it, nor did Rhaego sense any residual magic within the cave. After a brief exploration, the group returned to the platform, preparing to set forth once more towards Stygia. Eilad and the others were profoundly curious about Rhaego's remarkable feat of igniting flames with his bare hands the previous night. However, the events that had just transpired solidified their belief in Rhaego's identity as the Dragon King, and the presence of dragons hovering nearby, responding to his command, rendered the matter of magical flames utterly unremarkable to them. The conflagration from the previous night had reduced the half-orc corpses along the canyon's edge to ashes, leaving only a thick layer of dust upon the stony shore. Rhaego and his companions descended the steep slope, traversing the path paved by the half-orc's ashes, until they returned to the banks of the Ashen River. Eilad had previously mentioned hearing the roars of half-orcs accompanied by the sounds of another creature during the night, the arrival of which had been heralded by fierce winds. Rhaego had already formed a judgment in his heart at that moment, and now, standing by the riverbank and observing the traces on the ground, he was 100% certain of his conclusion. There was no other formidable beast. It was merely the 2 dragons stealthily following them. 2 sets of enormous claw prints lay starkly before the 5, with signs of having been hastily cleared away. Just by glancing at the palm marks, Rhaego could surmise what had transpired the previous night. His unleashed magic had drawn the attention of the Glutton and Silverwing, leading them to disregard his warnings. The remaining 20 or so towering half-orcs, expecting to deal with Rhaego and his companions once the flames had died down, were caught off guard when 2 dragons descended from the heavens and extinguished the flames for them. The traces on the ground clearly indicated that the 2 dragons had been acting furtively. In their eagerness to engage, they left a trail of claw marks, only to realize the situation was amiss and hurriedly attempted to erase the evidence of their visit, ultimately failing. Truly, Rhaego shook his head in resignation, gazing up at the narrow sky above, attempting to glimpse the 2 rebellious dragons. However, Glutton and Silverwing were surely aware that he would chastise them, so they must have found a hiding place, perhaps secretly observing him from there. Let them come, Rhaego thought, feeling powerless against the 2 rebellious dragons. After Eilad and the others finished marveling at the traces along the riverbank, the group set forth once more, winding their way up the Ashen River Valley. Perhaps due to the battle from the previous night that had eliminated the majority of the half-orcs, or perhaps thanks to the 2 dragons, Rhaego and his companions encountered no further signs of half-orcs along their journey. The Ashen River originates from the depths of the Shadowed Mountains, carving its way through sheer cliffs and cascading into the downstream Jade Sea. The Ashen River Valley, downstream, is flat and fertile, with thick deposits of humus lining its banks. Had it not been for the pollution afflicting this beautiful river, the valley near Ashar would surely be one of the rarest and most prosperous farmlands in the world. In stark contrast, the river's upstream is completely dissimilar to the open and gentle downstream. Beginning from the location where Rhaego and his companions fought last night, the valley narrows increasingly, with numerous streams tearing through the cliffs to join the Ashen River. However, the main flow of the river diminishes significantly, and at its narrowest point, one can only gaze upward to see a sliver of sky. The constricted valley severely obstructs the sunlight, forcing Rhaego and his companions to slow their pace. Additionally, due to the scarcity of sunlight, the temperature within the deep gorge is quite low. During the day, it is barely tolerable, but the nights are piercingly cold. Merely resting for a single night, one of the remaining 3 guards succumbed to illness. The journey grew increasingly arduous. Jagged boulders and scattered bones posed the greatest obstacles for Rhaego and his companions. They were also burdened with the difficult task of carrying the ailing member, forcing them to abandon their original plan of reaching Stygia within 3 days. Instead, they trudged through the valley for 5 days without sighting any semblance of a city. Vita had passed away. After days of relentless travel, Eilad's appearance had become indistinguishable from that of Savage, his long beard tangled, eyes sunken. He wearily slumped onto a large stone, staring blankly at the sliver of sky above, his voice lacking strength. Rhaego could only remain silent. The previously ill guard had not endured the night as chill, and, lacking any medicine, they could only watch helplessly as Vita perished. Will we ever reach Stygia? Eilad could hardly remember how many times he had posed this question. William and another remaining guard also weakly raised their heads, gazing at Rhaego with glimmers of hope in their eyes. According to your father's notes, after traversing the dim and frigid river valley and crossing the treacherous rapids, The crumbling walls of Styge would welcome the brave adventurers under the blood-red sunset. We have journeyed through the dark valley for 5 or 6 days, and I have noticed that the river ahead is growing increasingly turbulent, suggesting we are nearing the treacherous rapids he described. Styge is within reach. Rhaego had to admit that he was not a particularly inspiring leader. His words did little to bolster the morale of Eilid and the others. Nonetheless, they did instill a modicum of hope, and the four resumed their slow advance. A city. There is a city. After yet another long trek, the group was compelled to pause and regain their strength. William, numbly scaling a towering boulder ahead, suddenly pointed into the distance and shouted, "What? Where's the city?" Eilid exclaimed in delight, leaping to his feet and scrambling up the boulder, anxiously inquiring of the excited William. "Just ahead. A great city. We have arrived. We have arrived." The atmosphere of joy abruptly spread among the four. With Rhaego's assistance, the weakened Eilid and another guard ascended the boulder, and together they craned their necks to gaze at the distant city. A wave of relief washed over Rhaego, while Eilid and William could hardly contain their exhilaration, shouting and weeping simultaneously. Styge was constructed at a turbulent bend of the Ashen River, its walls in ruins, yet its tall buildings extended deep into the mountains. After replenishing their energy with food, Eilid eagerly set off towards the city that lay before them. The treacherous rapids, noted by Eilid's father, were not particularly perilous. Compared to the downstream waters, the current at this bend was indeed swifter. They followed Rhaego's suggestion, each clutching a heavy stone to increase their weight as they safely crossed the Ashen River. After half a day's journey, a grand city gate loomed before them. Styge. They had arrived. Chapter 86. The Second Dragon Dream. The city gate was vast, far larger than that of King's Landing, and it towered high, seemingly designed to accommodate the passage of colossal beings. Standing beneath the gate, the four felt as insignificant as ants before a dragon. The gate, once crafted from massive logs, had succumbed to decay over the ages, crumbling into disordered fragments underfoot, which creaked ominously as they stepped upon them. Awestruck, the four traversed the long passage of the gate, scarcely able to fathom that such a magnificent city lay hidden amidst the craggy mountains of the Shadowlands, albeit appearing eerily desolate. The dim sun struggled to break through the thick black mist, casting a few meager rays of light upon the city below. Gripping the hilt of his sword, Rhaego, alongside Eilid and the others, passed through the lengthy entrance, finding a wide stone-paved road leading into the city. The buildings flanking the road stood in disarray, mere remnants of their former grandeur. "This place feels ominous," Rhaego remarked. "Indeed, my lord Rhaego, such a vast city, yet not a soul in sight, not even a whisper. It is eerily quiet." Rhaego sensed the strangeness as well. It was too silent. The vast city seemed as though it had been muted entirely. Not even the sound of a breeze could be heard, yet he felt no immediate danger. It must be completely abandoned. Let's explore within. Rhaego surveyed the surroundings and resolved to investigate the city center, where a structure stood as the highest point in Styge, possibly a church or temple. As they moved closer to the city center, the desolation grew more pronounced. The buildings became denser and more ornate, though if one could overlook their shattered state. Almost every house was incomplete, every wall riddled with cracks. Rhaego could envision the horrors that had transpired here. The scars of war and fire were evident throughout Styge, a city that had endured extraordinarily fierce battles, so much so that not a single building remained unscathed, every inch of land bearing the marks of conflict. What had transpired in Styge? This question lingered in the minds of the four, pondering what force could utterly obliterate a civilization capable of constructing such a grand and fortified city, leaving no trace in history. With this question weighing on them, Rhaego and his companions finally reached the city center, where a towering church loomed, its spire adorned with golden bricks, lending it an air of majesty. Yet even so, the church's exterior bore the marks of warfare, the scorched walls indicating that it had not remained unscathed in the chaos of battle. The doors of the church stood ajar, gleaming with a golden sheen, likely forged from gold. The four cautiously entered through the grand entrance, only to be greeted by a breathtaking sight of opulence. Gold. An overwhelming expanse of gold. The interior of the church resembled a world made entirely of gold. Its floors, walls, altars, and even the benches for worshippers were crafted from the precious metal. Eilid and the two guards were utterly entranced by the golden illusion. Casting aside any sense of caution or danger, the three Pantosians who had faced death several times, now rejoicing as they dashed into the hall, laughing and crying upon the glittering golden furnishings. At that moment, Rhaego had no desire to interrupt their revelry. His gaze was fixed upon the statue of the deity at the altar. The statue towered nearly as high as the church itself, clad in exquisite armor, with long hair cascading down and styled in an intricate bun. It faced forward, a long sword pointed skyward, as if declaring war against some unseen existence. Yet eerily, the statue bore no face. Roar! Rhaego strode purposefully towards the towering golden statue, intent on scrutinizing its details, when suddenly a distant dragon's roar echoed in his ears. His brow twitched violently, and in an instant, he crumpled helplessly at the statue's feet. Gluttony. Once again a familiar scene. Once again that dream. No, this is not Asha. It is Stygai. Boom! Fiery crimson flames erupted before Rhaego could comprehend the situation, and he heard the resounding roars of fury emanating from beyond the grand walls of Stygai. Soldiers clad in ornate armor galloped down the thoroughfare, while countless draconic beasts roared in the skies above, their fiery breath cascading like an avalanche, painting half the heavens a vivid scarlet. Rhaego yearned to draw nearer and glimpse what lay beyond the walls, perhaps half-orcs? Yet, he felt his body utterly enervated, his spirit languishing, his head pounding as if it might burst, and he could summon not a shred of strength. Even the magic within him had become lethargic, his body emitting pitiful cries of strain. Protect the master. Where's the red robe? The king has failed. Our defeat is inevitable. O noble one, save your faith. Countless voices resonated in Rhaego's ears, but each was fragmented, devoid of any useful information. His heart ached, and he felt certain tears would spill. Yet he pondered, who am I? Crack, crack. The sound of violent destruction reached his ears, and Rhaego beheld the massive gates of Stygai being shattered into debris. A thick, black mist surged like a flood through the gates, rapidly enveloping the walls, spilling over the streets, even tainting the bodies of the great dragons. Any living being touched by the black mist turned to dust in mere breaths. Even the draconic beasts were not spared. Then, thousands of half-orcs surged through the shattered gates, roaring with barbaric fervor. At last, Rhaego caught sight of the silver-haired middle-aged man, who circled sorrowfully above the church on a pitch-black dragon. My lord, we cannot hold out. The horde of orcs has breached the city. The dark magic has tainted the statue. Stygai is beyond salvation. We must retreat. My lord, a young man's voice, laced with urgency and anguish, reached Rhaego's ears as he witnessed the silver-haired man's pallid, tormented expression, and he could sense the wails of the city as inhabitants. My lord, we can no longer hesitate. A dozen dragons have already fallen, and if we delay further, it will be too late. The young man's voice rang out again, and a profound sorrow surged within Rhaego's heart. The silver-haired man cast a weary glance in Rhaego's direction and, in a hoarse voice, commanded, retreat. To Asha. Crash. A sharp sound echoed, as if something had shattered, and darkness enveloped Rhaego's vision, jolting him awake. Ugh! A pained cry reverberated through the vast church as Rhaego clutched his throbbing head, groggily opening his eyes. Awake? A familiar, melodic voice chimed from behind him, causing Rhaego's struggle to rise, to falter momentarily. He then heard the voice continue. If you're awake, tend to your dragons. They are about to demolish my home. Chapter 87. Melisandre. Roar, roar. The earth-shattering roars of dragons resonated from outside the church, accompanied by the cacophony of collapsing structures. The entire church trembled, and fragments of gold rained down from above. Rhaego recognized the voices of Gluttony and Silverwing and quickly whistled to calm the two rebellious dragons, lest they bring the church crashing down upon them. With great effort, he propped himself up and, sensing no malice from the owner of the voice behind him, turned his gaze towards the expansive hall. There he saw the previously animated Alid and his companions lying neatly on the ground, their chests rising and falling rhythmically, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Weakly, he turned to face the source of the voice. Red hair, crimson eyes, a flowing red gown, an extraordinarily beautiful woman. This was Rhaego's first reaction. Melisandre. This was Rhaego's second reaction. Noticing the sudden tension in Rhaego's gaze, the woman in red raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, her tone laced with uncertainty, do you remember me? Rhaego furrowed his brow, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. Wasn't Melisandre a character who appeared much later in the timeline of the original saga? Why was she here a century early, and why did she say still? Had he encountered her before? No, Rhaego was certain he had never met this enigmatic red-cloaked sorceress, yet her voice and even her gaze felt hauntingly familiar. Were you the one who rescued us? Rhaego chose not to respond to Melisandre's question, but shifted the conversation to another topic. It was not a rescue. You entered my castle, and your companion coveted my wealth. Thus, I taught them a lesson. As for you, the temple welcomes your presence. Who are you? Rhaego wished to conceal his familiarity with Melisandre, For this red-cloaked sorceress was not merely renowned for her breathtaking beauty. She had orchestrated the sacrifice of lords' daughters and manipulated ambitious souls into sacrificing their pregnant lovers more than once. Although Rhaego possessed magical power, he was utterly unskilled in its use. He had barely managed to ignite a flame in the river valley through sheer desperation. Suddenly, Rhaego fixed his gaze upon Melisandre's enchanting, smiting visage. "You were the one in the Ashen River Valley?" A radiant smile blossomed on Melisandre's face as she scrutinized Rhaego's astonished expression, her lips parting slightly as she spoke. "I am Melisandre, a follower of the Lord of Light, Lawler, a priestess of Stygai, a shadowbinder of Asha, and a red-cloaked sorceress. As for the Ashen River Valley, I would not allow my guests to encounter peril at my doorstep. That is the hospitality of Stygai. Indeed, it was you." Even though Rhaego had harbored suspicions in his heart, he still found it hard to believe upon Melisandre's own admission. During the battle against the half-orcs in the Ashen River Valley, when he was at his last gasp, he had attempted to utilize fire magic to ignite corpses to impede the half-orcs' assault. Just as he was on the brink of unconsciousness, he had faintly heard a warm, urgent female voice calling forth the flames. It was Melisandre. How far must she have been? To cast spells across hundreds of miles? Did the red-cloaked sorceress in the original saga possess such abilities? Exhaling deeply to relax his taut nerves, Rhaego nodded slightly towards Melisandre. "Thank you for your assistance." "No need for thanks, Rhaego Domnar. It is my mission." "Mission?" Rhaego was taken aback. "Did saving us fall under your mission as well?" "No." Melisandre shook her head lightly, a subtle smile upon her lips. "Not them. Only you, Rhaego. I have been watching you since you arrived in Valyria, acquiring your first dragon, departing Valyria, stepping onto Westeros, adopting the Targaryen name, and taming those two mischievous creatures outside. I have witnessed your growth through the flames." Hiss. Rhaego inhaled sharply. "You were the one watching me through the flames at the Red Keep banquet? Dragonstone, Storm's End, those places I felt the gaze of flames. That was you?" Rhaego suddenly sprang to his feet, his body still weakened from the dragon dream, causing him to stagger slightly. He instinctively distanced himself from the seemingly harmless Melisandre, as though facing some great beast. "It was I, but I bore no ill intent." Melisandre was slightly taken aback by Rhaego's sudden wariness, but her tone remained calm. "You attempted to control my body twice. That was not me, Rhaego. I know not who that was, and I would never strive to control you to do anything. However, I believe I should know who he is associated with." Melisandre extended a finger, pointing towards the location of Rhaego's heart. "Hiss, you even spied on me while I bathed? That is not the point. The point is, you have caught the attention of a powerful entity, and with the strength you currently possess, facing this formidable presence, you may well find yourself in mortal peril. I am aware. My life ebbs slowly, ever since that accursed eye emerged. In 2 prophetic dreams, I beheld the shadow of a monstrous entity, and even in the Ashen Valley, I personally vanquished several of them. This dragon dream, it must pertain to you, does it not?" "No, the demon's eye upon your chest indeed relates to those creatures, yet I have not participated in the affairs of the dragon dream." Melisandre's beautiful brow furrowed with sorrow, her voice tinged with a layer of melancholy and grief. "Our memories have been manipulated, Rhaego. Asha and Stygai once represented a formidable civilization, now vanished without a trace. I received guidance within the Temple of the Lord of Light. The flames revealed certain truths. The deities once stood at the forefront of the invasion, but the might of the monsters exceeded all comprehension. Countless lives were lost, and even the gods were not spared. Is the Lord of Light dead?" This news struck Rhaego like a thunderbolt. The sole deity in the realm of Westeros who took action has inexplicably perished? What the Night King and the White Walkers a century later? Who could possibly contend with them? The Night King is akin to a 3-star, 5-cost version of Balerion, wielding a spear and a dragon, and then he turns you against your own. Daenerys, having painstakingly nurtured 3 young dragons, is deceived by the imp and Jon Snow into battling the White Walkers, only to lose her beloved dragons without resistance. If the Lord of Light has truly departed, what hope remains for humanity? "He is not dead," Melisandre replied, casting an exasperated glance at the startled Rhaego. "The gods do not die. They merely slumber or reincarnate." Oh, thank the heavens he is not dead," Rhaego said, a tremor of relief washing over him as he patted his chest. "But what of the dragon dream? Is it connected to these slumbering or reincarnated deities?" "Indeed, the dragon dream serves as the last vestige of protection bestowed upon this continent by the gods. That enigmatic presence has altered the memories of all, erasing the true history, perhaps to conceal a certain secret or to prepare for the next incursion of the half-beasts. However, they cannot manipulate the memories of the divine. The dragon dream embodies the authentic history inscribed by the gods. Why me? Rhaego inquired. Melisandre's gaze was profound. For the gods have chosen you. Chapter 88. Mission and Crystal. This is your mission, Rhaego, to seek the truth of history, to rescue the ignorant populace, and defend off the invasion of monsters. This is the task entrusted to you by the deities. Melisandre spoke with the fervor of a charismatic leader, but she could not fathom that Rhaego was not a native of this land. He felt no sense of belonging to Westeros or places like Valyria or Essos. His struggles in the ruins of Valyria stemmed from an inability to return and the necessity of relying on the system to cure his grayscale. His subsequent actions in Westeros were merely a quest for self-preservation and the courage to defy tyranny. Now, he ventured into this forsaken land of shadows merely to survive and seek a remedy for the demon eye upon his chest. What mission? What responsibility? In Rhaego's mind, the prospect of surviving another day held far more weight than any lofty ideal. To the simple-minded natives, the impassioned declarations of savior might ignite fervor, but to Rhaego, it merely resembled a meticulously orchestrated sales pitch, failing to stir even a ripple within his heart. Setting aside the notion of mission, Melisandre, Rhaego interjected, sensing that the red-robed sorceress was poised to continue her lengthy discourse. He redirected the conversation to the matter of utmost importance to him. Has your deity provided any guidance on how to resolve the issue of my demon eye? I cannot communicate with the gods, Rhaego. The Lord of Light has yet to awaken, so I cannot receive his instructions. However, regarding the demon eye, I can provide you with some insights. Initially, upon hearing that Melisandre could not reach her deity, disappointment nearly overwhelmed Rhaego. Yet, upon learning she possessed information about the demon eye, his eyes sparkled with renewed hope. According to the knowledge I gleaned from the flames upon awakening, the demon eye is a creation of dark magic. Within the half-beast army, there are sorcerers wielding dark magic who can collectively conjure a black mist. Any being, be it man, horse, or dragon, tainted by this mist will bear the mark of the demon eye. The demon eye rapidly consumes the life force of the infected, transforming it into sustenance for its growth, ultimately converting the victim into a new half-beast once their life has been extinguished. What? Those afflicted by the demon eye ultimately become half-beasts? Rhaego could scarcely fathom the thought of his handsome visage being transformed into that of an ugly, tusked half-beast. Indeed, Rhaego, among the half-beasts you slayed in the Ashen Valley were former soldiers and residents of Stygai. Is there any way to rid oneself of the demon eye? Melisandre remained silent, gracefully rising to her feet, her taut red gown perfectly accentuating her figure, a sly smile dancing upon her exquisite features. The gods have chosen you. Perhaps they know the means to resolve the demon eye's curse. As she spoke, the stunning red-robed sorceress strode toward a corner of the chapel, and a concealed door burst open with a resounding crash, revealing a pitch-black space within. Follow me, Rhaego Targaryen, for here lies something bestowed upon you by the Lord of Light. The dim chamber was expansive, and Rhaego followed Melisandre through a long, dark corridor, navigating several twists and turns until they arrived at a vast underground space reminiscent of the Targaryen stronghold within the Red Keep. In the center of the chamber stood a platform approximately a meter high, surrounded by a multitude of candles that illuminated the room, suffusing it with a powerful aura of fire magic. However, unlike the crypts of the Red Keep, the platform before him did not bear dragon bones, but rather a blood-colored crystal nearly half a meter in height. This crystal has been venerated in the temple for generations. It possesses the ability to store fire magic and significantly amplifies its potency when utilized. The priests of Stygai have drawn power from this crystal to replenish their own, and now it belongs to you. For me? Rhaego exclaimed in astonishment. This colossal crystal capable of storing and enhancing magic must be a rarity beyond measure. And it is being gifted to him simply because he is deemed the chosen one? Such fortune seemed almost too good to be true. Surely, while the object may be easily acquired, the debt of gratitude could be burdensome. It is inherently yours. This is merely a restoration of rightful ownership. When placed upon the back of a dragon, it will continually emit magic to suppress the demon eye within you, granting you more time. However, it is currently depleted of magic and will require your own infusion of power to regain its efficacy. Rhaego pondered for a moment. A fire magic crystal capable of suppressing the demon eye was indeed a vital asset for his current predicament. Yet, this was the property of the Lord of Light, and to accept it would mean stepping onto Melisandre's treacherous vessel, from which it would be difficult to disembark. So, should I take it or not? Rhaego hesitated, summoning the system panel. Panel, host, Rhaego Targaryen. Gender, male. Age, 18. Bloodline 1. Ancient Valyrian dragon, king bloodline. Bloodline 2. Blood of Fire, Affinity for Fire Magic. Current Bloodline Development Progress, 50. Status: Cursed, Weakened, Healthy. Traits: Immune to all poisons, Unburnt, Dragon Tamer. Lifespan: Unknown. The lifespan section of the panel was marked with a glaring red minus sign, although he could not fully comprehend why his lifespan remained in an unknown state. It was an undeniable reality that his vitality was rapidly waning. If he allowed this to persist, he might awaken one day to find the lifespan on his panel reduced to a mere single digit, or worse, not awaken at all, succumbing to eternal slumber. Since departing Valyria, the system seemed to have regressed, offering only a panel of attributes and bloodline development prompts while neglecting all other needs. It had become utterly inept, leaving Rhaego to rely solely on himself for salvation. With these thoughts in mind, Rhaego retracted the system panel, gazing at the resplendent fire magic crystal. Resolutely, he made up his mind. He would seize it. Ascending the reserved steps to the elevated platform, Rhaego extended his hand, pressing his palm against the crimson crystal. A resonant hum echoed, and in an instant, the ruby gem radiated a brilliant red light, unleashing a visible shockwave that extinguished all the surrounding candles. The dim chamber became suffused with a sanguine glow, as torrents of bloodfire magic surged from within Rhaego, flooding into the crystal. A low, resonating drone followed, illuminating Melisandre's exquisite visage with a captivating crimson hue, enveloping her in an enchanting aura. With another resounding hum, the fire magic crystal transformed entirely into a luminous stone, its dazzling brilliance compelling Melisandre to slightly avert her gaze. Rhaego emitted a muffled groan, withdrawing his hand, only to be overwhelmed by a shimmering radiance that caused him to succumb to unconsciousness. Melisandre quickly stepped forward to catch Rhaego as he toppled backward, gently laying him upon the smooth ground. The crystal's glow began to gradually recede, casting a delicate shadow over their forms. A lingering sigh was swallowed by the encroaching darkness. Chapter 89. The True History. The Iron Islands, a vast archipelago situated to the west of the Riverlands and north of the Westerlands, comprises 7 islands of varying sizes. The capital resides on the closest isle to the mainland, Pike, governed by the ancient and venerable Greyjoy family. Departing from Pike by ship, one can reach the western stronghold of the Stormlands within a day, given favorable winds. In Westeros, the inhabitants of the Iron Islands are referred to as Ironmen, a term that subtly belittles their small nation. Yet the Ironborn do not perceive this designation as disrespectful. Rather, they take pride in it, calling themselves the Ironborn. Since their conquest, they have remained ever vigilant, eager to showcase their scimitars and fangs to the continent of Westeros. Rhaego could hardly recall the number of Ironborn he had decapitated since his arrival on the Iron Islands. This crude and brutal folk, akin to wild beasts, displayed no reverence upon his dragon's descent on a black tide island. Indeed, their audacity was such that some reckless pirates dared to stroke the Dragon King's beard. Rhaego feared that if he continued his rampage, the Greyjoys might send a legion to hunt him down. Fortunately, his business on the Iron Islands was nearly concluded, and he was poised to depart. According to the calendar of Westeros, the year would be 129 AC, shortly after the new year. 16 years had elapsed since Rhaego had left Westeros, and 15 since he departed the ruins of Stygai in the Shadowlands. It was there that he unexpectedly encountered the Red Priestess Melisandre, who revealed fragments of the obscured true history and provided him with a means to manage the magical eye that fed on his lifespan. After receiving the fire magic crystal from the Lord of Light, Rhaego awoke the next day to find Melisandre had vanished, leaving only Illid and 2 guards slumbering in the church hall. He roused the trio, and at Illid's behest, they scavenged ample wealth in Stygai, ultimately spending 2 months constructing a modest vessel, laden with their plunder and drifting down the Ash River back to Essos. The group rested for half a month in Essos before parting ways at the port of Yunkai. Illid and the others embarked for Pentos, bearing a trove of gold and 3 dragon eggs, while Rhaego bid them farewell and mounted his stealthy companion, the Greed and Silverwing, traversing the Jade Sea and the Summer Sea before veering northward toward Braavos. Through previous discussions with Melisandre, Rhaego learned that the source of dragon dreams was the truth left by ancient deities before their slumber in Braavos. A free city devoted to the worship of the many-faced god surely harbored dragon dreams. After a sojourn in Braavos, where he acquired the knowledge he sought, Rhaego aimlessly roamed the continent of Essos on his mighty dragon. After countless visits to crumbling temples and experiencing numerous dragon dreams, he identified the final destination in his quest for the world's truth, the Iron Islands, where the Ironborn worship a deity governing the seas and navigation, the drowned god. After a decade of travel, Rhaego had pieced together the obscured history, having spent 2 years on the Iron Islands, successfully confirming his last hypothesis. The truth, concealed for millennia, finally revealed its authentic countenance before Rhaego, yet this history rendered matters even more enigmatic. The invasion of half-beasts had once ravaged both Essos and Westeros. Thousands of years ago, a formidable empire that dominated Essos established itself in what is now the Shadowlands, with the ruined cities of Stygai and the dark Yunkai as its pivotal centers. The flourishing bloodfire magic in Yunkai and Stygai ultimately birthed a powerful creature, the dragon. During its zenith, the Yunkai Empire boasted thousands of dragons, casting the entire world under the shadow of their wings. Then darkness descended. Mighty sandworms erupted from the towering mountains surrounding Stygai, carving wide passages through the terrain, from which a tide of half-beast armies surged forth. Dark sorcerers obscured the sky with malevolent magic, and a colossal blood-red magical eye materialized above Stygai. Under the strain of powerful crossbows, dragons fell, while countless soldiers were slain, devoured, and corrupted. The dragons, obscured by the great shadow of the half-beast horde, were rendered impotent, leading to the fall of Stygai and Yunkai. As the flames of war spread with the retreat of the Dragon Legion, the entire continent of Essos was ultimately overrun by the half-beasts. The remaining dragon riders and warriors retreated to the southern Valyrian peninsula, barely surviving, establishing the freehold of Valyria as a bastion against the half-beast invasion. However, just as the world teetered on the brink of annihilation, for reasons unknown, the half-beast army suddenly withdrew in droves, retreating like a receding tide into the lofty mountains between Yunkai and Stygai, leaving but a handful of elites to tenuously rule over Essos. The Dragon Lords recognized the moment for counterattack had arrived. Devoid of the overwhelming tactics and numerous dark sorcerers, the half-beasts proved no match for the dragons. The Dragon Lords swept through Essos, their flames claiming the lives of the majority of half-beasts west of the Corn Forest. While only a scant few managed to flee, severely wounded, into the expansive mountains tainted by dark magic between Yunkai and Stygai. The remaining half-beasts, who had initially planned to join the invasion of Westeros, were utterly demoralized by the dual onslaught of dragons and warriors. They crossed the narrow sea, landing upon Westeros. Seeking survival in this savage land, the Dragon Lords, driven to eradicate evil, pursued relentlessly, driving the remaining thousands of half-beasts to the far north, allowing them to fend for themselves. Valyria then flourished anew, with dragons once again reigning supreme over the world. Yet hundreds of years ago, an unfathomably dreadful curse erupted upon the peninsula, causing thousands of dragons to wail in agony. The surging Dragonfire ignited volcanoes, and the wrath of the dragons engulfed the sea. It seemed as though, overnight, the Valyrian Empire transformed into a desolate wasteland, leaving only a small remnant of the Targaryen family, dispatched to Westeros to guard against a half-beast resurgence to survive. And this is the true history. The great dragons hailed from the distant lands of Ashai, while the Valyrian Dragon Lords migrated from the shadowy realms. The Targaryens served as the vigilant observers dispatched by the freehold to Westeros. And the continent of Essos was once entirely ruled by half-beasts. So why is it that this cataclysm, which befell the world, has left not a single trace in the annals of history? Who possesses such formidable power to alter a narrative that has endured for millennia? Chapter 90, Year 129 of the Conquest. Roar, roar. The Devourer and the Silverwing exchanged their secrets in tandem, while Rhaegar, lost in contemplation, listened with keen interest to the peculiar discourse between the two dragons. Whenever he detected discomfort, he would gently pat the Devourer's back, eliciting disgruntled complaints from the Black Dragon. After 16 uninterrupted years of magical nurturing, the Devourer had fully regained its former vigor, its skin taut and its scales gleaming. Sunlight cascaded over its colossal form, yet not a glimmer of reflection escaped. It was as though the light were absorbed by its obsidian scales. Following the system notification confirming the completion of the first phase of the Devourer's training, Rhaegar had tested its scale strength, discovering that it now matched the might of the great crossbow, the Scorpion. Even wielding the Valyrian steel sword, Dawn, he could only leave a faint mark upon the Devourer's scales. It seemed the creature had become entirely immune to the physical damage inflicted by human weaponry. The Silverwing had also undergone significant transformation. Her body had grown considerably, now only slightly smaller than Rhaegar. Her silver scales had become impervious to blades and arrows, and her Dragonfire had completely transformed into a chilling blue hue, capable of melting even the mightiest of stones. Her enhancements were truly remarkable. More importantly, the intellect of both dragons had expanded immensely. They not only communicated effortlessly with Rhaego, but could also engage in dialogue with one another, executing tactical maneuvers with remarkable synchronicity. In summary, over the past decade and more, while Rhaego remained unchanged, save for the stagnant bloodline progression, the two dragons had undergone a profound metamorphosis. Roar! The Devourer's voice roused Rhaego from his reverie, and he looked down to behold a world blanketed in pristine white snow. Winterfell had arrived. Setting forth from the Iron Islands, Rhaego had ridden northward, flying directly to the north. He recalled the promise made to Cregan Stark regarding a visit, and he also wished to see the wall to confirm certain matters. On the 11th day of January in the year 129 of the conquest, Rhaego Targaryen made a sudden return to the north after a 16-year absence, with Duke Cregan Stark personally coming out to greet him. Malasia Fian, is it truly you? After years apart, Cregan had transformed into a tall and handsome middle-aged man. He laughed heartily as he dismounted from his warhorse, disregarding the two dragons resting nearby, and rushed to embrace Rhaego warmly. Of course it's me, Cregan. It has been far too long. Indeed, Rhaego. You vanished after the war on the Stepstones began. Rumors soon spread across the Seven Kingdoms that you had met with misfortune in Valyria or had perished in Essos. I sent many in search of you, but to no avail. Cregan's expression was filled with excitement as he tightly grasped Rhaego's arm, striding towards the city. Coolme, let us enter the city. I wish to host you properly. Perfect, for I also yearn to learn of the tales that transpired in Westeros during my 16-year absence. The two men entered the castle amidst laughter, as Cregan thoughtfully arranged for servants to provide ample, succulent lamb for the two dragons. Before he and Rhaego engaged in a feast, sharing their experiences and stories. Rhaego recounted the places he had visited over the past 16 years, introducing the various cultures. Yet he refrained from explaining his abrupt departure from Westeros, a subject Cregan tactfully avoided as well, merely expressing admiration for Rhaego's travels and sharing his own aspirations. Once Rhaego had finished his narrative, he inquired about a matter that piqued his interest. Cregan, has the king confirmed Rhaenyra's status as heir? Cregan paused, his expression shifting to one of disdain, as if Rhaego had broached an unspeakably sordid topic. Rhaego, I fear Rhaenyra is likely destined to remain far from the Iron Throne. Rhaego gazed at Cregan in surprise. Cregan calmly cut a piece of lamb, chewed thoughtfully, and after swallowing, he lamented, in the second year after your departure. Rhaenyra married Laenor Velaryon of Driftmark, and by year's end, she bore a son with dark hair, followed by two more sons. As he spoke, Cregan shook his head in disbelief, continuing in a mocking tone, all three sons sport dark hair. While the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms privately understood the implications of the princess's indiscretions and the lineage of those three dark-haired princes, the king was still in his prime, and thus the matter had not been publicly addressed. However, 3 years ago, King Viserys held a grand tournament to celebrate the birth of Prince Aegon's firstborn. During the feast, a drunken altercation erupted between Harwin Strong and Ser Criston Cole, and in a bid to undermine Ser Cole, the Breaker of Bones unabashedly revealed that the princess had borne him 3 sons. Consequently, Rhaenyra's reputation as a wanton woman became common knowledge throughout the realm, and no noble wished for a bastardy to claim the right to the Iron Throne. Rhaenyra found herself ostracized by the very nobles who had once sworn loyalty to her. Had it not been for the king's intervention, she would have likely lost even the title of Princess of Dragonstone. Rhaego suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. Had he not taken Larys away, would Harwin and Laenor have survived, thereby jeopardizing Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne? Having learned of Rhaenyra's peculiar circumstances, Cregan continued to recount the developments of recent years. The Night's Watch at the Wall had experienced a mass defection, which he personally addressed by executing the traitors. Daemon had taken his place 3 years after Rhaego's disappearance, spending 5 years expelling the 3 daughters of the realm. Aegon, Helena, and Rhaenyra's 3 bastards each had their own dragons. Laena Velaryon, after marrying Daemon, bore 2 daughters but tragically died during the birth of her 3rd child, leaving behind the dragon Vhagar, which was subsequently tamed by Prince Aemond, who lost an eye in the process. The sea snake, Corlys Velaryon, fell gravely ill, and Vaemond Velaryon could not accept that the heir of Driftmark was a bastard born of a wanton woman. He openly rebelled in the Red Keep's council chamber and was promptly executed by Prince Daemon. Laenor Velaryon resigned from his position as Hand of the King due to his son's scandal, prompting the king to recall Ser Otto Hightower to serve as Hand once more. King Viserys' health continued to decline. Since the incident involving the bastard 3 years ago, he had not convened a council, leaving all matters of state to be decided by the Hand. The relationship between Prince Daemon and Princess Rhaenyra faced much scrutiny, given that Ser Laenor was still her husband. Much of what Cregan recounted resonated with Rhaegar's memories, save for the fact that Laenor was alive and the Valerian father-son duo still thrived. Nearly everything else remained unchanged. Yet Rhaenyra's predicament was indeed amusing. Who could have anticipated that her failure to maintain discretion would cost the princess her claim to the throne? Even more astonishing was that the Light of the Realm had entangled herself with her uncle, prompting Rhaegar to muse, "Daemon is truly a man among men." Beyond these revelations, Rhaegar gleaned a crucial piece of information from Cregan's account: the Wall. Their memories had begun to shift once more. Chapter 91. The Wall. Cregan, could you elaborate on the Wall for me? The last time I inquired, you did not address my questions, Rhaegar tentatively asked, his gaze fixed intently upon Cregan Stark's countenance. Upon hearing the words, Cregan instinctively furrowed his brow, a fleeting look of confusion flashing in his eyes, before he burst into a hearty laugh and responded, "Did you ever inquire about the Wall of Ice? Haha, it's been so long, Rhaego, I might have forgotten, but I will be delighted to introduce you to this formidable fortress." As Cregan spoke, he reached for a goblet nearby and took a hearty swig. Yet Rhaego's expression grew serious. It felt too forced. Both Cregan's cursory mention of his previous memories at the gates of King's Landing and his instinctive bewilderment upon hearing about the Wall were excessively contrived, as if someone had violently replaced his recollections of the Wall with fabricated history, leaving him to recall these memories in a manner that felt unnatural, almost deliberate. The Wall of Ice, as legend has it, was constructed by the builder Brandon Stark to defend against formidable foes from the far north, purportedly existing for over 10 millennia. However, to be frank, Rhaego, I have only been there once while executing a traitorous night's watchman. The far north is perpetually cloaked in ice and snow, with temperatures markedly lower than those in Winterfell. Many of the individuals I brought struggled to acclimate to the harsh climate, and I could scarcely fathom what manner of creature could survive in such an environment. For centuries, every year, disgraced knights have volunteered to join the Night's Watch. Yet no one has ever encountered the monsters of the far north. As Cregan savored his lamb, he regaled Rhaego with tales of the majestic wall and the frigid landscapes of the far north. Yet Rhaego appeared burdened with thoughts. Cregan's demeanor was decidedly unnatural. Rhaego did not imply that something was amiss with Cregan himself, but rather that his memories were flawed. He could articulate the details of the Wall with remarkable clarity, yet displayed bewilderment upon first hearing its name, without the need for investigation. Rhaego was already convinced that everyone in the north, indeed all of Westeros, possessed some fragment of memory regarding the Wall and the Night's Watch, albeit to varying degrees, but certainly not complete ignorance. "Cregan, tell me about the Night's Watch." Ah, that expression again, that fleeting look of confusion in his eyes. The Night's Watch comprises bastards and criminals who have no prospects. Either they choose to go or are banished by their lords, gathering from the Seven Kingdoms, condemned to a life without marriage or children, eternally stationed at the Wall. Most of them are worthless scum, though some come for noble ideals or to escape certain conflicts. Yet such individuals are few and far between. After a moment of hesitation, Cregan began to expound on the Night's Watch with an unending flow of information. Of course, that reflects the current state of the Night's Watch. According to the records of our ancestors, in ancient times, the Night's Watch was comprised of young men imbued with a strong sense of chivalry and devotion to their homeland, willingly giving their lives for the stability of the Seven Kingdoms, forever bound to the Wall. The feast organized by Cregan continued for quite some time, during which Rhaego, besides inquiring about the Wall and the Night's Watch, took the opportunity to ask the northern lords present, including Catelyn Stark and the attending Mormonts and Manderleys, about the Wall. Almost all of them possessed considerable knowledge. Yet, without exception, each person Rhaego questioned displayed a momentary lapse of clarity upon being posed the question. While everything else seemed utterly natural, any slight hint of unnaturalness stood out to Rhaego's keen perception like ink on a blank page. When every sheet bore stains, the information presented to Rhaego's mind became riddled with doubts. After resting a night in Winterfell, Rhaego, burdened with thoughts, could not compel himself to sleep. Thus, at the break of dawn, he took his leave of Cregan Stark, politely declining the Lord's heartfelt entreaties, and swiftly rode out of the city on his mount, the Devourer, heading straight for the far north. True to Cregan's words, as he journeyed northward, Rhaego could distinctly feel the temperature plummeting. Vapors began to rise from both the Devourer and Silverwing, and the altitude was far colder than the ground below. After a spell of flying, Rhaego had to channel his fire magic to the surface of his skin to combat the raging cold. The box containing 3 dragon eggs was tightly pressed against him, and he infused it with magic to ensure the eggs were shielded from the biting cold. The 3 dragon eggs resting on Silverwing required no such concern. The half-meter-tall crystal of fire magic he had obtained from Styguy was embedded in Silverwing's saddle, nestled closely against the box containing the eggs. Once infused with Rhaego's magic, the red crystal continuously radiated energy, nurturing Silverwing and her precious eggs. In truth, the 6 dragon eggs could have hatched 6 years ago. Rhaego had discovered the method for hatching them through extensive exploration. However, he refrained from doing so as the timing was not right. The truth of history was shrouded in obscurity, and the magical eye within him incessantly drained his life force. The shadowy hands lurking in the dark sought to seize Rhaego's body, compounded by the ever-watchful Targaryen family, leaving him in a perilous environment unsuitable for the nurturing of young dragons. Furthermore, with the prolonged infusion of blood and fire magic, Rhaego could vaguely sense that the hatchlings within the 6 eggs were undergoing a profound evolution at the level of life. They needed time, and so did he. Roar! Suddenly, Silverwing let out a low growl, her elegant form piercing through the clouds, darting toward the towering, sprawling ice wall below. Devourer, keep pace, Rhaego commanded decisively, urging the Devourer to follow Silverwing. With the increased strength of the 2 dragons, Rhaego felt less compelled to be overly cautious regarding their safety. Thus, Silverwing occasionally took the liberty to fly freely, and Rhaego no longer chastised her as he once had, granting her considerable freedom. The 2 dragons emerged from the thick clouds above the wall, causing immediate chaos among the Night's Watch stationed atop the ramparts. Shouts of alarm erupted from all directions, and sharp crossbows were stealthily aimed at the approaching silver dragon, yet none dared to release a bolt before the dragon initiated any aggression. Chapter 92. Threats and Choices. The wall of ice appeared out of thin air. Rhaego gazed coldly at the massive ice wall stretching to the horizon, his heart filled not only with awe at its breathtaking craftsmanship, but also with an escalating sense of vigilance. The wall stood at a staggering height of 700 feet, approximately 210 meters, and extended for 300 miles, nearly 500 kilometers. Such a colossal and arduous construction could not possibly be erected solely by human effort, nor could it have mysteriously emerged within a mere 16 years. However, 16 years ago, both Cregan Stark and Larry Strong, along with the Northern Lords, clearly possessed no recollection of the wall. Rhaego did not believe that Cregan, Larrys, and the Northern Lords had conspired to deceive him. Thus, the only plausible conclusion was that the wall did not exist at that time. Yet today, 16 years later, not only did Cregan and his vassals suddenly possess memories of the wall and the Night's Watch, but the towering, serpentine structure of the wall was now vividly present before his eyes. The power wielded by those hidden in the shadows was staggering. Ignoring the panicked Night's Watch Legion atop the wall, Rhaego rode the Devourer along the lengthy expanse of the wall, seeking to uncover any traces that might hint at the identity of the orchestrators behind this mystery. Yet he found nothing. History, memory, dreams. It is utterly inconceivable for anyone to alter the memories of the entire realm of Westeros, or to erect a towering wall in the shadows of oblivion, unnoticed by all. Even if the Wall of Last Hope could be constructed, how would the Night's Watch rationalize such an anomaly? Were they all subjected to memory manipulation, or transformed into mere puppets? No, for Cregan had personally executed a traitorous contingent of the Night's Watch, indicating their retained self-awareness. Thus, how could an entirely non-existent structure manifest from thin air? How could the collective memories and history of a continent be rewritten? It is a perplexing quandary. Leaning helplessly against a colossal beam of fishwood, Rhaego rubbed his aching head, the convoluted information and elusive reality rendering him somewhat disoriented. However, his overtaxed mind began to protest, compelling him to momentarily set aside his chaotic thoughts and allow his mind a brief respite. The scandal surrounding Rhaenyra and Strong's extramarital affair had become common knowledge, with the 3 dark-haired boys born of Targaryen and Valyrian unions becoming the subject of ridicule throughout the 7 kingdoms. Historically, while the true parentage of the 3 Valyrian children had been tacitly understood, it had never escalated to such a public spectacle. Although Cregan Stark claimed that Harwin Strong's unrelenting bravado before the princess's failed predecessor had thrust the matter into the limelight, Rhaego could hardly believe that Rhaenyra's notorious reputation had not been exacerbated by the machinations of her close friend, Alicent Hightower. Given Viserys' evident favoritism towards Rhaenyra, it was likely that he would have swiftly quashed any burgeoning scandals immediately after the shocking revelations from the Bonebreaker, if not entirely silencing public discourse. Yet, it was improbable that he could completely eradicate external chatter. As for Alicent, she was undoubtedly aware of her friend's true nature and the ensuing disgrace. Yet under the ultimate threat of Viserys' indecisiveness, the Greens dared not bring the issue to light. Ultimately, with Harwin's drunken assistance, Rhaego surmised that Alicent, possessing both intellect and a yearning for her son's claim to the throne, could not possibly remain indifferent. It was easy to imagine that Rhaenyra, at this juncture, harbored an intense loathing for her friend. Yet, Alicent likely believed her schemes were well concealed, relishing in her lover's embrace, oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Thus, the Blacks and Greens would undoubtedly follow the historical trajectory towards conflict, leaving Rhaego with three potential paths to consider. Firstly, he could choose to remain uninvolved, to extricate himself from the tumultuous realm of Westeros and seek a sanctuary where he could hatch the 6 dragon eggs. Based on prior experiences, taming a single dragon was said to increase the bloodline's potency by 5 to 10%, suggesting that once all 6 dragons hatched, he could fully activate his lineage, thus providing a measure of assurance against the enigmatic threat lurking in the shadows. However, this approach would prematurely truncate the evolutionary journey of the 6 dragons, and he could not ascertain when the hidden adversary might strike again, risking the potential for catastrophic failure. Secondly, he could adopt a stance of passive observation, allowing the Blacks and Greens to exhaust themselves in their conflict, and emerge once the field was cleared of all but the weakest contenders to seize the Iron Throne. Yet, this would lead to significant dragon casualties, severely impeding the development of his lineage, ultimately forcing him back to the dilemma of hatching the 6 eggs. Thirdly, he could opt for a direct return, asserting himself amidst the fray. The current adversaries, the Devourer and Silverwing, while not invincible, had enough fortitude to withstand assaults from multiple dragons, and with a well-conceived strategy, he might very well conclude the battle favorably. By returning to Dragonstone, Viserys would be unlikely to leave Rhaego as a looming threat for his progeny after his demise. The two factions would likely unite against him, providing Rhaego with the opportunity to eliminate all dragons, thereby ensuring the complete realization of his bloodline. Of course, this path bore its own risks, as any significant losses incurred by the Devourer and Silverwing during combat could prove detrimental. The menace posed by the shadowy figure was akin to a thorn lodged in his throat, compounded by the inexplicable withdrawal of the half-beasts, who could strike again at any moment, and the grotesque, life-sapping eye that incessantly consumed his vitality. After exhausting all avenues of resolution, Rhaego could only hope that the awakening of his bloodline, intertwined with fire and blood, might eradicate the insatiable leech. Gently tracing the scaled patterns upon a sheath of dawn, Rhaego gazed skyward at the Devourer and Silverwing frolicking above, his expression shifting between hope and despair, his mind a battleground of conflicting thoughts. The Targaryen family had once guarded the northern frontier against the half-beasts, and though they had lost all remembrance of that history, it was indisputable that the dragons of House Targaryen would serve as formidable weapons against any potential incursion. Yet, the specter of death loomed ever closer for Rhaego, to choose oneself or the greater good, to seek survival or to safeguard the world. The frigid winds of the north howled through the treetops of the Fishwood, and Rhaego's countenance grew increasingly fierce in the face of the relentless gale. Chapter 93. Return to Dragonstone. On the 3rd day of the 2nd month in the 129th year of conquest, later known as the Day of Vigilance, Rhaego Targaryen, the prince of the dragonkind who had been missing for 16 years since the expedition to the Stone Steps Islands, suddenly soared back to his former domain of Dragonstone. 2 magnificent dragons descended from the southern peaks of the Lonely Mountain, traversing the Bight and lingering for several days in the Fingers before making their way into the Vale. The wings of the dragons swept past the towering fortifications of the Eyrie, flying southward in the waning light of dusk, passing over the town of the Water Gardens, gliding across the Crab's Claw Peninsula, and soaring low over Dragonstone. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the colossal dragons landed in the grand dragon pit of Dragonstone. Almost immediately upon the dragon's appearance in the north, several ravens took flight through the snow-laden winds, carrying news of Rhaego's return to the heart of the Empire, the Red Keep in King's Landing. At this moment, the once vibrant King Viserys Targaryen lay gravely ill, the Iron Throne forged from the Dragonfire of Balerion inflicting relentless wounds upon his descendants. At the age of 52, the monarch was ravaged by the very seed of power, his fingers amputated for minor injuries, his visage a grotesque mask of decay, concealed behind a golden mask to hide his hideous appearance. The silver hair, once emblematic of the Targaryen bloodline, had entirely fallen away, rendering the king a feeble creature, akin to a wild boar stripped of its hide. Lying powerless upon the butcher's block, the king could no longer manage affairs, with scarcely any lucid moments, as all matters of the kingdom were overseen by his hand. Otto Hightower. This second-term hand of the king remained seated in his office long into the night after receiving a message from the maesters, and at dawn. He boldly entered the king's chamber, dismissing the attending maesters and maidens. No one knew what transpired between the hand and the ailing king, but by morning, several ravens fled the Red Keep, scattering news in all directions. Your Grace? In Dragonstone, the ever-diligent Bronn, responsible for the castle's defenses, was patrolling the battlements when he suddenly beheld the familiar sight of two dragons landing near the Lord's castle. The exultant roars of the dragons echoed throughout Dragonstone. The nearly 40-year-old commander of the castle stood in disbelief, unable to trust his own eyes. The prince has returned. The prince has returned. At dusk, the city's residents, engaged in various trades, were preparing to return home when the arrival of the two massive creatures captured the attention of nearly half the populace. The well-known figures of the Devourer and Silverwing ignited excitement throughout Dragonstone, as countless craftsmen and even elderly members of the garrison rushed towards the Lord's Keep, eager to witness Rhaego's return with their own eyes. Blann reacted swiftly, galloping ahead on his warhorse towards the castle amidst the traffic congestion, deftly avoiding being obstructed by the frenzied crowd. Your Highness? Your Highness! Lares, now nearly 40, was astounded as he witnessed the thunderous roar of the dragon and its descent. Hastening towards the window, he stood in disbelief as he beheld the silver-haired youth gliding down from the obsidian dragon's back, momentarily frozen in place. It has been a long time, Lares. Upon hearing the voice from above, Rhaego looked up to see Lares, wide-eyed and transfixed at the window, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Overwhelmed with emotion, he waved casually at Lares, greeting him with feigned nonchalance. The fierce sound of hooves rapidly approached the castle, and a matured Blann dismounted from his steed with palpable excitement. He rushed towards the familiar figure, dropping to one knee with a thud, his ironclad demeanor softened by tears welling in his eyes. Your Highness, I pay my respects. Blann, observing the familiar visage of his knight adorned with a beard. Rhaego patted his shoulder playfully, jesting, You've aged, Blann. What with all the facial hair? Blann struggled to articulate his emotions. 16 years had passed since Rhaego's departure, yet he found no trace of time's passage on his prince's face, as if the years had paused in his presence. Your Highness remains unchanged, just as I remember. Unchanged is not ideal. If I too sported a beard, I would no longer be the fairest knight in the Seven Kingdoms. Rhaego laughed heartily, helping Blann to his feet. The two dragons had already merrily retreated to their former lair. Rhaego unfastened Dawn and handed it to Blann, remarking, Stone Dance Castle has changed remarkably. Come, let us converse within the castle. As they made their way forward, a flustered Lares hurriedly descended the stairs, limping with excitement to greet them. Just as the three were about to enter, a throng of people surged forth, swiftly blocking the castle entrance. The silver-haired, silver-armored young man stood before the castle gates, still embodying the refreshing spirit that had once brought hope to Stone Dance Castle 18 years ago. It was unclear who broke the silence first, but soon the air was filled with weeping and wails, echoing throughout the castle. Your Highness, you have finally returned. We thought you would never come back. Many of the original residents of Stone Dance Castle were now aged, the hardships of their earlier lives having taken a toll on their bodies. Despite living in peace and prosperity for the past decade and more, their weariness was evident. A group of elderly individuals, their eyes brimming with tears, approached. Rhaego halted Blann's instinct to intervene and stepped forward, grasping a man's hands gently, offering a warm smile. I have returned, indeed. How could I ever forsake you? Everyone has been waiting for me. We have all awaited your return, Your Highness. How could you have been gone for 16 years? Upon facing the inquiries of the elderly, Rhaego found himself momentarily at a loss for words. In truth, when he had fled, he had only considered the threat posed by Viserys and the pursuit of truth, never contemplating the well-being of Stone Dance Castle's residents, not even Blann and Lares, to whom he had merely sent a letter through a merchant. He had assumed that after so many years, the castle might have fallen into private hands, only to discover upon his return that not only had the ownership remained intact, but the townsfolk still cherished his past kindness, which left him feeling somewhat abashed. Rhaego exerted all his efforts to soothe the gathered crowd, who lingered before the castle for an hour and a half before reluctantly dispersing. Not only Rhaego, but even Lares and Blann breathed a sigh of relief. The residents of Stone Dance Castle had shown such fervent warmth that it had been somewhat overwhelming. Lares, enlighten me about the significant events that have transpired in the city during these years. Reclining comfortably in his former armchair, Rhaego sighed contentedly, accepting a cup of honeyed wine from Blann and savoring a sip before turning to Lares with an inquisitive gaze. Your Highness, first, please take a look at this. Instead of directly answering Rhaego's question, Larys handed him a letter bearing the sigil of House Strong. 3 Colored Rivers. Chapter 94. The Situation and the Confession. Without hesitation, Rhaego tore open the envelope and began reading the succinct letter, the content proving sufficiently surprising. Your father wrote this? It does not resemble Lord Lionel's style. I recall him as an unwavering loyalist to Viserys. After perusing the letter, Rhaego casually passed the parchment to Blonde and took another sip of honeyed wine, gazing at Larys with a playful glint in his eyes. The situation is beyond our control. Your Highness, Larys spoke calmly. News from the north, coupled with the fact that Duke Stark is your ally, must have reached you regarding Princess Rhaenyra. Of course, a royal princess's romantic entanglements are of interest to all. Your Highness, Harwin spoke indiscreetly after drinking, exposing the royal family's sordid affairs, while Alicent has been secretly fanning the flames. Princess Rhaenyra is at a distinct disadvantage in the struggle for the Iron Throne. For House Strong, regardless of whether the Queen or Princess ascends, Hellhold will ultimately face a dead end. Larys' demeanor remained relaxed, as if the fate of House Strong bore no weight on his conscience. Should the king forcibly support Princess Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne, she will have to placate and rally the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, making House Strong the perfect scapegoat. No one desires a bastard to inherit the Iron Throne, but once Rhaenyra ascends, those 3 bastards will no longer have grounds for elimination. It will fall to Hellhold to bear that burden. Conversely, if Alicent's faction emerges victorious, House Strong and the 3 bastards will face the most brutal purge, an inevitability of history. Rhaego chuckled at this. So your father chose me? Indeed, your Highness. Does he lack faith in the king? Perhaps his majesty can navigate the tensions between the factions. That is no longer a possibility, your Highness, Larys asserted firmly. The king is on his deathbed. All matters of state are now handled by the Prime Minister. And Sir Otto, being the Queen's father, inherently stands against the princess. The 2 sides are at odds, with no hope for reconciliation. Perhaps there is, Rhaego countered. What? Larys inquired, astonished, glancing at Rhaego with uncertainty. I mean, perhaps the king has discovered a means to broker peace between the factions, if he hadn't before. He should have by now. Your Highness, forgive Larys' ignorance. I do not quite understand your words. Rhaego sighed softly, rising from the armchair, and, meeting the puzzled gazes of Blonde and Larys, approached a shelf in the study, retrieving a black and red 3-headed dragon sigil, tossing it casually onto the table. I am not a Targaryen blood. What? Larys exclaimed, startlingly rising from his seat, which toppled over with a loud scrape. What are you saying, your Highness? You are the Prince of House Targaryen, recognized by the king himself, the grandson of the late King Jaehaerys. This cannot be false. Larys was left utterly bewildered, while Rhaego calmly regarded Blonde, whose surprise was evident yet resolute. With a gentle smile, he unveiled his true identity. I am Rhaego Domnar, a direct descendant of the former Valyrian dragon lords, Domnar lineage, possessing a far superior Valyrian dragon bloodline than the Targaryens. My purpose in Westeros is to tame dragons. As for this sigil, I merely found it. Domnar. Larys' expression turned vacant, realizing that he had devoted nearly 20 years following a prince of House Targaryen, only to discover he belonged to another lineage of dragon lords. Then what of Viserys? An invitation for wolves to enter the fold? Although most records regarding the ancient house of Valyria were obliterated in the Cataclysm, one can still unearth faint traces within the vast sea of historical texts. My identity has been unveiled. At the very least, both Viserys and the Sea Snake must be aware of my true self. If all goes as anticipated, I shall be the catalyst for the unification of the Blacks and Greens. I am on the verge of confronting dragons of unparalleled might and the soldiers of the Seven Kingdoms. What, then, shall your choice be, Larys? Rhaego smiled faintly, laying his cards and the impending situation bare upon the table, thus entrusting the decision to Larys. Larys stood in shock and turmoil, his inner conflict manifesting as a tremor coursing through his body. Bronn, silent, rose from his seat and circled behind Larys, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword, subtly blocking any retreat. Your Grace, can 2 dragons stand against 10? Larys' voice was parched, his gaze fixated on the composed Rhaego's, voicing the question that plagued his mind. Perhaps, Larys, you now face 2 paths. Firstly, continue your loyalty to me, bracing yourself for the wrath and fire of House Targaryen, wagering blood and flame for a future. Or secondly, in consideration of your years of loyalty, I could allow you to betray me, joining the Targaryens, and perhaps earn your survival under Aegon's reign. Rhaego's words were devoid of emotion. In truth, Larys' fidelity or treachery mattered little to him. The forces of Stone Dance and Harrenhal would contribute minimally to the forthcoming war, Yet, having served loyally for over a decade, Rhaegos felt compelled to respect Laurie's choice. Your Grace, can we truly prevail? Laurie's forced a smile, though his words fell flat, while Rhaegos and Bronn exchanged amused glances. We shall prevail, Laurie's, Rhaegos proclaimed, buoying the spirits of his longtime subordinate. Sir Laenor presumed that I was of Targaryen blood, intent on supporting my claim to the Iron Throne. While he will soon uncover my true identity, you may still send him a letter. Stone Dance warmly welcomes Harrenhal's allegiance. Resolute, Laurie's ceased his hesitations, yet the circumstances before him offered little cause for optimism. Your Grace, during your absence, Stone Dance has doubled its fortifications, and the garrison has grown to 2,500 men, all under Bronn's capable command. Yet, even if Harrenhal stands with us, our combined forces barely total 5,000. How can we hope to contend with the Seven Kingdoms? Ha ha ha. Rhaegos laughed heartily. Laurie's, the decaying logic of warfare in the Seven Kingdoms is woefully outdated. Wars fought with conceptual weaponry are not conducted in that manner. Dragons should employ their own strategies, and the number of soldiers is merely kindling for Dragonfire. With that, Rhaegos returned to his desk, extracting 2 sheets of parchment and composing letters with swift precision. He rose and handed them to Bronn, instructing, deliver these letters with utmost haste to the north and Dorne. I have established rapport with Cregan, and I am confident he will remain passive in the early stages of the conflict. Prince Daemon Martell of Dorne has historical ties with me from the Stepstones. He may also dispatch forces to stall the south. Of course, Dorne is merely a pawn. Their compliance matters little. Laurie's, the outcome of this war will not be determined by numbers, but by the might of the dragons. If I can swiftly vanquish the Targaryen dragons, the ensuing battle will be far more manageable. When the gluttonous Dragonfire descends, they shall have naught but surrender as an option. Chapter 95, The Royal Council. The sudden return of the Targaryen prince, absent for 16 years, has cast a tense atmosphere over King's Landing. The Queen Mother's ballroom buzzed with an unusual vibrancy. Viserys had not engaged in the affairs of the realm for over 2 years, yet today he unusually convened a royal council at the Maegor's holdfast. Both Alicent and Rhaenyra were commanded to attend, as were nearly all princes and princesses of Targaryen blood, summoned to this long-awaited gathering. It seems the emergence of the bastards has left our king restless. Daemon stood impassively alongside Rhaenyra, gazing toward the Iron Throne, quietly lamenting to her about their sovereign's plight. Viserys had been utterly tormented by the Iron Throne, and now, compared to his last council meeting years prior, he resembled a ghoul clawing its way from the grave. A pungent stench of decay emanated from beneath his opulent robes, and even with the golden mask obscuring his face, the ravages of power were evident, revealing glimpses of bone and jaw beneath. Indeed, he appeared gravely worn. Otto, is everyone assembled? Viserys' voice, hoarse and grating, resonated from the throne, low enough that only those nearby could discern his query. All are present, your grace, the princes, princesses, and various noble bloodlines remaining in King's Landing. Viserys' murky gaze swept over the assembly, and with effort he steadied himself against his cane, forcing himself to sit upright, striving to focus on the figure of Corlys standing nearby, heaving as he spoke. Since all are gathered, let us proceed, Corlys. The sea snake nodded, stepping forward with an ancient tome in hand, his expression somber as he faced the puzzled gazes below, opening the bookmark page. The House of Domnar Valerion. The lineage of the Dragon Lords of Valyria has perished in the cataclysm, though it is conceivable that some bloodline may endure. Corlys delivered his proclamation in a straightforward manner, leaving the gathered nobles bewildered as they exchanged confused glances at the seemingly inexplicable recitation. Without further explanation, the sea snake closed the book, retreating to his position, leaving the council chamber in a thick silence, punctuated only by Viserys' labored breathing. Domnall? Rhaenyra's brow furrowed, an inexplicable familiarity tugging at her memory. Where had she encountered that name before? Domnall Rhaenyra inhaled sharply, her gaze widening in shock as it fell upon Corlys, seeking affirmation in his eyes. Yet, the sea snake's gaze remained firm and grave, silently affirming her conclusion, and her heart sank. Amidst the mounting silence and confusion, Daemon's low voice broke through, redirecting all eyes toward him. Rhaego Targaryen, before our king recognized his bloodline, was known as Rhaego Domnar. Daemon's revelation ignited the council chamber like oil poured into water, erupting into chaos. Prince Rhaegos? How is that possible? Domnar? Is Rhaegos of another dragon lord's bloodline? Rhaegos is not a Targaryen. I knew he was a bastard. As Daemon's words hung in the air, the assembly erupted into a cacophony of disbelief and astonishment. none able to maintain their composure in the wake of such staggering news. "Enough, my lords." Viserys' voice rang out, imposing order upon the tumultuous assembly. Since the conqueror Aegon, the continent of Westeros has remained the domain of House Targaryen, even amidst the rebellion led by Maegor. The crown has consistently rested in Targaryen hands. Yet, Viserys' voice faltered, the weight of his frail condition rendering him unable to deliver a lengthy discourse. He struggled to steady his ragged breaths, attempting to gather his thoughts before speaking once more. "The emergence of Rhaego Domnar and the theft of the Targaryen dragons are my failings, for which I have already paid the price. However, my lords, the Targaryens possess a multitude of dragons, while the thief commands but two. At this very moment, he cowers beneath the ground of Dragonstone, trembling in fear of the Dragonfire's descent. As king, I command you to return to your respective houses forthwith, to inform your lords to muster their armies and prepare their arms, and to join with the Targaryens in burying that treacherous thief beneath the crags of Dragonstone." Like a flicker of fading light, Viserys' voice grew increasingly fervent, his trembling hands propping up his frail form as he drew forth the Valyrian steel dagger at his side, proclaiming loudly, "Demon, I am here, your grace. In my capacity as your king, your brother, and the head of House Targaryen, I hereby appoint you as the commander of this war, to lead all the dragons of the realm, in conjunction with the soldiers under Lord Corlys Velaryon, and to hang Rhaego Domnar's head upon the pikes by the moat. As you command, my liege, Lord Corlys." Viserys paused to catch his breath, then continued, "In my capacity as king, kin, and lifelong ally, I appoint you as the commander of the allied forces, to lead the soldiers from all corners to seize Dragonstone and safeguard the peace of the Seven Kingdoms. As you wish, your grace. My lords, the dragon thief has returned to Dragonstone, and war may erupt at any moment. The safety of the Seven Kingdoms lies in your hands. We must act swiftly. Depart without delay." Viserys directly assigned Daemon and Corlys to command their armies, announcing the war on Dragonstone, effectively silencing those nobles who wished to intercede on behalf of Rhaego Domnar. Faced with the gravity of the situation, the assembled nobility bowed in acquiescence and departed the Red Keep in small groups, hastening back to their fiefs. Once the outsiders had departed, the sprawling council chamber was left with only the bloodline of House Velaryon, Rhaenyra and Daemon, Queen Alicent and her two sons, along with Ser Otto Hightower, the Hand of the King. The trio of Jackeries stood out amidst the silver-haired, violet-eyed assembly, while Aegon and the one-eyed Aemond regarded their dark-haired nephews with mocking gazes, their expressions betraying open derision. "Rhaenyra, you must return to King's Landing at once and bring all the dragons back with you." Viserys slumped upon the throne, gasping as he looked down at his defiant daughter. "Your grace, Dragonstone." "Silence, Rhaenyra." Viserys interrupted her vehemently. "This is not the time for your power struggles. That cursed Rhaegod has two dragons. None can survive a duel against Vhagar and Silverwing alone. If you wish to escape death on Dragonstone, heed my command." Chapter 96, Rhaenyra's Defeat. Otto. Having addressed Rhaenyra, Viserys turned his gaze to his hand, a pained smile gracing his lips. "I am weary. I entrust all subsequent matters to your stewardship. Write to all the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, announcing that Aegon shall be the rightful heir to the Iron Throne and the next king, with the coronation ceremony to take place once the armies arrive in King's Landing." "Father." Before Otto could respond, Rhaenyra stood in disbelief, unable to fathom that her ever-supportive father would suddenly strip her of her birthright. No matter the conflicts between her and Alicent, or the disdain cast upon her by others, her father had always stood by her side. But why? Why now elevate Aegon as the heir? "Rhaenyra," Viserys' voice bore the weight of sorrow. "I have been too indulgent, allowing you to cultivate such a flawed character. You have become far too headstrong. As the heir to the Seven Kingdoms, you have shown little regard for your reputation, inviting scorn upon your chaotic personal life. From King's Landing to Driftmark and Dragonstone, wherever you tread, you leave a trail of unsavory gossip." His words struck Rhaenyra like a resounding slap across the face, her arrogance and fury freezing in an instant. She gazed blankly at her father, the fading Viserys upon the throne, unable to comprehend how he could utter such words. Yet Viserys continued, "You have wrought your own downfall, Rhaenyra. You know I love you, my daughter, even as your name has become synonymous with disgrace throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Even as all turn against you, and more nobles and lords oppose your claim as heir, I have stubbornly refrained from stripping you of your title, wishing to pass the Iron Throne to you. But Rhaegod has returned, whether he is a false Targaryen prince or possesses the true blood of the Valyrian dragon lords. His existence has given the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms another choice. They may well turn to that vile thief. There is no absolute loyalty in this world. Where there is choice, there is risk, and there will always be those willing to gamble. And if you and Alicent continue to bicker, tell me, Rhaenyra, who among you can stand against Vhagar and Silverwing? As Viserys' words hung in the air, both Rhaenyra and Alicent fell into silence. The memory of the disastrous conflict at Harrenhal still fresh. The first joint assault by Vhagar and Silverwing had rendered House Valerion's mightiest warrior, Vhagar, utterly incapacitated. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Cregan Stark and Syrax, the Targaryens might have already lost Vhagar. In such circumstances, no one could claim with certainty that they could defeat Rhaego's dragon in single combat, not even the proud demon. Of course, there were exceptions. As Viserys' words concluded, Aegon and Aemond, standing behind Alicent, exchanged skeptical glances, their brows raised in unison. They had never witnessed the so-called might of the Seven Kingdoms' greatest knight or the swift demise of Vhagar. To them, Rhaego was merely a figure sculpted by flattery, ready to crumble with the slightest touch. After a prolonged silence, Rhaenyra struggled to accept the reality of her disinheritance. She defiantly lifted her gaze to meet Viserys, forcing herself to inquire with feigned calmness, I understand your concerns, father, and I am willing to reconcile with Alicent. But why must I not be the one to lead? Why can I not inherit the Iron Throne? Is it merely because of that meaningless reputation? Enough, Rhaenyra. Daemon stepped forward, grasping her wrist in an attempt to dissuade her from pressing Viserys further. But Rhaenyra would not be deterred. She violently wrenched her arm free and glared at her father on the throne, nearly shouting, Answer me, father. Viserys sighed heavily, his murky gaze resting upon Rhaenyra, who was now a tempest of emotion. For the first time, disappointment and disdain flickered in his eyes towards his favorite daughter. Because I want my kingdom, Rhaenyra. Viserys' voice simmered with barely contained fury, his rough tone akin to a dull blade scraping against a shield. If I were to perish, and you ascended the Iron Throne, should Alicent yield to your sword? Tell me, between you and Rhaego Domnar, which of the wavering nobles would they choose? We have dragons, but Rhaego possesses dragons too. Mightier dragons than yours. Viserys' voice had grown nearly to a roar. The nobles would stand beside that brigand, even if some still pledged their loyalty to you. By then, the Seven Kingdoms would have fractured, inevitably descending into ceaseless conflict. Faced with the insatiable and the silver-winged, your dragons would not dare to scatter. While he could freely assault the castles you occupy, there would be no way for you to emerge unscathed from this war. You would doom the realm forged by conqueror Aegon. Do you not understand? Rhaenyra finally regained her composure, as Viserys laid all the stakes before her. Despite the tumult of anger and resentment within her, she comprehended that the situation had reached a point of no return. She was irrevocably estranged from the Iron Throne. Viserys felt his body nearing its limit, yet he forced himself to rally his spirits and turned his gaze towards Alicent. Step forward, Aegon. Alicent's expression faltered, her gaze instinctively drawn to her father. Only after receiving a pointed look did she snap back to reality, hastily suppressing her joy as she pulled her bewildered eldest son forward, pushing him to stand before the Iron Throne. Clang! Viserys unsheathed the Valyrian steel sword Blackfire and handed it to the confused Aegon, instructing him to hold the sword aloft before the assembly. The king's voice, devoid of emotion, then echoed, So, tell me your choice, my lords. Corlys and his wife Rhaenys exchanged a meaningful glance, understanding each other perfectly. The couple knelt before Aegon, one knee to the ground. We pledge our loyalty to you, my liege. Aegon, bewildered, glanced at his mother, at her repeated gestures. He clumsily tapped the sword's tip against the shoulders of the sea snake couple, then bade them rise. At that moment, despair enveloped Rhaenyra's heart. She helplessly cast her gaze towards her uncle, only to see Daemon unsheathing Dark's sister from his belt, stepping forward to kneel before Aegon. Your Grace. Aegon bid Daemon to rise, leaving only Rhaenyra and her 3 dark-haired Valyrian children before them. All eyes were fixed upon this family, and Laenor, feeling uncomfortable, shifted slightly, preparing to step forward, but upon noticing Rhaenyra's stillness, he quietly withdrew his foot. What is your choice, Rhaenyra? Viserys' voice came coldly. Rhaenyra looked up with bitterness, yet found no trace of compassion or love in her father's eyes. Very well. With a soft sigh, Rhaenyra heavily stepped towards Aegon, straining to bend her knee and forcing herself to kneel. I pledge my loyalty to you, my liege. Chapter 97. The Clouds Gather. No matter how much anger and reluctance Rhaenyra harbored within, she understood that, with Viserys' resolution set, she had no room to refuse or resist, especially when her only support, Daemon, had already submitted to Aegon. She realized that she was now utterly estranged from the Iron Throne. Rhaenyra could not articulate the emotions swirling within her as she knelt at Aegon's feet. Was it regret? Regret for not managing her personal life better? For the endless indulgence of her youth? Certainly. More so, perhaps, for allowing that foolish Harwin Strong to appear at the banquet. It was likely shame and anger. Rhaenyra had no doubt that at the moment she knelt, Alicent's insufferable face would bear a triumphant smile. She could sense the mocking gazes of the trio upon her. Filled with rage, Viserys had proven faithless, relinquishing his rightful Iron Throne to Aegon. Daemon had surrendered without a fight, unhesitatingly abandoning her, while the Sea Snake, Rhaenys, and Laenor were all accursed, spineless fools. The final royal council meeting at the Red Keep concluded under a subtly charged atmosphere. As the Seven Kingdoms entered a state of heightened military readiness, the Greens reveled in chaos, while the Blacks had long since collapsed into disarray. Rhaenyra, listen to me. Daemon grasped Rhaenyra, who was hastily retreating to her chambers. Emerging from the council hall, the light of the kingdom strode forward with a stormy countenance. Daemon had called her repeatedly, without success. Pulling Rhaenyra into his chamber, Daemon closed the door, his expression grave as he turned to face the still agitated princess. You know winter is coming, Rhaenyra. Rhaenyra looked up in surprise, uncertainty flickering in her gaze as she regarded Daemon. Winter is coming. A phrase once uttered by Viserys when he proclaimed himself Prince of Dragonstone. A saying passed only among heirs to the Iron Throne. How could Daemon know? How do you know this saying? I have traveled the Seven Kingdoms with Caraxes, summoned above the God's Eye, Rhaenyra. Daemon's tone grew somber, his expression tinged with sorrow as he grasped her hands, seeking a semblance of warmth. The weirwood told me of all that is to come. Every dragon shall perish. We will lay waste to this kingdom. Outside the north, demons lurk in the snow, waiting. The extinction of dragons is their clarion call. Rhaenyra, winter is coming, and dragons are our weapons against the foes in the blizzards. I cannot allow them to be buried in a feudal civil war. Rhaenyra had never seen this side of Daemon. He, the kingdom's mightiest warrior, had always exuded confidence and arrogance, yet now he revealed a heart-wrenching sense of doubt and sorrow. The princess gazed into Daemon's eyes, attempting to discern even a hint of deceit, but she failed. Should I trust you, Daemon? You have betrayed your queen. Rhaenyra leaned against Daemon, clutching his waist tightly, murmuring that was the old God's prophecy, conveyed through the weirwood, revealing what is to come. I cannot stand by and watch as infighting ensues. And what of Rhaego? He too has a dragon. He could slay all the dragons. Rhaenyra was gradually succumbing to Daemon's words, though a lingering hesitance shackled her, preventing her from easily dismissing the events that had transpired at the Red Keep. I did not see that bastard in the prophecies. Neither the fall of dragons nor the bloodshed of the Seven Kingdoms bore his shadow or that of two dragons. Daemon maintained his disdain and aversion towards Rhaego. Perhaps he was unaffected by the demise of dragons. This war would conclude with great swiftness. We have a dozen dragons, and the small stone dance castle will not stand against us. Rhaenyra, I have seen it all in the prophecy. Our conflict with Alicent is what will bring calamity, shattering the Seven Kingdoms. Rhaenyra lifted her head from Daemon's embrace, gazing up at her tall, handsome uncle, her expression shifting from rage to grievance, then to calm acceptance. I hope your prophecy is correct, Daemon. In the brief half-month following the royal council at the Red Keep, the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms began to spin rapidly like a tightly wound spring. The Stormborn Baratheon family was the first to summon their vassals, swiftly organizing 5,000 elite troops, gathering at Storm's End, their eyes fixed hungrily on Stone Dance Castle. The armies from Old Town, Highgarden, and the Vale also departed their fiefs, marching towards King's Landing. The Old Town forces were commanded by the eldest son of the Hand, Gawyn Hightower, and they possessed a dragon, the king's third son, Prince Daeron Targaryen, the most cherished creation of Queen Alicent, riding his dragon, a subadult dragon known for its blue scales, dubbed the Blue Queen. The young prince, having been sent to Old Town for training after turning 12, now answered the kingdom's summons. Eager to serve as a sharp arrow aimed at any foe who dared to oppose his brother's ascension to the Iron Throne. The former Duke of Highgarden met an untimely demise, leaving the current Duke of Highgarden still swaddled in infancy, under the temporary regency of his mother. In the face of the looming threats posed by dragons and formidable armies, this feeble woman capitulated to the audacious Hightower under House Tyrell, reluctantly aligning with the forces from Old Town, unified under the command of Gawyn Hightower. Similarly, the Vale was also governed by a woman at this time, Lady Jenny Arryn, the Maiden of the Vale. Her father and brothers had been slain by the Stone Wren tribe when she was merely 3 years old, leaving her as the sole leader. As staunch allies of Aegon VI, the Arryn family swiftly mobilized their soldiers upon receiving the king's summons, hastily making their way to King's Landing. However, what discontented the capital was the fact that across the Seven Kingdoms, apart from these few noble houses that promptly answered the king's call, the likes of House Stark from the north, House Lannister from the west, and their numerous vassals, although they expressed willingness to heed the king's command, remained inactive. Even Harrenhal, the most loyal to Aegon VI, did not dispatch forces to respond to the king's orders, which stirred unease among the Targaryens in the Red Keep. Adding to their anxiety was the sudden advance of the Dornish forces, led by Prince Oberyn Martell, who launched an unexpected assault on Old Town while the armies were converging along the Rose Road towards King's Landing. Count Mond Hightower, the king's hand, found himself unable to withstand the brutal onslaught of the Dornish, and in desperation, issued multiple orders for Galwyn to return with reinforcements. Chapter 98. The Brink of Conflict. Shortly after departing from Highgarden, Galwyn received several urgent letters from Count Mond Hightower, alerting him to the Dornish attack on Old Town. Alarmed, he swiftly led his troops back, only to be intercepted by Dornish skirmishers west of the Tor. Both sides became embroiled in a stalemate, although Prince Daeron rode a dragon. The dense array of Dornish crossbows rendered him unable to approach, and the still juvenile Targaryen prince was unlikely to evade their deadly bolts. Deprived of their commander, the forces of Highgarden fell into disarray, beset by fears of the Dornish incursion, prompting them to retreat entirely back to Highgarden. The vassals waiting in Goldtree, including Count Rowan, Lord Florent of the Arbor, the Mud family of Greenvale, and House Marwyn of Long Table, observing their lord's retreat, similarly disbanded their assembled troops under the pretext of guarding against a Dornish invasion, seeking solace at home. With the aid of House Tarly, Galwyn exerted tremendous effort to repel the Dornish forces, entering Old Town battered but determined to defend his lord's stronghold. Yet, the Dornish did not withdraw, but instead gathered on the rugged periphery of Starfall and Highgarden, poised for a renewed assault on Old Town, leaving Count Mond Hightower reluctant to split his forces towards King's Landing, while only Prince Daeron Targaryen, relying on his dragon, managed to fly from Old Town to the capital. This localized conflict erupted merely 5 days after the conclusion of the council in the Red Keep, and within just half a month, the armies of Old Town found themselves immobilized by the Dornish siege. The Prime Minister, incensed by the reports, suggested deploying fleets and dragons for assistance, only to be rebuffed by the king. However, for the Targaryens, this was not the sole piece of troubling news. On the 13th day of the second month of the conquest year 129, another Dornish fleet, numbering in the thousands and led by Prince Oberyn's brother, Lord Tor Martell, brazenly crossed the Dornish Sea, attacking the unprepared Stonehelm on the southern shores of Storm's End. The vast city was swiftly breached by the Dornish and subsequently set ablaze. Tor Martell did not pursue an assault on Crow's Nest, but instead maneuvered along the lengthy coastline of Storm's End, capturing and incinerating Greenstone Keep 3 days later. Duke Balerion, alarmed, hastily recalled 5,000 elite troops stationed in the Grass Hall to defend against the Dornish. Yet, the Dornish did not hastily press into the interior as they had in past conflicts, instead patrolling the coastline, threatening the coastal territories of Storm's End and effectively keeping Duke Balerion's forces ensnared in place. With 2 elite armies held in check by the unexpected Dornish interference, King Aegon VI nearly succumbed to apoplexy from rage. Subsequently, Ser Otto Hightower summoned all the royal advisors, and after deliberating with the Sea Snake and Prince Daemon, dispatched a letter to the north and the west in the king's name. The missive was sternly worded, commanding both the Lannisters and Starks to heed the king's summons and march towards King's Landing forthwith, lest the king himself ride forth on a dragon to negotiate with the 2 lords. Fortunately, the letter bore fruit, as Duke Jason Lannister of the West, albeit reluctantly, organized 5,000 elite Lannister soldiers, led by his twin brother, Ser Tywin Lannister, and began their journey east along the Gold Road towards King's Landing. Along the way, they gathered additional vassals, including House Pike and House Reyes, totaling a leisurely march of 10,000 troops along the Gold Road. In the north, Lord Cregan Stark also received the king's severe letter, but having previously acquiesced to his brother Daemon's requests, he found himself bound by the chivalric honor that forbade him from breaking his word, despite learning of Daemon's true identity. After much deliberation, he sent forth his most loyal vassals, the Karstarks, leading 2,000 soldiers southward, establishing camp near Greywater Watch and remaining immobile. On the 20th of the second month of the conquest year 129, a lengthy letter from Harrenhal, escorted by a trusted agent of the Strongs, arrived at Stone Dance. Daemon, setting aside his busy affairs, temporarily entrusted the organization of his forces to his aide, Bronn, and convened with the only strategist available, Larys, in the castle's conference room. My lord, a message from Harrenhal has arrived. offering 5,000 troops to assist us against the pressure from the north, along with provisions and armaments for the soldiers of Stone Dance. Larys' words nearly drew a laugh from Demon. What on earth was this old, strong thinking? Had he been infected by his brother's folly to compose such a nonsensical letter? Did Harrenhal think his meager supplies and 5,000 mercenaries were sufficient to contend with the north? Currently, Prince Oberyn of Dorne was engaging the forces of Old Town and Storm's End at our behest, while the Lord of the Riverlands was a woman, utterly indecisive, reducing her realm to a mere collection of scattered forces, hardly a threat. Duke Jason Lannister the West had declined to ally with us, but had made it clear he would not engage in battle. Lord Cregan Stark, embodying the most steadfast chivalric spirit in all of Westeros, posed no threat to us. Our only concerns were the armies of the Vale and the garrison of King's Landing, along with a dozen dragons of House Targaryen. At this juncture, Lord Laena remained unwilling to fully align with us, foolishly attempting to hedge his bets. There is no such thing as a perfect situation in this world. No need to reply to him, whether he supports us or not. We shall prepare for war with all our might. Larys' eyes flickered, recognizing that his father had once again missed an opportunity to fully align with Demon's cause. Though he felt no regret, even experiencing a slight thrill. Foolish politicians, attempting to navigate both sides in the chaos of battle, failed to realize that any side possessed the strength to crush him effortlessly. On the 23rd of the second month of the conquest year 129, intelligence reports regarding the positions of the armies in the west and north arrived in King's Landing, inciting the fury of Aegon VI. In a fit of rage and irrationality, he attempted to unleash dragons upon the disobedient vassals, but was counseled against it. The threats posed by the Greedy One and Silverwing made any separation of the dragons unthinkable. Ser Immin volunteered to take charge of the forces in the west, only to be met with a severe reprimand from the hand of the king. Overwhelmed by a mix of rage and despair, Aegon VI succumbed to illness, his mind clouded and unable to govern. On February 26th, an army of 20,000 from the Vale arrived at King's Landing. In a bid to support the king, the Vale nearly depleted its resources, with the Arryn family and the vassals of the Vale gathering their most elite cavalry, willing to brave fire and water for the Targaryen family. On February 28th, an army of 7,000 from the Riverlands reached King's Landing, while Viserys lay gravely ill, racked with excruciating pain, moaning unconsciously. The maesters could only administer poppy milk to alleviate the king's suffering. Meanwhile, the dragon Vhagar, confined within the dragon pit, seemed to sense the knight's distress, roaring in agitation. By March 5th, the forces from Stone Dance were fully prepared, comprising 2,000 heavily armed knights. After eliminating various family infiltrators, this army was now completely under the command of Rhaego. Stone Dance had closed its gates to visitors 2 weeks prior, with all citizens mobilized as soldiers, equipped with longswords and armor as the city's defense force. On March 10th, the bells of morning tolled in King's Landing. Viserys, who had ruled Westeros for 26 years, was taken by the Iron Throne he cherished at the age of 52. Aegon Targaryen II ascended the throne in his stead, and war loomed on the horizon. On March 20th, the combined forces of the Vale, the Riverlands, and the Crown totaled 50,000, marching forth from King's Landing, their sights set on the Cape of Wrath. Concurrently, 2 great dragons soared from Stone Dance, roaring as they headed toward the towering city of King's Landing. Chapter 99. The Blood Dragons Dance, the Battle of the Ed River. This war was, in truth, rather hasty for Rhaego, leaving him insufficient time to strategize adequately. Although the current situation seemed manageable, every step he took was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. If his sole objective was the extermination of the Targaryen dragons, the task would be considerably less daunting. With the advantage of knowing the enemy's position, Rhaego, coming from a future era, understood the tactics of guerrilla warfare well. A mere dozen dragons would not pose a challenge. However, Rhaego's ambitions extended beyond merely vanquishing the dragons of House Targaryen to enhancing his bloodline. He sought a secure environment for growth and a source of troops to counter the enemies that might strike at any moment. As for collaborating with the Targaryens against a common enemy, Rhaego harbored reservations about entrusting the safety of himself and others to the integrity of politicians. In the face of the White Walker's imminent threat, the politicians of King's Landing chose to remain aloof, fantasizing about the devastation of their enemies in this catastrophe faced by all of humanity, thus preserving their dominion. Viserys and the newly appointed Aegon might possess more discernment than the later Cersei, but Rhaego was unwilling to rely on the humanity of politicians for the safety of many. Such trust was perilous. Therefore, let there be war. The news of King's Landing's mobilization was relayed back to Stone Dance a day in advance by spies trained by Lares. After conferring with several advisors, Rhaego decided to leave Lares behind to coordinate information at Stone Dance, while Brown would lead the troops outside the city, positioning them along the banks of the Ed River, awaiting further instructions. The next morning, Rhaego mounted the dragon Hunger and Silverwing, intending to deliver a lesson in blood and fire to the nobles of Westeros, who had enjoyed peace for far too long. In King's Landing, the Red Keep's council chamber buzzed with the presence of the hand of the king and Targaryen blood. Aegon, full of vigor, sat confidently upon the Iron Throne, his fingers restlessly tapping the hilt of Blackfire, his expression and demeanor betraying his inner exhilaration. My lords, Duke Aeron, Duke Tully, and Ser Criston Cole have already set forth with their armies towards the traitorous Stone Dance, announced Otto, appointed as Hand of the King by Aegon, as he surveyed the esteemed lords gathered around him with a solemn expression. Currently, the realm's dragons are scattered. Even 4 or 5 dragons cannot gain the upper hand against the traitors too. Therefore, Prince Daemon cannot command the front lines in person. And until our forces utterly crush the army at Stone Dance, no dragons may be deployed lightly. We anticipate that our forces dispatched to confront the traitors may very well fall prey to Rhaego's dragons. We are equipped with numerous dragon-slaying crossbows, and the Riverland's troops possess ample experience in aerial combat, while Rhaego's dragons lack experience in large-scale warfare, interjected the Lord of Justice, the Earl of Jasper Valerion, clearly unaware of what dragons signify for mortal armies. After all, apart from the rebellion of a century ago, Westeros had not endured the scorching wrath of Dragonfire for a long time, causing the nobles to forget the dragon's might, regarding them merely as another weapon that could be countered. With all due respect, Lord Jasper, came the emotionless voice of Daemon from the side. Experienced dragon riders can easily disregard the threat posed by dragon-slaying crossbows. Adult dragons are not so fragile, especially not Hunger and Silverwing. The Lord of Justice, who had long been removed from the realities of the world, faltered at Daemon's words. The 80-year-old Lord of Finance, Lyndon Beesbury, seized the opportunity to inquire, Your Grace, I wish to know if Rhaego's 2 dragons are truly that formidable. As far as I'm aware, we possess a far greater number of dragons. You command the Bloodworm Vagor, Princess Rhaenys rides the Red Queen Meleys. His Majesty possesses the Golden Dragon Sunfire. The Queen has Dreamfire, Princess is Dragon Syrax. Prince Aemond rides the mightiest Dragon Vagor. Prince Daeron has the Blue Queen Tessarion, and the dragon Sea Smoke belonging to Ser Laenor Valerion of Driftmark, along with the dragons of Princes Jacaerys and Lucerys. We have a total of 10 dragons ready for battle, and it is said there are 2 wild dragons, Grey Ghost and Sheepstealer, unclaimed on Dragonstone. Grey Ghost has long since perished, my lord. Rhaenyra interrupted the count's enumeration, her expression stoic. Rhaego killed the wild dragon Grey Ghost after taming Hunger for the first time. Dragonstone now only has Sheepstealer. Thank you for the information, Your Highness. Count Lindman nodded politely, continuing, even with only Sheepstealer, we possess an adult dragon. Not to mention the young dragons of the Little Prince and Princess, which are growing rapidly. Stone Dance is only Hunger and Silverwing. Why should we be so vigilant? As he spoke, the old count glanced at Daemon with a puzzled expression, and the assembled lords also turned their gazes toward the Targaryens, awaiting their response. Despite his inner discontent, Daemon felt compelled to utter the words, Hunger is strong. Even Vagor cannot match it. With Silverwing, we wish to avoid unnecessary losses. Since receiving the prophecy of the future in the Weeping Woods, Daemon had become exceedingly cautious. He did not wish to see any Targaryen dragon perish in this war, but it was evident that his hopes would soon be dashed. One day after the coalition forces departed the city, under Duke Aeron's suggestion, they established a camp at the junction of Rose Avenue, with Ser Criston Cole leading 10,000 soldiers as the vanguard, advancing towards the Ed River to clear the path against potential ambushes. Ser Criston Cole led the army cautiously through the Kingswood, encountering no ambush as anticipated. On the evening of March 25th, the forces arrived at the lower reaches of the Ed River, establishing camp on the western bank. The continuous march had left the soldiers utterly exhausted. Upon Ser Criston's order to camp, nearly half of the soldiers collapsed onto the ground in relief. Even the commanding Cole relaxed his vigilance upon receiving reports from the scouts he had dispatched. The army of 10,000 was huddled together on the plains by the Ed River, despite 4 days of arduous travel. The simplicity of their uneventful march allowed them to momentarily forget the harshness of war. Ser Criston Cole smiled as he took a hearty swig from the wineskin handed to him by a servant, his gaze wandering to admire the scenery, suddenly becoming transfixed by the distant sky. 2 pairs of expansive wings tore through the clouds before his astonished gaze, roaring as they descended towards the scattered encampment below. Criston felt his eyes nearly bulging with shock. An enemy attack. Chapter 100. The Blood Dragon's Frantic Dance. The Lament of the Blue Queen. Roar. The piercing cries jolted the complacent soldiers on the ground, who, bewildered by their commander's furious bellow, finally rose to witness the colossal dragons diving down upon them. Ah, the dragon. The dragon has come. An overwhelming terror spread across the faces of all the soldiers, and in their extreme panic, the massive crossbows hastily set aside were rendered useless in their assembly. The gluttonous green flames of the dragon showed no inclination to grant them a chance to escape. With two particularly thunderous roars, waves of searing Dragonfire surged from south to north, sweeping across Cole's army, incinerating countless men who wailed in agony, igniting the once tranquil banks of the Ed River with the aroma of roasted flesh. Respond! Respond! In an instant, their own army was thrown into disarray by the flames of the two dragons, no matter how Cole shouted in anger. The terrified soldiers were utterly paralyzed by the sight of the monstrous dragons, and the entire camp devolved into chaos. Rhaego had specifically targeted the conspicuously placed crossbows within the camp when commanding the glutton to dive, and in just one swoop, the two dragons had reduced these formidable weapons to ashes. The coalition forces resembled headless ants, scurrying aimlessly without any semblance of order, unable to mount an effective defense. Even if some managed to gather a few hundred or thousand troops, without the only means capable of piercing the dragon's scales, they would appear as conspicuous living targets to the dragons. Rhaego's next objective was to thoroughly shatter the psychological defenses of these soldiers before enticing them to surrender. On the second day after the army of King's Landing set forth, Rhaego rode his dragon high above them, concealing the presence of the two dragons beneath the cover of the upper clouds, silently trailing behind. Initially, he had hoped to capture either Demon or Aemond, believing that if he could eliminate either Clark or Vhagar, the ensuing conflict would become far more manageable, allowing him to descend upon King's Landing astride his dragon and settle matters with the Targaryens. However, to his dismay, he had not even caught a glimpse of a single dragon scale after 4 days of following. As Cole's army was poised across the river and reached their stronghold, Rhaego decided to abandon his concealment, seizing the opportunity to strike while the 10,000 exhausted troops were caught off guard, transforming them into ants on a hot skillet. Roar! Confirming that he had utterly shattered Cole's forces, Rhaego hastily commanded the Glutton and Silverwing to cease their relentless incineration, instead circling low around the perimeter of the camp, using their Dragonfire to drive back the survivors seeking to flee. After the two dragons wreaked havoc, only about 4,000 or 5,000 remained standing on the ground. The rest had either perished in the Dragonfire, trampled one another, or leaped into the turbulent Ed River to become fodder for the fish. The dragons quickly seized control of the situation, and as Rhaego was about to leave Silverwing to guard the area, intending to fly upstream to find Braavosi to manage the captives, a sharp dragon roar suddenly echoed from behind, causing his previously calm expression to brighten with anticipation. Finally, they had arrived. The glutton responded. Roar! The glutton excitedly let out a thunderous roar, its massive wings thrashing vigorously, propelling both rider and dragon skyward in an instant. In the distance, a deep blue dragon, with claws, a crown, and belly scales gleaming like copper, roared as it approached. The Blue Queen, Targaryen. In a single glance, Rhaego recognized the dragon's identity, the very dragon that had once eyed him with gluttonous desire in the dragon's lair, the first to reveal its appetite for him. Dracarys! Before the two dragons could draw near, a youthful voice called out. Targaryen, smaller than the glutton by 2 or 3 circles, strained to ascend, and at the command of its master, unleashed a fearless torrent of ice-blue Dragonfire towards the glutton's face. The dragon. Our dragon. The appearance of Targaryen rekindled the soldiers of the coalition, once steeped in despair, with a flicker of hope for survival. Even if their dragon was significantly smaller than the black one, it still represented a chance, did it not? Prince Daeron. Criston Cole recognized the newcomer as none other than Daeron Targaryen, the third son of Queen Alicent, raised in Old Town since childhood. However, unlike the hopeful soldiers, Criston gazed at the sky with hollow eyes, witnessing the disproportionate clash of the two dragons. As the Blue Queen launched her attack upon the glutton, he despairingly closed his eyes. Dracarys! The surging ice-blue Dragonfire surged forth in an instant, yet neither Rhaego nor the glutton exhibited any inclination to evade. The fearsome maw of the black dragon opened slightly, roaring as it charged into the opposing Dragonfire, which struck mercilessly against Rhaego and the glutton. Yet it scattered like the snowflakes of the north at the moment of contact, transforming the sky into a beautiful display of fireworks. In the incredulous gazes of Daeron and Targaryen, the glutton's enormous jaws swiftly descended upon the blue dragon's neck, its sharp fangs effortlessly piercing flesh, ruthlessly tearing apart the audacious ant that dared to challenge the king, along with the human it bore. Rhaego barely had time to discern Daeron's features atop the Blue Queen's back. This once handsome prince who had appeared in the latter stages of the blood dragon's frantic dance became merely a trophy of the glutton, paying the price for his overconfidence. The dragon battle in the sky unfolded rapidly and concluded even faster. From Targaryen's appearance to the glutton's swift vanquishing of its opponent, barely a minute had passed. The lifeless head of the Blue Queen fell from the sky, her body crashing heavily into the turbulent waters of the Ed River. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a magical creature, absorbing the magical creature's energy. Bloodline development progress 5. Current development progress 55. How delightful! The system's melodious notification was a sound Rhaego had not heard in quite some time. The exhilarating sensation of bloodline development compelled Rhaego to cheer loudly, attracting the attention of the glutton, who responded with a series of low roars. Soon, Silverwing, circling below, joined in the revelry, and the roars of dragons echoed along the banks of the Ed River, leaving behind a group of trembling captives hiding on the ground. The Battle of the Ed River concluded, with Prince Daeron Targaryen slain alongside his dragon, the Blue Queen Targaryen, both meeting the stranger, while 10,000 soldiers of the coalition fell victim to Rhaego's surprise attack, resulting in a catastrophic loss for King's Landing. In contrast, Rhaego needed only a few dozen sheep to restore his vitality. Rhaego summoned Bravosi, stationed upstream, to collect the 4,000 to 5,000 captives, including the captain of the King's Guard, Criston Cole, the princess, and the Queen's favored lover, and escorted them back to Dragonstone. Simultaneously, the details of the Battle of the Ed River were relayed back to King's Landing by the fortunate soldiers who had escaped. The Red Keep trembled. Chapter 101. The Blood Dragon's Frantic Dance. The Council of the Crown. Bang! In Maegor's Hold, Aegon furiously used black fire to obliterate a corner of the Valyrian freehold. Painstakingly constructed by Viserys, the debris splattering onto Otto's emerald green robe. Why was Daeron there? Why didn't he return directly to King's Landing? Aegon's voice rose in a hysterical roar, the youthful king swinging his sword wildly to vent his sorrow and fury. Otto Hightower's expression was equally grim. From the war's onset, Rhaego had bestowed upon them a dreadful gift. The death of a dragon and an excellent Targaryen prince had cast a shadow over everyone in the Red Keep. According to intelligence gathered from the Reach, Daeron had ridden north alone after assisting Ser Garwin in breaching the Dornish defenses, and many in the Reach had witnessed the flight of the Blue Queen. However, there were those who claimed to have glimpsed the prince's silhouette in the Hall of Summer. Subsequently, on the 24th of March, Targaryen descended upon the town of Fallen Wood, located in the northwest of Storm's End, before making his appearance on the battlefield by the banks of the River Ed. The hand of the king gazed upon the furious monarch, relaying every morsel of intelligence he had acquired. After a moment of venting his wrath, Aegon sank into a chair, panting heavily, while the stifled sobs of Alicent only served to aggravate his irritation. The damned king was less content than he would have been indulging in pleasures within the brothels of King's Landing. Why must Daemon venture to Storm's End? Had he simply refrained from doing so, he could have evaded the conflict at the River Ed. The anguish of losing her youngest son left Alicent utterly heartbroken. Her once alluring visage now rendered haggard overnight, consumed by the relentless pursuit of power, perhaps never having contemplated the brutal realities entwined within such competition. At least until Daemon met his end at Dragon's Maw, she had remained blissfully ensconced in the joy of her prior victories. Perhaps Daemon learned of the Dornish incursion into Storm's End on his way to King's Landing, prompting him to investigate the situation. As for his detour to Fallen Wood, it was likely that news of the mobilization of forces from King's Landing reached him, spurring him to rush to the fray. Hence, that accursed thief has slain my son. Alicent clutched Otto's hands, tears streaming down her cheeks, gazing imploringly at her father, who, despite his age, stood tall as her bastion of support. Her voice was hoarse yet fierce, her expression causing even the seasoned Otto to furrow his brow in discomfort. Father, Aegon has killed my son, your grandson, and he left us nothing but the absence of his remains. I demand his death. I wish to see his head mounted upon a spear by the moat, left for the insects to feast upon. Otto regarded Alicent's hysterical outburst in silence, choosing to ignore the lamentations of a woman bereft of reason, instead directing his gaze toward Aegon. The ministers had already gathered in the council chamber. They required the king to preside over the proceedings. Aegon's face initially revealed a look of rejection and resistance, Yet under Otto's unwavering stare, he begrudgingly allowed a maid to assist him in changing attire, following the hand of the king to the great hall for deliberation. Sir Kristen's 10,000-strong army had been utterly annihilated at the banks of the River Ed, and we had lost both Prince Daemon and the dragon Tessarion, with the remaining dragons unable to engage in separate combat. The threat posed by Aegon's vulture and Silverwing to our soldiers was exceedingly grave. Count Linman's grave voice broke the silence, and the expressions of all present, including Daemon and Corlys, were somber, particularly Corlys, who, under his wife's urging gaze, yearned to propose a direct assault on Aegon's stronghold with his fleet from Driftmark, cutting through Blackwater Bay. Yet, having witnessed the terrifying sea serpents of Vulture and Silverwing, he could not muster the resolve, and despite Rhaenys' subtle signals, he feigned ignorance, unwilling to sacrifice his men. Another crucial matter arose, as the voice of the Iron Rod, Jasper, cut through the tension. The stance of the Stark of the north and the Lannister of the west remained uncertain. Although the western forces had assembled and departed, they advanced a mere few miles each day. The army from Casterly Rock had been marching for over 20 days and had only reached Silver Hill. The northern host remained stationary at Greywater Watch. As Jasper spoke, his tone grew increasingly grave. Your Majesty, esteemed lords, we must consider the dire consequences should the armies of the west and north choose to betray us at a critical juncture. Jasper's proclamation plunged the assembly into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard amidst the council chamber. Only the heavy breathing of the king grew louder. Finally, with a resounding thud, Aegon slammed his hands upon the table, his face flushed with rage. The young king glared at his subjects, his fury erupting in a primal roar. I do not wish to hear you recount difficulties and obstacles. I demand ideas, solutions. We must vanquish that bastard who covets the Iron Throne. Will the West and the North rebel? Will their armies not come? Then we shall crush them. If letters prove ineffective, we shall send envoys. If that fails, we shall unleash dragons to reason with them. Although Aegon's words lacked sagacity, they bore a semblance of merit. Daemon stood up amidst the king's fury, first delivering a scornful retort. Anger and bluster will not conquer Dragonstone, Aegon. He then disregarded the king's darkening countenance, turning to the ever-quiet figure of the prime minister, who had remained a mere audience. Daemon's demise was but an unfortunate accident. None could have anticipated his inexplicable appearance on the battlefield at the River Ed. Though Cole's 10,000-strong army was decisively defeated by the two dragons, given the current circumstances, the forces at Dragonstone remained entrenched on the eastern bank of the River Ed in a defensive posture. I surmise that Aegon will not adopt an aggressive strategy, but rather await our assault on Dragonstone, seeking to inflict casualties upon the coalition during the defense. Daemon's voice paused momentarily before continuing. Perhaps his primary objective is to delay until our dragons can join the fray, then exploit the might of Vulture and Silverwing to systematically eliminate our dragon forces. Thus, I believe that in the short term, Vulture and Silverwing will remain in the vicinity of Dragonstone for defense. Firstly, to safeguard their stronghold, ready to support their soldiers. Secondly, to guard against our potential dragon assaults on Dragonstone. Therefore, as long as we refrain from deploying dragons and proceed with caution, even surrounding them without attacking, given Dragonstone's resources, they will not withstand our siege. Thus, on the front lines, we must issue orders for Duke Allen and Duke Tully to mobilize all their forces to the banks of the River Ed, erecting all available scorpions to establish a standoff with Dragonstone. My priority at present is to soothe and consolidate the loyalties of the West and North. I propose that Jacaerys ride to Winterfell, while Lucerys proceeds to Casterly Rock, persuading both dukes to wholly recommit to the Iron Throne. The arrival of dragons would sufficiently convey the Red Keep's determination, and the departure of Vermithrax and Eryx, being mere younglings, would not significantly impact our combat efficacy. As Daemon's words concluded, he surveyed the room, eventually resting his gaze upon Otto's face. Agreed, the Prime Minister declared. Agreed, agreed. Chapter 102. The Blood Dragon's Wild Dance, Underhanded Maneuvers. Daemon's analysis successfully swayed the assembled ministers. In truth, as both Count Jasper and Daemon articulated, the immediate concern for King's Landing was not contesting for fleeting superiority against Aegon at Dragonstone, but rather stabilizing the allegiances of the Lannisters and the Starks of the North. Historically, the Lannister family of the West had epitomized the archetype of loyal Targaryens. Since the conquest, they had governed the North on behalf of the Iron Throne, with the Duke of Casterly Rock consistently displaying unwavering fidelity. Yet, the assembled ministers were seasoned foxes, having matured amidst the brutal struggles for power. None were naive enough to believe that the Lannisters would remain eternally devoted to the Targaryens. Even Linmin and Jasper, as well as the Hand of the King, Otto Hightower, did not possess an unconditioned and immutable loyalty to the Iron Throne. All present understood the predicament they faced. The Lannisters had refrained from revealing any disloyalty during the rebellions of Meagrin or the succession disputes between Viserys and Rhaenys primarily due to one reason. The Targaryens possessed dragons, regardless of the Lannisters or other noble houses of the Seven Kingdoms. Although there might be some misjudgment regarding the combat efficacy of dragons, everyone acknowledged the significant role dragons played in warfare. Prior to Aegon's emergence, the only families capable of wielding dragons across the continent of Westeros, and even Essos, were the Targaryens. Naturally, Casterly Rock would not be foolish enough to challenge the Dragon King, but with Aegon's advent, dragons were no longer exclusive to the Targaryens, granting all nobles another option, especially for the lesser lords of the Riverlands. Take the nobility of the Riverlands as an example. Could it truly be said that they would cease to support King's Landing merely due to the withdrawal of the forces from Highgarden? Those present are fully aware that this is far from the sole reason. Rather, it is the shifting tides of public sentiment that hold sway. The feudal hierarchy of Westeros has endured for centuries, with lords remaining steadfast as lords and vassals as vassals, and under Targaryen rule, any alteration seems exceedingly difficult, if not altogether impossible. Yet, what if Rhaegar were to triumph? The ascension of another dragon lord would inevitably herald a reconfiguration of power across the Seven Kingdoms. Who among the lords is not harboring ambitions of their own? Therefore, it is more accurate to say that the nobility of the Westerlands and the Riverlands hesitates not out of indecision, but rather out of trepidation in placing their bets. For King's Landing, the Westerlands and the North command more than half of the military might, a loss of which is utterly unacceptable to the Targaryen dynasty. The estrangement of the Westerlands and the North is something that the ministers already aligned with the Targaryens cannot abide. Thus, even as Rhaegar's formidable dragons approach the gates of King's Landing, their foremost concern remains to consolidate the influence of the Westerlands in the North. On the 27th of March in the year 129 of the Conquest, two small dragons took flight from the dragon pit of King's Landing, a masterpiece of Rhaenyra. As two dark-haired Valerians rode their diminutive dragons towards the Westerlands and the North. Concurrently, in the shadows of the night, several ravens took wing from the corners of the Red Keep, following the distant dragons as they departed from King's Landing. My lord, a letter has arrived from King's Landing. Rhaegar had just returned to Dragonstone after the fierce battle at the banks of the River Eddard, concluding that the heavily depleted coalition forces would refrain from any significant actions in the short term, and thus he rode back to the castle atop his dragon. As Larys entered, his face alight with excitement, clutching a piece of parchment, Rhaegar had just stuffed a delicious pancake into his mouth. Wiping his hands casually, Rhaegar glanced at Larys' exuberant expression and took the letter from him. The missive had been dispatched from King's Landing, prompting Rhaegar to muse on the questionable military acumen of Westeros. Even in such a tense state of affairs, King's Landing appeared blissfully unaware of the looming war, continuing its revelries as before. The ministers, while solemn during council meetings, returned to their merriment and dances after adjournment. Rhaegar had previously instructed Larys to infiltrate King's Landing with a few trusted individuals, and in just a month's time, the city had become as permeable as a sieve. Few could resist the allure of the Golden Dragon's advances under the siege of Dragonstone, with Rhaegar even receiving ludicrous reports of demon cavorting in brothels before the army's departure from King's Landing. The relaxed demeanor emanating from the Targaryen dynasty stirred a twinge of envy within him. Unfolding the letter, he quickly scanned its contents, raising an eyebrow at the news. Oh, they have indeed dispatched two small dragons as envoys? My lord, as you predicted, King's Landing has chosen to temporarily set aside the deaths of Daeron and Targaryen. Reconnaissance has observed the 40,000 coalition forces amassed on Rose Road, slowly advancing towards the western shores of the Eddard, and indeed, they have merely sent two small dragons to the Westerlands and Winterfell. Ha! Do not get too excited, Rhaegar said with a faint smile, casting the letter casually onto the table and rising to signal the maid to clear the dining area. In war, the siege is but the initial step. The true conquest lies in winning hearts. The Dornish have successfully delayed Old Town and the Stormlands, while the Riverlands have been an unexpected boon, maintaining a stance of observation. If we can exchange a modicum of benefits to prolong the Westerlands and the North, the Targaryens, desperate to retain those key territories, will inevitably be distracted. My lord, your brilliance is unmatched, Larys exclaimed with genuine admiration, before eagerly inquiring. So, will you proceed to intercept the two small dragons? Rhaegar cast a disapproving glance at Larys. Your vision is limited, Lares. What significance do 2 small dragons hold? Allowing them to live is mere folly. We must aim for something grander. What is the situation with the Dornish? According to your plans, Prince Oberyn Martell remains engaged with the forces of Old Town along the line between Starfall and Highgarden, while Prince Torrhen Martell patrols the coastline, poised to strike at the main forces of the Stormlands. My lord, what are your intentions? Rhaegar, donning his armor with the assistance of a servant, replied, Daemon has dispatched 2 small dragons to sway the Lannisters and Starks. Without a matter of 10 days to half a month, it is utterly hopeless, until we ascertain the stances of the Westerlands and the North. And with the threat from our 2 dragons still looming, their focus will undoubtedly remain on those fronts. We shall deploy only observers to track the movements of the 2 dragons. This presents an absolute opportunity. We have approximately 10 days. I will leave Silverwing to make daily appearances over the coalition, ensuring they remain under the impression that both dragons are still at Dragonstone. Meanwhile, the Greedy One and I shall venture to Old Town. You intend to attack Old Town? Lares exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, with 10 days as our limit. The attention of King's Landing is currently fixed on Dragonstone in the north. If we act swiftly, we can seize Old Town before they realize what has transpired. If fortune favors us, the Stormlands may also be within reach. Once we secure the south, we shall have no rear to worry about, and our focus can remain solely on the enemy ahead, alleviating much of the pressure on Bronn. Remember, this matter must remain confidential. Though the city has been purged, we cannot guarantee that no remnants of spies linger. We must not let any word slip. Yes, my lord. Chapter 103. The Dance of the Blood Dragons. Arrival at Highgarden. At this moment in Old Town, Count Montal Hightower and his cousin, Galwyn, were hosting a banquet within the towering halls of House Hightower's ancestral fortress. Though the sudden incursion from Dorne had caught them off guard, the outcome was ultimately favorable. Galwyn had breached the Dornish defenses, and Count Montal had successfully repelled Prince Oberyn's substantial offensive. Now, both armies have temporarily ceased hostilities, facing each other along the protracted mountain front, and the 2 brothers, feeling the war had reached a hiatus, leisurely returned to the High Tower to celebrate their victory in the defense of Old Town. Under Rhaegar's meticulous prearrangements, Prince Oberyn Martell, leading the forces, adhered closely to Rhaegar's strategic directives, effectively stalling the armies of Old Town and the entirety of the Riverlands. Now, nearing 50, Prince Oberyn stood atop the grand walls of Highgarden, gazing westward at the fertile lands of Old Town, a fervent fire igniting within his eyes. On the night of the 27th of March in the year 182 of the conquest, a colossal shadow of a dragon silently ascended from Dragonstone. Under Rhaegar's command, the Greedy One swiftly spiraled in the air above the narrow sea, elevating its massive form, cloaked in the darkness of night and dense storm clouds, before unleashing a subdued roar and beating its wings, heading southwest. With the cover of night and the customary storms sweeping through the Stormlands, Rhaegar and the Greedy One passed undetected over the ruins of Harrenhal and Storm's End, soaring over the rugged mountains of Dorne. And by the afternoon of the next day, they officially crossed Prince's Pass, emerging unexpectedly from the rear of Highgarden. Prince Oberyn, it has been too long. Rhaegar slid down from the dragon's back, greeting the approaching Oberyn with a courteous embrace. Accepting the bread offered by a servant, he dipped it in a pinch of salt and consumed it under the watchful eyes of the Dornish. Ha! It has indeed been a while, Sir Rhaegar. Oberyn observed Rhaegar consuming the bread, his previously awkward smile transforming into genuine warmth as he eagerly invited Rhaegar to join the feast within the castle. There will be no time for feasting, Your Highness. Our time is limited, and we must remain in peak condition for tomorrow's battle. Rhaegar decisively declined the invitation to the banquet, as the impending conflict loomed large. Indulging in revelry tonight would surely result in a foolish fate on the battlefield. Although Salwyn felt somewhat disheartened during the Stone Steps Island War, he had heeded the alliance request from the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, personally leading 50 to 60 warships to ambush the fleets of Westeros in the bay behind Bloodstone Island. However, after being utterly annihilated by Rhaegar and his 2 dragons, Rhaegar became synonymous with the stranger in Salwyn's mind, despite the stranger having spared him and a number of Dornish nobles in the last encounter. Salwyn lacked the courage to negotiate terms with him. In truth, the war had progressed to a stage that was far beyond Rhaegar's initial expectations. After deciding to return to Dragonstone, Rhaegar had envisioned a conflict where he would rely on the might and maneuverability of his 2 dragons to engage in guerrilla warfare against the Targaryens, gradually wearing down their dragons in the process. Yet, he had not anticipated that a mere impulse to send a letter to Dorne would yield such unexpected results. Before the war commenced, Rhaegar had already resigned himself to the notion that Dragonstone was lost. Now, not only did it remain intact, but he also had the opportunity to decisively clear the Targaryens from the south. The outcome, however, would depend on the success of the upcoming battle. In King's Landing, within the Red Keep, at dawn, the newly appointed commander of the coalition, Daemon, summoned his ministers, along with Rhaenys, Rhaenyra, Aemond, and several dragon riders, to gather in the council chamber to analyze intelligence from various fronts. What news for Dragonstone? Daemon's deep voice inquired. Coalesce, responsible for intelligence gathering and analysis, promptly responded. According to reports from Duke Alan and Duke Tully at the front, the forces at Dragonstone have remained stationed at the upper reaches of the River Ed, showing no signs of movement. Silverwing, the dragon, has been seen circling our camp daily, yet the coalition has strictly adhered to our previously agreed strategies, setting up all our scorpions. Perhaps wary of their might, she has not made any attacks. And Rhaegar? Where is he? Coalesce shook his head slightly. All our spies within Dragonstone have lost contact. However, our soldiers at the front witnessed Rhaegar returning to the castle after his confrontation with the Hunger. He is likely staying there, as Dragonstone holds immense significance for him, and he must guard against our surprise assault. Daemon nodded slowly, clearly in agreement with the Sea Snake's assessment. The other ministers and Rhaenyra remained silent, while Aemond scoffed at their discussion, disdain evident on his face. Since Silverwing has been patrolling the skies above the River Ed, why don't we seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on her? Aemond's remaining eye glinted with fervent aggression. If we catch her off guard, we stand a considerable chance of eliminating Silverwing before the Hunger can reinforce her. No, Daemon unequivocally rejected Aemond's suggestion. It is far too risky. Not only can we not ascertain the speed of the Hunger's reinforcement, but surrounding Silverwing in a short span is also improbable. She is as swift as an arrow. If she chooses to flee, we would find it exceedingly difficult to intercept her. Should the battle drag on too long and the Hunger arrives, you must comprehend the consequences of such an outcome. Daemon's gaze, filled with warning, locked onto Aemond's defiant stare, his tone grave. Vhagar is not invincible. Aemond, you must maintain a healthy respect. Oomph. Aemond grunted, refraining from further retort. What the Westerlands and the North? Daemon continued his inquiries. Little John and Smallwood should have just arrived. We may not receive definitive news for another 10 days, came the reply. Taking a deep breath, Daemon's irritation grew as he scrutinized the map of the 7 kingdoms before him. While the current stalemate was what they desired, he sensed something amiss. If this war were to drag on, it would undoubtedly be detrimental to Dragonstone. Once King's Landing regained the loyalty of the Westerlands and the North, the defeat of Dragonstone could transpire in an instant. Daemon did not believe Rhaegar was unaware of this. Yet why could he remain so tranquil? His gaze flitted rapidly across the map. What crucial detail had he overlooked? Chapter 104. The Dance of Blood Dragons. Speed is of the essence. Just as Daemon grappled with his thoughts, attempting to uncover the vital information he had missed, Dorne launched a comprehensive assault on Old Town in the dim light of dawn. At Selim Martell's command, thousands of Dornish warriors surged forth from Highgarden, swiftly advancing through the valleys, catching the Old Town troops off guard as they stormed into the enemy camp. Simultaneously, the forces from Starfall, led by Lord Dane, marched forth, hastily making their way towards Sunspear. The thousands of troops stationed at the mountain pass near Old Town were overwhelmed by Dorne's cavalry, who broke through their lines with ease. However, after breaking free from the enemy camp, the 3,000 cavalry regrouped swiftly, opting not to charge back, but instead leaving the disarrayed remnants of Old Town's forces to the infantry that followed, while they galloped towards Highgarden. With Rhaegar soaring above them on his dragon, its head directed at the castle. At Highgarden, Earl Merlin was blissfully nestled with his lover, lost in slumber, when a sudden, urgent knocking jolted him from his dreams. "My lord, the Dornish have breached our defenses." Merlin, irate, flung open his bedroom door. But before he could voice his anger, his subordinate's panicked report quelled his fury. What? How could the Dornish reach Highgarden? Where are 3,000 troops stationed at Highgarden? I don't know. I just received word that Dorne's 3,000 cavalry have broken through our hilly defenses and are rapidly approaching. They will be at our gates within half a day. Quick, seek aid from the tall tower. Instruct Lord Mound to dispatch reinforcements. By midday, Salwyn's 3,000 cavalry had come into view, prompting Merlin to hastily order his garrison to prepare, aiming all strong bows and crossbows at the approaching enemy. "Soldiers, I have written to Lord Hightower for assistance. If we can hold out until evening, Lord Mound's forces will arrive, and the foolish Dornish will pay dearly for their reckless advance," Merlin declared. His words instilled newfound resolve in the previously anxious soldiers, who now raised their bows, pointing them at the swiftly arranged cavalry in the distance. After a morning of relentless pursuit, Saluin's troops were fatigued, both horses and riders showing signs of weariness. Nevertheless, he commanded his men to quickly assemble, advancing their formation to within approximately 800 meters of Highgarden's walls, waiting in silence. Why are they not dismounting to attack the castle? A puzzled knight queried, observing the Dornish cavalry, which had ceased its advance. How should I know? Earl Merlin replied tersely. It is for the best that they do not. Once Lord Hightower's reinforcements arrive, they will surely regret their folly. My lord. Just as Merlin finished speaking, the same knight he had addressed looked up in terror, his mouth agape in shock and fear, stammering as he pointed to the sky above. A chill ran down Merlin's spine, and before he could look up, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens. In the horrified gaze of Highgarden's defenders, the Hunger's fearsome maw opened wide, its wings unfurling like a darkened canopy as it began its swift descent. A dragon. The appearance of the Hunger was so sudden that most of Highgarden's soldiers had no time to scream before they were consumed by its searing flames. Sent to meet the stranger, the Emerald Dragon's flames ravaged the city walls as the panicked defenders met their doom in the inferno or leapt from the heights, only to land in agony, their shattered limbs wailing in despair. In an instant, the battlements of Highland City transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Count Merlander was reduced to ashes amidst the first onslaught of the Devourer, and a headless army of soldiers began to falter in a rout. Rhaego, having cleared the threats from the walls, commanded the Devourer to fly low, unleashing a torrent of Dragonfire that incinerated the grand city gates, before ascending once more to indiscriminately target the assembled defenders within the city. The terrifying visage of the dragon once again unfolded before Cairn Martell, evoking memories of the war 16 years prior, when he was akin to a helpless quail upon the sea, as two monstrous dragons rampaged through the fleet. The Dragonfire illuminated the bay, utterly incinerating his courage in the face of the great beasts. My lord, the gates are open. The urgent cry of the deputy snapped Cairn from his reverie. Suppressing his trepidation, he swiftly drew his sword, its blade pointed toward the burning Highland city, and shouted hoarsely, "Soldiers, charge into the city! Kill!" 3,000 cavalry thundered forward amidst the deafening sound of hooves, surging through the open gates to unleash a bloody massacre upon the scattered remnants of Highland City's defenders. Half an hour later, the old town of Highland City had completely succumbed. Report. A messenger's loud voice shattered the tranquility of the sea tower, disrupting the splendid banquet of the Hightower brothers. Mond Hightower, visibly impatient, took the letter from the messenger and absently perused its contents, his previously bewildered expression transforming into one of sheer shock. My lord, what has happened? The Dornish have suddenly deployed from High Hidden Castle. The hilly defenses have crumbled, and Count Merlander of Highland City seeks aid. What? The assembled nobles were taken aback by this revelation, rising in disbelief to scrutinize the letter, attempting to verify its authenticity. At that moment, another messenger's voice echoed from afar, and under Mond Hightower's astonished gaze, he announced yet another grim tidings. The Dornish have launched an assault from Starfall, shattering House Valerion's outpost and besieging Sunhouse. Count Valerion requests assistance. Brother. Galwin abruptly overturned the table before him, rousing the dazed Mond Hightower. We must organize the troops at once. I will lead the charge to rescue Highland City. Very well. Mond finally regained his composure, exhibiting the decisiveness expected of a Hightower heir. Orders were swiftly dispatched. Galwin Hightower and Count Berwiber of Black Crown led 2,000 soldiers to aid Highland City and Sunhouse. Simultaneously, urgent commands were sent to the remaining families of the old town, instructing them to quickly assemble at the sea tower. Yet, the speed of human march could not rival that of a dragon. Just as the sea tower hastily mobilized its forces, Rhaego had already crossed half of the old town astride the Devourer, appearing above the besieged Sunhouse. With the dragon's thunderous roar, the battlements of Sunhouse were engulfed in flames, and the Dornish forces surged into the city, leading to its fall. Subsequently, the 2,000 cavalry, having retained their strength within the siege, charged towards the Three Towers fortress under the leadership of Count Dane, to prevent a surprise attack from House Redwine on their rear during the assault on the fortress. Rhaego guided the Devourer across the Redwine Strait, incinerating all warships gathered at the harbor. On the evening of March 31st, in the year 129 of the conquest, the Dornish cavalry arrived at the gates of the Three Towers fortress. The moment the Devourer emerged from the clouds, Count Cothoen of the Three Towers fortress decisively laid down arms and surrendered. Thus, with the exception of the isolated and shipless Isle of Driftmark, in merely 3 days, the southern regions of the Old Town fell under the sway of the Dornish, with the Sea Tower of House Hightower marking the boundary. Chapter 105. The Blood Dragon's Wild Dance, the Hightower Twins. At this moment, the Sea Tower was devoid of its previous festive ambience. Galwyn and Mond Hightower were like ants on a hot pan, feverishly dispatching letters to the northern families, urging them for reinforcements. No one could have anticipated the Dornish assault would be so swift and incisive, conquering half of the Old Town's territory in just 3 days. Galwyn Hightower, who had set out to rescue Highland City, believed that even if the city could not withstand the might of the Dornish army, it would at least hold its ground. Count Berwiber, accompanying him, shared the same sentiment, convinced that Sun House could withstand a siege until help arrived. However, as they journeyed midway, the news of Highland City and Sun House's simultaneous falls reached them, leaving both men utterly bewildered. They realized that, given the complex terrain of the Old Town, aside from the 2 cities they were heading to, there were no fortifications to defend. Relying solely on civilian structures to withstand the Dornish onslaught was sheer folly. Consequently, upon confirming the news' veracity, the 2 knights leading the rescue had no choice but to retreat to the Sea Tower, a round trip that cost them 2 days. By the time they returned to the Hightower Castle, the plea for help from Driftmark and the accompanying letters had only just been delivered by a raven across the strait. In a state of panic, Mond Hightower could no longer afford to rashly dispatch reinforcements. He could only urgently fortify the 3 Towers fortress, notifying the Cawthon family to be ever vigilant against a potential heavy assault from the Dornish, while simultaneously pressing for reinforcements and organizing defenses around the Sea Tower. Yet, within less than a day, they received word that Count Cawthon of the 3 Towers fortress had surrendered without a fight. Meanwhile, a chilling presence belatedly revealed itself, inscribed upon a letter laid before the noble lords of the Old Town. Dragons. The Dornish have the aid of dragons. How could they combat such odds? My lord, the only course of action now is to urgently seek assistance from King's Landing, requesting the king to send dragons to our aid. Otherwise, the Old Town cannot be held. Count Florent, who had hurried from Brightwater Keep, barely caught his breath before being ushered into the Sea Tower's council chamber. Upon entering, he was met with the grim news of the entire southern territory of the Old Town being overrun by the Dornish, and the presence of dragons among their ranks. The old count was left utterly flabbergasted. It should be noted that Brightwater Keep was not solely represented by House Florent. It also housed the branch of House Tyrell, the actual lords of the Reach. Even though House Hightower had eclipsed House Tyrell in influence, at least nominally, Highgarden still reigned as the Lord of the Reach. Upon receiving the Hightower's plea for assistance, Count Florent had initially sought to confer with Count Tyrell regarding the mobilization of their forces. However, Count Tyrell categorically rejected Florent's proposal, citing the need to guard against a Dornish incursion from other fronts. The families of the Reach within the Old Town understood that, with Alicent Hightower's Green Party victorious in the struggle for the Iron Throne, Aegon II successfully defeating Rhaenyra to ascend the throne, and Otto Hightower continuing as Hand of the King for his grandson, in terms of power, the Hightower family had far surpassed Highgarden. Even militarily, the Hightowers had quietly amassed greater strength than the Tyrells, who were under the regency of a woman. Thus, despite being the Lord of Brightwater Keep, Count Tyrell's clear refusal to mobilize troops did not deter Count Florent, who stubbornly took nearly all of his family's forces and boarded a Hightower vessel. Upon his arrival, he was met with the disheartening news that Highland City, Sun House, and the 3 Towers fortress had all fallen, and Driftmark was left to fend for itself. All within the span of 3 days? The Dornish had dragons? Count Florent felt an overwhelming dizziness wash over him, nearly causing him to faint. King's Landing would not send dragons on a whim. Even if they would, time would not permit it. Galwyn had spent a considerable amount of time in King's Landing and was acutely aware of the extent to which the Targaryen dragon lords feared Rhaego and his 2 dragons after the Battle of the Throat. To say that they dreaded even the mention of him would not be an exaggeration. Daemon would never allow a handful of mighty dragons to face the risk of ambush by Rhaego while undertaking a long journey to support Old Town. Even if his sister and father wished to provide assistance, they had no dragons at their disposal. As Galwyn concluded his remarks, the recently recovered Count Florent nearly unsheathed his sword in frustration. Support or no support at the very least, he ought to have sent a letter to King's Landing to report the situation. It was evident that the dragons aiding Dorne were from Storm's End, and their presence indicated that Storm's End was currently exceedingly vulnerable. Communicating this to King's Landing could have safeguarded their retreat. Moreover, it was absurd that Galwyn felt the need to disclose their lack of support. He should have kept that knowledge to himself. The arrival of the dragons had already dampened the spirits of the noblemen, and Galwyn's words had only further extinguished any hope of defending the city. Fool. Utterly foolish. Both brothers were complete imbeciles. Count Florent cursed inwardly, astonished that the offspring of the astute and cunning Hightower family could be such bumbling creatures, utterly unfit to command the army. As he berated them, the notion of reporting the information to King's Landing faded from his mind. The current situation was clear. The two wild boars of House Hightower could not possibly defend the towering keep, and the fall of Old Town was becoming an inevitable reality. He had offended House Tyrell in his quest to climb the ranks of House Hightower, and upon returning, he feared he would face retribution. Just as he was lost in thought, the voice of Mondo Hightower interrupted him. Count Florent looked up to see the foolish boar gazing at him with sincere intensity, causing his heart to shiver. With both Highgarden and the three towers lost, the towering keep was now fully exposed to the Dornish forces, further exacerbated by the support of dragons. Mondo's words only chilled Florent's heart further, and when Mondo uttered his next phrase, any remaining hope within Florent died completely. While the armies from various regions had yet to arrive, the Dornish assault could commence at any moment. The only course of action was to retreat to the Hive, awaiting the gathering of the Old Town family's armies to counterattack and reclaim their lost territory. However, the task of covering their rear to prevent the Dornish from pursuing would fall to Count Florent, especially since he had brought 2,000 knights, a formidable force. Damn it! Count Florent felt his temper flare, his teeth grinding audibly. Here he was, willing to offend House Tyrell to lead his family's elite to their aid, only to find himself treated as mere cannon fodder. Did they truly underestimate the Florent family of Brightwater Keep? Just wait. In a flash of thought, Florent forcibly suppressed his anger, feigning an impassioned demeanor as he drew his sword and raised it high, promising, "Rest assured, my lord, the Florent family has no cowards among us. We shall fiercely guard the rear of the army and secure ample time for their retreat." Excellent. The Florent family indeed exhibits great bravery. In that moment, the banquet hall echoed with praises, while old Florent calmly sheathed his sword, his seasoned eyes sweeping across the gathered nobles, concealing the rising resentment within his heart. Chapter 106. The Dance of the Blood Dragons, Siege, Departure, and Scheming. On the second day of April in the year of conquest, 129, the Tower of the Gods, my lord Count, our scouts have spotted the Dornish forces, advancing towards us from two directions, expected to arrive within a day. So soon, Mondo Hightower's drowsiness vanished in an instant, and he hurriedly donned his attire, neglecting his armor, and rushed to the council hall. Upon arrival, he found several nobles who had yet to depart, crowding around Galwyn, their expressions fraught with urgency as they inquired about the situation. "Galwyn, how is the supply situation? When can we evacuate?" Mondo hastened to Galwyn's side, his voice urgent. "Most of it is packed, but there are still some minor items to gather. We want to be fully ready until evening at the earliest. We can't wait any longer. The Dornish army is on the move and could reach us at any moment." Mondo's voice was resolute. "Immediately issue orders for the entire army to assemble and depart at once. Leave behind anything we cannot carry. We must leave now. Indeed, the Count is wise. The Dornish are nearly upon us. We cannot afford further delay." The gathered nobles hastily echoed his sentiments, eager for Galwyn to abandon all supplies and make a hasty retreat. Count Florent stood at the back of the crowd, calmly observing the impassioned yet cowardly assembly of men, his teeth clenched in indignation. With the orders given, if there was one thing the troops of Old Town excelled at, it was retreating. By midday, thousands of Hightower and other noble forces surged forth from the northern gate of the Tower of the Gods, making a rapid dash toward the Hive, the stronghold of House Beesbury. The Hive was the ancestral home of House Beesbury, a family of considerable antiquity, which had narrowly escaped losing their lands during the reign of King Jaehaerys Targaryen, only to retain their holdings through the king's benevolence. The current Lord Beesbury, the esteemed Chancellor of the realm, hailed from the Hive, though the elder lord had gone to serve at court, leaving the young Lord Alan Beesbury to oversee matters. As the young Lord Alan opened the gates to welcome the Hightower forces, Prince Keelan Martell led thousands of cavalry to successfully rendezvous with the southern army commanded by Lord Dane, now poised before the Tower of the Gods. The silhouette of the Devourer emerged from the clouds above, roaring menacingly above Count Florent. The dragon's immense form and savage cries left Florent paralyzed with fear, and he hastily commanded his trusted aide to open the gates, fearing the Devourer might grow impatient and unleash its fiery breath, incinerating all he had painstakingly amassed. "My lord, has the white flag been raised at Brightwater Keep?" Lord Dane gazed in shock at the sight of several white flags waving atop the Tower of the Gods, and before he could process the surprise, the heavy gates creaked open. The elegantly adorned Count Florent emerged alongside his chief commanders, respectfully removing his sword and raising it high above his head, signaling his surrender to the dragon. Prince Keelan understood to whom Count Florent was surrendering and, being of keen awareness, refrained from approaching to accept his submission. Instead, he commanded his soldiers to bypass the lined-up foes and enter the city to secure all key positions, thereby asserting complete control over the stronghold. With merely a glimpse, they had compelled the enemy to yield. The Devourer let out a few dissatisfied roars, which only ceased under Rhaego's calming presence as it reluctantly descended outside the city, its frustration evident as it snorted and exhaled hot breath. "My lord Rhaego, Count Florent of Brightwater, keep surrenders to you." Only when Rhaego dismounted from the dragon's back did Lord Dane muster the courage to approach on horseback, bowing respectfully. "Brightwater Keep? Is that not the domain of House Tyrell?" Rhaego stroked the Devourer's neck, soothing the mighty creature as he pondered aloud. The Florent family also resides in Brightwater Keep and is quite formidable." Nodding non-committally, Rhaego calmed the Devourer before turning towards the bowing Count Florent and his entourage. "Congratulations on your newfound allegiance, Count Florent. You have chosen the correct path for your soldiers." Rhaego's keen observation allowed him to deduce, simply by the uniformity of the prisoners arrayed outside the city, that they were remnants left behind as a rearguard. "We pledge our loyalty to you, great Dragon King." Old Lord Florent is indeed adaptable. Despite the impolite tone of Rhaego's words, he remains in good spirits, respectfully raising his sword and inviting Rhaego to surrender. "Accept your fealty, Count Florent, and you shall find yourself fortunate in your choice." "Thank you, my lord." The surrender is swift. The Dornish army effortlessly captures the capital of Old Town, the towering fortress of House Hightower, effectively seizing half of Old Town's dominion. Meanwhile, Rhaego has been here for 5 days, and combined with the delays on the road, he has been away from Stone Dance City for 6 days. It is time for him to depart. "Prince Callowin, I have assisted you in overcoming the most formidable stronghold, the towering fortress. The next step rests upon your shoulders to gradually erode Old Town's influence." "Are you leaving, my lord?" "Indeed." Rhaego nods. "I cannot remain away from Stone Dance City for too long. Should news of my presence here reach King S. Landing, Demon will undoubtedly launch an assault on Stone Dance City. It is unsafe for Silverwing to remain there, and I shall set off shortly. Do you have any advice for our forthcoming strategy?" Hearing Rhaego's intent to depart, Callowin, who had been thoroughly convinced by Rhaego's previously provided battle tactics, hastily inquires, hoping for Rhaego's counsel regarding the upcoming war for Dorne. After a moment of silence, Rhaego glances at Prince Callowin's eager expression, lets out a soft sigh, and responds. The prince may use the towering fortress as a base to control the vital north-south route of Old Town, feigning an advance northward. With the intellect previously exhibited by Lord Hightower, he will undoubtedly mobilize all available northern nobility to assist in defense, leaving the north vulnerable. The prince can then dispatch a considerable force from Lemon City to seize Horn Hill, severing the connection between the Riverlands and Old Town, and then gradually consume Old Town. It will be within your grasp. Hiss. Callowin and Count Dane carefully compare the map according to Rhaego's strategy, both gasping in astonishment. Enough. No need for surprise. Rhaego interjects, speaking plainly. Since Old Lord Florent has volunteered to take the lead, then grant him that. There is no need for suspicion. But remember not to allow them to become mere cannon fodder. Treat them equally. I will leave tonight to minimize witnesses. After my departure, you may continue to advance under the name of the dragon. It may yield unexpected results. However, do not directly assault Honeycomb City. At the very least, wait until Horn Hill is secured before attacking, lest Hightower's clever brother escapes. As you command, my lord. Now, you may return to your duties. I shall rest for a moment before departing. Chapter 107. The Blood Dragon's Wild Dance. News from Old Town. On April 2nd, in the year of Conquest 129, the Hightower brothers abandoned the towering fortress, retreating their troops, leaving Count Florent to cover their withdrawal as Dorne's army approached the city. Old Florent opened the gates and surrendered. The towering fortress fell. Just hours before the fortress's fall, Lord Hightower had arrived at Honeycomb City, greeted by Count Alan Bisberry, where his forces could regroup. My lord, word from the towering fortress. Count Florent has surrendered without a fight, and the Dornish have easily taken the fortress. Bursting into the hall, Galwin reported the frontline situation to his cousin with indignation. What? The recently settled Lord Hightower's expression turned pale in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that Count Florent, who had pledged to share the city's fate, had capitulated so readily. The self-proclaimed astute head of House Hightower realized he had made an exceedingly foolish military arrangement, resulting in the surrender of the towering fortress to Callowin. Overcome with shame and anger, he found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. My lord, Have you requested aid from King's Landing? Seeing Lord Hightower's face contorted with embarrassment and rage, Alan Bisberry interjected, inquiring about the Old Town Lord's plans for the war. King's Landing was currently in a standoff with Stone Dance City, making it unlikely to dispatch aid. Thus, any request for assistance would be nearly futile. Lord Hightower's voice faltered as he articulated his theory, mirroring Galwin's sentiments. Alan Bisberry stared in disbelief at the seemingly oblivious Lord Hightower and his approving cousin, unable to comprehend how such decisions could be made by a lord and a prominent noble heir of the Seven Kingdoms. My lord, you. Alan Bisberry began to voice his criticism, but gazing at Lord Hightower's innocuous visage, his anger diminished considerably. One could not expect more from a fool, he reassured himself, casting a disdainful glance around at the other inept nobles, internally spitting at them. Regrouping his thoughts, Alan Bisberry spoke again, my lord. Regardless of whether King's Landing will send reinforcements to Old Town, we should inform Prince Daemon of the current situation on the battlefield. Moreover, the presence of the Black Dragon in Old Town indicates that Stone Dance City must be vulnerable. Upon learning this, King's Landing could dispatch forces to capture Stone Dance City. Should Stone Dance City fall to Prince Daemon, and the news reaches us, Rhaego would surely return on Dragonback to assist, greatly alleviating Old Town's crisis. As long as we are without the dragon's aid, even with a certain disparity in our field combat capabilities against the Dornish, defending the city should pose no significant issue. Having shared his thoughts in one breath, Alan Bisberry anxiously observed Lord Hightower's conflicted expression, wishing fervently to slap him awake. In truth, Lord Hightower was strongly resistant to seeking aid from King's Landing. Although he was the current head of House Hightower in Old Town, the respect he received from his uncle Otto Hightower and cousin Galwin was quite limited. He had long desired to achieve something significant to humble their arrogance. The Dornish invasion provided Lord Hightower with that opportunity. He confidently mustered his troops for battle, even organizing feasts during the war, intoxicated with self-assurance that he could send the invading Dornish fleeing in disgrace. Yet, after the engagement, the soldiers of Old Town did not advance as he had envisioned. Instead, they were like scattered rabble, easily overrun by the Dornish, losing half their territory in less than 10 days. This left the once ambitious Lord Hightower reluctant to seek assistance from his uncle. Now, with the loss of the towering fortress, only 5 northern cities remained under Old Town's control, and the Dornish forces were closing in. Lord Hightower slumped despondently in his chair, casting a dim glance at the anxious Alan Bisberry, and with a lackluster tone, he uttered, "Send for aid, Bisberry. Write a letter detailing the situation in Old Town and request reinforcements from King's Landing." "As you command, my lord." Alan Bisberry released a heavy sigh. Finally, this foolish pig had come to his senses. He was even prepared to write to his grandfather in a personal capacity. On April 5th, a raven, weary and dust-covered, landed on the railing of the Prime Minister's tower. Otto Hightower, just returned from the court meeting, untied the letter from the raven's leg, furrowing his brow as he unfolded it. At a mere glance, the words on the page caused this long-standing noble to tremble uncontrollably, almost dropping the letter from his grasp. The giant bell before the great hall rang out with urgent chimes, summoning the court's ministers and the Targaryen dragon lords back to the council hall, perplexed as to why they had been hastily gathered again so soon after the meeting had just been adjourned. "Ladies and gentlemen," Daemon's voice rang out first. "The towering fortress has been lost." "What?" Both Ser Harwin and the melancholic, reticent Rhaenyra, who had been sullen since Aegon's ascension, were caught off guard by Daemon's sudden announcement. Without waiting for anyone to inquire, Daemon proceeded to elaborate. On March 28th, Prince Daemon Targaryen and Count Dane of Starfall audaciously split their forces, launching an assault from both Highgarden and Starfall. With the assistance of the Greedy One, they swiftly captured 5 cities within 5 days. By April 2nd, all territory south of Old Town, including the towering citadel, had fallen to Dorne, leaving Hightower to retreat to Honeycomb Keep. What was Munda Hightower up to? Why had King's Landing only just received the news? As a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, the sea snake, Corlys Velaryon, immediately recognized the alarming delay in information. Dorne had begun its full-scale invasion on the 28th, and dragons were reported on the battlefield. It was nearly 10 days later before news reached King's Landing. This was utterly absurd. In response to Corlys' inquiry, Daemon's countenance darkened as he turned his gaze to Otto, who shared the same question in his heart. The hand of the king appeared to have aged significantly in an instant. His uneven beard bore flecks of white, and he looked sorrowfully at the questioning faces around him, letting out a helpless sigh. Although aware that his old ally was in grave danger, Otto understood that King's Landing could not possibly dispatch reinforcements. Moreover, the blunders of Munda and Galwin left him with no grounds to call for aid, forcing him to set aside the safety of his stronghold. After a moment's contemplation, the hand of the king spoke with composure. My lords, while Munda's error is undeniable, our immediate priority should not be to apportion blame, but to capitalize on the greedy one's presence in Old Town and seize Stonedance Keep. The Silverwing alone cannot withstand us. Chapter 108, Blood Dragon's Frenzy, Prey and Hunter. As Otto Hightower's words settled, Aemon Targaryen eagerly rose to his feet. In recent days, he had listened to Daemon and his cohorts speak of the dread surrounding Rhaego's 2 dragons, and, inherently prideful, Aemon, who had the honor of riding the founding dragon Vhagar, had grown increasingly impatient. Tales of the past, with a greedy one and Silverwing nearly annihilated Vhagar during the Battle of the Throat, only fueled his disdain. Aemon, Rhaego's victories depended on surprise and the weakness of his foes. The likes of Lena Valerion, merely a woman, ought to remain in the castle to bear children for men, while dragon combat was the domain of Targaryen men, who would only hinder the cause. Vhagar's defeat at the hands of Rhaego, due to the incompetence of riders like Lena, rendered such inflated accomplishments laughable, revealing the frailty of Daemon's reputation. Since the onset of war, Aemon's own brother, Daeron Targaryen, had been torn asunder by the greedy one at the Battle of the Eder River, prompting Aemon to repeatedly request permission to take to the skies. However, both Daemon and Otto had staunchly denied him. Now, with an opportunity finally at hand, he was unwilling to remain a coward. I will ride Vhagar to confront Silverwing. His words were blunt, but deep down, he yearned to test his mettle against the greedy one. However, with the greedy one currently in Old Town, he would have to settle for a clash with Silverwing. Do not act impulsively, Daemon interrupted, as was his custom, rising with a grave expression to stand before the map of the 7 kingdoms, his fist pounding heavily upon the location of Old Town. The information from Munda Hightower had come too late. 3 days had passed since the citadel fell on April 2nd. Ample time for Rhaego to return to Stonedance Keep with the greedy one. If the greedy one had already returned, a reckless dragon sortie could result in catastrophic losses. Inevitably, Aemon erupted, tired of Daemon's cowardly rhetoric. Cowards do not win wars. Perhaps, uncle, you should graciously relinquish your command of the coalition and return to Dragonstone to retire, rather than spreading your cowardly stench here. With a clang, Daemon unsheathed Dark Sister, ready to silence Aemon's insolence, but Otto and several others hastily intervened, barely preventing a clash as the atmosphere in the council chamber grew tense. After an awkward silence, Corlys Valerion, another commander of the coalition, finally spoke. Daemon, while Aemon's words may be harsh, they bear some truth. According to the latest dispatch from Lord Allen, Silverwing continues to circle over the Eder River, and our forces have yet to detect any sign of the greedy one. With Old Town now entirely fallen, only 5 cities remain in the north. Rhaego has no reason to return to Stonedance Keep at this moment. He is likely to press on and capture all of Old Town before considering a retreat. This presents us with an opportunity. But what if the greedy one is already in Stonedance Keep? Daemon understood Corlys' rationale, but, having witnessed the disastrous outcome for the Targaryens at Fishbone, dared not risk their limited dragons on mere probabilities. Then we shall only send Vhagar and Meleys. Vhagar is massive, and Aemon has a solid rapport with the Great Dragon, ensuring they won't be easily overwhelmed by Rhaego's dragons. Moreover, Meleys possesses extensive aerial combat experience and remarkable speed. Even if they cannot prevail, escape would remain feasible. Should we find only Silverwing at Stonedance Keep, we shall let her meet the stranger, igniting Stonedance Keep into a sea of Dragonfire. If the greedy one is present, we stand a good chance of retreating unscathed. Corlys proposed a compromise, yet Daemon's unease prevented him from committing. Among their dragons, only Vhagar could temporarily withstand the greedy one and Silverwing. His own bloodworm, Meleys, and Helena's Dreamfire comprised the remaining dragons capable of opposing the 2 seasoned titans, the likes of Syrax, Seasmoke, and Sunfire, while mature, would surely falter against the experienced adversaries. Daemon's heart was heavy with indecision. To guard against Rhaego's desperate assault on King's Landing, they must keep a dragon to defend the capital, which rendered their ability to launch an all-out attack on Stonedance Keep impossible without clarity on the greedy one and Silverwing's whereabouts. However, sending insufficient dragons to the front could lead to their downfall, and with his brother Viserys deceased, Daemon had become the sole pillar of the Targaryens. Hesitant to make any rash decisions, could Vhagar and Meleys evade the greedy one and Silverwing? Daemon's voice wavered with uncertainty and confusion, as the prophecies of Fishbone, his brother's demise, Rhaenyra's estrangement, and the pressure from Rhaego conspired to strip away the boldness and courage of the once-renowned prince of the realm. Daemon, war always entails risk. No one can guarantee 100% victory, Corlys continued to urge. Daemon fell silent, gazing at the map on the table before lifting his eyes to scan the faces of the new King Aegon, Aemond, Corlys, Rhaenys, Rhaenyra, Laenor, and other prominent figures like Lord Lyman Beesbury and Lord Jasperwild. The worries and hesitations that had weighed upon him gradually eased in the calm expressions of those around him. At last, Daemon resolved himself. Aemond, Rhaenyra, you shall ride Vhagar and Molaise to the Edda Riverfront to scout. You must ensure that the Greedy One is not present before launching an assault on Stonedance Keep. Should you confirm that both the Greedy One and Rhaego are inside, retreat at once. Daemon's tone was stern, his gaze filled with concern for his cousin, unable to shake his unease and wanting to offer further warnings. Rhaenyra stepped forward, a gentle smile on her lips as she embraced Daemon's towering figure, reassuringly patting his shoulder and offering him a look of confidence. Aemond, unable to contain his eagerness, turned and strode toward the exit. Daemon's gaze lingered on his dragon-riding nephew, an unsettling premonition rising within him. In Stonedance Keep, Rhaego awoke from a deep slumber, stretching lazily as he made his way to the window, his bleary eyes gazing towards King's Landing. In the early hours of April 4th, he stealthily returned to Dragonstone from the sea. The army stationed in Dragonstone had, under his arrangement, vacated their encampment and retreated under the cover of night from the banks of the River Ed. Rhaegar had already chosen the battlefield. It remained to be seen whether the dragons of House Targaryen possessed the courage to fight. Daemon, what will your choice be? Chapter 109, Blood Dragons Dance, Crimson Reconnaissance. Seizing the moment when King's Landing's gaze turned toward the Westerlands of House Lannister and the north of House Stark, Rhaegar employed Silverwing to divert the attention of the allied forces at Dragonstone daily, while he himself stealthily wreaked havoc in Old Town upon his dragon, Vhagar. This operation yielded remarkable results, as Dorne had decisively seized half of Old Town. Consequently, the previously apathetic Riverlands were compelled to send reinforcements to Old Town. Despite any grievances House Tyrell may have held against House Hightower, they understood the precariousness of their situation. Rhaegar was confident they would not allow the Dornish to effortlessly swallow Old Town. At the very least, the old woman of the Regency would surely dispatch troops to guard north of the Reach, thus preventing the Dornish from advancing unchecked, effectively tethering the Riverlands' forces to the southern battlefield. However, it must be said that despite the swift and overwhelming victory over Old Town's army, Rhaegar's heart remained fraught with anxiety. Leaving Silverwing alone at Dragonstone was a perilous gamble, relying on Daemon's lack of courage to engage in a ruinous confrontation. Ultimately, he had entrusted the safety of Silverwing and Dragonstone to the enemy's ignorance, which left him in a state of fervent urgency during the conquest of Old Town. The moment the towering castle walls fell, he hastily returned to Dragonstone. If all went as anticipated, King's Landing would surely make a move in the coming days. It was uncertain whether Daemon intended to continue probing the enemy's strength or directly unleash the dragons in battle. At this juncture, within the dragon pit of King's Landing, Aemon and Rhaenys were fully armed, while the ancient and formidable Vhagar, alongside the fierce and beautiful Red Queen, Melisandre, had been brought to the square outside the dragon pit by the dragon guards. Perhaps sensing their imminent flight with their master, Melisandre restlessly roared, startling the dragon guards. Vhagar, in contrast, exhibited a demeanor befitting his age, languidly resting on the ground with an air of authority, though the jagged wound on his left wing had healed. It left behind a terrifying scar that lent him a touch of brutal elegance. Daemon and Rhaenyra, among others, also appeared at the dragon pit, for reasons unknown. As the departure approached, Daemon's feelings of agitation and unease intensified. He even contemplated halting Rhaenys and Aemon's expedition. Rhaenys and Aemon mounted their dragon saddles under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd. Just as Rhaenys prepared to give the order to take flight, Daemon's deep, concerned gaze halted her. After a moment of silence, he spoke with difficulty, exercised caution. Rhaenys smiled at his words, nodded to the onlookers, then patted the saddle. Old friend Melisandre comprehended her intent instantly, taking a few steps forward before launching into the sky, followed closely by Vhagar. The two dragons swiftly vanished from sight. Daemon remained transfixed, staring long after their departure. Daemon, what troubles you? Rhaenyra's voice broke through, laced with concern for her uncle, despite her lingering resentment over his betrayal. Noticing Daemon's unusual demeanor, she moved closer to him, inquiring gently. Daemon turned slightly to regard Rhaenyra, but said nothing. Instead, he grasped her hand, his gaze still fixed intently on the direction of Dragonstone, his brow knitted with worry. A roar erupted from above, shaking the air. In the valley, Duke Aelin remained oblivious, roasting lamb skewers, seemingly deaf to the dragon's roar. The soldiers of the allied camp had long grown accustomed to the dragon's daily, thunderous cries, resuming their tasks unless on guard duty. "My lord, it is our dragon," a guard suddenly shouted. Duke Aelin and Duke Tully paused, quickly rising to gaze skyward, and indeed, they beheld Vhagar and Melisandre soaring above. Pleased with the orderly arrangement of the camp below, Rhaenys nodded in satisfaction, recalling Daemon's repeated instructions to prioritize reconnaissance before their departure. She ordered Aemon and Vhagar to maintain vigilance in the air, while she guided her dragon gently down to the camp. "Your Highness," she greeted Duke Aelin and Duke Tully succinctly before directly inquiring about the two dragons at Dragonstone. "We saw Silverwing just this morning, still regularly circling and roaring above the camp. As for Vhagar, it seems we have not laid eyes on that dragon in quite some time." Duke Aelin recounted the recent events truthfully. "Indeed, it has likely been 10 days since we last spotted Vhagar," Duke Tully added. "Is that so?" Rhaenys' brow furrowed. The forces positioned at the front lines along the River Ed had not witnessed Vhagar's presence. Rhaenys surmised that Rhaegar had not yet returned to Dragonstone, but was still assisting the Dornish in their conquest of Old Town. Yet, could he truly risk Silverwing in such peril? But did he possess unwavering confidence that King's Landing would refrain from sending dragons into battle? Regardless, today she would ascertain the reality of Dragonstone. Resolute, Rhaenys mounted her dragon, and, after exchanging a brief gesture with Aemon, the two dragons soared over the River Ed, heading directly toward the encampment of the forces stationed at Dragonstone. Rhaenys resolved to assault the Dragonstone army alongside Vhagar, compelling Silverwing and Vhagar to come to their aid. If even then Vhagar did not appear, it would signify the end for Silverwing at the River Ed. The encampment of the Dragonstone forces lay not far from the allied camp. In the blink of an eye, the two dragons appeared overhead, surveying the orderly camp below. Without hesitation, Rhaenys and Aemon commanded their dragons to initiate the attack. "Dracarys!" The twin cries resonated, and the searing Dragonfire ignited the tents below. The fierce winds generated by the dragon's descent engulfed the camp in flames, swiftly consuming the vast encampment. However, Rhaenys and Aemon were perplexed. They saw no soldiers of Dragonstone fleeing or crying out amidst the inferno. The entire camp burned silently in the Dragonfire. Empty camp. A trap. Aemon and Rhaenys immediately realized that the encampment below was a carefully arranged target designed to lure them into attacking. Roars echoed from afar, violent and approaching rapidly. Rhaenys turned toward the sound, her pupils contracting. She beheld two dragons, a silver and a black, rushing toward them. Vhagar had returned. Retreat, Aemon. Chapter 110, Blood Dragon's Dance, The Price of Ignorance. Rhaenys had once participated in the Battle of the Throat, witnessing firsthand how Rhaegar had incapacitated Vhagar with a single encounter. Had it not been for the subsequent arrival of other dragons, Vhagar would likely have been reduced to bones by now. Thus, she understood the formidable power and synergy between Vhagar and Silverwing. They were not to be matched by the uncoordinated duo of herself and Aemon. Without hesitation, Rhaenys ordered a retreat, adeptly maneuvering Melisandre in a swift dive to evade, but she had overestimated Aemon's discipline and underestimated the arrogance of the Targaryen prince. Vhagar, engage. In the fleeting moment that he beheld the Devourer, Edmure's singular eye ignited with fervor, an overwhelming surge of madness coursing through his veins. He disregarded Rhaenys' command to retreat, issuing a direct order to Vhagar to charge headlong towards the Devourer and Silverwing. Oh! Rhaego was momentarily taken aback as he observed Vhagar swiftly approaching. Having previously witnessed Melia's change direction from a distance, he had assumed the two were making their escape. Instead, they encountered the iron-willed Edmure, eager to challenge the supremacy of the Devourer. A roar erupted from the Devourer, a sound filled with fury that reverberated across the sky. In response to this insolent provocation from a defeated foe, he resolved to greet them with Dragonfire and talons. Suddenly, a fierce dragon's roar pierced the air, causing Rhaenys, who was focused on fleeing, to turn in astonishment. She beheld Vhagar and the Devourer colliding with ferocity. "Dracarys! Dracarys!" The simultaneous cries echoed, as emerald and crimson flames clashed violently, exploding in the sky. Vhagar deftly veered to the right, narrowly avoiding the conflagration. Yet the Devourer and Rhaego charged straight through the flames, roaring as they lunged at the turning Vhagar. With a battle-hardened instinct, Vhagar would not allow himself to be easily struck while exposed. His aged form, defying the odds, surged with unexpected strength, his wings flapping fiercely as he executed a rapid diagonal dive, successfully evading the Devourer's sharp claws aimed at his flank. "Dracarys!" As the Devourer missed his strike, a feminine voice erupted from Rhaego's left as Rhaenys, rushing to provide support, unleashed a torrent of Dragonfire at Rhaego's back. Rhaego, dismissing Melia's assault, continued to steer the Devourer in pursuit of Vhagar. The Dragonfire directed at him was intercepted with precision by Silverwing's icy blue flames, which erupted as he roared fiercely. Charging at Melias, the Devourer quickly closed the distance to Vhagar, unleashing emerald flames without awaiting Rhaego's command. Vhagar defiantly retaliated with a breath of fire, but soon sought to increase the distance once more. Yet, being an elder dragon, he could not compete with the speed of the magically rejuvenated Devourer. In a swift maneuver, the Devourer ascended and dove, colliding heavily with Vhagar. Edmure nearly howled his command for Vhagar to unleash Dragonfire, but the Devourer paid no heed to the crimson flames surging towards him. His razor-sharp claws sank deeply into Vhagar's abdomen, and a sizzling sound filled the air as the old dragon's tough scales were rent asunder, hot dragon blood gushing forth. Vhagar, in pain, roared and lunged at the Devourer's neck while simultaneously clawing at his belly. A sound akin to clashing metal rang out as Vhagar's fierce strikes met the Devourer's belly, producing a metallic resonance. His sharp claws swept across the Devourer's abdomen, but only managed to inflict shallow gashes, dislodging a few scales. The attack barely fazed the Devourer, who violently shook his head, knocking Vhagar aside, and then turned the tide, snapping his massive jaws toward Vhagar's neck. Vhagar. Edmure's eye widened in horror as he helplessly watched the Devourer's teeth descend toward Vhagar's neck. Just then, a chilling cry from Melias pierced the air. Before Rhaego could react, Melias charged with all her might into the side of the Devourer, forcibly separating the two entangled dragons. Surviving the onslaught, Vhagar let out a frenzied roar, flapping his wings to create distance from the Devourer. Though Melia's collision was formidable, she had not struck Rhaego. However, the tremendous impact left her momentarily dazed, and she struggled to maintain her composure through deep breaths. The Devourer, unscathed, continued his assault, while Melias was not so fortunate. In the midst of battling Silverwing, Rhaenys was horrified to see the Devourer swiftly overpowering Vhagar, even beginning to execute lethal strikes. In a moment of desperation, the Targaryen princess commanded Melias to endure Silverwing's clawing assault. Melias's right wing was severely torn, yet her body crashed into the Devourer, saving Vhagar and Edmure from a grim fate. Fall back, Edmure. Melias, grievously wounded and with a damaged wing, struggled to maintain her flight. Rhaenys, finally regaining her senses from the collision, urgently ordered Edmure to retreat. However, the Devourer, enraged by Melias's interference, would not allow them to escape. Without needing Rhaego's command, the Black Dragon surged forward, targeting the faltering Red Dragon. Engage the one who interferes, roared the Devourer as he charged toward Melias, while Silverwing deftly intercepted Vhagar, using speed to entangle him. As was customary, Dragonfire paved the way, with emerald flames surging forward. The injured Melias barely evaded the onslaught, but the Devourer emerged from the flames, crashing heavily into her abdomen, forcing her to rear back. In a moment of despair, Rhaenys watched helplessly as the Devourer bit down on Melias's neck, its sharp teeth piercing through her scales and embedding deeply into her flesh. With a violent shake of its head, the Devourer tore Melias's head from her body, leaving Rhaenys heartbroken as she gazed upon the severed remains of her old companion, closing her eyes in resignation as she embraced her own demise. Edmure could only watch in horror as Rhaenys and Melias's headless corpse plunged towards the river. Despair etched across his singular eye. Vhagar, under Edmure's command, fought desperately to break free from Silverwing's blockade, unleashing an unprecedented speed as he fled towards King's Landing. Think you can escape? Chase them down, roared the Devourer, as the two dragons pursued relentlessly, their roars echoing in a cacophony of fury. Vhagar, a true progenitor of the Targaryen lineage, possessed vast combat experience and escape tactics. Despite being grievously injured by the Devourer's initial assault, he dragged his aged body, blood streaming from his wounds, from the battlefield to the skies above the Red Keep. The three dragons raced through the skies above the assembled army, who had initially been filled with pride and excitement at the sight of their dragons attacking the Stone Dance City encampment. But soon they witnessed Vhagar, like a hounded beast, pursued relentlessly by the Devourer and Silverwing, with no refuge in sight. Silverwing roared in fury, her pride and speed momentarily shattered as she found herself nearly outpaced by an injured elder dragon. The Devourer echoed her rage, and Rhaego had to admit that the primal instinct to survive, when threatened, often astonished even the fiercest of predators. Nonetheless, prey remains prey, and within the meticulously prepared trap of the hunter, none could escape unscathed. Let us see how long you can sustain this flight, Rhaego murmured, recognizing this as an unparalleled opportunity. He had not anticipated that his spontaneous arrangement would yield the appearance of a dragon sent by Demon to seize the advantage. It appears that news of his appearance in the Old Town has reached King's Landing. It was only today that the Targaryens dispatched a dragon, which has indeed provided Rhaego with a renewed understanding of the martial prowess of the Seven Kingdoms, regardless of the combat capabilities of the noble houses. At least for the time being, their level of regard for intelligence is decidedly amateurish, lacking even a commendable ability to analyze the information they receive. In truth, Rhaego's arrangement today was merely a gamble, hoping to intercept the dragons sent by the Targaryens for reconnaissance. After this period of confrontation, Rhaego doubted that Demon, as the supreme commander of the coalition, possessed the audacity to deploy all his dragons for a surprise attack. In his earlier musings, he considered it quite remarkable if King's Landing could send even 1 or 2 dragons to assess the situation at Storm's End. And it was likely that the dragons dispatched would be Miriath and Syrax, along with Demon's Bloodworm, Caraxes, known for their swiftness. However, he did not anticipate that the Red Queen Miriath would indeed arrive, accompanied by Vhagar. Truly, the search had yielded unexpected fortune. After years of relentless magical enhancement, the Devourer had reached a state of unparalleled invincibility in one-on-one combat. No dragon could inflict mortal harm upon him, even in a 3-on-1 scenario, and hasty attacks would scarcely penetrate his formidable scales. At this moment, Silverwing's condition was only slightly inferior to that of the Devourer. Her physique was scarcely distinguishable from Vhagar's. Yet her elongated form possessed a grace that far surpassed the sagging skin of the older dragon. Similarly, among all the dragons possessed by House Targaryen, Rhaego believed that aside from the tenacious Vhagar and the rider-synchronized Caraxes, none of the other dragons could pose a threat to Silverwing. Now that Vhagar had voluntarily presented himself, the obstinate Aemond, evidently unacquainted with the might of the Devourer and Silverwing, dared to engage in battle, which was nothing short of a fortuitous opportunity. This day, Vhagar must not be allowed to escape. Even if he could not be slain, Rhaego aimed to render her incapable of combat for the foreseeable future. With a thunderous roar, Silverwing ascended, her wings beating powerfully as she surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. A torrent of ice-blue Dragonfire cascaded from above, striking fiercely against Vhagar's left hindquarters. Ultimately, Vhagar was not a dragon known for speed, and despite exerting every ounce of potential in a desperate flight, he could not evade the pursuit of the 2 dragons. After a grueling chase that lasted the better part of the day, the injuries and fatigue eventually led Silverwing to catch up with him. The ice-blue flames enveloped Vhagar's left tail, and after a prolonged pursuit, Silverwing unleashed her pent-up fury. The Dragonfire was designed for overwhelming force. Vhagar let out a pained roar, his massive form twisting and diving to shake off the flames and the dragon blood from his belly, but he ultimately evaded the searing heat. Aemond, at this juncture, was utterly astounded. Regardless of how ruthless his heart had once been, or how audaciously he had behaved in King's Landing, all his bravery and arrogance stemmed from his bond with the mightiest Targaryen dragon, Vhagar, whose presence had imbued him with boundless courage and hubris. He had never witnessed the grandeur of the Devourer and Silverwing, thus dismissing their legends with scorn, even deriding those like Daemon and Rhaenys who spoke of them with trepidation. Prior to this, Aemond had been utterly confident in Vhagar, believing that the catastrophic defeat in the Battle of the Throat was solely due to the incompetence of Lana, the dragon rider who had hindered the dragon. Consequently, he held no fear or respect for the Devourer and Silverwing, convinced that his Vhagar was more than capable of contending with Rhaego's 2 dragons. However, the events that had just unfolded shattered Aemond's delusions. Vhagar was no match for the 2 dragons, and even Silverwing had yet to engage. It was solely the Devourer who had completely dominated Vhagar. Had it not been for Miriath's desperate intervention, Aemond and his dragon would likely have met their demise in the waters of the River Ed. The stark contrast between life and death, and the ensuing terror, nearly extinguished Aemond's courage. Despite his outward bravado before his subjects and fellow Targaryens, Aemond was fundamentally just a sheltered flower grown within the confines of the Red Keep, even if his roots were more robust than those of other Targaryens. He remained merely a flower. The most perilous and painful experience he had ever faced was the reckless taming of Vhagar in his youth, an endeavor that cost him an eye. Beyond that, Aemond likely had never experienced war firsthand. Thus, when faced with the specter of death, this once defiant Targaryen prince lost his nerve. With a roar, Vhagar dove to evade Silverwing's Dragonfire, the repeated injuries rendering her voice weak, and the amplitude of her wing beats visibly diminished. Silverwing keenly detected the fatigue in her adversary's roar. With a triumphant cry, her silver form surged upward, descending swiftly. Her claws fully extended as she lunged for the beleaguered Vhagar. Just as Silverwing's teeth were poised to sink into the dragon's neck, and her claws were mere moments from Vhagar's spine, Rhaego's voice rang out urgently. Silverwing, fall back. Chapter 112, Blood Dragon's Dance. Old soldiers never die. Rhaego's voice was filled with urgency and concern. After years of partnership and cooperation, Silverwing had developed an unwavering trust in him. Thus, upon hearing Rhaego's call, she abruptly spread her wings, her massive form decelerating in an instant. Almost as she slowed, the beleaguered Vhagar, who had appeared to be barely clinging to life below, suddenly flipped his body, his sharp claws slashing towards Silverwing's exposed underbelly, while his jaws opened wide, aiming to viciously tear at her neck. Silverwing let out a startled roar. But thanks to Rhaego's timely warning, she narrowly halted her body just within the range of Vhagar's desperate attack. The two dragons collided with their claws, akin to ancient swordsmen engaged in a duel, each claw striking heavily against the other. Like a falcon diving to attack an eagle, the two dragons, propelled by their speed, found Vhagar wisely opting to turn and defend, lest he be caught unawares. In the midst of his defense, the eagle attempted to grasp the falcon with his claws, seeking to nullify her speed through sheer weight. Silverwing deftly arched her body backward, evading Vhagar's desperate bite, and, as his claws tightened, she broke free, rapidly flapping her wings to create distance. With a low growl of disappointment at the failure of his meticulously planned ambush, Vhagar swiftly turned and resumed his flight. With Silverwing safely distanced, Rhaego exhaled a sigh of relief. Vhagar was a cunning adversary, and in this period of self-satisfaction, Rhaego had nearly overlooked this fact. Had events unfolded according to the original timeline, the Red Queen Miriath and the uncrowned King Rhaenys Targaryen would have perished in Vhagar's ambush amidst the Blood Dragon's dance. Rhaenys, mounted on her beloved dragon, had vanquished King Aegon's Sunfire, leading her to lower her guard, only to be ambushed by Vhagar and Aemond on their return journey, resulting in their tragic demise. Vhagar not only possessed an extensive lifespan and immense size, but also boasted a wealth of combat experience. While Silverwing had been overly sheltered by her previous masters, Alysanne Targaryen had never brought her into battle, and thus, for nearly a century, this dragon bore not a single scar. After joining Rhaego, although she participated in the initial Battle of the Throat, Silverwing had never engaged in a true life-and-death struggle. This was primarily due to Rhaego's meticulous strategic planning that had ensured minimal direct confrontation with the enemy dragons. As a result, Silverwing resembled a sheltered young lady, possessing zero social experience, yet hailing from an illustrious lineage. Had it not been for Rhaego's timely intervention, alerting her to the impending danger and halting her charge, this untested flower would have faced a harsh lesson from the Elder Dragons. If Vhagar had successfully lured her, even if Silverwing managed to evade a fatal bite, being ensnared by Vhagar would likely have resulted in severe injury, jeopardizing her beautifully flawless scales. Roar. Infuriated by the near ambush, Silverwing had intended to showcase her prowess before Rhaego and the Devourer, eager to improve her record, especially as the Devourer boasted a score of 300 while she lingered at 002. After finally gaining the upper hand against a beleaguered foe, she had nearly fallen victim to Vhagar's counterattack. Drawing upon her previous lessons, the furious Silverwing maintained a prudent distance from Vhagar, opting for a strategy that favored her speed rather than seeking a kill with a single blow. Instead, she executed a relentless barrage of Dragonfire, leaving both Vhagar and the occasionally singed Aemond in dismay. Aemond's eyes glazed over, as if he could already see Rhaenys beckoning to him from beyond. Roar! The Devourer launched an assault, swiftly closing in on the fleeing Vhagar, unleashing a torrent of Dragonfire, as per routine. Hiss! Vhagar, having lost her ability to evade, was engulfed by the verdant flames, emitting a pained cry as her form staggered, exposing her vulnerable abdomen to the waiting Silverwing. Damn, not again. Rhaego's pupils dilated in surprise. He had not anticipated Vhagar's cunning. Truly, she was a relic from the Targaryen lineage, one of the last surviving dragons of the original three. Even when faced with certain death, she continued to attempt a counterstrike. By exposing her abdomen to Silverwing, Rhaego recognized it as a bait. Should Silverwing take the bait, Vhagar would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to swap lives. Had it been another dragon from the Targaryen family, they might have charged at the glaring vulnerability without hesitation. But this was Silverwing, endowed with remarkable intelligence. After years of magical nurturing and companionship, she possessed the acumen of an adult, despite her inability to speak. Vagar's blatant ruse was an underestimation of Silverwing's intellect. Roar. Observing the exposed weakness of the elder dragon, Silverwing's eyes glimmered with disdain as she approached, yet maintained a safe distance, unleashing a blast of Dragonfire. Roar. Vagar was taken aback. This was not how the script was meant to unfold. After fully exposing her abdomen, she expected an immediate claw strike, yet Silverwing opted for a fiery assault instead. Was this even normal dragon? Rhaego, unconcerned with the notion of normalcy, found Vagar's actions in her desperate state commendable, cunning, and courageous, adept at assessing her circumstances. Save for her unappealing appearance and advanced age, Vagar embodied the pinnacle of a dragon's form in Westeros, deserving of her title as the Mother of Dragons. If that is the case, she cannot be allowed to escape. Let her serve as fodder for my bloodline's progress. Dracarys. Roar. Roar. The Devourer and Silverwing flanked Vagar, sealing off all avenues of escape with their conflagrations, which surged up her aging body. Aemond, still mounted upon her back, had become a mere husk, paralyzed by fear and stripped of his ability to control the dragon. Vagar's anguished howls filled the air as the Devourer, under Rhaego's command, did not engage in a reciprocal strategy, but instead barreled forward, knocking the beleaguered Vagar off balance as she spiraled downwards towards the ground. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Rhaego and his dragons prepared to deliver a lethal blow to the elder dragon. At that moment, a series of powerful roars echoed from above, swiftly approaching the battlefield. Chapter 113, Blood Dragon's Frenzy, The Arrival of the Dragons. Vagar was a formidable foe. Rhaego was compelled to concede this truth. While it was easy for the Devourer and Silverwing to subdue her, slaying her proved to be an arduous endeavor. Even the seasoned dragon slayer Rhaego found Vagar a challenging adversary, eliciting a newfound respect, despite being thrown off balance by the Devourer's forceful strike. And with her knight seemingly lifeless upon her back, Vagar clung to her will to live, refusing to abandon the fight. As she tumbled, she valiantly guarded her abdomen and neck, her sharp claws poised for the impending assault from the Devourer and Silverwing. Unlike other dragons that succumbed to hysteria in the face of death, Vagar's deep, suppressed growls maintained her dignity as a dragon queen. Rhaego, maneuvering the Devourer and Silverwing around the descending Vagar, sought the opportune moment to strike. Each time the Devourer surged forward, Vagar managed to regain a fleeting balance, positioning her claws deftly against her adversaries. In such circumstances, even with Rhaego orchestrating the assault, a flawless kill seemed unlikely. A desperate counterattack from Vagar could inflict serious harm to his dragons, a perilous exchange with little reward. Roar. As the three dragons spiraled toward the ground, Rhaego spotted several dragons hastily approaching from the north. Meanwhile, Vagar's massive body crashed into the forest, the sheer force shattering numerous trees and obliterating her final vestiges of resistance. Under the relentless assault of the two dragons, Vagar had no time to decelerate, plummeting from hundreds of meters into the woods. Aemond slipped into unconsciousness as the thick scent of dragon blood, steaming and rich, flowed from Vagar's crumpled form. After enduring such relentless blows, the dragon finally resigned, her weary eyes closing as her chest heaved in exhaustion. Devourer, Silverwing ascend. Vagar had utterly lost her fighting spirit. The blood flowing from her orifices was a clear sign of her grievous state. It was apparent that her life hung by a thread, and Rhaego had no time to deliver a finishing blow, as several dragons had already arrived on the battlefield. To avoid being besieged by the oncoming horde, Rhaego decisively commanded his fiery dragons to ascend rapidly, preparing for new adversaries. Clark, Sea Smoke, Syrax, and Sunfire, four formidable dragons. After Rhaenys and Aemond departed, Daemon's anxiety only intensified. The haunting image of dragons spilling blood beneath the fishbone continued to plague his mind, beyond his control. Unable to endure the torment of fear and unease, Daemon conferred with the sea snake, Corlys, and swiftly led the most battle-ready 4 dragons from King's Landing to the battlefield, intending to rendezvous with Rhaenys and Aemond. Originally, there should have been one more elder dragon, Dreamfire, but her rider, Rhaego Targaryen, had refused to join the fray. Thus, Daemon brought only 4 dragons. As they drew closer to the battlefield, Daemon's apprehensions materialized into reality. Before them lay the sight of Vagar besieged by the Devourer and Silverwing, her weakened form plummeting towards the ground, and more distressingly, he could not find Melisandre. Daemon understood Rhaenys. Although she was a woman, she steadfastly upheld the chivalric code, never abandoning Aemond to face the enemy alone while she fled. With Vagar now at its last gasp and no sign of Melias on the battlefield, Daemon dared not confront the conclusion brewing within him. He clenched his teeth, striving to control his trembling body that shook with rage, guiding Caraxes straight towards the newly risen greed. Dracarys! Dracarys! Syrax struggled to keep pace with Caraxes, and the two dragons confronted greed without hesitation, unleashing twin torrents of Dragonfire. Meanwhile, Sunfire and Seasmoke, despite their injuries, separated to engage the incoming silver-winged foe, and once again, the sky, which had only just calmed, erupted into a frenzy of Dragonfire and roars. Daemon was fighting desperately. In the brief skirmish, Aemond quickly discerned Daemon's intentions. Under the cover of Dragonfire, Caraxes boldly charged at greed, attempting to grapple onto the dark behemoth. There was even a moment when he ignored the scorching flames of greed, choosing instead to surge through the fire to engage in close combat. Such ferocity? Caraxes' recklessness momentarily caught Aemond off guard. Dragon battles typically involved mutual fire-breathing while searching for openings, not the life-and-death tactics Daemon employed. Aemond was not afraid, but he recognized that an exchange would be detrimental to him, and even with Caraxes' current capabilities, he knew they could not afford to trade blows with greed. Even the prospect of injury weighed heavily on his mind. Dracarys, then let us not engage in a battle of attrition. Greed unleashed a powerful jet of Dragonfire, forcefully driving back the charging Caraxes and his ally Syrax, swiftly ascending to create distance between them. Aemond then resolved to assist Syrax. Greed abruptly changed its target, deftly evading the oncoming Caraxes and almost instantaneously appearing before Rhaenyra. The princess barely had time to issue a command before the vicious maw of the black dragon sank deeply into Syrax's right wing. Had it not been for Syrax's speed in evading a fatal blow, it might have lost its neck to Greed's ferocious bite. Daemon reacted swiftly, urging Caraxes to charge. Once more, the instant Greed clamped down on Syrax, attempting to draw the enemy closer through his ally's distraction. Aemond, intent on neutralizing the assisting dragon, did not deliberately evade Caraxes' approach. He merely maneuvered Greed to avoid being clung to by the bloodworms, then used the momentum from the spin to tear half of Syrax's wing apart, much like a crocodile hunting in a pool. Roar! Syrax! At this moment, Syrax was merely around 30 years old, still technically a subadult dragon. Greed's size could easily have bitten it in half. Although it had narrowly escaped a lethal attack due to its speed, it was now rendered a one-winged dragon, plummeting amidst Rhaenyra's panic screams. All this transpired within mere seconds. Syrax was utterly incapacitated after a single encounter, but Daemon successfully closed in on Greed, the roguish prince of House Targaryen with blood-red eyes, produced a palm-sized metal canister from his cloak and hurled it at Greed. Clink! The small canister struck the scales on Greed's back, and the sealed lid burst open, spilling forth a viscous, mud-like liquid that splattered everywhere, revealing tiny wriggling creatures within. Chapter 114. The Dance of the Blood Dragons. The Tragedy of the Dragon. The two dragons swiftly passed each other. Greed climbed to a higher altitude, eyeing Caraxes with predatory intent. However, the bloodworms that had clung to Greed as though they were an affliction now retreated to a safe distance, and even Sunfire and Seasmoke, battered and bruised, quickly distanced themselves from the battlefield. Daemon's throwing skills were commendable. The mud not only splattered onto Greed, but also landed a few drops on Aemond's hand. Observing that several Targaryen dragons were fleeing as if encountering a plague, Aemond curiously glanced at the mud stains on the back of his hand, his pupils dilating in alarm. The tragedy of the dragon. He witnessed the mud that splattered onto his hand wriggling as if it possessed life, and before Aemond could react, it swiftly permeated his skin. He instantly recognized the twisted creatures within the mud as the dragon's nemesis, the culprits responsible for the demise of the freehold. Where did Daemon acquire such a substance? Aemond was filled with confusion, but there was no time to dwell on these matters. Most of the mud had splashed onto Greed, and in an instant, it seeped through the gaps in its scales, the great dragon visibly discomfort, shifting its massive form and emitting a low growl. Retreat, Aemond immediately commanded. Then, riding Greed, he disregarded Daemon's vengeful glare from afar, decisively turning to flee. The tragedy of the dragon was the bane of dragons. Even the mighty dragon, Vhagar, had been tormented to the brink of despair by such grotesque creatures, and the fearsome Balerion had perished at their hands. Although Greed had been nourished by bloodfire magic for over a decade, Aemond could not guarantee that it could withstand the encroachment of the tragedy of the dragon. The retreat of Aemond and his two dragons was remarkably smooth. Daemon did not issue orders to obstruct or pursue, instead watching from a distance as Greed and the silver-winged dragon vanished, and only then did he hastily descend to check on Aemond and Rhaenyra's condition. Aemond did not return a dragonstone upon Greed, but instead directed them to land at the spire, and as Greed touched down, still in motion, Aemon swiftly dismounted from the saddle. He raced to Greed's massive head, which was thrashing about, and comforted the great beast, anxiously placing his right hand upon its snout. Silverwing, perceiving Aemon's unusual state, leaned in closer, its large eyes fixed on them with concern. System, assess Greed's condition. Ding. Magic creature detected, system scanning. Species, dragon. Current form, male dragon. Age, 227. Length, 130 meters. Wingspan, 345 meters. Current status, healthy, young, disdainful. Estimated remaining lifespan, unknown. Dragon Rider, bloodline evolution in progress. Disdainful? Aemon was taken aback. What the tragedy of a dragon? The curse? The bane of dragons? Aemon hurriedly utilized the system to scan again, but the results remained unchanged, indicating that Greed was currently very healthy and had not been afflicted by the tragedy of the dragon, which meant that the great beast was merely shaking its head in disdain for those hideous cursed creatures. Feeling perplexed, Aemon, relieved that Greed was unharmed, sank down onto the ground, his eyes fluttering shut. Personal panel. Ding. Panel activated. Congratulations, host, for slaying a magical creature and absorbing its energy. Bloodline development progress, 5. Current development progress, 60. The host's overall attributes are as follows. Host, Rhaego Targaryen. Gender, male. Age, 18. Bloodline 1. Ancient Valyrian Dragon Bloodline. Bloodline 2. Bloodfire Affinity, Bloodfire Magic Affinity. Current bloodline development progress, 60. Status, healthy, strong, worried. Traits, immune to all toxins, indestructible, Dragon Rider. Could it be that there was no tragedy of the dragon? Was I mistaken? His status was entirely normal. Aside from the increase in the development progress of Bloodfire Affinity, there were hardly any changes, let alone negative statuses, leading Aemon to question his earlier judgment. Had Demon merely tossed a jar of mud in a fit of childish frustration? It was illogical. System, investigate the tragedy of the dragon. In moments of indecision, one turns to the system. Although the system itself seemed rather indifferent, Rhaego nonetheless ventured to pose the question. After a prolonged silence, just as Rhaego began to doubt the system's responsiveness, a mechanical voice resonated within his mind. Ding. Detection complete. The immunity to all toxins has been activated. Host is immune to all poisons. The bloodline power of blood and fire has been triggered. Advanced bloodfire magic can immunize against and annihilate low-tier curse beings. No remnants of Dragon's Bane remain within the host. Immune to all toxins? Immune to curses? A sudden relief washed over Rhaego. He had indeed made no error in his assumptions. The vile substance hurled by Demon was indeed Dragon's Bane, yet his immunity rendered it ineffectual. Moreover, the glutton, having been nurtured by magic for years, was similarly imbued with advanced bloodfire magic of the same lineage, thus also impervious to the effects of Dragon's Bane. The deadly toxin disintegrated into nothingness the moment it entered their bodies, causing no harm whatsoever. Rhaego shook his head in trepidation, relieved that his bloodline had evolved sufficiently over time, and that both the glutton and Silverwing had endured the magical nurturing as well. Otherwise, Demon's sudden deployment of Dragon's Bane might have posed a genuine threat to the two dragons. Indeed, Viserys was a half-reasonable king. Rhaego harbored no doubts that the Dragon's Bane was a contingency left for his family, possibly even intended for use against him. When the Black Death was injured by Soul, it became infected with Dragon's Bane after bathing in Soul's blood, ultimately struggling to return to King's Landing. The scholars of Westeros would undoubtedly have studied the cursed creature that had grievously wounded the Black Death, preserving such a potent toxin. Alas, it was likely that Viserys never anticipated that his supposed foolproof Dragon Bane would be ineffective against him and the two dragons. One could only hope he would not be angered enough to rise from his grave upon learning of the circumstances. Assured of the safety of the two dragons, Rhaego set forth to return to Dragonstone. The battle today had claimed the lives of the Red Queen Melias and the Rider Rhaenys. As for Aemon, his fate was uncertain. But Vhagar had utterly lost its combat capability. Even if it survived, it would certainly not take to the skies again in the near future. Syrax had been rendered incapable of flight after losing a wing to the glutton. Without further consideration, the fate of Rhaenyra was of little consequence. The Targaryen family now had but a handful of dragons, primarily consisting of clerics and Dreamfire, and posed no significant threat. On this day, Daemon had gone to great lengths to orchestrate this event, deploying Viserys' trump card against Rhaego. Would it not be rather unrefined to refuse to partake in the performance of this roguish prince? In the year of conquest, 129, on the 5th day of April, the Battle of the King's Guard concluded. The crownless king Rhaenys and her dragon Melias perished. Prince Aemon Targaryen lay grievously wounded. The dragon Vhagar was severely injured. Princess Rhaenyra, the light of the kingdom, sustained serious injuries, and the dragon Syrax lost a wing, forfeiting its ability to soar. The Targaryen family suffered devastating losses, shaking the Seven Kingdoms. On the 6th day of April, a rumor swiftly spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Rhaego Domnar of Dragonstone and his dragon were poisoned. The wails of the glutton echoed through Dragonstone, while the dragon Silverwing circled and roared, reluctant to descend. Chapter 115, Blood Dragon's Wild Dance. Intermission. King's Landing. The Red Keep. 5 days had elapsed since the shocking battle of the Kingsguard. A scholar, drenched in sweat and clad in a lengthy robe, hastened out of a chamber, where he was met by the anxious figures of Aegon, Daemon, Queen Alicent, and others. Scholar, how fares Aemon? Is there any improvement? And Rhaenyra, she is unscathed, yes? The cacophony of inquiries left the bloodied scholar somewhat dazed. After gathering his thoughts, he respectfully bowed to the anxious King Aegon and spoke. Your Majesty, Prince Aemon has suffered burns from Dragonfire and the impact of a fall. We are utterly powerless and can only offer him poppy milk to ease his pain. What? My Aemon, the Queen. Alicent fainted upon hearing the scholar's report. In a short span, she had lost 2 sons, plunging this foolish woman, so engrossed in the struggles for power, into deep despair. As she collapsed, chaos erupted in the corridor. Alicent was carefully escorted away by her attendants, while the king, with a grim expression, swept out of the room. Only Daemon, along with Laenor Velaryon and Joffrey, remained at the entrance. Joffrey, the 3rd son of Rhaenyra and Harwin Strong, was merely 11 years old, with a face that perfectly inherited his parents' fine features. Yet now it was streaked with tears. Scholar, how is Rhaenyra faring? Daemon inquired with concern. The middle-aged scholar offered a faint smile and reassured him. There is no need for the prince to worry. Princess Rhaenyra is fortunate. She did not endure the searing Dragonfire during the battle, and her dragon likely fought valiantly during the fall, so the impact was not fatal. She merely sustained some internal injuries, which will mend with time. That is a relief indeed. This was the only piece of good news Daemon had received in recent days. Once the carefree and dashing rogue prince, he now appeared disheveled, with hollow eyes and cracked lips, a pallor to his complexion, and heavy clouds of worry etched upon his brow, rendering him gloomy and despondent. Upon Daemon and Laenor's arrival at the council chamber, a heated debate was already underway, with the voice of sea snake Corlys Velaryon resonating like thunder, his anger more fervent than Dragonfire. It was Aemon's folly that led to my wife's death, that claimed his aunt's life. The crown must bear responsibility. Initially, Corlys had accepted the death of his wife. Though heartbroken, the seasoned sea snake understood the brutality of war. However, when the reports from the allied forces stationed along the banks of the Green Fork arrived, he erupted. He could accept that Rhaenys had perished due to the enemy's might, but he could not abide that she had paid the price for the folly of an ally. Witnesses to the dragon battle above the Kingsguard and those stationed at the Green Fork had observed the events unfold. At the moment, the glutton appeared. Melias had decisively turned to flee. Rhaenys had adhered perfectly to Daemon's strategy devised before their departure, but Aemon had charged recklessly on Vhagar, marking the genesis of this tragedy. The long table of the council chamber shook under the force of Sea Snake's hand, his finger nearly pointing accusatorily at Aegon, whose youthful countenance darkened with each passing moment. Lord Corlys, Daemon's timely arrival prevented an imminent confrontation. Aemon has paid dearly for his impetuousness and folly, and the loss of Rhaenyra's cousin was not our desire. But the enemy remains unvanquished. We must unite. Humph. Corlys scoffed, yet ultimately conceded to Daemon, taking his seat in silence. In that moment, Daemon appeared far more regal than the ineffectual Aegon upon the throne. With Melias deceased, Vhagar and Syrax rendered incapable combat, and Dreamfire rendered ineffective. The losses incurred in this battle were catastrophic for our dragons. Daemon's words were devoid of emotion, akin to recounting statistics unrelated to himself. He turned his gaze toward the grim-faced Corlys and inquired, Sir Corlys, I successfully tossed that vial onto the glutton, and news of the poisoning of Rhaego and the glutton has spread from Dragonstone. However, I must consider whether this was merely a bait set by Rhaego. I need you to disclose what was contained within that vial. It was a curse aimed at dragons and those of dragonblood. Corlys inhaled deeply, suppressing the rage surging within him, his expression stiff as he spoke. The gathered lords furrowed their brows, clearly unfamiliar with the curse to which Corlys referred, and Daemon was no exception. He raised his gaze slightly, signaling for Corlys to continue. 56 years of conquest have passed, and Princess Arya, who vanished for a year, returned to King's Landing riding the formidable Black Death, Vhagar. However, on the very day of her return, Arya met her untimely demise, and the once mighty Vhagar, after struggling in agony for over 30 years, perished deep within the dragon's lair, leaving no trace of its existence. Had they both succumbed to that insidious poison? Indeed, the vial of poison you possess was extracted by the scholars from Vhagar. This cursed substance leads to a swift death after consuming the blood of dragons and their kin, yet remains dormant within the host until activated, eluding detection. A collective gasp filled the chamber, for merely the existence of such a toxin, capable of slaying Vhagar, was enough to command the respect and trust of all present. Your Grace, at this moment, both Rhaego and the Devourer are gravely injured. In Stone Dance, only the lone dragon, Silverwing, remains capable of combat, and it lacks a rider. This presents an opportune moment for our forces to advance. Indeed, Your Majesty, I urge you to issue the order to mobilize our troops, came to fervent agreement. The council chamber erupted in a cacophony of voices, while Aegon, contemplatively caressing the wine goblet in his hand, cast a profound gaze upon his uncle Daemon, lost in thought, seemingly indifferent to the pleas of the ministers. Daemon, after a moment of contemplation, inquired, "Have we received any word from Jaehaerys and Yora?" Both princes have recently sent word. The Lannisters and Starks have pledged their support, and they shall return shortly. Daemon nodded slightly, then pressed further. What is the current situation in Old Town and Storm's End? At this, Lord Lyman lowered his goblet. Old Town has nearly fallen. Lord Corlys has dispatched forces to seize the Tarly stronghold, Horn Hill, severing the connection between Old Town and the Reach. As for Ser Monty Hightower, he glanced at the king's hand, noting the somber expression on his face, hesitating before continuing. Hightower abandoned his men and fled to Brightwater Keep, attempting to escape by ship, only to be captured by the Dornish fleet. Black Crown, Honeycomb, and Bander have all succumbed. Only Lord Tyrell of Brightwater Keep remains steadfast, but its fall is merely a matter of time. As for Storm's End, the Dornish continue to harass the coastline, yet have not ventured inland. Chapter 116. The Blood Dragon's Dance. A storm approaches. Daemon's fingers brushed against the hilt of Dark Sister as he grimly regarded the despondent Otto Hightower, swallowing back the reprimands that threatened to spill forth. Relay to Duke Jason Lannister that he need not come to King's Landing. The coalition from Casterly Rock is to advance southward from Lannisport, joining forces with the Reach to reclaim Old Town. Furthermore, instruct Duke Cregan Stark to assemble the North's cavalry swiftly and gather the fleet at White Harbor to sweep south along the Bight and the Fingers, purging the Dornish fleet from the shores of Storm's End. As he spoke, Daemon's gaze returned to Lord Corlys Velaryon. My lord, I require you to return to Driftmark immediately, and alongside Lord Velaryon of Crab Isle, organize a fleet to await orders for an assault on Dragonstone. At once, though the Sea Snake was vexed, he understood that he had irreparably forged a deadly enmity with Rhaego. With Rhaenys lost to the Devourer and Rhaego himself poisoned by the very venom he had given to Daemon, their fates were now inextricably linked. Thus, he offered no resistance to Daemon's command. Daemon's gaze shifted to the Green King seated at the foot of the table. You will proceed immediately to Driftmark, bringing Rhaena Targaryen and Benella Targaryen to Dragonstone, where Rhaena shall tame the sheep stealer. They are but children, Daemon. That is your daughter. The Sea Snake's impassioned voice rose in protest, unable to bear the thought of his granddaughter being thrust into the brutality of war at such a tender age. They are Targaryens, Corlys. This is a fight for survival, and we require dragons. The Sea Snake stared at Daemon, his expression a mixture of despair and resignation, finally closing his eyes in pained silence, teeth grinding in frustration. In Dreamfire, Daemon turned his attention to Aegon. Kneeling before the young king under his watchful gaze, he implored, Your Majesty, we need Dreamfire to join the fray. You must persuade Queen Helena to take to the skies on Dragonback. We need her. A non-committal sound escaped Aegon's lips, leaving the matter unresolved. Rising, Daemon paid no heed to the sulking king, pondering for a moment before continuing. We also have Vhagar. We must find her rider. Lord Lyman, I need you to summon all those with Targaryen blood. Let me do it. A voice suddenly broke through from the entrance, revealing a pale Rhaenyra, supported by a few handmaidens as she staggered into the chamber. Rhaenyra, let me do it, Daemon. I have just received word that Syrax has perished. Vhagar is father's dragon. Perhaps I can tame her. After a long, silent consideration of Rhaenyra, Daemon finally nodded slowly. Very well. Congratulations, host, for slaying a magical creature and absorbing its energy. Bloodline development progress, 5. Current progress, 65. Rhaego paused mid-meal, his bloodline development unexpectedly surging by 5. Was it due to Vagar's demise or Syrax's? As he pondered, the sound of footsteps approached from the doorway. "My lord, a scout has brought news. The fallen dragon Syrax, lying at the edge of the king's wood, has breathed its last this morning. The opposing forces have dispatched men to transport the corpse back to King's Landing." Bronn's voice brimmed with excitement. This marked the third dragon of House Targaryen slain at the hands of their lord. Rhaego's brilliant strategies and the formidable might of 2 dragons stirred a fervor among the soldiers and citizens of Stonedance. With each dragon's death or city's fall, the realm descended into a revelry, celebrating their lord's prowess. Syrax? Rhaego smiled faintly. Subadult dragons were indeed fragile. If Vagar could endure such grievous wounds and still cling to life, Syrax's loss of a single wing had sealed its fate. The disparity was starkly evident. "Indeed, my lord. According to the intelligence relayed from King's Landing, Prince Aemond is likely beyond salvation. The scholars have ceased their efforts. Rhaenyra is fortunate, suffering only significant injuries. But House Targaryen has truly suffered grave losses, with both prince and princess falling to your hand." Bronn's excitement was palpable. Yet Rhaego felt no particular sorrow for Rhaenys or Aemond's demise. His purpose in instigating this war was not to eradicate House Targaryen, but to utilize the death of dragons to awaken his bloodline. The riders' fates were merely unfortunate. "My lord, a letter from Winterfell has arrived, inquiring about your health." Larys entered the castle, presenting a piece of parchment to Rhaego, who took it, glanced over it, and then erupted into laughter. "Huh, my brother has not been in vain. Cregan has evaded the envoy from Stronghold, feigning agreement to mobilize troops. Yet now writes to inquire if I require assistance. Truly, the old knightly houses know how to play their cards. Larys, send word to Winterfell, informing Duke Cregan that I can handle matters." "Yes, my lord." As Larys, limping, prepared to exit the hall, Rhaego suddenly recalled something and called him back. "Larys, I almost forgot. Coordinate with Bronn to ease the defenses of the city. Allow some of the scouts from outside to enter, so they may learn of my and the Devourer's impending demise. Furthermore, the revelry must cease. We have not yet secured victory." "Understood, my lord." On the 12th of April in the year of conquest 129, Jacaerys Velaryon and Lucerys Velaryon returned to King's Landing, bearing news of the Stark and Lannister submission. On the 15th of April, Brightwater Keep fell, with House Tyrell surrendering, and Prince Corlys Martell returning them to the Reach as promised. On April 16th, the last solitary Chinting Island, under the leadership of its lord, Count Redwyn, declared its surrender. By April 18th, captured nobles such as Mond Haidar and Galwyn Haidar, Count Alan Bisberry of Honeycomb Castle, Count Cooey of Sunroof Castle, Count Tully of Hornhill, and Count Burway of Black Crown Castle were collectively beheaded atop the towering city walls, marking the complete fall of the Old Town and the total occupation of Dorne in the southern territories, including the menacing Bay of Tigers. On April 20th, Stonedance City mourned deeply as its lord, Rhaego Domnar, fell into a dire state, and panic spread throughout the city. By April 23rd, the light of the kingdom, Rhaenyra Targaryen, had notably recovered and officially entered the dragon's den, successfully taming the mighty dragon, Bronn's Fury Vagar, half an hour later. On the same day, Daemon's daughter, Rhaena Targaryen, tamed the wild dragon, Sheepstealer on Dragonstone, and set off for King's Landing. On April 28th, King's Landing issued a war mobilization order. Vagar, Carax's Sheepstealer, Sea Smoke, Sunfire, Vermithrax, Eryx, and Tyrax's 8 dragons gathered, ready for battle. On the same day, armies from the Westerlands and the North marched south along the coastline, while the allied forces of the Vale and the Riverlands brazenly crossed the banks of the River Ed, establishing their camp on the eastern shore. As the clouds began to rise and the sun sank behind the horizon, the mountains braced for an impending storm. Daemon had finally made up his mind. The final battle was about to commence. Chapter 117, Blood Dragon's Frenzy, Silverwing. On May 1st, 129 years of conquest, the major nobles of the Bay of Rivers united their forces, gathering a grand army along the borders of Dorne, splitting their troops to stand guard. Duke Cregan Stark of the North selectively obeyed the royal command from King's Landing, dispatching thousands of men to assist the Stormlands, beleaguered by Dornish guerrilla attacks. However, the army stationed at Greywater Watch under House Stark remained inactive, failing to follow Daemon's plan to advance southward for support. Duke Jason Lannister of Casterly Rock, alongside his brother, Tyrion Lannister, received the royal order and mobilized his troops the day after, setting sail from Lannister's port towards the Old Town after a brief period of rest. War devoid of profit and personal threat seldom stirs the enthusiasm of all. This is an immutable truth. Daemon was well aware that it was already a rarity for the armies of the Westerlands and the North to heed the call to arms from the sea, and thus he refrained from dwelling too much on their reluctance. As long as these lords maintained a basic subordinate relationship with the Iron Throne and did not openly rebel, Daemon's expectations were sufficiently met. News from Stone Dance City had stirred the Dragon King, and the nobles gathered at the Red Keep, igniting their restless hearts. Shortly after the conclusion of the Battle of the Kingsguard, it became apparent that the once impregnable defenses of Stone Dance City had suddenly grown lax. The guards responsible for identifying scouts were visibly distracted, while the city's inhabitants were gripped by fear. The dawn of victory seemed tantalizingly close, as individuals like Corlys and Rhaenyra were blinded by their hatred, particularly the now over 30 light of the kingdom, whose bitterness towards Rhaego was palpable. Once dismissive of his affections, she now resented him fiercely for leading her father to withdraw his support, resulting in her loss of the Iron Throne. The tragic demise of Syrax, who had accompanied her for decades, at the jaws of the hunger-driven, was yet another grievance fueling her animosity towards Rhaego. Not only she, but also the king lost his younger brother, the queen her 2 sons, the sea snake lost his wife in the war, Otto lost both son and nephew, and the lands of House Lannister lay occupied. The Count of Lyman similarly lost both son and land, and nearly everyone within the Red Keep harbored a deep-seated vendetta against Rhaego. Even Daemon, who had been deceived by Rhaego, was unwilling to pass up on this exceptional opportunity for battle. On May 1st, King's Landing officially dispatched its forces, with dragons at the forefront, to besiege and eliminate Stone Dance City's only aerial power, followed by a coordinated ground assault to burn the city to ashes, leaving no trace behind. 8 dragons soared forth, heralding a spectacle unseen for centuries since the fall of the freehold of Valyria. The dragons, bathed in the soft morning light, ascended towards the eastern lands as citizens of King's Landing gathered in droves to bid farewell to their king's expedition, with cheers resonating through the streets. Daemon, lacking experience in commanding dragon combat, had devised a tactical plan wherein he and Rhaenyra rode Vhagar and Caraxes at the forefront, while Sheepstealer, Sea Smoke, and Sunfire followed closely behind, with 3 smaller dragons trailing at the rear. This once confident and proud prince found it difficult to articulate his current emotions: fear, anxiety, or cowardice. Yet he recognized that what lingered in his heart was certainly not excitement or exhilaration. In the span of a mere month, he had continually found himself at a disadvantage against Rhaego, and the entirety of King's Landing felt like a headless fly, ensnared in Rhaego's web of manipulation, ultimately resorting to the most despicable tactics to target him. But had Rhaego truly been poisoned? Daemon remained apprehensive, despite all signs from scouts indicating that Stone Dance City was on the brink of collapse. Having been deceived before, his vigilance reached a peak as they drew nearer to the city. Roar! The moment Vhagar beheld Stone Dance City, it let out a furious roar, and the frenzied Rhaenyra impatiently commanded the dragon to dive. Vhagar rapidly approached the city walls as Rhaenyra, filled with righteous fury, shouted, "Dracarys!" The Bronze Fury unleashed a torrent of orange flames upon the defending forces, instantly transforming the western city wall into a raging inferno. Rhaenyra! Daemon was taken aback by her sudden action, hastily maneuvering Caraxes to intercept and assist Vhagar as it ascended, while simultaneously preventing others from joining the conflagration. Roar! A resounding dragon roar echoed from deep within Stone Dance City, as the elegant and beautiful form of Silverwing soared from the dragon lair, swiftly confronting the circling dragons outside the city. Silverwing, when old foes meet, their eyes burn with enmity. Rhaenyra, driven by impulse, disregarded Daemon's orders, urging Vhagar to charge directly at Silverwing. However, Silverwing, aware of the tactical disadvantage of engaging in her own territory, elegantly evaded the attack from her former lover, gracefully soaring northward with her dragon kin. The younger dragons, participating in their first dragon battle, exhibited great enthusiasm as Vhagar, Caraxes, Sea Smoke, Sunfire, Vermithrax, Eryx, and Tyraxes roared like a pack of wolves, closing in behind Vhagar. Daemon chose not to engage immediately, but circled cautiously above the city on Caraxes. Amidst the colossal dragon lair, the anguished and furious roars of dragons reverberated. Caraxes ascended in vigilance, yet the gluttonous dragon remained unseen. Daemon's demeanor gradually relaxed as the sounds of Vhagar and Silverwing's pursuit faded into the distance. With clarity now in hand, he wasted no time, riding swiftly towards the dragon horde to encircle and eliminate the last remaining adversarial dragon. Dracarys! The dragon squadron successfully intercepted Silverwing in the skies above Blackwater Bay. Vhagar, with blood-red eyes, initiated the assault, unleashing a torrent of flames that nearly obscured the heavens. Silverwing deftly maneuvered to evade the attack and retaliated with a blast of icy blue Dragonfire. Sheepstealer, Sea Smoke, Sunfire, Vhagar, Vermithrax, Eryx, and Tyraxes, under the guidance of their master, encircled the battlefield, eagerly observing the clash of old flames, awaiting the moment Vhagar would rend the magnificent silver dragon asunder. Yet Silverwing was no longer the same. Her formidable size and crushing speed allowed her to remain composed in the face of her opponent. Even as Vhagar roared and unleashed relentless attacks, he could not so much as graze a single scale of Silverwing. Just as the two dragons were locked in a stalemate, an unexpected twist unfolded. Dracarys, the youthful Joffrey, unable to suppress his excitement, saw Silverwing unguardedly expose her back and, mounted atop the young dragon Tyraxes, launch his attack. Screech! The fearless little dragon let out a fierce roar, charging forward to unleash a torrent of Dragonfire upon the Silverwing. Then, Jacaerys watched in horror as his younger brother was effortlessly tossed high into the air by the colossal dragon, which dwarfed him several times over, before being torn to shreds by Silverwing's jaws. Joffrey! Jacaerys cried out in anguish, urging Warmax to charge ahead, while Rhaenyra, fearing for her son's safety, closely followed on Sea Smoke. The sudden eruption of blood completely awakened the primal instincts of the dragon pack, leading 7 dragons to converge upon the scene. The wind howled fiercely. Silverwing, well-versed in Rhaegar's tactical philosophy, swiftly identified the weakest point in the encirclement, raising its head sharply to ascend rapidly. Chapter 118, Blood Dragon's Dance. Surprise, Rhaenyra. The most agile Sunfire and Sea Smoke rapidly approached the ascending Silverwing, 2 streams of Dragonfire sealing off its upward path. Silverwing, seizing the moment, turned to unleash a breath of fire at the encroaching Vhagar, temporarily pushing the massive beast back before roaring loudly and charging towards the cowering sheep thief. The sheep thieves have been ravaged by the Devourer on Dragonstone for decades, having narrowly escaped the jaws of the Black Dragon countless times, instilling in them a profound fear of the Devourer. With Silverwing having spent considerable time in close quarters with the Devourer, its scent was overwhelmingly potent, rendering it to the sheep thief's eyes as a silvery embodiment of the Devourer. As Silverwing approached with a cruel visage, the beleaguered mud dragon immediately panicked and veered to the left, heedless of Rhaenyra's desperate commands. The sheep thief indeed employed its vast repertoire of escape tactics to evade Silverwing's charge, but in veering left, it inadvertently exposed the tardy Lucerys. The silver dragon's maw opened wide, and before Lucerys and Eryx could react, they collided headfirst into Silverwing's jaws. No! The 13-year-old Lucerys had no time to utter a word. Amidst Rhaenyra's and her brother's heart-wrenching screams, he was violently torn apart by Silverwing's razor-sharp teeth. In an instant, she lost 2 sons, and Rhaenyra completely lost her grip on reason, desperately urging her dragon to seek vengeance for her beloved children. However, with Eryx's demise, the dragon's encirclement had faltered, allowing Silverwing to nimbly break free from the pack, casting a glance at the rapidly approaching blood-red dragon in the distance as it fled northeast. Several dragons pursued closely behind, with Rhaenyra's desperate roars even overpowering the howling wind, resonating across the aerial battlefield. 2 dragons are gone. Daemon's pupils constricted as he returned to the dragon pack, having witnessed 1 dragon's death from afar. Yet he was astounded to learn that Silverwing had slain 2 dragons in such a brief span, all while surrounded by 7. A swift resolution was imperative. Silverwing posed an immense threat to the young dragons, and the Targaryens could not afford further losses. Caraxes understood his master's intent, and with a shrill roar, Bloodworm surged ahead of Sea Smoke and Vhagar, rapidly closing the distance to Silverwing. Daemon was confident that as long as Bloodworm intercepted Silverwing head-on, no matter her strength, she would be no match for Bloodworm and Vhagar in the absence of a rider. Caraxes intercept her with a hoarse roar. Bloodworm's agile form maneuvered through the skies, drawing closer to Silverwing. Meanwhile, the coalition forces, synchronized with the dragons, had arrived at the foot of Storm's End under the leadership of Duke Allen and Duke Tully. Over 10,000 fully armed soldiers lined up outside the city, with massive scorpions positioned along the flanks of their formation, their sights set keenly on the towering walls of Storm's End. Prepare the scorpions! Prepare the scorpions! A command swiftly spread across the battlements, and just as the soldiers of Storm's End crouched behind the safety of the walls, the sharp whistle of scorpion bolts pierced the air, followed by a series of thunderous impacts against the walls. The colossal bolts, propelled with unmatched force, embedded themselves into the stone, sending shards flying that grazed the soldiers' faces, Yet no one displayed a semblance of fear. Bronn crouched beneath the parapet, cautiously peering through a prepared observation slit at the rapidly advancing coalition forces shielded by the massive crossbows, just as the soldiers' footsteps reached their predetermined markers. Scorpions ready. Scorpions ready. In the inner courtyard, the tightly packed array of crossbows had long been prepared. At Bronn's command, the massive crossbows were raised in unison, their glinting bolts soaring over the highest point of the walls, and amid the shouts of the messengers, hundreds of crossbow strings twanged, filling the air with a buzzing sound as spear-like bolts shot skyward, arcing down towards the tightly formed enemy ranks. Shields! Shields! The noble from the Vale, leading the assault, startled by the whistling of the bolts, looked up only to scream orders for the soldiers to raise their shields in defense. However, the tremendous kinetic energy of the hurled projectiles was far beyond what mere shields could withstand. The bolts struck the shields, sending thousands of frontline soldiers tumbling, as armored men were pinned to the ground, while the fortunate survivors cried out in despair. In a single volley, Storm's End's powerful crossbows had sent the coalition's siege forces into disarray. Yet, under the furious commands of Duke Allen, more and more soldiers, undeterred by death, charged forth, breaking through the crossbow formation at the cost of their lives, grasping the bolts embedded in the walls, and swiftly climbing the battlements. The most brutal siege had officially begun. 6 dragons pursued, 1 dragon fled. Roar, roar, roar. Silverwing's continuous roars, resonant and penetrating, echoed across the distant sea, sending ripples across the waves. From Storm's End, flying north to Blackwater Bay's shores, facing the onslaught of 7 colossal dragons and having sustained no injuries while slaying 2, Silverwing safely escaped the encirclement and flew northeast towards the point. Both Silverwing, fleeing ahead, and the pursuing Vhagar and Sea Smoke exhibited clear signs of exhaustion. Only Caraxes, who had not participated in the battle, relied on its ample stamina to closely follow the speedier Silverwing, while Vhagar maintained a distance of over 100 meters from the 2 dragons ahead but stubbornly kept pace behind. The other dragons lagged behind, scattered. Caraxes, with its abundant energy, drew closer to Silverwing, acutely aware that it must not be surrounded by the dragons again. Silverwing decisively folded its wings, rapidly diving diagonally towards the point. Demon sensed Silverwing was nearing her limits and ordered Caraxes to dive in pursuit, with the dragons behind following suit, roaring like a squadron of bombers as they dove. Roar! Silverwing suddenly spread her wings wide, skimming perilously close to the cliffs of the point, letting out a fierce roar as she continued towards the sea, with Bloodworm hot on her heels, its broad wings stirring up debris as it raced past the cliff's edge. As Demon strained to hear an unusual sound of wind, Caraxes closely pursued Silverwing, instinctively glancing down towards the sea below the cliff, where he spotted a familiar massive form, its abdomen nearly pressed against the vertical rock face, surging upwards at an alarming speed. Meanwhile, Vhagar flapped its wings furiously, roaring as it prepared to burst forth from the point. No, no, no. In Demon's anguished cries, the 2 dragons transformed into vertical lines, colliding violently at their intersection. Roar! The unprepared Vhagar let out a pained shriek as the Devourer clamped down on its neck, the force of the impact sending the 2nd largest dragon in Westeros soaring high into the sky. Surprise! Rhaenyra. Chapter 119, Blood Dragons Dance. The curtain falls on Rhaenyra. The dragons reign supreme atop the food chain of Westeros, and indeed the entire world of ice and fire. The prospect of swiftly vanquishing an adult dragon is nigh impossible. Battles between dragons typically yield decisive outcomes only when there exists a significant disparity in size, as exemplified by Vhagar's brutal demise of Eryx in the original narrative. However, it is evident that the Devourer and Vhagar do not possess a considerable difference in size. Thus, even when the aged Devourer attempted a surprise attack to seize the throat of the Bronze Fury, the formidable strength of a dragon's scales renders it improbable for the Devourer to swiftly tear Vhagar's throat and bring him to his end. Fortunately, before devising his plan, Rhaego had anticipated such a scenario and devised a strategy to counter it. As Vhagar was forcibly lifted by the Devourer, the momentum of his forward charge was thoroughly disrupted. The Devourer flapped its massive wings with great ferocity, almost dragging Vhagar upward. The agonizing pain ignited the fury of the Bronze Fury. Being in the prime of his life and possessing extensive combat experience, valiantly flapped his wings in an attempt to regain his balance, his razor-sharp claws aiming to rend the Devourer's chest. Yet, the ambush meticulously orchestrated by Rhaego and the Devourer would not afford Vhagar an opportunity for a counterattack. As the silver-winged dragon roared in fury, Rhaego had already maneuvered the Devourer to circle and gather strength beneath the cover of the cliffs. Springing forth with an unexpected ferocity at the opportune moment, its kinetic energy far beyond what Vhagar could swiftly counter. The obsidian dragon seized the bronze fury's neck, soaring skyward, and the sudden clash startled the few dragons trailing behind Vhagar. The nearby smoke and sunfire flapped their wings, instinctively veering away from the unfolding battlefield. Vhagar's brother, Vermax, who remained at a distance, cautiously halted his flight, anxiously circling the sky. The timid sheep thief, having been terrified by the silver-winged dragon during the earlier skirmish, reluctantly followed the main force only under Rhaenyra's compulsion. Yet even so, the mud dragon preferred to linger at the rear of the group. As the Devourer roared and charged at Vhagar with ferocity, the sheep thief, spotting the familiar black silhouette and sensing the familiar scent, reacted instinctively, flapping its wings in a panic, turning to flee without uttering a word. No command from its rider could sway it, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished toward the east. With the weight of the incapacitated Vhagar, the Devourer's ascent soon faltered as gravity counteracted the upward pull. Vhagar's neck suffered multiple gashes from the Devourer's grip, hot dragon blood bubbling forth like steam, yet the tenacious bronze fury did not succumb immediately. In his relentless struggle, he managed to reclaim some semblance of balance. His azure wings flapping fiercely, his sharp claws now targeting the Devourer's abdomen. Rhaenyra, witnessing a glimmer of hope, clenched the dragon's saddle tightly and commanded Vhagar to retaliate. However, Rhaego's meticulous planning, having spanned weeks, encompassed far more than just this singular tactic. Just as Vhagar was poised to strike back, the Devourer's massive body deftly maneuvered, launching itself upward while forcefully pulling Vhagar off course, the tearing of muscles eliciting a furious roar from the dragon. Then, the obsidian dragon momentarily paused in midair, its wings thrumming as it dove sharply toward the ocean, dragging its captive with it. The Devourer exerted its strength, shattering the precarious balance Vhagar had just regained, nearly dragging him down toward the sea. The sheer height of the jagged cliffs exceeded 100 meters, and with the Devourer forcing Vhagar from several hundred meters above, they suddenly changed direction, plummeting toward the ocean like cannonballs. Rhaenyra's piercing scream penetrated the air, and the light of the kingdom clearly comprehended Rhaego's intent. The terror of death gripped her heart, leaving her limbs weak, her hands unable to grasp the dragon's saddle, her body akin to a leaf caught in a safety rope. Colliding against Vhagar. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters. Just as the two dragons were about to plunge into the sea, the Devourer unfurled its wings, the sudden wind resistance causing its wings to billow backward. Harnessing this momentum, the black dragon violently swung its head, opening its maw wide to hurl the utterly unbalanced bronze fury toward the ocean. The Devourer managed to control its body, narrowly avoiding a collision with the ocean's surface at a dangerously low angle, its claws slicing through the water as it circled low before rapidly ascending. However, the fate of Vhagar was far less fortunate, as he was hurled into the sea in a brutal backslam, his entire back crashing against the surface. The shallow waters beneath the jagged cliffs were riddled with treacherous rocks, and as Vhagar struck the water, silence enveloped him. The final lash of the Devourer severed his neck, the violent impact fracturing the great dragon's spine. The last remaining powerful dragon of House Targaryen, the closest companion of King Jaehaerys, lay helpless amidst the rocky outcrops, his twisted neck draped over the stones, his fearsome head partially submerged, revealing a single golden eye that, after a moment of struggle, closed wearily. Vhagar was dead. Rhaenyra's body, too, was shattered against the rocks. Witnessing this tragic spectacle, Daemon lost his sanity, a blood-curdling wail erupting from his throat. The Dark Sister unsheathed, gripped tightly in his hand. The rogue prince mounted Caraxes, unfastening the safety straps of the saddle, charging toward the Devourer with reckless abandon. Caraxes, with its elongated body, swiftly circled the Devourer, breathing flames in an attempt to find an opening for a close-quarters engagement. After repeated failures, Daemon bellowed commands for Caraxes to ascend, all the while turning back to challenge the Devourer with fierce taunts. Hiss! I have witnessed this scene before. Rhaego instantly grasped Daemon's intent. He aimed to exploit the interplay of sunlight and cloud cover to create an opportunity for Bloodworm to engage the Devourer closely. Yet, why should I heed your strategy? Rhaego disregarded Daemon and Bloodworm's challenge, instead emitting a sharp whistle to summon the silver-winged dragon, charging alongside it toward the remaining three expendables of the Dragon House. Chapter 120, Blood Dragons in a Frenzy, The War of the Knights. The sheep thief had fled, Vhagar had perished, and both Tyraxes and Eryx had fallen to the silver-winged dragon. From the grand cohort of 8 dragons that had departed King's Landing, only Caraxes, Smoke, Sunfire, and the subadult Vermax remained, except for Caraxes, which still retained some fighting spirit. The other 3 dragons were destined to be mere fodder against the Devourer and the silver-winged dragon. Thus, upon witnessing the Devourer and the silver-winged dragon disregard Daemon's challenge and turn their wrath upon them, the primal fear born of their position in the food chain compelled Vermax to instinctively flee. The dragon's Smoke also expressed panic, narrowly avoiding a hasty retreat under the intense control of Laenor, while the seemingly ostentatious golden dragon, Sunfire, exhibited a bravery that belied its appearance, charging toward the Devourer under Aegon's command. Rhaego's unconventional tactics drove Daemon to the brink of madness. Although he had always looked down upon Aegon and Laenor Velaryon, Daemon could no longer bear the thought of House Targaryen losing another dragon, even as he recognized the war had irrevocably spelled their defeat. The furious roar of the bloodworm echoed through the air as it obediently twisted its form high above, swiftly diving towards the gluttonous predator below. Rhaego held a certain admiration for the courage displayed by Aegon and Sunfire, yet he found himself powerless to comment on their foolishness in misjudging their own strength. Sunfire was significantly smaller than the gluttonous predator, nearly 3 sizes less, and it was even smaller than one of the predator's wings. Consequently, when the golden dragon roared and swooped down, the gluttonous predator dismissed the little flame entirely, effortlessly hovering in midair while its agile claws accurately grasped the smaller dragon's talons. Dracarys, the vivid green Dragonfire enveloped both dragon and rider in an instant, and the brave King Aegon was reduced to ash after a few short, anguished cries. The gluttonous predator carelessly released the riderless Sunfire, flapping its wings to evade the dive of Caracu, roaring with majestic fury. A distant, panicked roar from Warmax could be heard as the silver-winged dragon easily caught up to the fleeing little dragon, ruthlessly tearing apart its wings and decapitating it. The dismembered body of the little dragon plummeted from the skies, crashing heavily upon the rocks below. At this moment, only 5 great dragons remained on the battlefield. Laenor Velaryon's dragon, Sea Smoke, Daemon Targaryen's bloodworm, Caracu, and the furious Sunfire, now a riderless beast. Their adversaries were the gluttonous predator and the silver-winged dragon. Daemon realized that the Targaryens were doomed. He had once again been deceived by Rhaego. Even the curse that could slay the Night King proved ineffective against them. However, the price of this deception was staggering. King's Landing had gambled nearly all of its dragons on this battle, yet the gluttonous predator and Silver Wing had effortlessly obliterated them. Princess Rhaenyra was dead. King Aegon was dead, and 3 princes of House Velaryon had perished. In the span of a mere month, all heirs of the Targaryen bloodline had vanished, leaving only himself and Queen Helena of King's Landing. From this point onward, no one would stand against Rhaego. Defeat was absolute. The gluttonous predator refrained from attacking, and the Silver Wing returned to Rhaego's side, obediently circling in vigilance. Sunfire roared with a facade of ferocity, but dared not advance. Sea Smoke remained under Laenor's control, refraining from flight, while Caracu warily watched Rhaego and his party, awaiting orders from its rider. The Iron Throne of Viserys and Rhaenyra loomed as winter approached. Daemon's mind was a tumultuous storm, fragmented memories flashing before him like a fleeting carousel. The path, blood and cheese, the ambush at Harrenhal, the death of the Red Queen. Seizing King's Landing, the battle at God's Eye, and the terrifying visage of the undead emerging from the snow. The Fishbone Tree had imparted the lesson of the Dragon Civil War, the prophecy of winter's arrival, yet he found no trace of Rhaego within those recollections. He had believed that the Targaryen Civil War was the root cause of the dragon's extinction. Thus, when faced with Viserys' coercion, he had unhesitatingly chosen Aegon, opting to end the family schism. He had thought that as long as the Targaryens united, the horrific fate foretold by the Fishbone Tree would be avoided. But why they still arrived at this juncture? Daemon felt weary, so exhausted that he could scarcely discern Rhaego's features across the battlefield. Caracu keenly sensed the rider's unease, emitting a soft snort that roused the drifting demon from his stupor. The wayward prince pressed his lips together in bitterness. Everything unfolding was far from his expectations, and not the conclusion he had wished to witness. Yet it was too late. As the Targaryen Dragon King, he no longer considered the threats from the north or the dragon's funeral. Now, he needed only to draw his sword against the enemy who had slain his kin and face his demise with composure. Wiping the Dark Sister on his cloak, Daemon patted the dragon's saddle beneath him, raising his sword sharply towards the gluttonous predator. Caracu attack. The bloodworm understood this would be a fatal charge. It had obeyed the rider's command and surged forth without hesitation. Sunfire followed closely behind, while laners struggled to maintain control of sea smoke, equally undaunted as they faced the gluttonous predator. This was the elegy of an empire. Rhaego granted Daemon and Karaka the respect they deserved. As Daemon ascended once more to challenge him, Rhaego pursued without hesitation. Karaka, relying on its speed, swiftly dove into the thick clouds above, while the gluttonous predator fearlessly plunged into the mist. Rhaego vigilantly scanned the surroundings, failing to spot the bloodworm's silhouette, and decisively commanded the gluttonous predator to accelerate. The massive black dragon traversed the clouds with remarkable speed. Rhaego's eyes darted around, and just as he turned his head, a shadow of the bloodworm suddenly pierced through the clouds, emerging from the left side of the gluttonous predator. The chilling rush of wind alerted Rhaego, who immediately shouted a warning to the great dragon. To the left, the gluttonous predator, with its wealth of combat experience, reacted promptly to the sudden appearance of the bloodworm. Its body swiftly rolled to the right mid-flight, positioning its claws to intercept the bloodworm's talons, using the momentum of its turn to fling the smaller Karaka in an arc Dracarys. Two streams of Dragonfire collided, and the claws of the two dragons parted. Neither dragon evaded the oncoming flames, both charging toward one another. The impact was deafening, a cacophony of collision and tearing. While the bloodworm's talons failed to penetrate the gluttonous predator's scales, the predator swiftly eviscerated its foe. Yet, the bloodworm, relying on its speed, managed to assert dominance at the moment of collision. Scalding dragon blood gushed from the wound in the bloodworm's chest, drenching Rhaego as he hastily wiped the dragon blood from his face, only to look up and see Daemon leaping from the back of his dragon, sword in hand, aiming straight for his head. Chapter 121. The Blood Dragon's Dance, Daemon's Demise. The scene before him was akin to a replay of the battle at God's Eye, where the bloodworm, relying on its superior speed and tactics, engaged in a fierce struggle with a much larger Vhagar. Daemon had leapt onto Vhagar's back, driving the Dark Sister into Aemond's blind eye, resulting in a mutual destruction between uncle and nephew in the waters of God's Eye. With his hands gripping the sword, Daemon's eyes glimmered with fierce determination, the Valyrian steel blade glinting ominously as it neared Rhaego's face. Yet how could Rhaego not remain vigilant against such a desperate tactic that had once claimed Vhagar? With dawn's light illuminating the scene, there was no time to draw another weapon. Daemon's sword tip was nearly upon him, and Rhaego decisively released his grip on the dragon's saddle, tensing his forearm to deflect the strike upwards. The clang of Valyrian steel against Dark Sister rang out sharply as Rhaego's body tilted to the left, narrowly avoiding the falling blade, while Daemon stumbled back onto the dragon's back. The Blood Dragon and the Black Dragon were locked in a fierce embrace, their roars echoing across the skies above the peaks. The gluttonous predator's emerald flame seemed to threaten to ignite even the dense clouds, while Karaka's wound deepened with each desperate struggle, dragon blood spilling freely. This great crimson beast, renowned throughout the Seven Kingdoms, faced its fate bravely alongside its master. Ugh! Daemon's anguished roar pierced the air, as the tumultuous movements of the dragon made it impossible for him to maintain his footing. At any moment, he could plummet from the dizzying heights, so as soon as his feet connected with the gluttonous predator's back, the wayward prince leapt once more, roaring as he lunged toward Rhaego seated in the saddle. Daemon was exceptionally astute, employing a relentless barrage of attacks to prevent Rhaegar from unsheathing his longsword, Dawn, from his waist. Little did he anticipate that despite Rhaegar's possession of two immensely powerful dragons, the innate fear of death was deeply rooted within his heart. Or perhaps it was not fear of death per se, but a stringent adherence to the timeless truths espoused by his ancestors. The adage of the golden child, not lounging in the hall, and the gentleman not standing beneath a precarious wall, resonated profoundly with Rhaegar. Immediately after forging his Valyrian steel, Rhaegar commanded the blacksmith, Arthur, to craft a suit of close-fitting armor for himself. The armor left no vulnerabilities on his body, save for his hands, feet, and head. Thus, when Daemon believed that his earlier misstep was simply Rhaegar relying on his arm armor to deflect his longsword, he applied renewed force in an attempt to drive the Dark Sister into Rhaegar's chest. Rhaegar, however, decisively abandoned his defense and opened his chest to meet the blade head-on. Clang! The familiar sound echoed as Daemon's forward momentum abruptly halted, disbelief flooding his eyes. The Targaryen prince could scarcely fathom that a man could be so fearfully alive as to embody Rhaegar's essence. Indeed, his sword had pierced the outer light armor. It was thwarted by the inner layer beneath. With determination, Daemon thrust his sword upward, attempting to sever Rhaegar's throat. However, as a formidable warrior in his own right, Rhaegar would not grant his defeated foe the luxury of a continuous assault. With a powerful sweep of his right arm, Rhaegar's bone collided with the blade of the Dark Sister, the sheer force sending Daemon's longsword flying from his grasp. Subsequently, Rhaegar summoned all his strength, delivering a devastating blow to Daemon's exposed chest. What does it feel like to be struck by a galloping warhorse? Until now, Daemon had remained oblivious, but he was now acutely aware. At the moment of impact, a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth as Rhaegar's fist indented the armor over his chest, and Daemon distinctly felt the jarring sensation of his ribs fracturing. The nearly 200-pound giant was hurled into the air like a rag doll, descending without a shred of resistance onto the back of his dragon. Roar! Calacrius sensed the death of its rider and began to thrash violently. The Devourer's claws, which had been firmly embedded in its chest, were wrenched free, and the great dragon let out a mournful wail as it helplessly plummeted toward the sea. Yet, the Devourer harbored a vengeful spirit. Even without Rhaegar's command, it would not permit Daemon and Calacrius to perish so easily. The massive black dragon deftly twisted and dove, quickly overtaking the falling demon. The princely figure, now grotesquely sunken in the chest, spun lifelessly through the air, blood spraying in a gruesome arc, utterly devoid of life. Yet, the Devourer retained a maximum of malice for the audacious insect that had dared to leap onto its back. It swooped down, unleashing a torrent of searing dragonfire that engulfed Daemon's body, then abruptly pivoted, its formidable tail, studded with bone spikes, swept through the air like a blade, striking Daemon with a resounding blow. Boom! Rhaegar raised an eyebrow. He had heard of an intangible cultural heritage project called Iron Flower, a performance art from southern China, but he had only glimpsed it in short videos, lacking the opportunity to witness it firsthand until this very day, when the Devourer unwittingly fulfilled that desire. Enveloped in emerald dragonfire, Daemon was shattered by the Devourer's mighty tail, flames bursting forth like fireworks in the sky, creating a breathtaking spectacle. As his adversary, the Devourer successfully orchestrated a dazzling display at the twilight of Daemon's existence. Yet this was not the end. The vengeful behemoth surged toward the still-breathing Calacrius, clamping its jaws around the dragon's neck and violently dragging it until it was satisfied, having completely severed Calacrius' head from its body, before heeding Rhaegar's command and descending with powerful wing beats. On another battlefield, Sunfire faced off against Rhaenys and Laenor in a 2-on-1 scenario, but was overwhelmed by Silverwing's might. The absolute superiority in size and speed rendered even the most meticulously laid plans futile, especially as Sunfire had lost its rider and was merely charging recklessly. Within 3 exchanges, Sunfire was met with a blast of Silverwing's icy blue dragonfire, scorching its face, followed by a fatal bite to its neck, ultimately resulting in its decapitation. This harrowing scene terrified Laenor and Rhaenys, who had remained on the periphery. At this moment, Laenor ceased his insistence on commanding Rhaenys to attack, instead maneuvering the dragon in a frantic retreat toward Tideshead Island. Yet, in a race for speed, Silverwing would not be easily outpaced. It effortlessly intercepted Rhaenys over the ocean, tearing apart the unwilling dragon's wings, which fell helplessly into the sea. Thus, from the 8 dragons that had emerged from King's Landing, aside from the wretched mud dragon that had fled in cowardice, the remaining 7 dragons and their riders all perished. Rhaegar achieved a resounding victory with a mere 2 dragons against 8, and after reuniting with the returning Silverwing, he pressed on with relentless determination towards Stone Dance Castle. Chapter 122, Blood Dragon's Wild Dance, The Lament of the Empire. At this juncture, Stone Dance Castle teetered on the brink of catastrophe. The Duke of Eileen and the Duke of Tully led over 10,000 soldiers, the finest troops from their respective houses. Even though Rhaegar had long prepared numerous strongbows, crossbows, and defensive armaments within the castle, the defending forces found themselves struggling against an enemy that far outnumbered them. 5,000 soldiers were organized into 3 battalions by Bronn, rotating their defenses. After several hours of combat, over 1,000 had fallen, yet they inflicted significant casualties on the enemy below. The base of Stone Dance Castle was already piled high with the bodies of allied soldiers. Nevertheless, at the Lord's command, waves of troops continued to surge toward the castle walls. To exacerbate their despair, around half an hour into the battle, Corlys Velaryon arrived with the reinforcements from Tideshead Island and Crab Island. This influx of fresh troops invigorated the morale of the allied forces. The soldiers from Tideshead Island, battle-hardened from the skirmishes on the Stepstone Islands, charged with wooden shields raised, shouting fervently as they ascended the walls via the crossbow bolts embedded therein, only to be met with the fierce resistance of the elite defenders from Tideshead Island, all of whom were slaughtered. Yet, more soldiers ascended in their stead. Relying on their numerical superiority, the Allied forces managed to scale the walls multiple times, taking control of various parapets, only to have them regained with great difficulty by Bronn and his soldiers. As more and more Allied soldiers were funneled into the battlefield, the defenders found themselves increasingly stretched thin. Observing the stalemate, Corlys ordered several thousand soldiers to flank the eastern wall, attacking its weaker defenses. Larys received the news, but the castle was already devoid of available troops. Bronn was under immense pressure at the front, having taken a considerable number of soldiers with him, leaving the castle bereft of reserves. Reluctantly, Larys gritted his teeth and sent civilians to the walls. The people of Stone Dance Castle were known for their fierce spirit and strong sense of solidarity. They fought valiantly against the encroaching soldiers. Yet, they were ultimately mere civilians, ill-equipped to contend with seasoned warriors. In a mere half-hour, the eastern wall fell, and the ranks of Tideshead Island soldiers surged onto the battlements. The eastern gate of Stone Dance Castle swung open, allowing increasing numbers of enemy troops to pour inside. Some began to slash at anyone in sight, while others, led by their commanders, swiftly advanced toward the southern city, seeking to encircle Bronn's forces from within and without. Thick smoke rose from the residential areas of the eastern city. Bronn cast a fleeting glance toward the eastern direction, knowing instinctively that the eastern wall had succumbed, and that they were likely surrounded by the Allied soldiers. Faced with no alternative, Bronn concentrated all remaining soldiers on the southern battlements, where they simultaneously resisted the assault of the enemy forces while attempting to secure the southern gate, relying on the height of the walls to continue their defense. The Valyrian steel sword that Rhaegar had bestowed upon him had already tasted the blood of countless enemies. Bronn lifted his robe and wiped the blade clean, weary yet resolute, leaning on his long sword as he gazed calmly at the ant-like enemy forces outside the castle. Under the protection of his guards, Larys ascended the ramparts of South City, bearing news of the fall of East City. Fortunately, prior to the onset of war, the elderly, women, and children had been relocated to the innermost depths of the fortress near the Dragon's Nest. Otherwise, given the discipline of the soldiers from Tidal Isle, the civilian toll would have been catastrophic. Bronn, a large enemy force has breached the eastern city gates. What shall we do? Larys's voice was tinged with urgency. This was his first encounter with the brutality of battle. The self-proclaimed mastermind was confronted with the stark realities of war. The gushing blood and relentless wails instilled a sense of dread within him, and his thoughts became muddled. He turned to Bronn, the commander, seeking a strategy. Consolidate our forces and hold the line until our lord returns. Bronn's response was unambiguous. It was the task entrusted to him by Rhaego before his departure. As a staunch loyalist to Rhaego, he vowed to fulfill this order with his life. My lord, the enemy has encircled the city. The coalition soldiers streaming in from the east had finally flanked around his South City, unhesitatingly engaging the guard stationed at the gates of Stone Dance City. Bronn raised his long sword with fervor, swiftly dispatching several enemies attempting to scale the walls from outside. Then he hurriedly sealed the breach in their formation with a fierce shout. Hold fast! Roar! As Bronn's words echoed, he swiftly felled another coalition soldier who had just shown his face above the battlements. The roar of the dragon suddenly pierced through the cacophony of battle. Silverwing was the first to arrive at the battlefield outside the city. Without needing Rhaego's command, he descended with a thunderous roar, unleashing a torrent of Dragonfire upon the coalition soldiers. Our lord has returned. Our dragon has arrived. Reinforcements are here. Everyone, hold your ground. Silverwing's timely arrival reinvigorated the beleaguered defenders of Stone Dance City, rekindling their fighting spirit, which surged forth like Dragonfire, incinerating the coalition's soldiers within the city. The figure of the Devourer followed closely behind Silverwing, the mighty dragon roaring as it approached the city walls, engulfing the throngs of coalition soldiers huddled below in emerald flames. The anguished cries of the coalition's soldiers filled the air, and a strange aroma of roasted flesh wafted across the battlefield. The sea serpent stared blankly at the two dragons slaughtering his own men, occasionally glancing toward the distant sky, unable to fathom that all 8 dragons of House Targaryen had not left the Devourer and Silverwing behind. He yearned to see the Targaryen dragons soaring through the heavens. However, amidst the wailing of the coalition soldiers and the Dragonfire, he could not catch a glimpse of his own dragons. Defeat was imminent. Corlys understood what the appearance of the Devourer and Silverwing signified, even though it was hard to believe. He knew deep down that Daemon and Rhaenyra's dragon army could not withstand the might of Rhaego's 2 dragons. He could only hope that the losses among their dragons would be minimal, granting future generations the chance for resurgence. Yet, he lamented, I shall likely not witness it. Silverwing's elegant form grew ever closer in Corlys' sight, the ice-blue Dragonfire illuminating his eyes, prompting the sea serpent to reluctantly close them. Roar! Silverwing unleashed a jubilant roar. A stream of Dragonfire incinerating the coalition command structure adorned with heraldry. Count Corlys of Tidal Isle, the Empire Sea Minister, Ser Cediago of Crab Isle, Lord Allen of the Vale, Lord Tully of Riverlands, and over a dozen nobles from the Vale and Riverlands were all annihilated in a single sweep of Silverwing's wrath. Under the relentless onslaught of the dragon's fiery dives, tens of thousands of coalition soldiers utterly collapsed. The vast expanse of Stone Dance City's southern stone plains was littered with fleeing soldiers. Rhaego beckoned for the Devourer and Silverwing to land on a low hill outside the city. After continuous battle, the two dragons were somewhat winded. The coalition forces from King's Landing had been completely routed, with the soldiers from Tidal Isle who had invaded Stone Dance City mostly slain under Bronn's command, with only a few choosing to surrender. King's Landing had lost nearly all its combat-capable dragons and dragon lords, while the coalition suffered devastating losses. The ensuing battles would be dominated by the Devourer and Silverwing. Chapter 123, Blood Dragons Dance, the Tumultuous King's Landing. On May 1st, in the year 129 of Conquest, a coalition of 15,000 men from the Vale, Riverlands, and Crownlands, led by the 8 dragons of House Targaryen, launched a full-scale assault on Stone Dance City. This battle, lasting barely a day, left the 7 kingdoms astounded, despite Prince Daemon revealing all his trump cards and deploying nearly every capable dragon of House Targaryen. They were utterly decimated by the 2 dragons defending Stone Dance City. The young king, Aegon II Targaryen, was slain, as were Prince Daemon, Princess Rhaenyra, Ser Laenor Velaryon, and 3 young princes. Daemon's eldest daughter, Rhaena Targaryen, riding the dragon thief, vanished without a trace. In the aftermath of the battle, Rhaego and the 2 nearly unscathed dragons arrived just as Stone Dance City fell. The coalition forces, along with the armies of Tidal Isle and Crab Isle, totaling 30,000, disintegrated under the Dragonfire. Count Corlys Velaryon of Tidal Isle, Ser Cediago of Crab Isle, Lord Allen of the Vale, Lord Tully of Riverlands, and over 20 nobles from various lands perished in the conflict. In the week following the battle, the inhabitants of Dragonstone and Tidal Isle discovered the charred remnants of dragon wings and burnt armor amidst the tidal debris. In the days following, the Ravens were unusually busy, as news spread rapidly across the 7 kingdoms. Soon, the atmosphere in Westeros shifted subtly. The lords of the Stormlands, who had been mobilizing and preparing for war at the Dornish border, halted their actions upon receiving detailed reports of the Battle of Stone Dance City, retreating from their forward positions to regroup at locations like Fruitwine Hall, White Poplar Beach, and Greenvale. The withdrawal of the Riverlands coalition undoubtedly opened the path for the Dornish to enter, yet they refrained from rushing northward. Instead, they quietly amassed troops along the border and at the Stone of Horns without any further action. Meanwhile, the fleet of the Westlands, having reached the Shield Islands, halted its advance under the orders of Ser Tywin Lannister. After a brief respite, they did not adhere to Prince Daemon's prior commands to attack the Dornish at Old Town, but instead turned back toward Lannisport. Similarly, the fleet departing from White Harbor in the north opted to retrace its path. The smoke of war across the 7 kingdoms dissipated significantly due to a single report, leaving only the Stormlands beleaguered by the constant assault from the Dornish, while the Vale and Riverlands were engulfed in unease following the deaths of their lords. Despite Rhaego's victory at the Battle of Stone Dance City, it was a Pyrrhic one. The combined forces of the Vale, Riverlands, and Crownlands, along with the reinforcements from Tidal Isle and Crab Isle, mounted a fierce assault against the 5,000 defenders of Stone Dance City, with the eastern city being breached by the seasoned Corlys. The defenders suffered heavy casualties, with over 3,000 lives lost during the defense and counterattack, and Bronn, the commander of the city's garrison, was gravely injured in the subsequent skirmishes. Over 1,000 civilians perished during the defense of the eastern city, and the Tidal Isle soldiers, after breaching the city, indiscriminately slaughtered nearly 1,000 more. The entire conflict at Stone Dance City exacted a toll of nearly 5,000 lives from its military and civilian populace, a figure that pained Rhaego deeply. Following this battle, Stone Dance City found itself temporarily unable to continue fighting. The Devourer and Silverwing, having engaged in relentless combat, were also severely drained and required ample rest. Thus, Stone Dance City entered a phase of recovery, focusing on rebuilding the damaged walls, restoring burnt homes, and burying the deceased. Rhaego was in no hurry to swiftly cleanse the 7 kingdoms. Rather than hastily cutting through the chaos and leaving a tangle of loose threads, he preferred to wait for all the reckless lords to gather together. at which point he would incinerate them in a single breath of Dragonfire, thus avoiding the complications of leaving any remnants behind. The Stone Dance City has chosen to cease hostilities and return to a state of peace, leaving the fearful residents of King's Landing and the surrounding regions unconcerned. No one from the Seven Kingdoms dared to provoke the wrath of the two formidable dragons, resulting in a rare period of tranquility across Westeros, aside from the Stormlands, where sporadic skirmishes still erupted. However, at this moment, King's Landing teetered on the brink of chaos. When the news of the Coalition's devastating defeat at Stone Dance City reached the Red Keep, Alicent, upon learning of the loss of her last son, fainted, leaving the remaining ministers in King's Landing dejected and dispirited, like wilted plants, having lost not only her son, but also her nephew and two grandsons. Even the stoic Otto Hightower found himself overwhelmed by this string of misfortunes. Slumped in his chair, the hand of the king resembled a frail old man. His once proud posture now hunched and his eyes clouded, devoid of the commanding presence he once wielded. Chaos engulfed King's Landing as the defeated soldiers poured into the capital. With Daemon's forces suffering heavy casualties, the absence of the Golden Cloak's authority led these terrified men, who had been cowed by the dragons, to unleash their anger and fear upon the citizens of King's Landing. The brothels of Flea Bottom overflowed with soldiers seeking solace, while drunken warriors invaded the homes of the common folk. Within a mere 3 or 4 days, the once thriving city transformed into a hellish nightmare. The hand of the king attempted to deploy the Red Keep's guards to restore order, but when faced with the soldiers' lack of courage to confront the dragons, they found unexpected bravery upon the guards unsheathing their swords. Following a series of violent confrontations, Otto sadly conceded that he had lost control over the capital. Strictly speaking, House Targaryen still possessed a powerful dragon, yet Queen Helena, the dragon rider, steadfastly refused to mount her dragon to intimidate the fleeing soldiers. Historically, chaos has always served as the most fertile breeding ground for ambition. As the turmoil in King's Landing persisted, the populace's patience with the crown reached a breaking point. Whispers spread of an adult dragon hidden in the lair, enticing ambitious figures to emerge from the shadows. Several individuals claiming to be the illegitimate offspring of Prince Daemon, and even of King Viserys and King Jaehaerys, eagerly asserted their claims to the Iron Throne and the dragons. They tirelessly incited the citizens' hatred towards the hand of the king and the other high officials, unabashedly flaunting their desire for power. On the 11th of May, Queen Helena Targaryen, residing in Maegor's Holdfast, and her 3 children were brutally murdered in their chambers, plunging King's Landing into further uncertainty. The fate of Helena heightened the citizens' panic, as even the queen, who commanded the dragons, met a mysterious demise in her own bedchamber, and even her infant child fell victim to the assassin's hand. King's Landing seemed to morph into the most perilous prison in the Seven Kingdoms, prompting many commoners to band together and flee. However, the self-proclaimed illegitimate sons of Prince Baelon, the silver-haired Ulfric, and the similarly claimed Targaryen bloodline of Ser Harwin Strong, rallied the disbanded soldiers and idlers, sealing the city gates and completely isolating King's Landing from the outside world. They then united in an assault on the Red Keep, aiming to seize control of the Empire's heart. The aging Lord Treasurer, Ser Lyman Beesbury, trembling, approached the window to listen to the tumult outside the castle, his heart heavy with despair. Those 2 bastards are attacking the Red Keep. We need you to make a decision. Compromise or resist. We must never compromise. We cannot let them in. Otto's voice was resolute, but before he could finish, dissent arose. The first to stand against him was Ser Jasper, who argued, "We have no other choice, Otto. You know that the 200 guards of the Red Keep cannot withstand Ulfric and Strong. If that's the case, we might as well let them in. The Targaryen bloodline is withering. All male heirs have perished in battle, and these 2 possess Targaryen blood. We could choose a king from among them to stabilize King's Landing." Foolishness, Otto shouted in anger. "Once we allow them entry, not only will our lives be at stake, but consider this. There are countless Targaryen bastards throughout the 7 kingdoms. If we acknowledge these 2, what happens when 10 or 8 more emerge? To my knowledge, there are over 80 Targaryen bastards. Do we intend to recognize their legitimacy? Acknowledge their claims to the Iron Throne? Permit them to rally forces against the capital? It is utterly preposterous." Jasper was rendered speechless, retreating with a sheepish expression. "Then what shall we do? The Red Keep cannot withstand much longer," Sir Lyman Beesbury urgently inquired. Otto sighed deeply, his enthusiasm waning. "Let Aegon ascend." "Aegon?" Lyman paused, quickly realizing, "You mean the bastard child of Daemon and Rhaenyra? Do we have any other choice?" Lyman and Jasper exchanged glances, resignedly shaking their heads as they tacitly accepted Otto's plan. Otto immediately dispatched someone to the Queen's chambers to seek Alicent's opinion, while simultaneously searching for Aegon Targaryen III. However, a harrowing report soon returned with Sarah Cardthorne, the King's White Knight and the new commander of the Kingsguard following Criston Cole's death at the Riverlands. Your Grace, Prince Aegon is no longer in the city. What? Where has he gone? Send someone to find him. Calm yourself, my lord, Sarah Card replied, unperturbed by Otto's fury. During Prince Daemon's campaign, he ordered Sarah Harwin Strong to take the two princes and Princess Baela by ship and leave King's Landing, taking with him 3 young dragons and a large number of dragon eggs. Why was I not informed? Otto felt a surge of rage, his vision darkening. My lord, I serve House Targaryen and must obey Targaryen commands. You serve not Daemon and Rhaenyra, but the king. The king permitted it. Rhaego, unaware of the situation unfolding in King's Landing, would surely lament the emergence of Ulfric and Strong, who had survived the chaos, if he knew that the bloodshed had left such a profound impact. In the aftermath of the war, Stone Dance City entered a period of rapid recovery, allowing Rhaego to finally calm his mind and reflect on his gains from the conflict. Personal panel. Ding. Panel activated. Congratulations, host, for slaying the magical creature, Syrax, absorbing its energy. Bloodline development progress. 5. Current progress. 65. Congratulations, host, for slaying the magical creature, Vhagar, absorbing its energy. Bloodline development progress. 5. Current progress. 70. Congratulations, host, for reaching 70 in bloodline development progress, gaining the exclusive trait, Evergreen. Congratulations, host, for slaying the magical creature, Eryx, absorbing its energy. Bloodline development progress. 5. Current progress. 75. Congratulations, host, for slaying the magical creature, Vermithrax, absorbing its energy. Bloodline development progress. 5. Current progress. 80. Congratulations, host, for slaying the magical creature, Vhagar, absorbing its energy. Bloodline development progress. 5. Current progress. 85. Congratulations, host, for slaying the magical creature, Sunfire, absorbing its energy. Bloodline development progress. 5. Current progress. 90. Congratulations, host, on defeating the magical creature, Calaxio, and absorbing its energy. Bloodline development progress. 5. Current progress. 95. Congratulations, host, on defeating the magical creature, Hyon, and absorbing its energy. Bloodline development progress. 5. Current progress. 100. Ding. The host's bloodline development has reached 100, activating the Bloodfire origin bloodline and granting the exclusive trait, Rebirth. The overall attributes of the host are as follows. Host, Rhaego Domnar. Gender, male. Age, 18. Bloodline 1. Ancient Valyrian Dragon, King Bloodline. Bloodline 2. Bloodfire origin, affinity for Bloodfire magic, current bloodline development progress, 100. Status, healthy, strong. Traits, immune to all poisons, unburnable. Dragon Tamer, Evergreen, Rebirth. A series of chimes echoed in Rhaego's mind, a testament to his relentless dedication. Day and night, he had battled tirelessly alongside a multitude of dragons, successfully nourishing the ancestral force of Bloodfire origin. The full development of his bloodline bore extraordinary power. And though he presently resided within the castle, upon closing his eyes, he could distinctly perceive the locations of the Glutton and the Silverwing. He could even sense a faint draconic aura from the distant imperial forest, akin to a radar from a later age. However, for Rhaego, the complete development of his bloodline was expected and did not elicit overwhelming surprise. Rather, the true astonishment lay in the acquisition of 2 exclusive traits, Evergreen and Rebirth. Chapter 125, Blood Dragon's Wild Dance, Evergreen, Rebirth. Evergreen, eternal longevity, perpetual youth. With bloodline activation progress reaching 100, the host's Bloodfire magic has ascended to its highest echelon, granting him almost limitless lifespan and inexhaustible magical power. Thus, Evergreen signifies immortality? That seems rather absurd, yet undeniably appealing. Rhaego chuckled to himself, reveling in the observation of his personal panel, only to discover that the life force he had lost due to the emergence of the magical eye on his chest had entirely vanished. His personal panel now displayed a pristine state of affairs, devoid of any glaring negative information apart from his inherent capabilities. With a hint of trepidation, he peeled back his shirt, only to be pleasantly surprised to find that the blood-red magical eye, once so prominent at the side of his heart, had become nearly imperceptible. The skin that had once appeared grotesque and terrifying had regained its previous healthy hue, with only a faint ocular scar stubbornly clinging to the heart's position. Although the gruesome remnant had not been entirely excised, Rhaego felt a sense of satisfaction with his current condition compared to the previous, unsettling appearance. In truth, when Rhaego had slumbered for over 50 years within the Valyrian ruins, awakening to find himself still resembling a youthful lad, he had contemplated the possibility that the magic within him could confer longevity. Over the subsequent years, as his bloodline development progressed, the strength and level of his bloodfire magic correspondingly intensified. The result was that, while the passage of time left visible marks on his companions, Larys and Bronn, Rhaego remained untouched by its effects. He consistently maintained the youthful and handsome visage he bore upon first arriving on the continent of Westeros, a fact that endeared him to the subjects of Stone Dance Castle, who pledged their unwavering loyalty to him. In their eyes, Rhaego was an embodiment of divinity, impervious to the ravages of time, and for such a deity, the citizens of Stone Dance Castle would not hesitate to offer their fealty and lives. Having contemplated the implications of Evergreen, Rhaego's heart raced as he turned his attention to the other exclusive trait, rebirth. From the very name of this trait, Rhaego gleaned its potential, yet he remained apprehensive that reality might not align with his expectations. Rebirth, a return to the light from death to life. The ultimate secret of high-level bloodfire magic, arise. My beloved. Indeed, as he had surmised, this final trait bestowed upon him an ability that transcended the ordinary, resurrection. Within the entire realm of A Song of Ice and Fire, only 2.5 characters possess the power of resurrection, the half character being the Night King, the greatest antagonist of the series. The reason for considering the Night King's resurrection ability as merely half is that all those revived by him lose their self-awareness, becoming mere puppets under his control. In strict terms, the Night King's resurrection technique is a rudimentary application of ice magic, forcibly controlling the corpses of living beings, thus earning him the moniker of the North's Corpse King. As for the other character who could be considered a complete practitioner of resurrection, that would be Melisandre, the Red Priestess from Ass High. This enchantress, the most alluring woman in the series, while her magic still held potency, proclaimed herself a devotee of the Lord of Light, seeking the power of fire magic from R'hllor, and truly resurrected Jon Snow after he was slain by traitors of the Night's Watch. Additionally, there was the Red Priest, Thuras of Myr, who resurrected Beric Dondarrion. But given Beric's multiple subsequent resurrections, Rhaego believed his revival was less about Thuras and more the machinations of a true mastermind, the Lord of Light, R'hllor. Even Melisandre's revival of Jon Snow can be attributed to R'hllor, the only deity in the Game of Thrones universe known to accomplish tangible results. Fortuitously, much like R'hllor, Rhaego possessed formidable fire magic, and after achieving full bloodline development, he suspected that his ascension to the pinnacle of bloodfire magic might have reached or even surpassed the strength of the Lord of Light. Perhaps, at the moment his bloodline was fully developed, the bloodfire magic within him had already acquired the capacity for resurrection, with the subsequent bestowal of the rebirth trait acting as a key or gateway to harnessing that power. Eagerly donning his attire, despite the late hour, Rhaego could no longer contain the rush of excitement and urgency swelling within him. He swiftly exited the castle's gates, even as the customary storms of Maegor's hold-fast roared above Stone Dance Castle. My lord, a few soldiers assigned to guard the castle, noticing Rhaego's hurried departure, quickly approached to pay their respects and inquire. Bring forth a warhorse immediately, directly to this spot. At once, my lord. Though puzzled, the guards obeyed the command, braving the pouring rain and thunder to fetch a magnificent steed from the stables. Bronn and Larys, roused by the commotion at the castle entrance, approached with sleepy eyes, bewildered as they watched Rhaego take a long sword from the guards and stride toward the rain-soaked warhorse. Without hesitation, Rhaego plunged the sword deep into the horse's neck, driving it straight to the hilt. His movements were swift, sparing the creature undue suffering. The horse let out a pained cry before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. My lord! Larys and Bronn exclaimed in shock as Rhaego silently withdrew the sword, blood gushing from the wound and mingling with the rainwater, forming a vast crimson puddle at the castle's entrance. Rhaego's hands trembled as he gently pressed his palms against the horse's forehead, closing his eyes momentarily. With a single thought, the bloodfire magic surged from his arm into the lifeless steed. The castle grounds fell into a hushed silence, the only sounds being the relentless rain and the occasional rumble of thunder. None dared to utter a word. To Larys and Bronn's astonishment, as Rhaego knelt beside the horse's corpse, his drenched form suddenly radiated a blazing red light, mingled with blood, causing the rainwater cascading upon him to vaporize into a mist of white. Soon thereafter, An astonishing event unfolded before the eyes of the gathered onlookers. The once lifeless warhorse, its heart shattered by Rhaego, suddenly exhibited signs of life. Its chest heaved with a powerful breath and with a ghostly whinny. It flipped itself over and rose to its feet. A cacophony of panicked footsteps ensued as the spectators, shaken to their core by this miraculous resurrection, struggled to comprehend the scene. Even the battle-hardened Bronn felt an unsettling chill race down his spine. Following this miraculous display, fervent gazes fell upon Rhaego, as if he were a divine being descended from the heavens. In an instant, the news of Lord Rhaego's miraculous ability to restore life spread throughout Stone Dance City. Through tireless recounting by the guards who had witnessed the phenomenon, the tale of the miracle at the Lord's castle gate became common knowledge among the populace. Remarkably, nearly all who heard the news chose to believe it. Thus, when Rhaego ventured out into the streets, every commoner and soldier he encountered knelt before him with an air of reverence. "This is unbearable," Rhaego grumbled to himself as he returned to the castle, thoroughly exasperated by the incessant kneeling of his subjects. Upon entering the Lord's fortress, he swiftly drafted an edict commanding Bronn to disseminate a city-wide order prohibiting all forms of kneeling before the Lord. However, despite the stringent decree, whenever Rhaego ventured out, he would still encounter elderly citizens of Stone Dance City stubbornly bowing in reverence, causing him to become increasingly averse to leaving the confines of the castle. Even the peculiar gazes of his subordinates failed to entice him to summon them for meetings. Lost in thought, he was interrupted by the distinctive hurried footsteps of Larys, who burst into the room, brimming with excitement. "My lord, I bring good tidings, splendid news," Larys exclaimed, eagerly presenting a document to Rhaego. Since the assassination of Queen Helena and her 3 sons on the 11th of May, the silver-haired Ulf and the Hammer of Hruv have rallied their forces to assault the Red Keep. Prime Minister Otto has chosen to stand firm, sending out distress signals to the Riverlands, the Vale, the Reach, the Westerlands, and the North. On the 14th of May, 2,000 cavalry from the Riverlands swiftly marched south, nearing King's Landing within a day. In a state of panic, Ulf and Hruv launched a full-scale assault on the Red Keep, but failed to breach its defenses. In a desperate act of self-preservation, the two bastards committed a foolish blunder. As Rhaego absorbed Larys's report, he perused the detailed accounts from King's Landing, fully aware of the ludicrous maneuvers undertaken by the two men. After their failure to conquer the Red Keep, Ulf and Hruv shifted their focus to the Dragon Pit, intent on subduing the lone adult dragon, Dreamfire, in a bid to counter the approaching Riverland cavalry. Yet, rather than approaching the Dragon Pit alone, they led a motley crew of thousands of disbanded soldiers and ruffians from King's Landing to the lair, swarming the entrance to Dreamfire's nest under the guidance of the ancient Dragon Guard, Ashley Cole. Rhaego thought that, with proper discipline, Ulf and Hruv could enter Dreamfire's lair and, based on their previous success in taming Silverwing and Vagor in the skies, they might still have a chance. However, the two fools began to bicker at the entrance, each vying to be the first to enter and tame the dragon, fully aware that the one who succeeded would leave the other with no hope of ever claiming the dragon for themselves. Their argument escalated, drawing in their followers, resulting in a chaotic melee at the entrance to Dreamfire's lair. Rhaego, upon reading this, could only shake his head in disbelief. These fools showed no respect for the might of a dragon. As he had anticipated, their raucous commotion angered Dreamfire, who had been cooped up in the Dragon Pit for decades. Seething with fury, finally presented with an opportunity to vent its pent-up rage, Dreamfire emerged just as Ulf and Hruv's followers were clashing. In an instant, Dragonfire incinerated hundreds, the echoes of the dragon's roar mingling with the screams of the panicked soldiers, reverberating throughout half of King's Landing. Under immense pressure, the citizens of King's Landing erupted in anger. The city descended into chaos, with brave citizens storming the inner city, setting fire to noble residences, and even rallying to assault the gates of the Red Keep, demanding the removal of the inept Prime Minister and holding Queen Alicent accountable for the suffering of the people. After their own failed assault on the Red Keep, the enraged populace redirected their fury toward the Dragon Pit. "So Dreamfire is dead?" Rhaego asked, a hint of irritation in his voice. "Indeed, my lord," Larys reported. The rioters breached the Dragon Pit, killing Ulf, Hruv, and their followers. Spurred on by Ashley Cole, they charged into Dreamfire's lair, undeterred by the Dragonfire, intent on slaying the beast. Dreamfire, unable to take flight due to being chained, collapsed the lair in a desperate attempt to retaliate, burying itself and the rioters beneath the rubble. At this point, Larys recalled something else and added, "Oh, according to our spies, Daemon and Rhaenyra have been secretly meeting and have had 2 sons. Before Daemon left for battle, he ordered Rhaenyra's sworn knights to take the children, along with his daughter Lena, and escape by sea. They also took all the dragon eggs, leaving only Dreamfire and a few hatchlings, all of which perished in the collapse of the dragon pit. Rhaego felt no concern over Daemon's children escaping. They were but mere infants, incapable of causing any significant upheaval. He could not possibly descend to the madness of harming children. What bewildered him was the fact that Laenor had survived. Yet Rhaenyra still managed to entangle herself with Daemon and bore him 2 sons, truly preposterous. As for Laenor, Rhaego found the whole situation utterly absurd. Aside from that, Dreamfire's demise was indeed a lamentable loss. This dragon, which had been raised in captivity, met an inescapable fate, stirring a sense of melancholy within him. Rhaego had initially planned to wait a few more days for his soldiers to recuperate before launching an assault on King's Landing at the beginning of June. However, the outbreak of riots disrupted his plans, and he could not stand idly by as the city was consumed by the flames of rebellion. The Targaryen legacy, built over centuries, was far too significant to be reduced to mere ashes. Larys, issue a command for the entire army to assemble and prepare for battle. We shall set forth for King's Landing in 2 days' time. At once, my lord, Larys replied. On the 16th of May, the King's Landing riots erupted, with the populace storming the dragon pit, resulting in the death of the last Targaryen dragon, Dreamfire. Numerous buildings in the inner city were set ablaze, and the chaos continued to spread. On the 17th of May, 2,000 cavalry from the Riverlands entered King's Landing to quell the rebellion. Barely managing to regain control of the situation, though sporadic riots persisted. The king's hand, Otto Hightower, fell ill, his days numbered. On the same day, Queen Alicent addressed the council chamber of the Red Keep, declaring her intention to temporarily assume the Iron Throne until a new male heir of House Targaryen emerged. On the 18th of May, a force of 2,000 troops departed from Dragonstone, crossing the river Aegon, marching resolutely toward King's Landing. Perched upon the back of a dragon alongside the advancing army, Rhaego was astonished to discover that the 3 dragon eggs, which had remained dormant in a corner of the dragon's saddle for over a decade, exhibited signs of unusual activity. Rhaego rode upon the glutton, while Silverwing effortlessly glided alongside them. Yet, unlike her usual exuberance, she exhibited an unusual steadiness, deliberately controlling the amplitude of her wing beats. To Rhaego's eyes, her flying posture appeared rather awkward. When a colossal dragon, measuring hundreds of meters, suddenly flapped its wings beside you, then held its neck aloft to glide forward for a distance before flapping its wings again, resembling an eagle suspended against the wind, you would find the sight decidedly discordant. Curious, Rhaego scrutinized Silverwing's actions and noted her struggle to maintain stability and balance. Each time she glided, she cautiously turned her head to observe the chest secured in the corner of the dragon's saddle. It was then that Rhaego realized the cause of Silverwing's peculiarity. Evidently, something was amiss with the dragon eggs strapped to her back. Understanding the reason for Silverwing's abnormal behavior, Rhaego gently closed his eyes, attempting to sense the egg crates upon the backs of the 2 dragons. With a mere thought, 6 luminous orbs, bright as fireballs, materialized in his vision. Since acquiring these 6 dragon eggs from the crevice on Dragonstone Island, Rhaego had secured them to the backs of Glutton and Silverwing. As he routinely infused bloodfire magic into the 2 dragons each day, he would also take the opportunity to nurture the 6 little ones with magic. However, after 16 years had elapsed, although the life energy within the eggs had grown increasingly robust, they had yet to show any signs of hatching. Gradually, Rhaego had selectively forgotten about them, only to be astonished by their sudden vitality. Rhaego distinctly sensed that the 6 dragon eggs were now markedly different within his perception. The life energy had surged beyond the confines of their shells. No longer merely imprisoned within, he could even detect the clear emotional fluctuations emanating from the eggs. It seemed the 6 dragon eggs had sensed Rhaego's observation. As his perception reached out, waves of joy intermingled with urgency rushed towards him. Glutton descend. The unusual stirrings of the dragon eggs piqued Rhaego's interest, prompting him to command both dragons to land in the forest. Without waiting for Glutton to settle, Rhaego eagerly untied the dragonhide ropes securing the egg crate, cradled the iron box in his arms, and carefully slid down from the dragon's back. Setting the box gently on the ground, Rhaego then turned to climb back on his Silverwing's saddle, likewise unfastening the egg crate from her. Under Silverwing's concerned gaze, he descended to the ground, placing the 2 crates side by side. As Rhaego prepared to open the crate, Silverwing's large head nudged closer, gently pushing him toward her crate. This was the box he had taken from her, and it seemed Silverwing was impatient to see the dragon egg she had carried for 16 years. urging Rhaego to open her crate first. With a resigned pat on the dragon's snout, Rhaego glanced at Glutton, who remained calmly resting on the ground, showing no sign of resistance to Silverwing's behavior. Thus, he acquiesced and reached for Silverwing's egg crate. With a swift motion, the box opened, releasing a pungent aroma of sulfur that instantly filled the air. Rhaego waved away the rising white mist, and in Silverwing's eager gaze, he delicately cradled a soft pink dragon egg. This one is about to hatch. The energy within the egg was remarkably vibrant, even vibrating slightly at the moment it came into contact with Rhaego, as if the life within was impatient to emerge. He could even hear faint tapping sounds from within the shell, which, under his perception, was slowly thinning. Rhaego estimated that within 3 days, this dragon egg would likely hatch. After checking, he handed the beautiful pink egg to the eagerly waiting Silverwing, who joyfully accepted it. Rhaego proceeded to retrieve and examine the next 2 pink eggs, each exhibiting the same lively tremors and excitement, indicating they too would hatch within the same time frame. However, as he examined them, a frown creased his brow. Something felt amiss. Handing the 2 pink eggs to the doting Silverwing, Rhaego turned to open Glutton's egg crate, lifting a green dragon egg with a sense of foreboding. "This shouldn't be," he murmured, hastily inspecting the 3 dragon eggs. Placing them atop Glutton's snout, he furrowed his brow further as he sensed the energy of both dragons, deepening his concern. To Rhaego's astonishment, the energy and life force emanating from the 6 dragon eggs surpassed that of both Silverwing and Glutton at their peak. How could this be? He had found them on Dragonstone Island, which implied their parents could not possibly be native Valyrian dragons. Yet even if the mother of these 6 eggs were a Valyrian dragon, it was inconceivable that they would possess greater energy before hatching. Skeptical, Rhaego meticulously re-examined the 6 dragon eggs. Regardless of how he scrutinized them, the conclusion remained unchanged. Each egg's vitality and energy far exceeded that of his 2 dragons. Could they have been infected by something? Rhaego cautiously removed the eggs from Silverwing's embrace, disregarding her protests, and placed them a bit farther away from the 2 dragons. Perhaps they had absorbed too much bloodfire magic and evolved prematurely? It was not entirely out of the realm of possibility, but until the 6 dragon eggs hatched, Rhaego could not ascertain their condition, whether through his own sensing or by using the system. The results presented before him were merely a collection of radiant, colorful orbs. Unable to decipher their mystery, Rhaego reluctantly set aside the matter, secured the dragon eggs within their crates, and carried them back to Glutton's saddle, fastening them securely. He firmly rejected Silverwing's protests, uncertain of the egg's nature and believing it prudent to keep them close for safety. However, his refusal clearly left Silverwing feeling slighted. The great beast let out a disgruntled whine, throwing a tantrum as she took to the skies, soaring forward with her belly brushing the treetops of the forest. "Hey," Rhaego sighed, pursing his lips in disbelief. It was merely a matter of not placing the eggs on her back, yet she was sulking. With a resigned grumble, he climbed onto Glutton's back and commanded him to pursue. Silverwing had been spoiled by several previous masters, and Rhaego suspected she had entered a rebellious phase. Chapter 128, Blood Dragon Dance, The Resilient Vagharl. Silverwing flew rapidly. By the time Glutton took off leisurely, her figure had vanished from sight. Nevertheless, Rhaego was unconcerned for Silverwing's safety. After he had captured the dragons of Korlac in one fell swoop, the number of threats capable of harming Silverwing in Westeros was scarce. With the current strength of the 2 dragon scales, human crossbows posed little threat to them, barring misfortunes akin to that of Meraces, who had been struck in the eye. Besides that, Rhaego was confident that the 2 great dragons could traverse the 7 kingdoms unscathed. Of course, caution was warranted in the north, as beyond the wall lurked a hidden ice behemoth, the Night King, who posed a significant danger. Rhaego could not yet guarantee that the dragons could withstand the icy spears of such a formidable adversary, a marksmanship champion of Olympian caliber, and thus, he held a measure of respect for the threat. Suddenly, a furious roar from Silverwing pierced the air, resonating through the wind to reach Rhaego's ears. What? Startled, Rhaego wondered what could invoke such fury in Silverwing. Had they encountered an ambush from King's Landing? With a heart full of doubt, Rhaego felt no need to vocalize his thoughts. The gluttonous one, hearing the furious roar of the Silverwing, abruptly accelerated its flight. Rhaego, closing his eyes slightly, focused on sensing the position of the Silverwing. In an instant, he discerned her location, right ahead in the imperial forest. However, the Silverwing was not alone. Alongside her, another faint life force emerged, indicating a struggle. The gluttonous one hastened towards the battlefield, and as Rhaego looked down from atop his dragon, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Before him, the silver wing stood triumphantly, one foot planted on the neck of a colossal dragon. Its long neck arched high as it unleashed a thunderous roar directed at both the gluttonous one and Rhaego. From her eyes, he could clearly perceive a blend of pride and a yearning for praise. Yet, the unfortunate dragon beneath her foot was not so fortunate. Rhaego sensed its life force rapidly waning, evidently nearing death. Indeed, the beleaguered dragon under the Silver Wing's dominance was none other than Rhaego, once the mightiest dragon of House Targaryen. During the Battle of the Imperial Forest, the treacherous Aemond, in a moment of foolish provocation, inadvertently led to the demise of the crownless queen, Rhaenys Targaryen, and her dragon, Meleys. Though the old princess fought valiantly to shield him, Aemond ultimately fell victim to the wrath of both the gluttonous one and the Silver Wing. Rhaego, grievously wounded by the gluttonous one and plummeting from a height of 1,000 meters, lost all ability to move, left to await death on the ground. Aemond was rescued by Daemon and others, but ultimately met his end within the Red Keep. Since that fateful day, Rhaego had scarcely given thought to Rhaego's plight, believing her to have succumbed to her grievous injuries due to her advanced age. To his astonishment, the dragon, a witness to the rise and fall of House Targaryen over centuries, had endured, surviving for over 50 days in the imperial forest without any sustenance. Such tenacity of life commanded a reluctant respect even from Rhaego, her adversary. He signaled the gluttonous one to land, and, dismounting, first offered praise to the Silver Wing, stroking her large nose before stepping toward the beleaguered Rhaego. The sight before him was heart-wrenching, barely reminiscent of the once mighty mother of dragons that ruled the skies of the Seven Kingdoms. In the Battle of the Imperial Forest, Rhaego had suffered grave injuries. A gaping wound, several dozen meters long, had been inflicted by the gluttonous one, and she had endured a relentless barrage of Dragonfire from both the Silver Wing and the gluttonous one. Her wings were riddled with holes, rendering her condition nearly fatal. Yet, Rhaego had stubbornly persisted, starving for over 50 days, only to now face the wrath of the Silver Wing, who had nearly been mortally wounded by her earlier. The once grand dragon, now a shadow of her former self, had been further tormented by the Silver Wing's flames, her already fragile body scorched and re-injured, with no blood to flow from her wounds. As Rhaego met Rhaego's lifeless gaze, he awkwardly averted his eyes toward the Silver Wing, causing her to turn away, a flicker of guilt in her demeanor. Taking a few steps forward, Rhaego stood defenseless before the massive maw of Rhaego, who showed no sign of life, her breath barely discernible. He placed a hand upon her snout, closing his eyes briefly as he sent tendrils of magic coursing into her body to assess her state. Rhaego was on the brink of death. The wounds inflicted by the gluttonous one had failed to heal, and her body was nearly devoid of blood. Without intervention, she would not survive the day. But should he save her? Rhaego had no doubts about his ability to do so. Rather, he hesitated over whether he should. He was uncertain if Rhaego would turn against him upon revival, and while he harbored no fear, such scenarios could prove troublesome. Yet, gazing into Rhaego's vacant eyes, a profound sadness stirred within Rhaego. He had once lost a dragon of such enormous courage, and in the gluttonous one, he saw the shadow of Soul. Perhaps, in her final moments, Soul had clung to life just as Rhaego did now. Rhaego sighed inwardly, persuading himself that this act might serve as a merit for Soul. He placed both hands upon Rhaego's head once more, and as his thoughts coiled, a torrent of high-level magic surged into Rhaego's body, like nourishing rain upon parched earth. Where the magic flowed, decayed flesh rejuvenated, blood surged through her veins anew, and her grievous wounds began to visibly heal. Even her emaciated form gradually regained its fullness. In a mere quarter of an hour, the wretched Rhaego transformed into a robust dragon, her once wrinkled, sagging skin now taut, her scales gleaming as if reborn. Rhaego opened his eyes, confirming her restoration before withdrawing his hands. Perhaps due to fatigue and her previous injuries, Rhaego remained unresponsive, and Rhaego had no inclination to linger for her full awakening. Lightened, he mounted the gluttonous one once more, disregarding the slumbering Rhaego. The two dragons took to the skies, soaring toward King's Landing. Chapter 129, Blood Dragons Dance, The Fall of King's Landing. Bronn commanded 2,000 elite cavalry from Stone Dance, their march progressing swiftly. After crossing the Ed River, he ordered his troops to push forward with all their might. By the time Rhaego and the two dragons caught up with them, the army had reached the intersection of Rose Road and Gold Road, merely an hour's journey from King's Landing. Rhaego directed the colossal dragon to land, commanding the army to set up camp for rest. He replenished his own strength with some food and tended to the two dragons. Having embarked from Stone Dance at full speed, the army had arrived at the outskirts of King's Landing in just one day. the sky darkening as the sun dipped in the west, casting a wan glow over the clouds, reminiscent of the impending doom of House Targaryen. To ensure the army was well prepared, Rhaego refrained from ordering a night march, allowing his troops to rest overnight at the crossroads. Once the soldiers had regained their vigor and the horses their strength, as the first rays of dawn pierced the darkness, illuminating the lands of the Seven Kingdoms, the 2,000 soldiers stood ready, formally advancing toward King's Landing. The gluttonous one and the silver wing roared into the air, circling above the army as they journeyed toward their destination. At this moment, King's Landing had largely returned to tranquility. The rebellious white-haired Ulf and Hammer Hogreave perished amidst the chaos, buried alongside the Targaryen dragons. The rogue forces within the city, having lost their leadership, were swiftly vanquished upon the entry of the cavalry from the Riverlands. However, the hand of the king, Otto Hightower, lay gravely ill in a deep coma. Queen Alicent, in her delusions, aspired to ascend the Iron Throne as a woman of non-Targaryen blood, facing opposition from nearly everyone. The former Master of Coin, Ser Lyman Beesbury, vehemently denounced the Queen's ambitions, his agitation leading him to the brink of fainting on multiple occasions. The Minister of Justice, known as the Iron Rod, Count Jasper Vilebird, spoke with increasing fervor, vehemently condemning the Queen's shameless act of usurpation. He disparagingly referred to Alicent as a wanton woman entangled with Ser Criston Cole, asserting that the entire city of King's Landing had heard the audacious cries of the Queen and her guard in their illicit affair. They would never permit a harlot to ascend the exalted Iron Throne, as it would tarnish the sanctity of the seat. Count Linman and Count Jasper's reasoned arguments garnered the support of the General of the Riverlands, while the cavalry commander, Count Blaywood, stood resolutely by the Targaryens, opposing Alicent's defilement of the Iron Throne's sacred nature. This infuriated the Queen, who had already lost 3 sons for the Targaryen family, and whose daughter had perished as well, alongside 3 beloved grandsons still in their cribs. Her family had nearly all died in the defense of Targaryen rule, yet she was perpetually denied recognition as one of them. Rumor had it that while consorting with Ser Stephen Darkland of the Kingsguard, she incessantly cursed the kingdom's Lord Treasurer and Minister of Justice, even demanding her paramour to assassinate Count Blaywood, seizing command of the Riverlands army to assist her in claiming the Iron Throne. Yet, it was evident that Ser Stephen Darkland was no fool, although he was captivated by the Queen's noble status and ample figure. He was fully capable of distinguishing between desire and the value of his own life. When news of the army from Dragonstone approached the Red Keep, the loyalists of the Iron Throne faced a scene of utter chaos. Queen Alicent was ousted from the Iron Throne, and Count Blaywood resisted her corporeal temptations, confining her to the chambers of the Red Keep. Had Old Town not suffered the invasion of the Dornish and the Rhaegos, or if the Hightower brothers still commanded their vast legions in the Riverlands, perhaps the Queen would not have been completely excluded from the core of power. But Old Town was lost, and her cousins, Lord Mund Hightower and brother, Galwyn Hightower, had been publicly executed by Prince Corlys Velaryon. At this juncture, Alicent possessed nothing but the title of Queen and her tarnished flesh. The last ally, the current hand of the king, Otto Hightower, could meet his end at any moment. Regardless of Alicent's furious protests and frantic curses, the facts already set in motion could not be altered. Sir Linman Bisbury was hastily appointed as the hand of the king, orchestrating calls for aid while seeking the Targaryen bloodline near King's Landing to inherit the Iron Throne. Yet both the newly appointed hand, Count Linman, and Count Blaywood, who commanded all defenses of King's Landing, understood that the fall of the city had become an inescapable fate. Dragonstone possessed dragons, 2 formidable super dragons, and Prince Daemon had failed to secure victory with an 8-2 advantage. The human army was no more than ants before them. Nevertheless, several ministers resolved to make a stand. Dynastic change had become a historical inevitability, yet no ruler would appreciate a subordinate who capitulated without resistance. They unanimously decided to display their strength and bravery before Rhaego, thereby earning sufficient respect for their families under the new ruler. In pursuit of this, Sir Blaywood tirelessly reorganized the scattered remnants of the defeated army within King's Landing, integrating them into the Riverlands forces to partake in the defense, even distributing swords to the ruffians roaming the streets, compelling them to ascend the city walls. The aspirations of King Linman Bisbury, Minister of Justice Count Jasper Vilebird, and Count Blaywood, alongside numerous noble ministers, were noble, and they accurately gauged Rhaego's psyche. Having grown up amidst a century of national humiliation and patriotic education, Rhaego indeed harbored a genuine respect for unwavering patriots. Should their plans materialize successfully, he would likely acknowledge them. However, They evidently failed to anticipate that events would not unfold as envisioned, for they did not face the dragon's flame directly. Thus, when the forces of Dragonstone besieged the city, and Rhaego soared above King's Landing riding the Hunger and Silverwing, roaring in circles, the anticipated steadfast defense did not materialize. The conscripted and recruited remnants of the army hastily opened the gates for the rebel forces, allowing the army from Dragonstone to enter the renowned bastion of the Seven Kingdoms without resistance, without so much as a single breath of Dragonfire being unleashed. As the gates of King's Landing swung open, the soldiers of the Riverlands had no choice but to surrender, and Blaywood effortlessly took command of the city's defenses. When the immense shadow of the Hunger loomed over the high walls of the Red Keep, the fortress that had resisted 1,000 men for 2 days fell swiftly under the threat of the dragon. On the 19th of May, in the year of Conquest 129, King's Landing succumbed. Chapter 130, The Dance of the Blood Dragon, Surprises from the Dragon Eggs. Rhaego possessed little political acumen, or perhaps he simply detested engaging in politics. He had never been one to relish the intricacies of intrigue. The prospect of second-guessing others' thoughts was intolerable to him. So upon his formal arrival in King's Landing, he promptly appointed Blaywood as the commander of the city's garrison and sent for Lares from Dragonstone. Initially, Rhaego had no intention of removing Count Linman Bisberry or Count Jasper Valbird, but on the day the dragons descended upon the Red Keep, the newly appointed hand of the king, at the age of 70 or 80, followed in the footsteps of his predecessor and tragically succumbed to illness. Count Jasper voluntarily resigned as Minister of Justice, requesting to retire to his homeland. For these remnants of the old era, Rhaego entertained no pretenses of polite refusals. He granted their requests and subsequently appointed Lares as the new hand of the king. Although his original intention was merely to fully awaken his bloodline, having come this far, he saw no reason to relinquish the kingdom. Thus, after initially stabilizing the situation in King's Landing, Rhaego swiftly corresponded with Cregan Stark of Winterfell, hoping he would lead the northern forces to King's Landing to assist in quelling the unrest. Concurrently, at Lares' suggestion, Rhaego dispatched letters in the name of the Iron Throne to the Westerlands, Riverlands, Vale, Reach, and Stormlands, compelling them to disband their armies and pledge fealty to him, with their local lords bringing their vassals to King's Landing for the new king's coronation. Regarding the compliance of these regional lords, Rhaego maintained minimal expectations. Having not endured the baptism of blood and fire, the throne could never be firmly secured. To govern the Seven Kingdoms would undoubtedly prove challenging. In Rhaego's view, only the Dragonfire of Hunger and Silverwing would sufficiently obliterate the will of these carnivorous foes, compelling them to willingly submit at his feet. On the 21st of May, the former hand of the king, Count Otto Hightower from Old Town, a master manipulator of imperial power, breathed his last in the Tower of the Hand after several days of unconsciousness. Rhaego ordered a grand burial for him. The death of her father had no impact on Alicent's disposition. The queen had become utterly corrupted by power, having lost her humanity. Even after her liaison with Sir Stephen Darkland of the Kingsguard, she remained undeterred in her pursuit of power. Despite the army from Dragonstone bearing down, King's Landing falling, and Rhaego seizing complete control of the center of authority, Alicent still harbored an inexplicable confidence in herself. Thus, when Rhaego, in the wee hours of the night, studied the 6 dragon eggs in the council chamber of the Red Keep, the alluring figure of Alicent, dressed in revealing attire at over 40, gracefully pushed the door open. Perhaps it was due to her never-lacking male company in bed that she held such confidence in her beauty. As she entered, the gossamer draping over her fell effortlessly to the floor, revealing her voluptuous form, adorned with the remnants of a swimmer's ring, starkly presented before Rhaego's gaze. In that fleeting moment, Rhaego felt a murderous impulse towards the repugnant woman before him. His hand had even brushed against the hilt of Dawn's sword. If Alicent dared to advance even a step with her corpulent body, Rhaego would not hesitate to sever her head from her shoulders. To be frank, despite her age of 40, Alicent still possessed a certain charm when compared to Rhaenyra, though this was only true when she was clothed. The tightly bound corset and belt concealed her bulk, allowing her to appear alluring, but only to those who coveted her beauty. To Rhaego, Alicent resembled a middle-aged matron masquerading as a university student to earn extra coin. The sheer horror of such a sight struck him at the very core of his being, utterly beyond his control. Fortunately, Bronn arrived just in time. Otherwise, the council chamber would surely have been stained with blood. Alicent, cursing Rhaego in her frustration, was roughly dragged away by soldiers from Stone Dance, not even given a scrap of clothing to cover herself. While Rhaego witnessed this, he tacitly accepted Bronn's methods. As for the 2 women of House Targaryen, he felt not only a desire to keep his distance, but also a profound disdain and loathing. He could tolerate a person's unrefined filth, or even the nobility of a person, but he could never abide a filthy individual attempting to maintain an air of nobility. Such hypocrisy would make him wretch. Alicent's outburst was merely a trivial interlude. The dragon eggs before him were the true reason he remained in the council chamber at such a late hour. 3 days had passed since the capture of King's Landing, and Rhaego could hardly discern the thickness of the eggshells anymore. The hatching was imminent. Unable to ascertain the cause of the unusual behavior of the eggs, Rhaego firmly suppressed the protests of Silverwing, relocating the hatching site far from their resting area to avoid endangering the 2 dragons. Crack! A sudden, crisp sound resonated through the quiet hall, and Rhaego turned to see a long fissure appearing on the surface of the black dragon egg. This sound seemed to serve as a signal, and soon thereafter, a chorus of cracking shells filled the air. In an instant, all 6 dragon eggs were adorned with cracks, and as fragments of eggshell began to fall. Rhaego's body tensed, his eyes alertly fixed on the row of dragon eggs, his inner magic surging, ready to unleash itself. Caw-caw! A sound reminiscent of a duck's quack abruptly broke the silence as the black eggshell shattered, revealing a tiny black dragon, no larger than a kitten, who let out a faint cry as it emerged from the broken shell. By the gods! At the sight of the black dragon, Rhaego's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet before he could fully process his astonishment, more cracking sounds erupted as the remaining 5 eggs followed suit, and 5 adorable little dragons clumsily crawled out, squawking as they emerged. The black dragon flapped its wings, each wing significantly larger than its body, and slowly lifted off the ground, wobbling its way towards Rhaego. Caw-caw! Rhaego inhaled sharply, cautiously extending his hands to allow the little black dragon to perch upon them, his gaze fixated on its 4 stout little legs, as if beholding an unparalleled treasure. 4-legged dragons. 6 of them. No wonder, in his previous sensing, the life force and energy intensity of the 6 dragon eggs far exceeded that of the formidable greed and Silverwing. It was not merely an energy surpassing, but rather a biological dominance. True dragons asserting their superiority over bipedal dragons. Caw-caw! The little black dragon took flight, and the subsequent 5 hatchlings eagerly flapped their wings, unsteadily darting towards Rhaego. The little green and little red dragons landed on his outstretched arms, while 3 indistinguishable little pastel dragons collided against Rhaego's chest, tumbling onto his legs, their 4 legs flailing wildly as they expressed their affection and joy. My lord! The ruckus in the council chamber had grown considerable, prompting Bronn, stationed at the door, to peek inside, only to be left utterly dumbfounded by the scene before him. 6 dragons? Chapter 131, Blood Dragons in a Wild Dance, The Mischievous 6. Rhaego was not well versed in Western dragons, yet he had heard of some basic classifications. The 6 little ones frolicking around him, if classified according to the hierarchy of Western dragons, belong to the apex of the dragon biological chain, true dragons. With 4 legs, 2 wings, long horns, and the ability to breathe fire, these dragons were wholly distinct from any dragons depicted in A Song of Ice and Fire. They possessed an additional pair of legs, allowing them to run freely on the ground for extended periods. Furthermore, their wings lacked the balancing claws characteristic of native dragons, boasting a sleek and elegant design. This unique structure enabled the 6 little ones to take off vertically like helicopters, unlike Greed and Silverwing, who required a running start. Additionally, true dragons possessed intelligence far superior to that of lower-tier dragons, some even capable of speech. Beneath the true dragons lay the bipedal dragons, resembling the native ice and fire dragons, akin to Greed and Silverwing, characterized by claws on their wings and 2 legs on their underbelly, possessing lesser intelligence and more closely resembling commonplace birds, hence their designation as bird dragons. As for the lower-tier drakes and serpentine dragons, they exhibited only partial draconic traits, such as the ability to breathe fire, fly, or wield magic, where they shared physical resemblances with true dragons, yet they were significantly inferior to even the bipedal dragons, residing at the very bottom of the dragon biological hierarchy. Rhaego had contemplated that after enduring prolonged nurturing through blood and fire magic, the 6 dragon eggs would indeed yield ample surprises upon hatching, yet he had never anticipated the magnitude of such a revelation. The arrival of the 6 little ones resembled a world of martial heroes suddenly infused with 6 cultivators. Although these 6 fledgling cultivators were still quite young, they undeniably possessed supreme potential, exhibiting overwhelming advantages in both their roots and techniques over the local natives. Rhaego had no doubt that once these 6 dragons reached their subadult stage, Greed and Silverwing would scarcely stand a chance against them. The little black, green, and red dragons, previously nestled upon Greed's back, appeared more composed in demeanor. Even as they frolicked with their siblings in Rhaego's arms, their movements demonstrated a notable restraint. However, the three little pastel dragons, having hatched from the iron chest atop Silverwing's back, were far more mischievous. Rhaego could hardly distinguish between the three, as they were so alike they seemed as though they had been copied and pasted from a single template. When they all tumbled forward to nuzzle him, Rhaego found himself at a loss for how to address them. Moreover, the three little pastel dragons exhibited a wildness in their playfulness, lacking any sense of restraint. At the very moment Bronn dared to peek through the door, Rhaego's arm had already endured 3 blasts of Dragonfire, possessing the trait of being fireproof. Rhaego's resistance to flames had reached its zenith. Greed's Dragonfire could swiftly melt steel, yet Rhaego remained impervious to the threat posed by the green Dragonfire in battle, as his body merely basked in its warmth without sustaining any injury. However, the three little pastel dragons were an entirely different matter. Their playful exchanges of Dragonfire easily scorched through Rhaego's Valyrian steel armor, and the pale pink flames that struck his forearm brought forth an unprecedented sensation of slight burning. Hiss! Rhaego inhaled deeply, once more astonished by the power of the 6 little ones. He reached out to grasp the vigilant little black and little red, preventing them from lunging toward the bewildered Bronn at the door. The unexpected intrusion of a stranger sent the 3 little pink and little green instinctively hiding behind Rhaego, while little black and little red let out their juvenile roars, eagerly eyeing the confused Bronn at the entrance. Bronn, go fetch some fresh lamb, Rhaego instructed, sensing the impending chaos. He needed to send Bronn away before the 2 little dragons became uncontrollable. However, the 4 other little ones behind him were also beginning to stir restlessly. Rhaego found himself reluctant to witness his 2 most trusted aides being inexplicably dispatched by his own little dragons, a thought that nearly brought him to tears. Caw-caw! Bronn departed, closing the door behind him, leaving little black and little red unsatisfied with the lack of restraint imposed upon them. Opening their tiny mouths, they emitted classic duck-like quacks, as if accusing Rhaego of thwarting their charge. The calls of their 2 elder brothers dispelled the fear that had gripped the other 4 little ones. Little Green, soaring like a triumphant victor, flapped its wings and landed atop Rhaego's head, releasing a series of emerald flames while mimicking a dramatic howl, as though the earlier timidity had never existed. Rhaego, exasperated, pulled Little Green down from his head, fearing that a moment of excitement would singe his hair, and then gathered the 3 little pink into his embrace, stretching out his foot to block the diverging paths of little black and little red, letting out a weary sigh. Caring for children was indeed an exhausting endeavor, especially with 6 energetic and inquisitive little ones. Fortunately, Bronn returned just in time, bearing a massive tray laden with tender lamb. To prevent the little dragons from inadvertently injuring him, Rhaego refrained from allowing Bronn to enter, instead advising him to rest early before taking the meat from his hands. The newborn dragons were at their hungriest, and upon seeing Rhaego bearing the meat, the 6 little ones rushed toward him, instantly crowding his shoulders, head, and arm. Thankfully, his strength was sufficient to withstand the onslaught of these little rascals. Setting the tray on the ground, Rhaego unsheathed his sword, Dawn, slicing off a piece of meat the size of a fist, infusing it with a portion of his magical energy, then, like training a puppy, tossed the morsel into the air. Sizzle. The first to break free, Little Black unleashed a jet of Dragonfire, roasting the meat mid-air before darting upward to snatch the magically infused morsel, savoring its taste with a satisfied smacking of its lips. Haughtily flicking away 2 little pinks that dared to lick at the corners of its mouth, and proudly landing before Rhaego. Squee more. Rhaego was amused by its proud demeanor and reached out to ruffle Little Black's head. Under the urging of the 6 little ones, he began distributing the meat. The Grand Council chamber was soon filled with the continuous sounds of little dragon roars, and the rich aroma of lamb wafted through the room, tantalizing appetites. Eat well, all of you. Once the sun rises, I shall take you to meet your dad and mom. Chapter 132. The Blood Dragon's Wild Dance, Parenting and Politics. Rhaego spent the entire night awake, as the now well-fed 6 little ones grew increasingly exuberant, flapping their wings and leaping about the council chamber, exploring their unfamiliar surroundings. Fearing that their exuberance might endanger the house, Rhaego had no choice but to keep them company throughout the night. As dawn broke, Rhaego summoned Bronn to bring breakfast and fresh lamb. After enjoying a meal and ensuring the 6 little ones were sated, he eagerly gathered them in his arms to seek out Silverwing and the Glutton. Following the conquest of King's Landing, Rhaego had not confined the Glutton and Silverwing within the crumbling dragon pit, as the Targaryens had done, but rather established a resting place for them in the expansive garden behind the Red Keep, making it convenient for him to ride the magnificent dragons while allowing them the freedom to soar. Declining Bronn's offer of protection, Rhaego endeavored to manage the wildly wriggling 6 little ones in his grasp, hastening his pace. As he passed through the garden's archway, the massive forms of the Glutton and Silverwing came into view. He noticed the previously struggling little ones had suddenly quieted, lowering his gaze. He saw 6 adorable dragon heads peeking out from between his arms, their tiny eyes cautiously observing the approaching Glutton and Silverwing. Squee! Silverwing, from a distance, caught sight of Rhaego, her large nostrils flaring as she quickly sniffed the air, shaking her head in confusion before rolling over and approaching him with a rumble. Caw, caw, caw! As Silverwing drew nearer, the 3 little pinks sensed her familiar presence. Finally, when she was only a few dozen meters away, they recognized their beloved caretaker of many years and erupted in excited calls. Rhaego, sensing the moment, released his grip, and the 3 little pinks surged from his arms. Akin to fledglings returning to the nest, colliding headfirst in a Silverwing's large head. Squee! Caw! Clearly, Silverwing had already recognized her 3 daughters, letting out an ecstatic roar as she caught them, affectionately nudging them with her nose. Rhaego could almost envision pink bubbles frolicking around her. In stark contrast to the exuberance of Silverwing, the Glutton remained composed. Rhaego was certain he had recognized the identities of the remaining 3 little ones. Yet this great beast did not rush forward in excitement like Silverwing. Instead, he covered his head with his wings, choosing to feign ignorance. Rhaego, somewhat irritated, approached the overlooked 3 little ones and nudged the Glutton's wing, calling out to the oblivious creature, "Hey, your offspring have arrived." Squee! The Glutton refused to show his face, the muffled sound emanating from beneath his wings revealing a mix of rejection and disdain that nearly made Rhaego burst into laughter. He glanced down at the calm little black, little red, and little green and decided to place the 3 little ones directly onto the Glutton's back. He then forcefully pried open a gap in his wings, and sure enough, the mischievous little green's eyes lit up, and with a quick dip of its head, it slipped right in. Roar! Before long, the Glutton let out a resigned low growl, revealing his dragon head. With little green playfully biting at the bone spur beside his nose, her petite body swinging in the air as the Glutton raised his head. Rhaego stifled a laugh as he watched all 3 little ones clamber onto the Glutton's head. He then glanced over at the affectionate scene unfolding between Silverwing and the little pinks, chuckling softly as he turned to exit the garden, filled with the poignant frustrations of a bachelor grappling with the challenges of parenting. Upon returning to the Red Keep, Rhaego promptly summoned Larys, Bronn, and other assorted ministers to collectively discuss the affairs of the 7 kingdoms. "Your Majesty," Larys's voice rang out first. Though Rhaego had yet to officially ascend the throne in the presence of the noble lords of the 7 kingdoms, Larys had already taken the lead in altering his address. "The Duke of Stark from Winterfell has sent a letter, confirming he has accepted your command and will lead 30,000 troops from the north to King's Landing today to partake in the great endeavor of unifying the 7 kingdoms." Seeing Rhaego nod in satisfaction from his seat, Larys produced another letter. "Lady Tarly, the Regent of the Reach, has replied, expressing her willingness to pledge allegiance on behalf of House Tyrell of Highgarden and House Tarly of Brightwater Keep. However, she candidly stated that following the death of the previous Duke of Tyrell, Highgarden's control over the vassals of the Reach has significantly weakened, and thus she cannot guarantee their loyalty to the new Iron Throne. Having a stance is sufficient. At least Highgarden has chosen the correct path. Since the vassals have opted to submit, those who refuse are clearly rebels. Dealing with rebels is a matter for King's Landing." "Continue, Larys." "Yes, your Majesty." Larys unfolded another letter. "Lady Jenny Arryn, the Maiden of the Vale, has resolutely declined to submit, affirming that the Vale shall only pledge allegiance to the Iron Throne of House Targaryen. She is prepared to lead the Vale into battle to the bitter end. However, some of the nobles within the Vale appear to dissent from Lady Jenny's decision, as we have received several letters of submission originating from the Vale. Meanwhile, the Riverlands have also explicitly rejected the Vale's request for an alliance, yet the ruling Tully family has not provided us with a definitive response." Upon hearing this, Rhaego chuckled lightly. "Lady Jenny Arryn? She is a courageous woman. I respect her choice. We shall continue to engage with the nobility of the Vale in hopes of a peaceful resolution. As for the Riverlands' ambivalence, I believe that as the war progresses, Tully will ultimately make the right decision. Onward." Sir Jason Lannister, the Duke of Casterly Rock, has clearly responded in favor of the new Iron Throne, proactively dispatching his younger brother, Ser Tyland Lannister, with an army of 20,000 cavalry to assist King's Landing. "Oh, the Lannisters are surprisingly decisive?" Rhaego remarked with a hint of astonishment. He had anticipated that Jason and Tyland would remain cautious, yet they were among the first to submit, aside from Starks. "It is evident that they are seasoned old nobles, adept at self-preservation and keenly aware of the changing tides. The Stormlands under House Baratheon have not replied, but according to our scouts, they are intensifying their conscription efforts, suggesting that Storm's Inn will likely not choose to submit." Rhaego nodded. "This is to be expected. The Baratheons are kin to the Targaryens, and are naturally their staunchest loyalists." Larys hesitated before producing the final letter, glancing at Rhaego, who appeared relaxed, and then continued. "Your Grace, a missive from Harrenhal indicates that the Strong family is willing to accept the rule of the new Iron Throne. Lord Lionel has sent his eldest son, Ser Harwin Strong, to bring all of Harrenhal's soldiers to support King's Landing." Upon hearing this, Rhaego observed Larys' expression, understanding his dissatisfaction with Harrenhal's previous indecision and his concern for how he might deal with his father and brothers. Rhaego chuckled lightly, clapping the table with a carefree demeanor. "The submission of Harrenhal is of little consequence. Their allegiance or defiance will not impact the outcome. Larys, you may manage the situation as you see fit. Our focus must now be on establishing contact with the Vale and monitoring the Stormlands. The political landscape of the Seven Kingdoms must stabilize swiftly. Let's all strive diligently. By your command, Your Grace." Chapter 133. The Blood Dragon's Wild Dance. The Forces Assemble. June of the year of Conquest 129 is destined to be chronicled by the scholars of the Seven Kingdoms. On the 3rd of June, the Northern Army, led by Lord Cregan Stark of Winterfell, arrived at King's Landing, where Rhaego personally welcomed his sole friend on the continent of Westeros, sharing wine and conversation with Cregan Stark. The arrival of 30,000 Northern Stark soldiers transformed the previously vulnerable King's Landing into a bastion of strength. Subsequently, on the 5th of June, the Lannister cavalry, numbering 20,000, also reached King's Landing, with Ser Tyland Lannister, the Duke of Casterly Rock's younger brother, personally leading the forces to convey the West's stance on this war, the outcome of which was all but certain. On the same day, Harrenhal's contingent of 3,000 soldiers, led by Ser Harwin Strong, also arrived. Rhaego met with Ser Tyland Lannister and Harwin Strong, providing reassurance to both families. Ser Tyland Lannister was a robust and handsome middle-aged knight. In contrast to his elder brother who inherited the family title, this Westerman appeared more like a wandering knight, exuding a strong spirit of freedom. Though he commanded an army of 20,000, his nonchalant and carefree demeanor starkly contrasted with the solemn atmosphere surrounding his troops. In contrast, Harwin Strong was an old acquaintance of Rhaego's. Their first encounter had occurred during a grand tournament, where the man known as the strongest in the Seven Kingdoms had just begun his liaison with Rhaenyra, battling her former lover, Ser Criston Cole. Once again, he cemented his reputation as the breaker of bones, having his arm shattered by his old rival's Morningstar. Yet, despite his earlier shortcomings during the Dance of the Dragons, the heir of Harrenhal had since enjoyed a life of relative ease. A princess of one kingdom, the designated heir to the Iron Throne, had brazenly borne him 3 sons while still married to another, leading Rhaego to suspect that were it not for Harwin's own foolishness in publicly revealing this matter, perhaps Viserys would have chosen to overlook Rhaenyra's indiscretions and bequeath the Iron Throne to his daughter before his demise. However, it was evident that Strong's imprudent actions had doomed Rhaenyra's aspirations for the throne. Following the scandal of the illegitimate offspring, Lionel Strong had voluntarily resigned from the position of Hand of the King, returning to Harrenhal with his eldest son. Rhaego had anticipated that upon their reunion, he would witness hatred and despondency in Harwin's eyes. Yet to his surprise, Harwin exhibited an extraordinary level of deference, one that almost tarnished his knightly honor, as though Rhaego had not slain his 3 sons, nor had Rhaenyra perished at his hands. This anomaly compelled Rhaego to observe Harwin more closely during the banquet. They shared an enmity rooted in the murder of wives and children, yet Harwin bore no trace of resentment. Was it possible that this muscle-bound fellow possessed such depth of cunning? For a moment, Rhaego even questioned whether the robust man, who jovially exchanged toasts and flirted with the serving maids, harbored some outrageous scheme. However, after Harwin nearly committed an indiscretion at the table, Rhaego concluded that he was merely devoid of principles and backbone, perhaps viewing Rhaenyra no differently than any other courtesan who had once shared his bed. On the 10th of June, the Riverlands army of 20,000 reached King's Landing, with the northern and western forces having gathered at King's Landing. The Riverlands could no longer afford to hesitate. Sir Elmond Tully took the initiative to lead the Riverlands' 2,000 infantry to King's Landing for the council. Technically, The current Lord of the Riverlands remained the aged Lord Grover Tully, a nonagenarian rare in longevity on the continent of Westeros, having ruled the Riverlands for decades. Lord Grover had once supported Prince Viserys during the Great Council of 101 and staunchly opposed Rhaenyra's elevation to the title of Princess of Dragonstone. He was the most fervent loyalist of House Targaryen, yet regrettably, he now lay bedridden with little time left. The de facto leadership of the Riverlands had thus fallen to his grandson, Sir Elmon Tully. Unlike his stubborn grandfather, Elmon was a man of considerable political acumen, fully aware that the proud Harrenhal of their family was but a large block of tofu before the dragon's flames. After clandestine discussions with the Riverlands nobles, Lord Grover was effectively sidelined. Even if he raged from his sickbed, Elmon had forged an agreement with the nobles of the Riverlands and decisively lowered the royal banner, raising arms to march upon King's Landing in submission. The arrival of House Tully served as a crucial weight on the scales of the Seven Kingdoms. Just 3 days after the Riverlands forces reached King's Landing, a rebellion erupted in the Vale. Sir Arnold Arryn, Lady Ginny's cousin, who had been imprisoned in the Moon Doors dungeon, gained his long-awaited freedom with the aid of his son, Sir Edric Arryn, and the indulgence of certain nobles. After escaping the confines of his cousin's prison, this direct descendant of House Arryn eagerly initiated his third rebellion, referring to his cousin as the Whore Janey, cursing the foolish woman for dragging the Vale into chaos. He rallied several nobles from the southern Vale, proclaiming fealty to the Iron Throne and to Rhaego, and marched forth with an assembled army of several thousand towards the Eyrie. Simultaneously, another member of House Arryn, equally unwilling to perish due to Janey's folly, raised the banner of rebellion in the Vale, voicing support for the actions of Sir Arnold Arryn. This was none other than Lord Isambah Arryn, the Count of Seagulltown. The Arryns of Seagulltown were a branch of House Arryn in the Vale. They had established their own dominion during the reign of King Jaehaerys, amassing considerable wealth through trade. It was evident that Lord Isambah, as the patriarch of the Seagulltown Arryns, harbored aspirations toward the inheritance of the Vale. Like the initial rebel Arnold, he too seemed reluctant to meet his end beneath the dragon's flames, but perhaps more so, he was driven by a covetous desire for power in the Vale. In a society dominated by men, a woman in a position of authority invariably attracts the predatory gaze of wolves, particularly when that woman foolishly provokes a formidable dragon lord. Naturally, the wolves were already scenting the blood emanating from her, ravenously tearing into her. Chapter 134, Blood Dragons Dance. The army advances into Storm's End. On June 20th, in the north, the west, and the Riverlands, a coalition army of 73,000 gathered outside King's Landing. Rhaego was similarly armored. 10,000 men from the north remained in King's Landing for the city's defense, while the remainder of the forces marched southward along the Golden Road, propelled by the roars of dragons, their destination being Storm's End. Rhaego rode the Devourer, leisurely keeping pace with the army, while Silverwing cautiously flanked them. On her back, the 6 little ones excitedly surveyed their surroundings, their small wings flapping occasionally and momentarily launching them from Silverwing's body, only to be swiftly retrieved and placed back, followed by a playful head but as punishment. Unlike Silverwing's enjoyment, Rhaego sensed the Devourer's disdain for the little ones. Had he not been able to control the beast's speed, it might have fled long ago. It was no wonder the Devourer felt this way, for the little ones were exceedingly mischievous. Although they were currently just tiny creatures, the havoc they wreaked had far surpassed the toll of the entire war. Perhaps due to their higher status, the little one's Dragonfire could even scorch the Devourer's tough scales. A fact that startled Rhaego when he rode the dragon earlier that morning. The little black dragon, Hades, rampaged across the Devourer's large head, enjoying a significant advantage as the eldest sibling. However, perhaps due to his arrogance attracting ire, his siblings, the little green dragon Ymir and the little red dragon Ares, joined forces with the 3 little pink dragons, Venus, Athena, and Diana, to collectively combat their unprincipled elder brother. When Rhaego arrived, he beheld Ymir and Ares pinning their older brother against the Devourer's head, while the 3 pink dragons flitted around them, unleashing indiscriminate assaults like flamethrowers. As kin, their Dragonfire posed no threat to one another in the absence of malice. Yet the Devourer, caught in their midst, suffered terribly. The tricolor Dragonfire of the pink trio singed the Devourer's head, leaving its scales charred and causing them to forcibly shed in the chaos. Had the little dragons been fully grown, their minor flames would have only barely scorched the Devourer's scales. Rhaego would have likely had to isolate them. Though Rhaego had never personally experienced the trials of parenting, he had heard tales. The Devourer now resembled a beleaguered parent tormented by unruly children. where physical pain paled in comparison to the psychological exhaustion that ultimately crushed the dragon's spirit. However, in contrast to the Devourer's despondency, Silverwing's days were markedly better. The little ones displayed entirely different attitudes towards their caregivers. They snuggled and affectionately nuzzled Silverwing, while they playfully tussled with the Devourer. As the saying goes, I could endure the darkness if I had not seen the light. Dragons, too, fear comparisons. The Devourer, observing Silverwing's idyllic existence while enduring his own chaotic life, felt a deep sense of despair. The frustration brewing within him was akin to molten lava, and misfortune had collided with a loaded gun. The army departed on June 20th, and by the 23rd, they had reached the first city of Storm's End, Coppergate, the domain of House Buckler, staunch loyalist to House Baratheon. As the combined forces of King's Landing approached with 60,000 troops, Sir Buckler, the Count of Coppergate, resolutely accepted the belief that he would share the city's fate, even launching an attack against the coalition forces. Since the enemy sought death, Rhaego was more than willing to oblige. He commanded Silverwing to safely escort the little ones, while the Devourer charged, eyes ablaze, towards the walls of Coppergate. The verdant Dragonfire reduced stone to ash and melted steel into molten iron, within just 2 charges. No living soul remained upon the western walls of Coppergate. Entering the city, the common folk were spared, while the nobility were left to their own devices. The northern forces surged into the city, having already incinerated most of Sir Buckler's elite on the walls, leaving only the old, weak, women, and a handful of soldiers. Count Buckler met his end swiftly on the ramparts, and his kin were systematically slaughtered by the coalition's blades. Rhaego felt no guilt. He had afforded them numerous chances. After all, given the distance between Storm's End and Dragonstone, how had they managed to survive for so long? Even as the siege of King's Landing loomed, with the situation in the Seven Kingdoms becoming increasingly dire, he had still granted them a month to contemplate their future course. The common folk had no choice. Yet Rhaego did not believe that the nobles and knights of Storm's End were devoid of options. Today's path was one chosen by Count Buckler himself. Individuals must bear the consequences of their choices. As for the notion that misfortune does not extend to family, when one achieves success, family revels in the spoils. There is no reason for them to evade suffering during one's downfall. This is war, not some benevolent game. After 2 hours, the northern stronghold of Coppergate was thoroughly cleansed. And soon after, the Devourer turned westward towards the nearby Hay Hall. As the silhouette of the dragon materialized upon the battlefield, the Hay Hall, surrounded by the forces of the West, struggled to resist. Count Eller chose to surrender the moment the dragon descended, yet Rhaego denied him that opportunity. He sought to demonstrate to the nobles of Storm's End that the only path to submission lay before the battle. When the dragon perched upon the city walls, even the wealthiest must pay the price of blood and fire. On June 23rd, in the year 129 of the conquest, the coalition forces from King's Landing officially breached Storm's End. In a single day, Coppergate and the Hay Hall fell, resulting in the obliteration of House Buckler and the Ellers, nearly eradicating their entire line. News of this massacre reached Whispering Castle, striking fear into the hearts of the assembled nobles. Historically, even in defeat, the wars of the Seven Kingdoms typically resulted in the execution of a single family head. Yet Rhaego had annihilated entire families? Such a brutal act sent shivers down the spines of the nobles of Storm's End. In stark contrast, the common folk of Storm's End felt an overwhelming sense of relief. When the forces of King's Landing breached Coppergate and the Hay Hall, they did so without harming the civilians. It was said that His Majesty Rhaego had ordered that no harm come to the common folk, with violators facing military justice. Thus, in just the first day of this war, the lords of Storm's End found themselves devoid of the support of their populace. In the south, Duke Boros Baratheon of Whispering Castle furiously shattered his beloved glass goblet. Yet ill tidings continued to arrive, unyielding to his wrath. The bastions of humanity appear exceedingly fragile before the might of the dragons, unless someone can conjure a semblance of equality among all beings. The annihilation of Storm's End is merely a question of time. On the 24th of June, Lord Harwin's Stormrider led 5,000 cavalry to the town of Woodfall, and without the need for the dragon's intervention, the Lord of Woodfall, Count Fell, resolutely opened the gates in surrender. Consequently, all northern fortresses of Storm's End fell, leaving the gates of Winds rest wide open. Chapter 135. The Blood Dragon's Wild Dance. The Unlucky Boros. Duke Boros Valerion found himself in a most unfortunate predicament. As the guardian of the southern realms of the Targaryen Empire, the blood of dragons coursed through the veins of House Valerion. His ancestor, Orys Valerion, had distinguished himself during the conquest, personally slaying the infamous Storm King, thereby making substantial contributions to the Empire's triumph. However, in Boros Valerion's eyes, the King Aegon's rewards to his ancestor epitomized ingratitude. His modest intellect could scarcely fathom that his valiant forebear had been consigned to such a desolate and inhospitable land. Storm's End was hardly a place for man. The relentless gales and torrential downpours drove Boros to the brink of madness. The title of Lord of Storm felt more akin to exile than to a reward. This was the source of Boros Valerion's deepest lamentation. He bore an ancestor who failed to secure his own interests, yet he could do nothing to alter this fate. Another misfortune befell Duke Boros in the form of a father who was anything but benevolent. The previous Lord of Wind's Rest, Duke Beaumont Valerion, was regarded by the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms as an immovable monolith. Boros conceded that his father was as steadfast and unyielding as granite. Yet he was equally a cold and calculating politician. He had never sensed the slightest glimmer of affection from Duke Beaumont. His upbringing had instilled in him the relentless pursuit of victory, teaching him to wield his sword regardless of the pain or tears he might endure. A warrior of House Valerion could accept defeat, but surrender was utterly intolerable. Even now, scars marked Boros' chest, the result of his father's own hand. Oh, that wretched old widower. Such words might offend his mother, yet they encapsulated Boros Valerion's true sentiments toward his father. Yet, further misfortune awaited Duke Boros. The most grievous of his trials was his lack of a son. This was a deep wound. He had 4 daughters, yet not a single warrior to carry on his legacy. In a desperate bid for an heir, he had sown his seed with such fervor that he ultimately lost the very essence of his manhood. Yet the 7 gods had not blessed him with a worthy successor. Duke Boros was an ardent male supremacist. Despite his disdain for the tempestuous weather of Storm's End, he could not bear the thought of entrusting such vast lands to a woman of lesser stature. King Viserys had lost his senses to consider handing over the power of Dragonstone and the Iron Throne to that wretched Rhaenyra. Fortunately, the king ultimately reconsidered, bequeathing the throne to Aegon, even if he had persisted in folly, allowing that harlot to ascend the Iron Throne. Storm's End would never submit to the authority of a woman. His yearning for a son was profound, yet the 7 gods had forsaken him. Ultimately, with no other recourse, Duke Boros resorted to using his daughters as bargaining chips to secure a marriage alliance with a Targaryen prince. Aemon had even acquiesced to this demand, having selected a suitable bride. In exchange for the loyalty of Storm's End, Boros would gain a grandson with a more potent dragon bloodline, thus allowing him to relinquish the cursed lands without concern. Alas, fortune had dealt him a cruel hand. Rhaego Domnar had suddenly emerged from Stone Dance, commanding 2 of the 7 kingdoms' mightiest dragons. In defense of his grandson and the future of Storm's End, he promptly answered the king's call to arms, leading an expedition against Stone Dance. What folly it was to fear Dragonfire. Beneath the relentless barrage of crossbows, the dragons would merely become targets. However, before the clash could commence, the accursed Dornishmen invaded the lands of the Storm King, forcing Duke Boros to retreat and fortify against the intruding Dornish raiders. During this tumultuous period, tragedy struck as his son-in-law perished. Though death was a common occurrence, the Targaryens still had male heirs. Yet, amidst the chaos, a dragon battle ensued, claiming Daemon's life and leading to the loss of King's Landing itself. Boros seethed with resentment toward Rhaego Domnar, blaming this wretched, silver-haired bastard for his own lineage's extinction. Thus, after Rhaego Domnar sent forth a missive of surrender to the 7 kingdoms, an enraged Duke Boros disregarded the letter, ordering the entirety of Storm's End to prepare for war against the usurpers. Yet, he was indeed the unluckiest of men. While the Dornish retreated from the shores of Storm's End following the assault on King's Landing, just as Boros began to feel a glimmer of hope, Coppergate, Hay Hall, and Woodfall fell in rapid succession, with the old lord fell surrendering without a fight. That ancient fool relinquished his towering fortress to the scoundrel of Harlan Castle. The news nearly drove Boros to madness, but the reality of the 3 cities' fall was undeniable, and Wind's Rest stood vulnerable, like a newlywed bride, exposed to the forces of the allied armies of King's Landing. Duke Boros could almost feel the chilling edge of Rhaego Domnar's sword pressed against his neck. Wind's Rest, positioned at the end of the Golden Road, was now easily accessible to the allied forces of King's Landing. What a wretched location for a fortress! Boros lamented his ill fate further. He had the misfortune of contending with the detestable Rhaego Domnar and paying the price for his ancestors' folly. Though others may have deemed him a tempestuous and reckless storm, the astute Duke Boros understood that beneath the insatiable Dragonfire Wind's Rest was decidedly not a sanctuary worth clinging to. Thus, after positioning nearly all of his dragon slayers upon the towering walls of Wind's Rest, the unfortunate Duke Boros Valerion, accompanied by his wife and daughters and under the protection of knights, decisively departed for the western stronghold of Eagle's Nest. However, the master of Eagle's Nest, Count Clinton, shared Boros' plight. Upon the Duke's arrival, the seasoned nobleman was busy relocating his wealth and kin. Consequently, Duke Boros heeded Count Clinton's counsel and continued onward to the farthest western city of Crow's Nest, a refuge nestled among the mountains. Previously, the city had been rife with panic due to the Dornish invasion. Yet with their retreat, it became the safest bastion against the looming threat of dragons. The unfortunate Duke Boros placed all his hopes upon the great crossbows of Wind's Rest, yearning for a multitude of dragon slayers to fell those two cursed dragons amidst the storms, allowing him to march northward and exact vengeance upon Rhaego Domnar. En route to Crow's Nest, the unrelenting tempest once again ravaged the Stormlands, leaving Duke Boros drenched and shivering. "I am truly the unluckiest of men," he exclaimed, wiping the rain from his face and angrily cracking his whip, his teeth clenched in frustration. Startled, his steed reared, and in an unforeseen moment, the Duke was unseated, tumbling into the mire of Crow's Nest. Chapter 136. The Blood Dragon's Wild Dance. Ironborn, Vagor. The sudden deluge and storms and inadvertently spared Wind's Rest from doom. The torrential rain rendered visibility negligible, making military maneuvers impossible. Moreover, in such a dense storm, Rhaego feared the risk of lightning striking him should he take to the skies. The tempest, though it lasted but a mere day, had transformed the once solid Golden Road into a quagmire, rendering it utterly incapable of bearing the weight of a great army. Consequently, Rhaego commanded his troops to rest in Coppergate City for several days, awaiting the moment when the roads would once again become passable. This storm afforded Wind's Rest a precious 5 days to prepare. Meanwhile, the ill-fated Loras Baelish, left in command of Wind's Rest by Duke Boros, stood atop the castle walls, his gaze heavy with concern as he surveyed the distant Golden Road, as if he could scent the sulfur emanating from the dragon's hide. A distant cousin of Duke Boros, Loras belonged to a branch of the Baelish lineage that was almost forgotten. He understood the implications of his sudden elevation to command on the battlefield. Yet he had always taken pride in his Baelish heritage and was mentally prepared to share the fate of Wind's Rest. Position the Scorpions where they can cover every angle above the walls, he commanded. "Yes, my lord Loras," came the reply. The castle walls buzzed with activity as the united forces of King's Landing prepared for departure, only to receive disheartening news. The Iron Islands army had seized the opportunity presented by the West's weakened defenses, launching a maritime assault on the coastal towns of Cliffstone and Fair Isle. Euron Greyjoy, the notorious captain of the Ironborn, led his band of pirates, pillaging the towns of all their gold and women before setting them ablaze and hastening towards Feastfire City. Earl Prester, Earl Tabek, and Sir Owen Lannister rallied the West's soldiers to resist, while Duke Jason Lannister urgently sought Rhaego's assistance. Rhaego confessed to having forgotten the Iron Islands, primarily because this maritime realm of islands had little presence in his mind. He had only traversed the Iron Islands once while pursuing the Drowned God's Temple. Little did he expect that these fearsome pirates would dare to pillage Lannister territory while the West's army was otherwise engaged. The situation was dire, and Rhaego wasted no time in issuing a direct order for Tywin Lannister to lead the 20,000 soldiers he had brought from the West to reinforce Cliffstone. Confident that the storm-swept dragons would be an ample distraction, the remaining 40,000 soldiers would suffice for their needs. The 20,000 soldiers promptly set out, and Rhaego simultaneously instructed Cregan Stark to send word to the Earl of Karstark, stationed in the north, urging them to brace for an invasion of Ironborn. In truth, the West, rich in gold and silver, was far more appealing to the Ironborn than the cold and impoverished north, but prudence is never misplaced. Cregan's foresight was commendable. The West's 2,000 troops departed in a frenzy, yet their urgency did not dampen the morale of the united forces. Under the roar of the dragon, Stark led his 40,000 soldiers, proud and resolute, towards Wind's Rest. After half a day's march, the united army arrived at the foot of Wind's Rest. Cregan Stark commanded his troops to encamp beyond the range of the Scorpions, gazing at the formidable castle renowned throughout the Seven Kingdoms. It was said that the castle was safeguarded by spells woven into its walls to prevent magic from breaching them, making it the ideal stronghold against dragons. Rhaego scoffed at this notion. Had the legend held any truth, Aegon would never have easily taken this bastion. Even though the last Storm King, Aegon VI, had foolishly abandoned his stronghold to fight in the open and perished, his surviving descendants had no reason to retain control over this castle that supposedly repelled dragons, only to be effortlessly vanquished. In contrast to the fanciful tales of magical fortifications, the densely packed scorpions atop the walls posed a far more significant threat to the voracious dragon. Upon reaching the castle's gates, Rhaego customarily granted the nobility and guards within half a day's time to consider their surrender. It was clear that Loras Baelish, perhaps too consumed by his family's honor, squandered Rhaego's goodwill. On the 1st of July, in the year of conquest 129, the sunlight bathed the storm-ravaged land in rare good fortune. Suddenly, the ferocious roar of the voracious dragon echoed above the castle as the immense black dragon swooped down from the clouds, deftly pulling up as it approached the walls. The disconcerting twang of bowstrings snapping as dozens of scorpions fired skyward. The battle for Wind's Rest had officially commenced. Stark positioned his forces at a safe distance, awaiting the moment when the dragon would obliterate the defenders on the walls, at which point he would lead his army into the city. However, Rhaego did not command the voracious dragon to charge recklessly as before. Instead, he had it circle above the castle, seeking to wear down the defenders with a barrage of arrows first. Silverwing, still carrying the 6 little dragons, hovered nearby, ensuring any disobedient dragons were brought back into line. The voracious dragon continued its swoops without attacking the defenders, and after several passes, Loras Baelish, sharp-witted as he was, discerned Rhaego's intent, mistakenly believing that the scorpions had instilled fear in the dragon. Do not shoot recklessly. He is depleting our arrows. Wait until they approach. That beast is afraid. Loras commanded loudly. Rhaego, of course, could not hear Loras' voice. Otherwise, he would have rolled his eyes dramatically, eager to show him just how unafraid the voracious dragon truly was. Unaware of the thoughts on the opposite side, Rhaego continued to taunt the guard atop the walls with his dragon, much like a cat playing with a mouse. Despite Loras' caution against shooting too soon, the defenders could not allow the dragon to come too close to the walls, so every time the voracious dragon swooped down, a flurry of arrows was unleashed. Just as Rhaego was enjoying his game, Silverwing suddenly raised its head, alert to something in the distant clouds, and let out a loud roar. Upon hearing Silverwing's warning, Rhaego promptly commanded the voracious dragon to ascend, swiftly drawing closer to Silverwing, his gaze fixed upon the direction of Broken Ship Bay. Suddenly, the clouds were torn apart, and a colossal brown dragon roared as it emerged, flapping its wings fiercely as it dove towards the battlefield. Vhagar. Rhaego instantly recognized the dragon as Vhagar, the very creature he had rescued before heading to King's Landing. Days earlier, while marching past the royal forest, Rhaego had not caught sight of Vhagar, leading him to believe the old dragon had flown away to recover. Yet now, it appeared this beast had returned to the battlefield unexpectedly. Was it seeking to challenge him once more? Just as he was about to command the voracious dragon to meet Vhagar, he noticed that the noticeably younger Vhagar was angrily approaching Wind's Rest walls. Braving the hail of scorpion bolts, she unleashed a torrent of orange flames, only to be met with several bolts piercing her body, 2 arrows striking her left wing. Damn it, fool! Rhaego cursed in exasperation, smacking the saddle with force. The voracious dragon, displeased, let out a roar and reluctantly surged to assist. Dracarys. Chapter 137, Blood Dragon's Dance, 3 Dragons. In contrast to Vhagar's reckless flame assault, the voracious dragon was akin to a cannon firing at mosquitoes. The massive black dragon swooped down rapidly, while the panicked defenders of Wind's Rest scrambled to load and fire their scorpions. In an instant, a barrage of bolts rained down upon the voracious dragon. Yet, to the despair of the defenders, the bolts that could pierce Vhagar's scales clanged harmlessly off the voracious dragon, failing to leave even a scratch. The projectiles, imbued with enough force to devastate heavily armored knights, became a mere joke in the presence of the ebony dragon. The bolts were ineffective against it. It was charging forward. 07. Panic ensued atop Wind's Rest as the soldiers, still engulfed in flames ignited by Vhagar, wailed in agony. Yet, at least their counterattack had inflicted some wounds upon the dragon. But in the face of the voracious dragon, who disregarded their bolts entirely, the soldiers collapsed into despair. Roar. The devourer roared as it approached, its flames enveloping the soldiers atop the castle like a celestial shroud, rendering them incapable of even a single scream as they transformed into charred remnants under the extreme heat. In a single dive, the proud ballista formation of Windwhisper Fortress was utterly dismantled, with hundreds perishing in the blaze. The soldiers, gripped by terror, shrieked in panic as they crowded towards the city, many tumbling from the towering walls, their bodies splattering into mere pulp upon impact. The devourer breached the fortress's formidable gates with a blast of Dragonfire, prompting Rhaegon Stark to immediately command the Northmen's cavalry, who charged into the city like a pack of wolves. Windwhisper Fortress, heralded as the most impregnable stronghold in the Seven Kingdoms, fell with alarming ease in less than half an hour of conflict. The temporary commander of Windwhisper, a hapless distant relative of House Velaryon, Loras Velaryon, chosen as a scapegoat by Duke Boros Velaryon, met his demise on the walls, reduced to ashes by Dragonfire. Most nobles within the city had fled in advance alongside Duke Boros, but the few who remained suffered a gruesome fate akin to that of Coppergate, as they fell victim to the Winterwolf army, marking the complete downfall of Windwhisper. Rhaego was solely tasked with riding the colossal dragon to breach the city. The subsequent battles were beyond the dragon's purview. Given the cramped and chaotic architecture within Windwhisper, Rhaego was certain that a single blast from the Devourer could incinerate the entire city, though that was not his intent. Under his command, the Devourer descended onto the open ground outside the city, with Silverwing closely following, carrying the mischievous 6 younglings, who nestled against her as they landed on the ground. Their curious gazes fixated on the weary brown dragon nearby, instinctively drawing the little ones closer. Vhagar was gravely injured. 2 crossbow bolts had pierced her left wing, failing to penetrate the wing membrane but embedding themselves in her bones, severely compromising her balance. However, this was minor for the dragon. The most critical wound was a bolt that had driven deep into her abdomen, leaving only a portion of its fletching visible, while 2 massive arrows protruded from the side of her neck. Rhaego slid down from the Devourer and approached Vhagar, who was evidently affected by the massive crossbow bolt in her belly, her labored breaths stirring the dust at her snout as she appeared quite disheveled. Yet, it must be said that Vhagar, rejuvenated and strengthened by Rhaego's infusion of bloodfire magic, looked significantly more appealing. Her taut, smooth skin and gleaming scales transformed her from a sagging, aged founding dragon into a robust creature reminiscent of Silverwing. As Rhaego drew near, Vhagar managed to shift her head and gazed at him with soulful eyes, emitting a series of whimpers that belied her former fierceness as the mother of dragons who had fought alongside Aemon. Rhaego sensed the emotions Vhagar conveyed: subservience, affection, and pain. It appeared that his earlier act of saving her within the royal grove had successfully quelled her animosity towards the Devourer and Silverwing, effectively turning her to his side. Now, her pitiful groans suggested a bond akin to that of longtime companions. He tenderly patted Vhagar's head and placed his right hand upon her snout, gently closing his eyes to gauge her physical condition, then shook his head as he retracted his hand. "Consider yourself fortunate," he remarked, somewhat irascibly. 2 crossbow bolts had pierced her neck, damaging her trachea, but the most severe injury remained her abdomen. Any dragon in Westeros who suffered wounds akin to Vhagar's would surely meet a grim fate. Yet Vhagar, having endured 2 grievous injuries, had encountered a benevolent Rhaego. Her luck was indeed extraordinary. Rhaego understood that Vhagar's display of vulnerability was a testament to her choice to submit and join him, albeit at a perilous cost. The Devourer remained vigilant by Rhaego's side, wary of any potential threat from Vhagar. However, as time passed without any sign of danger from her, its caution gradually dissipated, replaced by curiosity as it approached to sniff Vhagar, finding her rather captivating. With a sharp clap, Rhaego swatted the Devourer on the nose, pushing the oddly behaving creature away, before climbing onto Vhagar's massive form to grasp the bolt embedded in her neck, pulling it out with a firm tug. Vhagar let out a pained roar, instinctively raising her head and baring her formidable teeth, yet refrained from attacking Rhaego, instead nuzzling against him gently, pretending not to notice the Devourer poised for action. Rhaego continued to extract the remaining bolts, and this time Vhagar was much more compliant, her immense body merely twitching slightly, a low growl escaping her throat without further protest. As he removed the bolts from her neck, wings, and abdomen, Vhagar's condition deteriorated rapidly, dark blood beginning to seep from her nostrils, steaming as it flowed. Rhaego leapt down from her back, witnessing Vhagar's expression of impending demise, when he invoked the magic within him, placing his hands upon her head. The once dull gaze of the dragon brightened with desire, eagerly leaning forward. In stark contrast to her previous injuries sustained during the battle at the Royal Grove, Vhagar's current wounds, though similarly life-threatening, were healed within mere minutes by Rhaego's intervention. The moment he withdrew his hands, a jubilant roar erupted from the dragon, startling him enough to kick Vhagar playfully in exasperation. "You nearly gave me a fright." Chapter 138. The Blood Dragon's Wild Dance, the Stormlands Yield. When Rhaegon Stark had thoroughly cleared Windwhisper Fortress and emerged to find 3 dragons surrounding Rhaego, he could not help but feel immense relief for having made the right choice. The mere presence of a Devourer had rendered the so-called strongest castle in the Seven Kingdoms powerless, and with another dragon of equal might, Silverwing, yet to join the fray. And now with Rhaegar, once the most formidable dragon of House Targaryen, on his side, anyone opposing Rhaego had effectively summoned their doom. With the fall of Windwhisper, the allied forces did not press further, but instead took several days to recuperate within the city, simultaneously sending messages throughout the Stormlands for one final attempt at surrender. Meanwhile, as the fortress crumbled under the might of the coalition, the previously passive lords of the Riverlands finally came to terms with reality. First, the Lord of House Mud from Greenvale, the closest to the Stormlands, dispatched an envoy to Windwhisper to pledge fealty to Rhaego. Upon witnessing 3 dragons towering over the castle walls, the envoy returned to Greenvale drenched in cold sweat. Subsequently, news of Rhaego Domnar possessing 3 dragons, including a tamed Rhaegar, spread rapidly through the Riverlands, sending shockwaves of fear among the once complacent nobles. The prominent families of the Riverlands, such as the Fudley of Stonebridge, the Caswell of Bitterbridge, the Mary Weiss of Longtable, the Fossaway of Fruitwine Hall, the Oakhart of Old Oak, and the Rowan of Goldtree, gathered at Highgarden, humbly expressing their respect and allegiance to Lady Tyrell. Faced with tangible threats, these gluttonous nobles finally remembered their loyalty, recognizing their vassalage to House Tyrell. They congregated within the castle, fervently pledging their loyalty to Rhaego, hoping that Lady Tyrell might speak favorably on their behalf to avoid retribution from the coalition. Rhaego received a missive from the Reach while at Wind's Rest. He had no intention of dwelling on these fickle nobles. Whether they chose to yield or not was inconsequential. The unification of the 7 kingdoms and the change of dynasty were inevitable, and this war could conclude swiftly or linger for a few more days. Thus, their submission or defiance bore no impact on the outcome. Consequently, Rhaego merely replied to the request from the Reach and the Lords of the Riverlands, eschewing any attempts to win hearts. Despite this, the apprehensive nobles of the Riverlands were elated upon receiving his response. Under the organization of the Reach, various nobles pooled their resources, wealth and manpower alike, to send a significant amount of supplies to Wind's Rest as a gesture of goodwill and loyalty. The capitulation of the Riverlands triggered a chain reaction upon receiving the news. Several nobles from the tumultuous Vale joined the rebel forces led by Sir Arnold Arryn and Count Essen Baelish of Gulltown, rising against the obstinacy of Duchess Janie. Within a mere fortnight, the territories controlled by House Arryn in the Vale were largely seized by the insurgents, forcing Lady Janie to rely on the fortified castles of Eagle's Nest, Moondoor, and Bloodgate to withstand the onslaught. However, as the Arryn forces suffered relentless defeats, an increasing number of nobles and knights chose to abandon Duchess Janie, aligning themselves with Arnold and Sir Essen's ranks. As the balance of power shifted, the cleansing of the Vale became merely a matter of time. On the 5th of July, Count Tans of Eveninghall, Count Wild of Rainhouse, and Count Ismond of Greenstone declare their surrender, pledging allegiance to Rhaego's throne. The 3 counts personally traversed the seas to Wind's Rest, bowing before Rhaego. The islands of Tans, Ismond, and the Storm's End fell into the hands of the coalition. The capitulation of these strongholds seemed to open the floodgates for further noble submissions in the Stormlands. Within 3 days, Count Maitland of Mistwood, Count Selmy of Harvest Hall, Count Clinton of Eagle's Nest, Count Swan of Stonehelm, Count Dondarrion of Blackport, Count Cairn of Nightsong, and Count Steinman of Longbow all declared their surrender, following the example set by Count Tans and others, and journeyed to Wind's Rest to submit. While Duke Boros Baelish still awaited news of a great victory from Eagle's Nest, a deluge of unfortunate tidings besieged him. In a blink, the only remaining stronghold yet to declare allegiance to Rhaego was Eagle's Nest itself. As Boros surveyed his surroundings, he was horrified to realize his isolation. It was only at this moment that the fiery-tempered and somewhat dim-witted guardian of the South comprehended the grim reality. The flesh and blood of the Stormland soldiers were but kindling to the dragon's flames, utterly futile except to fuel the inferno. On the 10th of July, Count Morgan of Eagle's Nest, dispatched by Duke Boros Baelish, sought peace at Wind's Rest, presenting terms for a ceasefire. The terms included the withdrawal of the ruling coalition from the Stormlands, the restoration of Boros Baelish's leadership over the region, and the confirmation of House Baelish as the ruling family of the South. While the Stormlands would submit to the Iron Throne, it demanded compensation for the losses incurred during the conflict. King Rhaego Domnar was to wed a woman from House Baelish as a gesture of goodwill between the realms. Rhaego, upon reviewing the peace conditions presented by Sir Morgan, was nearly driven to unsheath his sword and strike the old man down. At first glance, he felt as though he were the defeated party in this affair, having been reduced to a mere figurehead. He found it ludicrous that they still dared to entertain dreams of grandeur. Sir Morgan, sensing the icy glare of Rhaego, felt the sweat bead upon his brow. In the spirit of self-preservation, he swiftly knelt in submission. On the 12th of July, the year of conquest 129, Count Morgan of Eagle's Nest officially announced his capitulation, capturing the still-resisting former Duke Boros Baelish and his kin, transporting them all to Wind's Rest. At the cliffs of Broken Ship Bay, Boros Baelish and his 100 family members were turned to ash beneath the dragon's flames, their remnants scattered into the waves. Thus, the Stormlands War, lasting 20 days, came to a definitive end with the death of Duke Boros Baelish, marking the obliteration of House Baelish. The only remaining hotbeds of conflict in the Seven Kingdoms were the beleaguered Vale and the northern pirates led by Greyjoy. Chapter 139, The Dance of the Blood Dragon, The Wars Denouement. On the 20th of July, following his appointment as the temporary commander of the Stormlands defenses, Lord Clinton of Eagle's Nest led the victorious coalition of 40,000 troops back to King's Landing. The common folk of the Stormlands seemed to awaken from a nightmarish slumber that had lasted over 20 days. The coalition, having consumed the entirety of the Stormlands territory, appear to have merely taken a leisurely stroll through the south, adhering to the military discipline of the pre-war era. To the eyes of the Stormlanders, the devastation wrought by the dragons during the war seemed less severe than the toll inflicted by their own lord. As the coalition returned, a curious spectacle unfolded. Countless commoners emerged from towns and villages, lining the streets to bid farewell to this righteous force. Rhaego's reputation soared throughout the Seven Kingdoms, quickly establishing him as a benevolent ruler beloved by the people. In an instant, his renown surged, both among the military and the populace. Amidst this favorable wind, Rhaego led his army back to the foul-smelling King's Landing. Truth be told, had it not been for the strategic location cultivated by the Targaryens over centuries, Rhaego would have long since declared Dragonstone as the capital. King's Landing was overwhelmingly repugnant. Each visit elicited a distinct sense of discomfort, yet the underlying disgust remained unchanged. The thought of residing in this city for an extended period filled Rhaego with unease. On the 22nd of July, a letter arrived from Jason Lannister, the Guardian of the West, reporting that the marauding Iron Islands pirates had been expelled from Feastfire City. Although the city suffered from the ravages of the pirates, thanks to the timely leadership of Counts Prester, Tabek, and Sir Owen Lannister, the military and civilians had managed to evacuate before significant casualties could occur. Upon the arrival of Lord Tywin Lannister with a main force of 20,000 soldiers, the invading Ironborn faced no resistance, hastily fleeing to the rear toward Ferry City and Craghold. Duke Jason Lannister, personally leading the pursuit, inquired about Rhaego's intended course of action regarding the Iron Islands. Rhaego harbored no fondness for the Iron Islands, particularly given their lack of gratitude and their propensity for treachery, likening them to wolves and leopards, all while claiming to embody a fierce and valiant spirit. Thus, his response to Duke Jason was succinct: plow their fields and sweep their homes. The Iron Islands were formidable, but that was contingent upon whom they were compared to. The tales of their might did not imply they were the strongest in the Seven Kingdoms. Rather, it spoke to their reckless bravery and individual combat prowess. Throughout the annals of Westerosi history, the Greyjoy family of the Iron Islands had long plagued the lands west of the Riverlands, akin to a thorn in the side. For centuries, they had raided the villages and towns of the west. Even the impoverished north had not escaped their depredations. When the Ironborn invaded a town or village, the only welcome awaiting the common folk and nobles was the brutal pillaging and slaughter. Over the centuries, the Iron Islands had forged numerous enmities with the three great noble families of the west: the Lannisters, the Tullys of the Riverlands, and the Starks of the north, making them sworn enemies to the coastal populace of these territories. Upon receiving the directives from Rhaego, the forces of the west surged forth, their soldiers roaring as they relentlessly pursued the retreating Ironborn, delivering punishing blows to their fleeing ranks. On the 25th of July, the armies of the west reclaimed the charred remnants of Fair Isle, annihilating hundreds of Ironborn. As the troops entered the city, they were met with a grim tableau. The streets lay strewn with the lifeless bodies of civilians, many dismembered and deliberately set ablaze by the Ironborn, their remains reduced to charred remnants, rendering the surviving kin incapable of recognizing their loved ones. Such a horrific sight ignited a fervor of rage within the hearts of the soldiers. By the 27th of July, the Lannister forces relentlessly pursued the enemy, successfully reclaiming the stronghold of Cliffstone, a port city that had flourished due to its rich deposits of gold and silver. Now utterly devastated by the Ironborn, perhaps as an act of vengeance for the relentless pursuit by the Western Army, Cliffstone had been transformed into a desolate wasteland, devoid of life. On the 28th of July, the Ironborn were thoroughly defeated, retreating back to Ironborn Bay, while the Lannister army advanced towards the ancestral home of House Greyjoy, Pike Island, establishing a camp at the Fortress of Doom, gazing across the sea towards Pike. Simultaneously, the struggle for succession in the Vale of Arryn was nearing its conclusion. Lady Janie, who had wielded dominion over the Vale for decades, approached her 40th year. Under the relentless pressure from her two cousins and the mounting losses of the army, she succumbed to a fit of rage and passed away in the Eyrie. Yet, in her dying breath, this foolish woman named her successor, a distant fourth cousin, whose lineage was even more tenuous than that of Sir Arnold Arryn or Sir Samba Arryn, Joffrey Arryn, who had previously served merely a decade as a Knight of the Bloodgate. Lady Janie's final act incited fury in both of the Arryn cousins, while also provoking discontent among her loyal vassals. On the 29th of July, as the newly appointed Sir Joffrey Arryn eagerly arranged the defensive measures for the Eyrie, the thunderous hooves of his cousins drew near. Traitorous subjects opened the gates of the Eyrie, allowing the armies of the two Arryns to storm in, capturing the fortunate Joffrey, who was still basking in his recent ascension. Sir Arnold Arryn personally beheaded Joffrey with his long sword. Yet that very night, the newly triumphant knight met his demise in slumber. His throat slit. He had failed to maintain the vigilance required in the Game of Thrones. Perhaps the prolonged confinement within the Moon Door had dulled his wits. Ultimately, the power of the Vale fell into the hands of Sir Samba Arryn from Seagulltown, a successful merchant who was eager to send a message of fealty to King S Landing. On the same day, the Stormlands army, under the command of Lord Taz, set forth to conquer Tidespire Island, where the remnants of House Valerion and House Sediga surrendered in the face of impending defeat. Following this, the Iron Islands faced their doom. The Lannisters, the Riverlands, and the North united their forces to launch a fierce assault upon the Iron Islands, exacting vengeance for past grievances. Within just 2 days, Pike Island, which had been occupied by House Greyjoy for over a century, fell into their hands. King Dalton Greyjoy found himself in a desperate retreat to Great White, frantically sending a missive of peace to King S Landing. Rhaego, preoccupied with plans for the renovation of King S Landing alongside Larys, paid no heed to the letter. They were intent on completely overhauling the city's drainage and sewage systems. Thus, on the 16th of August in the year 129 AC, the last island of the Iron Islands, Blackwater Island, succumbed to the northern armies. While attempting to flee by boat, Dalton Greyjoy was intercepted by the Allied forces. Several Ironborn warships were engulfed in flames, and Dalton, along with his wife, children, and numerous Ironborn leaders, met their watery graves. By the end of August in the year 129 AC, peace once again enveloped Westeros. The Lords of the Seven Kingdoms convened in King S Landing, heralding a new order. On the 1st of September, a council was summoned. The Iron Throne, now infused with blades, melted in the emerald flames of the Dragonbane, flowing down the steps of the council hall, mingling with the blood of past Targaryen kings and the resentful souls that lingered, along with the desires of the Seven Kingdoms that spanned centuries, now spread across the floor of the council chamber. As it cooled, solidified, and set, the once supreme Iron Throne transformed into a mere layer of iron paint upon the ground, trodden upon by those who stood upon it. In the place of the Iron Throne, a magnificent golden dragon seat gleamed resplendently. Rhaego harbored no desire for the tattered Iron Throne, nor did he particularly relish the notion of kingship. Yet after numerous discussions with Larys, he reluctantly ascended to the throne of the Seven Kingdoms. The Targaryen Iron Throne held no allure for him. Thus, he ordered the artisans to craft a colossal golden dragon seat, following the traditions of his ancestors. The throne was vast. Rather than resembling a mere seat, it appeared more akin to a double bed. The backrest of the dragon chair was sculpted into the shape of 3 massive dragons, with the central wolf-headed dragon being the largest, its wings partially arched as if to embrace the person seated upon it. Its eyes radiated warmth and gentleness, while the Dragonbane and Silverwing flanked it, extending their wings in fierce roars. The claws of these dragons reached forward, forming the armrests of the seat. Descending from the seat were 9 steps, each adorned with the likeness of a dragon, depicting Balerion, Vhagar, Meraxes, Malaise, Sea Smoke, Sunfire, Syrax, Tessarion, and the final step engraved with the likenesses of Vhagar, Eryx, and Tyraxes. Rhaego acknowledged his own conflicting sentiments. Despite his previous reservations, when this meticulously designed dragon chair was unveiled before him, he found himself utterly entranced, unable to divert his gaze. Setting aside the merits of kingship, the dragon chair was undeniably aligned with Rhaego's aesthetic preferences. At that moment, seated upon the grand golden dragon chair, Rhaego gazed down at the assembled lords and nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. the natural aura emanating from him instilling a sense of reverence, preventing any display of disrespect. Larry sat at the foot of the dragon chair, unfurling a silk cloth to announce the honors for the lords of the Seven Kingdoms. To the Duke of Winterfell, Cregan Stark, I bestow the title of Prince of the North. A murmur rippled through the council chamber at the proclamation, as both Cregan Stark and the other nobles regarded the calm figure of Rhaego on the throne with disbelief. Prince? Surely this is a jest? To the Duke of Casterly Rock, Jason Lannister, I grant the title of Prince of the West. To Larry Strong, I bestow the title of Prince of the Stormlands. To Sir Isamba Aaron of the Eyrie, I confer the title of Prince of the Vale. To Duke Tully of the Riverlands, I elevate him to Prince of the Riverlands. To Duke Tyrell of Highgarden, I award him the title of Prince of the Reach, temporarily governed by Lady Tyrell until her son reaches maturity. To Prince Oberyn Martell of Dorne, I designate him as Prince of Dorne, with Old Town now incorporated into Dorne and overseen by House Martell. Rhaego, the revered monarch, astounded the Seven Kingdoms with his inaugural council meeting, bestowing the titles of Seven Princes. A gesture so grand that it incited regret among the nobles who had arrived late to the battlefield, while simultaneously igniting envy towards the newly ennobled ministers. Notably, Larry Strong and Sir Isamba Aaron, one a younger son of House Strong and the other a collateral branch of House Aaron, ascended to princely status due to their allegiance to Rhaego, a rapid rise that sparked jealousy among many. Yet, envy was futile. The council not only honored the Seven Princes, but also recognized a series of distinguished warriors. Bronn, who had unwaveringly served as Rhaego's personal guard and commander of the garrison, was elevated to the title of Earl of Stone Dance, with the marshes of Macy now directly governed by King S. Landing. In addition, the assembly elevated a considerable number of nobles and knights, bestowing upon them lordships in various locales such as the Old Town and the Iron Islands. The inaugural royal council convened under Rhaegar's reign resembled more of a ceremony of rewards than a governance meeting. From that moment forth, at least in the hearts of this generation, Rhaego Targaryen's stature utterly quelled their private ambitions, and the Seven Kingdoms truly embraced an era of peace. Following the council's conclusion, the venerable nobles who had come to witness Rhaegar's coronation lingered in King's Landing for several days before returning to their fiefs. Yet Rhaegar chose to retain the seven newly anointed princes. He harbored no desire for the so-called authority of the Seven Kingdoms. Having successfully overthrown the Targaryen reign and claimed the throne for himself, he preferred to adopt a hands-off approach to governance. Moreover, the political landscape of the realm was inherently characterized by local governance. After conferring with Larys and others, Rhaegar established an organizational structure reminiscent of a council system, wherein the significant affairs of the state would be deliberated and resolved by the seven ruling princes. Only in cases where they were unable to reach a consensus would matters be brought to Rhaegar, the king. This arrangement spared Rhaegar from the intricacies of statecraft, and among the seven, Larys and Cregan Stark were solid allies, alleviating any concerns of being undermined. Even if they were to betray him, he mused, it would merely necessitate another war. Thus, amid such a tumultuous yet jubilant atmosphere, the conquest years swiftly passed, with Rhaegar's days upon the throne resembling his former life. He continued to rise with the sun, nurture his 3 mighty dragons, and train 6 mischievous hatchlings, soaring through the skies with Vhagar, Silverwing, and the others. One day, he would explore Dragonstone, and the next, venture to Driftmark, relishing the flavors of life. Acknowledging his lack of governance aptitude, he opted for a philosophy of non-interference, trusting that the capable would adeptly manage the nation's affairs. In this role, Rhaegar appeared more as a formidable talisman than a ruler, yet he found joy in this existence. The anticipated orc invasion and the shadowy figure from his dreams, who had repeatedly sought to manipulate him, had fallen silent. Rhaegar conversed multiple times with Cregan Stark and others, but their responses echoed the same, as if the sudden emergence of the wall and the disarray of memories had failed to stir any doubt among the Seven Kingdoms. Time flowed serenely, until one day, Rhaegar noticed something amiss when he could not rouse Vhagar and Silverwing with his calls. Chapter 141, The Recruitment Notice. System. Check the status of Vhagar and Silverwing. Beep. Magical creature detected. System scanning. Target, Vhagar. Species, dragon. Current form, male. Length, 135 meters. Wingspan, 350 meters. Current status, healthy. Young. Predicted remaining lifespan, unknown. Bonded to, bloodline evolution in progress, approaching slumber. Target, Silverwing. Species, dragon. Current form, female. Length, 105 meters. Wingspan, 230 meters. Current status, content, healthy, excited. Predicted remaining lifespan, unknown. Bonded to, Bloodline evolution in progress, approaching slumber. Is the bloodline about to evolve? Rhaegar marveled at the displayed status of the two dragons. Beyond their growth in size, the only anomaly was the indication of impending slumber in their bonding status. It seemed that after years of magical nurturing, Rhaegar and Silverwing's bloodlines had reached their zenith. With a tinge of concern, Rhaegar approached, placing his hands gently upon Silverwing's neck. Closing his eyes to perceive the dragon's internal state, he soon discerned the intense activity of the bloodfire magic within her heart beating at an extraordinary pace, pumping fiery dragon blood throughout her being. He gently pushed aside the 6 eager hatchlings that had approached with curious chirps and meticulously examined Rhaegar's condition, confirming that their lethargy was indeed due to the impending evolution, allowing him to relax gradually. With a roar, Rhaegar cautiously approached, bumping her large head against Rhaegar's body, her gaze betraying concern for Rhaegar and Silverwing. Upon returning to King's Landing, Rhaegar had transferred the magical crystal from Rhaegar's saddle to her. And after a period of magical nurturing, along with Rhaegar's previous applications of the highest-tier bloodfire magic for healing, Rhaegar's intelligence had significantly increased. She could now express her needs and emotions clearly, and had developed a sense of companionship. Seeing the abnormal state of Rhaegar and the Silverwing, she inquired anxiously about their condition. "It's nothing to worry about," Rhaegar reassured her, stroking her head. "They are merely becoming stronger. There is no danger." After calming Rhaegar, he spent some time playing with the now considerably larger hatchlings, just as Rhaegar and Silverwing began to awaken in succession. The two dragons affectionately nudged Rhaegar and, with a languid flap of their wings, began to wander the garden like geese searching for a nesting site. Yet they did not settle. Rhaegar sensed their growing agitation, with Rhaegar emitting disgruntled roars. They did not favor this environment. Rhaegar immediately grasped their intent. Dragons typically preferred volcanic or high-temperature locales for nesting and slumber, and it was clear that King's Landing could not meet their needs. The only two places that could possibly accommodate them were Dragonstone, not far from King's Landing, and the ruins of Valyria. Urgently concerned that their evolution might be jeopardized, Rhaegar decided to choose the nearer option. After a brief discussion with Larys, he mounted Rhaegar, accompanied by Silverwing, the hatchlings, and set off towards Dragonstone. Previously, Dragonstone had been home to numerous loyalists of House Targaryen, mostly islanders who had lived there for generations and dragon keepers responsible for nurturing the dragons. However, following the capture of Driftmark and Crab Isle by Lord Tarly, the isolated Dragonstone had become a mere shell, compelled to surrender. After their capitulation, Rhaegar relocated all the indigenous people from the island and subsequently resettled nearly half of the residents from Storm's End to Dragonstone, selecting a guard of 500 from the garrison of Storm's End to be stationed there, thereby solidifying his control over Dragonstone. From King's Landing, the dragons flew with remarkable speed, swiftly arriving over Dragonstone. To Rhaegar's astonishment, Rhaegar and Silverwing's restlessness had not abated. They continued to exhibit signs of agitation, indicating that even the small volcanoes of Dragonstone did not suffice to meet their needs. Thus, they would have to journey to the ruins of Valyria. In the year of conquest, having enjoyed a decade of stability and prosperity since Rhaegar's ascension, the continent of Westeros suddenly buzzed with activity following a missive from the Red Keep. This was a recruitment notice signed by the King of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, born of storm and fire, the Sword of Dawn, the Empire's sharpest spear, the Master of Dragons, Rhaego Targaryen. A recruitment decree issued in the name of the king, personally overseen by Sir Bronn, the Earl of Stonedance, called for the enlistment of 5,000 warriors and 30,000 destitute civilians, accompanied by His Majesty, King Rhaego, and the mighty dragons. They are to traverse the Narrow Sea and the Summer Sea, embarking on a venture to explore the ruins of Valyria, a land long forsaken for centuries. The ancient remnants of Valyria are well known to both the common folk and the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms, steeped in historical accounts and captivating tales. The indomitable presence of the Valyrian dragon lords, along with the Targaryen family's dominion over Westeros for centuries and the demise of House Targaryen at the hands of King Rhaego, are but glimpses into its storied past. However, while the legends may inspire the lower classes, the nobility, well versed in the lore of Valyria, are far more concerned with the sinister curses and the deadly grayscale disease that plague the land, despite King Rhaego's claims of his lineage tracing back to the Valyrian ruins. Skepticism lingers among the noble ranks. The late King Viserys Targaryen's obsession with ancient Valyria reached an apotheosis, with the remnants of his restoration efforts still preserved within the Red Keep. Countless adventurers and officials before him had sought to unearth treasures from these ruins, yet none returned. Half a month after the recruitment decree was issued, the number of peasants willing to enlist with Sir Bronn far exceeded 30,000. Proletarian knights and wandering rangers nearly overwhelmed the gates of Stone Dance, yet not a single noble or affluent knight stepped forward to volunteer. On the 11th of June, 140 years into the conquest, Sir Bronn formally bestowed his title upon his son and led an army of 10,000 proletarian knights and 50,000 civilians aboard a grand vessel docked at Dragoness Bay. The roar of the dragons reverberated around Cape Marseille as the formidable fleet descended into the narrow sea under the shadows of 3 great dragons, their sails billowing as they navigated the treacherous summer sea, plunging into the misty realm of smoke. Chapter 142, Long Time No See, Valyria. The vast fleet traversed the Sea of Smoke, cautiously navigating through the shattered islands of Valyria and past the abandoned harbor of Aloros. Rhaego guided his dragon through the skies, directing the fleet below. Prior to their departure, all aboard had consumed a concoction infused with high-tier bloodfire magic for several consecutive days, rendering them immune to the perils of grayscale lurking within the Sea of Smoke. Commander Bronn stood at the bow, vibrant with anticipation, occasionally glancing at the soaring dragons while steering the fleet's course. He had fervently requested to join the expedition, persistently seeking King Rhaego's approval, which he ultimately received. To Bronn, Rhaego was his patron, transforming him from a wandering ranger, perpetually on the brink of starvation, into a knight commanding an army. He had elevated Bronn to the status of Earl of Stone Dance, a position he once could only dream of. All of this was a gift from Rhaego. Thus, when the call to join the expedition arose, Bronn did not hesitate. He had sworn fealty to Rhaego in the presence of the 7 gods, and so there was no reason for retreat. A thunderous roar from Vagharl echoed nearby, prompting Bronn to grip his sword tightly as a vast bay emerged before the fleet. The Greedy One and Silverwing had already landed on the shore, while Vagharl circled low, indicating their docking point. Signal the fleet to prepare for docking. At once, my lord. The messenger replied, hastening to relay the command to the other vessels. The grand ship carrying Bronn was the first to enter the expansive bay, gradually coming to a halt at the designated point indicated by Vagharl. The soldiers swiftly lowered the small boats, and dozens of knights escorted Bronn ashore. They arrived at a wide coastal plain, where Vagharl roared, unleashing Dragonfire that ignited the withered, distorted flora across the plain. The colossal dragon's wings created a tempest, fueling the flames as they spread deep into the continent. The Dragonfire, imbued with high-tier magic, incinerated all life exposed on the ground, including even the insects lurking just beneath the surface. The inferno raged swiftly, and by the time the fleet's soldiers and civilians reached the shore, the flames were already advancing toward the distant mountains. Bronn and his retinue gazed skyward, awestruck by the dragon seemingly wielding the flames. As the white-gray mist enveloping the plain rapidly dissipated, the sunlight, a rare sight since entering the Sea of Smoke, bathed the land in a warm embrace, casting a radiance of hope upon the smoldering earth. Rhaego had meticulously devised a plan for the reclamation of this cursed land long before their journey to the ruins of Valyria. The thick gray-white fog, the bizarre creatures lurking in the shadows, and the twisted flora posed significant threats to those accompanying him. Yet, Rhaego recalled that during his youthful escapades with Sol, wherever Dragonfire had scorched the earth, both the cursed beings above and below ground perished, and even the suffocating mist dissipated. The air above their dwelling on Fire Peak had been nearly devoid of the gray-white fog. Thus, the moment the fleet landed on the island, Rhaego took to the skies aboard Vagharl, initiating the reclamation efforts. The Greedy One and Silverwing, having been cooped up in Westeros for over half a month, were in poor spirits, and Rhaego chose not to involve them in the initial operations. As expected, with the Dragonfire spreading rapidly, the eerie atmosphere above the plain began to dissolve visibly. The exhilaration of burning the mountains elicited continuous roars from Vagharl, as a relentless Dragonfire reduced all hidden pests to mere dust. While Rhaego ignited the mountains, Bronn was equally industrious, directing a select group of leaders to guide the populace deeper into the plain, seeking a suitable area to establish their encampment. They began transporting provisions, water, and various tools from the ships to the shore. This expedition was not merely about delivering people to the land. The land scorched by Dragonfire would remain inhospitable for crop cultivation for at least a year. Moreover, King Rhaego had cautioned everyone before setting out to avoid any contact with or consumption of the flora and fauna of the Valyrian Peninsula. Thus, for the next 6 months, The sustenance and water for the 60,000 people would rely on the expeditionary fleet, making trips to purchase supplies from places like Volantis. However, with the financial resources accumulated by Stone Dance over the years, sustaining an expeditionary force of 60,000 was more than feasible. Indeed, Bronn had left just enough gold dragons and Stone Dance for day-to-day operations, while bringing all his amassed wealth from over 2 decades on this journey, alleviating any concerns about provisions. The throng of 60,000 souls surged onto the desolate Valyrian Peninsula, a land that had remained largely untouched for centuries, as if it were awakening from deep within the earth, rejoicing in their arrival. Just as the last of the tents were being erected, a light drizzle began to fall across the expansive plain, causing the scorched earth to emit wisps of steam and the temperature to return to normalcy. Vagharl descended near the coast, and Rhaego slid down from the dragon's back as Bronn and the knights swiftly gathered around. "My lord, let us dispense with formalities." Rhaego interrupted their salutations, turning to the respectfully gazing Sir Bronn, and proclaimed loudly, "Sir Bronn, this plain shall serve as our temporary abode. I require you to swiftly construct a city here, ensuring the proper settlement of the people and soldiers we have brought along. I shall endeavor to open up more lands for all in due course. But remember, this city marks our first step towards restoring the glory of the freehold of Valyria. We must tread wisely. We shall obey." Rhaego nodded in satisfaction, conducting another inspection of the camp and soothing the anxious sentiments of the populace before returning to the coast. He mounted Vagharl, beckoning the lethargic Greed and Silverwing as they set forth towards the colossal fire peak on the horizon. That peak had once been the abode of himself and Soul, where they had confronted the Black Death God, Balerion. Now, the Great Maiden lay quietly in the searing volcanic lake. It had been 84 years since they last met. Chapter 143, Evolution. The Valyrian Peninsula is not particularly vast. After the cataclysmic apocalypse that wrought devastation, the sea surged and the land fractured, dividing the peninsula into 3 distinct sections. The location where Rhaego and his company landed was precisely in the middle of one such landmass, not far from the volcano where Sol once resided. Rhaego led the way astride Vagharl, with Silverwing and Greed languidly trailing behind. The 6 younglings had begun to fly independently, their lengths now exceeding 20 meters, barely able to keep pace with their elders. The black dragon Hades, being the largest among his siblings, likely the first to hatch, had grown to over 30 meters in length within a decade, far surpassing his 5 younger siblings. The small green dragon, Aegon, was cunning, ranking 3rd among the 6, while the red little warrior, Ares, took the 2nd position. Though smaller than his elder brother Hades, Ares possessed a temperament far more tempestuous, often snatching food from the black dragon. Coupled with Aegon's occasional instigation, the 2 brothers frequently clashed, with Ares yelping as Hades pummeled him while desperately devouring his meal. A true embodiment of a gluttonous creature. In contrast, the 3 pink sisters, Athena, Venus, and Diana, were far less troublesome for Rhaego, displaying a tranquil rapport. The 3 little dragons were so alike in appearance that they seemed almost like identical copies. Were it not for Rhaego's ability to sense their distinct life forces, he would occasionally struggle to tell them apart. As the younglings grew, entering their rebellious phase, their playful antics often spiraled out of control. Among themselves, they were fine, as their ranks were well matched, hence they did not harm one another. However, Greed and Silverwing were rather unfortunate, as a single breath of Dragonfire from the 6 could easily injure them. Consequently, once the younglings could fly autonomously, Rhaego instituted a free-range policy, no longer allowing Greed and Silverwing to oversee them, lest they be subjected to the younglings' mischief. The black dragon Hades, with his domineering personality, was reluctant to be outdone during their flights, fervently flapping his wings to soar to the front of the line, striving to maintain his position as the lead dragon. Rhaego perceived a hint of arrogance in Hades and Ares. Their elevated rank, coupled with their increasing size and age, led them to somewhat look down upon their caretakers, Greed and Silverwing. Although this attitude was not overtly displayed, Rhaego could discern it through their daily behaviors. Fortunately, they still maintained a sufficient closeness and affection towards Rhaego. Otherwise, he would have had to consider teaching them manners. The other 4 younglings were considerably more sensible than the 2 mischievous ones, particularly the 3 pink sisters, whose docility endeared them to their half-dragon counterparts, with Greed being the half-hearted exception. As Hades fought valiantly to uphold his dignity at the front, Ares, provoked by his brother, joined the competition, while the other 4 trailed behind, frolicking and chasing each other. The towering fire peak was now visibly close. Rhaego glanced back at Greed and Silverwing, clearly noticing their expressions of excitement and satisfaction, which eased his concerns. If Greed and Silverwing were dissatisfied with the volcanic landscape of the Valyrian Peninsula, Rhaego would have been at a loss, for he had no desire to undertake a lengthy journey to Ass High. Should they encounter a horde of half-beasts there, given Greed and Silverwing's current state, their chances of escape would be slim. Roar! Roar! The volcanoes ahead were now within reach, and the two dragons, having been pent up for a month, sensed the fiery magic emanating from the volcanic range. They could scarcely contain their eagerness, unleashing a simultaneous roar and breaking from formation to hastily approach the fiery mountains below. The peak where Soul resided was at the outermost edge, nearly a dormant dead volcano, with its volcanic lake's water boiling and steaming under high temperatures, unlike other peaks that emitted plumes of thick smoke. Greed and Silverwing promptly avoided Soul's mountain, veering off in opposite directions to dive into two smoke-filled craters. Rhaego gasped, hastily maneuvering Vagharl closer, straining his eyes to peer through the smoke and heat. He witnessed Silverwing curling his body as he neared the lava, enveloping himself in his wings before plunging straight into the molten rock. Rhaego closed his eyes to sense, confirming that aside from the sudden surge of magical energy and vitality emanating from Silverwing, he felt no disquiet before turning to check Greed's condition. Similar to Silverwing, Greed curled his form, burying himself in the lava, with his life and magical energy seemingly escalating exponentially in Rhaego's perception. An invisible magical tempest seemed to swirl within the crater, causing the lava to bubble vigorously in reaction to the intense energy. In the blink of an eye, a pitch-black egg, radiating an ethereal glow, began to take shape within the magma, a significant portion protruding above the molten surface. Its glow pulsed rhythmically as if breathing, enveloping the entire volcano in its oscillation, the dust swirling in tandem with the rhythm, and the magical energy became exuberantly animated. Similarly, Silverwing transformed into a silvery white egg, mirroring Greed's rhythmic breathing. A profound sensation enveloped both volcanoes, and Vagharl distinctly felt the pressure, swiftly carrying Rhaego away from the radiating range of both craters. Even Hades and Ares, who had been soaring high, were humbled by this mysterious aura and retreated back to their siblings' ranks. With the two dragons unharmed, Rhaego chose not to disturb them further, allowing the 6 younglings to revel amidst the volcanic range. After all, with their capabilities, nothing in the desolate ruins of Valyria posed a threat to them. Rhaego guided Vagharl in a circle above the massive dead volcano, the dragon's wings dispersing the dense mist. Vagharl landed heavily at the crater's edge, revealing the clear volcanic lake before Rhaego's eyes. Through the steaming surface, he glimpsed an exceptionally large crimson dragon quietly slumbering at the lake's bottom, its immense eyes half-closed, ever vigilant against intruders. Soul! Rhaego gazed dreamily at the colossal dragon beneath the water. Unfastening the safety strap from the saddle, Rhaego secured Dawn onto Vagharl's saddle, removing any superfluous trinkets from his person and placing them atop the saddle before. Without hesitation, he leaped into the scalding volcanic lake. Splash! As he plunged into the water, the intense heat posed no hindrance to Rhaego. He swiftly kicked his legs, propelling himself like a fish towards the great dragon, stopping just above its majestic head. Chapter 144. Soul. Gently placing the crystal stone upon Thor's brow, Rhaego cautiously extended his hand to caress the dragon's coarse scales. The grotesque fissures between the scales remained, rendered pale by the lake's waters. The dragon's shoulders bore several alarming gashes, with scales shattered and flesh torn, allowing Rhaego to glimpse a fragment of the internal organs through the wounds. Suddenly, a wave of discomfort washed over his eyes, prompting Rhaego to surface for air, where he took a moment to collect his tumultuous emotions. After inhaling deeply, he submerged once more, with his hands delicately positioned at the tip of Thor's snout. Rhaego forced himself to calm his mind. The magical energy within him surged forth like a torrential river, following the guidance of his palms as it thunderously infused into Thor's being. This marked Rhaego's inaugural attempt to fully harness the high-level bloodfire magic within him. As the energy poured forth, it conjured a crimson vortex above the volcanic lake, centered at the point of contact between Rhaego and Thor, greedily siphoning fire magic from the surrounding air, along with the boundless energy from Rhaego, which flowed endlessly into the dragon's colossal form. The lake water evaporated at a visible pace. The dense white vapor that began to form was swiftly dispersed by the red tornado, sufficient to entirely engulf a 100-meter behemoth. Within a mere half-hour, the lake had evaporated almost entirely, leaving the damp lake bed to dry and crack rapidly under the influence of the crimson vortex. Yet, the torrent of bloodfire energy showed no signs of abating. Rhaego, akin to a floodgate, opened, summoned the inexhaustible magic within him. After an hour of relentless infusion, the once motionless body of the Crimson Dragon finally stirred. A crackling sound began to emanate from Thor, a thick and toothacheing noise, and Rhaego opened his eyes slightly, accurately capturing the sight of the flesh beneath the scales beginning to writhe. This transformation sent a jolt to his heart, compelling him to amplify the energy output. Suddenly, the sound of something heavy hitting the ground echoed, as a dull crimson scale detached from the dragon's back, crashing onto the hardened lake bed. This was followed by the sound of scales raining down, peeling away like wall plaster, thudding against the lake bed. As the entirety of the scales shed, the dragon's battered body, previously concealed beneath them, lay exposed, its flesh marred with countless fissures and holes, reminiscent of a lake embankment infested by eels, nearly unbearable for Rhaego to witness. With the influx of energy, the flesh on either side of the cracks began to slowly writhe, intertwining like tendrils, and the fissures commenced their healing. The dense holes were gradually filled through the flesh's efforts, and an intangible energy swept over Thor's body from the head down, restoring her to a smooth and powerful form. New scales began to grow, small at first, then thickening rapidly, enveloping Thor's flesh in a vibrant crimson that sparkled like rubies, fully formed in the blink of an eye. Rhaego gradually withdrew his hands, not due to exhaustion of his magical reserves, but because Thor's body had become saturated with bloodfire magic, leaving no room for further infusion. System. Check Thor's status. Ding. Magical creature detected. Target. Thor. Species. Dragon. Current form. Female dragon. Length. 160 meters. Wingspan. 400 meters. Current status. Asleep. Healthy. Estimated remaining lifespan. Unknown. Dragon Keeper. Bloodline is about to evolve. At the moment the system interface appeared, a powerful heartbeat resonated within the belly of the volcano. Thud. 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 Rhaego, filled with excitement, stepped forward, eager to touch Thor's body, only to feel the ground tremble beneath him. The rhythmic beating of the dragon's heart resonated with the mountain's core, sending subtle vibrations through his feet, which intensified as Thor's heartbeat grew stronger. Vagal. Rhaego called out loudly to Vagal, who remained at the volcano's mouth. As the rising temperature beneath him and the softening lake bed made it evident that the long-dormant volcano was awakening, magma was rapidly melting the rocks above. Vagal swiftly dove down from the mountain's peak to land beneath Rhaego, the impact shaking the ground as cracks appeared like a spider's web, with orange-red magma slowly oozing from the fissures. Rhaego quickly climbed onto Vagal's back and whistled urgently, prompting the dragon to soar swiftly out of the volcano's belly. Circling around the now smoke-emitting crater, Thor's form was gradually submerged by the magma, and Rhaego felt he heard a long-lost murmur, followed by a fierce burst of crimson light shooting from the magma, instantly dispersing the thick smoke that had gathered. Before him, an exceptionally large, crimson egg suddenly emerged within the volcano's depths, bubbles frothing from the magma that enveloped 2/3 of the egg, leaving only the lower part visible, pulsating with a red glow in rhythm with the heartbeat. Thor was also beginning to evolve, akin to the Devourer and Silverwing, as vast amounts of fire magic were drawn from the egg, yet as they approached, they swirled around, unable to enter, instead heating the surrounding magma to a boiling point. The massive crater belched smoke like a chimney, compelling Rhaego to direct Vagal away from this tumultuous area. All three dragons had entered a state of dormant evolution, and it was uncertain when they would complete this transformation, considering that the Devourer and Silverwing had absorbed magical energy for over 2 decades before reaching this evolutionary threshold. It was likely to take quite some time. Next, Rhaego aimed to thoroughly cleanse the Valyria Peninsula with Dragonfire, thankful for Vagal's presence. Otherwise, the current scene would have left him at a standstill. The 6 little ones were temporarily in a rebellious phase, reluctant to heed commands or labor. And the power of high-tier true Dragonfire was formidable, even though they were still juveniles. Rhaego believed that if he dared to enlist Hades and Ares to assist with the burning, the aftermath would likely leave the Valyria Peninsula devoid of even stones, rendering any plans for cultivation or construction moot. He could simply lead everyone back home. With a huff of annoyance, Rhaego whistled multiple times, summoning the 6 drifting little dragons back. After mounting Vagal and inspecting the states of the 3 colossal dragons, he set off on the return journey. The dragon fire previously ignited by Vagal had not entirely extinguished. The orange-red flames spread across the plains, and in the absence of dragon control, the flames began to burn in all directions, though their intensity had significantly diminished. Yet, Amidst the caress of the sea breeze, the sporadic dragon flames persistently advanced inland, billowing smoke that was eventually dispelled by Valyria's long-awaited sunlight. Occasionally, gentle rain would fall to cool the scorched earth, and a seed named Hope was sown in the dragon flames, quietly sprouting in the rain, tenderly revealing the first glimmer of green in the cleansed world. Chapter 145. The Busy Construction of Valyria. In this world, many individuals and endeavors fall short of success, often attributable to three primary reasons: a lack of leadership, absence of organization, and an unclear objective. When organized and directed towards a goal, humanity's creativity and pioneering spirit are among the rarest phenomena in the vast history of life on Earth. Under the leadership of Bronn and others, tens of thousands labored together. Strong young men extracted stones and shaped them into fortifications, while the weaker ones, including women and children, prepared food and provided water. Those who accompanied Rhaego seemed to have returned to the pioneering era of their ancestors, working tirelessly to carve out a new existence. The billowing smoke of dragon flames intertwined with the resounding war cries as the Valyrian ruins, which had lain silent for centuries, seemed to awaken from a dream of the glorious days of the Freehold. Dragons soared through the skies, and formidable fortresses rose majestically from the coastal plains. The 14 flames once again belched forth dark smoke, revealing the azure sea and sky amidst the swirling dust. In the span of 4 months, a grand city, rivaling the magnificence of Stone Dance, emerged from the crumbling remnants of Valyria. This city, established on the edge of a bay, was founded upon a solid base of obsidian, with towering watchtowers surveying the summer sea, akin to the Maegor's Hold overlooking Blackwater Bay, surveying this land that had remained silent for over a century. Blackstone City, named by Rhaego after this colossal edifice, constructed by thousands in just 4 months, would henceforth serve as the pivotal port for the Valyrian Peninsula. Alongside the Blackstone harbor it overlooked, marking the first step for the ancient Domnar family in reclaiming the freehold. With nearly 30,000 able-bodied men, fueled by ample provisions and boundless enthusiasm, the energy unleashed was nothing short of astonishing to Rhaego. After a month of recuperation in Blackstone City, during which he oversaw further refinements to the nascent settlement, Rhaego left 2,000 soldiers behind for ongoing tasks and defense, embarking with the rest of his contingent eastward. They traversed the verdant plains that had awakened from their slumber, commencing the construction of another bastion among the hills. The topography surrounding Blackstone City, or rather the terrain of the central island of the Valyrian ruins where Rhaego had landed, bore a striking resemblance to Dragonstone. The island was predominantly characterized by expansive plains and gentle hills, with the coastal areas comprised of rugged rock formations. However, the plains were blessed with fertile black soil, enriched by centuries of vegetation and continuous rejuvenation, radiating an irresistible fertility. To the northwest of the island, directly north of Blackstone City and not far from the coastline, lay a northeast-southwest mountain range, home to the once glorious 14 Flames. Alas, this renowned volcanic cluster was not spared from the cataclysmic devastation, as several volcanoes, along with the civilizations they nurtured, were swallowed by the surging seas, leaving only a meager 8 volcanoes still standing. To the north of Blackstone City, within sight, stood a peak that Rhaego and his company named Blackstone Mountain, which could be considered a remnant of the 14 Flames. Its height was modest with gentle slopes, and it was designated as the site for their second city. At the juncture of the 14 Flames and Blackstone Mountain, a broad river flowed from the mountainous valleys, meandering through the rugged terrain and the vast central plains, ultimately merging into the summer sea at the southern foothills of the western coastal mountains. This river represented the sole freshwater source on the central island. Yet, at present, it was tainted with pale dust from the dragon flames, rendering it unfit for consumption. In the southern region of the island lay the largest expanse of flatland, occupying nearly half of the island's total area. Considering the geographical attributes of the central island, Rhaego resolved to first lead a substantial force westward to establish a city along the flowing Valyrian river basin after constructing the city at the foot of Blackstone Mountain, and subsequently thrive in the fertile central plains. As for the more extensive and lush southern plains, Rhaego's manpower was limited. He intended to solidify their foothold in the center first, devising a sustainable strategy attuned to the Valyrian Peninsula's lands, while simultaneously recruiting more civilians and developing southward. During this period, aside from his unwavering daily inspections of the 3 dragons at the 14 Flames, Rhaego also took time to survey both the eastern and western islands alongside Vagrel and the 6 Little Ones. In comparison to the vast plains of the central island, the terrains of the other 2 islands paled significantly. The western island was of moderate size, with over half of its area comprised of towering hills, with only a few small plains in the central region. The eastern island was even more inhospitable, being the smallest yet traversed by a mountain range from north to south, making it unsuitable for extensive agricultural endeavors. Thus, Rhaego's primary focus remained on the development of the central island. Following the establishment of Blackstone City, he formally named the island Dragon S Head. The tumultuous dragon flames spread westward from Blackstone City, and the northern Blackstone Mountain had been completely scorched by the Dragon S fire. During his daily journeys to the 14 Flames, Rhaego had also managed to purify all northern territories. Meanwhile, the main force was constructing the second bastion in the Blackstone Mountain range, while Rhaego rode Vagral, setting fire to the mountains and incinerating the entire regions west of the Central Plains. Beneath the Valyrian soil lay countless treasures, as well as a multitude of cursed beings in slumber, though their power may not rival that of the Dragonbane, which specifically targeted dragons. The harm inflicted by a mere insect cursed by dark magic could far exceed the effects of Dragonbane on ordinary folk lacking Targaryen blood. After months of exploration, no one, neither soldiers nor civilians, had fallen ill or perished on the land scorched by Dragonfire. They regarded this as a blessing from the Seven, a boon from His Majesty Rhaego. Indeed, in the newly erected Blackstone City, statues of Rhaego were already being venerated within stone houses, and this practice rapidly spread among the troops. In the 141st year of the conquest, by the 12th day of March, having spent over half a year in this land, Rhaego saw the completion of the bastion in the Blackstone Mountain Range, which he named Blackstream City. A considerable number of civilians and soldiers had settled in both cities, and the exploration fleet regularly transported vast supplies to Blackstone Harbor, subsequently distributing them to both cities. As the year drew to a close, the army's westward advance was temporarily halted under Rhaego's orders. After 6 months of arduous effort, the 60,000 members of the exploration fleet entered a well-deserved period of respite. Chapter 146, A Provocation for Volantis. Volantis, renowned as a free trade city-state across several continents, stands as a testament to the legacy of Valyrian dragon lords. Established along the banks of the Rhoyne River during the distant era of the Freehold, Volantis proudly claims to be the eldest daughter of the Freehold, where the dragon lords erected massive black walls, extravagantly utilizing dragon glass to visually demarcate wealth and poverty. In the aftermath of the cataclysm, many Valyrians found themselves stranded here, residing within the high walls, desperately clinging to a shred of dignity as descendants of dragon lords. The Black Walls, situated on the eastern bank of the Rhoyne, house the nobility and slave masters of Volantis, self-proclaimed bastions of civilization. Yet, merely a river's breadth away, lay an entirely different world. The western bank resembled a sprawling slum, rife with brothels, assassins, taverns, pirates, and sorcerers, a chaotic assembly of untold depravity, far surpassing even the most disordered flea markets of King's Landing. As the exploration fleet made several visits to Volantis over the course of 6 months, amassing provisions, water, and construction tools, the city, which controlled the vital trade routes along the southern coast of Essos, awakened to greed and vice. On the 12th day of March, in the 141st year of the conquest, upon returning from the 14 Flames to Blackstone City, Rhaego was met with the grim tidings from a furious Bronn. A contingent of the exploration fleet, tasked with the procurement of supplies, was en route back from Volantis when it fell prey to a multitude of pirates on the high seas. 3 warships were set ablaze and plundered, while the remaining vessels managed to return home after valiantly repelling the assailants, albeit at the cost of over 100 seasoned veterans who had accompanied Rhaego since the Stone Dance. Pirates? Rhaego mused darkly. He found it hard to believe that a mere band of weaklings would dare to assault a fleet comprised of dozens of grand ships. The necessity of provisioning nearly 60,000 individuals meant that relying solely on the procurement pace of Volantis was utterly insufficient to meet the army's demands swiftly. Consequently, Bronn had divided the exploration fleet into several smaller contingents, not only procuring supplies in Volantis, but also dispatching forces to other locations such as the Slave Bay along the eastern coast. Yet even with the fleet split, each contingent boasted dozens of enormous warships and hundreds of soldiers for escort. Any pirate with a modicum of sense would refrain from targeting a fleet evidently composed of formidable vessels, especially since the entire city displayed the sigil of House Targaryen, the three-headed dragon, during their voyage. Your Majesty, Sir Haven, the fleet commander, has sustained grave injuries. However, he reports that the attacking vessels appeared disheveled, lacking any clear insignia, masquerading as pirates, yet outnumbering us and commanding ships comparable to our flagship, he relayed. Humph. Rhaego scoffed at this news. It seemed Volantis truly was a thriving trade city, if even the pirates lurking nearby could afford grand vessels. Braun, muster the troops. Assemble 5,000 men. We shall confront this audacious band of pirates and ascertain the source of their audacity, daring to assault my ships while our banner flies. Upon the fleet's return, the news of the pirate attack spread with remarkable rapidity among the troops. Almost every soldier who received the news eagerly set aside their construction tools, gleefully polishing their swords and armor, impatiently awaiting the king's summons. Anyone hailing from Westeros knew the exhilaration of fighting alongside His Majesty Rhaego. There was no need for ordinary soldiers to be used as mere fodder. The dragons would strike first, shattering enemy formations and resolve, paving the way for the soldiers to charge forth and reap the rewards. This was far less arduous than serving under other lords. And for those who had once been mere landless knights and vagabonds, fighting alongside Rhaego felt like effortlessly collecting military accolades without the peril of death. Thus, upon the issuance of Braun's mobilization order, these men, who had toiled amidst the rocky fields for the past year, clamored eagerly to join. On the 23rd day of the 3rd month in the year 141 of the conquest, a letter emblazoned with the red, black, and silver sigil of the three-headed dragon appeared upon a table within the black walls of Volantis. The corpulent, ancient bloodlines regarded it with haughty expressions, scoffing as they circulated the ominous missive. Rhaego Targaryen, the one who buried the Targaryen dragons and expelled the dragon lords from Westeros? A pale, bald man dismissively waved the letter, his tone indifferent. Merely a fortunate thief, he slayed the Targaryen dragons through treachery and seized the crown of Westeros. A curly-haired man with a mustache sneered, lounging carelessly in his chair, picking at the grime beneath his fingernails while remnants of sheep bones lay scattered beneath the table, where several large dogs feasted on the scarcely nibbled meat. Hood, hood, hood. An elderly man in dark attire, seated at the head of the table, raised a staff and rapped it against the floor. True, he may be a shameless thief, but I've heard he commands 3 dragons. You may have robbed his fleet, yet he likely won't take this lightly. This letter serves as his warning. Ah, Gilos, his ships were not taken by us, but by the pirates roaming the summer sea. We bear no responsibility, the balding man interrupted, his tone impatient and audacious. Whoever seized his vessels should deal with him. When we faced Viserys, with a dozen dragons in hand, he still maintained a cordial demeanor towards us. And Rhaego, with merely 3 dragons, dares to show such disdain for Volantis? I say we, Coman. Gilos barked, silencing the balding man with a stern glare. Coman shrugged nonchalantly, falling silent. The previously outspoken curly-haired man, noticing Coman's retreat, turned his gaze toward Gilos. Gilos, Rhaego Targaryen demands we surrender someone, yet who knows what robbed his fleet? After all, this incident occurred not far from the port of Volantis. It could be argued we have not been accommodating enough. Did he not mention he would personally visit in a few days? We might as well invite him for a discussion. After all, civility breeds prosperity. The balding man cast a dubious glance at the seemingly sincere, curly-haired man, sneering contemptuously. Civility breeds prosperity? You, Moro, are the most ruthless of all in Volantis. When did you start playing the benevolent one? Gilos regarded the earnest, curly-haired Moro with equal astonishment, his eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts before he feigned deep contemplation and nodded, tacitly agreeing with the curly-haired man's proposal. In the dim light of the black walls, dozens of slave masters, the true arbiters of Volantis' fate, resembled scorpions concealed in darkness, exchanging furtive glances while hiding their intentions beneath their refined facades. Chapter 147, The Army at the Gates. News of the impending campaign by the king of Westeros against Volantis swiftly spread across the southern coast of Essos. As the sole dragonlord following the Targaryen lineage, and the iron-fisted monarch who had cast the last Dragon King's family into the dust, the reputation of Rhaego Targaryen wielded considerable influence among the smaller city-states of the Free Trade City. At this moment, whether on the continent of Essos or the further south of Ulthos, aside from the cavalry of the Dothraki occupying the plains, no single power could withstand the military might of Westeros, let alone when dragons were factored into the equation. Thus, when Rhaego's declaration of war reached this renowned, prosperous port, the merchants and ordinary citizens residing along the eastern bank of the Lorne River, beyond the Black Walls, hurriedly packed their belongings, fleeing towards Lys and other safe havens. For those yearning for a peaceful existence, the specter of war was ever the most feared and detested specter. However, for the ruthless and ambitious executioners amid chaos, war brought opportunities for wealth and ascension. Within the slave dens on the western bank of the Lorne River, pirates, thieves, assassins, and resentful slaves collectively chose a path starkly opposed to their compatriots across the river. They unsheathed their weapons from their rickety beds, polished their decaying leather armor, and some even considered offering their services to the slave masters within the Black Walls, hoping to exchange their martial prowess for gold. Regardless of whether old Gilos opted for a peaceful negotiation with Rhaego or surrendered any ambiguous marauders, chaos reigned uncontrollably in Volantis. Rhaego granted the common folk of Volantis 10 days to vacate, a deadline also extended to nobles unwilling to partake in the forthcoming conflict. Yet within these 10 days, aside from the throngs of free citizens gathering outside the Black Walls to flee, no one else chose to abandon this den of discord. Even amid the night in Volantis, countless eyes glimmered with anticipation, sharpening their blades, casting their gazes toward the summer sea, and eyeing the formidable Black Walls of Volantis. On the 5th day of the 4th month in the year 141 of the conquest, as the sea breeze swept away the morning mist from the port, hundreds of colossal ships silently emerged in the Bay of Volantis, effectively sealing off the waters before the harbor. The piercing sound of a horn shattered the dreams of the free trade city-state, as Gilos, Coman, Moro, and the other slave masters hurriedly ascended the Black Walls under the protection of their family soldiers. Domnar's formidable fleet loomed before these local tyrants, flaunting its might. Yet, neither Gilos nor the other slave masters focused on the fleet. Their eyes incessantly scanned the sky, searching for the fabled silhouette of a dragon. A roar, the thunderous bellow of Vagharl, resonated from the clouds, causing the slave masters to turn in panic. They beheld a colossal dragon of rich brown descending from the heavens, spiraling above the heart of the Black Wall's main city and swiftly approaching the battlements, landing heavily upon the broad structure. The dragon emerged from within the city, and the massive crossbows that had been set up on the walls were utterly ill-prepared to pivot. Vagharl trampled them mercilessly. Kill him! Kill him! The dragon's presence nearly sent the previously boisterous bald Coman into a state of terror. In a frantic panic, he clutched a nearby soldier tasked with operating the giant crossbow, almost shrieking his orders. However, even as the noble slave master tugged at him, the soldier feigned deafness, not daring to touch the crossbow with his hands. Old Gilos, observing the dragon's maw slightly parting, felt the searing heat of the flame brewing in its throat. Fearing that Coman's shouting might provoke the beast, he swiftly signaled to his attendants. Several burly men stepped forward, restraining the flustered Coman and silencing his frantic cries. A growl, Vagharl lowered his massive head, revealing the fully armed figure of Rhaego before the assembled crowd. The king of Westeros appeared astonishingly youthful. Gilos' gaze lingered momentarily on Rhaego's handsome visage, surprise flickering in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the most esteemed and powerful noble of Volantis hunched his body, trembling with trepidation. As he bowed before Rhaego on the dragon's back, his voice dripping with respect. "I pay my respects to you, the great king from Westeros." Rhaego's indifferent gaze fell upon the bowing elder before shifting to the various slave masters, whose expressions varied. Those who met his eyes seemed to encounter the gaze of an ancient behemoth, a chill piercing through them, forcing them to avert their disrespectful stares. "Tell me, what is Volantis' choice? Will you surrender the culprits for compensation, or will you shield them and declare war?" Rhaego had no time for pleasantries. These butchers of the slave trade were unworthy of his kindness. He cut straight to the chase. "Kneel or lie down, your majesty." Gilos' voice trembled with fear, as Vagharl's heavy breaths struck the black wall before him. He felt his calves quaking violently, yet his bowed face bore no trace of panic, only an air of calm. "Volantis is a free trade city-state. We absolutely uphold the interests of all traders affiliated with Volantis. We share your disappointment and anger at the piracy of your fleet. But this matter truly has no—" Before Gilos could finish his sentence, a series of dragon roars interrupted his words. The silver-haired slave trader abruptly looked up in shock, and in their gaze he saw Hades and Ares frolicking, with Vagr and the three little pink ones leisurely following their brother. Soaring through the summer sky and landing on the city walls behind Vagharl, trampling dozens of stationed soldiers beneath their feet, their cries echoing in agony. Rhaego cast a fierce glance at the 6 little dragons, whose unruly antics immediately subdued their earlier bravado. They exchanged sheepish glances with Rhaego, then scurried back into the dragon throng. Gilos watched, his eyes ablaze with fascination at the bickering younglings, undeterred even as the robust black walls crumbled beneath their weight. His garments were gently tugged, and Gilos turned slightly to see Coman and the curly-haired Moro flanking him, their gazes meeting, revealing unmasked malice and greed in their eyes. In a fleeting shared glance, Gilos comprehended their unspoken intentions. His eyes fell deeply upon the darkened walls beneath him, listening to the low growls of the young dragons. A sycophantic smile gradually spread across his face as he glanced at Rhaego. Your Majesty, Volantis is currently investigating the pirates who plundered your merchant vessels and will surely provide you with a satisfactory response. Regarding compensation, we were negotiating before your arrival, and I assure you, we will meet your and your army's expectations. Rhaego regarded the obsequious Gilos with a penetrating gaze, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. You have only 2 days. Chapter 148. The Feast of the Slave Masters. The dragon roared and soared away from the black walls, having killed many of the soldiers stationed upon them with a single landing. Yet, none of these so-called ancient bloodlines paid heed to the soldiers whose legs had been crushed, their cries of anguish disregarded. Their eyes remained fixated on the 6 little dragons frolicking behind Vagharl, as if they were observing rare treasures, unwilling to divert their gaze. Gilos stood tall and proud, slowly turning around, his deep gaze locking with the other slave masters. No one spoke, instead hastily descending the stairs, mounting their carriages, and swiftly returning to the castle at the heart of the city. We must acquire those 6 little dragons. They are a gift from the Red God. Indeed, they are magnificent presents bestowed upon us by the great Rhaego, belonging to us, the Dragon Lords. Gilos silently savored his wine, yet the slight tremor in his hand betrayed his inner turmoil. Eliminate him. Moro slammed his palm upon the table. His eyes reddened and filled with malice as he surveyed his ambitious peers. We must rid ourselves of that Rhaego Domnar, who single-handedly possesses 9 dragons, while we, as noble Valyrian dragon lords, have none. He has stolen our dragons. Indeed, Coman echoed, feigning empathy. The gods have granted us only a few dragons, and Rhaego Domnar not only slaughters the beautiful dragons of Westeros, but dares to greedily seize those belonging to other dragon lords. The gods will surely despise his avarice and cruelty. Moro and Coman's rhetoric soared to great heights, as if Rhaego had personally slain their dragons and snatched away those belonging to Volantis. Their indignation was palpable, yet the assembled slave masters were not fools. Moro and Coman's words did not incite their bloodlust. A middle-aged bald man clad in white robes hesitated, his tone wavering. With dragons at his side, it is exceedingly difficult to eliminate him. It is said that Rhaego Domnar is the mightiest warrior in Westeros. Should we fail, his wrath will be upon us. And at that time, the bald man's words hung unfinished, yet all present grasped his meaning. If they failed, none among them would survive the dragon's flames. Then let us take extra precautions, lure him away from the dragons. Once he is detached from them, he is nothing, though the assembly still hesitated. The stunning images of the 6 little dragons soaring freely in the sky lingered in their minds, swiftly eroding their rationality. Gilos, who had remained silent, finally set down his wine cup as consensus formed among the group. Leave the matter of hiring assassins to me. I know several formidable faceless men. 2 days swiftly passed. At the port of Volantis, an exquisite canopy was erected for negotiations, with golden tables and utensils showcasing the opulence of the slave masters. Gilos, Coman, Moro, and several selected representatives from among the slave masters stood in neat formation on the dock, exchanging knowing smiles. Your Majesty, emissaries from Volantis have arrived, extending an invitation for you to disembark and engage in discussions. They have erected a negotiation venue befitting your stature at the port, complete with exquisite wines, sumptuous delicacies, and a gold mint as compensation for us. Well then, let us proceed. I shall meet these executioners. Rhaego secured Dawn at a convenient spot on his belt, tested the grip of his sword, and promptly turned to exit. Your Majesty. Bronn hastily caught up to Rhaego, his voice laced with urgency. You could simply have them deliver the compensation. There is no need to take such risks. The Valentisians are notoriously treacherous. And why not indulge them a bit, Bronn? Besides, with our formidable army and dragons at our disposal, these vermin, who nearly drowned in their own wealth, may well hesitate to plot against me. Your Majesty. Bronn attempted to offer further counsel, but Rhaego waved him off. Enough, Bronn, you are well aware of my capabilities. In this world, as long as I do not wish for death, no one can slay me. Set sail. A colossal flagship from the fleet glided forth, swiftly approaching the nearby dock. Perhaps due to Rhaego's impending arrival, all the vessels that had previously been obstructed by the military blockade were hastily relocated to a distant, smaller dock. At this moment, the port appeared starkly empty, save for the resplendent buildings along the shore. As the ship docked, Rhaego disembarked under the protection of Bronn and the other guards, while Gilos and Coman approached him at a brisk pace from afar. Welcome, Your Majesty. We have prepared a banquet for you. Please, take your seat. Gilos radiated a sincere smile, and even the treacherous Coman and Moro displayed an unprecedented friendliness, bowing with cheerful expressions behind Gilos. Rhaego nodded imperiously, and Gilos hurriedly led the way, while Coman and Moro exchanged furtive glances at the 6 small creatures frolicking above the fleet, as well as at Vhagar, who had just landed on a nearby beach, sharing a knowing look that concealed their excitement and mirth. Rhaego took his place at the head of the table, while Bronn and several guards brusquely dismissed the Valenticians who had accompanied him, subtly encircling Rhaego in the process. "Your Majesty," Gilos spoke respectfully as he raised his goblet. "We have identified the culprits behind the ambush on your fleet and are mobilizing our forces to apprehend them. However, we at Volantis deeply regret this incident and are prepared to offer compensation. Please forgive our transgressions." As he spoke, Gilos downed his cup of fine wine. Upon hearing this, Rhaego lifted his own goblet to his lips, but paused momentarily before, under Gilos's anxious gaze, he too drank heartily. Gilos's tense demeanor instantly relaxed, and he bowed repeatedly to Rhaego. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your forgiveness. We are truly grateful." Rhaego placed his goblet on the table, savoring the wine's flavor while casting a nonchalant glance at Gilos, who was pouring more wine. "Your Majesty, to express our contrition, I, along with over 30 noblemen from the city, have pulled together 200,000 golden dragons as compensation for the losses incurred by your fleet." With that, Gilos clapped his hands decisively. "Bring forth the gifts." Valenticians waiting nearby hurriedly transported large crates from the wagons, stacking them beside the banquet table. Old Gilos stepped forward to open one of the wooden boxes, revealing a dazzling array of golden dragons within. Rhaego lounged back in his chair, his eyes narrowing as he observed the dozens of large crates, raising an eyebrow in surprise. He then turned his gaze towards the visibly restless Coman and Moro. "My lords, do you have something to address? Why do you seem so anxious? Has this attendant offended you in some way, prompting such uncharacteristic behavior from 2 ancient bloodlines?" Before he could finish speaking, Coman and Moro's pupils dilated, and the bald man hurled his goblet at Rhaego with a fierce shout. "You scoundrel, move quickly!" Clang! Bang! Bronn reacted swiftly, deflecting the incoming goblet with his sword and positioning himself protectively in front of Rhaego, his gaze icy as he surveyed the surroundings. "Protect the Majesty." As several guards drew their swords, Gilos, Coman, and Moro, along with more than 20 Valenticians, also unsheathed their swords, some rushing towards Rhaego. "Subdue them." Gilos's voice rang out, and several soldiers charging at Rhaego were taken aback, struck down by their own comrades from behind. They turned in disbelief, unable to comprehend that those they had conspired with would turn on them so ruthlessly. 7 or 8 soldiers collapsed in a pool of blood, approximately 5 meters from Rhaego, while Bronn gripped his sword tightly, his eyes fixed warily on the Valenticians, still trying to grasp the unfolding chaos. Coman and Moro, equally bewildered, found themselves encircled by dozens of soldiers, the glinting blades making the bald man gulp nervously, his speech faltering. "Gilos, what are you doing?" Old Gilos disregarded the shocked Coman and Moro, as well as several other slave masters, and slowly approached Rhaego, halted by Bronn's sword. He knelt respectfully before Rhaego, his voice filled with emotion. "Your Majesty, I previously mentioned that we had discovered the mastermind behind the plundering of your fleet, and indeed, it is Coman and Moro. These two, relying on their status as noble masters within the Black Wall of Volantis, have consistently been ruthless and avaricious. Due to your fleet's frequent purchases at the Volantis port over the past 6 months, their exorbitant spending ignited Coman and Moro's greed. They conspired to gather thugs and assassins from the West City and even contacted pirates roaming the southern coast, audaciously attacking your fleet." Rhaego gently pushed aside Bronn, who had been shielding him, and gazed at the bowed Gilos. "Coman and Moro? They are among the upper echelons of Volantis. It would not be an exaggeration to say they are as wealthy as nations. Are you truly suggesting they orchestrated the attack on my ships?" "Without a doubt, Your Majesty. These two are brazen and insatiable." "You lie, Gilos. You old fool dare to slander me." Coman and Moro, hearing Gilos's accusations, struggled against the soldiers surrounding them, hurling insults. "Gilos, you ugly flea born from a den of whores. Where are the assassins you hired? Where are the faceless men? You have deceived us. You have betrayed Volantis, Gilos. Rollo will not spare you, you black-hearted old goat." Gilos rose nonchalantly, observing the flushed Coman and Moro. "No, Coman, it is you who have betrayed Volantis. The one deserving of the Red God's punishment is you." A smile creased Gilos's aged face as he approached the 2 subdued men. "I know you and Moro to be cruel and insatiable. While it may be acceptable for you to amass wealth within the Black Wall, You should never have dared to ambush the fleet of Westeros. You have brought calamity upon Volantis. The example of the kingdom of the three daughters is not far off. Your greed has clouded your judgment. Realizing his impending doom, Coman finally calmed down, casting a pleading glance at Rhaego from a distance. Great king, it was the roving pirates who attacked your fleet. We had no part in it. Old Gylos seeks to use your hand to eliminate us and seize our wealth. We are willing to offer all our riches to your majesty in exchange for our lives. Yes, yes. Moro, who had been momentarily stunned, regained his composure and eagerly echoed Coman's plea, shouting, Your Majesty. We had nothing to do with the fleet's ambush. Old Gylos is attempting to kill us using your blade. As he spoke, the curly-haired Moro suddenly recalled something, and collapsing onto the ground, he sprang up with a start, his gaze fixed intently on the astute Gylos. His voice rising with fervor. It is he. The pirate must have been in league with him. He previously gathered us together and personally hired assassins to attempt to take your life at today's banquet, Your Majesty. He has hired assassins to kill you. Seizing this lifeline, Coman and Moro frantically hurled accusations at Gylos, while Rhaego, with keen interest, shifted in his chair, directing his gaze toward Gylos. Your Majesty. Gylos bowed with respect, smiling at the two men who resembled rabid dogs. These two had completely lost their minds, brazenly attempting to frame him. Indeed, the nobles of Volantis desired ill for your Majesty. After meeting 2 days prior, they conspired in secrecy to hire faceless men to assassinate you. What did you say? Bronn, incensed by this revelation, raised his massive sword, poised to dismember Gylos. Rhaego hastily intervened. Bronn, hold your temper. Let us hear what Lord Gylos has to say. Only then did Bronn, still seething with rage, retreat, though his gaze remained fixed on Gylos and the other slave masters. Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. Gylos expressed his gratitude with a bow, continuing, They conspired to assassinate your Majesty, but I could not allow their foolishness to bring calamity upon our beloved Volantis. Thus, I undertook the task of hiring assassins myself, and employed my personally trained soldiers to impersonate them, subduing them just as they attempted to strike. I beseech your Majesty to see the truth. Gylos, may you meet a wretched end. Coman and Moro, utterly despondent, lost even the strength to curse. Rhaego, with a disinterested wave of his hand, commanded, Since they are villains, Gylos, you may deal with them. Thank you, Your Majesty. Gylos beamed with joy, turning to gesture to the soldiers. Take them to the seaside for execution. Gylos, may you meet a wretched end, you traitor, Laro. With 2 sharp thuds, the heads of Coman and Moro, 2 of Volantis' most powerful slave masters, fell to the ground, their unuttered curses sinking into the summer sea alongside their severed heads. Gylos, feeling invigorated, settled across from Rhaego, poured himself a full cup of wine, rose, and proclaimed, Thank you, Your Majesty, for ridding Volantis of these vermin. I raise a toast to you. Bronn sheathed his sword and was about to pour wine for Rhaego when Rhaego held his hand over the wine jug to stop him. What a splendid performance, Lord Gylos. The elder Gylos was taken aback, spilling wine from his cup onto the table. Your Majesty, what do you mean? I do not comprehend. Is that so? Rhaego chuckled, playing with the empty wine glass. Jesting, I was merely praising Lord Gylos for his age, truly, like an old ginger. His performance far surpasses that of the young. Oh, and I must thank Lord Gylos for the delightful taste of tears of bliss. Chapter 150, Gylos' Scheme. With a loud crash, the elder Gylos abruptly stood, his vigorous movement toppling the chair behind him. The wine glass in his hand trembled and smashed onto the plates on the table, splattering his ornate robes and rendering him a sight of utter disarray. As the most powerful slave master within Volantis' Black Wall and a descendant of the noble Valyrian bloodline, he typically regarded his appearance with utmost importance. Had anyone witnessed his current state of disarray, given Gylos' temperament, they would surely face dire consequences. Yet at this moment, Gylos cared little for his personal image. Rhaego's words struck him like a thunderclap, shattering the illusion of his meticulously crafted plan. Why you? Gylos stammered, his hands trembling uncontrollably as he pointed incredulously at the coldly, smiling Rhaego across from him. He had witnessed Rhaego consume the poisoned wine. Why, knowing he had been poisoned, could Rhaego maintain such composure? What manner of being are you? Gylos staggered backward, his loyal guards surrounding him as panic and despair filled his previously confident gaze. From a distance on the beach, Vagharl, who had been resting, rose with a heavy breath as Rhaego pointed out the poison in the wine, making his way toward the banquet with thunderous steps. I am, of course, human, just a tad more formidable than the average. Rhaego poured himself a glass of fine wine, casting a calming glance at the anxious Bronn before deliberately, sipping in front of Gilos, savoring the taste with closed eyes, nodding appreciatively. Volantis truly is a city renowned for its exquisite wines. Tears of Lys is indeed the most infamous poison in the world, and when combined, the flavor of this fine wine is heightened, leaving one utterly entranced. Kill him! Kill him! Gilos was now in a complete panic. Vag Harl drew closer. The immense pressure of the dragon and Rhaego's bizarre enjoyment of the poison unsettled this high-ranking conspirator. As he shouted, his guards charged toward Bronn and the others, leaving only two to protect the trembling Gilos. Yet how could these pampered guards, having lived their lives in luxury in Volantis, contend with the elite guards handpicked by Bronn and Rhaego, all clad in Valyrian steel and armor so extravagant it could make others weep? Bronn and his allies made no attempts at defense against the Volantis soldiers' longswords unless they aimed for their necks. The Volantis soldiers' longsword struck Bronn's chest, producing a resounding clash of metal, but the blade left little more than a faint mark on his breastplate. In contrast, Bronn's longsword pierced the throat of the Volantis guard, severing his head in one swift motion. The battle concluded too swiftly. Within a matter of moments, Gilos' last armed forces were decimated by Rhaego's guards, leaving behind a grim scene of dismembered bodies and pooling blood. Lord Gilos truly is not a competent conspirator. I merely spoke a few words. And yet you became so agitated. Look at how you've made the situation so awkward. Rhaego feigned innocence, shrugging as he emptied his spiced wine. It was not an act of bravado to intimidate Gilos. The combination of Volantis' fine wine with the deadly tears of Lys was indeed delicious, far surpassing the mead he often drank in King's Landing. Rhaego felt as though he had discovered another method to attain immunity to poisons. Casually discarding his wine glass, Rhaego strolled over to the wooden chest containing Gilos' so-called compensation, lifting the lid to reveal the dazzling gold coins glimmering in the sunlight, exuding an irresistible allure. He scooped up a handful of coins and let them slip through his fingers back into the chest, turning to gaze at Gilos. His only remaining guards had been dispatched by Bronn with the ease of cutting through vegetables. Gilos, now restrained by two guards, knelt on the ground, screaming in agony, while the remaining trembling Volantis slave masters were forced to kneel, some even losing control of their bladders, quaking like leaves in the wind. Gilos glared at Rhaego with venomous eyes, yet alas, a mere gaze cannot slay. Rhaego kicked the stacked wooden box, genuinely impressed by the methods of these Volantis executioners. Lord Gilos, you truly went to great lengths to orchestrate my demise. He approached Gilos, wiping his hands on the elder's garments, speaking with a touch of melancholy. Not only did you dispose of the two formidable nobles, Coman and Moro, did you not? These two were but a step below your master, Lord Gilos. With a mere snap of his fingers, he sold them off, effectively eliminating his competition while simultaneously diminishing my guard. I must admit, the scheme was executed with remarkable precision. Were it not for my innate immunity to poison, today's affair might have indeed concluded in your favor. As he spoke, Rhaego reached for Browen's longsword, its keen tip pressing against Gilos' throat, applying slight pressure to tilt the old man's face upward. I find myself somewhat perplexed, Lord Gilos. You are fully aware that I command dragons, with my thousands of troops arrayed in the harbor, while your forces resemble a rabble. Look, your esteemed peers have been captured by me, while your brutish soldiers merely watch helplessly from the city walls. Despite our modest numbers, they do not dare venture forth to battle. What audacity compels you to contemplate striking against me? Are you truly unafraid of death? Gilos glared at Rhaego with palpable venom. But upon hearing his words, he cast a despondent glance at the other slave masters and soldiers observing from the Black Wall, finally surrendering to despair with closed eyes. You, a solitary individual, command 6 dragons, while we, of the same Valyrian bloodline, have tens of thousands of descendants trapped within the Black Wall. Yet we possess not a single dragon. You have stolen our mighty dragons. Gilos fell silent, yet one of the bald nobles, pinned down, roared out the audacious truth to Rhaego. Enlightenment dawned on Rhaego as he nodded in understanding. So that is the case. I thought it impossible for anyone to be foolish enough to provoke an opponent they could not hope to confront. It seems it was greed that spurred them on. It is no wonder Lord Gilos was willing to orchestrate such wildfires to deal with us. Such things do not come cheap. Gilos suddenly opened his eyes wide, regarding Rhaego with confusion. What wildfires? Chapter 151. The curtain falls on the Shadow Emperor. Oh, Rhaego looked at the bewildered Gilos with surprise. You mean to say, Lord Gilos, you are unaware? How delightful. Pray tell, what wildfires? Where might these wildfires be found? Do not rush. I am quite intrigued by the methods employed by you executioners. You betrayed Coman and Moro, violating your contract with the hired assassins, sacrificing them as stepping stones for your ascent. Yet, I had presumed you, Lord Gilos, were the mastermind behind this conspiracy. To my astonishment, there are other skilled hands at play, those chests filled with gold coins, while a few on top indeed contain genuine gold. The dozens below are filled with wildfires. Rhaego observed the color draining from Gilos' old face, a smirk of mockery escaping his lips. Truly, Lord Gilos, how pitiable. The quantity of wildfires here suggests that those who prepared these items had no intention of allowing you to return alive. Roar! Vagril's massive head descended from above Rhaego, a low growl emanating from his throat as he looked at Rhaego with concern, gently patting Vagril's head to signal that he was unscathed. Rhaego regarded Gilos and the kneeling slave masters with keen interest. Koliani. Gilos' face flushed crimson as he spat out a woman's name through gritted teeth. His frail body erupted with rage, straining against the grasp of two burly guards as he turned to glare at a middle-aged man with long hair. The man trembled, his flowing robe and finely crafted shoes soaked, mired in sand from being pinned down by the guards. Meeting Gilos' furious gaze, the middle-aged slave master instinctively shrank away from the old man's predatory stare. Ha 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 ha! With bloodshot eyes, Gilos averted his gaze, staring blankly at the sandy ground beneath him, suddenly breaking into a low, mournful laugh. I have failed. I underestimated the wisdom of a youthful king while overestimating my control over Volantis. And I grossly underestimated the avarice of these parasites. I sold Coman and Moro, using them as stepping stones for my ascent, only to find that I, too, have been made a stepping stone by them. Old Gilos trembled, his body crumpling into a pitiful heap, tears and snot streaming down his face. It was evident that this elderly slave master did not possess the courage he professed. I am willing to submit, your majesty. I wish to be your vassal. Spare my life and the wealth of the entire Gilos family. Indeed, all of Volantis shall be yours. I pledge my service to you. To govern Volantis for the Iron Throne, the city is brimming with immense wealth, your majesty. Gilos completely unraveled, pleading for a chance to live. Yet Rhaego had no patience for the ramblings of a dying man, interrupting him with disdain. Fool! Killing you means the wealth of the city becomes mine. With that, Rhaego gestured to one side, directing Browen. Bring forth a drink for Lord Gilos. Browen hastened to the table, retrieving the jug containing the lethal poison, Tears of Lyres, that Rhaego had previously consumed. Hold him! No! 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 Gilos screamed in terror, thrashing his head in a frenzy. The two guards struggled to maintain their grip, until one of the guards, unable to bear the sight, seized Gilos' chin from behind, forcing his head back to open his mouth, allowing the old man, overwhelmed by his will to survive, to comply. Ah, Rhaego Domnar, may you meet a wretched end, Gilos wailed, tears streaming down his face as he cursed Rhaego. Browen, incensed, had intended to pour the drink into Gilos' mouth, but upon hearing the old man's curses toward the king, he decided instead to remove the lid, covering the jug's spout with his fingertip before pressing the mouth of the jug directly into Gilos' mouth. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Browen was particularly rough. The force with which he pressed the jug caused it to tear Gilos' oral cavity, blood mingling with the wine as the old man uncontrollably swallowed. In mere blinks, he consumed half a jug of fine wine. The three guards released Gilos, who collapsed weakly onto the sand, violently coughing and retching in an attempt to expel the poisoned wine from his stomach. But instead, he merely dislodged a few teeth. The toxic wine rapidly coursed through him, and Gilos soon felt a searing pain in his throat. Black blood erupted from his eyes and nose. His body began to convulse, limbs twisting in agony, emitting desperate gasps, until he quickly succumbed to death. With wide-open eyes, oozing blood from every orifice, contorted limbs, and a perforated throat, Gilos met a horrific end that left the nearby slave masters thoroughly terrified. A foul stench quickly enveloped the beach, causing nearly all of them to lose control of their bladders in fear of Rhaego's merciless methods. One bald slave master, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, stood closest to Gilos and watched helplessly as the once mighty noble met his grim demise. Particularly chilling was Gilos' terrifying gaze before death, which left the bald, old slave master so frightened that he lost control of his bodily functions, violently convulsing before regurgitating a stream of thick green bile, ultimately leading to his own demise. The bald man's death only intensified the fear felt by the others towards Rhaego, who were now fervently bowing and pleading for mercy. One professing immense wealth, while another swore unwavering loyalty, all desperately seeking to evade death. Rhaego, considering himself neither a great villain nor a benevolent savior, covered his mouth and nose with a handkerchief, deliberately distancing himself from the group of slave masters while casually instructing the equally disdainful guards. Dispose of them. Moments latte. The beach, aside from Rhaego and his entourage, as well as a single dragon, was littered with corpses. Yet the stench lingered, prompting Rhaego to order Vagril to unleash another breath of Dragonfire, finally cleansing the area of the repugnant remains. Your Majesty, this wildfire. Brown hesitated, glancing at the dozens of large wooden chests stacked nearby. Previously, Rhaego had mentioned they contained wildfires, and none of the guards dared to approach for inspection. Fear not, for I have long since been rendered ineffective. You shall transport dozens of chests filled with gold, while the remaining boxes can be set ablaze without concern. Just as the men of Gerolos were hauling out the crates filled with wildfire, Rhaego sensed the violent yet chaotic fire magic contained within. With his current abilities, he effortlessly siphoned the magic, leaving behind nothing but a collection of water-filled jars. Bronn and the guards loaded several chests of gold onto the grand vessel, while Rhaego mounted Vagr, spiraling above Atlantis amidst the fearful gazes of the slavers and soldiers along the Black Wall. The dragon roared as it swept past the heights of the Black Wall, causing the soldiers operating the giant crossbows to tremble in terror. No one dared to retaliate, nor did anyone wish to provoke the dragon, even as they witnessed their master being mercilessly slaughtered by Rhaego upon the sands. On the city walls, a silver-haired matron struggled to maintain her footing against the gusts stirred up by the dragon, her gaze locking with Rhaego's from atop its back. The chilling indifference and murderous intent reflected in her eyes plunged her into a frigid despair. Chapter 152. The Siege. Just as I was pondering the lack of a suitable pretext to seize Volantis, Gerolos as fortuitously presented me with one. Upon returning to the command ship, Rhaego, brimming with excitement, unsheathed his sword and tossed it to a guard before hastening to the map, his eyes darting quickly over the layout of Volantis. Rhaego had come with the army for two primary purposes. First, to seek justice for his fallen soldiers and to send a stern warning to the slavers of Volantis, dissuading them from harboring any nefarious intentions against the expedition fleet. And second, to exploit this pretext of seeking vengeance to extract resources from the slavers of Volantis. Although Valyria had just begun to cultivate crops, achieving complete self-sufficiency to sustain the 60,000 souls Rhaego brought along would likely take another 2 to 3 years. During this interim, their supplies would depend solely on the fleet's procurement along the coast of Essos. Transporting provisions from Westeros to Valyria was not feasible due to the considerable distance and time involved, as well as excessive resource depletion. Thus, Rhaego had dismissed this strategy prior to departing from King's Landing, with the necessity to procure supplies from the southern coast. The nearest distribution points were Volantis and the Slave Bay to the northeast of Valyria. As the most powerful of the 9 free trade cities, Volantis boasted slavers whose wealth rivaled that of nations. Rhaego initially contemplated simply scraping some resources from these executioners, enough to sustain his 60,000 troops for several months. Though he had entertained thoughts of directly conquering Volantis, seizing a free trade city without justification during a time when Valyria was still in its nascent phase would likely provoke fierce resistance from other factions, jeopardizing Valyria's development, especially since he still needed to navigate this region. Yet, as fortune would have it, I seek merely to extort a sum, while Gerolos desires the life of a king. Thus, the justification for the siege has presented itself. Bronn, convey my orders. All provisions of meat brought by the ships tonight are to be prepared for the soldiers, fortifying their spirits and ensuring they are in prime condition. At dawn tomorrow, we shall formally launch our assault on Volantis. I require you to lead 1,000 men to seize the Long Bridge, obstructing the support routes from the eastern shore's pirates and slave soldiers. The remaining 2,000 shall accompany me in the offensive against the Black Wall, eliminating the slavers entrenched there, while 2,000 are to maintain control of the fleet and seal off the port, allowing not a single soul to escape from Volantis. With a heavy fist, Rhaego struck the map marking Volantis' location, turning to fix a piercing gaze upon Bronn. Remember, we have granted the inhabitants of Volantis 10 days to evacuate. When the war commences tomorrow, we shall face only enemies, with no regard for civilians. Any who resist with arms shall be met with merciless execution, while those who kneel and surrender will be bound and detained for later disposition. Your orders are clear. Dispatch the message with haste. On the night of April 8th, in the year 141 of the conquest, the ships of the expedition fleet were filled with the savory aroma of meat as soldiers indulged in sumptuous feasts. Yet, not a single soul partook of alcohol, and the sounds of revelry were conspicuously scarce. All consumed their portions with fervor, as though they were tearing into the flesh of their foes. In the early hours of April 9th, Volantis Harbor was unexpectedly free of the usual fog, allowing the soldiers stationed upon the Black Wall, who had endured a restless night, to remain in blissful slumber. Suddenly, the shrill sound of a horn pierced the morning breeze from the harbor. A soldier from Volantis, roused from his shallow sleep, groggily propped himself up, bewildered as he gazed towards the harbor. His eyes widened in horror, mouth agape, as a spear clattered against the dragonstone of the Black Wall. The dragon of magic has come. The piercing shrieks instantly awakened all the slumbering guards, as the officer responsible for the city walls scrambled to adjust his armor. Teetering precariously as he leaned against the wall, despairingly gazing upon the increasingly massive dragon in the distance. Roar! Rhaego's strategy revolved around ambush. At dawn, when men are at their most drowsy, the soldiers manning the giant crossbows atop the Black Wall were scattered, lost in dreams. Upon being jolted awake by the horn and the screams, their bleary eyes struggled to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Some soldiers, having lain asleep for too long, found their limbs numb, unable to stand steadily, let alone aim the heavy crossbows for retaliation. And so, as the defenders were thrown into disarray, Dragonfire descended. Dracarys. The orange flames enveloped the battlements of the Black Wall, over 20 meters wide, forming a towering wall of fire that swept across from left to right. The defenders screamed in agony as they were ignited by the Dragonfire, frantically fleeing in panic. Some plummeted from the Black Wall to meet their demise, while others, unable to withstand the searing pain, chose to take their own lives. The dragon's overwhelming assault on the mortal soldiers instilled absolute despair. Those fortunate enough to escape the flames lost all courage to resist, discarding their weapons as they wept and fled. Within the gatehouse, soldiers guarding the entrance listened to the unearthly screams echoing above, exchanging horrified glances as one by one, their comrades ignited and fell from the towering walls. Some unfortunate souls, still clinging to life upon impact, were licked by the Dragonfire, their desperate gazes locking with their astonished comrades in the gatehouse, their screams echoing in vain. Run! A shout erupted from the crowd, and this ragtag group of soldiers, who had never experienced true warfare since enlisting, shrieked as they discarded their long swords and spears, trampling over their fallen comrades in a frantic dash to the inner city. Bronn surged forward with 3,000 soldiers onto the beach, Vhagar unleashing Dragonfire to breach the gates. As the Reaper from Westeros roared with glee, rushing into the city with abandon, slaying all in sight. Upon reaching the base, Bronn led 1,000 soldiers to veer right, surging towards a massive stone bridge. What is happening? What is transpiring? The cacophony of battle outside roused a slumbering slaver, who jolted upright in alarm, barefoot as he flung open his bedroom door, demanding answers from his panicked servants. My lord, the dragon has breached the city. The Westerosi have invaded. You must flee. What? The old man's corpulent form quivered as he turned and, with surprising agility for his size, returned to his chamber, hastily donning his garments. Under the protection of his guards, he climbed into a carriage, racing towards the city center. At this moment, not just he, but all the slavers of Volantis were acutely aware of Rhaego's assault on the city, each scrambling for their lives as the vast thoroughfare leading from the Black Wall to Vilanceris became choked with fleeing carriages and soldiers. The cries of despair filled the street that once symbolized wealth and prestige. Chapter 153. The Collapse. Rhaego Domnar, how dare he? How dare he? We are a free trade city. We are Volantis. How can he dare to attack us? It is truly astonishing that Rhaego would audaciously assault the city as a slave master. But what of Colleen? Where is Colleen? She is the harbinger of our calamity. This is a slave master who only seeks to shift blame. My lord, last night, it was reported that the Galini family's carriage hastily departed the city, heading north. Damn! Damn Colleen Galini. She has betrayed us. She has brought ruin upon us. Oh, my king of wealth, all the riches I amassed over a lifetime have vanished. The Black Wall has been breached, and within its confines, the slave masters on the eastern shore have nurtured thousands of enslaved soldiers, largely composed of pirates and criminals who fled here. The slave masters finance their upkeep, and in return, these wretched souls carry out the nefarious deeds of murder and arson for the noble slave masters of the city. The earlier plunder of the merchant vessels belonging to the exploratory fleet was orchestrated by the pirates under the command of Coman and Moro, who were deceived by Gylos. Though these pirates and criminals are merciless, they maintain a certain loyalty to their benefactors. When Rhaego first transmitted his letter of war to Volantis, these enslaved soldiers and pirates were poised for battle at the behest of the slave masters. For them, A peaceful existence in Volantis is untenable. Only through murder and thievery can they fill their bellies. Thus, when the clarion call of war resounded at dawn, the slave army, ever ready for conflict, surged forth from the refuse, brothels, and dilapidated shanties, rushing across the long bridge that spanned the two shores, eager to aid their masters on the western bank. Yet, Rhaego's assault was executed with alarming swiftness, and Browon's forces responded with equal haste. When the disheveled throng reached the midpoint of the long bridge, they collided with 1,000 fully armored knights. What spectacle would unfold when 1,000 heavily clad warriors, wielding sharp blades, faced off against tens of thousands of emaciated, poorly equipped slave soldiers? A massacre, a one-sided slaughter. It is no wonder that in ancient times, the possession of armor was a grave offense. When a fully armored soldier engages unarmored slaves, it is akin to an Ultraman swatting a mosquito. Both result in instant annihilation. Browon's soldiers were spared the need for defense, as the ragged weaponry of the slave army posed no threat to their protection. The numerical advantage meant nothing on the long bridge. The soldiers swung their long swords mechanically, reaping lives with every strike. Within half an hour, having sustained thousands of casualties, the desperate outlaws finally succumbed to fear, and fear signified defeat. The slaves crowded at the forefront were paralyzed by the soldiers' ferocity, entirely stripped of their will to resist, while those thronging behind, oblivious to the carnage ahead, were spurred on by fervent zeal for plunder, hunger, and loyalty to their masters, pushing desperately forward. The cacophony of battle cries and shrieks became a stimulant for the rearward slaves, compelling those inclined to flee to be thrust forward by those behind them, hopelessly confronting the long swords, while those who sought to advance were blocked by those attempting to escape, forcing them to press onward with all their might. The long bridge grotesquely morphed into a meat grinder of life. The bodies fell by soldiers had already obstructed the path. Yet a relentless tide of humanity continued to surge forward. The soldiers, now bloodied with rage, showed no mercy, even as the foremost slaves knelt in surrender. A sword would still sever their heads. The slaughter, terror, and trampling witnessed by the slaves, who beheld the very depths of hell, drove them to madness. Plop! When the first panicked slave chose to leap into the sea, it was as if a glimmer of hope for survival ignited among this desperate throng, and in an instant, countless slaves dove into the water like dumplings. Those crowded in the rear collided with the heap of corpses, some unable to bear the sight, retching in distress. As Browon led his soldiers over the pile of bodies, the sounds of splashing grew more insistent. After breaching the city gates, Rhaego decisively mounted Vagharl, and, accompanied by his 6 small companions, rode northward. The task of eliminating the remaining foes in the city was entrusted to his soldiers. He intended to intercept the fleeing slave masters. Although this siege was sudden, it was possible that some astute individuals had already discerned Rhaego's intentions, or, out of caution, had prepared their assets for an early escape. They were absconding with Rhaego's wealth, which was nothing short of robbery. Roar! When the roar of the dragon reverberated through the clouds, reaching the ears of the fleeing slave masters below, these gluttonous executioners, nourished by the flesh and blood of the common folk, seemed to see their ancestors beckoning from the underworld. 7 dragons appeared above the fleeing masses, their roars petrifying the horses, causing many to resign themselves to the ground. Yet there were those daring enough to lash their trembling steeds, desperately attempting to escape Rhaego's clutches. Dracarys! Rhaego pointed at the struggling rotund figure, and as Vagharl roared, Dragonfire flickered, ready to reduce him to ashes. The desperate slave master emitted not a single cry of anguish, as both he and his carriage were incinerated by Hades' flames, which even melted the rocks beneath. "Well done, Hades!" Rhaego exclaimed, loudly commending the little black dragon, which made the already proud creature nearly tilt its head skyward in delight. This only served to infuriate Ares, who had long competed with his elder brother, prompting the little red dragon to dive down and reduce a group of people to ash without hesitation. Then proudly roaring before Rhaego in pursuit of praise. Rhaego felt a wave of frustration. That group had surrendered. Why burn their carriage as well? That was my money. However, the young dragon's desire to perform could not be stifled. Rhaego could not undermine his confidence, and thus managed a smile of approval, loudly praising the little red dragon. "Ares, truly impressive. You rival your elder brother." This delighted the little red dragon, who gleefully soared around Hades. The 2 dragons, in their display, not only terrified the surrendering slave masters, but also stirred the other 4 little ones, who eyed the crowd below with restless anticipation. Recognizing the precarious situation, Rhaego swiftly intervened to restrain the eager 4, and after calming them, He led the group of slave masters and soldiers back toward the city of Volantis. Upon Rhaego's return, Brown, who had largely cleared the banks of Volantis, approached swiftly to report, "Your Majesty, the encircling fleet has captured a group of fleeing women, among whom are several silver-haired, purple-eyed Valyrians, led by one named Colleen Galini." Oh, Chapter 154, The Self-Indulgence of the Valyrians. Brown's report took Rhaego by surprise. In the present era of Westeros, Essos, and even Sithorios, those who genuinely retained the pure bloodlines and physical traits of ancient Valyria were likely only Rhaego himself and the descendants of Daemon and Rhaenyra, who had escaped during the Dance of the Dragons. Yet, the discovery of a group of silver-haired, purple-eyed Valyrian bloodlines hidden within Volantis was indeed astonishing. Though Volantis proudly proclaimed itself the greatest of the 9 free cities, often referring to itself as the eldest daughter of Valyria, mistress of the Summer Sea, and queen of the Rhoyne, it was originally established as a forward outpost of Valyrian freehold on the Empire's frontier situated along the expansive banks of the Rhoyne. The Valyrian dragon lords had constructed the towering black wall of 200 feet using dragonstone, stationing Valyrian soldiers and lesser nobles within this border city. However, with the cataclysmic advent of the apocalypse, nearly all of the bloodlines of the Dragon Kings perished in this calamity. In contrast, the lesser Valyrian nobility and the common folk hastily fled, with survivors predominantly congregating along the southern coast of Essos, particularly in the cities lining Volantis and Slaver's Bay, which became strongholds for these Valyrian bloodlines. In Volantis, the refugees from Valyria brazenly took residence within the Black Walls, regarding this formidable city fortification as a demarcation of class and nobility. They proudly proclaimed themselves the ancient bloodlines, basking in the glory of their once magnificent freehold, dominantly ruling over the commoners and slaves who gathered here. Thus, one would expect that in cities such as Volantis or those around Slaver's Bay, there would be a substantial presence of silver-haired, purple-eyed Valyrian bloodlines. Yet, the reality was starkly contrary. Pure Valyrian bloodlines found it increasingly challenging to endure in these cities. The Valyrian refugees, who had once existed at the lowest echelons of the Empire during the era of the Freehold, transformed into the most formidable rulers of these cities: Volantis, Myr, Karth, and Lys. This stark contrast between heaven and hell naturally became an addiction for them. Since time immemorial, power has been the most corrosive of forces. For with power comes wealth, status, and allure, all merely as appendages to dominion. Consequently, once these former slave masters, who had once idolized the supremacy of noble blood, seized control of Volantis and the cities of Slaver's Bay, they indulged their desires, unleashing the grotesque impulses long suppressed within their hearts. As generations of ancient bloodlines emerged, these original Valyrians discovered that the characteristics belonging to their Valyrian heritage diminished progressively, eventually fading into oblivion. Their indiscriminate coupling and chaotic liaisons diluted the proud bloodline to its utmost limits. Thus, even though the slave masters of Volantis, such as the deceased old Gylos, along with the likes of Comin and Moro, continued to assert their Valyrian lineage, they possessed neither the emblematic silver hair nor the handsome countenance that once drew dragons near. Lacking the true essence of Valyrian blood, even if their prior plots had succeeded in eliminating Rhaego, they would still be incapable of taming dragons, ultimately becoming nothing more than fodder. These individuals were acutely aware of their diluted lineage. Yet, after centuries of procreation, reversing such a decline was no trivial matter. They could hardly approach the Targaryens or Valerians for a marital alliance. Such an act would be tantamount to seeking their own demise. Under these circumstances, the so-called struggle for legitimacy inevitably arose. Among the survivors from Valyria, there existed a few individuals capable of restraining their desires, genuinely valuing the noble bloodline bequeathed by their ancestors, and maintaining a stable lineage, albeit one that produced its share of lunatics and imbeciles, yet largely retained the physical traits of silver hair and purple eyes. This preservation of distinctive Valyrian features incited dissatisfaction among other Valyrian slave masters, having fully integrated into Volantis. They could not comprehend why some still clung to the ancient bloodlines, flaunting their silver hair and purple eyes, thus casting a shadow upon those who deemed themselves Valyrian descendants. In such a climate, families that retained the prominent Valyrian traits faced severe persecution, branded as heretics by their insecure kin, ultimately vanishing without a trace in Essos. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a true Valyrian bloodline lay hidden within the black walls of Volantis. According to Bronn's accounts, these individuals seemed to be thriving, even as slave masters. This ignited a profound curiosity within Rhaego towards these individuals and a woman named Cailan Gelernay. Moreover, the surname Gelernay resonated with a sense of familiarity. Cailan felt both disheartened and fearful. She acknowledged that she had grossly underestimated Rhaego's might and decisiveness. After the failure of her poison plot against Old Gylos and the thwarting of the wildfire she had orchestrated due to an insider-esque betrayal, she sensed that Rhaego had been thoroughly enraged. Following the passage of Vhagar over the city walls, the astute matriarch promptly returned to her family, secretly organizing the few remaining kin who preserved the Valyrian bloodline, swiftly gathering their riches before the slave masters could react, and quietly vacating the Black Walls. To mislead Rhaego and the other slave masters, she arranged for her enslaved individuals to drive her family's wagon out of the northern gates, creating the illusion of a mass exodus to the north. In reality, she, along with her elite guards and kin, disguised themselves and crossed the long bridge into the lawless east. With the assistance of the slave soldiers her family had raised, Cailan and her entourage successfully boarded the prearranged vessels, attempting to escape this den of iniquity under the cover of Rhaego's assault on Volantis. However, Cailan underestimated the formidable strength of the dragons, the resilience of the soldiers of the fleet, and Rhaego's extraordinary confidence. She never anticipated that Rhaego would launch an attack on powerful Volantis with 5,000 men, all while considering the might of the Eastern Coast slave army. It'd still leave 2,000 behind to completely seal off the seas. Her family's enslaved soldiers and pirates, along with the elite guards, stood no chance against the 2,000-strong forces, suffering devastating casualties in a single encounter, leaving Cailan and the remaining kin as captives of the fleet. Chapter 155. The House of the Dragon King Gelernay. The clanking of iron chains echoed from outside the cell as the disheveled Cailan quickly lifted her gaze towards the door. Behind her, 5 silver-haired, purple-eyed women hurriedly rose, anxiously watching the handsome man who entered from outside. Upon entering, Rhaego was immediately hit by the pungent stench of the cell, which belonged to the Old Gylos family, specifically designed for imprisoning and torturing defiant souls within the Black Walls. The cell was entirely enclosed, lacking even a vent or window, with only the wooden bars and the main door allowing a trickle of light to penetrate. It was unclear what unspeakable acts Old Gylos had committed here, but the rancid odor permeated the air, and the once dazzling Cailan and her 5 kin had, after merely a morning in confinement, transformed into figures resembling refugees. In such an environment, it was impossible to issue commands to the guards to escort these women to the castle. Rhaego turned and departed, feeling that even a moment longer in this wretched place would risk his stomach. Back in Gylos' opulent castle, Rhaego took a few swigs of wine to suppress the foul taste lingering in his mouth. The guards had already brought all 6 captives before him, their faces haggard as they stood at the foot of the dais, surrounded by vigilant soldiers to prevent any potential disruption to his majesty. Cailan Gelernay? Rhaego observed the weary middle-aged woman before him, recognizing that his soldiers had shown no mercy during the capture. This noble woman appeared quite disheveled. "Are you of the Gelernay bloodline?" "Your Majesty, I, Cailan Gelernay, extend my greetings to you. As you have stated, we are indeed descendants of the Gelernay family, once loyal allies of your house." As Kalyani observed Rhaego's tranquil demeanor, the tension within her heart began to ease slightly. During the harrowing journey escorted by soldiers into the Black Wall, this high-ranking noble slave owner bore witness to the grim state of the eastern city. Following the subjugation of the Black Wall, over 3,000 troops surged across the long bridge to support Bronn, leaving the entire eastern shore awash in blood. Countless souls were slaughtered or forced to leap into the sea, drowning mercilessly in the depths. To Kalyani, Rhaego appeared as a demon clad in human skin. The massacre on the eastern shore was orchestrated by Rhaego himself. The longer he lingered in this place, the more his heart hardened, especially after gaining control over the greedy ones, Silver Wings, Wag Harl, and the 6 little ones. His perception of ordinary people had grown increasingly obscured. In his eyes, the inhabitants of these lands were no longer classified as Westlanders or Esosians, but rather as those who deserved to live and those who did not, the useful and the useless. Among the pirates and criminals congregating on the eastern shore of Volantis, the majority were deemed deserving of death and utterly expendable. Thus, Rhaego signaled to Bronn that the soldiers could indulge in a brief spree of violence. Slaying a few thousand was entirely acceptable. As for the scum of the eastern shore, a single breath of Dragonfire from Wag Harl might eliminate any who were innocent, though certainly not unjustly condemned. The development of Valyria had reached a preliminary stabilization, necessitating a substantial workforce. Following the soldiers' massacre, these ruthless outlaws were left terrorized, making them ripe for capture and forced labor. Most of these individuals were vigorous young men, adept at pioneering and city building, but their ferocity had to be thoroughly subdued lest they pose a threat to civilian safety. The methods employed were undeniably brutal, yet the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Unbeknownst to Rhaego, Kalyani's fear of him was profound. Upon her acknowledgement of her identity, Rhaego straightened with interest. The Galani family. I'm aware of your lineage, but how have you fallen so low? Rhaego's curiosity was understandable. The Galani family was one of the ancient Valyrian Dragonlord families, considered a respectable noble house, albeit significantly weaker than the Domnars, yet far superior to the Targaryens. In Rhaego's muddled recollections, the Galani family had indeed been a steadfast ally of the Domnar family and a notable presence during the era of the Freehold. After all, they were of Dragonlord descent. Their status was far nobler than that of these insignificant slave owners. How had they dwindled to such a pathetic remnant of only a few cats and dogs? Your Majesty, Kalyani began, barely able to contain her tears. She was utterly exhausted, and the plight of the Galani family was heart-wrenching. As she recounted her family's tribulations, tears streaming down her face, the 5 family members behind her, disregarding their own fears and concerns, joined in her lamentation. For a full half-hour, Rhaego finally grasped the reasons behind the Galani family's misfortunes. Following the cataclysm of Doomsday, the Galani family, much like Rhaego, had been fortunate enough to have a branch of their family away from home, allowing them to survive the disaster. However, unlike the Domnar family, the surviving ancestors of the Galani clung desperately to their former glory. Over the subsequent half-century, they engaged in trade while sending family members to investigate the ruins of Valyria. This resulted in the gradual demise of their able-bodied men amidst the ruins of Valyria. By the time the 3rd family head ascended to leadership, the Galani family had already dwindled significantly. To preserve the family, this head led the remaining members to settle in Volantis, yet holding steadfast to their noble Dragonlord lineage. The Galani family did not succumb to the dilution of their bloodline, unlike other Valyrian slave owners. However, they arrived too late. Volantis had already become the domain of other slave owners. Fortunately, these owners accepted them and permitted them to reside within the Black Wall. But this marked the tragic beginning for the Galani family. After the passing of this ancestor, the Galani family lost their last ally and was left under the stewardship of the widow of the family head. It was during this time that the predatory nature of the slave owners revealed itself. Their bloodline had become exceedingly diluted, while the Galani family retained their noble and pure blood. Moreover, other bearers of pure Valyrian blood had been systematically persecuted by the slave owners, rendering the Galani family the sole remaining avenue for them to restore their bloodline. Thus began a brutal regime of control. All male Galani infants were monitored from the moment of their birth, and upon reaching adulthood, they were cruelly slain after impregnating the women of the family. The remaining females were treated as breeding vessels by the slave owners, who exploited them to enhance their own family bloodlines. After enduring years of torment and persecution, by the time of Kalani Galani's generation, all the males of the family had perished, leaving the once magnificent Dragonlord lineage reduced to a mere 6 women. In truth, according to the lineage of the Valyrian Dragonlord family, the Galani line effectively ceased to exist upon the death of the last male bearing the Galani name. The once mighty Dragonlord family, after enduring the aftermath of the Doomsday, could hardly be described as merely tragic. Chapter 156. The arrangements in Volantis, the once glorious Galani family. Now reduced to Kalyani Galani as the sole remaining head, along with 5 other family members, 3 of whom were elderly women and 2 young girls, appeared exceedingly disheveled after enduring a series of harrowing events involving flight, capture, and imprisonment. Despite their silver hair being disheveled and their faces smeared with dust, the 2 young girls' radiant beauty was undeniable. It must be said that the Valyrian dragon bloodline seldom faltered in terms of appearance. Those possessing ancient Valyrian dragon lineage were invariably strikingly handsome or beautiful. Rhaego regarded the 2 youthful Galani maidens with keen interest before instructing Bronn to ensure their proper accommodation, as they were once loyal allies of his family, although Rhaego had usurped their rightful place. The memories of the original owner prompted him to extend a measure of kindness towards these unfortunate women. Even though Kalyani Galani had previously attempted to incinerate herself alongside the other slave owners, her failure was now inconsequential. The king, with his vast resources, would not hold it against her. Bronn, how goes the tally of those slaves and criminals? The army had thoroughly occupied Volantis, and on the eastern banks of the Lorne River, the bodies of the slain littered the ground. The scum, once accustomed to chaos, proved surprisingly compliant under the sharp blades of the soldiers, offering no resistance. Consequently, The assessment of the battle's outcomes was nearing completion. Bronn respectfully bowed and replied, "Your Majesty. Aside from the civilians who fled prior to the battle, we have captured tens of thousands of slaves and pirates from the eastern shore, as well as over 10,000 soldiers claiming to be of Valyrian descent within the Blackwall. Additionally, dozens of slave owners and their thousands of kin have been apprehended. Due to Volantis being a frontline port, the local populace consists of fewer knights, with many residing in the northern towns of Valenceris, Samel, and others." Excellent. Rhaego was highly satisfied with the spoils of war. The conflict, ignited solely by the greed of two slave owners, yielded far more than the capture of all the slave owners or the extraction of gold and silver from those engaged in the slave trade. As long as he possessed the knowledge of Valyrian steel, Rhaego would never lack for resources. The greatest prize from this endeavor was the acquisition of tens of thousands of free laborers, those who required no consideration for attrition. These vicious pirates and slaves would play a pivotal role in the development and transformation of Valyria, significantly expediting the reconstruction of the ancient land. Bronn commanded the immediate transportation of the entire group of captives on his ships, regardless of the cramped conditions, insisting on multiple trips to ensure they were all taken to Valyria for the purpose of land reclamation and city building. He ordered troops to oversee them, declaring that any dissenters would be dealt with swiftly and lethally. His subordinate complied without hesitation, and Bronn swiftly accepted the directive. "Regarding the handling of the slave masters of Volantis and the city itself, your guidance is needed, Your Majesty." Rhaego's hesitated momentarily upon hearing this. The slave masters were relatively straightforward to deal with. Extracting their wealth and then executing them would suffice. However, he found himself in a quandary over how to effectively manage this lucrative port city. Although Volantis' military appeared feeble in the face of the Vagharl and the pioneering army, this was primarily due to the dragon's influence. If Bronn were to lead an army alone against this formidable stronghold, he would likely suffer heavy casualties, possibly losing thousands, and might not even manage to scratch the walls of the Blackwall. Moreover, the rampant piracy along the southern coast of Essos posed another challenge. These reckless brigands, undeterred by fear, roamed in small groups across coastal cities and islands, swiftly converging on any target. To completely eradicate them was a fanciful notion. Should one seek to occupy Volantis with insufficient troops, not only would the safety of the city be jeopardized, but even the merchant vessels engaged in trade might fail to be deterred. Disregarding the dragons, Rhaegos could not remain in Volantis indefinitely, nor could he trust leaving a single dragon behind. Human greed and desire, when not faced with immediate threats, often cloud rational judgment. Thus, if Rhaegos resolved to seize Volantis, it was imperative to deploy a substantial military presence. However, Valyria had only 10,000 soldiers at its disposal. To fully secure Volantis and revive trade, a minimum of 5,000 troops would be necessary for the city's defense. In such a scenario, Valyria's military strength would be significantly diminished, making it challenging to control tens of thousands of captives should Rhaegos be absent for an extended period. Yet, relinquishing a city gained was not a concept that existed in Rhaegos' lexicon. Thus, Bronn, you must immediately send word to Westeros, instructing Larys to recruit no less than 5,000 soldiers willing to venture out to sea in my name to take charge of Stone Dance Castle. Additionally, request Prince Cregan Stark to dispatch a noble adept in port trade to lead these soldiers. Understood. What the slave masters, Your Majesty, extract their confessions, ensuring they divulge all the wealth they have amassed, then dispose of them in a suitable manner. Very well. As Volantis busied itself extracting funds from the slave masters, the pioneering fleet transported captives across the sea. The brief skirmishes that occurred in Volantis left the cities upstream along the Lorne River trembling in fear. Although the war had erupted suddenly and concluded swiftly, Rhaegos had taken measures to seal off the enemy's escape routes during the prelude to battle. Yet, the extensive coastline and vast inland regions of Volantis allowed a portion of individuals to successfully flee, most of whom sought refuge in upstream cities, carrying with them the formidable reputation of Rhaego Domnar. Dragons, armies, slaughter. These three words, when heard by the noble houses upstream, instilled a profound sense of anxiety and fear. The towns that had historically been under Volantis' dominion watched the developments at the front lines with bated breath, terrified that Rhaegos, upon conquering Volantis, would not be satiated, instead pressing northward to seize control of all towns along the Lorne River. As these individuals fretted and prepared for flight, Rhaegos' grand army quietly boarded great ships and departed from the port of Volantis. In the span of a month, Volantis had settled into a new rhythm, with Larys' recruited troops already en route from the Twin Dragons Harbor, poised to arrive shortly. Rhaegos chose to leave Bronn with 2,000 men to temporarily maintain order within the city, while he returned with the remainder to his homeland. According to reports from Valyria, Rhaegos' strategy of scorched earth with Dragonfire, implemented over the past 6 months, seemingly yielded unexpected rewards. Chapter 157, The Return to Court. For Rhaegos, the campaign had been fruitful. The occupation of Atlantis and the acquisition of tens of thousands of captives were commendable outcomes. He held no ambitions regarding the towns of Violenthus, Samel, Valissa, and Siren along the upper Lorne River. Part of his reasoning lay in the recognition that occupying these towns would demand considerable manpower, a precious resource for Valyria at this juncture. Even though these towns could yield significant captives, an excess of them would pose risks, compromising the stability that Rhaegos needed Valyria to maintain during his absence. Another reason was that Rhaegos felt unprepared for war. He could not afford to overreach. The conquest of Atlantis was already a delicate matter. Should he continue to push northward and occupy the Weeping Lands and the Golden Fields, it could provoke resistance from the other 8 free trade cities, the slave cities of the northeastern bay, or even the horse lords far across the Dothraki Sea. No one relishes the emergence of a powerful neighbor, particularly one that disregards the established norms. Despite Rhaegos' possession of dragons, it remained a simple task to annihilate a city. With his current strength, 1 man and 1 dragon could sweep away 99% of the world's power. However, to occupy a city required not only formidable soldiers, but also like-minded allies, 2 elements that Rhaegos currently lacked. At the very least, Westeros was not yet in a position to dominate the world. Thus, knowing when to withdraw was the prudent choice. Returning to Valyria, fortifying its walls, stockpiling resources, and biding his time until his forces were fully prepared would present the optimal opportunity to reveal his true ambitions. The fleet journeyed south along Valyria's fractured coastline, while Vagharl circled playfully above, accompanied by 6 small dragons. The mischievous hatchlings occasionally dove toward the water, seizing large fish and tossing them into the air, inciting a spirited competition among their siblings. They did not consume the fish. Instead, they were torn to shreds, raining down upon the deck and surface of the sea. On this return to Valyria, Kalyani Jellern, accompanied by 5 of her kin, joined the voyage. Rhaegos had permitted them to continue residing within the Black Wall of Atlantis. Yet Kalyani declined his offer, opting instead to follow the army southward. Kalyani and 2 older relatives boarded a separate vessel, while the 2 youthful sisters, under Jellern's subtle encouragement, took to the ship where Rhaegos was situated. The sisters, likely around 17 or 18 years of age, had been orphaned after their parents passed shortly after their birth, and Kalyani had taken them in. Rhaegos reclined on a specially crafted soft couch, casually perusing an ancient tome, while the joyful cries of dragons echoed above, imparting a sense of tranquility. Sophia Jellern sat quietly beside him, feigning interest in her own book, though she had not turned a page in quite some time. As the elder sister, she was beginning to grasp the implications of the clan leader presenting them to his majesty, and, as she sat by Rhaegos, inhaling the pleasant scent of the man nearby, her usually serene demeanor faltered. Her gaze would occasionally drift past the pages, secretly observing Rhaegos' handsome features. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. In contrast to the composed and gentle Sophia, her sister Milani exhibited a bolder spirit. Growing increasingly familiar with Rhaegos, she eagerly requested a suit of armor and a long sword, as though she had acquired a rare and precious treasure that she would not part with. Standing beside Rhaego alongside her sister Sophia, Melanie's attention was wholly captivated by the trio of playful little dragons frolicking in the sky. In stark contrast to Sophia's shy and timid observations of Rhaego, the sight of the 3 delicate pink creatures left Melanie's heart melting in sheer delight. "Your Majesty, could you enlighten me on the names of those 3 little pink dragons?" she inquired, her heart racing as she watched the spirited antics of the dragons. With her long sword playfully swaying at her waist, she leaned closer to Rhaego, her curiosity piqued, while Sophia, feeling a flutter of youthful emotions, also turned her eager gaze towards him. Rhaego, upon hearing her question, closed the book he had been perusing and languidly stretched, pointing towards the 6 little dragons frolicking in the sky. "That white-horned little dragon is named Venus. She possesses quite the temper and harbors grudges, a classic tsundere. The one at her feet is Athena, distinguishable by her pink-horned and white-nosed appearance. She's the feistiest among the trio, often provoking her sisters. The pitiful-looking one who seems utterly wronged is Diana. Her only distinguishing feature from Athena is her pink nose. Diana is often the target of her sisters' teasing, yet their elder brothers dote on her immensely. Thus, while she may appear woeful now, Once her sisters face the consequences of their bullying, her demeanor will undoubtedly change. "Ah, how adorable!" Melanie exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with delight as she gazed at the forlorn Diana, wishing to scoop her up and shower her with affection. "Your Majesty, what are the names of those 3 brothers?" Sophia inquired, her gaze fixated on the little green dragon, her voice barely above a whisper. "The black one is Hades, known for his explosive temperament. The green one is Emer, a schemer, and the red one is Ares, a brawler with muscles to spare. None of them are to be trifled with." "What a lovely name, Emer," Melanie mused. The little dragons were in a frenzy, with Emer seizing every opportunity to ambush during scuffles or teaming up with Ares to pummel Hades. When the 3 brothers witnessed their sister being bullied, they would rush to her aid, launching a counterattack on Venus and Athena. In those moments, the previously sorrowful Diana would gleefully showcase her teeth in a broad grin, flitting around her subdued sisters in triumphant joy. Yet soon after, the 2 sisters would retaliate, pummeling Diana until she cried out in distress, leaving Melanie, who observed from the deck, stamping her feet in sympathy, while Rhaego could only shake his head in bemusement at the scene before him. "Sirs are right," he remarked, as the playful chaos unfolded. Despite the evident tasks at hand for the 2 sisters, Rhaego felt no aversion towards them. After all, humans are visual creatures, and the presence of the striking silver-haired, violet-eyed maidens was a sight to behold, rendering Rhaego's demeanor unpretentious. The fleet sailed smoothly, navigating through the winding sea of mist, and the silhouette of Blackrock port soon came into view. Vagrel led the 6 little dragons, their excited roars echoing as they dashed towards the harbor. As the ships drew nearer, Rhaego rubbed his eyes vigorously, for the spectacle above the port was astonishing, even to one as well-traveled as he. By the gods! If anyone had witnessed a hen leading her chicks, they would understand the overwhelming sensation Rhaego experienced at that moment. A colossal crimson dragon lay languidly sprawled across the vast expanse above the harbor, its scarlet scales glimmering like flames, reflecting the sunlight in a mesmerizing display. As the fleet approached, the air grew palpably warmer, charged with an intense energy. Sol has emerged. While this revelation was sufficient to ignite Rhaego's excitement, what truly astounded him was the sight of Sol, akin to a contented farm hen, resting as a swarm of lively hatchlings flitted about her massive frame. Where did all these young dragons come from? Not only Rhaego, but anyone aboard who beheld the scene was rendered speechless. The sight was nothing short of surreal. Although the soldiers had grown accustomed to the presence of gluttonous giants like the Devourer and Silverwing, and were aware of their king's possession of 9 great dragons, they had never before laid eyes upon the crimson behemoth perched before them. Yet the existence of the red dragon raised questions about the multitude of hatchlings cavorting upon her. Regardless of their nature, when a species reaches a critical mass, it inevitably exerts a formidable presence upon those observing. This was particularly true for the dragons, rulers of the skies. Upon docking at the port, not a single soldier dared to disembark first. It was only when the station guards approached with calm demeanor that the soldiers' trepidation began to subside. "What is happening?" Rhaego inquired, perplexed, of the port's commanding officer. Although he had received correspondence from Valeria regarding the discovery of dragon eggs in the wake of Dragonfire, he had not anticipated that those eggs would hatch into young dragons in the mere span of a month. "Your Majesty," the officer, in his 20s, bowed respectfully, his gaze filled with astonishment as he glanced towards the playful dragon horde in the distance. The 6 little ones had seamlessly integrated into the throng of hatchlings, their excited roars echoing in the air, and the officer continued, his voice tinged with disbelief. "After you and Lord Browin departed with the army, we adhered strictly to the original plan of clearing and establishing the city, gradually advancing towards the eastern plains. During this process, several dragon eggs were unearthed among the ashes scorched by Dragonfire, alongside some Valyrian steel weaponry and various treasures. Initially, we discovered 2 dragon eggs within Blackrock Mountain, but as we progressed eastward, our soldiers and civilians began to uncover more and more eggs from the ashes and ruins of Valyria, amassing hundreds within a mere 20 days. However, some of these eggs emitted a faint glow and warmth, while others appeared lifeless, their surfaces resembling stone. Under the orders of the deputy commander, we placed the collected eggs in the areas where the great dragons frequently rest. Just 3 days ago, a northern volcano erupted unexpectedly, and the red dragon emerged from the billowing ash, landing amidst the pile of eggs. She did not attack us. The deputy commander feared provoking her and instructed us to maintain our distance from her landing site. During this time, the red dragon exhibited remarkable docility, showing no signs of aggression towards the soldiers or Blackrock itself. However, The young officer hesitated, still seemingly in shock from the earlier events, swallowing hard before continuing. His voice trembling. Yesterday morning, the soldiers and civilians awoke to find that the previously collected dragon eggs had collectively hatched, revealing 16 little dragons. The deputy commander intended to inform your majesty, but upon receiving news of the army's imminent return, he feared that the message would not reach you accurately and ordered us to refrain from taking any actions until your return. Upon hearing this, Sophia and Melanie were rendered speechless, their minds racing. The Jellern family had struggled for generations amidst hardship, tirelessly exploring the ruins of Valyria, all in hopes of acquiring a single dragon egg to restore their family's former glory. Yet countless lives were sacrificed in vain. While Rhaego casually amassed over 100 dragon eggs and inexplicably hatched 16 of them, this stark contrast left the two sisters staring blankly at each other, with a glimmer of impending tears brewing in their eyes. However, at that moment, Rhaego had no time to ponder the emotions of the two young women. After listening to the captain's account, he finally grasped the origins of these little dragons. Unsurprisingly, these dragons, which were once mere eggs, had been buried in the eastern plains after the fall of Valyria's freehold. Rhaego speculated that the ruins of what was once the eastern plains were likely the hatching grounds of the ancient Valyrian dragon eggs. And even if it wasn't the hatching site, it was certainly a storage location for the eggs, previously concealed beneath layers of soil and vegetation. The dragon eggs had been exposed and rendered dry and soft by the scorching Dragonfire of Vagahar, which incinerated the overgrowth above them. The high-level magical energy contained within the Dragonfire revitalized these lethargic eggs, ultimately unearthed by the soldiers and civilians who were constructing the area. As for the hatching of the dragon eggs, it was the life-giving warmth of Vagahar's flames that sparked their revival, and by a stroke of fortune, the evolved soul descended beside the eggs, with the pure elemental fire within him serving as the perfect nourishment for their incubation. Thus, to everyone's astonishment, these eggs hatched unexpectedly. With the chain of events now clear, Rhaego summoned a warhorse, declined the sisters' offer to accompany him, and rode swiftly toward the now stirring and excited dragon, Soul. Roar. Soul's resonant roar echoed across the plains, causing the little dragons clinging to her to be cautiously dislodged onto the ground. The crimson giant flapped her wings with exuberance, her robust forelegs rhythmically pounding the earth, her slit pupils gazing with both authority and gentleness at the silver-haired youth galloping towards her. Soul. Roar. The warhorse hesitated, refusing to approach within hundreds of meters of Soul, prompting Rhaego to dismount and walk, casually brushing aside the little dragons that ventured too close. He laughed heartily as he playfully tackled Soul's snout. It's been a long time, my dear. Chapter 159. The Rapid Development of Dragon's Head Island. Roar. Soul breathed heavily with excitement, her dragon snout affectionately nudging Rhaego's body, attempting to emit soft growls amidst her roars. Gently grasping Rhaego's robe, Soul, under the terrified gaze of the soldiers nearby, hoisted their king onto her back, and a long-silenced dragon song, muted for 84 years, resonated once more across this cursed land. Rhaego laughed joyfully as he clutched the sharp spikes along Soul's neck. Take flight, Soul. Roar. The scarlet four-legged giant dragon beat her wings vigorously, creating a gust that sent the little dragons playing around tumbling in disarray. Together, they soared into the sky, under the watchful eyes of countless soldiers. Dracarys. Roar. The crimson flames surged through the void, crashing down upon the tranquil surface of the sea. The intense heat evaporated vast expanses of seawater upon contact, generating thick clouds of mist. The jubilant dragon roared as she emerged from the vapor, soaring higher amidst Rhaego's exuberant laughter. It felt as though he had returned to the ruins of Valyria, where, apart from himself and Soul, there were no other creatures worthy of attention. They continued to accompany each other, spiraling through the fog-laden skies of the Valyrian ruins, using Dragonfire to dry out the swamp-dwelling crocodiles, igniting forest fires to eliminate the venomous red serpents. They gleefully hunted the great eagles in the sky, turning the infected, undead creatures into ashes. The silver-haired demon once again decimated the ferocious wild dog clan, while the timid little fox tucked away its wildness, seeking refuge within the narrow crevices of the mountains. Rhaego resurrected his original companion, the solitary and aged red dragon, Soul, as she returned to her peak, soaring in the skies of her homeland alongside her comrades. Vagahar and the 6 little dragons flitted around Soul, sensing no hint of hostility from this unprecedented behemoth. The members of House Jellern gathered once more around their matriarch, Kaelan Jellern, eager to cautiously approach the little dragons on the plains. However, The watchful eyes of the surrounding soldiers compelled the matriarch to wisely suppress her curiosity. As fellow scions of the once glorious Dragonlord family, they could only gaze enviously at the soaring giant dragon. Sophia Gelern's gentle gaze was fixed firmly upon the small green dragon, Immergard, who chased after Sol, while Milani Gelern's attention was riveted on the little pink dragon, both unabashedly revealing their desires and envy in their ardent stares at the soaring dragons. Even Kaelan and the two other kin could not suppress their yearning for the great dragons. Alternating their glances between the frolicking dragon kin in the sky and the 16 small dragons below who were desperately roaring, the distinct appearance of the 6 little dragons, unlike any other, failed to capture the attention of these onlookers. In fact, in the eyes of Sophia and Milani, the 4-legged giants were undeniably more beautiful than their bipedal counterparts. Kaelan retracted her greedy gaze, striving to control her trembling hands, which quivered with overwhelming excitement. As she gently clasped the hands of Sophia and Milani, in a trance, Kaelan murmured to herself, almost as if entrusting them with a heavy burden. "My dear girls, the responsibility of reviving our family now rests upon your shoulders. The king has returned, and the Valyrian people have paid a heavy price for their ignorance and greed in their attempt to ambush the fleet of Volantis. This battle has brought much-needed labor to Valyria, ushering the realm into a period of rapid development. The second wave of pioneering troops, recruited by Lares, also arrived in Volantis. Bronn and the commanders dispatched by Cregan Stark handed over the city's defenses to Lares, leading 2,000 soldiers and the newly recruited 50,000 military civilians back, triumphantly, to Valyria. As the pioneering army opened up new frontiers on the Valyrian peninsula, news of the king's personal conquest of Volantis reached Westeros, prompting countless commoners and landless knights to converge upon Dragonstone and Storm's End, beseeching Duke Lares for permission to journey to Valyria and join in the Empire's pioneering endeavors. The arrival of this 50,000-strong force catapulted the construction in Valyria into overdrive. Under Rhaego's direction, vast numbers of slaves were procured at low prices by Bronn, arriving by ship from the Slave Bay to join the burgeoning wave of construction. Following the establishment of Blackstone and Blackstream, a multitude of castles and towns sprang up from west to east across the expansive Central Plains. With Sol's awakening, Rhaego's process of land clearing visibly accelerated. The Red Dragon, wielding the highest-order bloodfire magic, incinerated all the grotesque monsters hidden deep underground. The river north of Valyria was renamed Dragon's Head River, as the Dragonfire burned and transformed the flora along its banks, turning the murky, green glowing waters of Dragon's Head into a clear stream capable of supplying drinking water for hundreds of thousands. 143 years of conquest had passed since the battle for Volantis, and now, after 2 years, Valyria had undergone a complete transformation. Lush crops swayed in the fertile plains, and the once barren peaks, scorched and desolate, had revitalized into verdant landscapes after 2 years of recovery. An increasing number of Westlanders flocked to Valyria, with many commoners from Essos also arriving to settle on Dragon's Head Island. In this regard, Rhaego expressed an entirely welcoming attitude. A mere 20,000 inhabitants could hardly stir significant waves upon the vast Dragonstone Island. Within the fortresses established to the north and south of Dragonstone, apart from the few thousand military personnel and civilians dispatched for cultivation, there was scarcely a soul to be found. Thus, when it came to population, Rhaego was indiscriminate, accepting all, whether they hailed from Westeros or Essos, as long as they were willing to work and abide by the laws of Dragonstone. They would be deemed legitimate residents. As Valyria surged towards rapid development, neighboring continents gradually became aware of this audacious endeavor to cultivate accursed land, emerging from the empire of Westeros. Yet, none dared to provoke Dragonstone, which boasted a mere population of over 20,000. The caution was palpable, especially considering the recent history of Volantis, not to mention the formidable dragons that occasionally soared over the central plains of Dragonstone, which quelled the ambitions of any would-be conquerors. In the second month following Sol's emergence from his cocoon, both the Devourer and Silverwing reached their evolutionary zenith, complemented by Vhagar, the 6 young dragons, and the 16 hatchlings that had miraculously emerged from over 100 dragon eggs, tainted by the essence of the dragon's bane. The number of dragons under Rhaego's command had swelled to a staggering 26. Moreover, the prowess of Sol, the Devourer, Silverwing, and the 6 young dragons vastly eclipsed that of the native dragons. Once, Sol had clashed with the Black Dread, Vhagar, and both had ended in ruin. Yet now, Rhaego boldly proclaimed that Sol could vanquish 10 such foes, perhaps a testament to his underestimation of Vhagar's might. The hierarchy of life was no longer dictated by size. Soul could disregard the black dread as flames and claws, while even a single breath of Soul's fire would obliterate Vhagar. After the Crimson Dragon as flames reduced a massive Myrene warship to ashes, the various factions in Essos, eyeing Volantis and Dragonstone, adopted a demeanor of civility and clarity. In the year 144 of the conquest, the development of the Valyrian Peninsula officially entered its next phase. After 3 years of construction, 12 formidable cities had risen from the ground in central Dragonstone, with a steady influx of slaves transported from the Slaves Bay, becoming pivotal to the island's rapid development. Divided by the majestic Blackrock City, the northern cities clustered near the 14 Fire Peaks, while to the south, the expansive southern plains were densely populated with robust fortresses. In the western plains, Dragonstone and Harbor City stood proudly along the glistening banks of the Dragonstone River. Over 300,000 souls cohabitated on Dragonstone, with numerous villages and towns established amidst the ruins framed by the 12 formidable cities. The vast and fertile plains in the central and southern regions produced ample grain to satisfy the needs of the island's inhabitants, prompting an increasing number of Westerlanders to voluntarily enlist in the pioneering efforts. Westeros, Essos, and the inconspicuous continent of Sothorios saw individuals crossing the seas to settle in the burgeoning Valyria. In this context, Rhaego designated Dragonstone City in the Dragonstone Valley as the capital and, in the early spring of the 44th year of the conquest, issued a formal command to develop the eastern and western islands. In the ensuing 3 years, Soul and the other dragons had already purified the eastern and western islands with their flames. When the mists that had shrouded the Valyrian ruins for centuries finally dissipated, long-awaited rains eagerly nourished the beleaguered land, rapidly cloaking the islands in lush vegetation, restoring them to their former glory as bastions of freedom. By the year 145 of the conquest, news of a royal wedding spread swiftly across several continents. Rhaego Domnar, the great king of Westeros, lord of the Valyrian Peninsula, rider of dragons, and ruler of the Dragonkin, was to wed 2 young ladies from the once great Targaryen family. In her final moments, Sarah Targaryen witnessed the continuation of her lineage. Though neither Sophia nor Melani's children would bear the Targaryen surname, they would at least possess the blood of the Targaryens. And with Domnall's burgeoning power, that bloodline would endure through the conquests of their Dragon King. With the rapid growth of the 6 young dragons and 16 hatchlings, Rhaego found himself unable to fully control all the dragons, relying solely on his strength. Soul, the Devourer, Silverwing, the recently evolved Vhagar, and the 4-footed 6 young dragons possessed intelligence far exceeding that of the later hatched 16. After several attempts, Rhaego regrettably concluded that these 10 4-footed dragons not only possessed remarkable intelligence, but also exhibited distinct temperaments and a proud dragon nature. The 2 sisters, ever coveting the rides of the Dreaming Dragon and the Pink Dragon, made numerous attempts to mount the backs of the dragons with Rhaego's assistance. Yet each time, they faced unmistakable rejection. Even when Rhaego commanded the dragons to comply, the sisters' attempts at taming them were met with resolute resistance. After several unsuccessful endeavors, Rhaego, both disappointed and relieved, chose to abandon his efforts. However, compared to the less intelligent 16 bipedal dragons, the 4-footed dragons had significantly lower requirements for their riders. They could operate independently in battle. Thus, Rhaego decided to remove the saddles from the Devourer, Silverwing, and Vhagar, granting them the utmost tactical freedom. With no opportunity to tame the 6 young dragons, Sophia and Melani turned their attention to the 16 bipedal dragons. After a period of interaction, the sisters successfully tamed the Black Dragon, Vhagar, and the White Dragon, Meraxes, naming them after the ancient Valyrian deities, symbolizing their hopes for the future. Yet, for the time being, both Vhagar and Meraxes remained mere hatchlings. Even as the fastest growing among their siblings, they were still incapable of carrying their riders aloft. In the year 147 of the conquest, Queen Sophia Targaryen bore a robust prince for the king, who entered the world amidst the cheers of Valyrian soldiers and the roars of dragons, weighing a remarkable 8 pounds. Rhaego named his firstborn after a powerful oil magnate from his memories, Caesar Domnar. 2 months after Prince Caesar's birth, another queen, Melani Targaryen, gave birth to a set of twins. The prince was bestowed the name Arthur by Rhaego, while the beautiful little princess captured everyone's affection, illuminating the Valyrian sky like an angel sent by the gods. Even the proud dragons drew near to her side, and Rhaego named his little darling the most exquisite name, Alis Domnar. The kingdom reveled in the joy of a promising lineage. The 2 princes and their charming princess thrived under the protection of dragons. At the age of 5, Prince Caesar tamed a sleek black bipedal dragon, and named his beloved dragon Caesar after the name granted by the king. The fierce and magnificent black dragon, Caesar, roared as it soared into the skies, carrying the young prince from Dragonstone City, traversing the vast central plains, and landing at the bustling Blackrock harbor. Merchants from distant lands witnessed the young and valiant Prince Caesar slide down from the back of the dragon, receiving the soldier's adulations with the same strength and dignity as his formidable father. Prince Arthur Domnar, though slightly less accomplished than his brother, similarly caught the favor of a red dragon on his 8th birthday. Excitedly, he climbed onto the back of the crimson dragon and, emulating his elder brother, named the dragon after himself. The red dragon, Arthur, joyfully roared as it ascended into the sky, while Prince Caesar, equally pleased by his brother's success, took to the air on his dragon, soaring and roaring across the skies of Dragonstone City. Princess Alice gazed at her brother, soaring through the sky, feeling a sense of injustice as she nestled in King Rhaego's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had endeavored to bond with every bipedal dragon, yet each one had unequivocally denied the charming Princess Alice the joy of riding. However, as the subjects of the Empire would come to realize, compared to her 2 brothers, who had tamed the black dragon Caesar and the red dragon Arthur at such a tender age, Princess Alice was indeed far more fortunate. In the year 156 of the conquest, at the tender age of 9, Princess Alice unexpectedly found herself riding the king's dragon, Vhagar, soaring through the skies, while the astonished citizens of Dragonstone City beheld the delightful antics of girl and dragon. Princess Alice had garnered the favor of the majestic Vhagar, and for decades thereafter. Even as the 2 queens bore several more heirs for the king, no one else could tame the 4-legged dragon that belonged solely to his majesty. Thus, Princess Alice became one of the 2 dragon knights in Valyria to possess a 4-legged dragon. In the year 165 of the conquest, the empire's development of the eastern and western islands of Valyria reached its conclusion. Towering cities and fortresses rose from the ruins of the cataclysmic events of yore. Fertile plains yielded crops, and vast harbors welcomed merchant vessels from across the globe. The Valyrian slaves, once captives brought to the Valyrian peninsula, perished under the weight of hard labor. Yet King Rhaegar offered those from distant lands the chance to stand tall. Those similarly sold into slavery, such as the Myrish and the Yunkai, earned the opportunity to exchange their toil for citizenship in Valyria. In the year 166 of the conquest, under Rhaegar's directive, Valyria officially entered a period of intense military preparation. The bustling maritime trade had bestowed immense wealth upon Valyria, allowing Rhaegar to relinquish his iron grip on the secrets of Valyrian steel production. When hypothetical slaves discovered rich iron deposits in the mountains of Valyria's Western Isle, the fierce war machine of Valyria broke free from its confines, bearing its fangs towards the vast continent of Essos to the north. A plethora of Valyrian steel swords and armor were forged by the hands of slaves, and Sir Bronn, the king's hand, personally oversaw the selection of elite soldiers from the Valyrian garrison and robust slaves, persuading them to don armor and wield long swords fashioned from Valyrian steel. Shipyards across several ports worked tirelessly day and night, while ravens flitted between Dragonstone City and distant Westeros. As the nobles and slave masters of the free trade city-states reveled in their indulgence, and the Dothraki warriors of the grasslands roared their battle cries, a shadow of war from Valyria and Westeros quietly loomed over them. In the annals of Essos, few had ever contemplated the conquest of the entire continent. The once mighty Golden Empire of the Southeast only managed to claim a fraction of the Jade Sea coastline. Even at the height of its power, with thousands of dragons at its command, Valyria never fully realized its ambition to dominate Essos. Rhaegar was acutely aware of the difficulties and perils of waging such a war. Should the Valyrian army become ensnared in the vastness of Essos, their ally Westeros could easily choose to betray them. Without sufficient soldiers, even if they captured cities, Valyria would find it arduous to maintain control. The once loyal princes and nobles of Westeros, who had rallied under Rhaegar's banner, had largely crumbled to dust over the years. The newly appointed heirs, though familiar with Rhaegar's formidable reputation, might regard him as nothing more than a relic of their forebears, their loyalty having naturally waned over time. Yet, despite these challenges, Rhaegar knew he must initiate this war, and moreover, he needed to do so with the swiftness of a lightning strike, utilizing the might of dragons to swiftly unify the continent of Essos, thereby allowing time to consolidate all forces to confront even greater foes. The dim glow of the magical eye upon Rhaegar's chest stirred anew. He sensed the darkness and greed within, recognizing that the greatest threat came not from the human factions of Westeros, Essos, or even Sithorios, but rather from the half-beasts that surged forth from the towering mountains of Ass-High. Rhaegar could not vanquish them alone, even with the strength of Valyria behind him. It would be an insurmountable challenge. As the tide of half-beasts surged into Essos, relying solely on a handful of dragons would prove futile. For numbers could overwhelm the strongest of foes. To counter the impending threat, there was but one solution: to unite all forces of humanity, to mount layered defenses and resistances, slowing the advance and spread of the half-beast army, confining them within a more restricted space. Only then could Rhaegar harness the capabilities of his dragons to inflict significant damage. The half-beasts might arrive at any moment, perhaps within a year, or even a decade, or a century later. Yet, relying on the current combat prowess of either Valyrian soldiers or the so-called fierce Dothraki would likely result in nothing more than a futile sacrifice in the face of the beastly tide. Only those true warriors forged in the crucible of blood and fire could hope to survive the impending cataclysm. In the year 170 of the conquest, Valyria's 10,000-strong army set sail for the Slave Bay, under the command of Sir Royce, the 25-year-old son of the King's Hand. The forces navigated down the Dragonstone River into the Summer Sea, racing along the coastline of Valyria's Western Isle until reaching the northern Bay of Soros, where they boldly landed on the southern Isle of Cedar. The unsuspecting Lord of Valos was roused from his slumber by the sounds of battle, and when the rotund noble ventured out in a state of panic, Valyrian soldiers had already breached the gates of his manor. Sir Royce personally beheaded the Lord of Valos, liberating all the slaves bound within the city and granting amnesty to the soldiers of Valos who chose to surrender. After leaving thousands of soldiers to garrison the city, they swiftly boarded their ships and set sail across the waters of Slave Bay, arriving at Astapor 3 days later. The true battle was just beginning. The masters of Astapor were not as feeble as the Lord of Valos. They commanded a renowned army known as the Unsullied, meticulously selected and trained by the slave masters from among their own ranks. Warriors were little more than automatons, conditioned to follow orders without question. As Sir Royce's forces disembarked at the port of Astapor, the Unsullied stood in silent formation outside the city, their dark armor exuding a chilling aura, their disciplined ranks radiating a palpable sense of lethal intent. The slave masters atop the walls of Astapor, brimming with confidence, waved their whips in satisfaction at their soldiers. Yet, when the war truly commenced, their mirth would swiftly dissolve. A massacre, an overwhelming slaughter. The keen Valyrian long swords effortlessly severed the spears of the Unsullied, pierced their armor, and extinguished their lives. Yet, the once unstoppable spears faltered upon striking the chests of the Valyrians, leaving only shallow white marks. Within merely 2 hours, Sir Royce had suffered over 200 casualties, yet he successfully captured the formidable city of Astapor. In the aftermath of the reactions from Yuan-Kai and Millen in the north, Royce had already embarked on a vessel with a multitude of slaves and civilians, departing from the territory of Slaver's Bay, as his grand army triumphantly returned to Dragonstone. Chapter 162, The Changing of the Guard. The downfall of Astapor, coupled with the formidable defeat of the Unsullied, stirred a tempest in the surviving regions of Millen and Yuan-Kai within Slaver's Bay. Whether it be Slaver's Bay or the free trade city-states traversing the continent of Essos, they had never before encountered such an invasion and provocation as they now faced, particularly given that, aside from the northern city of Kohor, the other 9 city-states had rarely experienced the brutality of war on their own soil. Even Kohor, which had once fought fiercely against the Dothraki, had never allowed the iron hooves of the horse lords to step even a single pace into its territory. However, with the rise of Rhaego Domnar, the ruins of Valyria, under his stewardship, experienced a breathtaking resurgence, and although it lacked the brilliance of the days of the freehold, it had undoubtedly become the most resplendent jewel upon the summer sea. The trade in Slaver's Bay, as well as in places like Lys and Myr, flourished in stability, while the once feared pirate haven of the Valyrian Peninsula seized a considerable share of that commerce, particularly for Myr, which dealt in precious metals and luxury goods. The resurgence of the Valyrian Peninsula rendered it a relic of the past, had it not been for its neighbor Lys, which relied on its unique industry of pleasure to maintain its prosperity, and Rhaegod's prohibition on the rampant development of brothels and the like on the Valyrian Peninsula. Even the famed city of pleasure, Lys, might have seen its glory diminished. Not only were businesses being usurped, but what incited the ire of these free trade city-states was Rhaego Domnar's brazen invasion of Volantis on the southern coast during the initial stages of development on the Valyrian Peninsula. Volantis had now wholly become an appendage of the Valyrian Peninsula, a direct competitor to Myr in the luxury goods trade, boasting a more advantageous position. A ruthless force that seized commerce, invaded territories, and slaughtered nobility was, unsurprisingly, met with universal enmity and wrath. And this was precisely the outcome that Rhaego desired. Only by inciting the fury of all could he ignite a genuine war, wherein the survivors forged in the crucible of smoke and flame would emerge as the finest soldiers, worthy and capable of following their king to resist the encroachment of the half-orc forces. During his journey through Asshai and Stygai, prior to meeting the Red Priestess Melisandre, Rhaego had endured an assault by dozens of orcs in a valley of ashes. Though those who besieged them were, to varying degrees, missing parts of their bodies, they were invariably the most formidable among the orc tribes, the Uruk-hai and half-orcs, and even among those ultimately slain by the Devourer and the Silver Wing, there existed the presence of ogres. The Uruk-hai, known as strong orcs, were war machines personally bred by the Dark Lord Sauron. In contrast to the weak and diminutive original orcs and the more nimble Snaga tasked with reconnaissance, the Uruk-hai were tall, bloodthirsty, and brutal, unafraid of sunlight. Before the soldiers of Westeros and those struggling under the yoke of slavery in Essos, the strong orcs represented the mightiest of the king's guards, and even more terrifyingly, they were present in overwhelming numbers, enough to instill despair in humanity. Without the trials and tribulations of blood and fire, one could hardly expect these soldiers to face even more formidable half-orcs and ogres. Even against Uruk-hai, the outcome would be devastatingly grim. The finest soldiers have never been nurtured in the comforts of a training ground, but rather honed in the crucible of real combat amidst blood and flame. Since the year of Conquest 170, when the silver-armored demons from Valyria clashed with the slave lords of Essos, an enduring war had erupted. This conflict, marked by frequent skirmishes, waged on for over a century, with 3 generations enduring the relentless trials of warfare across 3 continents. And the name of the demon Rhaego was indelibly etched into the souls of every Essos inhabitant. In the year of Conquest 181, the venerable Duke of Blackrock, once the Earl of Stone Dance and Rhaegod's most trusted aide and loyal knight, Duke Browen, passed away on a clear night. Rhaego, who still retained the visage of his youth, accepted the loss of his beloved companion with serene composure. The King's Guard interred this valiant knight with a state funeral upon the outcrop rock west of Blackport, and all those who had once followed the king to Valyria would be laid to rest in this cemetery, which bore witness to the new history of Valyria. Once their lives came to an end, statues of dragons would guard their souls, and the Empire would remember their contributions. In the year of Conquest 189, Prince Larys Storm, the last king's hand and a founding figure of the Domnall Empire, regrettably closed his eyes upon the bed at Whispering Castle. This once tragic childhood figure, who had fortuitously gained the esteem and trust of King Rhaego, murmured his king's name in his final moments. The day after Larys' passing, the king, weary from travel, rode a dragon to Whispering Castle, yet ultimately did not witness the final moments of his beloved, limping minister. Prior to this, the Earl of Harlan, Leonos, had passed away early, and his eldest son, Sir Halwyn, who succeeded him as Earl, followed suit, leaving the world before his brother. As Prince Larys had no heirs, the king decreed that the eldest son of his brother Halwyn inherit the title of Prince of Whispering Castle, while the title of Earl of Harlan would be passed to Halwyn's second son. In the year of Conquest 191, the Guardian of the North, Prince Cregan Stark of Winterfell, the great protector of the Empire, a powerful and resilient knight, the lone wolf who ever patrolled the wall, suddenly passed away. Rhaego had arrived at Winterfell in anticipation of Cregan's demise, to bid farewell to his best friend and brother. The aged Cregan, afflicted by a long illness, possessed eyes clouded with age, yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the eternally youthful and handsome visage of the king, as if recalling the day 62 years prior when he received word from his brother, leading the Stark army south with fervor to lend aid. After the death of Prince Cregan Stark of Winterfell, Rhaego felt as though he had lost his anchor in the realm of Westeros. Old friends, like leaves in the wind, fell one by one, and Rhaego, disheartened, rode sole along the paths he once traversed, departing from Stone Dance to gaze upon Asshai, sweeping through the long summer lands, passing through the more devastated Stygai, and returning to the Iron Islands, now under new ownership, before once more taking his seat upon the resplendent throne. The world has changed. Chapter 163, Time Flies. In the council chamber, not a single familiar face remained for Rhaego. The Guardian of the West, Jason Lannister, and his brother, Duke Tylan Lannister, had both departed this life before Cregan, while the Prince of the Vale, Ser Ison Baelish, had seized the title from his cousin. The Prince of the Riverlands, Aelmont Tully, and the once young Prince of the Reach, Tyrell, had all subsequently left the realm. The southern lands of Dorne had undergone a transformation as well. Rhaego scanned the room. finding not a single visage of an old acquaintance. At that moment, he finally comprehended why the immortal practitioners in novels pursued the path of detachment. The sensation of hearing familiar accents, yet seeing no familiar faces, was indeed a harsh one. Meanwhile, the new generation of lords from the Seven Kingdoms, who had grown up hearing the legendary tales of Rhaego Domnar, remained fixated on the youthful countenance of the king, who once called Lord Cregan his brother. Yet decades later retained his youth while Cregan had become mere bones in the grave, igniting a fervent gaze among the noble princes. In the year 191 of the conquest, the illustrious king Rhaego Domnar of Valyria, the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, the sovereign of 8 kingdoms and protector of the realm, proclaimed at the Council in King's Landing the fiefdom of Westeros to his firstborn son, Prince Caesar Domnar. Henceforth, His Majesty Rhaego would dwell in the Valyrian Peninsula, while Westeros would be governed by Prince Caesar, who, though recognized as the king of Westeros, would remain obedient to commands from Valyria. A fortnight later, at the age of 44, Prince Caesar arrived in King's Landing with his children, riding upon 5 great dragons. Before the Iron Throne, His Majesty Rhaego personally placed the golden crown, symbolizing the authority of Westeros, upon the head of his eldest son. Thus, Caesar Domnar accepted the fealty and oaths of the lords of the Seven Kingdoms. In the year 196 of the conquest, Queen Sophia Jellern completed her life in slumber. Rhaego had once inquired of her and Milani whether they desired eternal life to accompany him, at the cost of witnessing their own children age and perish before their eyes. Sophia and Milani, unwavering in their trust of their husband's words, chose to refuse, believing themselves fortunate enough to have encountered Rhaego amidst the tribulations of their family. They had walked alongside the man they cherished, borne him children, and preserved the lineage of the Domnar and Jellern families. In this, they found deep contentment. In the year 198 of the conquest, Rhaego bid farewell to another wife, the silver-haired Milani, who lay peacefully in his embrace, her lips curling into a faint smile that pierced his heart with sorrow. Over the fleeting span of 53 years, she bore him 5 children, standing by his side as they shaped Valyria and supported his campaigns against Essos. He witnessed her gradual aging, the emergence of wrinkles, and while he grew frustrated with their obstinacy, he respected their choices. Perhaps these were the happiest 50 years of Rhaego's life, a time of carefree existence that may never again return in the years to come. In the year 209 of the conquest, Sir Royce, Duke of Blackstone, was assassinated while overseeing military operations in Volantis. A faceless man from Braavos disguised as a trusted maidservant slit his throat under the cover of darkness. Upon receiving the news, Rhaego sat for a long time before the grave of Royce, ultimately naming the Duke's 20-year-old son as his father's successor, and commanded the recall of all soldiers and commanders dispersed along the Essos coastline. In the year 211 of the conquest, Valyria annexed the long summer lands across the Smoke Sea, dedicating decades to the construction of the world's largest city, Seoul. This city, named after the Red Dragon Soul, was primarily used by Rhaego to amass soldiers. With years of minor skirmishes, Valyria's military grew to over 100,000, relying on the capture of prisoners, the purchase of slaves, and the voluntary enlistment of civilians. As the 3 islands of Valyria continued to develop, it became evident that their resources could no longer sustain the burgeoning populace, necessitating expansion beyond their shores. In the year 220 of the conquest, Caesar Domnar, the king's eldest son and protector of all Westeros, passed away at the age of 73, leading to a rebellion in Westeros. The people of Dorne, long accustomed to life in the southern deserts, were incited by the illegitimate son of the Dornish prince. Seizing the opportunity of the king's death and the lack of a new king, the cavalry revolted, gathering 3,000 assorted soldiers to attack Storm's End. Attempting to emulate the tactics of the late King Rhaego, they sought to seize lands in the Stormlands. Caesar's eldest son, named after the illustrious Rhaego Domnar II, personally led the army on Dragonback to vanquish the enemy fleet, beheading the Dornish illegitimate son. Amidst the cheers of his subjects, he ascended to the throne of Westeros. From the years 220 to 230 of the conquest, Rhaego suffered the loss of all his children. The beautiful and beloved Princess Alice, like her mother, died in the king's embrace. The second prince, Arthur Domnar, passed peacefully in the military tent after training his soldiers. The 2 younger princes and princesses also succumbed in Blackwater City, with their children inheriting their parents' great dragons. Yet, Vhagar, upon grieving the loss of her young master, refused to acknowledge any other, returning to the 14 flames and laying 3 fiery dragon eggs. Rhaego's longevity and eternal youth alongside his dragons and extraordinary experiences, became the stuff of legend in Valyria and across the continent of Westeros. He emerged as a lasting totem in the hearts of the Valyrian people, wherever Rhaego appeared. Thunderous cheers and adoration would follow. In Valyria, where Rhaego existed, his name would forever resonate with pride and confidence. After centuries of struggle and cultivation, the 150,000 elite soldiers trained in Soul had transcended mortal limits through generations of inheritance and the nurturing of magic. Bravos celebrated once more, while the slave ships of the Bay of Slaves continued to arrive in droves, and the Empire Esplade, after a century of concealment, was finally honed into an unparalleled weapon, its chilling gleam enough to instill terror across the world. In the year 300 of the conquest, flocks of ravens soared across the sea towards Westeros, and the long-dormant dragons once again soared freely above Dragonstone. All Valyrians were aware that the Empire had spent a century preparing for a holy war, and as the dawn was unsheathed from His Majesty's side, it officially heralded the commencement of Chapter 164, the Eastern Expedition. War begins. As the great dragon soul, alongside the insatiable devourer and the Silver Wing, cast their shadows over the Red Keep, the majestic roars of dragons echoed across the land, and those confined within their lairs responded with fervent calls to their king. The young king of Westeros, Rhaego Domnar, merely 19 years of age, was compelled to personally lead his court to welcome the true king's arrival. In the presence of dragons and Rhaego, the brevity of mortal life felt ephemeral, as fleeting as a galloping horse. Rhaego recalled placing the crown, emblematic of the highest authority in Westeros, upon the head of his son Caesar, then a robust king in his prime. Now, as Rhaego returned to the Red Keep, the young man adorned with the crown before him had transformed into the great-grandson of Caesar. Yet, despite the effort to maintain respect and admiration, Rhaego Domnar's gaze harbored a darkness that Rhaego keenly discerned, an emotion he found quite unappealing. Rhaego Domnar, a headstrong youth inheriting a glorious name, had risen to prominence before turning 20, inevitably breeding a sense of hubris and ambition. The self-proclaimed king, Rhaegar, would likely show little reverence even to his own father, let alone the legendary king Rhaego Domnar, whom he had only heard of in tales over the century. Considering these factors, Rhaego chose to exercise a rare tolerance towards this descendant of his bloodline. He was merely youthful and impetuous. The primary purpose of his visit was to command the great lords of Westeros to unite their forces in a joint campaign against Essos. Your Majesty, engaging in a maritime conflict requires a considerable mobilization of forces, especially given the formidable strength of the free cities, began an elder nobleman in the council, eager to voice his concerns. However, before he could fully articulate his thoughts, he wilted under Rhaego's penetrating gaze, retracting his words and retreating in defeat. This display compelled the other nobles, who had been poised to offer their support, to withdraw their steps. It was at this moment that these aristocrats, having been separated from the vibrant era of Rhaegar for over a century, recalled the formidable power of the king who ruled over the two dragon kingdoms. Even though the legends existed solely within the chronicles and tales they had encountered, the mere sound of Rhaegar descending upon them on dragonback was enough to quell their inner machinations. Meanwhile, Rhaegar, having claimed the opulent Iron Throne, sat with an air of authority at the position of the prime minister, his youthful visage now appearing even more somber as he cast a fleeting glance at the assembly of ministers, each intent on studying the ground. As he harbored unspoken resentment, Rhaegar spoke from his throne. Perhaps you have not yet grasped that this throne ultimately belongs to House Targaryen, the titles of the Seven Kingdoms. I can bestow or revoke at will. I am not here to confer with my subjects. This is a decree. You will either comply or be deemed traitors. There are no alternatives. By the 1st of March, I expect the sigils of each noble house to be displayed upon the prows of warships, visible in either pintos or bravos, or else. Rhaegar's authoritative gaze swept across the obedient nobles and the bowed figure of Rhaegar beside him, his youthful voice instilling a palpable fear in the hearts of the lords. The Valyrian forces shall land upon Storm's End. Upon uttering these words, the Grand Council chamber fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard as the nobles sensed the lethal intent emanating from the throne. Even the King Rhaegar, seated below, gritted his teeth, his hands clenched beneath his robe, nails digging into his palms. The young king felt a profound sense of humiliation and contempt. As a ruler, he had been effortlessly displaced from his throne, witnessing Rhaegar issue commands to his own subjects from what was rightfully his throne. Do any of you dissent? Rhaegar's clear voice resonated, cutting through the silence of the chamber. Rhaegar's tense form involuntarily quivered, and in a reflexive gesture, he knelt, the words escaping his lips before rational thought could intervene. Your humble servant shall obey your command, your majesty. Seeing their king diminish, the ministers had even less reason to resist, bowing in unison, echoing their monarch's submissive stance. We shall obey your command, your majesty. Rhaego did not linger within the Red Keep for long. After asserting his dominance over the nobles, he declined the invitation to the banquet and instructed his dragon guard to escort him for an inspection of the dragon lairs. In accordance with Rhaego's philosophy regarding dragon rearing, he vehemently opposed the confinement of these majestic creatures within dark, cramped lairs. In fact, during the reign of Aegon and his son, the dragons of King's Landing thrived in the gardens established by Rhaego. However, during the rule of the next king, Laenor's father, who was derisively known as the Pleasure King, he grew weary of the dragon roars echoing too close to his slumber, imprisoning the Empire's dragons within lairs that had lain dormant for centuries. Such confinement inflicted severe harm upon the dragons. When Rhaego entered the lair, he was greeted by the excited roars of 4 dragons that had hatched alongside him on the Valyrian Peninsula. The chains binding them clanked as they strained against their constraints. Clearly sensing the familiar and comforting presence of Rhaego, he tenderly caressed each of them, soothing their agitated spirits. From the dragons and their hatchlings alike, he perceived an undeniable restlessness and repression. Compared to their freely growing counterparts in Valyria, these creatures were smaller, possessed weaker scales, and lacked the intelligence of their kin. Yet, Rhaego felt no immediate obligation to liberate them. His plans for the conquest of the eastern continent were set. Once the conflict erupted, these magnificent beings would serve as instruments of war for the Empire, granting them the opportunity for freedom to unleash their fury. As for advising Laenor on this matter, Rhaego had no intention of doing so. As the saying goes, children will find their own fortunes. Let them stir as they please. The legendary Rhaego Targaryen arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. After announcing the declaration of war and inspecting the dragon lairs, he took flight on 3 dragons, leaving King's Landing behind. In the verdant gardens of Dragonstone, Laenor gazed grimly at the devastation wrought by the 3 dragons, which had once been the abode of Rhaego's dragons. This space had been meticulously transformed into a paradise of indulgence by Laenor and his father, yet now lay in disarray. Your Majesty, are we truly to deploy our forces on the 1st of March? Laenor, already in a foul mood, erupted at the inquiry of a minister, shattering his wine goblet upon the ground. What else is there? What else is there? Do you have a plan? Should we dare to act in defiance, the Valyrian army will land upon Storm's End, and those wretched peasants of Dorne, who idolize Rhaego, will surely rebel. What can you propose? What can you propose? Chapter 165, The Eastern Campaign, Turbulence in the Narrow Sea. Rhaego, of course, was oblivious to the frantic roars of the young king of Westeros, but even were he aware, he would merely smile in response. Just as Laenor had articulated, although Rhaego had been absent from the continent for centuries, and rumors of his demise had circulated throughout the 7 kingdoms, the moment he re-emerged in Westeros, countless individuals would gladly rally to his banner. Since Prince Doran Martell, every subsequent prince had journeyed across great distances to pay homage to their king in Valyria, and even during the reign of Aegon, who had gained the recognition of the 7 kingdoms, this tradition remained unbroken. They consistently exhibited unwavering loyalty to Rhaego, as did the North, where Lord Cregan Stark bequeathed his camaraderie with Rhaego to his descendants. The current Prince of the North, Eddard Stark, had corresponded with Rhaego on numerous occasions. Thus, despite Laenor and the other nobles' clandestine resistance, their only course was to acquiesce. Unless they were willing to forsake their current wealth and status, Rhaego would not hesitate to grant them that choice. While his earlier words served as intimidation and threat, they could just as easily manifest into reality. On the 1st of March, 330 years after the conquest, the Valyrian army, bearing the tricolored dragon sigil, appeared off the coast of Lys. By this time, the city of Lys was rife with panic, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloping the island. Following Valyria's conquest of Atlantis and the subsequent raid on Astapor in Slaver's Bay, the inhabitants of Esso's southern coast recognized the ambitions of Rhaego Targaryen, the foreign envoy. He possessed an eternal visage and harbored boundless aspirations. In a bid for self-preservation, the slave masters of Lys, Myr, and Slaver's Bay seized upon the Valyrian army's procurement of slaves, dispatching numerous spies into the Valyrian peninsula. Consequently, when Rhaego's forces mobilized, Lys had received word well in advance. However, despite the warnings, the nobles entrenched in Lys found themselves powerless. Messengers sent to seek aid from Myr and Tyrosh vanished without a trace. And with news of the armies from Westeros advancing eastward, the coastal powers of the Narrow Sea were already preoccupied with their own plight, leaving little capacity to assist Lys. As the Valyrian warships lined the harbor of Lys, and the dragons roared defiantly overhead, the nobles, who had been preoccupied with indulgence and the pleasures of the flesh, were seized by paralyzing terror. They scurried about, their corpulent figures in disarray, lashing out at the city's guards with their whips, lavishly hiring brutal pirates, and issuing frantic commands in a desperate attempt to fortify their defenses with the meager strength of enslaved soldiers and mercenaries. When Rhaego, undeterred by the rain of arrows, unleashed Dragonfire upon the fortified gates of Lys, the enslaved soldiers and the avaricious pirates promptly knelt in surrender. As the formidable soul descended heavily upon the city, Rhaego gazed upon the swiftly waving white flags of Lys, dismissively gesturing with indifference. The army surged into the city, nobles were slaughtered, yet the surrendering soldiers were spared. Lys fell. This hedonistic capital of the southern coast capitulated within mere half an hour under the might of Valyria's dragons and blades. The nobles within Lys were nearly exterminated. An immense wealth was amassed. Rhaego allocated a portion to the soldiers while the remainder was loaded onto ships, to be transported back to Dragonstone alongside the captured soldiers and pirates. Apart from the soldiers and nobles, the city was teeming with women and children learning the art of pleasing men, with the famed perfumed garden serving as a renowned brothel, its courtesans embodying every conceivable style one could desire. Rhaego offered these women of the flesh trade two choices. Those wishing to reform could journey to Volantis or Valyria, where they would be provided with employment and a stable life. As for those who wished to continue their survival through their bodies, they would be conscripted into the army, as his soldiers had amassed considerable wealth, thus creating a mutual benefit. On the 15th of March, in the year of Conquest 300, the Valyrian army, bolstered by the dragons, boldly assaulted the entrance of the Narrow Sea at Tyrosh. This battle was not easily won. Valyria paid with the lives of 300 men to completely seize the city-state. Rhaego refrained from deploying the dragons directly into combat. In this wholly eastern campaign, he merely utilized the dragons to breach the city gates. Should the defenders choose to surrender, all would rejoice. But should they resist fiercely, no matter the difficulties faced, he would not permit the dragons to intervene again. Rhaego sought to thoroughly temper his soldiers through this war, and thus he could tolerate a modicum of casualties. Yet coincidentally, Tyrosh was precisely the kind of enemy that would resist tenaciously. This port city at the entrance of the Narrow Sea was ruled by the Grand Lord of Tyrosh, long engaged in lowly prostitution and human trafficking, notorious for producing grotesque and hideous armor. More critically, Tyrosh had long hosted a multitude of mercenaries. The Tyroshi were adorned with tattoos and dyed hair, many bearing extensive markings, their mental state quite unstable. When faced with the advancing army, they exhibited extreme resistance and bizarre fervor. Such familiar behavior reminded Rhaego of a troubling nation, a similarly mad island with a peculiar and hideous culture, ruled by a Grand Lord as well. At this moment, Rhaego acknowledged his impulsiveness. He issued orders. Upon entering the city, any man taller than a wheel would be executed. Any woman participating in the rebellion would be beheaded. Furthermore, the wheels shall be flattened. The treasures within the city are for your taking. Understood, exclaimed his deputy, Browen too, eagerly accepting the command and hastening to relay the orders. Before long, the Valyrian soldiers within the city let out a chorus of howls, and the grand Tyrosh resonated with the triumphant sounds of swords and blades. The ground was stained a celebratory red, as the villains were swiftly purged, and the Valyrian soldiers, who had saved the city, beamed with joy, clutching tokens of gratitude from the populace. At that moment, the dark clouds above the Narrow Sea transformed into a radiant spectacle. A torrential downpour thoroughly cleansed the filthy city of Tyrosh, and with the aid of the defenders, the city was rapidly rebuilt. Ruins were toppled, and the battered streets were quickly restored, with all involved in the reconstruction sharing laughter as if the preceding battle had never occurred. The Valyrian army charged forth with unstoppable momentum, conquering 2 cities in succession, yet the siege of Braavos proved far less fortuitous for the men of Westeros. On the eve of their arrival at Braavos, the allied forces encountered dire complications, as nearly all the nobles fell victim to assassins, with the House of Black and White completely aware of their movements and true compositions. In this assassination, only Prince Eddard Stark of the North and Sir Jaime Lannister of the West managed to turn the tables on their opponents, emerging unscathed, while several other nobles sustained injuries. Even Prince Stannis Baratheon of Storm's End, along with his 2 guards and beautiful paramour, met a tragic end within his own bedchamber. The allied commander, Prince Eddard Stark, commanded a fierce assault at dawn, attempting to breach the Titan's passage. Prince Aemon, the king's younger brother, only 18 years of age, and his uncle rode dragons to attack the soldiers stationed along the banks of the passage. However, the resilient Braavosi took refuge in the bastions atop their city walls, disregarding the threat posed by the dragons, unleashing a torrent of crossbow bolts upon the attacking soldiers. After weeks of relentless combat, Westeros was forced to retreat, leaving behind thousands of corpses. Chapter 166, The Eastern Campaign, the predicament of the Westerosi alliance. Within the Allied camp, the tall and composed Prince Eddard Stark solemnly scrutinized the map laid before him, while the nobles representing the various regions gathered around it. Prince Jon Arryn of the Vale, Sir Jaime Lannister of the West, the Old Blackfish, Ser Brynden Tully of the Riverlands, Ser Garland Tyrell of the Reach along with his brother, the Knight of Flowers, Ser Loras Tyrell, the Red Viper of Dorne, Ser Oberyn Martell, and the heir of Starfall, the Sword of the Dawn, Ser Arthur Dayne. The royal family had dispatched Prince Aemon and the king's uncle, Prince Doran, to fight on dragons, while the representative of Storm's End, initially led by Prince Stannis Baratheon, had met a dismal fate, as the lascivious prince and his guards were easily annihilated by the faceless men, leaving only the formidable Ser Robert Baratheon, resembling a great bear, as the sole representative of Storm's End. Despite the gathering of such formidable individuals, they found themselves utterly powerless against the towering walls of Braavos. Even under the threat of the faceless men, all commanders felt a sense of trepidation, and their fighting spirit waned. Gentlemen, Eddard began after a moment of silence. As a commander of the Alliance, reports from the south indicate that His Majesty Rhaego has successfully captured both Lys and Tyrosh, and now his forces advance upon Myr. It is said that the Valyrian army suffered only 300 casualties, while we, who occupy high positions, have attacked Braavos for days without making any gains, even losing Prince Stannis in the process. I find it impossible to report this to His Majesty. My Lord Stark, interjected Robert, the walls of Braavos are far taller, and the garrison is significantly more numerous than those of Lys and Tyrosh. Moreover, His Majesty Rhaego and the dragons can disregard the massive crossbows and simply breach the gates, while our dragons cannot achieve such feats. The enemy's defending troops remain sheltered within their fortifications, rendering our Dragonfire nearly ineffective. We are trapped in a stalemate, which is no fault of our own. Eddard furrowed his brow, casting a serious glance at Robert, but before he could respond, young Prince Aemon could no longer contain himself. Is Ser Robert accusing me and my uncle of incompetence? Robert blurted out, realizing his gaffe, hastily bowing to the visibly displeased Prince Aemon and Prince Doran, before retreating in embarrassment. Oof. Prince Doran scoffed, casting a glare at the rotund Robert, before confidently advancing to the map. Rest assured, gentlemen, after several days of probing, Prince Aemon and I have discovered a weakness in the defenses of the Braavosi. Pointing to the southern section of Braavos on the map, he captured the attention of the surrounding nobles. We have been attacking the Titan's passage for days, primarily focusing on the frontal assault on Braavos. Yet during our aerial reconnaissance while charging on dragons, we uncovered a significant vulnerability. What vulnerability? The prince was urged. Pray, do not keep us in suspense at this moment. A gathering of nobles observed as Sefer abruptly ceased his speech, prompting a flurry of inquiries from the assembly. This reaction was particularly gratifying for the uncle and nephew duo, who had faced a series of failures in recent days. When Simon and Sefer noticed the anxious expressions on the faces of the allied commanders, Eddard Stark and Prince Jon Arryn, their satisfaction grew immensely. Upon glancing at his uncle and receiving an affirmative nod from Prince Sefer, Prince Simon confidently approached the table. The flaw in their strategy was that they could only block the maritime route of invasion, but they could not prevent assaults from dragons or land forces. While the Titan's passage indeed obstructed the fleet's advance, as long as they circumvented the Lady's Passage, my uncle and I could directly assault the town of Braavos on dragons, while Lord Eddard would lead the main army to land along the coast, bypassing their heavily fortified regions. Braavos would fall with a mere snap of the fingers. After Simon concluded his statement, he awaited commendations that never came. Confused, he lowered his head only to be met with Eddard and Jon Arryn's unusually dark expressions. While others like Jaime and Old Blackfish struggled to suppress their laughter, their faces flushed in the effort. This reaction left Simon utterly perplexed, glancing at his uncle, only to find Prince Sefer equally bewildered, both of them unsure of the cause of the assembly's demeanor. Your Highness, Eddard Stark said, rubbing his brow in exasperation, you are woefully unfamiliar with the geography of Braavos. Your reconnaissance on dragons only surveyed the terrain near the Titan statue, Yet you fail to grasp that if the army lands on the outskirts and abandons their ships, should the Bravosi destroy our vessels, tens of thousands of troops would become mere souls lost to another's blade. How could that be? Simon protested, gazing at the mountains encircling Bravos, eagerly pointing at Eddard. Such insignificant peaks can halt the iron hooves of an army? Your Highness, Eddard replied, the mountains cannot impede the army's march, but they do not connect with Bravos itself. The sea separates them. Once we lose our ships, we would be utterly trapped among those hills. Simon was momentarily rendered speechless, staring blankly at the hills isolated by the sea, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment, at a loss for words. Fortunately, Eddard, showing consideration for their dignity, swiftly changed the subject. My lords, do you have any strategies to counter the enemy? Perhaps it was Ser Oberyn Martell who first ventured forth, his voice hesitant. Perhaps we could seek aid from His Majesty, for the Hunger and Silverwing could easily devastate the Bravosi fortifications. Once we breached the Titan's Passage, the Bravosi would stand no chance against us. Agreed. Prince Jon Arryn was the first to raise his hand. Agreed. Agreed. Soon, Brynden Tully and Jaime Lannister followed suit. And one by one, the assembled nobles raised their hands in agreement. At last, all eyes turned to Sepher and Simon, the two scions of Dorne reluctantly lifting their hands. Sepher's voice barely audible. Agreed. Excellent. Eddard Stark exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table, issuing orders. Lord Arryn, please draft a letter in the name of the Alliance. Affix the seals of your lords, and send it to Myr requesting His Majesty's assistance. At once. Old Arryn promptly complied, and the nobles visibly relaxed, save for Sepher, whose face remained dark in the corner, while Prince Simon muttered in discontent. Your Majesty, who is your Majesty? My brother is the true king of Westeros. And Lena Dorne is your Majesty. Chapter 167, The Eastern Campaign, a retreat at the first sign of danger. Upon receiving Eddard Stark's missive, Rhaego was leading his forces against Myr. King Brouwen II had personally led his army into the city, which was entirely defenseless before the might of Valyria. As was customary, dragons breached the city gates, allowing the army to pour into the streets. However, compared to Rhaego's ruthless tactics in Tyrosh, his forces in Myr appeared merciful to the citizens. The army only executed the ringleaders of the resistance and slave owners, while the common folk were left unharmed. Even the families of the slain nobles were provided with funds to ensure their safe departure from Myr. This leniency stemmed from the fact that, although Myr engaged in the slave trade, it was far less brutal than Braavos and Tyrosh. Myr was primarily a city of luxury, goods, manufacturing, and trade, having played a largely benign role in its long history, aside from some initial bloodshed and conflicts with the Kingdom of the Three Daughters and the Targaryens. Yet, a trading city situated on a major maritime route could not maintain its significant geographical position solely through benignity. The slave owners of Myr also commanded a substantial number of slave soldiers to protect their prized lace, linces, and high-end carpets. Moreover, the temple dedicated to the Lord of Light held a prominent status in Myr, with red-robed priests wielding fire magic, instilling fear in ambitious visitors. However, these defenses were only effective against mortals and less skilled artisans. When the roars of soul and the hunger echoed through the temple, the high priest, who had devoted his life to serving the Lord of Light, instantly recognized the disparity in power. Under his guidance, the red-robed sorcerers refrained from displaying hostility towards the invading Westerosi soldiers. Once the situation was settled, Rhaego finally found a moment to peruse the letter from Eddard Stark. To the great king, your most loyal subject and friend, Eddard Stark of Winterfell, Ward of the North, bearer of the blood of House Stark, extends his greetings. The contents of the letter caused Rhaego's brow to furrow, as he had not anticipated that the 30,000 allied forces of Westeros, aided by 2 dragons, would struggle to breach even the outer defenses of Braavos. Could they be attempting to deceive him, luring him to Braavos for a banquet of treachery? That seemed implausible. Rhaego's thoughts spiraled into conspiracy, for in his eyes, dragons wielded against human fortifications were akin to a devastating strike. Even if the 2 dragons participating in the war were not as formidable as the Hunger, Soul, or Silverwing, against the utterly defenseless Braavos, it was a foregone conclusion. Nonetheless, skepticism aside, support was still necessary. Rhaego could not conquer the vast Essos continent relying solely on Valyrian troops. The severe dispersion of forces could lead to defeat at the hands of scattered enemies. Therefore, the involvement of Westerosi soldiers remained crucial. Resolved, Rhaego swiftly set out to find the Hunger, intending to dispatch the dragon for support rather than joining the fray himself. Having evolved into a true 4-legged dragon, both the Hunger and Silverwing, as well as the Red Dragon Soul, had significantly enhanced their intelligence. Among the 10 dragons surrounding Rhaego, aside from the rebellious and disobedient Black Dragon Hades and the Red Dragon Ares, the other 8 had reached a stage where they could engage independently in battle. Their combat intelligence allowed them to quickly analyze battlefield situations and make the most prudent decisions. Moreover, they could understand human speech. So even though the hunger would be sent north without a rider, it would be akin to Rhaego riding it. On the 20th of March, in the year 300 of the conquest, all trade city-states along the southern coast of Essos fell to Rhaego and his Valyrian army within a span of 20 days. Volantis, Lys, Tyrosh, and Myr succumbed, with Tyrosh nearly exterminated. Not far from the city of Mill, Pantos has descended into chaos. Countless opulent nobles, their faces etched with panic, hastily loaded their riches onto ships, fleeing their homeland in droves, seeking refuge in the free trade city-states of Braavos and Lorith before the Valyrians arrived. Meanwhile, the common folk of Pantos, unable to secure a ticket for escape, huddled in fear within the city, silently awaiting the arrival of the cruel Sorcerer King. Some, however, opted to flee overland, even departing Pantos by land, whether towards the northern city of Norvos or the northeastern realm of Qohor. They faced daunting mountain ranges and the ever-present threat of the ruthless Dothraki. Yet, many Pantosians preferred to become spoils of war upon the backs of Dothraki steeds, rather than confront the tyrant known as Rhaego. It must be said that the survivors from cities such as Volantis and Tyrosh have significantly contributed to the fearsome reputation of Rhaego. Through their vivid narratives, he has transformed into a monstrous figure, a 3-headed demon with sharp fangs, a consummate executioner who kills at the slightest provocation. Pantos, a city that thrives on information, has nurtured a populace, both noble and common, skilled in the art of eavesdropping and gossip. As exaggeration spread, Rhaego's image has warped grotesquely in the minds of Pantos' residents. Therefore, when the dark dragon roared across the skies above Pantos, even the most skeptical inhabitants sprang into action, eagerly joining the throngs of those fleeing. As the Valyrian fleet docked at Pantos harbor, all 40 noble bloodlines within the city made their retreat to the north. While the princely ruler nominally governing Pantos vanished without a trace, only a handful of governors remained, desperately clinging to their noble dignity, commanding the terrified guards to defend the walls against the orderly landing of the Valyrian forces. The silhouettes of Sol and Silverwing rose and fell upon the distant sea, while the governors exchanged silent glances at the sight of the soaring dragon, the atmosphere atop the city walls thick with dread. Illyrio Mopatis cradled a beautifully bound travelogue, which chronicled the adventures of his ancestor, the navigator Elide Mopatis, who journeyed to the distant land of Ashai. The tome spoke of a powerful, silver-haired dragon knight, also named Rhaego Domnar. Chapter 168, The Eastern Campaign, An Old Friend. The synchronized march of thousands of Illyrian soldiers resounded below, as they disembarked and formed ranks before the city, their Valyrian steel swords glinting in the sunlight, instilling a chilling apprehension in the defenders atop the walls. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air, summoning the dragons that had been frolicking in the distance. They responded with low roars, swiftly approaching the towering walls of Pantos. Just as Rhaego prepared to command Sol to attack, he was astonished to see a white flag raised atop the battlements. Simultaneously, the heavy gates creaked open, revealing a throng of governors within. A wise decision indeed. Shaking his head, he called back Sol and Silverwing, as Prince Balon II had long led his forces into the city, swiftly assuming control of the gates and the defenses atop the walls. Several soldiers escorted Illyrio and the others to meet Rhaego. Good citizens of this small town, we greet His Majesty the King, in acknowledging their voluntary surrender, which spared Rhaego the labor of besieging the city and prevented the loss of soldiers. He bestowed upon them immense respect and favor. He personally assisted Illyrio and the other governors to their feet, exchanging formal pleasantries before his gaze fell upon the finely crafted book cradled in Illyrio's arms. The cover seemed familiar, yet Rhaego could not quite place where he had seen it before. Why does the tome in Governor Illyrio's possession evoke such a sense of familiarity? Inquisitively, Rhaego questioned. Illyrio, who had been initially apprehensive, suddenly beamed with delight, eagerly presenting the book while flattering. Your Majesty, this book contains the travelogues of my family's ancestors. It recounts how my ancestor Elide Mopatis encountered a silver-haired dragon king in faraway Ashai, a man of extraordinary swordsmanship and unparalleled bravery. My ancestor was fortunate enough to journey with this great dragon king through the Ashen River Valley, battling a monstrous race known as the Orcs, and ultimately reaching the lost city of Stygai. Elide? Rhaego paused, suddenly recalling the Pantos merchant who had screamed in terror at the sight of half-orcs, nearly wetting himself. You are a descendant of Alide? Indeed, your majesty, my ancestor was Alide Mopatis. Rhaego inhaled deeply, scrutinizing the middle-aged Illyrio, his long beard framing a face that bore subtle resemblances to Alide. Time had galloped forth, and the swift passage of years made Rhaego acutely aware of how dulled his emotions had become regarding the loss of people and events. The departures of Bronn and Larys, the death of Cregan Stark, and the passing of his two wives had not inflicted upon him the heart-wrenching grief he might have expected. He seemed to have adapted to the departures of loved ones. Yet, upon unexpectedly re-encountering an old acquaintance after a century on the Valyrian Peninsula, he felt a faint, dull ache in his heart. Alide's memory was a distant echo. After gently patting Illyrio's shoulder, Rhaego strode into the city, leaving behind a bewildered Illyrio and a series of cryptic exchanges among the governors, who hurriedly followed in Rhaego's wake. Your Majesty, the situation within the city is entirely under control, but we have only managed to capture fewer than 1,000 soldiers. Most noble estates have been abandoned, especially those of the 40 princely families whose retainers have fled, and a significant number of common folk are also unaccounted for. Let them go, it matters not. Stabilize the situation promptly, strictly adhere to military regulations, and do not disturb the civilians. Those who violate military law shall face severe consequences. Understood, Your Majesty. Bronn departed to carry out his orders, while Rhaego led the Pantos governors along the main thoroughfare, observing the renowned city-state. The city exuded luxury, far surpassing the opulence of Tyrosh and Mill, for Pantos controlled the most crucial port between Westeros and Essos, amassing vast wealth, much of which had already been spirited away by the fleeing nobles. The streets were lined with brothels and gambling houses, and Rhaego noted the conspicuous absence of military presence, thanks in no small part to their good neighbors and Bravos. Historically, Pantos had often clashed with Bravos, as the former practiced slavery while the latter had explicitly prohibited the slave trade. However, this was merely a facade. Bravosian nobles continued to own slaves, albeit under the euphemistic term freedmen, a blatant case of willful ignorance. Over the course of 2 centuries, Pantos and Bravos had engaged in 6 wars primarily over fertile lands and control of waterways. Tragically for Pantos, they had been the losing side for much of the time, suffering the deaths of 4 princes within a single year. After finally achieving a victory, the 5th prince, eager to avoid the fate of his predecessors, hastily sought peace with Bravos. The cost of this peace was the abolition of the slave trade under Bravos' stringent demands, coupled with severe restrictions on Pantos' military might. Under the terms of their peace agreement, Pantos was forbidden from possessing more than 20 warships, hiring mercenaries, entering contracts with free companies, or maintaining any military force beyond the city guard. Thus, despite Pantos possessing formidable walls, it remains the most diminutive entity among the 9 great trade city-states. Perhaps it is for this reason that the governors of Pantos maintain a cordial disposition towards the other free trading city-states and the Dothraki horse lords, nurturing relationships over the years with a succession of powerful chows, bestowing upon them gifts of gold and silver to ensure their Carassa operates east of the Rhoyne. The Dothraki horse lords frequently traverse the bustling ports and towns of Pantos, indulging in the meticulous care and attention provided by the courtesans who have graduated from Lys. However, it is evident that when confronted with the formidable Valyrian army and its dragons, the bonds forged by Pantos through wine, wealth, and carnal desires are insufficient to earn the genuine loyalty of the Dothraki. The current state of the city indicates that Rhaego has not seen a single soldier bearing the traits of the horse tribes. As the group ambles along, Rhaego meticulously observes everything along the path, while the governors trailing behind are drenched in perspiration. Your Majesty, I have a matter of great importance to report. Illyrio's voice came from behind. Rhaego halted and turned to regard the plainly dressed governor. Do you recall the 3 dragon eggs from the Valley of Ashes? Dragon eggs? Vaguely. Rhaego pondered aloud. Years ago, when we were besieged by orc attacks, a significant number of our guards perished. After successfully repelling the orcs, your father and his 2 attendants indeed discovered 3 dragon eggs in a cave within the Valley of Ashes. What of it? Have the eggs hatched? They have not hatched. Your Majesty, Illyrio replied with a rueful smile. After parting ways with you at the port of Ashaya, our ancestor Illid returned directly to Pantos with 2 guards, utilizing the gold and jewels obtained in the city of Stygai to elevate the Mopatis family. Over the decades that he presided as head of the family, the Mopatis family ascended to the governorship of Pantos. During this time, the war with the Targaryens erupted. My grandfather once intended to cross the narrow sea to support you. but was thwarted by the opposition of his kin and his advancing age. He devoted his life to attempting to hatch the dragon eggs. And the Illyrio family has invested generations in those 3 eggs, even inviting the Red Priests of Pantos to partake in the experiments. Yet all endeavors proved futile. As Illyrio recounted the family's fruitless efforts concerning the dragon eggs, his visage reflected disappointment and despondency. Fortunately, Rhaego's formidable presence quelled any lingering hesitation. He quickly composed himself and continued. After the eggs failed to hatch, the family relegated them to mere exquisite collectibles. However, 30 years ago, around the time of the Conquest Era 270, a group of individuals arrived from across the narrow sea seeking my father. This group was comprised entirely of robust men, and their leader was particularly striking and strong. Their purpose in Pantos was to procure the 3 dragon eggs from our family. They identified themselves as Targaryens. Targaryens? At this juncture, Rhaego's previously calm demeanor shifted to one of astonishment. Indeed, your majesty. Although I was but a child then, I distinctly heard their voices. The silver-haired man, with purple eyes, introduced himself as a Targaryen. Upon learning their identity, my father generously bestowed the 3 dragon eggs upon them, without compensation. Illyrio concluded, casting a nervous glance at the contemplative Rhaego, wary that the king might erupt in wrath over his family's actions. After all, it is well known on both shores of the narrow sea that the once mighty Targaryen family was systematically dismantled by the very hands of the current king. Even the notorious Prince Daemon Targaryen, who once vanquished the coalition of the 3 Daughters' Kingdom on the Stepstones, met his demise at the hands of Rhaego, as did numerous dragons that bled in that conflict. The animosity between Rhaego and the Targaryen lineage cannot be overstated. Illyrio gambled that Rhaego might still hold some regard for the camaraderie shared with Illid Mopatis, and that he would remain indifferent to the actions of his family. Although the risks of such a gamble were severe, Illyrio understood that he had to broach the subject. Word of the Mopatis family possessing 3 dragon eggs had long since spread across the continent, prompting the Targaryens to seek them out. Likewise, the fact that Illyrio's father, the former governor of Pantos, had gifted the dragon eggs to the Targaryen descendants was common knowledge. It is essential to recognize that Pantos is a hub of intelligence trade. In this city, secrets are never secure. Illyrio feared that if he did not initiate the conversation, he might soon find himself betrayed by a so-called ally, leveraged as a bargaining chip to pledge loyalty to Valyria, with unpredictable consequences. Rhaego regarded the anxious Illyrio, comprehending his unease, and broke into a mirthful laugh. Ha ha, fear not, Governor Illyrio, there is no cause for concern. It is merely 3 unhatched dragon eggs. I am not their master, and thus their fate lies solely with the Mopatis family. As for surrendering them to the Targaryens, do you truly believe that, given the current state of Valyria and Westeros, I would fear them? Thank you, your majesty, for your magnanimity. Thank you, your majesty, for your magnanimity. Rhaego grasped the sentiments harbored by Illyrio and the others, in the minds of mortals. Only a dragon can vanquish another dragon. While the Targaryen dragons had been nearly obliterated by Rhaego, they had acquired the Mopatis family's dragon eggs. Should the eggs successfully hatch and pose a threat to Rhaego, the repercussions would be insurmountable for them. However, these individuals are entirely oblivious to the dominion that dragons such as Soul and the Devourer exert over ordinary dragons. Not only do they possess several-fold superiority in intelligence and offensive capability, but even the very aura inherent in their bloodlines intimidates lesser dragons, who dare not confront Soul and the Devourer. For Rhaego, unless beset by dragons tenfold his size, he has already secured an invincible position on the continents. Did that group of Targaryens reveal their true names? Rhaego inquired, his curiosity piqued. After obliterating Daemon's dragon entourage above Dragonstone, it had taken several days before he marched on King's Landing. Reports had surfaced along the way that Daemon and Rhaenyra's son, along with Daemon's 2 daughters, had fled by ship. He had not given it much thought at the time, but it seemed that this faction of Targaryen blood had indeed endured. I did not catch the name clearly. The leader did not explicitly state his name, but I recall one of his companions referring to him as Rhaego. Rhaego Targaryen. Rhaego murmured the name, sifting through his memories to recall the identity of its bearer. The last king of the Targaryens, the Mad King Aerys II Targaryen's eldest son. Once the heir to the 7 kingdoms and the Iron Throne, who perished at the hands of Robert Baratheon on the Trident during the War of Usurpation. According to the timeline, around 270 years into the Conquest era coincides with Rhaego's coming of age, so it must be accurate. Yet, this group had been reduced to a state of despair by Rhaego, and it was unclear where they had been hiding to procreate. Now, suddenly resurfacing along the shores of the narrow sea, they likely harbor ulterior motives. Nevertheless, Rhaego bore no apprehension toward the Targaryen family. Among the formidable dragons they possessed, only Vhagar remained alive, and he was now a subordinate of Rhaego. The remaining dragons, such as the likes of Moonshadow and the Sheep Stealer, would not stand a chance against Sol, even if granted a millennium to grow. However, Rhaego recalled that he had seemingly nurtured those 3 dragon eggs with magic, fearing that the dragons hatching from them would be exponentially more powerful. Yet, compared to the 4-legged dragons who consumed magic like candy, they would still be mere ants. In contrast to his vigilance toward the potential adversary that is the Targaryens, Rhaego found himself more intrigued by Daenerys Targaryen, the protagonist of the Game of Thrones saga. After all, she was quite captivating even when not smiling, and, as a former avid viewer of the series, Rhaego felt a certain nostalgia. Chapter 170, Eastern Expedition, Reinforcements. The Devourer. Rhaego chose not to pursue the Illyrio Mopatis family's treasonous actions, which brought immense relief to the governors who had surrendered alongside Illyrio. Their faces, once etched with tension and worry, gradually transformed to reveal faint smiles. When Rhaego reappointed these nobles as governors of Pentos, entrusting them with the management of its affairs, their joy became even more pronounced, and their flattering words took on a sincerity previously absent. Although stripped of military authority, the meager forces in Pentos had served merely as a facade. Thus, their loss had little impact on the governors. They successfully retained their positions. And with the reduction from a multitude of governors to a mere 6, was this not a consolidation of power? What more could they desire? On the 2nd day of the 4th month in the 300th year of conquest, the dragon Greed soared across the narrow sea, appearing above the towering Titan of Braavos. The king's reinforcements had arrived. Greed, Sir Arthur Dayne, the heir to Starfall, was the first to spot the dragon's silhouette. As a Dornish warrior and a fervent admirer of Rhaego, Sir Arthur took great pride in wielding the longsword Dawn, named after the king's own blade. He had journeyed twice with Prince Doran to the sacred site of Ves Dothrak, witnessing the evolved form of Greed, and thus recognized it immediately. Upon hearing its name, the others quickly understood that it was the king's dragon. Once a terrifying force, Greed had vanquished formidable dragons such as Meraxes, Vhagar, and others, establishing a fearsome reputation across Westeros as a dragon slayer, a title that resonated thunderously among the nobles on the deck. However, as they gazed upward in hopeful anticipation, tracking the circling dragon, confusion swept through them when they noticed the absence of a rider or even a saddle upon its back. Has His Majesty sent a dragon without a rider? Prince Jon Arryn was the first to voice his doubts. Eddard Stark, equally puzzled, recalled the request for aid he had drafted alongside Prince Arryn. It was primarily expressed through his ancestral lineage. Thus, when Arryn spoke, all eyes turned to the bewildered Eddard Stark. I too find this perplexing, Eddard thought, feeling the weight of their scrutiny. He prepared to offer a reinterpretation of Rhaego's intentions when, fortuitously, a voice of clarity emerged from the crowd. Oberyn Martell, the Red Viper, stepped forward with a calm smile. I once accompanied my brother to Dragonstone to meet His Majesty Rhaego, and I was fortunate to witness the marvels of his dragons. The Red Dragon, Regal, the Black Dragon, Greed, the Silver Dragon, Silverwing, alongside Vhagar and several others. They possess an extraordinary intellect, capable of comprehending human intent. Therefore, our task is to assault the Braavosi stronghold, and I believe Greed shall lend its strength. Skepticism filled the air as the nobles turned their gaze toward the coalition commander, Eddard Stark, urging him to make a decisive call. Meanwhile, the uncle-nephew duo, Simon and Seraph, regarded Oberyn's words with disdain, dismissively scoffing at his claims. As dragon riders themselves, they understood that while dragons might possess a higher intelligence than other creatures, they found it absurd to believe the extraordinary claims made by Oberyn. They regarded him as merely a sycophant to Rhaego, spouting fanciful tales. Very well, Eddard Stark declared decisively. Command, Prince Simon and Prince Seraph, mount your dragons and attack the fortifications flanking the Titan's pathway, directing Greed toward its targets. The rest of you, prepare your troops for an assault on Braavos. Yes, despite their reluctance, Simon and Seraph had no choice but to ride into battle. I wish to see how formidable you truly are, Greed. Prince Simon, youthful and brash, ascended on his dragon, casting a challenging glance at Greed in the sky, and together with his uncle, charged toward the Braavosi soldier stronghold. Dracarys, the 2 dragons dove, one to the left and one to the right, racing toward the sturdy fortress. As the uncle-nephew duo shouted, torrents of Dragonfire engulfed the stronghold. It had inflicted no damage upon the formidable structure. The Braavosi soldiers, noticing the absence of a charge from their Westerosi counterparts, redirected their crossbows, and unleashed a flurry of bolts toward the ascending dragons. Although the damage was minimal, one bolt pierced the wing membrane of Simon's dragon, darkening his expression. A thunderous roar erupted from the sky. Greed, after circling above for a while, spotted the targets indicated by the coalition. With a powerful flap of its massive wings, it surged toward the left fortress. The Braavosi, who had built their formidable stronghold at the foot of the Titan, began to feel an inexplicable sense of unease as the dragon approached without restraint. The commander of the left fortress gripped the trigger of his crossbow tightly, swallowing hard. Fire! He bellowed, and hundreds of massive arrows whistled toward Greed. It struck. The trajectory of the bolts was true, and in the commander's hopeful gaze, a dozen arrows struck Greed. Yet before the Braavosi soldiers could rejoice, they witnessed the arrows ricochet off harmlessly as the black dragon hovered majestically above the fortress. With its maw slightly agape, a vibrant green glow gathered in its throat. And then, boom! The searing Dragonfire crashed against the fortress's outer wall, which had seemed impregnable moments before, now explosively shattering. The cacophony of splintering stone echoed as the once impregnable fortress crumbled, and the soldiers' faces transformed from hope to despair as the towering structure collapsed with a resounding crash, horrific screams emanating from the ruins. Yet, as more boulders and Dragonfire rained upon the battlefield, those cries quickly faded into silence. Greed appeared to regard this devastation as a trivial matter, snorting before turning toward the remaining eastern stronghold. Before the dragon could unleash its fury, panicked Braavosi slaves poured out from the fortress's exit in disarray. However, Greed adhered to no principles of mercy. It unleashed another torrent of Dragonfire, reducing the remnants of the stronghold to rubble, with falling debris and searing flames claiming countless lives. The once imposing fortress, which had managed to ensnare 30,000 of Westeros's finest and 2 dragons, crumbled before Greed, not even enduring a third breath of Dragonfire. Eddard Stark's face flushed crimson as he unsheathed his massive sword. Ice, its tip pointed toward the Titan's pathway. All forces advance. Chapter 171. The Eastern Campaign, aiming for the Bay of Slaves. The Braavosi had meticulously constructed their formidable stronghold, successfully obstructing the forces of the Westerosi coalition and their 2 dragons from breaching their homeland. For a time, the Titan's pathway became a nightmare for the coalition. Yet, these 2 fortresses, which had rendered Eddard Stark and the nobles powerless, succumbed to Greed's Dragonfire in less than 10 minutes. Aside from a few Braavosi soldiers who had wisely fled from the eastern fortress, the thousands who participated in the defense of the Titan's pathway perished beneath the collapsing mountains and the searing flames. With the relentless hail of crossbow bolts no longer a threat, Eddard Stark commanded small boats to swiftly clear the Braavosi vessels obstructing the Titan's pathway. The forces of Westeros moved unimpeded through the channel, and after a month of warfare, they officially breached Braavos' inner defenses, soon to confront the true might of the Braavosi resistance. The ensuing battles would fall to Eddard Stark and Jon Arryn. For Rhaego had dispatched Greed to dismantle the most formidable obstacles Braavos had to offer. Should they fail to achieve results, it would not be long before Rhaego considered replacing them with others to wield the authority of Westeros. In the 3rd month of the Conquest era, the situation in Pentos had largely stabilized. Rhaego had dispatched reinforcements from Valyria to assume control of the city's defenses. The pestilence plaguing the northwestern part of the Valyrian Peninsula had been eradicated, and the Eastern Expeditionary Army was preparing to descend southward, returning to the Valyrian Peninsula for a brief respite. During this interval, reports from Braavos reached Dragonstone, and after perusing the correspondence, Rhaego lapsed into a prolonged silence, leaving the assembled generals in a state of heightened anxiety. Following the opening of the Titan's Passage by the Devourer, which facilitated the Westerosi coalition's incursion into the Braavosi Inland Sea, Eddard Stark commanded a large-scale assault on the towns. Prince Simon and Prince Sefer personally took to the skies on dragons, yet they found the struggle against Dragonfire exceedingly arduous. The Braavosi fiercely resisted within their homeland, compounded by the relentless emergence of faceless men assassins among the coalition forces, which instilled trepidation among the mid-ranking nobility. Due to Rhaego's explicit military regulations prior to the onset of war, which strictly forbade the use of dragons to raise cities, every advance made by the Westerosi forces toward Braavos came at a staggering cost of lives. After a month of arduous combat, Eddard Stark succeeded in seizing a substantial portion of Braavos' territory, albeit at the cost of over 4,000 soldiers. Most of the Braavosi nobility, however, had fled with their immense wealth and resources before the city was fully besieged, save for the soldiers captured on the battlefield and the stranded common folk. The prolonged conflict had granted the Braavosi ample time to escape, a fact that did not escape Rhaego's dissatisfaction. His ire was further ignited when, upon breaching the final castle, Simon Targaryen disregarded royal orders and unleashed Dragonfire upon the civilian dwellings surrounding the fortress, resulting in the deaths of thousands. This egregious act would undoubtedly intensify the Braavosi's animosity toward both Westeros and Valyria. Rhaego's objective in the Eastern Campaign was to consolidate power for the benefit of the world, not merely to seize authority and riches. Thus, he could not abide such instability in his rear. Issue a command. Simon Targaryen has defied royal orders and recklessly incinerated towns. In my capacity as king of Valyria and Westeros, I hereby strip him of his princely title and order that he be returned to King's Landing for severe discipline. As you command. Rhaego, despite his connection to the bloodline of his wife, still held a modicum of affection for these descendants. Otherwise, Simon would have faced execution on the battlefield for his transgressions. Stripping him of his title was already a considerable leniency. Indeed, power is the most corrupting of forces. Rhaego, personally instructing his children, including Caesar and Arthur, ensured they retained a fundamental compassion for the common folk despite their elevated positions. However, with the early demise of Caesar's son, the quality of education for subsequent generations has plummeted, leading many to become lost within the labyrinth of power. Rhaegar Targaryen and his father violated the family edict against intermarriage, taking his sister as a wife. Though this revelation initially incited Rhaego's fury, he ultimately refrained from punishment, which appeared to embolden them, causing these beneficiaries of his bloodline to lose sight of the world as true hierarchy. Rhaego did not intend to rectify their behavior immediately. Rhaegar still had utility, as the campaign in Braavos had proven disastrous, but the 4 free cities further north required their conquest. The Valyrian army's focus would henceforth be on subjugating the Dothraki. The Dothraki, born warriors who identified as the Horse Lords, were led by numerous khals and inhabited the vast Dothraki Sea, maintaining frequent trade exchanges with surrounding city-states. However, with the Valyrian forces advancing toward the southern coast, it was likely that the Dothraki had been alerted and were now on guard. The disappearance of the khals, who had previously frequented Pentos during the army's capture of the city, signified that the Dothraki Sea had entered a state of vigilance. Rhaego remained unconcerned, even without the dragons. Valyrian warriors clad in steel armor could easily overpower the Dothraki cavalry, who, with their curved sabers, would struggle to leave even a mark upon the armor. Rhaego did not wish to assault the Dothraki as he had the free cities. Unlike the slave-owning nobility of the city-states, the Dothraki revered warriors and thrived on martial prowess, with each khal's birth steeped in blood and steel. These individuals were inherently exceptional soldiers, poised to become a crucial force against the half-men. Therefore, Rhaego's strategy towards the Dothraki would differ significantly from that employed against the city-states. While the latter's theme was slaughter, the former's was reverence. Who is not a lord of the 7 kingdoms? Next, we shall claim the Dothraki as our own. The first of Essos. In June of the 3rd year of the conquest, the Valyrian army split into naval and land forces, advancing toward the cities of the Slavers' Bay amidst the mournful expressions of the inhabitants. On land, 50,000 cavalry led by the descendant of Brav, Duke Brav II of Blackstone, departed from the city of Sol in the lands of Long Summer, heading directly for the western cities of Mataris, Toros, and Illyria. The naval forces, commanded by Rhaego himself, targeted Yunkai and Meereen. These coastal city-states of Slavers' Bay were descendants of the ancient Giscari Empire, and they would inevitably face the consequences of their heritage. The erstwhile Valyrian freehold had conquered them once. The nascent Valyrian Empire would deliver a second conquest. Chapter 172, Eastern Campaign, Undercurrents Emerge. Yunkai was renowned for its highly trained bed slaves and vibrant slave trade, much like Meereen, where every inch of land and every crevice in the towering walls resonated with the wails and blood of slaves. Hundreds of warships effectively blockaded the harbors of Yunkai and Meereen, while a grotesque and eerie statue of a harpy loomed atop a stepped pyramid, its vacant gaze fixed upon the imposing fleet in the harbor, as if the deity of Slavers' Bay lamented for her devotees. Unlike the effortless conquest of Yunkai and Meereen by Daenerys in the original timeline, Rhaego commanded the Valyrian soldiers to take decisive action in Volantis, Lys, Meereen, and especially in the city of Tolos, which severed any attempts by the slave masters within Yunkai and Meereen to negotiate or surrender. The slave masters, who thrived on the blood of their kin, understood that the iron-fisted Valyrian king outside the walls would offer them no chance of survival. Once the city fell, they would meet the same fate as those in Tolos, becoming souls lost beneath Valyrian steel. Thus, even in the face of inevitable defeat, they were compelled to resist fiercely. However, they severely underestimated the power of public sentiment. Rhaego was not a fool blindly swinging his sword. While his military acumen might not be remarkable, it was relative to the standards of his time. In a world where literacy was scarce, he was considered a military deity. Following the liberation of Volantis, numerous Valyrian operatives infiltrated Slavers Bay under various guises. With the liberation of Lys and Tolos, the Valyrian Empire's favorable treatment of slaves, the abolition of slavery, and the ruthless measures against slave masters spread rapidly throughout the cities of Slavers Bay. The rebellious sentiments among the slaves intensified day by day in the face of relentless propaganda and the unstoppable advance of the Valyrian forces. Despite the capture and slaughter of many operatives during this period, the haughty slave masters could not fathom that the lowly slaves, wallowing in the mud, might rise against their masters. On the 6th of June, the two lines of Rhaego engaged in battle. Sor, Glutton, Silverwing, and Vagrel, their sizes now fully rivaling that of their adoptive parents, soared through the skies above the cities of the Slave Bay, a total of 10 dragons roaring and circling above, their fiery breath sealing off the crossbow fire from the city walls. The soldiers of Illyria charged furiously towards the towering city defenses. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in Yunkai and Meereen, as enraged slaves cried out to welcome the saviors from Valyria. Barely clothed and emaciated, they rushed into the streets, wielding stones, wooden sticks, bowls, and even the frail women. The elderly and stumbling children shouted in their innocence, launching attacks against the soldiers guarding the city gates. How many slaves resided in Yunkai? No fewer than 200,000. Even more in Meereen. Yet, how many soldiers did Yunkai and Meereen possess? Less than 20,000 standing soldiers. Even if the slave masters frantically recruited mercenaries before the battle, they could not exceed 50,000. Knowing that the Valyrians would kill without hesitation, no mercenary would dare take on a task opposing Valyrian soldiers, regardless of the pay offered. In an instant, the cries of slaughter echoed through the Slave Bay, rendering the need for the dragons to breach the city gates unnecessary. By the time the Valyrian soldiers reached the gates, the slaves had already opened them, weeping and joyfully guiding the silver-armored warriors into the city, directing them to pursue the hiding nobles, pleading for the release of their still-imprisoned brethren. The war in the Slave Bay ended with a breathtaking swiftness. Within merely 2 days, the cities of Yunkai, Meereen, Materis, Tolos, and Illyria all fell under the combined might of Illyrian warriors and the slaves within. All slave masters involved in the trade were publicly hanged at the city gates, and the soldiers who had persecuted numerous slaves faced execution in full view of the populace. Rhaego granted the slaves the status of freemen, distributing food and clothing from the city's slave masters to them, allocating vacant houses for their use, and arranging ships for those willing to resettle in Valyria. The once blood-soaked waves of the Slave Bay resonated with the joyous cries and laughter of newfound freedom amidst the roars of frolicking dragons. The statue of the harpy atop the pyramid was toppled, replaced by a young and handsome silver-haired man standing tall at the highest point of the Slave Bay, his compassionate gaze quietly surveying his people as blood from the wicked seemed to drip from his longsword, and the three-headed dragon emblem on his cloak shimmered brilliantly in the sunset over the Slave Bay. On the 20th of June, the Slave Bay was officially renamed Freeport, becoming the bastion of the Valyrian Empire's advance into the northwest. Simultaneously, the mighty Dothraki cavalry descended from the sacred city of Ves Dothrak, their blood boiling in anticipation of battle as the southern conflict stirred their warrior spirits. Even the legendary dragons posed no fear to them. All Khalasars gathered in the city of the Horse Lords to discuss a united campaign against the Valyrian raiders occupying the southern coast. As the leader of the most powerful tribe among the Dothraki, Khal Drogo naturally wielded considerable influence among the Khalasars. He united the most elite of the Roaring Warriors into a vanguard, leading tens of thousands southward alongside the other Khalasars, while the remaining elite forces were commanded by the Blood Riders of each Khalasar, equipped with ample supplies and provisions to serve as reinforcements and logistics for the vanguard. On the 9th of July, the Dothraki arrived at Vezov, a Dothraki city near the southern coast. Meanwhile, Rhaego, having received news early, entrusted the city defenses to the garrison troops arriving from Valyria, uniting with the forces of Braavosi II to assemble a total of 100,000 men, departing from Meereen to camp at the eastern foothills of the Painted Mountains, standing in opposition to the Dothraki in the distance. A steady influx of supplies gathered from ports like Volantis flowed into Meereen, transported by the liberated slaves who volunteered for logistical support. An unprecedented great battle loomed on the horizon. In this conflict, Rhaego intended to refrain from deploying the dragons, seeking to subdue the Dothraki entirely through unmatched martial prowess. Even before the battle commenced, skirmishes between scouts from both sides had reached a fever pitch. Yet, faced with the armored cavalry of Valyria, the Dothraki knights, proud of their prowess, found themselves utterly powerless, suffering a crushing defeat in the skirmishes. The Khalasars were compelled to dispatch more warriors, attempting to overwhelm their adversary through sheer numbers in hopes of gathering intelligence on Rhaego's army. Just as tensions escalated between Valyria and the Dothraki in the Painted Mountains, uninvited guests arrived in Essos, besieged by the relentless assault of the Westerosi coalition at Loras, as well as in the relatively inland regions of Norvos and Qohor. Along with the power center of Westeros, King S Landing, they bore striking resemblances to the tyrant Rhaego, yet offered an alternative choice for the struggling trade city in King S Landing. Chapter 173, The Eastern Expedition. The Mouse emerges. In the land of Westeros, beneath the surface of King S Landing, currents of unrest surged. The ominous golden cloaks suddenly sealed off all entrances and exits to the city. Even the drainage tunnels and rat holes were guarded. All ravens were forcibly confiscated, transforming the entire city into a prison from which even flies could not escape. And panic began to spread among the common folk. In the dungeon, several golden cloaks dragged two battered men, barely resembling humans, out from an interrogation room and carelessly tossed them into a cell. A younger golden cloak kicked the twisted figure on the ground, spitting disdainfully, and turned to the older golden cloak beside him. "Captain, who exactly are these men? We've shattered their limbs inch by inch and even mutilated their noses and ears. Yet they refused to utter a single word. I've been a golden cloak for years and have never encountered such stubborn individuals." The older captain locked the cell door, shooting a fierce glare at the curious young man, admonishing him. "Do not ask what you shoot, T. This is beyond our knowledge. The more you know, the quicker you die." The young man, sensing the captain's stern demeanor, instinctively shrank back, nodding obediently. "You shouldn't blame me for saying this, but consider it. Who could cultivate such resolute individuals who remain silent under torture? Which one of us is capable of crossing such a formidable enemy? We've captured hundreds of them in recent days, and not a single one has broken their silence despite the excruciating punishments. I shudder just from witnessing their torments. These individuals are not mere spies. They are something far more ominous." At this point, the older golden cloak shivered involuntarily, shaking his head in fear, unwilling to continue. He hurriedly pulled the younger man along, and together they left the dungeon in haste, as if some monstrous flood were pursuing them from behind. The turmoil in King S Landing quickly subsided, the military allowing civilians to venture out for trade, yet the city gates remained under strict guard, with entry permitted but no exit allowed. Red, keep in Westeros. King Rhaego Domnar gazed intently at the silver-haired, violet-eyed men and women across from him, with Simon Domnall and his uncle Sivir Domnall seated excitedly at the king's flanks. "King Rhaego Domnar, you must be sufficiently aware of our identities. The saga of House Targaryen requires no further introduction. Regarding our previous proposal, might I inquire if His Majesty could grant us a definitive response?" A silver-haired man in his 40s spoke in a low voice. King Rhaego Domnar's gaze flickered, hesitating as he glanced at his uncle, where he perceived the fervent ambition and desire reflected in his eyes. "You Targaryens were driven from Westeros by King Rhaego in a most disgraceful manner, your dragons decimated. And although you were fortunate enough to retain the bloodline of the Dragon King, I suspect there are scarcely a few dragons left. By what audacity do you dare to set your sights on the Domnall family? And I am of the blood of King Rhaego. Do you not fear my capacity to bring you all to justice for your treachery? Ha ha! Your Majesty Rhaenyra, why deceive yourself? We both understand that Rhaego Domnar, though aged, remains tenacious. He resides in Valyria, yet dares to meddle in the affairs of the Iron Throne in Westeros, wholly disregarding your dignity. He coercively compels the nobles of Westeros to mobilize their forces against the free city-states, which have maintained amicable relations with the continent. I fear you must be seething with anger by now." Rhaenyra furrowed his brow, feigning indifference, as he calmly lifted a goblet from the table and took a sip. "Let us set aside my thoughts for the moment. What right do you, the remnants of House Targaryen, have to gaze upon Rhaegod's sovereignty? Just a few of you?" Rhaego Targaryen smiled faintly at these words, gesturing to a beautiful young maiden beside him. "Your Majesty, Daenerys Targaryen sends her greetings." The girl bowed slightly to Rhaenyra, and then, under the ravenous gaze of the king, spoke with poise. Though House Targaryen suffered a devastating defeat a century ago, nearly losing all its dragons, Our forebear, Aegon III, prudently set sail before the Battle of King's Landing, preserving the bloodline and taking with him several dragon eggs. For hundreds of years, our family has recuperated on Dragonstone, amassing strength, and we have long since restored our might to that of the Targaryens' heyday, perhaps even surpassing the strength of the Targaryen family during King Viserys' reign. Since we dare to visit King's Landing, it is with ample conviction. If your majesty desires to know, I shall speak candidly. Should your majesty choose to cooperate with us against Rhaego Domnar, all Targaryen dragons and soldiers shall unconditionally support you. Rhaego Domnar's eyes shimmered with interest as he fixated on the speaking Daenerys. How can I trust that the Targaryens do not seek to incite war between Westeros and Valyria? By what right do you challenge Rhaego, who commands a dozen dragons? Your majesty, Rhaego Targaryen interjected, rising and placing a hand on Daenerys' shoulder, smiling as he urged her to sit. He then addressed the three Dornishmen across from him. You cannot deny that the existence of Rhaego Domnar severely undermines your rule over the Seven Kingdoms. Not merely in Storm's End, but the loyal North and Dorne perpetually provoke your legitimacy as the rightful king of Westeros. Should you agree to unite with us, House Targaryen can unleash 21 dragons. You possess 21 dragons. Rhaenyra sat bolt upright, astonished at Rhaego. Indeed, your majesty. Since the Dance of Dragons, the magic of blood and fire has become increasingly potent, facilitating the hatching and growth of dragons. Our ancestor took all the dragon eggs when he evacuated from King's Landing, and over the past century, we have tirelessly sought to reclaim dragons. If your majesty assents to our collaboration, our combined forces alongside your 5 dragons would yield 26 dragons, sufficient to overwhelm Rhaego Domnar. Moreover, you might persuade your kin. I have heard they are similarly discontent in Volantis and the eastern islands of Valyria. Thus, we may acquire even more dragons. Rhaenyra inhaled sharply, sitting in silence upon the Iron Throne, as desire and ethics battled within him. Yet, as time progressed, the fire in his eyes blazed ever brighter. Chapter 174, The Eastern Campaign, Conspiracy. Observing Rhaenyra's increasingly contorted visage, Rhaego smiled calmly, exchanging self-satisfied glances with Daenerys and Viserys III. Tell me, Rhaego Targaryen, what can I gain from this? What you desire? Having battled internally, King Rhaenyra's expression turned somewhat deranged as his gaze brazenly roamed over the beautiful Daenerys. His voice hoarse as he inquired, should our plan succeed in eliminating Rhaego Domnar, his dragons and the Valyrian Peninsula shall remain untouched by House Targaryen. You will become the sole king of prosperous Valyria and Westeros, possessing numerous dragons, and ascend as the greatest and most formidable monarch in the world. In return, House Targaryen seeks only the cities in Essos occupied by Valyria, establishing a foothold in Volantis, Pentos, and elsewhere. Upon hearing this, the ambitious Rhaenyra felt a sense of satisfaction towards the Targaryens' pragmatism. His discontent with Rhaego had reached a peak. He believed himself to be the true king of Westeros. However, Rhaego's distant control over the most potent forces in Westeros and Dorne filled him with trepidation. Moreover, during the council meeting, Rhaego had openly disregarded his dignity, reducing the king to a mere puppet, diminishing his stature before his subjects. Even as a descendant of Rhaego, the king's authority must not be undermined. Speak of your plan. Targaryen, resolute, the trio from Dorne eagerly inquired about Rhaego's strategy, eager to eliminate Rhaego and seize both the dragons and the opulent Valyria. Rhaego Targaryen smiled at their eagerness, adopting an expression of complete control. He leisurely raised his goblet in salute to Rhaenyra and the others, taking a delicate sip before continuing at a measured pace. Our two houses united could conservatively estimate 26 dragons. Excluding the 3 lesser dragons of House Targaryen, we would possess 23 combat-ready dragons. Once your majesty persuades the Dornishmen stationed in Valyria and Volantis to join us, we would command at least 30 dragons, sufficient to overpower Rhaego in numbers. However, we must heed the lessons of the past. The Targaryens' prior missteps remind us that quantity alone does not guarantee victory against formidable foes like the greedy and silver-winged dragons. Thus, to secure triumph in war, we must adhere to a singular strategy: capture the king to catch the thief. By capturing Rhaego Domnar, we would render his knights powerless, leaving even the mightiest dragon at our mercy. Rhaenyra initially listened with great enthusiasm, but as Rhaego continued, his expression darkened. By the time Rhaego concluded, the king of Westeros was utterly grim-faced. Foolish, utterly absurd. Rhaenyra slammed his hands against the armrest of the Iron Throne, his agitation spilling forth in a torrent of curses. What do you take Rhaego for? He was once the mightiest of the 7 kingdoms. He could single-handedly decimate the entire council. And should Rhaego arrive at the Red Keep, the Red Viper of Dorne, Jaime Lannister of the Westerlands, Eddard Stark of the North, and even Arthur Dayne of Starfall will be present. With them around, no one could swiftly eliminate Rhaego, and if our plans were to fail, given his standing in Westeros, I would be left without a grave. Rhaenyra's emotions ran high, yet Rhaegar had anticipated his reaction, maintaining his composure. Once Rhaenyra had vented his frustrations, Rhaegar smiled slightly. Your Majesty's concerns are not without merit, and the solution is straightforward. I have heard that the allied forces of Westeros are currently assaulting Loras, Norvos, and Qohor, north of the Narrow Sea. Since the Starks and the Dornish snakes will influence our plans, it is fortuitous that House Targaryen has certain connections there. If your Majesty is willing to sacrifice those 30,000 elite soldiers of Westeros, Rhaegar is willing to alleviate your burdens. Rhaenyra was taken aback, his gaze fixed incredulously on Rhaegar. You plan to annihilate the Eastern Campaign forces? Are you not afraid of prematurely revealing the presence of House Targaryen? No, no, no. It was not the Targaryen house that took action, but rather a surviving scion of Targaryen blood, riding the small dragon Moonshadow, who had escaped from King S Landing to launch an assault on Eddard Stark's forces. Rhaenys Targaryen breathed a sigh of relief, yet soon found herself consumed by a new concern regarding the inadequacy of their king. Merely deploying a single dragon, it seemed, would hardly suffice to vanquish the 30,000-strong allied forces. Rhaegar and Viserys exchanged exasperated glances, while Daenerys suppressed her contempt and carefully elucidated, Your Majesty. The objective of sending Moonshadow is not to annihilate the allied forces, but rather to assist the 3 cities of the North Coast, delaying Eddard Stark and his coalition in the Trembling Sea. As long as they cannot accompany Rhaego to the Red Keep, he, along with a few guards, shall never escape our grasp. If all else fails, we shall unleash wildfire and reduce the Red Keep to ashes. Trading a castle for Rhaego's demise would be an immense gain for us. Indeed, indeed, Rhaenys Targaryen nodded enthusiastically, exchanging excited glances with Symon and Sever, as though they had already disposed of Rhaego and ascended to the true throne. Yet it was Sever, the more mature of the trio, who first emerged from his reverie and posed the crucial question: how shall we ensure Rhaego enters the Red Keep as planned? They are currently at an impasse with the Dothraki and are on the brink of war. Would he truly abandon the impending conflict to come to King S Landing? Why should he abandon the war? Rhaegar replied haughtily, casting a disdainful glance at Sever's inquiry. Fortunately, the trio of Targaryens were preoccupied with the machinations of power and did not take offense at Rhaegar's slight. Rhaego, bolstered by a mighty dragon, would undoubtedly find the savage Dothraki inadequate against the Valyrian army. The Dothraki lacked even decent armor, their barbaric culture glorifying naked combat. Oblivious to the fact that under the flames of a dragon, many would merely serve as kindling. We could simply wait for the Valyrian army to vanquish the Dothraki and occupy the vast Dothraki Sea before luring Rhaego back to King S Landing. Once success is achieved, not only will Westeros and Valyria belong to your Majesty, but the expansive Essos will also fall within your grasp. Excellent, excellent. Rhaegar, do tell me how we shall trick him back to King S Landing. Your Majesty, I have heard whispers of the others' traces beyond the wall. Chapter 175, The Eastern Campaign, Winter is Coming. The others? Were they? Rhaenys stared at Rhaegar in confusion, only to notice that Rhaegar and Daenerys regarded her with astonishment, prompting her to glance at her younger brother Symon and her uncle Sever, only to discover they appeared even more bewildered. Your Majesty, you truly do not know? Varys. Someone, summon Lord Varys. Your Majesty, we cannot be seen by others. Rhaegar hastily interrupted Rhaenys' actions, yet Rhaenys waved dismissively, resolutely stating, Do not fret, Rhaegar. Varys is my spy master, a loyal servant nurtured by my father, wholly trustworthy. Very well, I hope your judgment proves sound, Your Majesty. Rhaegar reluctantly acquiesced to Rhaenys' insistence, casting a furtive glance at Daenerys and the others, who promptly donned their hoods to conceal their silver hair, the oversized hoods shrouding half their faces in shadow, rendering their features unrecognizable. Knock, knock, knock. Your Majesty, Lord Varys has arrived. Let him enter. With Rhaenys' words, a balding, portly man stepped inside, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile, scurrying to Rhaenys' side and bowing deeply. Varys, I greet your Majesty. Rhaenys feigned nonchalance, nodding, as Varys' respectful demeanor pleased him greatly, making him feel quite esteemed, his voice growing notably louder. Varys, I inquire, do you know of the others appearing beyond the wall in the north? The spymaster, the spider, bent slightly, his hands hidden within his sleeves, casting a discreet glance at the hooded figures beside him. Upon hearing Rhaenys' inquiry, he quickly replied, "Your Majesty, I am aware of the others." On the second day after the army's departure, a messenger from the north rode south, bearing news from the wall. A Night's Watch patrol defected and was captured by the Winter Wolves. Young Lord Robb Stark personally beheaded the deserters and learned of the others' emergence beyond the wall. This patrol encountered them while patrolling north of the wall, terrified to the point of defection. Varys continued his detailed report, yet Rhaenys, growing impatient, waved his hand. "Do not be so verbose. Simply relay the news concerning the others." "Yes, Your Majesty." According to reports from the north, these beings known as the others are formed from the corpses of the deceased, impervious to conventional weaponry. The patrolling Night's Watchmen could only eradicate them with fire. Their appearance is heralded by snow and wind, manifesting like zombies within the dense woods, devoid of pain and awareness. Hiss! Rhaenys and the others inhaled sharply, while the king glared furiously at his spymaster. "Fool! Why did you not report such vital information to me?" "Your Majesty, I was remiss. I beg your forgiveness." Varys quickly acknowledged his fault. In truth, he had reported the news of the others to Rhaenys as soon as the messenger from the north related. But Rhaego's aggressive conscription had incensed the young king. Following the army's departure, he had spent several days in a drunken stupor. And even if Varys had managed to convey the news, it would have long since slipped Rhaenys' mind. "Your Majesty," just as Rhaenys was about to continue his tirade, Rhaegar interjected, diverting the focus back to Varys, who subtly directed his gaze toward the hooded figures, attempting to ascertain their identities. The others are the walking dead existing beyond the wall in the north, controlled by sinister ice magic, unyielding to pain, and nearly impossible to kill. Their numbers are vast. Any soldiers or civilians killed by them are transformed into others, rendering their ranks virtually limitless, a calamity for the Seven Kingdoms. The maxim once passed down through our family serves as a warning to future generations. Winter is coming. A great terror lies hidden beyond the wall, and they have yet to commence their full-scale advance southward. This presents an opportunity. Upon hearing the family name and the phrase "winter is coming," a flicker of shock crossed Varys's downcast face, quickly masked. His hands trembled slightly within his sleeves, struggling to maintain composure. "Varys, you may take your leave." Rhaenys impatiently dismissed Varys, then eagerly turned his gaze toward Rhaegar and the others, who had now revealed their true selves. "Rhaegar, these others are indeed the key to luring Rhaego back from the Dothraki, correct?" "Your Majesty, your insight is truly remarkable," Rhaegar complimented, after flattering Rhaenys, who beamed with delight. Rhaegar transitioned to the matter at hand. "Through our extensive research, we have discovered that Rhaego Targaryen, both during the Targaryen Wars and while exploring the ruins of Valyria, has always been remarkably generous to the common folk under his rule, to the point of indulgence. Thus, we conclude that while Rhaego may disdain the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms, he undoubtedly holds the common people in high regard. If your Majesty were to compose a letter to Rhaego, informing him of the other southern advance, and perhaps slightly exaggerating the losses suffered by the northern folk, he would surely be compelled to return to King's Landing. At that juncture, we can execute our plan and achieve great success." "Excellent. Ha! I shall write the letter at once." "Do not be hasty, Your Majesty. One must never rush. We must wait until the Valyrian army and the Dothraki have settled the matter of victory or defeat before you dispatch the letter. We shall then reap the benefits of the situation. To ensure the smooth implementation of our strategy, Your Majesty, I suggest we detain the aforementioned Lord Varys to prevent any leakage of information." "Varys? There seems to be no need for that. He is, after all, my most trusted confidant." Upon hearing that Varys was to be dealt with, Laenor appeared somewhat hesitant. Observing this, Daenerys stepped forward, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she offered her counsel. "Your Majesty, we merely suggest that Lord Varys be kept under control. Once our plan is executed, he may be released. This matter is of utmost importance, and we cannot afford any negligence. Should our intelligence be compromised, we would face catastrophic consequences. At that point, Your Majesty may find not just the throne, but even your very life in jeopardy." As Daenerys concluded, Laenor shivered at her words, especially recalling the formidable authority with which Rhaegar had commanded during previous campaigns. He nodded fervently, exclaiming, Yes, we must exercise caution. I shall instruct that Varys be temporarily detained until the plan concludes. Your wisdom is unparalleled, Your Majesty." Observing Laenor heeding her advice, Rhaegar and the others offered their compliments, bringing a radiant smile to Laenor's face. Chapter 176, The Eastern Expedition, The Pale Green Dragon. On the 15th day of the 7th month in the 3rd century of conquest, a merchant vessel unexpectedly departed from the long-blockaded port of King's Landing. traversing the Blackwater Bay through the Narrows and proceeding southwards to Volantis. Meanwhile, the forces of Westeros, besieging Loras, encountered significant difficulties. With the aid of the Devourer, Eddard Stark successfully breached Braavos. After organizing the internal defenses and stability affairs of Braavos, the coalition marched relentlessly towards the northern free trade city of Loras. Following the Devourer's successful conquest of the Braavosi Titan S Channel, it returned southward, while Prince Simon faced rebuke from Rhaegar for his reckless burning of homes and slaughter of civilians. Consequently, Simon and Seth chose to ride dragons back to King S Landing, leaving the 20,000-strong Westerosi coalition without the support of dragons. As the fleet approached the north, the temperature steadily dropped. Although it had not yet reached the frigid extremes of the north, it was sufficiently cold to chill the southern forces to the bone. Eddard Stark and Jon Arryn deliberated. Having previously failed to capture Braavos and shamelessly sought assistance from the equally engaged Rhaegar, the noble houses felt a profound sense of humiliation. Thus, upon nearing the port of Loras, they only briefly rested before launching an audacious assault on this vital port trade city on the northern coast of Essos. With the coalition's troops fully committed, the long peaceful Loras could not withstand the onslaught of the Westerosi forces. Within just 2 days, the city walls of Loras fell under control, and Sir Arthur Dayne, heir to Starfall, led his warriors to scale the walls, wielding the greatsword Dawn, cutting through the defenders and swinging open the massive city gates. As victory seemed imminent, just as Eddard Stark prepared to command a full charge, a fierce dragon's roar suddenly erupted from behind the coalition. A pale green dragon burst forth from the heavy clouds above the sea, its immense wings adorned with exquisite butterfly patterns, its pearlescent horns gleaming in the light. A dragon. Whose dragon is that? The disciplined army erupted into chaos as the pale green dragon drew nearer. Eddard Stark's pupils dilated. Upon the swiftly approaching beast, he glimpsed a silver-haired woman. Yet the House Targaryen had no known female rider of a pale green dragon. Enemy attack. Scatter. Scatter. The army began to disperse with a thunderous clamor. But it was too late. The pale green dragon dove down, bright orange flames brewing in its maw, and with a resounding roar, unleashed a torrent of fire upon the coalition troops. Dracarys. The fierce Dragonfire carved a fiery trench through the tightly packed formation, claiming the lives of soldiers instantly or leaving them writhing in agony as they were consumed by the flames. The coalition forces, as if dumplings, plunged into the sea to extinguish the flames engulfing them. Eddard Stark and Jon Arryn made a swift decision, charging with their cavalry through the now open gates of Loras before the dragon could strike again. However, the infantry fared poorly. The pale green dragon descended mercilessly upon them, unleashing a storm of fire outside the city walls. For a full half hour, the dragon wreaked havoc, finally departing the battlefield at its master's command, leaving nearly 3,000 soldiers of the Westerosi coalition dead in its wake, with countless others grievously injured. The estimated casualties could reach a staggering 8,000. This devastation left the noble houses distraught, particularly those from the Riverlands and Stormlands, whose infantry bore the brunt of the dragon's assault, many of whom were their finest warriors. Garland Tarly nearly wept from the anguish. Robb Baratheon, temporarily commanding the Stormlands forces, felt a deep sorrow as well. This ambitious man was far from content being merely a loyal hound to another. His family had been slaughtered by Rhaegar, their bloodline sullied, and now the Stormlands prince, Sullar and Storm, had been killed. Thousands of elite Stormland soldiers had fallen to the dragon's fury, shattering Robb's hopes of family resurgence and vengeance, leaving him in despair as he mourned the loss of his newly acquired troops. Like Garland and Robb, Eddard Stark stood brooding before a map, his expression darkened. Loras had been thoroughly subdued. After Sir Arthur Dayne seized the city gates, most defenders fled, and the coalition faced little resistance within the city. However, just as the army fully took control of Loras, having just received a shipment of supplies from the ships, a piercing horn sounded, jolting everyone's nerves. As the nobles ascended the battlements, they beheld the once mooring warships engulfed in flames, crackling and popping as they burned, thick smoke obscuring the sky. Behind the burning ships, hundreds of massive vessels sailed into the smoke-filled harbor, bearing the banners of Norvos, Qohor, and nobles fleeing Braavos, fluttering in the brisk sea breeze. A pale green dragon circled leisurely above the fleet. The coalition was surrounded. The enemy forces swarmed the harbor, opting not to assault the city directly, but instead blockading the waters of Loras, trapping the coalition within. The noblemen returned to the castle with grave expressions. Eddard Stark was about to issue a reluctant order for Rhaegar's assistance when a panicked minor noble rushed in, breathless. My Lord Stark, there's dire news. Someone has poisoned the ravens. All our ravens are dead. What? Eddard Stark's fury erupted as he seized the young noble by the collar, his eyes blazing with rage. My lord, all the ravens are gone. You may execute me. The logistics officer, tears streaming down his face, crumpled to the ground as Eddard released him. Alas! Eddard sighed heavily, dismissing the logistics officer. Now was not the time to assign blame. The immediate priority was to seek aid, or the surviving 10,000 of the Westerosi coalition would be irrevocably trapped here. Chapter 177, The Eastern Expedition, A Rising Wind. Gentlemen, Eddard Stark slammed his palm against the table, capturing the attention of all present. The maritime routes have now been completely blockaded by the enemy, compelling us to dispatch individuals through the southern gate, traversing the mountains to reach Pantos and beseech His Majesty, Rhaegar, for assistance. Otherwise, our ranks of nearly 20,000 brave souls may face utter annihilation here. Furthermore, we must relay the crucial intelligence regarding the dragon beyond the city's walls to His Majesty. Across the entirety of Westeros, and even the continent of Essos, only the Targaryens and the Domnar family are known to have any affiliation with dragons. It is likely that the creature outside is a remnant of the Targaryens who fled from King S Landing, a descendant of Daemon Targaryen. This information is of paramount importance and must be conveyed to His Majesty with utmost urgency. Should the Targaryens return, armed with dragons, preparations must be made forthwith. Upon finishing his statement, Eddard Stark exchanged a glance with the venerable Prince Jon Arryn, surveying the assembly of nobility before him. Which valiant warrior among you is willing to step forth and undertake this formidable task? I vow, on the honor of House Stark, that upon the successful completion of this mission, I shall personally advocate for your commendation before His Majesty, Rhaegar. As Sir Jaime Lannister of the Westerlands prepared to rise, a diminutive figure tugged at his sleeve, causing Jaime to turn his gaze toward his younger brother, Tyrion Lannister, who subtly shook his head, signaling him to refrain from volunteering. Seeing no one stepping forward, Sir Arthur Dayne, heir to Starfall, boldly emerged from the crowd and bowed deeply towards Eddard. My Lord Stark, Prince Arryn, I am willing to lead my finest men beyond the city to seek aid from His Majesty. Arthur, you are injured from the siege. How can you traverse the mountains? Interjected Oberyn Martell, the Red Viper. Indeed, Sir Arthur, I understand your loyalty to His Majesty, yet your wounds render you unfit for such a journey. Is there anyone else willing to undertake this perilous endeavor? Eddard Stark sought to reassure Arthur Dayne, casting his eyes around the assembly. I, Robert Baratheon, am willing, boomed the stout and robust Robert, appearing from the shadows. Excellent. Sir Robert, the Empire shall remember your bravery. We must act swiftly. Choose several men from your retinue. Take a brief moment to gather your strength, and depart immediately with precise maps. The safety of my entire army, as well as that of His Majesty, rests upon your shoulders. Should this mission succeed, I shall personally advocate for your glory, and restoring the former splendor of House Baratheon may not be beyond reach. Robert's chubby face flushed with excitement, and without uttering a word, he clasped his hands in gratitude, selecting a handful of trusted knights. Thus, a party of 7, equipped with provisions, galloped forth from the southern gate of Loras. As Eddard Stark observed the dust rising from Robert's departing figures, he sheathed his colossal sword, Ice. With a resonant clang, gentlemen, Sir Robert has set forth to request aid from His Majesty. If fortune favors us, within 10 days His Majesty's dragons will grace this place. Our task is to hold Loras for 10 days. Thus, I now issue my commands. The assembled lords promptly straightened their stances. Prince Jon Arryn would oversee the logistics within the city, ensuring provisions and water were judiciously allocated, while searching for hidden supplies to sustain the army for as long as possible. Sir Garland Tyrell of the Reach would assist the prince in this endeavor. Sir Brynden Tully of the Riverlands was charged with the defense of the city walls, organizing the soldiers' tasks, and maintaining vigilance at all hours against potential enemy assaults, with Sir Jaime Lannister aiding him in the defense. Sir Oberyn Martell of Dorne would be responsible for the collection and crafting of weaponry within the city, particularly focusing on the creation of dragon-slaying crossbows, as Dorne has a storied tradition in their manufacture. The safety of the city would, to a great extent, depend on Sir Oberyn's efforts, with Sir Arthur Dayne assisting and training the captives within the city as a reserve force, ready to bolster the defense at a moment's notice. Gentlemen, you have your orders. Eddard Stark's commanding voice resonated through the halls, prompting the entire city of Loras into swift action. Those gathering provisions, those crafting crossbows, and those preparing for defense, all moving in a well-orchestrated manner. If not for the fluttering banners of the enemy at the port, one might have believed they were witnessing the resurgence of an empire. Robert Baratheon felt a swell of anxiety. Although he speculated that the previous Emerald Dragon belonged to a Targaryen heir, having taken drastic measures to silence the Raven delivering news of their plight, he ultimately had not established contact with the Dragon Riders beyond the walls. He had naively assumed that volunteering for this mission would guarantee his safety. Yet mere hours into the mountains, he found himself confronted once more by that very dragon. Now, Robert and his 6 knights were cautiously concealed behind a massive rock, striving to remain undetected by the dragon soaring above. Yet Robert understood that the moment they laid eyes on the beast, it had already sensed their presence. Its feigned circling was merely a game of cat and mouse. Should they venture forth? The risk of being incinerated by Dragonfire loomed large, yet remaining hidden could lead to a far grimmer fate. Torn by indecision, Robert's gaze fixated on the soldier before him, his grip on the warhammer tightening and loosening with increasing fervor. Do not blame me. What? Before the knight ahead could turn, Robert's hammer struck with lethal precision, splattering blood and gore in all directions. The remaining 5 knights, stunned, barely had time to react before they too fell victim to Robert's wrath. Breathing heavily, Robert discarded the warhammer, wiped the blood from his face with his cloak, and staggered forth from his rocky refuge. In the Painted Mountains, Rhaegar had been locked in a standoff with the Dothraki for 6 days. He understood that their reluctance to attack stemmed from their anticipation of reinforcements and supplies arriving from the rear. Rhaegar's objective was to fully subdue the Dothraki, and he welcomed the delay, allowing the opposing cavalry to prepare for battle. To conquer a proud and fierce army, the most effective strategy is to decisively defeat them in open conflict, instilling fear and respect. However, if he were to decimate the Dothraki and they still refused to yield, Rhaegar would not hesitate to let them experience the sharpness of Valyrian steel. The blood of the Targaryens had yet to dry, and the soldiers' thirst for slaughter had never been more fervent. On the 17th day of the 7th month of the year of conquest, the winds of the Painted Mountains howled across the plains as 2 cavalry forces, totaling over 100,000, stood poised for the most brutal and primal of conflicts. Rhaegar positioned himself at the forefront, slowly drawing his sword, Dawn, and pointing it toward the enemy formation. The sound of unsheathing swords echoed across the grasslands, slicing through the air and severing blades of grass in a dizzying dance. The winds of the plains surged, stirring the bloodlust within the hearts of the warriors. The steed beneath him sensed the chilling edge of the sword and its master's battle spirit, restlessly pawing the ground and snorting in anticipation. Rhaegar awaited the moment when the raging winds would fuel their charge and simultaneously hinder the advance of the Dothraki. A few dry blades of grass were swept up by the relentless wind, cascading down upon the horse's head, prompting it to shake its mane in displeasure. Rhaegar recognized that the time to strike was at hand. With a fierce cry, he cleaved the fetid air with his sword, urging his steed forward. The elite cavalry, numbering over 40,000, swiftly formed into a wedge formation, with Rhaegar himself at the tip of this lethal spear. The Valyrian army formed a sharp, pointed triangular formation, charging forward with an intensity that crescendoed from a leisurely trot to a thunderous torrent of steel, propelled by the downhill momentum and the urging of their riders. The Dothraki, too, launched their assault with over 60,000 cavalry led by Khal Drogo, flanked by 3 to 4 dozen other Khalasars. They swung their uniquely shaped Dothraki curve blades, howling like apes as they charged forward. The foremost cavalry unit, under Drogo's command, boldly collided with the Valyrian cavalry, who were hurtling towards them. The distance of several kilometers was traversed in the blink of an eye under the onslaught of the cavalry, and Rhaego felt that his steed had only just reached its peak speed when the Dothraki were already upon him. In ancient China, military strategy dictated that kings should not confront one another directly. However, Rhaego possessed an extraordinary confidence in his own might. Among the myriad forces in Essos, none could inflict harm upon him through sheer brute strength. With a fierce kick to his horse's flanks, he urged it to maintain its current velocity, raising his long sword high as the enemy approached. Khal Drogo immediately recognized the figure that stood out amid the throng, the gleaming silver Valyrian steel armor, the vibrant 3-colored dragon sigil emblazoned on his chest and billowing cape, and the silver hair cascading from beneath his helm unmistakably identified him as Rhaego Domnar, king of the Valyrian Empire and a harbinger of war. Drogo, the mightiest of the Dothraki Khalasars, let out an exultant roar, spurring his horse forward to charge directly at Rhaego. Rhaego, having recognized Drogo by his iconic long braid and imposing physique, felt a pang of nostalgia for the character he had admired in the original tales, lamenting the tragic fate that had befallen him at the hands of a sorceress. But this was war, And with the two commanders now facing one another, Rhaego had no reason to hold back. As their steeds thundered past each other, Drogo, experienced in battle, refrained from swinging his blade, instead raising his curved sword to the height of Rhaego's neck, intending to sever his head in the fleeting moment as they passed. In the midst of such a rapid charge, few dared to make sudden movements. In a conflict of this scale, losing balance and falling could result in being trampled into oblivion by the cavalry that followed. Yet, what Drogo did not comprehend was that not all men were created equal. As Drogo's curved blade approached, Rhaego seemed oblivious, bringing his longsword crashing down with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, Drogo's expression shifted from confidence to shock as Rhaego's blade cleaved toward his torso. The clash of metal rang out, and as their horses galloped past each other, Rhaego angled his body slightly, deftly evading the incoming Dothraki blade while simultaneously delivering a swift upward slash that eviscerated the Bloodrider. Drogo's horrified gaze had yet to fade when he felt himself propelled into the air. He had never witnessed such swiftness or strength in a sword. His seemingly assured strike was effortlessly countered by Rhaego's simple, downward blow. The tremendous force crashed against his curved sword, sending him tumbling from his mount, the blade barely grazing Rhaego's armor, emitting a disheartening thud before the Dothraki's mightiest warrior fell heavily to the ground. From there, Rhaego fought with the ferocity of a god of war, cleaving left and right, none able to withstand even a single exchange beneath his sword. Even those fortunate enough to parry with their curved blades found themselves reduced to mere fragments under the unyielding edge of Valyrian steel as the colossal sword Dawn sliced through them effortlessly, extinguishing their lives. The Valyrian soldiers surged forward, closely following their king. Their sharp arrows pierced the Dothraki ranks, advancing like a tidal wave, mowing down the Dothraki cavalry as if they were mere weeds. The vanguard swiftly penetrated the heart of the Dothraki forces, and the subsequent Valyrian army executed their pre-battle strategy, fanning out like two powerful arms, encircling the Dothraki, who had lost their momentum. With a series of sickening sounds, thud, crack, clang, Rhaego charged forward, his ears filled with the cacophony of flesh tearing, weapons shattering, and metal clashing. His steed surged through the chaos, disregarding the presence of its own kind. As it rampaged through the battlefield, slashing and killing, the once belligerent Dothraki, now paralyzed with fear at the sight of this blood-soaked harbinger of death, scattered in terror before Rhaego could even reach them, causing their once spacious formation to become a tangled mass. There was no need for the Valyrian army to strike. The Dothraki cavalry, in their panic, became ensnared together, losing their speed advantage entirely. Those warriors who followed closely behind Rhaego urged their mounts with desperation to keep pace with the king, their gazes filled with reverence, awe, and devotion, as if beholding a living deity. Although Rhaego had previously earned the respect of Valyrian soldiers, his prowess had always seemed reliant upon his noble lineage and dragons, creating a palpable distance between him and the common soldiers. But now the dynamic had shifted. Even without dragons, the king stood invincible. As the sovereign of a formidable empire personally led the charge, dismantling the enemy's forces and effortlessly dispatching their leader. In that moment, Rhaego transcended the role of king, becoming a god in the eyes of the Valyrian soldiers. Chapter 179, the Eastern Campaign, called Drogo. With a swift motion, Rhaego felled yet another Dothraki rider, clearing his line of sight as the vast expanse of grassland trembled under the din of battle, reflecting the cowardice of the fleeing Dothraki. He halted his sword and steed, turning to survey the chaotic battlefield. The subsequent cavalry had encircled the Dothraki, with over 10,000 riders trailing Rhaego, streaming through the path he had forged. The Dothraki, stripped of their speed, found themselves helplessly clustered together, some frantically slashing at their kin in a desperate attempt to escape this hellish battleground. As warriors of an ancient horse-riding lineage, these men, raised upon horseback, understood all too well the grim fate that awaited a cavalry unit surrounded by fully armored foes. Deprived of speed and space, they were akin to sheep ensnared by a pack of wolves, destined for a gruesome slaughter. Rhaego wiped the blood from the blade of dawn with his cloak and slowly sheathed the longsword. Relay the orders. The archers will immediately fan out to block the Dothraki's retreat, encircling them in this grassland. The battle will continue for 1 hour. After that, we shall cease our assault and send envoys to negotiate surrender. With a commanding voice, Rhaego directed the cavalry that had followed him through the enemy lines to rapidly expand, working in conjunction with the frontline forces to completely encircle the Dothraki. This battle commenced around noon and persisted until dusk, culminating in a decisive victory. The Valyrian side deployed 40,000 cavalry, while the Dothraki mustered over 60,000. The 2,000 or so Dothraki riders held in reserve fled after Rhaego breached their formation, abandoning their comrades and retreating into the city of Vistilf under the guidance of another call. Your Majesty, we have compiled the battle statistics, came the report. Proceed. Yes. In this battle, our forces deployed 40,000 cavalry, suffering 7,000 casualties, of which over 5,000 were fatalities, with the remainder sustaining various injuries. Seeing Rhaego frown slightly, Browen hurriedly explained, Your Majesty, the main casualties in this battle were incurred by the subsequent encircling forces. Your vanguard pierced through the enemy's center. Yet the Dothraki cavalry on either flank continued their relentless assault. Most of the fatalities resulted from the clash of the two armies, with our soldiers being unseated and subsequently trampled by the advancing troops. Rhaego nodded, signaling him to continue his report. The Dothraki committed nearly 90,000 men, but only over 60,000 actually engaged in battle. The remainder retreated into Vise Dothrak upon sensing defeat. On the frontal battlefield, we decapitated over 30,000 of their warriors, particularly inflicting heavy losses with the vanguard formation. As you broke through their lines, many Dothraki, in their desperate attempts to evade, became densely packed together, leading to a catastrophic trampling incident. We captured 30,000 prisoners, including 23 Dothraki Khals and 110 captives, among whom was Khal Drogo. Who? Rhaego exclaimed in surprise. Khal Drogo? Yes, not dead? Indeed, Your Majesty. He was unhorsed by your strike and sustained a severe fall. Yet he suffered no fatal injuries, merely a loss of consciousness, due to the expansive space of our vanguard formation. Drogo was fortunate enough to avoid being trampled by his own horse, and as the Dothraki were routed by your forces, he managed to survive, even emerging relatively unscathed. After hearing Browen's report, Rhaego couldn't help but marvel at Drogo's extraordinary luck to be unseated and rendered unconscious amidst a battlefield of over 100,000 cavalrymen, yet escape with his life, and, without significant injury, was nothing short of miraculous. It seemed as though the ancestors of House Drogo were working tirelessly behind the scenes. Bring him to me. Allow the soldiers to rest in the Painted Mountains encampment and observe the Dothraki captives. Send word to Meereen to dispatch a large contingent to receive them. Yes, Your Majesty. Khal Drogo was a proud warrior, and when he was brought before Rhaego, bound tightly, he still refused to bow his head, his fierce eyes glaring defiantly. Rhaego was toying with a Dothraki curved sword, Drogo's weapon. Rhaego had previously wondered how this man, struck down by his blade and withstood the force of Valyrian steel, had emerged unscathed. Upon examining Drogo's weapon, he realized it was crafted from Valyrian steel, produced in the city of Stonedance, and was of his own design. Rhaego recalled that during an auction of Valyrian steel weapons in Stonedance, he had indeed fulfilled custom orders, such as the one from House Lannister in the Westerlands, which had commissioned a sword identical to their ancestral blade, Brytror. Perhaps the Dothraki had also commissioned a curved sword from him long ago, but the details had faded from his memory. Gently tapping the blade, Rhaego gazed with interest at the defiant Khal Drogo, gesturing for the guards behind him. Loosen his bonds, bring forth a seat, and prepare a feast. Immediately, tables and cushions were brought forth, laden with fine wine and lamb. When Drogo was finally freed from his bindings, he cast a scornful glance at Rhaego before sitting down with a grim expression, lifting the wine cup and meat to indulge himself. Once he had satisfied his hunger, Rhaego set aside the curved sword and inquired, Khal Drogo, do you find the outcome of this battle acceptable? Humph. Drogo grunted, but refrained from voicing any words of dissent. The Dothraki forces had outnumbered the Valyrian men 2-1, yet they were still soundly defeated. He lacked the bravado to argue, but that did not signify that the Dothraki call would yield. A true warrior cannot be broken. Rhaego, unaware of Drogo's internal struggle, noted his silence and bore no anger. He halted Browen, who was ready to draw his sword, and continued speaking. My soldiers are the finest warriors. They have yet to engage a structured cavalry force, which accounts for our heavy losses. Nevertheless, we still managed to decimate Khal Drogo's 60,000-strong army with a force of only 40,000. Do you believe that, after accumulating sufficient experience from this battle, the Dothraki cavalry in Vise Dothrak will be our match? Drogo remained silent, but the gradual calming of his countenance revealed his inner feelings. Rhaego seized the opportunity. I trust you have heard of my reputation regarding captives. I either execute them or exploit them for labor. However, for your people, my empire is willing to extend a chance for submission. As long as the horsemen heed my command and submit to my banner, further bloodshed can be entirely averted. What say you, Khal? Drogo remained contemplative before hoarsely murmuring. The horsemen do not have slaves. No, Khal, you misunderstand. Not slaves or servants, but subjects, free men of character. The Sea of Dothraki remains your territory. Your soldiers will still be your own Khalasar. I shall not place spies among you, nor will I seize your pastures and wealth. However, you must pledge loyalty to the Empire. Khal Drogo raised his gaze to the excessively youthful king, recalling their previous confrontation, and his eyes flickered with contemplation as he spoke gravely. The Dothraki are not mine to command. We have many Khalasars and many Khals. Each Khal is a formidable warrior. You have only defeated Khal Drogo, but not the others. They will not willingly submit. Rhaego shrugged at these words, tossing the curved sword on the ground, his tone swiftly chilling. My soldiers have only two attitudes toward outsiders: slaughter or acceptance. I have granted you and your Dothraki people an opportunity, as well as you, Khal Drogo. I can release all your captive Khals and warriors, and grant you an additional fortnight to provide me with a satisfactory answer. At this point, Rhaego shifted his tone. Of course, you may also choose to continue resisting. However, my patience and time are limited. My dragons require companions, and I hope the Dothraki will choose the correct path. Drogo's heart raced. He had nearly forgotten that the Valyrian king of Westeros was not merely a powerful warrior, but also a dragon lord commanding multiple dragons. In this battle, without the dragons' involvement, his forces had been thoroughly routed by superior numbers. Should the dragons enter the fray before he could contemplate further, Rhaego waved his hand, signaling for the guards to escort him out. See to it that Khal Drogo and his warriors have their horses returned, and allow them to depart. Drogo left, taking his Valyrian curved sword with him, alongside over 100 of his warriors and captives, galloping straight for Vaes Dothrak. They were all seething with anger, intent on settling accounts with those who had abandoned them. With the initial battle concluded, the prospect of future conflict now rested on the wisdom of the Dothraki. While Rhaego required their strength, he was not entirely dependent on them. The battle could be more brutal, but he had little patience for those who failed to recognize the tides of fate. Upon returning to Meereen, Brouwen promptly commenced the training of over 30,000 Dothraki cavalry under Rhaego's guidance. Rhaego, for his part, relished a rare moment of leisure, attending to some trivial matters of state while spending the remainder of his time frolicking with Silverwing and the 6 small dragons, which greatly elevated his spirits. On July 20th, as Rhaego returned to port with his dragons at dusk, just after landing outside the city, Brouwen too swiftly approached on horseback, and even the dragons sensed the urgency, displaying a protective demeanor. Your Majesty, I have urgent news to report. Brouwen, glistening with sweat, dismounted before his horse had fully stopped, staggering a few steps to regain his footing, then hurriedly continued, speaking rapidly. As Rhaego meticulously arranged his attire, he calmly inquired, "What has caused you such distress?" Your Majesty, our spies in King's Landing have been silent for over 10 days, disrupting our usual communication protocol. Reports from Stone Dance indicate that on the 9th of July, King's Landing declared martial law, which remains in effect. I fear a significant event is unfolding. Rhaego raised an eyebrow, gazing at Bronn in astonishment. Is my deputy so easily unsettled by such matters? Your Majesty, it is more than that. The allied forces advancing northward in Westeros have also gone dark, and Bronn hesitated before continuing. Speak plainly. Yes, Your Majesty, our soldiers stationed at Dragonstone have reported sightings of a fleet from Westeros, which has been visiting the princes of Atlantis and the 2 Essos Islands. Huh. Rhaego couldn't suppress a laugh. Is someone plotting against me? Enough, Bronn. Do not concern yourself with these unsubstantiated fears. Stay vigilant regarding news from all corners, and let those vermin scurrying in the shadows reveal themselves. It will afford us an opportunity to ensnare them all. The affairs of King's Landing and Dragonstone warrant a measured approach for now, but it seems Eddard Stark may be in some trouble, having failed to send even a single plea for aid. This is of greater importance. I shall send the glutton to investigate. At your command, Your Majesty. With just a few words, Rhaego had restored Bronn's composure, who had previously been in a state of disarray. Their sovereign commanded the might of numerous dragons, representing one of the most formidable powers across the continents. Under such overwhelming strength, any schemes or plots were rendered utterly futile. Those lurking in the shadows dared not show their faces, yet foolishly fantasized about inflicting mortal wounds upon the dragons, oblivious to the fact that they were unworthy of even being acknowledged in the presence of such titans. How trifling are the machinations of mere vermin. On the 21st of July, 300 years into the conquest, a letter arrived from King's Landing, across the narrow sea. To Myr, winter is coming? Whites. Rhaego raised an eyebrow in surprise. In Lena's correspondence, she mentioned that Night's Watchman had discovered a significant number of whites descending from beyond the wall in the north, and the northern weather was rapidly turning frigid. It appeared that the ultimate adversary of this Game of Thrones was finally making its appearance. The timing of this letter was certainly fortuitous, and it bore Laena's own hand. When had their relationship grown so intimate? Though perplexed, Rhaego resolved to return and investigate. If he were still the man who had just arrived in Westeros, the Night King would have been an insurmountable foe. However, times had changed. Now, Rhaego, a peculiar human transformed by magic, was entirely impervious to harm from him. Rhaego feared the Night King would not withstand even 2 seconds before Sol. Such was his confidence. After making brief arrangements regarding military matters, Rhaego mounted Sol, with the Glutton and Silverwing flanking him, and they soared directly toward King's Landing over the Summer Sea. The 3 dragons flew swiftly, soon traversing the narrow sea and appearing above Storm's End. Rhaego commanded the Glutton to divert northward to assess the situation regarding Eddard Stark and the allied forces, while he continued with Sol and Silverwing straight to King's Landing. Roar! Sol's bellow sent a jolt through Laena, who sat nervously upon the Iron Throne. Her anxious gaze instinctively turned to Rhaego, who appeared calm and composed, prompting her to force herself to regain her composure. She hastily exited the Grand Hall, waiting at the entrance of the garden for Rhaego's arrival. The garden served as the nesting ground for Sol and Silverwing, and Laena knew without a doubt that her Eden would soon be ravaged beyond recognition. Chapter 181. The Eastern Campaign. Your Majesty, why rebel? The sound of footsteps echoed from the corner of the garden. Laena took a deep breath, striving to mask her unease and forcing a stiff smile as she encountered Rhaego. Rhaego Domnar, I greet your Majesty. Rhaego's footsteps faltered as he turned his gaze towards Laena, the weight of his imposing presence nearly causing her to tremble. Yet, she could not maintain her smile. Her lips merely parted awkwardly, rendering the atmosphere palpably uncomfortable. However, Rhaego's attention was not on her, but rather on a peculiar emblem engraved on a column behind Laena. It seemed hastily etched, perhaps by its owner in a moment of urgency, yet Rhaego recognized its ominous significance at a glance. Danger. His brow furrowed slightly as he cast a glance at Laena, who appeared eager to bury her head in shame, adjusting the long sword at his waist before striding towards the council hall. Seeing Rhaego depart without a word, Laena sighed in relief. He was equally incensed by his disregard. Nevertheless, she had no choice but to hastily follow in Rhaego's wake, with a multitude of nobles trailing behind her as they returned to the Red Keep in a flurry. Speak, what is amiss in the north? Has there been a significant loss of life? Rhaego naturally took his seat upon the Iron Throne, directly questioning Laena and the assembled nobles below. Upon hearing Rhaego's inquiry, the nobles exchanged perplexed glances, evidently unaware of the events transpiring in the north. Laena, you may address this matter. Rhaego, perceiving their expressions, discerned the truth of the situation. It seemed Laena had taken it upon herself to send him a letter, intending to lure him to King's Landing. It appeared that this young king harbored ambitions that were unwise for one of his lineage. Rhaego felt neither surprise nor anger. Such intrigues were commonplace within the confines of power, where familial betrayal and fraternal discord were all too familiar, especially between distant kin such as he and Laena. Rather than disappointment or rage, Rhaego's curiosity was piqued. What allies and clever stratagems had this descendant of his acquired to dare entertain such thoughts against him? Rhaego's summons jolted Laena from her reverie. She lowered her gaze, casting a furtive glance at the king's guard standing on either side of the throne. Locking eyes with the commander, she noted the elderly knight's affirmative nod, which momentarily alleviated her tension. There is no issue in the north. A few whites have been sighted beyond the wall, but I can easily manage the situation. Oh, Rhaego's gaze turned inquisitive, reclining against the Iron Throne with an air of condescension and authority. Then, Rhaego Domnar, what was the purpose of your invitation for me to King's Landing? Bold of you to address his Majesty by name. As soon as Rhaego's words fell, the king's guard drew their swords in unison, the commander pointing his blade threateningly at Rhaego, fury evident in his gaze. Sir, you seem somewhat familiar to me. Might you share your name? Ignoring the drawn weapons, Rhaego focused on the robust commander of the king's guard, casually inquiring. Balistan Selmy, commander of the king's guard, appointed by King Laena and the former monarch. Oh, the fearless Balistan, an esteemed knight of House Selmy from Harvest Hall. Are you certain you wish to wield the Empire's sword against the Empire's king? There exists but one king of the Empire, and that is King Rhaego Domnar. My family and I, alongside my comrades, have sworn fealty before the Seven to the throne for life, and you have repeatedly offended his Majesty's dignity. Rhaego shook his head with a smirk, laying his sword across his lap, turning his gaze towards the self-satisfied Laena. Laena, you truly believe you can scheme against me with such pitiful trinkets? With the unwavering support of the King's Guard, Rhaena felt an immediate surge of confidence. He forcefully hurled his wine cup to the floor, the exquisite crystal shattering into a myriad of pieces upon the cold, steel surface of the council chamber. The sudden commotion summoned a synchronized clamor of footsteps from outside, and moments later, the grand doors of the chamber were violently kicked open. A throng of gold-robed guards and soldiers surged in, encircling Rhaena and the gathered nobles, their eyes fixed menacingly on the throne where Rhaegar sat. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the nobles hastily attempted to distance themselves from this perilous scene. Several vassals from the north and Dorne exchanged furtive glances, brazenly overpowering a few guards. Seizing the moment while others were caught off guard, they snatched the guards' long swords and, amidst the ensuing chaos, quickly converged around Rhaegar. "Your Majesty, treacherous rebels are causing unrest. We shall defend you from the enemy. Please, Your Majesty, flee swiftly," they urged. Rhaegar, with a reassuring pat on the shoulders of a few, rose to survey the melee below, his gaze locking onto the nobles amidst the fray. "While I remain unperturbed, you still have a chance to redeem yourselves. And you, gold-robed ones, do not let your avarice bring insurmountable calamity upon your families." "Silence," Rhaena barked, sensing the wavering resolve of the Kingsguard at Rhaegar's words. "Rhaegar, you are the king of Valyria, and I am the king of Westeros. Though we share blood, we have always kept our domains separate. Yet, your insatiable greed has driven you to wage a campaign in the east, laying waste to Essos, while repeatedly disregarding my authority. You have brought this calamity upon yourself with your foolishness and arrogance. Attack!" With a single command, 7 formidable Kingsguards sprang forward, swords drawn. Balistan Selmy led the charge, clashing swords with 2 noblemen and advancing towards Rhaegar's throne. Rhaegar shook his head with resignation. A fool is not easily swayed by reason. With a shrill ring of steel, Rhaegar unsheathed his sword, Dawn, and lunged forward, effortlessly deflecting Ballistan's strike. A powerful blow from his left fist struck Balistan's ribcage, eliciting a pained grunt as the captain of the Kingsguard collapsed to his knees, incapacitated. Rhaegar never showed mercy to his enemies. With a swift motion, he severed Ballistan's head from his shoulders, the blood spraying forth in a gruesome arc. With a heavy kick, one of the Kingsguard was sent sprawling, impaled by his own comrade's sword. Rhaena's eyes widened in fury as he prepared to issue further commands to assail Rhaegar, when suddenly 2 hands grasped his shoulders. Startled, he turned to find a familiar face beaming with unexpected joy. Quickly, Rhaegar, before he could utter another word, his mouth was covered, and Rhaegar swiftly pulled him away. Retreating from the Red Keep. "It is too late for this. We must flee on Dragonback." With that, Rhaegar scanned the surroundings, pivoting and vanishing from sight. Before Rhaena could comprehend the turn of events, he witnessed the townsfolk scattering in panic as the gates of King's Landing swung open from within. Thousands of cavalry from Dragonstone surged into the city, encircling the Red Keep. Rhaena, along with his brother, uncle, and several kin, frantically sought refuge in the Dragon's Lair, ascending into the sky to escape towards the north. Chapter 182, The Eastern Campaign, The Corruption of Power. On the 21st day of the 7th month, 300 years of conquest, King Rhaego Targaryen of Westeros deceived his ancestors, Rhaego Targaryen, into summoning dragons to King's Landing under the pretense of northern military affairs, laying a trap to assassinate Rhaegar, who held direct influence over his claim to the throne. However, Rhaena gravely underestimated Rhaegar's martial prowess and his dominion over Westeros. In the chaos of the council chamber, 7 Kingsguard and over 100 gold-robed guards besieged the Dragon King. The valiant Balistan, renowned for his unparalleled swordsmanship, was effortlessly beheaded before the king, akin to a mere chicken before a hawk. From a first traitor's demise to the swift arrival of the prepared forces from Dragonstone into King's Landing, 53 souls fell beneath Rhaegar's blade. As the forces from Dragonstone secured control over the city, all present endeavored to conceal their innermost fears, dreading Rhaegar's wrath. After the failed coup, Rhaego Targaryen, in collusion with Sepher Targaryen, Simon Targaryen, and several conspiratorial kin, fled King's Landing, journeying northward. The council chamber lay in disarray, stained with blood and flesh. Rhaegar relocated the meeting place for his ministers to the banquet hall of the Red Keep. The spider, Varys, was released from the dungeons. And though Rhaena had confined his freedom, his time in captivity had not been unbearable. Before Rhaegar stood a somewhat haggard Varys, yet still exuding his characteristic slickness. "Your Majesty," Varys acknowledged, clasping his hands and bowing. "I noticed the warning sign you left at the entrance of the gardens. Your efforts are appreciated." Rhaegar gestured for Varys to sit, sipping his honeyed wine. "It is my duty, Your Majesty. Most of the spies in the city have been apprehended by Rhaena and his cohorts. All the ravens have been controlled, and the gates, Even the secret passages are under surveillance. Though I sensed something amiss, I could not convey any information. The only course was to inscribe a warning at the garden entrance, hoping you would see it upon your descent from the garden. This is a fortuitous turn for the realm. Rhaegar did not believe that without Varys' warning, the inept Rhaena could truly inflict harm upon him. Yet as a ruler, he would not easily dismiss his subordinate's contributions. Nodding appreciatively, Rhaegar remarked, "Your caution has indeed allowed me to prepare, but Rhaena's scheming was patently foolish. Despite the clumsiness of their power grab, I suspect my dear descendant lacks the audacity to confront me directly. Have you received any intelligence regarding those behind this? Your Majesty, I suspect it is the Targaryens," Varys replied. "Oh, due elaboraci. Indeed, due to Rhaena's misplaced trust in me, he summoned me prior to the conspiracy to inquire about the White Walkers. During that meeting in the council chamber, I encountered several mysterious figures cloaked in black robes. While they were adept at concealing their identities, my agents discerned silver hair beneath the hoods. After that, I was placed under house arrest. Additionally, while the reports from the north primarily concerned the White Walkers beyond the wall, my spies have discovered the sudden appearance of several silver-haired, purple-eyed individuals in Winterfell, and there have been sightings of dragons above the Godswood. I suspect they are the remnants of the Targaryens you instructed me to watch closely. It is likely that the north is now subtly under their influence." Rhaegar pondered in silence before speaking again. "What actions have the Starks taken?" Lord Robb Stark, the young wolf, has been preoccupied with hunting and training, showing no signs of unrest. However, the bastard son of the Stark prince has been quite active lately, often seen near the Wall and Castle Black, though my agents have yet to ascertain his purpose there. Jon Snow. It seems he aspires to play a game of leveraging one advantage against another. Does he? What of House Bolton at Castle Black? Indeed, Your Majesty. It is the Bolton family. Shall we intensify our surveillance on them? Unnecessary. Withdraw our agents from their vicinity. We must not alert the snakes until they reveal themselves. What else is unusual? Varys paused in contemplation before suddenly recalling something. Your Majesty, Lord Stark's youngest son, Bran Stark, has gone missing. Bran? Regan was momentarily taken aback. Had it not been for Varys' mention, he might have almost forgotten the name. Bran Stark, the three-eyed raven, the Green Seer. Without a moment's hesitation, Regan could ascertain that Bran's disappearance was undoubtedly the handiwork of the children of the forest lurking beyond the wall. Yet at this juncture, the political landscape of the north was fraught with uncertainty. What roles were the children of the forest and the three-eyed raven playing in this farce? The current situation diverged significantly from the original narrative. When the Night King's army of the undead surged southward, Westeros was devoid of dragons, with only Daenerys' 3 juvenile dragons in existence. Thus, the three-eyed raven, the children of the forest, and the Lord of Light orchestrated a series of inexplicable schemes. However, with Rhaegon's emergence, not to mention the numerous dragons of Illyria, the current Westeros was under the command of 5 dragons held by Rhaego Domnar, alongside the hidden Targaryen lineage. The Night King no longer posed a significant threat to the world. So why then had the children of the forest ensnare Bran? Rhaegon found himself perplexed, ultimately choosing to dismiss the thought. He instructed Varys to take a respite and summon the Earl of Stone Dance to oversee the security of King's Landing. He then soared above the city on his dragon, calming the tumultuous atmosphere before dedicating his attention to the arrangements for a gathering of nobles. Rhaegon was prepared to face challenges and accept betrayals. After all, such conflicts were merely battles where victors and vanquished emerged. However, he could not abide the treachery of his vassals who aligned themselves with a fool, for it not only insulted his bloodline, but also belittled him profoundly. A sovereign, with merely a few hundred loyal subjects, attempting to ambush a formidable warrior commanding 10,000? Did they truly believe that all men were likely Shimen, and that the Red Keep was akin to the Schwanwu Gate? Particularly after having previously orchestrated a grand blockade of the capital to apprehend spies. Was this not a blatant declaration of their intentions? Rhaegon found it implausible that the seasoned nobles were unaware of this. They merely observed, for regardless of who triumphed, these parasites would remain comfortably ensconced, singing and dancing, their power and wealth untouched. Thus, even when aware of the truth, none alerted Rhaegon, and they even curtailed the attempts of several nobles from the north and Dorne who wished to inform him. The corruption of power was akin to a law of nature, coexisting with the world. No matter how grand the proclamations or how thunderous the slogans, they ultimately amounted to nothing. What are the affairs of the 6 dynasties? But mere private intrigues. A dark tide, centered around King's Landing, swiftly began to spread throughout the 7 kingdoms, catching everyone unawares. The Master of Whispers, Varys the Spider, unleashed his network of spies, laying bare the secrets of Westeros before Rhaegon. the Storm Prince, Stannis Baratheon, was assassinated by the faceless men of Braavos, leaving Robert Baratheon to seize control of the Stormlands. This envoy, whom Eddard Stark had placed great hopes upon, once again betrayed his oath, abandoning over 10,000 troops of the allied forces in distant Loras to fend for themselves while plunging into the whirlpool of power struggle. In the Riverlands, currents swirled as well. The Queen of Thorns, Olenna Tyrell, secretly engaged with emissaries of the Targaryens, using her granddaughter Margaery Tyrell as leverage, attempting to position herself favorably amidst the shifting tides of power, thus allowing the Tyrell bloodline to reach the coveted Iron Throne. The Tullis of the Riverlands, the Aarons of the Vale, and the Lannisters of the Westerlands, save for Dorne, which remained steadfastly loyal to Rhaegon. Almost all lords had covertly established ties with the Targaryens. When Rhaegon received Varys' report, he was struck by the realization that his grip on Westeros had diminished to such a degree. Noticing Rhaegon's troubled demeanor, Varys gently reassured him. "Your Grace, the current situation is quite customary. Throughout Westerosi history, every transition of power or political upheaval has witnessed countless individuals realigning or hedging their bets. Such was the case during the conquest, during your blood's dance of dragons, and it remains so today. These nobles have long resided above the common folk. Though the tumult of war may claim a piece of their flesh, it seldom severs their heads. Therefore, regardless of how the tides of Westeros may shift, their status and power remain largely unaffected. This is why they dare to grasp the olive branch extended by the remnants of House Targaryen, fully aware of your formidable strength." The nobles had grown accustomed to their lofty positions, to the leniency of their sovereigns, which had spoiled them. Rhaegon understood this logic. Yet the mere thought of his lords exchanging glances with his adversaries was intolerable. It was akin to holding an atomic bomb capable of annihilating the opponent, yet having one's subordinates clandestinely consorting with ants wielding mere cold steel. What enchantment had the Targaryens cast upon these avaricious individuals to sway them so? Dispatch a message to Prince Dorne Martell, reinforcing the defenses along the coastlines and borders, to preclude any unusual movements from the Riverlands and the Stormlands. Instruct him to keep the mobilization discreet. We must not frighten off the timid mice. At once, Your Grace. Furthermore, the audacity of the Targaryens to brazenly interfere in the military affairs of the North indicated that Eddard Stark had encountered troubles. It was likely that Robb Stark was under duress. Rhaegon ordered vigilance over Winterfell's situation, ensuring that Eddard's son was not sacrificed by the Targaryens. While Robb may have been somewhat naive, he was still a good lad, and the two Stark daughters required careful watching as well. They must not come to harm. As for Jon Snow, he was to be disregarded for the time being. Rhaegon, while arranging for Eddard Stark's children, found Eddard himself, wearing a frown, standing atop the walls of Loras. The harbor was choked with the fleets of the free cities, stretching endlessly before his eyes. They had been besieged for over 10 days. Though their father had not yet attacked, the sustenance for over 10,000 men was dwindling rapidly. The supply ships had long been incinerated by dragons, and the knights dispatched to seek assistance from Rhaegon had failed to return with any news. If this continued, even if the enemy did not lay siege, the coalition would inevitably disband. In truth, Eddard Stark should count himself fortunate that Loras had dispatched representatives from all the noble houses of the Seven Kingdoms. It was the presence of figures such as Jaime Lannister, Garland Tyrell, and Jon Arryn that prevented the master of the pale green dragon from unleashing his beasts upon the city. After all, the Targaryens were currently entangled with the nobles of Westeros. A careless attack during a siege could result in the demise of their heirs, a scenario they wished to avoid. The Targaryens had long established connections with cities such as Coer, Norvos, and Loras, and even Braavos, which had fallen to the coalition, had been drawn into the Targaryen fold. However, during the early stages of the Battle of Braavos, the dragons ridden by Simon and Seth had proven utterly ineffectual, allowing the Braavosi to struggle for survival without the Targaryens lifting a finger. When the Devourer finally made its appearance, the owner of the Green Dragon, Moonsing, dared not show his face, forced to watch helplessly as Braavos fell. The Targaryens were acutely aware of their family's warning. Never confront the dragons of Domina without a minimum of 3 adult dragons at your side. Only Moonsinger had been dispatched to assist the city, and the Targaryens dared not even glance at the Devourer. Fortunately, the greedy had retreated after breaching the Titan's passage, granting them the opportunity to besiege Loras. The mission of the Targaryens, riding upon Moon Dance, was to trap the forces of the Westerosi alliance within Loras, leveraging the safety of Eddard Stark and a multitude of nobles to coerce the lords of the Seven Kingdoms into their allegiance, swiftly amassing sufficient military strength. At present, the Targaryen scheme was progressing remarkably well, with the alliance successfully confined within Loras. The plea for aid from Robert, being a scion of Targaryen blood, naturally inclined him towards their cause. This stronghold had become an isolated fortress, while in Westeros, the Targaryens had already forged connections with the majority of lords, save for Dorne. The northern forces, under the guidance of Rhaego Targaryen and Lyanna Stark's son, Jon Snow, were firmly under Targaryen control, bolstered by those allies beyond the wall. The Targaryens had amassed formidable power, having long plotted their vengeance against the tyrant Rhaego Domnar, remembering the past slaughter of dragons and the usurpation of the throne. The illustrious ancestors of the Targaryens had met cruel fates in Rhaegar's Dragonfire, their mighty dragons bleeding in the skies, while the bloodline of the Dragon Lords had been forced into a desperate retreat to the frigid, trembling sea, biding their time for 2 centuries. Now, the moment they had long awaited for revenge had arrived. The avarice and fickleness of the Westerosi nobility served as the Targaryens' finest weapon. Once, they had betrayed the Targaryen king, and now they would betray King Domnar as well. Chapter 184. The Eastern Expedition, Betrayal and Abandonment. Following the turmoil in King's Landing, the Seven Kingdoms did not descend into the chaos that the great nobles had anticipated. Instead, an eerie calm ensued, except for the descendants of Braavosi from Stone Dance, who took command of the defenses in King's Landing. King Rhaegar, having experienced betrayal from his own bloodline, made no move. It was as if the insurrection led by Rhaego Domnar and the bloodshed in the Red Keep's council chamber were mere illusions conjured by the people of Westeros. The situation seemed to have relaxed, with only a few discerning the tranquility as the calm before the storm. The old lion of the Westerlands sat awake in Casterly Rock, his desk adorned with 2 similar sigils, the red 3-headed dragon and the tricolored dragon, representing the former and current rulers of Westeros, the Targaryen and Domnar families. Tywin Lannister, a seasoned politician, had transformed the already prosperous Westerlands into the mightiest power among the 7 kingdoms during his reign. His daughter Cersei was wed to the Storm Prince, while his son Jaime Lannister was one of the most formidable warriors in the realm. As for his youngest son, it is better left unmentioned. Throughout his life, Tywin had navigated the treacherous waters of the Game of Thrones, fully aware that neutrality was a concept that never existed in the struggle for power, especially for a family as pivotal as the Lannisters. No ambitious contender would allow a formidable entity to remain dormant at their side. Thus, should one choose Domnar or Targaryen. On the 25th day of the month of conquest, a secret missive crossed the narrow sea, landing upon the desks of all the nobles of the 7 kingdoms, stirring the already murky waters into a tempest. The beasts of malice within the hearts of the nobility writhed uncontrollably beneath the surface, striving to break free. On the 21st, the Valyrian incident unfolded. The Eastern Isle, Western Isle, and Volantis conspired as the Domnals, divided by King Rhaegar into 3 territories, conspired with Rhaenyra to launch an audacious assault on Dragonstone, while Rhaegar was ensnared in King's Landing by the treachery of his progeny Rhaenyra. However, Rhaegar's formidable charisma and leadership compelled the soldiers of these princes and princesses to refuse the call to arms. Only the bloodline of Domnar, riding upon 11 great dragons, sought to seize control of Dragonstone. The 6 dragons remaining on Dragonstone deterred the invaders, and the dragons of Domnar's descendants inflicted no damage upon the isle, leading to a stalemate. On the 23rd, news of the failed ambush at the Red Keep reached them, and the flight of Rhaenyra's family sent the Domnals into a panicked frenzy, fleeing on Dragonback for Valyria, likely to rendezvous with the escaping Rhaenyra. This was news potent enough to sway the allegiances of the majority of the nobility in the 7 kingdoms. The Targaryens had begun to engage with various nobles over a decade ago, and through prolonged interactions, these lords had gained considerable insight into the Targaryens' hidden strengths. 21 dragons, together with the 5 dragons taken by Rhaenyra Domnar, and the 11 dragons commandeered by the Domnals participating in the Valyrian rebellion. The number of dragons amassed in the Targaryen camp reached a staggering total of 37. As for their rival, Rhaegar Domnar, the red dragon Soul, the black dragon Greedy, the silver wing Arrow, Vhagar, Hades, Ares, Ymir, Venus, Athena, and Diana, merely 10 dragons. Though these 10 dragons were more than capable of sweeping across the world, 37 far outstripped 10. The old lion rose solemnly, drawing forth the greatsword Lightbringer, gifted from Stone Dance, and without hesitation, severed the sigil of the Domnal 3-colored dragon in twain. The pond of the 7 kingdoms stirred to life, with both large and small fish eagerly gazing at the overcast skies, anticipating a torrential downpour to swell the waters and propel them towards the vast ocean beyond. On the 3rd day of the 8th month of conquest, the Eastern Expeditionary Alliance of Westeros returned in disarray to the twin dragon port of Stone Dance. The colossal figure of the Black Dragon Greedy is escorting the fleet back. The rescue mission had gone exceedingly well, as the ships of the free trade city-states hastily retreated upon sighting Greedy, while the pale green dragon moon dance, perpetually circling above Loras, did not reveal itself. There were no rewards, no feasts, and not even a moment of respite. Jaime Lannister and Galadriel Tiller were swiftly whisked away by the family's guards the moment they disembarked. Eddard Stark and several nobles from Dorne, bewildered, arrived in King's Landing for an audience, yet did not find King Rhaegar, but were warmly received by the remaining courtier, the Spider-Varys. At that moment, Rhaegar stood upon the sacred land of the Dothraki city of Ves Dothrak, with the mother of mountains towering behind him, the womb of the world nurturing the Dothraki people. Ves Dothrak could accommodate all the Khalasars, just as it did today, with nearly every notable figure among the Dothraki assembling in the open ground outside the sacred grove. Fine wines were carelessly piled upon the grass, and a whole roasted lamb sizzled over the campfire, while men and women cheered and howled, some even engaging in unabashed displays of affection in front of the onlookers. This was a grand celebration for the Dothraki, where the mightiest warriors, whether they be called Bloodrider or the more esteemed Kale, could ascend to the center of the arena, with the promise of immense wealth and the prosperous cities of Meereen and Yunkai awaiting the victor, should they defeat the champion in one-on-one combat. Such lavish rewards made even the Khalasars' eyes glisten with greed, their gazes fixated upon the bare-chested young men in the arena. Had the distant sight of the Crimson Dragon not been so intimidating, they might have torn their opponents apart in a frenzy. This was the answer that Khal Drogo offered to Rhaegar. The dragons may indeed be invincible, but the dignity of the Dothraki warriors too must not be trampled. Rhaegar understood that to subdue a band of proud and fierce warriors, he must first prove his strength, defeating them in the manner of the Dothraki to earn their willing loyalty. At times, Rhaegar truly wished to pry open the minds of these fiery and earthy natives to uncover what thoughts lay within. Before your formidable army of 60,000, I pierced through your ranks, yet some still doubt the might of their own strength. Furthermore, they audaciously gathered the mid to high echelons of the horse tribe in Dosh Khaleen, permitting themselves to ride dragons to the event. This can only be attributed to their naivete. Do they truly believe they are immune to being obliterated by a single breath of dragonfire from Sor? Nevertheless, the foolishness and innocence of the enemy serve as a boon for Rhaego, for these individuals are steadfast in their convictions, unlike the inhabitants of Westeros, who are perpetually driven by insatiable greed and desire. Chapter 185, The Eastern Campaign, The Lord of the Horse Tribe. The revelry in Dosh Khaleen persisted throughout the morning before settling into the customary duel format. The horse warriors, having grown up amidst barrels of liquor, were not hindered by drunkenness. Rather, the alcohol invigorated their courage and fervor. Amidst their chants, the first challenger ascended the platform. Jocko! 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 The synchronized cheers erupted as everyone hailed the name of the contender. Jocko, the formidable subordinate of Drogo cows, was a towering figure adorned with a thick beard, his bare torso marred with an array of scars and wounds, presenting a fearsome visage. In stark contrast, Rhaego's unblemished upper body resembled that of a delicate rabbit, albeit equally powerful, eliciting disdainful snickers from the men below due to the stark juxtaposition. Apart from his fortunate possession of a dragon, he was utterly lacking. However, the Dothraki women below gazed at the handsome and well-proportioned Rhaego with hungry eyes, some unable to contain their fervor, seizing nearby men and pulling them to the ground, all the while greedily eyeing the sword-wielding Rhaego. Hey, dragon rider of Valyria, I shall not spare you merely because you command a mighty dragon. Perhaps in the next moment, my blade will slice across your throat, and your warm corpse may be claimed by lustful harlots. Jocko loudly taunted Rhaego, provoking boisterous laughter from the Dothraki. He reveled in his own sharp tongue, displaying a grin that revealed his darkened teeth. Clang! Rhaego, uninterested in idle chatter, had a plethora of matters to attend to in Westeros. He had no time to engage with a defeated foe. He unsheathed his sword, charged forward, and executed a simple upward thrust aimed directly at Jocko's torso. Rhaego wielded an ordinary two-handed sword, consciously opting for a standard weapon to ensure that these fools would acknowledge his superiority. He wore no armor, emulating the Dothraki by baring his torso, intent on rendering their defeat speechless. Clang! As the blades met, Jocko's previously dismissive expression morphed into one of shock. His eyes bulged, and his face turned crimson as the force of Rhaego's strike felt akin to being trampled by an elephant. Pain surged through his arms as he staggered backward, ultimately collapsing onto the platform. The cries of Jocko echoed painfully, and several Cow's warriors exchanged bewildered glances, still processing the turn of events. Only Drogo, who had endured Rhaego's blow directly, understood the gravity of the situation, gritting his teeth in trepidation. Another warrior, named Bono, ascended the platform, bending down to examine Jocko's arms. With an expression devoid of emotion, he shook his head at Drogo below, before swiftly severing Jocko's throat. His arms, grotesquely twisted, had succumbed to the immense force, with broken bones piercing through flesh, blood gushing forth. As a warrior of the horse tribe, having lost the use of his hands rendered him incapable of riding or drawing a bow, death would be a more merciful fate. Bono decisively delivered Jocko to his end. The warrior regarded Rhaego with apprehension, unable to fathom how such an unassuming figure could unleash such astonishing power. Witnessing Jocko's demise made Bono increasingly cautious. His curved blade shifted positions as he sought to identify Rhaego's vulnerabilities. Yet, Rhaego was rife with openings. His earlier casual strike had already inflicted significant damage on his sword, creating a considerable notch. Another blow would likely shatter it. He casually twirled his blade and swiftly closed in, initiating a simple diagonal cut. Bono dared not engage directly, hastily sidestepping while simultaneously slashing towards Rhaego's abdomen. Clang! Their blades met briefly, and Rhaego advanced, raising his sword before him. The exaggerated outcome of the previous clash made Bono hesitant, forcing him to retreat repeatedly, even shying away from sidestepping. Rhaego was too close, his sword poised to strike. And Bono knew that any attempt to evade would result in his downfall. But did he believe that merely retreating would spare him from danger? Clang! Rhaego brought his sword down, colliding with Bono's defensive blade, exerting force that caused Bono to stumble. Panic seized Bono the moment he steadied himself. Rhaego's sword tip was already poised against his throat. Feeling the chill of the blade, Bono swallowed hard, resolutely discarding his curved knife from the platform. Swish! Bang! Boom! In rapid succession, Rhaego severed a portion of Bono's braid and followed it with a powerful kick to his chest, sending him careening off the platform. Landing in a heap below, silence enveloped the arena. The Dothraki could scarcely believe their eyes. The seemingly frail Valyrian had dispatched two formidable foes in quick succession, prompting a shift in their gazes toward Rhaego, now imbued with a modicum of respect. Rhaego, with an air of nonchalance, sheathed his sword and cast a provocative glance towards the gathered cows. "I'm up." Jormo Cows sprang to his feet, grasping the curved blade handed to him by the Blood Rider, and strode confidently onto the platform. With no finesse, merely brute strength, the blades clashed 3 times before Jormo could no longer maintain his grip on the curved sword, which clattered to the platform. Rhaego swiftly struck him down, and Jormo was fortunate enough to be caught by a Blood Rider, avoiding a humiliating fall. Although he attempted to feign a dignified defeat, his trembling hands betrayed his true state, igniting fervent admiration from the onlooking horse warriors. Next, Moro Cows and Ogo Cows took their turns, yet none could endure more than 2 rounds beneath Rhaego's sword. After just 2 or 3 exchanges, both fell swiftly, their arms aching from the impact. Ultimately, all eyes turned to the most formidable warrior among the Dothraki, Drogo Cows. In the previous battle at the Painted Mountains, Drogo had been swiftly vanquished by Rhaego, so the distant Cows warriors had been oblivious to the extent of the casualties surrounding him. Even those captured had not been returned, leaving no one aware of the disparity in strength between Drogo and Rhaego. Drogo Cows approached the platform with a furrowed brow, reluctantly accepting the curved blade while casting wary glances at Rhaego. He moved cautiously, gripping the hilt tightly, the memory of pain from their last encounter still fresh. A sense of solemnity washed over him as beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. In light of Drogo's recognition of the situation, Rhaego refrained from allowing him undue humiliation. He engaged in a mock duel, and after exchanging a few blows, Drogo quickly grasped Rhaego's intent and adeptly maneuvered to comply. The two engaged in a fierce battle, culminating in Rhaego delivering a sweeping strike that sent Drogo tumbling off the platform, concluding this exhilarating duel. Drogo Cows affirmed his title as the Dothraki king, while Rhaego earned the acknowledgement of all as the lord of the horse tribe, resulting in a collective sense of satisfaction. Chapter 186, The Eastern Campaign, Targaryen. In the month of August, 300 years into the conquest, the formidable Dothraki, who roamed the vast expanse of Essos, pledged their allegiance to the Dragon King for Valyria. Rhaego Domnar became the first non-Dothraki to completely subjugate the Dothraki in centuries. As this astonishing news spread, The recently tumultuous islands of Valyria erupted into a night of unbridled revelry. When the dragons of the Empire posed a threat to the capital, it was their own prince who sought to obliterate their homeland. The common folk, who had followed Rhaego to the ruins of Valyria, felt a profound sorrow due to the betrayal of the Domnar bloodline. Yet their king instilled hope and courage within their despondent hearts. However, for the coastal city-states surrounding Essos, the Dothraki subjugation rang like a death knell in their ears. Under the leadership of warriors such as Drogo Keo, Jomo Keo, Moro Keo, and Ogo Keo, the Dothraki, commanded by the powerful lord of the horse tribes and the king of Valyria and Westeros, Rhaego Domnar, launched an assault on the western city-states of Coer and Norvos. The trembling coastal tribes quaked beneath the iron hooves of the horse lords, sending desperate missives to the Targaryen table with increasing frequency. Yet, the once supportive hounds they had funded and the dragon family they had relied upon had forsaken them. At the age of 57, Aerys Targaryen sat within the castle of Winterfell. A vast map of Westeros sprawled before him on the table. A gathering of Targaryens: Rhaego Targaryen, Rhaego Targaryen, Viserys Targaryen III, Daenerys Targaryen, and a host of bastards bearing silver hair and violet eyes convened. Among them were a dozen Domnar who had escaped from King S. Landing in Valyria. Yet their current state was far more disheveled than their previous lofty status. Years ago, King Aegon II and Prince Daemon suffered a crushing defeat at the Cape of Mist, resulting in the near-total loss of the Targaryen dragons. The vile usurper had seized the Iron Throne through cunning and treachery. Aegon III, under the protection of Ser Illyrio, fled King's Landing with Prince Viserys and Princess Rhaenys. With a resounding crash, Aerys Targaryen, consumed by madness, pounded his fists upon the table, erupting in furious shouts, his shadowy demeanor striking fear into the hearts of the bastards present. The Targaryens are the rightful kings of Westeros, yet we have languished in that cursed, barren land of Dragonstone for 2 centuries. The usurper has usurped our throne, shamelessly claiming our wealth, enjoying our women, and indulging in our fine wines. Now, the opportunity for Targaryen vengeance has arrived. His voice, steeped in hysteria, elicited expressions of bloodthirsty rage from the Targaryen bloodline, longing to dismember the accursed Rhaego Domnar immediately. In stark contrast, the expressions of Rhaena and her faction bore an awkward tension. They had betrayed Rhaego, who had once bestowed glory upon their bloodline, and now found themselves ensnared within the lair of their ancestral enemies, forced to listen to critiques of their forebears. Rhaena's demeanor had grown frigid, yet they were past the point of turning back. Historically, traitors faced fates far worse than their true enemies in battle. Rhaena understood that from the moment they conspired to assassinate Rhaego, the glory of the Domnar lineage had dissipated, leaving them with the sole title of traitor. It was too late for regret. Father, our spies in Essos report that the usurper has defeated the Dothraki coalition, employing unknown means to compel the Dothraki Khalasars to pledge their loyalty. He now commands hundreds of thousands of elite cavalry. Rhaego Targaryen interrupted Aerys' frenzied tirade. Dothraki, a tribe of savage, unclothed barbarians unworthy of being our adversaries. Should those lowly wild horses dare to tread upon the soil of the 7 kingdoms, the dragon shall incinerate their filthy bodies. Tell me, Rhaego, do the wretched northerners kneel before their king now? Aerys' voice carried a sickly madness, grating like sandpaper, causing Viserys Targaryen III, who stood behind Rhaego, to frown in discomfort. Father, the northern lords have wholly submitted before the dragons. We have captured them all and brought them to Winterfell, controlling their armies. Their lives are inconsequential. However, if you commence a massacre, the northern forces may revolt. Aegon, stand down. Rhaego rebuked Jon Snow, his voice firm. Aerys' mental state was precarious, and he could not tolerate any defiance, fearing his father might turn his wrath upon his own son. Father, I believe it unnecessary to fret over these captured nobles. They are but fish on the chopping block. With the mightiest Lord Roose Bolton pledged to us, we can command these wretched peasants, unless Eddard Stark appears at Winterfell immediately. Aerys Targaryen had yet to express his fury when Rhaego's words diverted his attention. Eddard Stark, huh? Aerys scoffed. That foolish, pitiful man is merely our pawn. What difference does it make if he appears? That old wolf, I recall he was called Rickard Stark, and the young wolf, was it Brandon Stark? They shall prove far more challenging than Eddard Stark, yet they met their demise before the dragons. Had it not been for the swift escape of another wolf cub, the dragons would have feasted well. Laughter erupted throughout the hall, filled with the Targaryens' arrogant mirth. Jon Snow struggled to conceal his shock. Disbelief filled his eyes as his trembling hands betrayed the turmoil within him. Chapter 187. The Eastern Expedition, Brandon Stark. Rhaego Stark, Warden of the North, Prince of Winterfell. Father of Eddard Stark, Brandon Stark, Rhaegar's eldest son and Eddard's older brother. The entirety of the North was aware that, years ago, upon sensing unrest beyond the wall, the Night's Watch sent word to Winterfell. At that time, Prince Rhaego Stark, accompanied by his eldest and youngest sons and the elite cavalry of House Stark, ventured north to investigate, never to return. 1,000 souls vanished without a trace. Everyone presumed they had perished in a blizzard, left to the White God's mercy in the White Wasteland. Eddard Stark had dispatched countless searches northward, yet found no trace. Yet Jon Snow could scarcely believe his ears. It was the Targaryen dragons that had slain Prince Rhaego and Lord Brandon. But his mother had fallen in love with the enemy who had murdered his father and brother, giving birth to him, the bastard. What then was he? Jon Snow's mind was a tempest of confusion. In the intervening years, after recognizing his true parentage, he had betrayed the very Eddard Stark who had raised him, weaving connections with the lower nobility of the North to shield the Targaryens from the machinations of House Bolton. Following Eddard Stark's eastern expedition, he had unwittingly invited a wolf into the fold, bringing the Stark bloodline under his control. Utilizing Robb Stark's name to ensnare their vassals within Winterfell, he believed he was punishing the traitors, standing firmly on the side of justice. At this moment, Rhaegar had no time to concern himself with his despondent son. He drew his longsword and pointed at the map, excitedly articulating his thoughts. The North is entirely under our control. With our 30,000 elite soldiers, combined with the Northern forces, we boast an army exceeding 100,000. I believe we should initiate the war sooner rather than later. The weather in the North is growing increasingly frigid, and many soldiers are struggling to endure the extreme cold, compounded by the harsh conditions, making the procurement of supplies exceedingly difficult. Just days ago, the Old Lion of the West, Tywin Lannister, transported a portion of provisions through the Ironman's Bay, which are now stockpiled at Greywater Watch. I propose we immediately march south to seize the Riverlands for reinforcements. The Tully family has displayed ambivalence towards our overtures, but we can no longer wait for their decision. Once we successfully capture the Riverlands, the West Stormlands, and Reach will rally to respond, collectively besieging King's Landing, culminating in a decisive battle at Blackwater Bay. Yes, immediately issue the command. Prince Rhaegar shall serve as the supreme commander of the campaign. All Targaryens must heed the prince's orders, unleashing all dragons to swiftly conquer the Riverlands. Inform Lord Roose Bolton that following this battle, he shall be named Prince of the North. At once, Winterfell sprang into action, the streets alive with the sounds of shouts and the whinnies of horses. Arya Stark crouched by a window of a nearby house, her wide eyes fixated on the soldiers rushing down the street, only to be swiftly pulled down by a pair of strong hands. Be careful, Arya. The city is now filled with Targaryen soldiers. If discovered, the consequences would be dire. They're mobilizing forces. Uncle Benjen, will my brother be all right? Arya gazed anxiously at the bearded man before her voice laced with urgency and sorrow. Do not fret, Arya. The king's spies have already replaced the guards watching over Robb and the lords. They are safe, Benjen Stark reassured, gently ruffling his niece's hair with a soft smile. Years ago, he had journeyed north with his father and brother to investigate anomalies at the wall. Their father, Rhaego, believed it to be merely a simple wildling incursion, leading them to accompany Lord Rhaego Stark with a mere 1,000 men, intending to use the battlefield as a means to educate his son. However, upon crossing the wall and traversing the haunted forest to reach the banks of the Weeping River, the true enemy revealed itself. When two colossal dragons descended from the mists of Dragonstone, they realized that there was no wildling disturbance, but rather a conspiracy aimed at them. The 1,000-strong army was annihilated, helplessly watching as their father and brother were reduced to ashes in Dragonfire, while he was thrown into the water by his father, narrowly escaping death. Yet the flames of that day perpetually burned in his heart, preventing Benjen Stark from returning to Winterfell, as the anguished cries of his father, brother, and 1,000 soldiers echoed relentlessly in his ears. He was uncertain how to face Eddard, even though he too was a victim in this conspiracy. Thus, he wandered the wilderness like a wildling, hunting down every perceived foe until recently, when a group of unfeeling mercenaries appeared at the outskirts of the haunted forest, prompting him to decide to return to Winterfell and bring news to Eddard Stark. Little did he expect that upon entering the city, he would discover that Winterfell had been usurped, the young wolf Robb imprisoned, and the northern nobility deceived by the bastard Jon Snow, all captured, leaving the entire north at the mercy of the Targaryens. He too spotted those two familiar dragons in the sky. Benjen hid throughout the city until he was brought here by a man claiming to be a spy of King Rhaegar, where he encountered the similarly concealed Catelyn, Sansa, Arya, and Rickon. Uncle Benjen, are the Targaryens preparing to march south for war? Sansa Stark timidly asked from her mother's embrace, her voice barely a whisper as she regarded this uncle she had seldom seen. Indeed, Sansa. Years ago, King Rhaegar drove them from Westeros, and now they have returned to seek vengeance. Will King Rhaegar triumph? Benjen, silent, gazed through a narrow window at the dragons blocking out the sun above, their immense numbers sending shivers down his spine. I do not know, Sansa. Both Arya and Sansa lowered their heads in sorrow, evidently perceiving the Targaryens as embodiments of evil. Their righteous king Rhaegar possibly unable to overcome such formidable darkness, leaving the two young women disheartened. We will win. A youthful voice suddenly resonated within the room. Catelyn looked in astonishment at her little son nestled in her arms, his delicate face radiating newfound confidence. Rickon, what do you mean? We will win, mother. King Rhaegar will bring a swift end to the war, but many will perish, all of them bad people. Haha. Catelyn and Benjen exchanged glances at Rickon's serious demeanor. Their burdens of worry momentarily lifted as they couldn't help but chuckle. On the 15th day of the 8th month, 300 years of conquest began as the Northern Army, led by Rhaego Targaryen, surged southward, directly targeting the Riverlands. Tens of thousands lined up outside the gates of Riverrun, the roar of dragons causing the waters of the Green Fork to ripple ceaselessly, hidden in the shadows of the Seven Kingdoms. The vermin eagerly turned their gazes towards Riverrun and King's Landing, their swords swaying in anticipation for a definitive target from their master. Chapter 188. The Eastward Campaign, surrounded on all sides. Riverrun, a formidable stronghold guarding the crucial waterways of the Green Fork, was ruled by the ancient Frey family. Long before the distant conquests, the Freys had occupied this strategically advantageous position, erecting sturdy fortifications along both banks of the Green Fork and connecting them with a long bridge. As a vital thoroughfare, the Frey family amassed considerable wealth by collecting tolls from passing merchant vessels and common folk. The aging, greedy, and dull-witted Lord Walder Frey was the current master of Riverrun, a man perpetually lost in the company of young maidens, devoid of even a semblance of the knightly virtues of Westeros. His gaze was fixated not on honor or duty, but rather on the pursuit of sweet wealth and gain. When Prince Rhaegar Targaryen's dragons descended upon Riverrun, the Northern Army bore down upon the city. Lord Walder Frey did not even bother to send a whisper of warning to his liege, the Tully family, but rather, with keen insight, opened the gates, allowing the Targaryens to enter unopposed. Rhaegar held a disdain for such individuals, those like Walder Frey, utterly self-serving despite facilitating the Targaryen army's passage through the Green Fork. Rhaegar could not muster even a smile for him. However, the Frey family possessed an inherent spirit of self-deprecation, and even upon sensing Rhaegar's aversion, Walder Frey maintained a facade of obsequiousness and flattery. For him, family honor was a trifling concern when weighed against status and wealth. Riverrun fell without a fight, the most significant fortress of the Riverlands easily breached by the Targaryens, inciting widespread panic throughout the region. The Strongs of Harrenhal, the Brackens of Stonehenge, the Blackwoods of Raventree Hall, and the Lords of the Riverlands, the Tullis of Riverrun, were all rendered as restless as ants upon a hot skillet. The old Blackfish, Brynden Tully, had just escaped from Loras's siege and returned home, only to confront the Targaryen invasion without a moment's respite. The Riverlands guarded the northern gate to King's Landing, and should the Targaryen forces breach the Riverlands' defenses, the political heart of the Seven Kingdoms would be laid bare before the enemy's sword. The Blackfish was a traditional knight, having sworn fealty to House Tully and his family. Thanks to Rhaegar Targaryen's favor, had become one of the most significant houses in Westeros. He fought for King Rhaegar's campaign, yet still depended on the king's support to extricate himself from the perils of the trembling sea. Thus, for Blackfish Brynden Tully, Rhaegar is deemed a sufficiently wise and revered king, one who would willingly confront a great dragon on behalf of his sovereign, even if it meant perishing beneath the flames of Targaryen fire. Regrettably, his nephew Edmure Tully harbors an entirely different sentiment. An incompetent general who brings ruin to his forces, and a timid and ineffectual heir, are likely to lead his family into a dark abyss amidst the bloodshed and machinations that saturate the continent of Westeros. In the year of conquest, marking 3 centuries since, in September, the Targaryen army descended from the north, effortlessly capturing the Riverlands, where Prince Edmure Tully surrendered the city, willing to follow the venerable Blackfish in upholding the honor of knighthood. The once mighty House Blackwood, loyal to the Tullis, faced near annihilation. Brynden Tully, who had long anticipated dying valiantly in service to the crown of Dorne, instead found his end at the hands of the very nephew he had nurtured and cherished. As the Targaryen forces advanced southward, encamped by the shores of the gods, the colossal dragons roared in the skies, showcasing the might of the Targaryens and their unwavering resolve to reclaim the throne. On the 10th of September, in a year of conquest, Tywin Lannister, the Prince of the Westerlands, declared his forces in rebellion against the Targaryens, rallying to confront the vile usurper on behalf of the true king of the Seven Kingdoms. Tens of thousands of troops from the west, led by the heir Jaime Lannister, departed from Casterly Rock, advancing straight toward King's Landing along the Golden Road. Subsequently, the three Baratheon brothers, who had seized Storm's End, rose in response. They divided their forces, with Robert Baratheon and Stannis Baratheon leading their armies via land and sea to besiege the inadequately defended Storm's End, ruthlessly slaughtering its soldiers and civilians for 2 days, staining the waters of Dragonstone with blood. Yet, within the Red Keep of King's Landing, there was an eerie silence. Neither the death of the loyal Blackfish nor the burning of Storm's End elicited any reaction, as if the Red Keep had received no word of these calamities. Rhaegar's cold indifference emboldened the rebels. On the 21st of September, the Tyrell family of the Reach announced their uprising, with the Queen of Thorns refusing to acknowledge House Targaryen's claim to dominion over Westeros. The pragmatic Tyrells opted to ally with the seemingly formidable Targaryens, as Margaery Tyrell was betrothed to Rhaegar Targaryen, thus binding the blood of Highgarden firmly to the Targaryen war machine. For centuries, the Seven Kingdoms had groveled beneath Rhaegar's dragons, even as he bestowed upon them wealth and power, elevating them to princely status. Their insatiable desires remained unquenched. The atmosphere in King's Landing had grown palpably tense, as Rhaegar's throne appeared akin to a solitary vessel upon a tempestuous sea, poised to capsize amidst the roiling waves of rebellion. Eddard Stark, temporarily residing within the Red Keep, beseeched Rhaegar daily to release him back to the north, confident in his ability to sway the northern soldiers gathered under the Targaryen banner. However, Rhaegar consistently rebuffed his requests. Eddard was far too naive. Loyalty and oaths were never unconditional. Had the northern lords accompanied the army into battle, he might have persuaded them to abandon their cause. But bereft of their noble leaders, the soldiers now following the Targaryens were mere farmers swept up by the tide of circumstances, descending from the bitter cold of Winterfell in search of wealth and status alongside the Targaryens. At this juncture, neither Eddard nor even their own parents could sway those ravenous wolves. Since the fall of Riverrun, no favorable tidings had reached the Red Keep. The seven great houses had successively rebelled in support of the Targaryens, leaving King's Landing increasingly isolated, encircled by enemies. On the 25th of September, in a year of conquest, Dorne rose to arms, dividing its forces to march northward. The western contingent, led by Lord Oberyn Martell, advanced toward Highgarden to confront the rebels, while the eastern forces, under the command of Ser Oberyn Martell, traversed the Dornish border to assault Storm's End. History seemed to echo the blood-soaked era of a century past, as the warriors of Dorne once more aligned themselves with Rhaegar, declaring war against the Six Kingdoms. Chapter 189, The Eastern Expedition, a Moment of Reckoning. At this juncture, Rhaegar felt acutely besieged. The Targaryen forces were stationed by the shores of the God's Eye, while the Lannister army had reached Stonehenge, forming a tenuous connection with the Targaryen forces to the northwest. The Riverlands coalition was simultaneously blocking Lord Tyrell outside the gates of Highgarden, while dispatching forces to Tumbleton, casting a wary gaze upon King's Landing. Following the substantial support granted by the Targaryens, Robert Baratheon ordered his brother Stannis Baratheon to garrison at Storm's End, sealing off Rhaegar's potential escape route across Blackwater Bay, while he himself stationed his main force on the fringes of the Kingswood. Rhaegar had never witnessed the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms united in such a concerted effort. Nearly 200,000 soldiers encircled King's Landing, while the distant Targaryen dragons occasionally roared in taunt, instilling a sense of dread among the populace. As the enemy neared the gates, even the unflappable Varys found himself increasingly agitated. Apart from Prince Dorne, who had chosen to rise in defense of the crown, the other six kingdoms had allied themselves with the rebel forces, resulting in a formidable and alarming assembly of troops surrounding King's Landing. Varys hesitated, clearly anxious to discern whether his sovereign had devised a strategy to repel the encroaching foes. Rhaegar set down his goblet, savoring the taste of the wine. It appears the insidious insects have finally revealed themselves. Their puppeteers behind the scenes must be growing impatient as well. Varys, what movements have my progeny made? Your Grace, Rhaego Domnar has faded into obscurity since fleeing King's Landing to join the Targaryen coalition. However, several princes from Valyria have dispatched envoys to the islands, seeking to sway the generals guarding Valyria. They even attempted to covertly contact the Dothraki, but their envoy was slain by Drogo. Haha, a pitiful bunch of overreaching ants. Are they not? Since the protagonists have gathered, let the performance commence. Varys, eliminate all local spies and traitorous elements within King's Landing. I want only my loyalists remaining once the battle begins. Send word that the Valyrian forces have landed at Lannisport and Dorne. I intend to shatter both the West and the Riverlands, ensuring these fickle traitors pay dearly for their transgressions. Command the Dornish army, upon securing the Riverlands, to bypass King's Landing and directly assault the Baratheons. Furthermore, I entrust the defense of King's Landing entirely to Prince Eddard Stark. I shall go meet the dragons of House Targaryen. At once, your grace, Varys exclaimed, exhilarated after a month of pent-up frustration, finally anticipating his sovereign's counteroffensive. At this moment, both the Lannister and Riverlands armies had largely converged around King's Landing. Should the elite Valyrian forces strike at their stronghold, these two factions would likely crumble in an instant. In the eyes of the Westerosi, the Valyrian army remained stationed along Meereen and the coast of the Narrow Sea, wary of the northern Dothraki. No one anticipated their sudden emergence from their own stronghold. By the shores of the gods, absent Rhaegar's presence. This place would have been etched with the blood and tears of the Targaryens, echoing with the lamentations of dragons. Harrenhal lay nestled along the northern shore of the lake. During the Dance of Dragons, this territory belonged to House Strong, but the Strongs, under the leadership of Leonor Strong and Larry Strong, betrayed their king. Now, with the return of the Targaryen dragons, the Strongs had once again made the right choice. The Isle of Faces, a small island at the heart of the God's Eye, may be modest in size, but provides ample space for a dragon to alight. Towering and sturdy fishwood trees stand resolute upon the isle, their pale trunks exuding an eerie aura, as three dragons languidly recline around the fishwood, their voices mingling in the expansive hollows of the trees. I see him. It is the melodious voice of a child that resonates. The coarse voices of several women continuously chatter, their sounds mingling in a cacophony. He is truly captivating. Indeed, just as we once were. Silence, damn it. Do not awaken him. An elderly voice admonishes sternly, and as he speaks, the others instantly fall silent. Quickly, try now. The clear voice rings out once more. He is about to awaken. There is no time left. We must flee. A heavy thud echoes as something crashes to the ground, accompanied by startled gasps and the weary sighs of the elderly. A silver-haired maiden emerges from a tree hollow, her countenance etched with concern, her melancholic gaze resting upon the slumbering three dragons, revealing fear and hesitation in her eyes. Daenerys, a peculiar, diminutive woman, approaches the maiden, her gaze following the direction of the maiden's eyes towards the dragons. Bran is too young. His mental prowess cannot sustain our control over him. Our strength is waning, and he exhibits a potent reaction to bloodfire magic, rendering even the Green Seers unable to approach him for long. Must we simply stand by and witness yet another blood dragon frenzy? Since my arrival in Westeros, countless times in my dreams, I have witnessed the demise of kin and dragons. Our dragons are no match for the four-legged beasts. We have deliberated this with the Green Seers many times. Since we cannot control him now, we shall harness Bran's power to return to a timeline of the past, where his strength was not nearly as formidable. We must snuff him out in his cradle. Catelyn, we have little time remaining. Fear not, Daenerys. The Green Seers will undoubtedly succeed. With a heavy heart, Daenerys mounts her dragon and departs from Dragonstone, while the creature, named Catelyn, gazes wistfully at the receding dragon, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing her lips. Catelyn, it is exceedingly challenging to alter his memories. During my attempts, I sensed a pure force of fire magic, as though someone were shielding him. The vanquished gods have imparted the truth of history upon him. It seems that regardless of our efforts to change it, he will inevitably find us. Ser Harwin, perhaps we need not alter him if everyone believes us to be virtuous, and only he perceives us as malevolent. The Seven will not spare him, will they? On the third day of the month of October in the year of Conquest 300, tensions escalated between the besieging coalition and the defenders of King's Landing. Domnall's dragon soared excitedly into the sky, intimidating the audacious ants below. The Valyrian army appeared at their stronghold, utterly unprepared in the Westerlands and Riverlands. 6 dragons roared triumphantly above the forces, their thunderous cries causing the skies of the 7 kingdoms to tremble. Chapter 190, The Eastern Expedition, Binding Lions and Withering Flowers. On the 9th day of October in the year of Conquest 300, Casterly Rock fell to the Valyrian army. The defending Lannister forces were obliterated. The pace of the siege was so rapid that the Old Lion, Tywin Lannister, had no time to flee, and Valyrian soldiers apprehended the avaricious schemer in the castle's latrine. Meanwhile, the army of Jaime Lannister, returning to their stronghold, was on the verge of reaching Deepwood Motte when they received word that their patriarch had been captured by the enemy. As the Lannister forces staggered to the outskirts of Casterly Rock, the sight of the severed heads of Westeland nobles impaled on pikes, alongside the muddy banners of House Lannister, rendered the collapse of their army inevitable. Even with Jaime Lannister, the direct heir to Casterly Rock, present, his stature within the Westerlands could not rival that of the old lion Tywin Lannister. Furthermore, Jaime's forces were not solely composed of Lannister bannermen. They comprised a coalition of armies summoned by various Westerland nobility, and the composition of these armies differed fundamentally from that of the North. The North, beset by harsh winters and scarce resources, could not sustain a sufficient population with its meager agricultural output, necessitating the allocation of considerable manpower for farming and production. As the last bastion of the old god's faith in Westeros, the North did not embrace the chivalric code. Enlistment was merely a means to conserve family rations or to hope for improved living conditions through war. In contrast, the Westerlands were a realm apart. The Lannister family was the wealthiest in all of Westeros, with no equal. Along the lengthy coastline lay abundant gold and silver mines, bestowing immense wealth upon the Westerlands. Most soldiers in Lannister's army, as well as those of other noble houses in the region, were professional soldiers, not laborers. They pledged unwavering loyalty to their lords, upholding the honor of their knightly status. This composition of forces naturally excelled in mobilization compared to that of the North. Yet the resilience of their army paled in comparison to that of the northern hosts. The northern forces fought for their very survival. After all, defeating the enemy only to return to the north meant facing starvation or freezing to death, making a glorious death on the battlefield far more palatable. Thus, northern soldiers tended to fight recklessly, rarely succumbing to defeat. Conversely, the moment a lord in the Westerlands was slain or captured, the morale of the army would disintegrate. Jaime Lannister found himself ensnared in such a predicament. When the Valyrian Browin too forced the old lion onto the battlements of Casterly Rock, exposing the beleaguered figure to the encircled Westerland army, their morale plummeted. On the 13th day of October in the year of Conquest 300, as Jaime Lannister commanded his soldiers to lay siege at any cost, 5,000 Valyrian heavy cavalry erupted from the mountains behind them, clad in full Valyrian steel armor, crashing into the ranks of the Westerland army with devastating force. The self-important Westerland forces were swiftly penetrated. Browin too swiftly opened the gates and coordinated with the cavalry to annihilate the enemy. With little fighting spirit remaining, the Westerland army suffered catastrophic losses beneath the iron hooves of Valyria, and Commander Jaime Lannister was captured, imprisoned alongside his father in a meticulously crafted prison cart. As the Lannisters faltered at Casterly Rock, the Valyrian army, having landed from Shield Islands, joined forces with the Dornish warriors led by Lord Edmure Tarly, quickly besieging Highgarden. The Prince of Dorne, Lord Mace Tyrell, fell to an errant arrow upon the walls, while the Queen of Thorns, Olenna Redwine, fled in disarray with her grandchildren, retreating to the safety of Sunspear with the aid of House Martell. Under the command of Lord Edmure, the Valyrian cavalry surged forward, instilling terror throughout the land. Following the battles of Casterly Rock and Highgarden, none dared to engage the Valyrian cavalry in open battle outside the city. As the southern and western armies advanced, the nobility of the Reach could only cower within their fortresses, frantically beseeching the Targaryens by the shores of the gods' eye for assistance. In truth, for Aerys Targaryen and Rhaego Targaryen, the fates of the Lannisters and Tyrells were mere inconsequential interludes. They understood well that the outcome of this war was never determined by the armies of House Lannister or the schemes of House Tyrell, but rather by the dragons roaring in the sky. After receiving news of the Valyrian army's landings at both locations, Aerys and Rhaego dispatched dragons to King's Landing multiple times, seeking to provoke the greedy one or the soothsayer into luring them to the God's Eye, where they had long prepared graves for Domnall's dragons. Yet, contrary to their hopes, no matter the provocations, even attacking the refugees gathered outside King's Landing, Rhaego failed to send forth his dragons. Not even a single distant pursuit occurred. Rhaego awaited the final lord to make their choice, the formidable Arryn family of the Vale, who commanded the mightiest cavalry in all of Westeros. Their indecision hung heavily in the air, and Prince Jon Arryn's allegiance would ultimately dictate Rhaego's military strategies. Until the Arryns declared their stance, Rhaego could not launch a full-scale assault against the other pests. He intended to encircle this group and ensure that not a single traitor escaped the southern lands. Currently, the armies of Dorne and the Valyrian cavalry pressed forward, while the Westerlands had fallen under Valyrian control, and King's Landing guarded the eastern sea route. In Rhaego's envisioned encirclement, only the Vale presented a vulnerability. On October 15th, a stunning figure clad in a red robe appeared outside King's Landing, delivering the unwelcome news that Rhaego dreaded. The Red Priestess Melisandre, whom Rhaego had not seen in over a century, brought with her the weight of an unwanted dilemma. The last time he encountered her in Stygai, he sacrificed 16 years in pursuit of the world's truths, a quest that led to a fierce conflict with House Targaryen. Now, after a century, her reappearance heralded tidings of the half-orcs. The murky waters of the Ash River reeked with decay, as the populace of Yasha suffered unprecedented losses. A thick, oppressive fog poured forth from the Shadow Mountains, shrouding Stygai in darkness, where Rhaego felt an overwhelming presence of dark magic. The half-orcs were poised to invade once more, disrupting Rhaego's plans in Westeros. He could no longer afford to wait for Jon Arryn's decision. Indeed, as his king faced a crisis and chose silence, the Vale had already made its choice. Chapter 191. The Eastern Expedition, the Sons of Sol. Dispatch orders to Volantis, Lys, Myr, Tyrosh, and Pentos to each allocate half their soldiers to form a fleet, swiftly sailing north along the narrow sea to Bite Bay. They must seize the Fingers Peninsula and secure the crucial neck of the passage. Additionally, instruct the spies in Winterfell to rescue Robb Stark and the northern nobility at once. Eddard Stark shall write to them, urging an immediate return to their respective fiefs to rally their forces north toward the Wall, aiding the Night's Watch against the White Walkers. As commanded, Jon Arryn found himself in a state of torment and indecision. As a traditional knight, the honor of knighthood held paramount importance in his heart. Yet, while his king was besieged by traitors, he chose to remain passive. The Arryn family, once among the mightiest and most noble in Westeros, had seen queens crowned with their name, their blood intertwined with the Iron Throne. By rights, they ought to be staunch allies of the Targaryens, for the Targaryens were his true sovereigns. Yet, Rhaego had never wronged them. Without him, Jon Arryn's bloodline would not have claimed mastery over the Vale nor risen to princely status within the Empire. However, the disparity in power was staggering. The dragons numbered 10 to 37. Even though Jon was well-versed in the former dance of dragons, he knew that Rhaego, with his dragons, had previously vanquished numerous Targaryen dragons. The Targaryens' dragons, besides a few adults, were mostly fledglings. Now, however, the Targaryen ranks boasted nearly 30 full-grown dragons, birthed from the very eggs Rhaego had hatched in Valyria. Were it not for the Targaryens' close ties with free cities like Coer and Braavos, they could hardly sustain such a formidable dragon force. Loyalty or family? Jon Arryn wrestled with this agonizing dilemma. Yet, the time Rhaego granted him for choice had completely drained away. On October 28th, a shocking revelation swept across the Seven Kingdoms, altering the battlefield's precarious balance. A fleet of several hundred Valyrian ships launched a surprise attack on Bite Bay, swiftly capturing the unprepared Fingers Peninsula and neck of the passage, severing the northern army's retreat. Even more infuriating for Rhaego was the news from the soldiers stationed in Winterfell. A multitude of spies from King's Landing had emerged, successfully rescuing Robb Stark and the Northern Lords. The North was now utterly beyond their control, and with Eddard Stark's orders reaching his allies, it was likely that, apart from their own ranks and mercenaries from Braavos and other free cities, the Targaryen forces would be left with none to fight alongside them. Moreover, with their retreat cut off, Rhaego recalled his sister Daenerys' ominous words, foreseeing the blood of dragons staining the waters of the God's Eye Lake as the Targaryen bloodline dwindled. The roar of four-legged dragons echoed deafeningly in the skies. For the first time since the war began, Rhaego felt a stirring of panic, a discomfort that persisted even as he soared through the skies on his dragon. On November 4th, the first dragon battle erupted. Rhaego Targaryen gazed in disbelief at the treacherous dragons above, unable to comprehend the scene before him. They had repeatedly provoked and attacked, attempting to draw Domnar's dragons out for combat, but to no avail. At long last, when Rhaego himself emerged, he was accompanied solely by the red dragon, Sol. In the eyes of the increasingly deranged Aerys Targaryen and Rhaego, this seemed like a divine opportunity. Should they slay Rhaego in this battle, the war would lose its purpose, and they could declare Targaryen victory without further ado. Thus, despite Daenerys' multiple pleas for restraint, Rhaego stubbornly unleashed all of Domnar's traitorous dragons, nearly emptying their ranks to surround Sol and Rhaego. Rhaego's intentions were noble, yet he evidently failed to understand the bond between Sol and the dragons. In a sense, Sol was the mother of all Valyrian-born dragons, having nurtured them from their hatching, infusing them with her magical essence long before their birth, and thereafter guiding them in their play and training. The dragon's defection to Domnar's side stemmed not from treachery, but from their simple minds, which could not grasp the concept of allegiance. They merely believed their knight had led them to a new home. They heard Soul's kind voice, and with eager roars, the dragon riders tenderly guided them skyward. Dracarys. The dragons drew closer, and Laena and Simon occupied the prime aerial positions, spotting Rhaego unguarded below. Laena could even discern the intricate patterns on his armor. A tumult of emotions, excitement, fury, and elation, swelled within Laena, compelling him to issue attack orders that nearly broke his voice. With his command, the other dragon riders of Domnar followed suit, intent on witnessing the once mighty Domnar Dragon King perish beneath the flames of their dragons. Yet, the anticipated inferno did not descend. For the first time, the dragons questioned and resisted their riders' commands. What is this? Strike my mother? Are you mad? The observers on the ground, including Rhaego and his allies, could not fathom the unfolding events. To their eyes, Laena and his dragons had clearly secured a decisive advantage. Yet they refrained from attacking Rhaego, with several dragons affectionately nuzzling against Soul. The anticipated clash of blood and fire metamorphosed into a long-awaited reunion, a familial display. Rhaegar and his loyal Targaryens, along with a multitude of fence-sitters, stared in disbelief as the dragons joyfully circled around Aegon, soaring through the skies. Gradually, they followed the four-legged Crimson Dragon, leisurely departing the battlefield and returning to King's Landing. Throughout this ordeal, not a single roar of the dragon was heard, let alone a breath of Dragonfire. Upon the back of the dragon, Laena and Simon began to grasp the true essence of despair. Their mighty dragons had betrayed them before their very eyes as dragon riders. Laena's frantic shouts and reprimands nearly caused him to be thrown from the dragon's back by his beloved beast. As the silhouette of King's Landing came into sharper focus, Laena agonizingly closed his eyes, his hands gripping the safety clasps of the saddle, his muscles trembling with exertion, yet he lacked the courage to unfasten them. Chapter 192, The Eastern Campaign, a twofold reversal. Rhaego Domnar made his first appearance during the protracted war, utterly shocking everyone. A twofold reversal. 16 majestic dragons set forth with great pride, yet they did not unleash a single breath of fire, choosing instead to submit to the true Dragon King, betraying their bloodline. Laena, Simon, and Sephir, their faces etched with despair, were taken back to King's Landing by the dragons. The once resolute Domnals, who had vowed to face death, found themselves paralyzed with fear at the knowledge of their dragon's treachery, none daring to unfasten their safety straps and embrace their demise. Rhaego pondered deeply about the profound impact of power on individuals, transforming a once mighty dragon rider into a coward, fearful for his life. The most infuriating aspect was that this cowardice stemmed from his very own bloodline. And what was more aggravating was that his kin had defected to the enemy's side with his dragon. This marked the most ironic and humiliating insult Rhaego had encountered in his centuries-long existence in this world. Over the course of time, Rhaego gradually discerned that his feelings towards his bloodline descendants were akin to those he held for mere strangers. The rebellion of Laena and others bore no distinction from the betrayal of Tywin Lannister and his ilk. Consequently, their fates would not differ. When the heads of 16 freshly executed traitors were displayed on pikes along the road outside King's Landing, nearly all the betrayers felt a chill run down their spines. Soldiers from the north within the Targaryen army began to flee, having received word from various nobles and Eddard Stark of Winterfell, their willingness to assist in tyranny swiftly evaporating. In merely 3 days, a multitude of soldiers dispersed, most heading north, crossing the Trident River along King S Road, only to be intercepted by the Valyrian forces at Greywater Watch, opting instead to join them in blocking the Targaryens' retreat. The Westerlands had completely succumbed. The cities of Ironwood, Ashford, and Stonehenge fell one after another to the might of the Valyrian army, countless earls and viscounts becoming captives, joining the ranks of their captor, Tywin Lannister. Escorted by Brienne too as they journeyed toward King's Landing. The Riverlands suffered grievously as well under the Coalition's onslaught. The renowned Lord Edmure Tully, a master of military strategy, proved far superior to other locals, especially with the Valyrian cavalry acting as a formidable weapon. To expedite their advance, Rhaego even dispatched the Devourer to assist in battle. In just 10 days, the coalition swept through the Riverlands like a torrent, with key strongholds such as Goldtree, Old Town, and Greenvale falling in succession, while the fleeing Tyrells found themselves cornered at Tumbleton. Known as the Queen of Thorns, Olenna Tyrell had spent her life mastering the art of political maneuvering, harboring little fear of power. She had even nurtured her most cherished granddaughter into a cunning political machine, much like herself. Yet, The old crone failed to comprehend a crucial truth. Without absolute power, schemes and intrigues merely served to dig one's own grave, ultimately burying all their secrets and greed. On November 6th, the Queen of Thorns dispatched envoys to King's Landing seeking peace. Loras Tyrell, her grandson and the famed Knight of Flowers, was unable to meet King Rhaego, instead being ordered to face execution in Shoemaker Square, his head delivered in terror to the old woman's bedside. On November 7th, the once mighty Queen of Thorns succumbed to illness, plagued by regret and fear, in Tumbleton. The remaining forces and nobles of the Riverlands comprehended the king's resolve, plunging into utter despair. Chaos erupted in Tumbleton, with pillaging and slaughter echoing through the streets as traitors reveled in their final moments of life. In stark contrast to the fervor in the Riverlands and Westerlands, the Vale and Stormlands remained comparatively tranquil. As Valyrian fleets landed on the Fingers and occupied the Neck, the indecisive Jon Arryn realized he had lost his last chance to pledge allegiance to the throne. When Valyrian soldiers further encroached upon the entirety of the Fingers, Jon Arryn chose to surrender, and the nobles of the Vale quietly relinquished their arms and authority, avoiding any conflict with the king's forces. However, once the army fully controlled the Vale, Rhaego still commanded that every member of House Arryn and all the nobles of the Vale be transported by sea to King's Landing. To stand by and watch is also an act of betrayal, and for traitors, there are, of course, traitors' fates. The Vale fell without bloodshed, while the Stormlands faced relentless retreats under the assault of Oberyn Martell's Dornish forces. Since the war's inception, cities such as Rainhouse, Stonehelm, Crow's Nest, and Eagle's Nest capitulated one after another, with casualties on both sides barely reaching 100, most injuries occurring during treacherous mountain marches. The Baratheon usurpation of the Stormlands lordship garnered no support from the remaining nobles, yet the Baratheons received assistance from the Targaryen mercenaries, leaving the nobles unable to openly resist. However, as the Dornish army advanced northward on royal command, these nobles felt a tragic sense of nostalgia for the king's forces. The steadfast castles along the way warmly welcomed the Dornish army, and initially, the Red Viper harbored doubts about whether this was a ploy by the Stormlands to lure them deeper into danger. Yet, as castle after castle changed allegiance, more and more Dornish forces poured into the Stormlands. Oberyn finally accepted this new reality. The nobles of the Stormlands, due to their choices, managed to secure a chance for survival for themselves and their families. While Robert Baratheon grew restless in the Kingsguard, and Stannis Baratheon remained vigilant at Storm's End, the news of their brother Renly's assassination and the fall of Storm's End caught them unprepared. Storm's End, through a coordinated effort, fell in less than half a day. The garrison commander, Renly Baratheon, was captured and delivered to Sir Oberyn Martell. After consulting with Rhaego, the Red Viper publicly executed this traitor, then marched northward, coordinating with the naval fleet to assault Stannis Baratheon, who was holed up in Storm's End. Stannis had initially stationed himself there to block Rhaego's retreat, only to unwittingly choose an excellent resting place for his remains. With the land and naval forces attacking from both sides, Stannis' mere 2,000 troops were no match. In a desperate bid to support Storm's End, Robert fell victim to an ambush by the Stormlands noble coalition along the banks of the Edmure River, leading to his capture. A day later, Storm's End was breached, and Stannis Baratheon took his own life in defiance, becoming the only brave traitor in this rebellion. Chapter 193, The Eastern Campaign, The Children of the Forest. From the dire straits of early September to the present absolute dominance, a mere 2 months have passed. The rebellious regions of the West, the Riverlands, and Stormlands have completely lost their capacity for resistance. Aside from the lords of the Riverlands still reveling in the last festivities at Tungshire Town, some nobles from the West have mingled with the army. Encamped outside Stone St. Castle, the Targaryens have been stripped of any support. Aerys Targaryen has grown increasingly agitated. The relentless tide of bad news has once again revealed the madness of this historically infamous king. Several handmaidens have met their demise at the hands of his longsword. As an air of restlessness spreads rapidly along the shores of the God's Eye Lake, Rhaego cannot bear to witness Domnall's army thoroughly purge the southern lords. Even though the 16 great dragons of Domnall have turned against him, Rhaego, having eliminated their riders, still believes in his superiority. He has dispatched several dragons to aid the Stormlands and the West. Yet, within just half a month, the Targaryens have lost 5 dragons, with not a single intact corpse left behind. Each battlefield where the dragons fought has been reduced to mere ashes, and an overwhelming sense of panic has permeated the Targaryen ranks. In the following days, no one was willing to mount a dragon to support the lords anymore. At the Isle of Faces, The pale weirwood has grown increasingly eerie. A sorrowful Daenerys has returned once more. She has lost 5 kin, all bastards born from the Targaryen legacy. Despite their illegitimacy, they share the blood of House Targaryen. Lately, her dreams have become more frequent and distressing. Blood, whales, fallen dragons, and surging flames, all portending death and ominous tidings, leaving Daenerys deeply unsettled. Even with the mightiest 3 dragons of House Targaryen at her command, within just over 30 years, Drogon, Viserion, and Rhaego have surpassed their predecessors in size, their combat prowess capable of overwhelming any other Targaryen dragon. Yet, Daenerys' disquiet has only intensified as the conflicts grow ever more dire. Serena, I yearn for some good news. Daenerys' voice is barely a whisper, tinged with a slight tremor. Her gaze falls upon the elderly man, nearly merging with the weirwood, and the youth lying beside him, as she pleads earnestly. Daenerys, Serena chuckles softly as she approaches, taking her trembling hands gently. We have made preliminary progress. Grant us just a little more time, Daenerys. He is a formidable warrior, and controlling him is not as effortless as it was with Bran. Can the Targaryens afford to wait until you succeed? Daenerys' words are fraught with anxiety and impatience. Her father and brothers dismiss her prophecies and warnings, insisting on conflict with Rhaegar. Daenerys can already sense the scent of death in her dreams, which has cast a shadow over her spirit. We are doing our utmost. Daenerys, as you know, we are comrades in this endeavor. Since we orchestrated the deaths of 2 Starks and manipulated the defection of Domnar, we have forged a bitter enmity with Rhaegar. Please trust us. Disheartened, Daenerys departs. No sooner has she left than a child of the forest gazes eagerly at Serena, whispering, Serena, the Targaryens are clearly no match for Domnar. Why do we not assist Rhaegar? Serena smiles wryly, explaining, Aelena Rhaegar is chosen by the gods. He is inherently our adversary, and we must keep our distance. But we have completely altered the memories of generations. Even during the fall of the gods, we are unaware of our future changes. Will Rhaegar discover our true identities? Never underestimate the means of the gods, Aelena. Like Sauron, their power surpasses our imagination. Serena grimaces, shifting her gaze to the slowly awakening Brindan rivers, also known as the Three-Eyed Crow. Green Seer, you must have sensed the familiar essence from the distant east, have you not? Indeed, Serena, I have sensed Sauron's presence, thick with dark sorcery. Your kind is set to descend once more. Silence, silence. We are not the accursed half-wolves. Aelena suddenly shrieks, interrupting the Three-Eyed Crow's words, her eyes wide with fear as she looks at Serena. Serena, we have only just escaped the Dark Lord's grasp, struggling to shed that hideous visage. I refuse to return to those sunless days. I wish to live, Serena. Then we must ensure the Targaryens win this war. We have sought out so many dragon eggs for them, and assisted in their hatching to help fend off the invasion of the half-wolves. We all know Sauron will return. For this war, we have built the Wall of Last Stand and created the whites akin to the half-wolves. Aelena, we have endured so much hardship. We will surely overcome this danger as well. Elena's eyes brim with tears as she sinks to the ground, her gaze vacant as she stares at the aged Three-Eyed Crow. Yet, even the Green Seer could not eliminate the feeble demon Targaryen in his weakest moment. Can we truly succeed? I do not wish to die. Seeing Aelena in tears, Serena's tone softens. She gently embraces her sister's shoulders, offering comfort. Aelena, regardless of whether we can slay Rhaegar, we will not perish. We are children of the forest, prophets who aided the ancestors against the others, devotees of the Seven. We are no longer elves or hideous half-wolves. In this world, apart from this tree, no one knows our true identity. Regardless of who wins, we are the unsung heroes of this world, and they will bear the burden of defending against the eastern half-wolves, provided that Rhaegar remains unaware of the truth. Yet, Serena refrains from voicing this thought. In King's Landing, at the Red Keep, Rhaegar suddenly sneezes mightily, rubbing his nose in surprise. He resumes, gazing at the peculiar statue on the table before him. This statue was discovered in the Great Hall of King's Landing, where an old man, claiming to be a sparrow, had exploited it to amass followers, only to be apprehended by Eddard. The statue resembles a weirwood, but unlike the pale weirwoods scattered throughout Westeros, this one is not entirely white. It bears a warm hue, devoid of the grotesque faces that characterize others, instead radiating a sacred essence. Compared to the other weirwoods, Rhaegar feels this one truly deserves the title of the Heart Tree, rather than the sinister appearance of its counterparts. Moreover, he senses it has something to convey to him. Chapter 194, The Eastern Campaign, The Battle of the God's Eye. Tywin Lannister is filled with regret. This old lion who has prided himself on his strategic prowess finds himself trapped within a cage, consumed by remorse. His proud eldest son, Jaime Lannister, attempted to escape during the Valyrian army's encampment, only to have his right hand severed by order of their commander. At this moment, Jaime's severed hand lies before Tywin, blood dripping and congealing into a dark crimson stain at his feet, piercing Tywin's heart with pain. The glory of House Lannister may perish by my hand. Tywin muses in despair, his gaze pained as he turns to a nearby prisoner cart, where Jaime curls up like a defeated dog, reminiscent of a beggar on the flea-ridden streets of King's Landing, disheveled and trembling. The agony from his severed limb causing his body to twitch sporadically, like a fish on the brink of death. They are currently located in Stone Saint City, which had previously housed a military force, the last remnants of armed strength among the Lannisters and the remaining nobles of the West. The loyal knights have long since been slaughtered by the Valyrians. On the previous day, House Bronn II led his forces to this location, denying his soldiers a moment's respite before initiating the siege. They brazenly suspended the captured nobles of the West, including Tywin and Jaime, upon the siege engines, launching an audacious assault against the gates of the Stone Holy City. Tywin watched, dismayed, as his often derided dwarf son wept profusely atop the battlements. Yet he refrained from issuing the command to let loose the arrows. Tywin understood the magnitude of Bronn II's actions. After decades of cultivating his dominion over the West, he had transformed himself into its very totem. However, now that the totem had fallen into misfortune, the once loyal warriors, shackled by deeply entrenched beliefs, dared not take any action that might harm him. The Stone Holy City fell, with not a single casualty among the Valyrian forces. Tyrion Lannister, in a state of disgrace, withdrew his troops to join the Targaryens at the God's Eye, leaving the bastion to Bronn. Tywin knew that as long as he remained, no soldier from the West would dare to shoot an arrow at the Valyrian ranks. He was acutely aware of the peril this situation posed, yet he ultimately could not bring himself to order his soldiers to attack him. He wished to survive. But would Rhaego allow them to live? Clearly not. On the 11th of November, in the year of the conquest, Sir Oberyn Martell of Dorne, accompanied by a grand army, converged with Lord Tarly at Tungsure Town, formally launching an assault on the beleaguered city that had languished for over half a month. The nobles of the Riverlands, caught in their final revelry, possessed neither the desire nor the strength to resist. The army effortlessly breached the city, capturing both Varys Targaryen and Gallant Targaryen, direct scions of House Hightower. The city lay in ruins, and with the end looming, the basest instincts of humanity were unleashed, with even the once noble heirs of House Hightower joining in the despicable act of raping civilians. Varys believed he had indulged enough. Once the invaders breached the walls, he would take his own life. Yet, much like the other nobles, he overestimated his own courage. It was not until Lord Tarly's long sword pierced his calf that Varys realized his Valyrian steel blade had not budged an inch from his throat. The Dornish army continued northward, encamping at the southern shores of the God's Eye. Meanwhile, Rhaego rode upon his red dragon, Sol, accompanied by the gluttonous, silver-winged Vhagar and the now mighty 6 younglings. All trailing behind Sol, the dragons who had defected from their ranks could do nothing but watch from the wilderness as they soared above, too fearful to defy Rhaego's commands. Given the success of the trap, it was only natural that the next step would involve the familiar tactic of closing the gates to hunt the dogs. The Southern Dorne alliance, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, sealed off the region, while the Valyrian forces established their stronghold at the Stone Holy City, Red Keep, and Acorn Hall. To the east, fleets from the Vale occupied Salt Town and Maiden's Well, while the north was blocked by the defection of northern troops. As the war progressed, Rhaego commanded their southward advance, occupying Harroway, Flowing City, and the banks of the Red Fork. Of course, it was unrealistic for ordinary soldiers to obstruct the Targaryen Dragon King intent on fleeing. Thus, Rhaego directly summoned all the dragons he fully trusted, deploying them strategically to prevent the Targaryen mice from slipping through the hunter's net as they had a century prior. Aerys Targaryen had completely lost his sanity. For decades, he sat upon the self-deceiving Iron Throne, tormented by the obsession of reclaiming his dynasty. The ceaseless anxiety and toil had drained his spirit. The unresisting reality of warfare in Westeros shattered the already beleaguered Targaryen, leading him to lash out at everything within the castle, before closing his eyes in utter madness. Once again, a Targaryen dragon was lost. Rhaegar mournfully gathered his father's remains, while Daenerys urged them to leave. Yet, gazing at her beautiful, delicate face, Rhaegar could only manage a bitter smile. It is too late, Daenerys, too late. The gods, I was a vast grave. Harrenhal would serve as their tombstone. Perhaps we would be buried beside the melted Harrenhal, just like the heartless Harren himself, at the shores of the God's Eye. On the 13th of November, the dawn broke brilliantly. Rhaego Targaryen had not slept throughout the night, standing upon the walls of Harrenhal, his gaze fixed upon the southern horizon. As the first rays of sunlight emerged, two enormous shadows materialized from the dawn. Rhaegar's expression twisted into a desperate smile, and he suddenly drew his longsword. Enemy attack. Engage. The final cries of House Targaryen began. 12 dragons soared into the sky, including several juvenile dragons. Yet, in the realm of dragon combat, age held no sway. Any sign of hostility rendered one an enemy. Sol surged ahead, confronting the throng of dragons directly, while Silverwing circled in the sky, dutifully guarding her sister. The dragon Rhaegar rode was a fierce gray beast, its savage fangs bared, exuding wildness, yet the disparity between dragons could sometimes be greater than that between dragons and dogs. Dracarys. Flames erupted. As several dragons unleashed their fire upon Rhaego and Sol, Rhaegar's eyes gleamed with surprise at the effectiveness of their strike. Seizing the moment, he urged his dragon forward. Herein lies the importance of intelligence. Despite Rhaego having dismembered Rhaegar's ancestors, they remained oblivious to his fighting style. Crack! The sound was as crisp as breaking a cucumber. In an instant, Rhaegar's dragon was seized by Sol, its jaws clamping down on its neck with a slight exertion, resulting in the tragic separation of the once mighty Targaryen dragon. Rhaegar's eyes reflected shock, unable to comprehend how Rhaego emerged unscathed from the Dragonfire. Yet life would not grant him the opportunity to explore that mystery. Brother. Chapter 195. The Eastern Campaign. The Hammer of the Sea. Daenerys witnessed the tragic separation of her brother's dragon, Rhaegar plummeting alongside its lifeless body from the skies. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as the beloved princess, sheltered by her family, scrambled on a Drogon's back, commanding him to take flight and catch the falling Rhaegar. But Drogon refused. He declined to take to the skies for battle. Recognizing the presence of that man above, the familiar, comforting, maternal essence that had once saved the three siblings in their moment of despair. Thus, Drogon would never attack Rhaego. Regardless of Daenerys' frantic pleas, the three dragons remained unmoved. The advantage of a quadrupedal dragon over a bipedal one was insurmountable. Sol, une impeste, did not even need to roar to intimidate them. With a single strike, Rhaegar was dispatched. Sol's crimson form swiftly evaded the lunges of the two dragons, his powerful tail whiplashing like a whip, the bony tip striking the jaw of a blue dragon. Thud! The immense force caused the blue dragon's head to explode like a watermelon, silencing it before it could utter a single cry. As it fell heavily into the waters of the gods' eye. Simultaneously, Sol's wings flapped violently, striking the head of the green dragon, Moonsong, as it attempted to bite him. In pain, Moonsong screeched and hastily dived to evade Sol's assault, but the black dragon behind her was not so fortunate. Moonsong's rapid descent exposed it entirely to Sol, leaving no time to react as its left wing was brutally torn away. In the blink of an eye, as if merely exchanging glances, three dragons of House Targaryen lay dead at Sol's feet. The vast waters of the gods' eye surged, swirling with the blood of the dragons, creating a haunting tableau. Both enemies and allies stood frozen in shock. Could this truly be an adversary of the same caliber? Tywin Lannister gazed blankly at the sky, where Sol had effortlessly dispatched another two dragons. In anguish, he shut his eyes, for the Targaryen forces gathered by the shores of the goddess Eye, along with the mercenaries from the free cities, were thrown into disarray. Everyone understood that Rhaegon Draconis alone possessed a staggering 10 formidable four-legged dragons, and now a single Sol had rendered numerous Targaryen dragons utterly helpless. What calamity would ensue if all 10 were to engage simultaneously? In the depths of extreme fear and desolate hopelessness, one could crumble. That was evident in the fleeing rebel soldiers below, as well as in the Targaryen bloodlines embroiled in combat above. With a sickening sound, dragon blood rained down from the heavens as Sol ruthlessly severed the throat of a red dragon. The Targaryen behemoth that lay dead at her claws now numbered 6, and if one counted the former Black Death, the tally rose to 7 dragons slain by Sol. The harrowing demise of their comrades not only left the surviving dragon riders in a state of shock, but also instilled terror in the remaining 8 dragons. Though dragons grow braver through battle, and the blood of their kin ignites their ferocity, this was predicated on the existence of a fighting spirit. Despite their formidable nature, these two-legged dragons were not devoid of intellect. They could distinguish between combat and self-destruction. What followed was a scene of 8 dragons scattering in retreat, with Sol in relentless pursuit. Regrettably, they had forgotten the presence of the Silver Wing, whose value lay in twofold: preventing ambushes on allies and providing support when overwhelmed. while simultaneously launching surprise attacks on foes and thwarting their escape. Since evolving into a four-legged dragon, Silverwing had not tasted blood for quite some time. Even during their campaigns against the Free Cities, she had rarely been called to battle. Most often, her fiery breath was sufficient to open city gates, leading to swift conclusions of conflict. Sometimes, merely her appearance would send the minuscule insects scurrying, begging for surrender, rendering the entire affair exceedingly dull. Whoosh was the essence of an arrow released from its bow. This was the very embodiment of that concept. Having evolved, Silverwing moved with astonishing speed. Among the world's scarce 10 four-legged dragons, she could outpace her brethren by 2 or even 3 times. In the blink of an eye, she positioned herself before 3 fleeing dragons. The Targaryen dragons, having been terrified by Soul, upon seeing the similarly formed four-legged Silverwing, let out wails of despair and stumbled backward in their flight. Silverwing, as if discovering a delightful game, darted through the skies above the goddess Eye, emitting strange cries that herded the fleeing dragons back towards the lake's surface, effortlessly dispatching one particularly obstinate creature. With no path above and no refuge below, the ensuing battle transformed into a hunting feast for Soul. In a daze, Rhaegon felt as if he had returned to his initial days in Valyria, riding atop the ailing Soul, instigating chaos, hunting down the beast that had once tormented him, scorching rivers and igniting seas, setting mountains ablaze. A rare surge of fervor coursed through Rhaegon, and with an exuberant cry, he struck Soul's saddle. The great beast comprehended his intent, and, like a drill, spiraled downwards, her tail crashing against the skull of a black dragon, scattering scales, blood, and broken horns like a vibrant firework. With agility, she darted close to the surface of the goddess Eye, and Soul let out a triumphant roar, charging towards the fleeing green dragon, Moonsinger, which was ridden by Rhaego Targaryen, the wife of Rhaego Targaryen, who had herself participated in the defense of Loras against Eddard Stark's return, rescuing their allies. Soul's speed far surpassed that of Moonsinger, and even from a considerable distance, she quickly closed the gap without launching an immediate attack. Instead, mimicking a cat playing with a mouse as she pursued Moonsinger in agile swoops, swiftly nearing the Thousand Faces Isle. Yet, Rhaegon's elation suddenly froze, for as they approached the Thousand Faces Isle, he sensed a familiar and ominous energy lurking beneath the surface of the lake. Evil, violent, restless, imbued with a scent of destruction. So, boom! Just as Rhaegon shouted a warning to Soul, the lake beneath them erupted violently, the surging waters twisting into a sharp, robust jet aimed directly at Soul's abdomen. Roar! Soul cried out, tilting sharply to the right and diving to evade the oncoming column of water. She quickly flapped her wings, gaining altitude, while Silverwing approached Rhaegon, alertly watching the massive water vortex gathering densely above and around them. A colossal mass of lake water rapidly coalesced in the skies over the Thousand Faces Isle, as an intense dark magic flowed ceaselessly from the towering canopy of the great fishwood tree into the goddess Eye. Rhaegon could almost hear the anguished wails of the fishwood tree. The lake appeared to be drained in an instant, and Rhaegon could see the exposed boulders and the fallen dragon corpses on the lake bed. The volume of water was overwhelming. It all converged above the Thousand Faces Isle, blocking out the sun and dimming the light over the goddess Eye. A gigantic, mace-like column of water formed in the sky, radiating a sense of dread that gripped the hearts of all who beheld it. The old lion, Tywin, stared in astonishment at the bizarre spectacle above, incredulity escaping his lips. What is this? Rhaegon's gaze darkened, his tone heavy. The Hammer of the Sea, Chapter 196, The Eastern Campaign, Magic Against Waves. Just days prior, Rhaegon had witnessed a similar scene in the ancient Fishwood statue. The formation of this magic summoned vast quantities of seawater high into the air, creating a terrifying tidal wave that crashed down upon the ancestors journeying from Essos to Westeros. The wave obliterated tens of thousands of humans, and the powerful strike of dark magic shattered the Arm of Dorne, destroying the only land passage between Westeros and Essos in the hands of the Children of the Forest. Indeed, early in history, Westeros and Essos were connected by land, a slender bridge extending from Dorne's Cape to the southwest corner of Essos, resembling an arm. However, with the catastrophic assault of the Hammer of the Sea, this terrestrial bridge was destroyed and the sea flooded over the shattered land, giving rise to the Stepstone Islands and the Cape of Broken Arms. This was but one instance of the Children of the Forest unleashing the Hammer of the Sea. The formation of the goddess Eye and the neck on the continent of Westeros could also be attributed to the dark magic of the Children. Today, for the first time, Rhaegon witnessed this arcane force that had significantly impacted the land of Westeros. Likewise, for many participants in this conflict, it was their inaugural encounter with such formidable magic. The immense water prison and tidal waves not only ensnared Rhaegon, Soul, and Silverwing within, but also indiscriminately trapped the few remaining dragons of House Targaryen. The children of the forest would grant the dragons no opportunity to react. The colossal hammer of the sea descended like an impending doom. The first few dragons of House Targaryen, utterly defenseless, were swallowed whole in an instant, while the roaring tidal wave surged towards Rhaegon and the two dragons suspended in midair. Rhaegon's expression grew grave at that moment. He faced perhaps the most perilous situation since arriving in this world. The beasts that had long lurked in the shadows finally revealed their sharp fangs to him. Roar! Roar! Soul and Silverwing roared in defiance, sensing an odor that dragons found intensely repugnant emanating from the surging waters. Rhaegon tightened the safety strap around his waist, placing his hands upon Soul's taut back as magic surged into her massive form. Dracarys! Roar! A deafening roar erupted from Soul as the allied soldiers, their vision completely obscured by the towering waves, stared in bewilderment at the sudden eruption of brilliant orange-red light from the water, reminiscent of an exploding egg. A beam of light, akin to an extraordinarily intense column of orange-red heat, swiftly expanded in front of the colossal waves amidst the thunderous roar of the dragon. Within Rhaegar, magic surged forth into Thor, as if it were inexhaustible, sustaining Thor's continuous, high-intensity output. The so-called Hammer of the Sea was fundamentally the result of the forest dwellers employing their formidable dark magic to manipulate water currents, creating massive waves that descended from the heavens as an assault. The core of this power remained solely rooted in dark magic, and Rhaegar firmly believed that if Thor could shatter the dark magic with the concentrated bloodfire magic of his draconic flames, he could obliterate the towering waves before them, transforming it into a long-awaited rain. The Silverwing had obediently hidden behind Rhaegar and Thor. She was certainly capable of joining the fray, for the magical energy within her Dragonfire was not inferior to that of Thor. However, lacking Rhaegar's real-time support, he feared that relentless output might drain his elegant dragoness, risking her very essence, which would be a considerable loss. The fierce orange-red Dragonfire had now formed a broad, bowl-like canopy, confronting the surging lake waters, and the two forces collided heavily under Rhaegar's anxious gaze. There was no steam rising from the meeting of water and fire, nor the splashing of waves upon impact. It was akin to the collision of two colossal hammers and shields, the exaggerated sound nearly shattering the eardrums of the soldiers. Boom! A tremendous shockwave erupted from the point of contact, instantly breaching the meticulously constructed seawater barrier of the forest dwellers. The piercing sound of the collision reached the ears of the loyal soldiers of House Targaryen, stationed not far from the lakeshore, as well as the imprisoned Tywin Lannister from the direction of Stonehenge, both feeling as if a mighty dragon had entered their ears, roaring furiously against their eardrums. Bang! It was as though a grand firework had been unleashed. The momentary stalemate between Dragonfire and the Hammer of the Sea erupted simultaneously, transforming the obscuring waves into a torrential downpour, drenching the Lake of the Gods in a deluge. The scattered Dragonfire of Thor also exhausted its bloodfire magic energy, flickering and extinguishing in the air. This enormous crimson creature suddenly felt a profound weariness, although her magical essence remained abundant. The reciprocal toll on both side spirits was beyond Rhaegar's capacity to replenish. Thor persevered, landing before the army arrayed in the direction of King's Landing, while Rhaegar comforted his grand lady, swiftly mounting the eager Silverwing and charging towards the Thousand Faces Isle. Damn those ugly creatures, it was time to settle the score. Whoosh! With Silverwing's speed, when Rhaegar descended before the towering fish beam at Thousand Faces Isle, the injured forest dwellers had yet to persuade Daenerys to flee with them. Of course, even if they had convinced Daenerys, escape was futile, for at that moment, Daenerys' 3 dragons had already become Rhaegar's own. If Drogon could speak, he would likely lift his wings and point at the bewildered Daenerys, saying, "Sorry, Dany, I'm an undercover agent." Rhaegar slid down from Silverwing's back. Dawn had been unsheathed, its blade stained with blood, emanating a chilling aura of death that made the forest dwellers shrink behind Daenerys, even daring not to meet Rhaegar's gaze. Drogon Viserion and Rhaegal displayed intense excitement and affection, and Rhaegar similarly felt the familiar power coursing through the 3 remaining giants of House Targaryen, a force that stemmed from his own magic energy infused during moments of fervor amidst ashes and valleys. Gently pushing Drogon's inquisitive head aside, Rhaego soothed the aggrieved Silverwing and advanced toward Daenerys and the forest dwellers. The countenance of the forest dwellers was grim. Blood seeped from their mouths and noses incessantly, indicating that the previous clash had not only overwhelmed Thor, but had also taken its toll on these malevolent creatures lurking in Westeros. Your Majesty, Rhaego. Daenerys mustered her courage and stepped forward, attempting to persuade Rhaego to grant the forest dwellers an opportunity for dialogue. Yet, before she could articulate her plea, Rhaego mercilessly struck her unconscious with the sheath of his sword. Pointing his blade at the grotesque figures peering from the tree hollow, Rhaego scoffed. Should I address you as the children of the forest, or as elves, or perhaps half-beasts? Chapter 197, The Eastern Campaign, Brinland River. Cough, cough, cough. Catelyn weakly pushed aside her obstructive sisters, coughing violently as she stumbled out from the fish beam hollow, previously leading the Hammer of the Sea. She now bore the brunt of its backlash, and her condition was abysmally poor. Nevertheless, she chose to confront Rhaego, striving to secure a glimmer of hope for her kin. Noble King Rhaego, it seems you're already aware of our identity. Rhaego shrugged, his sword casually indicating the twisted fish beam behind her. The heart tree told me. Heart tree? Catelyn's expression dimmed. This was indeed troubling. We are merely desperate refugees, Your Majesty, posing no threat to your subjects or kingdom. Rhaego's gaze was exceptionally frigid, yet Catelyn stubbornly pressed on, attempting to deceive him. Uncertain of how much Rhaego truly knew about their identities, whether he merely recognized them or understood their centuries of schemes. She took her chances. Puffed. Rhaego, uninterested in her rhetoric, swiftly severed Catelyn's head with a single stroke. While he was not fully aware of the forest dwellers' vile machinations, he had consumed a plethora of dramas and films, and their narratives taught him that once a hidden figure began to wax lyrical about sympathy after their defeat, they were invariably plotting against you. It was far better to cut through the chaos swiftly than to be ensnared. Killing was the straightforward solution. As for the possibility of an error, who cared? Rhaego saw no merit in their existence. These creatures were as repulsive as a pale, slender figure with tangled hair and disordered features, reminiscent of Tyrion Lannister, clearly not of the local breed. Catelyn. A throng of forest dwellers stared in shock as their leader's head rolled to their feet, shrieking in terror. With the weight of countless deaths upon him, Rhaego's heart had grown exceptionally hardened, able to kill without flinching, let alone dispose of these grotesque beings, effortlessly slicing through them as if they were mere vegetables, leaving no trace of them behind. Kicking aside a twisted head, Rhaego stepped into the spacious fish beam hollow, where a hoarse voice emerged from the gnarled roots. You finally arrived. Rhaego quietly observed Brinland Riverwind, who had been entirely consumed by the fish beam, leaving only half of his face exposed. His expression suddenly turned somber. Do not grieve, Your Majesty. I have committed many wrongs. This is the seventh punishment, and perhaps a form of liberation. Rhaego took a deep breath. Regarding the elder who had played a significant role in his upbringing. Tell me about the children of the forest, Sir Brinland. Oh, what long-lost title. Brinland Riverwind, scion of House Targaryen, hand of the King Aerys Targaryen, commander of the Night's Watch, and the Three-Eyed Crow. Rhaego's first encounter with him was in a dream at Dragonstone, where he initially received the enigmatic fish beam idol. It was then that Rhaego sensed the lurking gaze and threat, which originated from Brinland. His second encounter with this old man occurred just days ago through the sudden appearance of the fish beam idol in King's Landing, at which point Rhaego comprehended the entire truth. Thousands of years ago, the continents of Westeros and Essos were ruled by the formidable dragon clans originating from Valyria and Ashai, wielding thousands of dragons that roamed the world until the invasion of the half-beasts. These memories aligned perfectly with what Rhaego had gleaned from his dragon dreams. The Ashai army's catastrophic defeat, the Dragon Kings retreating to Valyria, the sudden withdrawal of the half-beasts, and humanity's counteroffensive leading to the destruction of Valyria's freehold. However, the subsequent history and myriad mysteries remained elusive to Rhaego. In the past, the half-orcs had the opportunity to completely conquer Westeros, yet for reasons unknown, they abruptly retreated in great numbers. However, not all half-orcs chose to withdraw. Tens of thousands of unwilling orcs remained hidden in the mountains of Dorne, evading the summons of dark magic. They are, in fact, the precursors to the Children of the Forest. Originally, this group was composed of elves from their own world, tall, beautiful, and long-lived, but tragically, they were tainted and twisted by dark magic, transforming them into grotesque half-orcs. These elves are dispatched to invade Essos and Westeros, but as they journeyed westward, distancing themselves from the source of dark magic, their self-awareness began to slowly revive. Remaining clandestinely in Westeros, these orcs viewed Valyria as their greatest foe. The twisted elves sacrificed thousands of their kin to create the monstrous dragons of sorrow, annihilating the once thriving freehold. Yet they continued to face rejection from both their ancestors and the indigenous peoples of Westeros due to their ugliness, brutality, and utter lack of civilization. Driven to the farthest reaches of the north, they struggled to expel the dark magic from within while simultaneously amassing strength to guard against a potential reinvasion by the half-orcs. Thus, they created the Night King, merely a war machine for the children of the forest. It was not until Bran the Builder was exiled to the Wall that this group stumbled upon an opportunity to alter their fate. The unprecedented affinity and magical adaptability of Bran with the weirwood trees brought them great joy. They devised a plan to capture him, implanting him within a heart tree and injecting all expelled dark magic into his being, resulting in the creation of a being who called himself the Green Seer. However, Bran managed to retain his consciousness, and they controlled him to traverse the River of Time, enabling Bran Stark to erect the Wall eons ago as a natural fortress against the half-orcs. They repeatedly traveled through time, manipulating human memories through dark magic, beautifying their image as the indigenous inhabitants of Westeros, thus giving rise to the children of the forest. Through the weirwood, they infiltrated Daemon Targaryen. Originally, the Dance of Dragons would have consumed all of House Targaryen's mighty dragons. Without dragons, the Night King and his army of wights would be unstoppable, and the children of the forest would ascend as the dominators of the world. Yet the emergence of Rhaegar became a turning point, a chance for Bran's self-redemption. After countless attempts, Bran delivered a weirwood statue into Rhaegar's hands, deliberately exposing himself to raise Rhaegar's vigilance, provoking Melisandre to take notice and protect the special Rhaegar. They orchestrated the Night King's escape from the children of the forest control and manipulated Aerys Targaryen into seeking their assistance, dragging them into the conflict, even driving Aerys to madness. But all of it was worth the cost. I have traversed time countless times, altered the memories of the world, and burned ancient tomes, thus tarnishing the bloodline of my ancestors, Bran lamented, his tone growing increasingly somber. Your Majesty, the weirwood, having long been bound to me, has been thoroughly corrupted and twisted by dark magic. Upon my demise, all the weirwoods shall accompany me to the grave. Let the flames ignited by our bodies pave the way for a home devoid of demons for Westeros and Essos, for all that is good. Chapter 198, The Eastern Campaign, Judgment at the Godswood. The grand conflict at Gods, I concluded with astonishing rapidity. The Targaryen family found themselves utterly powerless against the might of Rhaegar's dragons. Even with the summoning of demons that had once invaded the world as reinforcements, the inevitability of their family's demise remained unchanged. Prince Rhaego Targaryen, who ascended the throne amidst the flames of war, perished in the initial charge. Queen Rhaella, in her efforts to lure the enemy, was mercilessly crushed into a pulp by the indiscriminate onslaught of the Waters of the Hammer, while the second prince, Viserys Targaryen, was torn apart alongside his magnificent golden dragon by the wrath of the storm, the blood of the dragons raining down upon the surface of God's eye, scorching it with gaping wounds. Yet Rhaegar was not merely a mindless slayer. The Targaryen princess had never raised a sword against the Empire, and had even attempted to persuade her father and brothers to retreat. In the final battle, she did not choose to fight upon a dragon, even though the primary reason was her dragon's refusal to heed her command. However, one must be judged by actions rather than intentions. Rhaegar spared the young girl, unconscious beneath the weirwood, thereby accepting her on behalf of his empire, permitting her the chance to avenge her family and kin, should she manage to do so. Over 20 dragons fell from the skies above God's eye, their spilled blood nearly boiling the expansive waters of the lake. For half a month following the battle, the common folk residing near Harrenhal could witness the lake fish, scalded by dragon blood, upon the lake's surface. In the name of the king of Westeros, Valyria, and Essos, Rhaegar Targaryen declared God's Eye a sacred site for the Empire. The Empire of Targaryen was built upon the backs of dragons, yet it had also slaughtered a sufficient number of them. The enormous dragon corpses lying at the bottom of God's Eye would serve as a constant reminder to the Empire's subjects of their king's formidable strength and the valor of their former adversaries. While the scene of dragons bleeding to death at God's Eye was witnessed by many of Westeros, the events occurring upon the Thousand Islands in the heart of the lake transpired in silence, concealed by the dissipating waters of the Hammer. Bran, seduced into darkness by the children of the forest, ultimately redeemed himself at the final moments of his life, ensuring that his bloodline as a Dragon King remained untarnished. As the puppeteers behind the scenes, having altered generations of memories, the children of the forest, once terrified by the mere thought of a second invasion by half-orcs, dedicated their lives to preparing against Sauron and the half-orcs' return. To this end, they spared no expense in constructing the towering wall, merely seeking a chance to survive in the frigid north. They altered memories countless times and incinerated the continent's tomes, endeavoring to obscure the fact that they were once invaders themselves, packaging themselves as native prophetic primates, desperately creating terrifying wights and the Night King, all stemming from a deep-seated fear of the Dark Lord Sauron. Yet, after millennia of preparation, they ultimately did not witness the imagined second invasion by the half-orcs. Rhaegar personally severed the heads of these aberrations, arranging them neatly before the deceased Bran, subsequently setting fire to both the twisted figure of Bran and the weirwoods tainted by dark magic. The flames from the true dragons escorted Bran on his final journey. On the 14th of October, 300 years after the conquest, the people of Westeros awoke to the astonishing sight of the massive weirwoods scattered across the continent, all having withered overnight, as if lamenting the end of an era while welcoming the arrival of a new one. On the 18th of October, the area outside the Godswood and King's Landing buzzed with excitement as the silver-armored Valyrian soldiers stood silently around the constructed grand platform. Nobles, knights, and common folk from various regions gathered around the platform, their gazes astonished as they beheld the disheveled nobles of the Seven Kingdoms being brought forth in rows. This event, known as the Judgment at the Godwood, was destined to be etched into history due to its unprecedented scale and the thick scent of blood, rather than a mere trial. It was a meticulously orchestrated display by Rhaegar to serve as a warning. Betrayers must pay a sufficient price for their actions. Even once mighty noble lords would bleed their families dry for having chosen the wrong side. From the Westerlands, Prince Tywin Lannister, Jaime Lannister, and Tyrion Lannister, along with their loyal house members, faced judgment. From the north, the fearsome Lord of Harrenhal, Roose Bolton, and his sons stood condemned, while the illegitimate Ramsay Bolton would meet his end before even stepping onto the grand stage of the Seven Kingdoms. From the Riverlands, Edmure Tully and those who had rebelled alongside him, including the executioners of Blackfish Brynden Tully, would face their reckoning. From a Vale, the Knights of the Vale, and the war criminals observing the conflict would also be judged. The instigator of the massacre at Stone Dance City, the remnants of the treasonous scoundrel who plundered the Stormlands. Robert Baratheon and his spouse, Cersei Lannister from the Westlands, have been vanquished. Most of the culprits from the Riverlands have already met their demise. The Prince of the Riverlands fell in battle at Highgarden, while the architect of the rebellion, the Queen of Thorns, perished in regret and hatred at Tumbleton. The Knight of Flowers was publicly executed, yet the Highgarden Rose, Marjorie Tyrell, and her kin, Olenna and Garland Tyrell, reduced to the status of political pawns, kneel before the people of the Seven Kingdoms, bound in chains like wretches. As the distant chimes from the Red Keep reverberated, they heralded the death knell for the traitors. Braavosi too swiftly unsheathed his ancestral blade, almost bellowing his command. By the king's decree, traitors shall be executed. Proceed at once. Towering executioners, armed with sharp battle axes, forced the terrified nobles to the wooden stumps before them, their axes raised, poised to strike the delicate necks of the aristocrats. Ready. Braavosi paused deliberately, a fetid stench of excrement pervading the air. Yet the spectators below, far from recoiling, surged forward with eager eyes, desperate to witness the disgrace of their once mighty lords. Execute! The sharp axe descended, and in a moment of desperation, one traitor shouted hoarsely, I demand trial by combat. But the descending axe silenced his plea, blood gushing forth in terror, staining the ground outside the Hall of the Gods. On the 18th of October in the year 300 of Conquest, the king pronounced death sentences upon the noble traitors for treason, executing them outside the Hall of the Gods, marking the end of an era witnessed by all the Seven Kingdoms. On the 15th of November in the same year, a raven from Essos bore bloody tidings. An army of 100,000 from Westeros sailed south, joining forces with another 100,000 elite warriors from Valyria, crossing the Summer Sea to aid the Dothraki, who were fiercely battling in the Bone Mountains. In the annals of history between Westeros and Essos, never had there been a war that unified all of humanity. Under the malevolent counsel of the Dark Lord Sauron, a legion of half-orcs brazenly invaded the world of ice and fire, rendering the Night King and his wights, who lurked beyond the wall, less fearsome in the face of true apocalyptic devastation. A bloody conflict erupted in the Bone Mountains, where the Valyrians, Westlanders, Dothraki, and the ancient Valyrian descendants from the Isle of Snakes united around the great king Rhaego Domnar, raising their swords and crossbows against the invading orc horde. Surging dark magic rose from the enemy ranks, shrouding the allied forces in ominous clouds, causing the knight's steeds to become frenzied. Countless allied warriors perished upon contact with the black mist. As the first line of defense, the Dothraki, led by Drogo Ka-Ao, suffered tremendous losses, barely holding out until the dragons could come to their aid. In just 7 days, the Dothraki lost over half of their warriors and horses. The half-orc forces had crossed the Bone Mountains, advancing towards Ilthur and the Poison Sea. At that moment, the dragons appeared. The colossal red dragon, Sol, the silver dragon, Silverwing, the formidable Vhagar, and 6 others, along with Daenerys Targaryen, riding the black dragon Drogon and the other 2 dragons, emerged on the battlefield, their massive wings unfurling against the backdrop of the evening glow and dark magic. The records of this war in Westeros and Essos are sparse, primarily due to the lack of anything noteworthy to describe. The Dothraki's initial resistance was indeed fierce and harrowing, but when dozens of dragons arrived, especially those transformed by Rhaegod's advanced blood and fire magic, it became a complete and utter de-escalation for the arrogant half-orcs who sought to conquer this realm. The orc war chariots melted beneath dragon flames, their crossbows shattered against the dragon's scaled hides, and the powerful sandworms fled in terror at the roars of the dragons. In mere half a day, the half-orc forces that had crossed the Bone Mountains were utterly routed, as the knights of Westeros and the formidable warriors of Valyria joined the Dothraki in a relentless purge of the fleeing remnants of the orc horde. The Bone Mountains were reclaimed. The realm of Jekawin was restored. The allied forces, under the leadership of the dragons, pushed eastward. Essos was reclaimed. Stygia was restored. The black mist of the Shadowlands receded for the first time in millennia, and the long-lost sunlight began to shine upon this land, seemingly abandoned by the gods. The continent of Ultais was reclaimed. In June of the year 302 of Conquest, the year and 7-month-long war of guardianship culminated in the final commander of the half-orcs being incinerated by dragon flames at the source of the Ash River, officially declaring an end to the conflict. This war claimed the lives of countless warriors, including many of noble lineage and renowned knights. Yet humanity triumphed once more. Rhaego Domnar, with absolute authority, ascended to the throne that governed the world of ice and fire. Yet this great king, who had buried the powerful house of Valyria and led his subjects to crush the half-orc invasion, chose to reside peacefully on the Valyrian peninsula he had rebuilt, distributing the prosperous lands of Westeros and the vast expanses of Essos to his loyal subjects. The warm winds of Valyria caressed the heat rising from the 14 flames, gently sweeping across the coastline. After a century of ruling this land of dragons, His Majesty Rhaego Domnar bequeathed the supreme throne to the most esteemed noble, and then, accompanied by his dragons and the ever-present sword Dawn, vanished from his continent. Time continued to flow steadily, and blood and fire occasionally surged across the vast lands of Westeros and Essos, the clashing of swords and the battle cries of warriors composing a new epic. Yet this world bore no traces of the dragons, nor the presence of that legendary dragon rider, perhaps in the esteemed historical accounts revered by scholars. Future generations might glimpse the noble visage of the Dragon King, but apart from those who partook in the War of Guardianship, no one else witnessed Rhaego Domnar again. Merchants from free trading city-states, passionate about maritime adventures, boasted in their cups about having seen dragon herds hunting far to the east of Essos. Wildlings living in the Frostfangs recounted during trade with the north that they had heard the roars of the dragon in the land of eternal winter. The legend of Rhaego Domnar continued to be passed down through generations across Westeros, Valyria, and other known continents, sung by minstrels and ballads inspired by his deeds. Adventurous knights revered his legacy, dreaming of achieving fame in tournaments like he once did. Yet the great Rhaego Domnar, king of Valyria, Westeros, Essos, and other known realms, born of tempest and fire, wielder of the Sword of Dawn, master of dragons, guardian of the homeland, liberator from shackles, and great pioneer of freedom and chivalry, departed from the world he protected and ruled on a seemingly mundane morning, shrouded in Valyria's dense morning mist. All of this transpired with such silent grace. Just as in a later moment, the whites vanished without a trace.